In my previous life, my body was frail, leading to my demise due to illness. In this life, I have been reborn as Ash, and, setting aside other matters, I shall first cultivate the strongest physique to ensure my health. As for being a trainer, Ash declared, Pikachu, quickly take cover behind me. Chapter 1. This Ash is somewhat reserved. In Pallet Town, a legendary locale, a common setting for single-parent families. Ash, it's time for dinner. Aunt Hanako is calling for you to return. By the riverside, Gary, clad in casual attire, called out to the waters. His words bore no trace of a spoiled rich boy. Rather, his demeanor towards Ash was starkly contrasting. With a resounding splash, a robust, perfectly proportioned youth emerged from the water, his upper body resembling a flawless statue before Gary's eyes. Though his facial features were not particularly refined, the aura he exuded made Gary feel like a delicate girl in his presence, and Gary's gaze involuntarily darted toward Ash's physique, a flush gracing his cheeks. No matter how many times he looked, this body was undeniably handsome. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Ash and Gary had grown up together in Pallet Town, with Gary being the grandson of the renowned Professor Oak, frequently capturing the admiration of the town's girls due to his striking appearance. In contrast, Ash consistently operated under the radar, taciturn and clad in loose-fitting jackets to conceal his physique. Consequently, the townsfolk often pondered the reason behind Ash and Gary's friendship, perceiving it as a rich heir accompanied by a subordinate. Only Gary understood that it was he who persistently clung to Ash, wishing for companionship. Wait for me a moment. I need to address a matter. What has happened now? Just as Gary was about to inquire, a Gyarados suddenly surged forth from behind Ash. This Gyarados was massive, its body alone extending far beyond that of its peers, a true behemoth among Pokémon. Be careful! Ash behind you! Gary exclaimed in a panic, witnessing the Gyarados charge toward Ash, hastily issuing a warning. Yet, Ash merely turned his head calmly, unperturbed by the colossal creature. Just as the Gyarados' gaping maw, capable of engulfing Ash whole, lunged forward, Ash's right fist swung with remarkable force, causing the creature's side to cave in. Its eyes rolled back, and it promptly collapsed into the water, carried away by the current back to the sea. One strike? How could that be? Although Gary was aware of Ash's formidable strength, he was astonished by the extent of Ash's power, having knocked the Gyarados out with a single punch. After emerging from the water, Ash quickly elevated his body temperature, evaporating the moisture from his skin. He then retrieved his clothes from the ground, dressing as he walked, while Gary remained entranced by the image of Ash's punch, unable to regain his composure. Perhaps sensing Gary's confusion, Ash began to explain. Were you thinking about that Gyarados? I encountered it while swimming in the sea this morning and saw it bullying other Pokémon, so I intervened. Afterward, it kept following me, trailing all the way here, which was quite bothersome. No, that's not what I meant. How did you manage to knock out the Gyarados with a single punch? Gary still found it hard to fathom how Ash achieved such a feat. They were both 10 years old, having grown up together, yet Ash had undergone such a transformation. Oh, it's simple. Just raise your fist and swing with force. Ash raised his right hand, preparing to demonstrate, but upon seeing the fist so close, Gary quickly crossed his arms in refusal. Swinging a punch toward me, is that not treating me with due seriousness? Tomorrow is the day we can receive our Pokémon. Ash, which Pokémon do you wish to obtain? Gary was already prepared to choose a Pokémon that countered Ash's selection, knowing that while he could not match Ash physically, he still hoped to best him with his Pokémon. You all choose first. I can work with anything. Ash possesses not an abundance of thoughts. While his initial Pokémon holds great significance, he does not overly concern himself with it. He is, in fact, a soul from Blue Star who passed away from illness, now reborn into the form of Ash, the protagonist of the Pokémon anime he once watched. Although he harbors a fondness for Pokémon, it pales in comparison to the fervent obsession exhibited by players regarding battle prowess. If he were to desire anything, it would be a perfect and healthy physique. Consequently, from a young age, he has dedicated himself solely to physical training, honing his body to its utmost limits. Yet, Ash discovers that his physique lacks an ultimate peak. There is always room for ascension. This is the true essence of the super newbie. Why not simply name your desired Pokémon outright? There's no need for such modesty, Shigeru implored, nearly begging Ash. He merely wished to temper Ash's enthusiasm. Yet did Ash truly see through even that intention? Ash sighed, perplexed by Shigeru's transformation from the expected boisterousness to a timid young boy. I'm off to have a meal. Please refrain from questioning me about these trivial matters. Wait, hold on. Regardless of Shigeru's entreaties, Ash chose to disregard him. Ash's home is modest. His father is seldom present, leaving Hanako to single-handedly raise Ash through the trials of life. Thus, Ash reciprocates with gratitude, driving away anyone who dares to disturb his mother. He cannot abide the thought of an unfamiliar man assuming the role of his father. He is a paragon of pure love. Those who dare to act as grotesque interlopers shall face his relentless wrath. Mother, I have returned. Have you been out playing again? You are to visit Professor Oak tomorrow to receive your Pokémon. What are your plans for the future? Ash sat at the dining table, devouring his meal with fervor and remaining silent. Hanako had long grown accustomed to Ash's prodigious appetite and his habit of not speaking during meals, quietly tidying the table. Once every morsel was consumed, Ash let out a satisfied belch before voluntarily approaching the sink to wash the dishes. I do not know what you wish of me. I shall simply act as I see fit. In this world, trainers do not possess the exalted status that others might imagine. Having a Pokémon does not equate to being a trainer. Moreover, one does not solely acquire Pokémon from professors. Establishments such as Pokémon centers and gyms also provide this service. The so-called starter Pokémon are not obtainable solely through taxation. They are freely available for those who seek them. Ordinary Pokeballs are merely 200 yen, and one might also find discarded ones left behind by trainers who have missed their targets in the wild. The only true challenge lies in earning a Pokémon's genuine loyalty. A Pokémon's acceptance into a Pokeball does not guarantee unwavering devotion. Such loyalty is predicated on the trainer's absolute sincerity and affection towards the Pokémon. This alone has disqualified many would-be trainers. Thus, it is also why the regulation exists that if one has not acquired a Pokémon by the age of 10, they may obtain a starter Pokémon. Only those who are naive and untainted by the darkness of the world can treat Pokémon with the purity of heart and forge friendships with them. Once one is exposed to the shadowy aspects of life, the path of a trainer becomes untenable, often leading to the objectification of Pokémon and a neglect of emotional bonds. Ash's words left Hanako deeply concerned. This child possesses a maturity beyond his years. While his peers frolic without care, he bears the weight of familial responsibilities. With his father often away for work, he sends money home, and Ash has taken on the role of the family's pillar, shouldering all burdens alone. Without Pokémon assistance at home, Ash performs the tasks that Pokémon would typically undertake. It's perfectly fine for me to manage alone at home. You may travel with your Pokémon. I have no objections. If you find yourself short on funds, simply call home. Your mother has a habit of saving. Hanako fully supports Ash's endeavors. Being a trainer is the most accessible profession, unrestricted by education or gender. With free lodging and meals provided by Pokémon centers, one is spared the hardships of homelessness, while the potential for lasting fame and historical recognition is limitless. Although life in the wild may be harsh, Hanako harbors no worries for Ash. After all, the adults in town may not possess the wealth of life experience or robust physique that Ash has. It would be best if you could bring home a little bride for your mother. I fear you may feel lonely living alone out there. Ash silently nodded, committing his mother's wishes to memory. Chapter 2. The first encounter with Pikachu. On a deserted street, as the sun had just begun to rise, casting a gentle glow, Shigeru had already arrived at Satoshi's doorstep in his luxurious vehicle. "Satoshi, I'm here to pick you up. Hurry and wake up," he called out, but after a prolonged wait, there was no sign of movement from Satoshi's window. Instead, it drew the attention of Hanako, who appeared bleary-eyed. "Satoshi has long since left. He has already gone." Panic washed over Shigeru as he hurriedly drove towards Professor Okito's laboratory. Upon entering, he found Satoshi already engaged in listening to the professor's introduction alongside two others. This is Charmander, a fire-type Pokémon. Upon final evolution, it gains a flying attribute, and with proper training, it can carry a person aloft. This is Bulbasaur, which possesses both grass and poison attributes from the outset. Who among you can raise a hand to elucidate the merits of this attribute combination? Just as Satoshi was about to respond, he heard hurried footsteps from behind, accompanied by the heavy sound of a door being pushed open. Shigeru, panting and breathless, arrived just in time. "Not gone yet, I hope?" "Oh, Shigeru. Back from a joyride, are you?" "I'm still introducing these three Pokémon." Shigeru paid no heed to the other two, directing his gaze solely towards Satoshi. Upon confirming that Satoshi had yet to receive his Pokémon, he let out a sigh of relief. Professor Okito reiterated his previous inquiry, and Shigeru confidently responded, "Grass type is strong against water, rock, and ground, but is weak to bug, poison, fire, ice, and flying." However, it can resist electric, water, ground, and grass. Poison is effective against grass and fairy, but is countered by psychic and ground. Yet, poison can withstand bug, fighting, grass, and fairy. The combination of these two types can allow poison to help grass resist bug and poison, while grass can aid poison against ground. It's quite a favorable attribute pairing. In this world, fairy type had already been discovered. Shigeru's proclamation garnered admiration from the other two, but he was more preoccupied with Satoshi. Noticing Satoshi's indifference and unchanged expression, Shigeru's desire to show off dissipated. Hey, we're all good friends here. Why don't you have any praise for me? Come on, show some expression. Satoshi merely rolled his eyes and offered a token applause, which was sufficient to uplift Shigeru's spirits. Ha ha ha, I knew you still regard me as a friend. The other two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the illustrious young master Shigeru held such regard for the unassuming Satoshi. Could it be that Shigeru had some leverage over Satoshi? Professor Okito disregarded the children's peculiar thoughts and continued his explanation. Squirtle is a water-type Pokémon, rumored to have an exceptionally long lifespan. One can be passed down through several generations, accompanying you from childhood until death. Moreover, the final evolution, Blastoise, possesses an enormous shell, serving as an excellent vessel for aquatic journeys and aiding in deep-sea dives. After concluding his exposition, Professor Okito awaited the children's decisions, while the other two contemplated their choices. Shigeru fixated on Satoshi, intent on selecting a Pokémon that would counter Satoshi's choice. Professor, there are 4 of us here, but only 3 Pokémon. How shall we decide? Satoshi's question drew everyone's attention to Professor Okito, eagerly anticipating his response. I've considered this matter as well, which is why I prepared an additional Pokémon. Professor Okito activated a machine, and from its center, a Pokeball emblazoned with a lightning emblem ascended. With a resounding pop, the ball opened to reveal a somewhat plump Pikachu. However, this Pikachu has a slight issue. Its temperament is rather volatile. Most trainers find it challenging to win its affection. So be prepared. I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Shigeru immediately grew displeased. What did he mean by most trainers? He was determined to prove otherwise. Bending down, Shigeru grinned as he reached out to take Pikachu's paw, but the moment he made contact, Pikachu's demeanor shifted dramatically. Professor Okito, familiar with the creature's temperament, quickly stepped back. Pika Pika. As the closest individual, Shigeru was immediately zapped, collapsing to the ground, charred but not entirely incapacitated. I told you it was difficult to handle. You 3 should hurry and make your choices. Professor Okito helped Shigeru to a side for treatment. The other two, not daring to glance at Pikachu, swiftly took Bulbasaur and Charmander, along with the Pokédex and Pokeballs provided by Professor Okito, and made their hasty exit. Satoshi gazed at the chubby Pikachu, lost in contemplation. So, this is the god of Pikachu? Indeed, its temperament was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even after a Pokémon is fainted and captured in a Pokeball, it still requires a trainer to communicate with it on a deeper level. After capturing Pikachu in the ball, Professor Okito prepared for the trainers, but Pikachu remained obstinate, refusing to heed the professor's commands. Despite Professor Okito's attempts to train Pikachu, the creature exhibited a complete rebellious streak, disregarding any instruction. Thus, they were left with this half-trained initial Pokémon. Professor, where did you capture this Pikachu? Professor Okito scratched his head, gesturing towards the backyard. It was over in the back hills. I encountered this Pikachu by chance. It doesn't belong to my backyard. After a fortunate encounter, I managed to capture it. Why? Do you wish to try and capture Pikachu? Satoshi nodded. Shigeru, the god of Pikachu, was unworthy of such a creature. He now lay on a chair, not daring to glance at Pikachu. It was now up to Satoshi. Be cautious. This Pikachu has a notably fiery temperament, and it dislikes being confined in a Pokeball. It took me quite the effort just yesterday to return it to its ball. Professor Okito handed Satoshi a collection of basic items, ensuring to include a pair of insulated gloves. Put these on, and you can safely hold Pikachu. Just remember not to take them off. Otherwise, Professor Okito gestured ominously around his neck, leaving the implication unspoken. Satoshi, being a well-behaved child, obliged and donned the gloves, knowing he could remove them once Pikachu was willing to engage in communication. Shigeru, now only Squirtle remains. Don't disdain it simply because electric type is strong against water type. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Satoshi cast a sympathetic glance at the semi-unconscious Shigeru before departing the laboratory with Pikachu in his arms. Pika, Pika. Pikachu yearned to escape, but Satoshi's strength was astonishing. Though it didn't hurt, it was firmly held in place. Stop squirming. I'm not a bad person. Your antics are quite troubling for me. Pikachu disregarded Satoshi's explanations, turning its head away, refusing to acknowledge him. I heard Professor Okito mention that your home lies beyond the back hills. Are you homesick? Let me take you back. Pikachu's ears perked up, and it looked at Satoshi with incredulity. Pika, is that true? Chapter 3, Returning Home. In an environment familiar to it, beneath a recognizable sky, surrounded by flowers, grass, and trees, everything filled Pikachu with a serene joy. This was its former homeland. Now free from Professor Okito's constraints, it could return to this cherished land. The mere thought of this caused Pikachu to emit a soft hum of delight. Satoshi had never visited this place. The backyard of Professor Okito was, in essence, the professor's private domain. Although Professor Okito never barred entry, allowing visitors to wander freely, Ash had little inclination to visit this place. The primary reason was that his friend, Green, was exceedingly bothersome, constantly dragging him into Pokémon simulation battles. They would borrow Pokémon from Professor Oak's backyard, randomly select them, and then each would choose one to battle against the other. After a few rounds, during which Ash had left Green in tears, he lost interest. It simply wasn't enjoyable. How much farther is your home? Do we have to cross several mountains? Pikachu, wielding a slender twig he had found by the roadside, waved it about carelessly. Upon hearing Ash's question, he showed no intention of ignoring him. His spirits were high, especially since Ash was willing to humor him by allowing him to return home. He raised the twig and began to draw in the air. Naturally, Ash could not decipher this abstract form of expression, but Pikachu patiently sketched a map on the ground, which finally made it clear to Ash. Ash was in excellent physical condition, yet it was Pikachu who appeared fatigued after walking for so long, gradually slowing his pace until he eventually sat down to rest. Pikachu touched his cheeks, and then his little belly, suddenly alarmed. This wasn't right. He had never been this plump or so lacking in stamina. Professor Oak had invested a considerable amount in feeding Pikachu in his efforts to tame him. Although unsuccessful, Pikachu had welcomed all offerings, and over time, he had grown rather portly. You really need to lose some weight. At this rate, you won't even have the energy to make it home. Ash hadn't anticipated that Pikachu would be so unfit at the beginning, lacking the formidable spirit of a legendary Pokémon, resembling nothing more than a couch potato. Just as Pikachu was grappling with this harsh reality, a large hand lifted him up high. You guide the way, and I shall carry you. Ash cradled Pikachu in his arms, also taking the moment to ruffle the little creature's head. To his surprise, the sensation through the glove was rather pleasant, smooth even. Pikachu had not expected Ash to pick him up so suddenly. A mix of emotions surged within him. He began to realize that Ash wasn't so bad after all. A decent fellow among humans. Very well, I shall reluctantly heed your words. With a hint of pride, Pikachu subtly began to acknowledge Ash. Under Ash's guidance, their pace quickened, and soon they arrived at the cave of the pouch Pokémon that Pikachu had long yearned to see. Ash set Pikachu down without any hesitation. Pikachu wished to greet the pouch Pokémon, but felt a surge of trepidation. After all, he had been the one to leave his mother behind. Would she forgive him for his abrupt departure upon their reunion? Just as Pikachu hesitated, Ash gently nudged him forward. Go on, do not hesitate, regardless of anything. That is your family you have longed for. Ash's kind encouragement rekindled hope within Pikachu, and he dashed into the cave. Though the cave was somewhat dark, every contour of the rock walls was etched in Pikachu's memory. Deep within, the pouch Pokémon mother was still fast asleep, while her young one was wide awake, peering outside. The young pouch Pokémon could hardly believe its eyes. Its childhood companion had returned. Despite the change in appearance, it could still recognize that this was indeed Pikachu. Pikachu, brimming with enthusiasm and joy, leapt onto his friend, the young pouch Pokémon. The elation of their reunion dispelled the loneliness he had felt during his time at the lab. The pouch Pokémon mother, awakened by the sounds of their playful antics, was about to scold the young one for being unruly when she found Pikachu standing before her. Initially, she thought she was dreaming, but upon confirming it was reality, she embraced Pikachu tightly, affectionately rubbing his head. My child has grown. You've become quite the hefty Pikachu. As the pouch Pokémon held him, Pikachu's smile widened, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion, tears began to stream down his face. Just then, he recalled the person standing outside. That was the benefactor who had rescued him from despair. He must introduce Ash to his mother. Pikachu scampered out of the cave, looking around anxiously, but he could not find Ash. Panic set in. The pouch Pokémon followed closely behind, and, upon exiting, found no trace of any humans. Outside lay one of Ash's Pokeballs and a pair of insulated gloves. Has he left? Does he no longer want me? Pikachu, who had initially resisted becoming anyone's Pokémon, now felt a pang of reluctance at Ash's departure. He has returned, and indeed, Ash, you have failed. Professor Oak had anticipated this outcome. If Pikachu could not be tamed even by Oak, how could a novice trainer like Ash succeed? Yes, I released him. By the way, Professor Oak, in the future, it would be best not to meddle with Pokémon that have families. Pikachu harbors significant animosity due to his ties to family. Ash recounted the events that had transpired to Professor Oak, who chuckled awkwardly before casting a meaningful glance at Ash. You surpass my expectations, Ash. You have the potential to become a top-tier trainer. The mere fact that you can let go of your obsession and grant Pokémon their freedom speaks volumes. You are destined for greatness. It was rare to encounter someone as open-hearted as Ash, especially at just 10 years of age. Ash said nothing in response. He merely did what any decent person would do, returning a lost child to their family. This month, I only requested 3 Pokémon. Perhaps you could come back next month. I will help you select a particularly gifted one. Professor Oak sincerely wished to assist Ash, but Ash declined. Let it be for someone else. Perhaps I am simply not cut out to be a trainer. With that, Ash turned and left without a backward glance. He would continue his journey. As for Pokémon, he had no worries. Sigh, what a kind and exceptional child. Much better than that troublesome Green. Professor Oak sighed, recalling the image of Green driving off in a dilapidated car, surrounded by a throng of girls. It dawned on him that he had been so absorbed in his research that he had neglected to nurture Green, resulting in such a wayward grandson. Ash's character was a stark contrast. It was evident that comparing them was disheartening. Just as Professor Oak pondered whether he should check in on Ash's mother, a sudden, violent explosion erupted from the backyard. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the once empty lawn was now teeming with Pokémon. The Pokémon he had housed in his backyard had formed an impenetrable circle, obscuring his view of what was happening inside. After climbing to the second floor for a better vantage point, he realized that the Pokémon had encircled Pikachu, who was crackling with electricity. With each step he took, the other Pokémon retreated, though they remained in a circle, too fearful to approach. Pikachu ignored their cowardice, shouting, Ash, where are you? Chapter 4, Heartfelt Submission. Oh no. This isn't what was promised. This is a disaster. Professor Oak quickly understood the situation. It seemed Ash had yet to realize that the moment he released Pikachu, they had forged an emotional bond. This profound bond will undoubtedly compel Pikachu to seek out Ash once more. Even though this connection was forged in just a few fleeting hours, Pokémon are creatures deeply attuned to their emotions. Pikachu's affection for the Kangaskhan is akin to its devotion to Ash now. Professor Oak hurriedly made his way downstairs, swiftly dialing the family contact number left by Ash. Is that Hanako? Has Ash returned home? The voice on the other end belonged to Hanako, who instinctively glanced toward the living room upon receiving the call. Ash, Professor Oak is on the line and is looking for you. With a few hurried steps, Ash appeared on the video call. Ash, there's trouble. Pikachu has returned to the backyard. Hurry back. Professor Oak shared his concerns with Ash, who was astonished to realize that merely sending Pikachu home had established such a profound emotional foundation. Understood. Ash swiftly donned his shoes and arrived at Professor Oak's backyard within a minute. In the backyard, Pikachu was incessantly sniffing around the various Pokémon present. Yet they remained oblivious to Ash's identity. Despite his inquiries, Pikachu could only unleash his frustration by discharging electricity, overwhelmed by sorrow. It was a poignant moment, where unspoken words were accompanied by tears. Pikachu was indeed stubborn, fiercely loving and hating. I've called Ash. Please calm down for now. How about a little snack? Professor Oak attempted to soothe Pikachu's emotions while retrieving the Pokémon that had been mistakenly shocked. Before long, Ash returned to the backyard. Upon seeing Ash, Pikachu's face lit up with joy, and he darted toward Ash, quickly climbing up his pant leg to perch on his shoulder. Then, Pikachu tugged at Ash, leading him toward the hills behind. Upon seeing the imposing Kangaskhan, Ash immediately grasped Pikachu's intentions. Are you suggesting that I meet Kangaskhan? Pikachu nodded enthusiastically and proceeded to introduce Ash to Kangaskhan. The scene resembled a matchmaking encounter between parents and their child suitor. After hearing Pikachu's introduction, Kangaskhan's gaze toward Ash softened with approval. This human indeed possessed remarkable qualities, open-minded and exceptionally generous. Satisfied, Kangaskhan retrieved Pikachu's Pokeball from her pouch and handed it to Ash. Although the words were lost on him, Ash clearly understood Kangaskhan's intent. I understand. I will take good care of Pikachu and will never let him down. The nearest city to Pallet Town was Evergreen City, and there lay quite a distance ahead. The trio of boys who had departed from Pallet Town had long since left, leaving Ash to embark on his journey from the novice village. Keep it up, just 1,000 meters more to complete the warm-up. Pikachu shot Ash a resentful glance. It sounded so easy, yet there were still 1,000 meters to go. He had already run 2,000 meters alongside Ash. How many more of these 1,000 meters do you have? Don't look at me like that. Considering your size, I'm merely helping you lose a little weight, lest you become too rotund to fit into Kangaskhan's pouch. At this mention, Pikachu fell silent. He had initially left Kangaskhan's home because he witnessed her laboriously carrying him and wanted to become self-sufficient. If he were to be carried again, would he still be Pikachu? That would be utterly unacceptable. Reluctantly, Pikachu gritted his teeth and continued running as Ash had advised. Having faced numerous challenges, Ash could see that Pikachu was nearing his limit, teetering on the brink of collapse. If you find running too exhausting, I have alternative methods for weight loss. Pikachu's interest piqued, and he eagerly nodded, seeking a plan B. That would be Pokémon battles. Upon hearing this, Pikachu instantly understood. Living in the backyard, he often heard other Pokémon discussing battles. Wait for me. I'll take you to find Pokémon to battle. Ash surveyed the surroundings. The grass along the dirt path was quite lush. Pushing through, he discovered a few Pokémon scattered about, Caterpie, Pidgey, and Rattata. He nearly disturbed a Weedle that was nesting in the grass, hastily taking a few steps back and calling out his apologies for the unintended intrusion. This won't do. These little creatures haven't provoked me. If I suddenly attack them, I might as well be a villain. Ash couldn't claim to be virtuous, but he could never bring himself to strike Pokémon without cause. Just as he pondered his dilemma, a crackling sound erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw that Pikachu had already taken the initiative and zapped a nearby Spearow into submission. Upon receiving Ash's gaze, Pikachu puffed out his chest with pride. Clearly, he recognized Ash's moral quandary. As Ash's friend, Pikachu didn't want to see Ash entangled in such a dilemma, so he took it upon himself to provoke the passing Spearow. Being a rather temperamental creature, Spearow couldn't tolerate Pikachu's taunts and charged forward to teach him a lesson, only to be met with Pikachu's electric retaliation. Hey, I acted in self-defense. Once Spearow regained its composure, its fury surged, and it let out a deafening cry into the sky. Realizing that Spearow was still capable of retaliating, Pikachu intended to zap it again, but Ash swiftly scooped him up and fled. That was the sound of Spearow calling for its comrades. Provoking one Spearow would likely lead to relentless reprisals. Having learned from Professor Oak, Ash was aware that there were two Pokémon in the Kanto Forest that one should never provoke, Beedrill and Spearow. Put me down, I'll handle them. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu realized he had chosen the wrong opponent and had inadvertently caused trouble for Ash. He wished to atone for his actions, but Ash held him tightly, preventing any escape. Forget about it. It's best to make our exit. While Ash could easily confront Spearow without harm, he worried whether Pikachu would manage to escape unscathed. Prioritizing Pikachu's safety over combat, Ash unleashed his full speed. As Spearow gathered its allies, preparing to exact revenge on Pikachu, they found that the human had already vanished without a trace. The Spearows were left bewildered. Where had that human gone? It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Chapter 5. A single hero holds the line against 1,000 foes. Misty, as was her custom, rode her bicycle along the riverbank, fishing. Despite the river harboring few rare water-type Pokémon, this did not deter Misty from her pursuit. After all, fishing was a delightful pastime and a fundamental skill for water-type trainers. Misty excelled at fishing. Having set up her rod, she leisurely perched herself on a stone, eagerly anticipating the Pokémon she might catch. However, the day took an unexpected turn as dark clouds loomed overhead, and a swarm of Spearows descended upon her from the distance. As ominous clouds suddenly rolled in, accompanied by a sprinkle of raindrops, the atmosphere became palpably oppressive. Run! This place is perilous. A powerful voice reverberated near Xiaoxia's ear. Just as she turned to respond, a gust of wind surged past her, followed by a strong arm encircling her waist. By the time Xiaoxia regained her senses, she found herself hoisted upon a shoulder, with her head facing backward and her rear end forward. Hey, put me down. Who are you? Despite her frantic attempts to thump Ash's back in an effort to be released, her feeble strength was no match for him. Not only did she fail to budge him, but she also ended up hurting her own hand. Whack! Pikachu's tail struck her face in retaliation. Hey, lady, don't be ungrateful. Ash saved you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you're hitting back. Pikachu was still unfamiliar with Xiaoxia, and her initial impression left much to be desired. Xiaoxia was taken aback by Pikachu's unexpected slap, but she quickly regained her composure upon noticing the aggressive flock of Spearows hot on their trail, urging Ash to act. I am a water-type Pokémon trainer. You must set me down. Running like this is impractical. We should work together to drive those Spearows away. With a leap, Ash came to a sudden halt. Water-type, huh? Is your level high? Do you have confidence? Although Xiaoxia was released from Ash's grasp, his arm had left a red mark on her waist. However, this was not the time for complaints. She retrieved several Pokeballs, counting them carefully before summoning only her Starmie. The other Pokemon I have can only fight in water. On land, Starmie is my sole combatant. I should have stopped by the water's edge earlier. The Spearows, unfazed by who stood before them, glared at Xiaoxia and Ash with menacing intensity. Pikachu stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of them, and shouted defiantly at the flock. If you're looking for someone to blame, it's me. Leave them out of it. Although Pikachu's temper was still feisty, it had adopted the responsible demeanor befitting Ash's leader. Xiaoxia was taken aback by Pikachu's fierce resolve, hardly believing that a common Pikachu could display such valor. The Spearows, undeterred, launched themselves at Pikachu with razor-like precision. Just as Pikachu prepared to unleash a thunderbolt, Ash swiftly pulled it into his embrace. With a resounding bang, Ash's fist struck out, piercing through several Spearows in a single blow, a gust of wind trailing behind as he created a gaping hole in their ranks. I am Pikachu's trainer. If Pikachu has erred, then the responsibility lies with me. If you wish to fight, then face me. Pikachu was overwhelmed with emotion, while Xiaoxia instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ash's actions profoundly challenged her perceptions. It was no wonder he was Pikachu's trainer. The bond between them was truly extraordinary. A throng of Spearows descended upon Ash, who shielded Pikachu with one hand while striking out with the other, effortlessly sending them flying. Just as Xiaoxia marveled at Ash's indomitable presence, a few Spearows seized the opportunity to bypass him and launch a direct attack on her. In a flash, torrents of water surged forth, scattering the Spearows and sending feathers flying. You go first. I'll hold them off. Ash's calm and reassuring voice resonated in Xiaoxia's ears. Nodding in agreement, she retreated without hesitation, aware that her presence would only hinder Ash, but she left Starmie behind to assist him. Pikachu was itching to retaliate with an electric shock, yet being cradled in Ash's arms prevented it from doing so, fearing it might harm Ash instead. It could only watch helplessly as Ash claimed all the experience points. Ultimately, the Spearows, demoralized after suffering substantial losses, scattered in disarray. Don't you dare flee. Face me. As Pikachu felt Ash's grip loosen, it broke free and relentlessly pursued the fleeing Spearows, unleashing a series of electric shocks that brought down the stragglers. As the gentle rain subsided, the skies cleared, revealing a resplendent rainbow, a scene reminiscent of a poem. Despite its subtlety, Ash noticed a glimmer of gold moving across the clouds. Is it over? Are you all right after being attacked by so many Spearows? Xiaoxia had not fled far. She had hidden in the nearby grass, and upon seeing the threat dissipate, she exhaled in relief and hurried over to check Ash's injuries. To her surprise, Ash bore no wounds from the Spearow onslaught, save for a few stray feathers that left his clothes slightly disheveled. I'm perfectly fine, but let's not dwell on that. Do you know the way to Evergreen City? Ash brushed off the feathers before inquiring about their route. Evergreen City? It's that way. Xiaoxia pointed ahead, and without a backward glance, Ash resumed his journey, urging Pikachu to keep pace. Hey, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry? When Ash offered no response, Xiaoxia returned to gather her fishing rod and other belongings before hopping onto her bicycle to catch up. We've arrived at Evergreen City already? That's wonderful. So, this is your Pikachu? It's my first time seeing it. Such a cute creature. Inside the Pokémon Center, Ash was conversing with Hanako, due to a series of events. It was Hanako's first encounter with Ash's Pikachu, and she was immediately taken aback by its adorableness. I'm doing fine. I encountered a minor incident on the way, which delayed me a bit. Just as Ash discussed future plans and possible expenses with Hanako, Xiaoxia finally reached the Pokémon Center. Upon seeing Ash, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Under such disregard, who would feel at ease? Especially since Xiaoxia and Ash were of the same age, making the slight all the more intolerable. Hey, I haven't even asked your name, and you've already dashed off so quickly. I had to chase you down on my bike. Are you a person or a Pokémon? Who is this? A new friend? Hanako noticed Xiaoxia behind Ash, surprised that he had made a friend so swiftly after leaving home. Well, she seems pleasant enough, reminiscent of my younger days. Call me Ash, that's what everyone calls me. Ash turned slightly to reveal Hanako, and upon seeing her, Xiaoxia felt a flush of embarrassment. She suddenly realized that her previous outburst had been too loud, and addressing him in such a manner before others was rather unbecoming. Hello ma'am. I'm Xiaoxia. I was a bit hasty earlier, so I spoke too loudly. Please forgive me. I understand completely. You both take your time. I won't intrude. Hanako's eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed, granting the two of them a semblance of privacy. After ending the video call, Ash rose and approached Miss Joy. The evening was drawing near, marking the mealtime for trainers, and the Pokémon Center provided complimentary meals for passing trainers, though the taste left much to be desired. Ash casually ordered a few servings and beckoned Misty to join him by the floor-to-ceiling window, inviting her to partake in the meal. To his surprise, Misty did not refuse and quietly seated herself across from him. She felt an urge to speak, yet Ash's commanding presence rendered even the typically boisterous Misty subdued. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I only ordered for myself and Pikachu." Ash broke the stillness. "Yes, I will eat. I happen to be a bit hungry too." After finishing her portion and Pikachu's, Misty returned to sit in front of Ash. After attempting to converse for a while, she could not help but exclaim, "Wait, you're 10? Have you really been traveling for less than a day?" Until now, she had only known that the boy before her stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, had a well-proportioned physique, and carried an air of calm maturity. She had presumed him to be a brother several years her senior, only to discover he was, in fact, her age and, upon further inquiry into his birth month, found he was even a few months younger. "Yes, is there a problem?" "No, not at all." Misty hastily buried her head in her food. Suddenly, the glass overhead shattered, and 2 Poke balls plummeted to the ground. As they struck the floor, they cracked open, revealing 2 Pokémon. One was a round, hole-riddled Weezing with a lifeless gaze, and the other, an elongated, serpentine Arbok adorned in shades of purple and gold, appeared before Misty. As soon as Weezing materialized, it unleashed a noxious cloud that overwhelmed Misty, nearly causing her to vomit on Ash. Cough, cough, what on earth is happening? Misty did not wish to appear foolish in front of Ash, but her indignation compelled her to pound the table, glaring at the smoke as she gritted her teeth. "Since you have so earnestly inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you." A male and female voice emerged from the haze, but before they could finish their lines, an unidentified object swept away the smoke. While Musashi was still immersed in her monologue, Kojiru shouted, "To prevent the world from being destroyed, let go of Weezing." "What are you doing?" Musashi, interrupted mid-sentence, was incensed. "That line wasn't he in the rehearsal. What are you talking about?" Just as she was about to kick Kojiru, Meowth sprang from between them, further interrupting Musashi's actions. "No, it's that guy. He is blocking Weezing's holes." Meowth struggled to refer to Ash, who was of similar height to Musashi and Kojiru, as a mere kid. Following Meowth's gaze, Musashi beheld Ash gripping Arbok by the head with one hand and clutching Weezing's body with the other, both Pokémon on the brink of unconsciousness. Arbok's mouth was bound with a napkin, while Misty desperately stuffed paper towels into Weezing's holes, nearly suffocating it in the process. Musashi panicked, quickly retrieving a Pokeball to recall Weezing, but Ash seized the opportunity to hurl it behind Musashi, suddenly appearing before the duo as they were distracted. "Meow, watch my wild flailing." The 2 nincompoops were entirely captivated by the trajectory of their Pokémon, oblivious to Ash's approach, while only Meowth sensed the looming threat, extending its claws in preparation. Ash, unyielding, swiftly delivered a chop to knock Meowth out cold, then proceeded to strike both Musashi and Kojiru, sending them crashing to the floor. Such matters required no intervention from Pikachu. Ash preferred to avoid entanglements with Team Rocket. After dealing with them, he hauled the duo and Meowth out of the Pokémon Center, heading straight for the police station. "Ouch, this really hurts. What on earth is happening?" Musashi and Kojiru, utterly defenseless, were dragged along the ground, stumbling over their words. Miss Joy quickly called the police, and Ash encountered Officer Jenny on her way. After handing over the incapacitated Team Rocket duo to her, Ash nonchalantly returned to the Pokémon Center. "Phew, that was truly perilous. Thank you." Joy had never anticipated encountering such audacious individuals in Evergreen City. It had been quite some time since anything like this had occurred, especially since the appointment of the gym leader, Sakaki. This was Joy's first experience with such chaos, and to claim she wasn't flustered would be a lie. Had the situation escalated, she would have had no choice but to contact the Evergreen gym for assistance. Thankfully, Ash was present. "Who are those people? It's utterly baffling. They ruined my dinner." Misty fumed at the remnants of her tainted meal, her ire directed at Team Rocket. "I have no idea. They might be thieves from another city," Joy replied, shaking her head in confusion. Team Rocket's lines had been cut short by Ash, and neither she nor Misty had grasped their identities. Ash remained composed, cradling Pikachu in one arm while feeding Pokémon food with the other. "Since you haven't shed enough weight yet, I won't give you too much. This should suffice." Ash produced a portion of food no larger than his hand, leaving Pikachu at a loss for words, as it understood the necessity of its weight loss journey and could only endure the diet in silence. After this brief interlude, Misty ordered another dinner and began discussing future plans with Ash as they ate. If you aspire to be a trainer, challenging gyms is an essential undertaking. You currently possess no badges. Typically, gym leaders reduce the difficulty to facilitate your acquisition of one. The nearest gym is the Evergreen Gym, located within Evergreen City. However, it often remains closed, opening only at specific times, and they never lower the difficulty for challengers. Aside from the Evergreen Gym, the next closest one is in Dark Gray City. Misty kindly reminded Ash of the precautions for trainers. Ash listened silently, nodding as he committed her words to memory. Chapter 7. The Bug-Catching Boy. Evergreen Forest lies nestled between Dark Gray City and Evergreen City, serving as a necessary passage for travelers between the two locales. Its diverse trees form a natural labyrinth, causing countless wanderers to lose their way within. Even during daylight, Misty found the forest unervingly dim, perpetually sensing unseen eyes lurking in the depths, sending chills down her spine. She seldom traversed this area. The abundance of bug-type Pokémon was overwhelming, and they were her least favorite type. Thus, when returning to Cerulean City, she insisted that Ash accompany her. It might have been an exaggeration to call it a demand. However, the pleading in Misty's demeanor was unmistakable. Ash was indifferent, as long as she could keep up with his pace. Confident that her bicycle was still intact, Misty believed that Ash, on foot, would not be able to keep up. Yet, once they began their journey, she quickly realized how gravely mistaken she was. What kind of monster is this? How can anyone run faster than riding a bicycle? Xiaoxia felt as if her legs were about to cramp. Yet she still couldn't catch up with Ash. However, chasing Pikachu was more than sufficient. Since she couldn't overtake Ash, teasing Pikachu would suffice. With this thought, Xiaoxia adjusted her pace to match Pikachu's frequency. Pikachu maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, almost as if it could surpass her at any moment. Although running on all fours, Pikachu was beginning to tire from the prolonged exertion. Heh, Pikachu, I'm going to catch you. You're destined to come in last. Upon hearing the woman's voice behind him, Pikachu's exhaustion transformed into a surge of energy, inexplicably finding the strength to accelerate once more. Xiaoxia, not one to relent easily, noticed Pikachu's renewed vigor and quickened her speed to continue the chase. The two were locked in a spirited competition, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ash had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, another trainer had appeared. A young warrior concealed himself behind a tree, having noticed the approaching boy in the distance. His towering stature and the aura emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a formidable opponent. Although uncertain if he hailed from Pallet Town, the presence of a strong adversary demanded a challenge. Seizing the opportunity, the warrior swiftly drew his sword and leaped from behind the tree, aiming to intercept Ash. However, as their eyes met, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within the warrior, causing his hands to tremble and his gaze to falter. What is happening? Why am I afraid? The warrior quickly averted his gaze and charged at Ash with a shout, intent on blocking him. Yet, in an instant, Ash vanished from his sight, and the warrior's sword inexplicably slipped from his grasp. Almost immediately, he felt a tingling pain at his neck, followed by discomfort in his hands, waist, and legs. In the blink of an eye, Ash had evaded the warrior's line of sight and ended the confrontation with a few swift strikes. Although a single blow to the neck could have concluded the encounter, Ash, noticing the warrior's youth and the fact that his sword was merely a toy, refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Ash casually flicked the sword he had taken from the warrior, assessing its weight. The warrior staggered, finally leaning against the tree, gasping for breath. Attacking someone with a sword. Are all trainers outside so discourteous? Ash looked down at the warrior from his elevated position, tossing the sword back without a second thought. The warrior did not immediately retrieve it, but regarded Ash with a gaze full of admiration. Did you also come from Pallet Town? Yes. The warrior, feeling relieved, steadied himself against the tree. Let us engage in a Pokémon battle. Wait. Ash remained stationary, not making a move. The warrior, hesitant to inquire further, merely rubbed the areas where he had been struck, glancing at the bruises on his body, which were all dark and swollen from Ash's earlier contact. I'll just apply some ice at home, or perhaps endure it with sheer willpower. Ash's words reached only the first half of the warrior's mind. He chose to dismiss the latter half entirely. After a while, Xiaoxia arrived, riding her bicycle, with a limp Pikachu nestled in the basket. This shared competitive experience had laid the foundation for a budding friendship between Xiaoxia and Pikachu. Upon seeing Ash waiting not far away, Xiaoxia finally felt at ease. I thought you were going to abandon Pikachu. Why are you running so fast? Trying to reach Slateport City before sunset? Ash took Pikachu from the basket, massaging its little hands and feet. Well done. You've performed admirably for a beginner. Hearing Ash's praise, a smile spread across Pikachu's face. That must be me. I'm quite impressive. So this is your Pokémon, Pikachu? It certainly looks formidable. Although Pikachu appeared somewhat lethargic at present, the warrior did not dare to underestimate it. He retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it forward. Go Hercross. Just as Xiaoxia halted her bicycle and looked up, She was met with a Heracross nearly her height, causing her to pale in fright as she hastily pedaled backward. Only when she had retreated to a safe distance did she dare to look again. Xiaoxia had always harbored a fear of bug types, regardless of the species. Even if it was a Scyther. Pikachu, can you still battle? Ash first inquired about Pikachu's willingness if it did not want to fight. He would not push it and could take on Heracross himself. Pikachu, undeterred by fear, immediately leaped up, brimming with confidence as if to say, I've got this. Receiving an affirmative response, Ash turned to the warrior. What are the rules for the match? There are various rules for Pokémon battles. For instance, in gym battles, trainers can choose from many formats. Gym leaders cannot switch their Pokémon and must battle until they are unable. They cannot reveal more than 3 Pokémon, while trainers can utilize 6 in a rotation. This is the simplest mode and is quite accommodating for newcomers. More challenging formats include 1v1 and 2v2 battles. The warrior, dismissive of such trivial rules, quickly assessed that Ash had only this one Pikachu. Then it shall be a 1v1. I will challenge you with Heracross. Ash nodded, turning to call Xiaoxia over to act as the referee. However, Xiaoxia was genuinely reluctant to approach Heracross. But since Ash had said so, she had no choice but to suppress her fear and position herself between the 2 Pokémon. With Xiaoxia's command, the warrior wasted no time. Heracross, use Horn Attack. Dodge it. Chapter 8, Trembling with Fear. Thud, thud, thud. Heracross's massive pincers clashed together rhythmically, its upright mandibles swaying in cadence. Even as it charged at Pikachu, Xiaoxia felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively retreating as she shouted encouragement for Ash and Pikachu. Facing the menacing Heracross, Pikachu remained unfazed, confident in the presence of Ash standing resolutely still. Ironically, for Heracross to execute a horn attack, it had to lower its head and align its pincers with Pikachu, which consequently restricted its field of vision to the ground. The perspective issue could only be compensated for by the warrior. Pikachu swiftly climbed up the tree to the left, causing Heracross to come to an abrupt halt. Climb up quickly. Just as Heracross began to ascend, halfway up, Ash commanded Pikachu to jump down. Thunderbolt. Heracross, moving sluggishly, lagged behind Pikachu, both going up and coming down the tree, effectively becoming a target for Pikachu. Pika Pika, crackling with electricity. Pikachu unleashed a torrent of energy from its head, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding flash that left the warrior squinting and Xiaoxia retreating in alarm. Heracross, caught directly in the path of the electric attack, was enveloped in darkness and collapsed to the ground. In a decisive strike, the warrior was left speechless as he recalled Heracross. Pikachu stood triumphantly, invigorated by the victory, which had been anticipated but still delighted him immensely. Wait, I want another chance. Just as Pikachu was about to leap onto Ash's shoulder, it heard the warrior's voice and immediately changed its expression. He solely acknowledges fair competition. Defeat is simply defeat, and there is no rationale for a wheel battle. He leapt down once more, intent on delivering a jolt to this young adversary. Return, Pikachu. Ash intercepted Pikachu. Yet he also declined the samurai boy's request. The battle has reached its conclusion. There is no need for senseless sacrifices to salvage pride. What you must focus on is diligent training. With a single statement, Ash quelled all of the samurai boy's struggles, leaving only admiration and acknowledgement for Ash in their wake. Hurry, Ash, before darkness descends. We must make our way to Deep Gray City. Misty felt an ominous premonition of impending disaster. She had no desire to linger in this forest. However, her warning came too late. Suddenly, a swarm of Beedrills erupted from the nearby thicket, overwhelming and relentless. They had been drawn to the commotion caused by Pikachu's battle. How could this happen? A swarm of Beedrills. Run. The samurai boy's complexion paled, trembling as he nearly fled. Yet Ash stepped forward, shielding the 2 of them, and unsheathed the samurai boy's sword, gripping the hilt with his left hand and the blade with his right. Facing the Beedrills. We are surrounded, Ash stated, prompting the samurai boy to realize that Beedrills encircled them from every direction. These creatures are the very ones that even flying types, which are weak to bug types, would hesitate to confront. Misty collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, primarily due to her fear of the bug types. Since escape was no longer an option, the samurai boy had no choice but to steel himself for battle. Come forth, Metapod. He tossed a Pokeball into the air, and a green, elongated cocoon materialized in his grasp. Harden. The Metapod emanated a faint glow as the samurai boy gripped its end, holding it like a sword. While the sturdy Metapod might serve as a blunt instrument, it was utterly unsuitable for use as a blade. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, brimming with confidence, leapt from Ash's shoulder into the air, releasing a torrent of electricity in all directions. With this single strike, a significant breach was created. However, the opening was swiftly blocked by other Beedrills. Furious, they would not relent. As soon as Pikachu landed, they surged forward, their stingers aimed from every side. Clang! Just as Pikachu was about to catch its breath and unleash another electric attack, a long blade suddenly stood above it, with numerous stingers clashing against the blade. Failing to breach its defense. With a forceful push, Ash sent the Beedrills reeling, causing them to crash into their comrades behind them. After a single thunderbolt, there was a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds. In that case, you must practice retreating. After unleashing your attack, you must fall back. As Ash instructed Pikachu on combat techniques, he wielded the sword in one hand, repelling the oncoming Beedrills. He did not use the blade's edge, merely the flat of the blade to swat them away. Even so, it was sufficient to render the Beedrills powerless to retaliate. Misty sheltered herself under a torrent of water from her Starmie, while the samurai boy bore the brunt of the onslaught, retreating repeatedly and nearly kneeling to beg for mercy from the Beedrills. Observing the dire situation, Ash understood the urgency and could not afford to delay. He retreated to Misty's side, placing Pikachu in her arms. Cover your ears. Huh. Misty nearly failed to comprehend, although Pikachu did not grasp the meaning. It obediently lowered its ears and closed them. Seeing this, Misty did not hesitate to comply, hastily retracting Starmie and covering her own ears. Ash took a deep breath as if gathering a storm, and then a deafening roar erupted from his lips. The sound resonated like a bell, thunderous and overwhelming. Not merely a match for the likes of Xiaohojia, Ash's voice struck fear into the hearts of the Beedrills. They were caught off guard, and the leading Beedrills fell in droves, while those behind scattered in a frantic flight, as if faced with a catastrophic flood, not daring to cast a glance at Ash. The samurai boy was so overwhelmed that he fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, darkness had enveloped the sky. What on earth just happened? How long have I been asleep? Under the moonlight, the samurai boy surveyed his surroundings. Some Beedrills lay incapacitated on the ground, while others had already retreated. He cautiously approached one of the fallen Beedrills. Though it felt somewhat unscrupulous, he retrieved a Pokeball, capturing it without any struggle. Once he returned to his humble abode, the samurai boy remained lost in thought about the earlier encounter with the Beedrills, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he dashed back to the scene, searching frantically. Yet his sword remained elusive, leaving only the possibility that it had been taken by that boy from Pallet Town. The samurai boy wrestled with his thoughts for an extended period, his expression shifting numerous times before ultimately resigning himself. Perhaps only such a formidable individual is worthy of wielding that sword. I am utterly inadequate. How can I continue to call myself a samurai? Training. From this moment forth, I shall resume my training. Chapter 9. Arrival at Deep Gray City. Deep Gray City lies nestled at the foot of a colossal rocky mountain. While it may not stand out in many respects, it is particularly renowned for its stones. Although Ash could not discern what made these stones so famous, he imagined that Daisuke would appreciate them. Ah, the Gray City, the gray weather. It feels as if I am breathing in dust. Misty struggled to comprehend why. Despite their proximity, Deep Gray City and Hanada City exhibited such stark contrasts. She found herself yearning for home. Ash, do you know anything about the Deep Gray Gym? Misty suddenly broached the subject, and Ash immediately understood. You mean to say that Pikachu has a disadvantage against the Deep Gray Gym, right? Exactly. You see, while the Deep Gray Gym specializes in rock types, most rock Pokémon from Kanto also possess ground-type attributes, which, as you know, are resistant to and immune to electric types. At this point, Misty hastened her bicycle, overtaking Ash and blocking his path. If you want to succeed, you can come to me for help. I can lend you my water types, and you'll pass with ease. On this matter, Misty was undeniably confident. With a 4x advantage, no rock type would stand a chance. No thanks. I will find my own way. Ash declined Misty's assistance, though this did not surprise her. If Ash were to accept, it would have astonished her. Hee. Are you hoping to capture a water type? There are streams near Deep Gray City. I know several routes, as I often came to fish. Ash steadfastly refused once more. Then how will you get through? Even capturing a Oddish would suffice. Look, you can search the grass right ahead. Misty was utterly baffled. After being turned down repeatedly by Ash, she could not fathom his reasoning. Pikachu regarded Misty with a look of disdain and then voiced its protest, clearly displeased with Misty's underestimation of its abilities. That's not what I meant. It's just the truth. Must you endure an injury to learn? I'm doing this for your own good, Pikachu. Pikachu found itself unable to retort and turned to Ash for help. There are more than just water and grass types that can counter rock types. Ash finally addressed Misty's perplexity. Xiaoxia hurriedly organized the knowledge she had accumulated. Indeed, as Ash suggested, typically one only needs water and grass-type moves to counter opponents. She was rather reluctant to delve into other skills. Besides water and grass, steel, fighting, and ground types also came to mind. But what skills could Pikachu possibly learn? Since Ash had already provided a direction, Xiaoxia naturally began to contemplate along that path. It must be Iron Tail. Just as she was lost in thought, a strange voice interrupted her. Upon closer inspection, she saw a scruffy man sitting on the ground, surrounded by a rack filled with stones, wearing a hat that seemed out of place for the mild weather, resembling a vagabond. Ah, Iron Tail, a steel-type move, and Pikachu's distinctly shaped tail was indeed well suited for rapid training of this technique. This uncle certainly knows his stuff. Xiaoxia suddenly realized that she had overlooked this move. Actually, moves like Aura Sphere and Brick Break could also be learned, Ash added. Pikachu's move pool was quite peculiar. Rumors even spoke of Pikachus that could use Surf. Though such unique instances clearly did not align with mainstream perceptions. Yes. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Were you testing me, Ash? Seeing Ash respond so fluidly, Xiaoxia couldn't help but blush, realizing that her background as a gym leader had made her appear somewhat ignorant. The previously dull gaze of Wuning brightened with curiosity as he turned to Ash. Young man, where do you hail from? From Pallet Town. Wuning silently repeated the name, understanding dawning upon him. Come to think of it, a few days ago, there were trainers from Pallet Town too. You must be from the same batch. Indeed, quite remarkable. Do you wish to practice your moves? Perhaps purchasing some stones would be beneficial. Breaking them would prove you've mastered the technique. Wuning, staying true to his purpose, was also trying to sell the stones he couldn't offload. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia pulled Ash away hastily. Let's go? There are plenty of stones by the roadside. No need to waste money on these. Hey, young lady, what do you mean by that? These stones are far from roadside trash. I've carefully selected them. Don't leave yet. I'm offering a discount. Half price. Despite his pleas, Xiaoxia pedaled away on her bicycle with Ash, not bothering to look back, disregarding Wuning's protests. After casually dropping off his katana at the police station to report it lost, Ash and his companions made their way to the Pokémon Center. After unloading their belongings, Ash led Pikachu to an empty patch of land, perfect for training as it was devoid of people and spacious. Ash cleared the grass with his foot and, upon discovering a partially exposed rock, grasped its tip with his fingers, using sheer finger strength to uproot the stone from the ground. He tossed it aside, and after several repetitions, a pile of rocks accumulated before Pikachu. Pikachu attempted to push the stones, but they remained unmoved. He tried charging at them, but stumbled, nearly injuring himself in the process, ultimately turning to Ash with a helpless expression. Are you sure you want me to break rocks? Seeing Pikachu's despondent state, Ash felt compelled to demonstrate. He picked up a large stone, threw it into the air with one hand, and then swiftly brought his hand down in a slicing motion, shattering the stone into pieces. Did you see that? Pikachu stared in astonishment. How could he learn that? Don't you understand? Let me slow it down for you. Ash gripped the stone again, striking it forcefully with his palm, reducing it to rubble once more. Stop showing off. I truly can't learn that. Keep trying. You'll get the hang of it. I believe in you. With Ash's unwavering faith, Pikachu felt he had no choice but to attempt splitting the stone with his tail. Start with a run-up, about 10 meters. When you reach roughly 30 centimeters from the stone, turn around and spin 360 degrees, then sweep your tail like a blade. Ash meticulously broke down the technique, guiding Pikachu to practice starting from an explosive sprint. Xiaoxia repeatedly urged Ash to move on, but he remained undeterred, leaving her with no choice but to stay with him in that empty space until evening, only returning for dinner and rest when Pikachu was utterly exhausted. Is this really the best way for Pikachu to train? Sitting at the dining table, Xiaoxia glanced at Pikachu, whose tail was bandaged and whose rear still bore signs of discomfort. She felt a pang of sympathy and inquired about Ash's intentions. How so? The league states that a trainer can carry up to 6 Pokémon, meaning you could capture more Pokémon. Pikachu only needs to practice electric-type moves. Why not leave the rest to other partners? While Xiaoxia was primarily focused on water types, she understood other trainers nurturing Pokémon of various types. Chapter 10, Gym Battle. Onix vs. Pikachu. What Xiaoxia said was indeed the most common approach taken by trainers in this world. Pokémon competitions here are diverse, featuring singles, doubles, and both limited and unrestricted formats. The limited format is the most prevalent and straightforward, as most trainers participate with a casual mindset. Thus, the simpler limited competitions tend to attract higher viewership. If the effort required is excessive, setting the bar too high would deter many. And who would be left to purchase the items prepared for trainers? Relying solely on the scarce elite player's wound T yield much of a ratio. Ash understood Xiaoxia's perspective, but offered a different view. Pikachu can learn Volt Tackle. What? Volt Tackle? Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, thinking Ash had misnamed the move. Volt Tackle, a move exclusive to the Pikachu lineage, is a high-power physical attack, one of the few physical moves within the electric type. It's a move that leaves other electric-type physical attackers envious. Without it, Pokémon like Litten and Electrike would be quite troubled. Though Xiaoxia was somewhat skeptical, she refrained from voicing her doubts and instead checked the public computer. Upon confirming the existence of such a move, she felt a sense of loss, deeply questioning who among them was the true novice trainer. Volt Tackle also has recoil damage, so you intend for Pikachu to build muscle to facilitate learning this move? Ash nodded. Learning skills and moves is not as simple as pressing a disc to a Pokémon's face for automatic comprehension. It requires consistent practice over time, which has also contributed to the popularity of limited competitions. In addition to Iron Tail and Volt Tackle, Ash planned to have Pikachu learn Volt Switch as well. Given its base stats, even if you strung electric-type Pokémon like Electrode into a necklace, it wouldn't mitigate its concerning defense. Volt Switch is more suitable for hit-and-run tactics. All these physical moves necessitate building a solid foundation, which Pikachu cannot escape, nor does he wish to. Alright, since you put it that way, how can I stop you? So how long do you plan to train in Grey City? A week? Ash remained silent, merely glancing at Pikachu, who was still munching happily on his food when he suddenly felt the weight of their gazes upon him, causing his fur to bristle. What's wrong? Do you want to steal my food? Xiaoxia asked. How long do you want to train? Pikachu pondered for a moment, unsure of how to respond. So he cautiously held up 2 fingers. 2 months? That's far too long. Xiaoxia felt a wave of disappointment. A day or 2 was manageable, but 2 months would surely be overwhelming. Pikachu was on the verge of having its nose crooked from Xiaoxia's irritation and leapt onto the table to retort. It's been 2 days. Do you really think I am that foolish? The dark gray gem, from an external perspective, resembled a colossal stone lying horizontally, yet within, it was a realm of wonder. The pitch-black interior made Xiaoxia feel that her own gem was not so inadequate after all. With a sudden flicker, lights illuminated the depths of the gem, casting a glow upon Brock, who was seated cross-legged on the platform. Who goes there? He exclaimed, somewhat impressed. Xiaoxia couldn't help but reflect on the imposing presence of the dark gray gem. Such an entrance could indeed intimidate many newcomers. There was much to learn here. As for Ash from Pallet Town, upon receiving Ash's response, Brock turned his gaze back to Xiaoxia, who waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was merely a guest accompanying Ash and not a challenger. Pallet Town, is this your first time challenging the gym? Gym battles are not like the casual skirmishes you have on the roadside. This is a formal match regulated by the league, with established rules. You haven't registered yet, have you? Let us get you registered first. Unlike the portrayal in the anime, Brock did not immediately commence a battle, but rather assessed the challenger's badge count and Pokémon roster before proceeding. Pikachu, is that your only Pokémon? Are you sure you don't want to catch a water-type Pokémon by the river? Upon receiving information from Ash, Brock's expression became slightly strained. Using an electric type against a rock type was akin to employing a Charmander, hardly a wise approach. I've already advised him, but Ash just won't listen. Xiaoxia shrugged, indicating that she had said all she could. This left Brock quite exasperated. Previously, 3 challengers from Pallet Town had brought the water, fire, and grass starters. While the fire type had faced difficulties, they had heeded his counsel to catch water types in the river and grass types in the forest. But what about this newcomer? A stubborn trainer with an unyielding disposition against type advantages? Let us make it a one-on-one battle then. I'll use Onyx. This fight should impart some knowledge to you. Brock intended to awaken Ash from his rashness, urging him not to rush into battle without thought. Ash nodded and removed the bandage wrapped around Pikachu's tail. Go. Pikachu nodded, filled with fighting spirit, gazing fiercely at Onyx. The training over the past 2 days had exhausted him thoroughly, and his anger was at its peak. With the referee's signal, Brock decisively commanded, Onyx, use bind. Dodge it. Onyx's massive form glided effortlessly over the rocky ground, closing in on Pikachu in a matter of moments, its tail swinging down to crush the little Pokémon. Unfazed, Pikachu seized the moment just before the attack landed, leaping up and landing atop Onyx. Brock was momentarily taken aback by Pikachu's agility. It seemed this newcomer possessed more skill than initially perceived. Don't let him escape. Bind him. Pikachu nimbly maneuvered along Onyx's segmented body. Onyx attempted to coil around him, but its rocky composition rendered it incapable of swift movement, failing to prevent Pikachu from reaching the summit of its head. Although unseen, Pikachu's relentless bouncing atop Onyx's head incited considerable irritation. Can't shake him off? Then use Harden. Pikachu's moves consisted primarily of electrical discharges and physical contact. Brock was not particularly concerned about electric-type attacks, and Harden was perfectly suited to withstand such impacts. Iron Tail. Brock's heart sank inexplicably, but he could only pray that Harden activated before Iron Tail struck. With all fours planted on the ground, Pikachu launched himself into the air, spinning thrice and a half, his tail gleaming with metallic brilliance, before executing a powerful downward slash. Onix was unable to evade in time, suffering a devastating blow to its head that nearly caused it to roll its eyes back in a faint. Fortunately, Harden had activated just in time to shield Onix from a potential knockout. Such strength. Is this truly the extent of Pikachu's capabilities? Brock watched in astonishment, his squinting eyes unable to widen in disbelief. Iron Tail. Quickly bind him. Capture Pikachu. Brock realized that if this continued, they wouldn't withstand a second attack. They had to capture Pikachu immediately. Onix lay on the ground, its tail raised high, thrusting towards Pikachu. However, the speed of its tail was still too sluggish. Pikachu barely glanced back, leaping from atop Onix's head back to Ash's side. After 2 consecutive failed attempts to bind Pikachu, Brock had entirely forgotten Ash's status as a novice and had begun to view him as a well-trained elite trainer. There could be no more leniency. Onix, use Dig. Brock's sudden exclamation jolted Xiaoxia, who had been watching with little enthusiasm in the audience. She quickly stood up, urging, "Hurry, don't let Onix escape. Otherwise, Pikachu is done for." Chapter 11. The Classic Trio. Onix swung its robust body, striking the ground with its head, creating fissures in the earth as it burrowed beneath. Like birds soaring into the sky and fish diving into the ocean, Onix had now arrived in its element, where it could move freely. Follow it down. Without hesitation, Pikachu seized Onix's tail and swiftly vanished from sight. Xiaoxia, engrossed in the unfolding situation, suddenly noticed a number of children with eyes resembling Brock's gathering around her, all captivated by the spectacle. Underground, Onix could certainly feel the sting at the end of its tail. It longed to shake Pikachu off. But the arena was limited in size, and having dug halfway, it was compelled to emerge. As soon as Onix's head broke the surface, Pikachu leapt onto its midsection, tail gleaming brilliantly, slicing down and striking Onix, who let out a pained cry and collapsed, sending clouds of dust into the air. It actually failed. Brock had not anticipated such an unconventional strategy, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although Pikachu had sustained minor injuries underground, it was nothing serious, within a few bounds. He returned to Ash's side, reveling in the joy of victory. Incredible. It seems the special training has truly paid off. Xiaoxia was thrilled by Ash's triumph. Yet her mind wandered to the challenges ahead. The next city would be Cerulean City. If Pikachu faced a water-type gym, it would be a walk in the park. What a headache. With the victor declared, Brock, undeterred, returned Onix to its Pokeball and retrieved a gray badge from his vest. This is proof of your gym victory and your ticket to the League Conference. You still need to collect 7 more badges. Keep it up, Ash. After Ash accepted the badge, he turned to beckon Xiaoxia to leave, but a group of children suddenly appeared behind him, blocking their path. Brock was instantly alarmed. What are you doing? Move aside. Yet his younger siblings remained steadfast. Brock has been defeated 3 times in a row by the same town's challengers. If this continues, the gym's standing will be jeopardized, and he will be required to retake the assessment. Please help us. Just let Brock win once. Jiro stood at the forefront, bravely addressing Ash. Stop this nonsense. Go back. My matters are not for you to meddle in. Such was the nature of gyms. They could indeed be dismissed. If one lost too often, their rating would plummet, and it was entirely possible for the gym leader to be replaced by someone else. The circumstances surrounding Xiaozhang's family are quite unique. The former gym leader, Wuning, departed to pursue a career as a trainer, leaving behind a mother who could not endure such behavior, resulting in her departure as well. Consequently, the household was left with Xiaozhang, who assumed the dual role of both father and mother. He not only maintained the gym, but also took care of his younger siblings. Were it not for Wuning's irresponsibility, perhaps their lives would not be so arduous. Xiaozhang forcibly dispersed his siblings and, accompanied by Ash and Misty, left the gym. Just as he was about to close the gym for a much-needed respite, an unexpected visitor appeared at the door. Misty immediately recognized the man as the uncle who had previously sold stones. The uncle, oblivious to Ash and Misty's presence, removed his hat and fake beard. Dad. Although Xiaozhang's eyes widened in surprise, he instantly recognized his father, who had left home years ago. Xiaozhang, you have worked hard over the years. I have returned. I am sorry. You need not bear such burdens alone anymore. I am here to help with the family. The youngest child barely recognized Wuning. and it was only the older ones who pointed out that he was their father. Yet, upon Wuning's return, they felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement, huddling together without a single one stepping forward. Xiaozhang's heart was a tumult of emotions. To claim he bore no resentment towards his father's sudden departure would be disingenuous. Now that his father stood before him, he found himself at a loss for words, silently stepping aside to make way for the new gym leader to take over. The dynamics of family ethics were indeed compelling, revealing the familial discord within the dark gray gym. Inside the Pokémon Center, Pikachu lay resting, while Ash and Misty enjoyed lunch and engaged in conversation outside. Ash remained uncharacteristically silent, his gaze wandering unconsciously towards the window. In response to Misty's incessant chatter, he merely nodded in agreement, indifferent to her words. The next gym is in the Hualan City, and the gym leader there is exceptionally formidable. Although she specializes in water-type Pokémon, do not think that Pikachu will easily prevail, Misty declared. I will train Pikachu in electric-type moves, Ash confidently asserted, intending to do so. At present, Pikachu only possessed the move Thunder Shock, and the next skills to learn would include Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Thunder Wave, and Thunderbolt. Quick Attack could induce paralysis. Thunder Wave would slow down opponents. Electro Ball's power increased with the speed difference, and Thunderbolt was the quintessential electric-type move. Listening to Ash's plans, Misty smiled outwardly, but internally, she began to feel a sense of unease. The more she listened, the more she felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. What should she do? The only effective counters to electric types were water and ground combinations, but they had no access to those here. The closest would be Swampert, which meant a trip to the Johto region. Wasn't this a guaranteed defeat? As Misty pondered how to counter Pikachu, Xiaozhang jogged into the Pokémon Center. Noticing that Ash and Misty had not left, he let out a sigh of relief. Hey, what brings you here? Misty inquired, tilting her head curiously as Xiaozhang approached them. Xiaozhang proceeded to explain his plans. After entrusting the gym to his father, he felt a growing desire to become a Pokémon breeder. This newfound ambition took hold of him. And Wuning, sensing Xiaozhang's aspirations, called his wife back to assist in managing the household, allowing Xiaozhang the freedom to pursue his dreams. Xiaozhang also found inspiration in Ash, admiring his dedication, and thought that training alongside Ash would be beneficial, echoing the saying that in a trio, there is always a teacher. Well, you are quite fortunate. Do not hesitate to ask me for help. My goal is to become the world's greatest water-type trainer. Misty beamed, pleased with Xiaozhang's eagerness to learn, confidently assuring him of her ability to teach. However, Xiaozhang seemed more intrigued by Ash's training methods, eager to learn how Pikachu had been cultivated to such excellence. As for Misty, Xiaozhang regrettably showed little interest in her expertise. Wait, has it really been less than a week? In such a short time, Pikachu can follow your commands perfectly and is trained so well. Xiaozhang observed Ash and Pikachu, realizing that such a newcomer was indeed rare. It is nothing. I just allow Pikachu to be independent, Ash replied, unable to clarify further for Xiaozhang, merely sharing his experiences with Pikachu. This was enough to instill in Xiaozhang the same admiration that Professor Oak held for Ash. Ash, you truly will become an exceptional trainer, Misty chimed in, captivated by Pikachu's journey and Ash's endeavors. No wonder you seem unlike a novice trainer. Now it all makes sense. Chapter 12, Moonview Mountain. Before heading to Hualan City, Ash and his companions needed to pass through Moonview Mountain. This mountain resembled a vast range, stretching endlessly, with a small town established upon it. However, Ash had no intention of resting in the town. Pikachu, are you ready? Pikachu nodded, assuming a poised stance, ready to spring into action. Are you really going to do this? It seems unnecessary, Xiaozhang remarked, gripping the timer as Ash and Pikachu prepared side by side. Xiaozhang agreed that training Pikachu's explosive power was a worthy endeavor, but Ash's decision to personally compete against Pikachu left him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Ash insisted on sharing both the hardships and successes, determined to face the challenge together. With no other option, Xiaozhang reluctantly acquiesced to Ash's wishes. Go for it, Pikachu. I believe you will triumph. Misty encouraged, though she found herself increasingly attached to Pikachu, providing meals and massages during training, seemingly spoiling him. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as Xiaozhang's voice fell, Ash surged ahead, breaking the sound barrier and creating a gust of wind. Pikachu followed closely, combining speed with electric bursts, yet still lagged behind Ash. So fast, I can barely see him. Xiaozhang could only catch the sound of Ash's departure and the ensuing sonic boom. In an instant, Ash's figure vanished. Realizing he was still timing, Xiaozhang quickly hopped on his bicycle to pursue. The bike he had purchased in the dark gray city was relatively fast, but compared to Ash's running, it felt akin to an infant taking its first steps. Misty fared slightly better, having acclimated to Ash's extraordinary pace. The two rode in pursuit. Yet throughout, they could only see Pikachu straining to keep up, with Ash's presence remaining elusive. After an indeterminate duration of cycling, Xiaojing finally spotted Ash standing outside a cave, patiently awaiting their arrival. As soon as Pikachu reached Ash, Xiaojing promptly stopped the timer. The distance from the start to the finish was approximately 10 kilometers, and Pikachu had completed the run in around 20 minutes. Xiaojing glanced at the timer, confirming Ash's assertion that Pikachu had taken 24 minutes and 50 seconds. "And how long did it take you, Ash?" Xiaojing inquired, more curious about Ash's time than Pikachu's performance, eager to understand how Ash had managed to outpace Pikachu effortlessly. In response, Ash shook his head, admitting he had lost track of time. "Hey, are you two not at all tired? I am absolutely exhausted," Misty lamented, slumping against her bicycle, her legs nearly cramping, while Xiaojing and Ash remained animatedly engaged in conversation, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. Upon traversing the cavern, they were on the verge of reaching Hualan City, where they could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Xiaojing's words instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiaoxia. She genuinely wished to postpone their return. After a brief interlude, the duo followed Ash, pushing their bicycles behind him. As they entered, they were taken aback by the dazzling lights illuminating the surroundings. As a resident of Shunhui City, Xiaojing astutely discerned that this was no ordinary mining site. The lights were illicitly installed. "Ash, there's something amiss here. Should we consider alerting the authorities?" Xiaojing, being the eldest at 15, felt a sense of responsibility to protect his companions, concerned that unscrupulous individuals might be pilfering the ore. Xiaoxia, too, sensed the gravity of the situation, yet remained silent, casting her gaze toward the team's stalwart leader, Ash. Through their days of camaraderie, Ash had inadvertently assumed the role of leader, with the others seeking his counsel in uncertain times. As Ash pondered their course of action, Pikachu suddenly tugged at his pant leg and pointed towards the depths of the cave, energetically gesturing. "Is there something unusual with the Pokémon?" Pikachu nodded vigorously, instinctively sensitive to anomalies among his kind. "Let's go," Ash declared, and with that, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia ceased their chatter, following Ash deeper into the exploration. Just around a bend, they noticed a wild Pokémon lying helplessly on the ground. Zubat flitted about erratically, while Sandshrew lay listlessly, and Paras was removing mushrooms from its body to plant them in the earth. Such peculiar behaviors were a direct consequence of the incessant lighting, which had disrupted the lives of the Pokémon dwelling in the dark cave. How despicable! Who could be so heartless as to disregard the safety of wild Pokémon? Xiaoxia exclaimed, unable to tolerate such cruelty, and leaped up in an attempt to dismantle the bulb above her head. Ash, however, had already initiated action, jumping to disconnect the wire above. Just as he was about to cause destruction, a thought struck him, and he halted Xiaoxia. He cradled Pikachu above his head, removed a bulb, and said, "Give this a try. The electric current should be beneficial to you." Thus, in their quest to destroy, they would not waste. Pikachu nodded, grasped the wire with both paws, and bit down hard. The electric current surged through him, flooding him with energy, almost overwhelming him. "Take it slow, don't rush," Ash cautioned, recognizing Pikachu's limits. When Pikachu seemed on the verge of giving in, Ash allowed him a moment of respite before resuming. In this back and forth, the cave's lights flickered erratically until they ultimately extinguished, leaving Pikachu invigorated. He felt terrifyingly powerful, brimming with confidence to face any Pokémon. The unusual happenings in the cave soon caught the attention of the culprits. The hurried footsteps echoed in Ash's ears. Suddenly, the familiar duo emerged from the shadows. Who were they? Xiaojing wondered, having never encountered thieves before, especially one so flamboyant in their entrance. "Since you inquired so sincerely, we shall graciously enlighten you," they replied. "Pikachu, try a thunderbolt." Ash had no time to listen to their banter and interrupted their incantation. "Hey, could you show some respect? We've gone through great lengths to put on a show. Do you intend to stifle us?" Musashi's protest fell on deaf ears, and as Pikachu gathered an immense electric charge, the Team Rocket duo had no chance to resist before being sent soaring into the skyline. Who are they, really? Xiaojing was still puzzled, and even Xiaoxia was unclear, having been interrupted multiple times by Ash. "Forget about them. We need to ensure the Pokémon can rest properly." Ash didn't even spare Team Rocket a glance, turning instead to tend to the weary wild Pokémon. "Wait here, I'll prepare some Pokémon food to help them feel better." Xiaojing, with his excellent culinary skills, found it easy to assist the wild Pokémon, even managing to befriend a Zubat in the process. Ash, however, showed no inclination to capture any Pokémon, which puzzled Xiaoxia. "Ash, you've helped so many Pokémon. They all seem quite fond of you." Why not seize the opportunity to catch some? Her inquiry piqued Xiaojiang's interest as well, and both turned to Ash, awaiting his response. Chapter 13. You are the challenger lazy. So brief. Why do you speak so concisely? Ash lifted his gaze to Xiaoxia. Lazy. Xiaoxia nearly burst with laughter, realizing she had posed a rather foolish question. Noticing Xiaoxia's continued confusion, Ash began to explain. That's just my nature. If I choose to capture a Pokémon, I must be fully responsible for it. There is no room for neglect later on. Moreover, as a trainer, my measure of success lies in battles. If a Pokémon's battle prowess falls behind that of others, what do you think other trainers would do? Xiaoxia furrowed her brow, contemplating the mindset of other trainers. Xiaojing quickly grasped the implications. Trading, selling, hiding, or releasing, those are the usual options. Having long been the pillar of support for his family, he understood well. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia, still new to this world, relied heavily on her sister for guidance, and thus found it natural to be less informed. So, you believe one shouldn't capture recklessly? Ash nodded in affirmation. Xiaoxia's heart was once again struck by Ash's perspective. While she adored water-type Pokémon, could she truly care for all the myriad of them in existence? A person's energy is finite, even with wealth to support countless Pokémon. It remains impossible to forge intimate bonds with each one. Ash sensed Xiaoxia's apprehension, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. All right, I've made my decision. I will capture every water-type Pokémon and nurture them into the most powerful of their kind. The complexities of her considerations did not diminish Xiaoxia's love for water types. Rather, they ignited her determination. If no one had succeeded, then she would be the first to achieve it. Pikachu, too, pondered Ash's words. Yet he was unconcerned about the complexities. Since Ash couldn't manage alone, he would step in to help. After all, as the eldest, he could be the benevolent father figure to support his companions. Don't worry, Ash. I will lend a hand when the time comes. After 2 days of relentless travel, the trio finally caught up with Ash's pace, arriving at Hualan City. Just before Ash could step into the city, Xiaoxia mustered her courage and stood before him to reveal her true identity. Ash, I am actually one of the gym leaders of Hualan. My sisters have no interest in battles, so I must venture out to train and fulfill my duties at the gym. Therefore, if you wish to challenge the Hualan gym, come and battle me. Oh, all right. Ash's straightforward response caught Xiaoxia off guard, and she found herself both amused and exasperated by his reaction. Hey, can you react a bit more normally? If you're not surprised, at least give me a wow. Misty, I had no idea you were the gym leader. That's impressive, or something along those lines. Ash remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he locked eyes with Misty, just as she was about to avert her gaze. He suddenly broke into a radiant smile typical of a cheerful young boy. Wow, Misty, I had no idea you were the gym leader. You're amazing. Brock, unable to contain his laughter, stifled a chuckle, feeling as though he was watching a comedy. All right, just go back to your old self. I'm a bit scared. Misty quickly waved her hands to stop Ash, finding it hard to accept that the typically aloof Ash had transformed into a goofy puppy. The contrast was so striking it made her shiver. Follow me. I'm familiar with Cerulean City, so you won't get lost wandering around. It must be said that Misty's guiding skills were commendable. As a major city in the Kanto region, Cerulean City had everything from food festivals to amusement parks. Not to mention the bustling streets filled with life. After sending Brock to the market for groceries, Misty led Ash to the Cerulean gym. However, today was unfortunate. Her 3 sisters were performing water ballet, and the audience was packed to the brim, leaving no time for battles. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. This is the girls' dressing room, so don't rummage through or sniff around. After instructing Ash to stay in the dressing room, Misty vanished. When she returned, she brought several other Pokeballs with her. Seeing Ash sitting calmly without a hint of mischief, and noting that nothing appeared to be out of place. Even Pikachu was nestled comfortably in Ash's arms. For some reason, Misty felt a twinge of disappointment. Though you're a paragon of virtue, aren't you a bit too virtuous? Aren't you even the slightest bit curious? Finally, Misty couldn't help but ask. But all she received in response was Ash's peculiar gaze. I apologize for not being overly animalistic. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about men? Ash replied, raising an eyebrow. Forget I asked. Let us go, I'm ready. Misty had chosen an excellent vantage point for Ash to watch, through the glass window. The graceful movements of her sisters above the water and the flurry of legs below were mesmerizing. Brock would have surely been spellbound. Yet, Misty observed that Ash's eyes held no hint of lewdness. They were remarkably pure. Seriously, Ash, you're not reacting at all? Aren't you human? My sisters are practically the stars of Cerulean City. Misty began to question Ash's sexual orientation, while she could excuse his lack of interest in her. The fact that her sisters could not sway him was concerning. You must be severely ill. I'm only 10, and my body hasn't fully developed yet. Why would you think a child should be thrown into the deep end? Misty's face flushed red at Ash's words, and she hurried to clarify. Ash's mature appearance often led her to forget his actual age, if age were not in question. Even a stranger would assume Ash was around 15 or 16, similar to someone who had already conquered the Egyptian quest at 17. Let us not dwell on that for now. Ash, I want to try using multiple Pokémon. Would that be alright? Don't misunderstand. It's just that Pikachu is a bit too strong for me to handle. I'm not saying I don't want to earn badges, win or lose, I'll give them, but I simply want to challenge my limits. Misty's words delighted Pikachu, who was thrilled to feel valued. This was what it meant to be acknowledged. It was just a matter of battling with multiple Pokémon. And even Pikachu was eager to take on the challenge. Ash, promise Misty. I'll lend you a hand. Pikachu urged Ash to agree, unable to contain his excitement. Sure, I don't mind, Ash replied nonchalantly. Aside from the league tournament, everything else felt like practice battles. Wins and losses were merely opportunities to gain experience. The greater the challenge, the more satisfying it was for Ash. Chapter 14. The initial encounter at Cerulean Gym. Misty, why are you suddenly back home? Didn't you promise not to return until you became the world's greatest water-type Pokemon trainer? After the performance concluded, Misty's sisters returned to the dressing room to remove their makeup and change clothes, only to find Misty, whom they hadn't seen in ages, inexplicably present, accompanied by a tall, imposing man wearing a hat. In response to her sister Sakura's teasing, Misty turned her head away, huffing slightly. I just happened to pass through Cerulean City while on vacation. Don't misunderstand. However, her answer went unnoticed by her sisters, who were fixated on Ash. Is this your new boyfriend? He looks so handsome, and his physique is fantastic. Can I touch him? Faced with her sister's unabashed comments, Misty quickly stepped in front of Ash. Hey, he is only 10. What on earth are you saying? Isn't that a bit creepy? Ah, he is 10? I couldn't tell. The sisters gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Is this really a 10-year-old? Unbelievable. There shouldn't be any performances this afternoon, right? Change the venue. I'm going to battle Ash. With that, Misty led Ash out of the dressing room toward the pool, where she rearranged the battleground. The large swimming pool was adorned with 8 circular yellow float boards. Pikachu attempted to leap between the float boards, but nearly slipped into the water, quickly adjusting its stance to grasp the edge and avoid a mishap. Do we really have to battle on the water? Ash bent down, scooping up a handful of water, sniffing it, and confirming it was just ordinary tap water, then frowned. This arena isn't very suitable for Pikachu's agile movements. It complicates things. This is the signature style of Cerulean Gym, battles on water. Pikachu will encounter various situations in the future. Practicing now is beneficial. Misty could barely contain her excitement. She felt confident in her home turf. After all, it was her domain, and Ash had no further comments. Pikachu, after the match. Let us stick around to learn how to swim. Pikachu nodded, glancing nervously at the water, which made him quite uncomfortable, his fur already damp. Come forth, Starmie. Starmie, a water and psychic-type Pokémon, certainly had an exceptional advantage against Pikachu. As the battle commenced, Misty eagerly commanded, Starmie, use light screen. The more Misty interacted with Ash, the more she sensed the formidable aura he exuded, prompting her to drop the pretense and fully commit to the battle. Ash was not facing the lenient Misty from the early episodes, but rather a determined gym leader with a fierce spirit. Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, aiming for Starmie with a thunderous crack, piercing through the light screen and aiming directly for Starmie's core. Even with half the damage mitigated by the barrier, Starmie still felt the electric shock course through its body, its central gem flashing a warning signal. Dive underwater, quickly. Starmie spun and submerged, disappearing from view. Pikachu stared into the abyss, unable to discern anything, and turned to Ash for guidance. However, Ash found himself unable to discern the position of the Starmie through the expansive pool. While the water was indeed conductive, it also diffused the power of the electricity, rendering it unwise to expend strength unnecessarily. Thus, he could only remain a passive observer. Misty, an adept swimmer, was acutely aware that once the Starmie submerged, it would take only a few seconds to reach a position directly beneath Pikachu. Counting the seconds in her mind, she suddenly issued her command. Starmie, use confusion. The tranquil surface of the water erupted as a surge of energy roiled beneath, sending all the floating boards soaring skyward. Pikachu, too, found himself in peril, clutching the board tightly as he teetered on the brink of plunging into the depths. In that precise moment, the Starmie leaped from the water, its gem aimed squarely at Pikachu, poised to unleash its attack. Thunderbolt. Power Gem. The colossal gem, charged with energy, hurtled toward Pikachu's position. Unyielding, Pikachu retaliated, emitting a potent surge of electricity that collided with the gem, tearing a gaping hole in its trajectory, and together with the floating board, plunged toward Starmie. Thunderbolt. What? Starmie, retreat to the water. Ash's urgent command startled Misty, prompting her to hastily direct Starmie to evade the impending strike. Receiving the order, Pikachu's body glimmered with golden light as he forcefully propelled himself against the board, shattering it in two. With the speed of a bullet, Pikachu burst through the water's surface, a mere wall separating him from Starmie, before the water erupted in a spectacular explosion, electric currents mingling with splashing waves, creating a tumultuous cascade. After a brief moment, the tranquil Starmie resurfaced, followed closely by an exhausted Pikachu, who struggled to reach the board. As Misty recalled Starmie into its Pokeball, she remained engulfed in the afterglow of the Thunderbolt attack. In her memory, she had witnessed Ash and Pikachu's journey of perseverance, running, climbing, colliding with trees, and challenging Ash, often to the point of defeat, where Pikachu would retreat in utter disarray. Yet, every minuscule step of growth had not escaped Misty's observant gaze. Was that truly a Thunderbolt? Ash. The glimmer of electricity in the charged state had merely been a clever ruse, a half-finished endeavor. Sighing in relief, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Ash, this is where you went astray. You weren't deceiving me, were you? Claiming it was a Thunderbolt while orchestrating this act with Pikachu. The rules of the competition were silent on such matters. There were no prohibitions against it. Ash's response was watertight, leaving Misty with no choice but to concede. Then I shall establish a new rule at the Cerulean Gym. If a move has not been mastered, one should refrain from making alarming claims to unsettle the gym leader. Though the battle's outcome had been determined, Misty was still eager for another round. Goldeen, use Horn Attack. In a flash of electricity, Goldeen submerged, exposing only its horn above the water, akin to a great white shark as it surged toward Pikachu. Reacting swiftly, Pikachu leapt onto another floating board. The board that had just departed was sent flying as it made contact with Goldeen's horn, only to be redirected toward Pikachu with renewed force. Ash quickly recognized Misty's strategy. She aimed to draw Pikachu into the water for combat. Should all the boards be destroyed, Pikachu would surely be in jeopardy. Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a familiar tactic, currents of electricity erupting from his body, but this time, it would not be as simple as against Starmie. Rather than dispersing as usual, the currents converged upon Goldeen's horn. Goldeen appeared unfazed, instead deriving immense satisfaction from this unconventional approach. Stop! Ash swiftly halted Pikachu's electrical assault, closely observing Goldeen's condition. Aren't you even the slightest bit astonished, Ash? Pikachu's electricity is being negated. Seeing Ash's expression remain passive, Misty assumed he had failed to grasp the situation and hastily pointed it out. It's merely lightning rod. It's nothing. Ash, of course, understood that this was Goldeen's hidden ability, lightning rod. Chapter 15, Countermeasures. The lightning rod Goldeen, Sea King, along with its evolutionary line, is one of the rare water-type Pokémon capable of immunizing itself against electric-type moves, the other being the relatively obscure Electrode family. Much like the grass-type Marl, it can nullify one of its weaknesses, making it an exceptionally advantageous trait for water types. Surprised, are you, Ash? Misty had anticipated a look of astonishment from Ash, only to find him still unresponsive, which deflated her excitement. Where did you catch it? At last, Ash's inquiry prompted Misty to puff out her chest proudly. I borrowed it from my dad. I just called him to ask. The Misty family was not plucked from thin air. Her parents often traveled, leaving the family affairs to their eldest daughter, Sakura, upon reaching adulthood. Thus, in her moment of distress, Misty thought to call her parents and successfully secured the rare lightning rod Goldeen. The challenge of battling underwater while immunizing against electric-type moves had more than doubled the difficulty, causing Ash to furrow his brow. All right, Ash, just admit defeat. I'm not withholding my badge from you. Misty triumphantly produced her badge, waving it before Ash, eager to present it to him. Just as Pikachu leapt onto the final floating board, poised to plunge into the water, Ash chose to terminate the battle. I concede, but I shall challenge you again. Keep the badge safe until I return. Hey, I'm not giving it to you for free. Don't walk away. Misty's voice grew increasingly frantic as she noticed Ash striding away from the arena without a backward glance, her heart racing as she hurried after him. Ash, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to tease you. I'm just a little. Before Misty could continue her defense, Ash gently pressed his finger to her lips. The competitive spirit within Misty, ignited by Ash's actions, drove her to seek vindication through battle. Ash understood this instinctively without the need for further explanation. Tell me, Where's the nearest river? The more turbulent, the better. After Misty pointed in a direction, Ash led Pikachu onward. Still unconvinced, Misty sought out Brock at the market for assistance. As a fellow companion who had walked the same path, Brock sighed in resignation upon hearing Misty's account. Everyone must endure failure at some point. Perhaps Ash struggles to accept defeat, which is why he is reluctant to speak with you. How about I accompany you to talk to him? Where's Ash? The two, hearts heavy with trepidation, made their way to the vicinity of the Golden Ball Bridge. This was the direction Misty had indicated to Ash, and as they moved upstream, the river's current grew increasingly fierce, crashing against the rocks, and the waterfall cascaded relentlessly. Due to the treacherous terrain, few tourists ventured here, leaving it predominantly inhabited by Pokémon. Hey Ash. Although Brock's eyelids were heavy, his keen eyesight quickly spotted Ash beneath the waterfall. Ash was intently guiding Pikachu in swimming, cradling him beneath the belly to prevent him from sinking, while meticulously instructing him on the proper movements of his limbs. Though Pikachu's limbs were short, he possessed a tail that no human could claim. After drawing inspiration from Ash's swimming techniques, Pikachu ventured down a different path, attempting to emulate the graceful undulations of a Magikarp beneath the water, utilizing its tail for assistance. Ash, are you alright? Brock called out from the shore, addressing Ash, who was partially submerged. Misty, too, shouted out, but upon catching sight of Ash's sculpted physique, she became momentarily entranced, her gaze fixated on the aquatic figure before her. I'm fine. I'm teaching Pikachu how to battle underwater, Ash replied, undeterred by a minor setback, embodying the spirit of perseverance. If he couldn't dive yet, he would start by mastering the art of submersion. Pikachu, I'm going to let go now. Be careful not to inhale water. Pikachu nodded, its expression brimming with confidence. However, as soon as Ash released his grip, the violent current swept Pikachu away, disrupting its preparatory stance and sending it tumbling. Fortunately, Ash had anticipated this and caught Pikachu by the tail, lifting it back up. Cough, cough, that was just a miscalculation. I've actually learned how to swim, Pikachu exclaimed, using water gun to expel the water it had inadvertently swallowed. This was soon followed by a series of attempts, failures, and repetitions. Although Brock yearned to teach his own Pokémon to swim, the rocky terrain made it akin to a death sentence, so he settled down to prepare hot soup. Misty, however, was thoroughly captivated, her attention oscillating between Ash and the unfolding scene. As evening approached, Pikachu, utterly exhausted, was finally cradled by Ash as they returned to shore for a respite. A warm bowl of soup filled Pikachu's belly, leaving it contentedly rubbing its stomach. Ash, it's too dangerous under the waterfall. Let us go to our pool instead, it's much safer. Misty, with good intentions, reminded Ash that such a torrential current was hardly suitable for a novice. I learned to swim in the ocean. It's not a big deal, and besides, this place is quite safe, Ash asserted, leaving Misty momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by safe here? Just how perilous was the ocean he mentioned? Without elaborating, Ash resumed training in the water with a well-fed Pikachu after a brief rest. From initially being swept away to now being able to swim against the current, Pikachu had made remarkable progress, albeit at a slower pace. After estimating that Pikachu could overcome underwater obstacles, Ash increased the difficulty by instructing it to use Thunderbolt while swimming. This task was undeniably challenging, requiring both power and movement in tandem. Yet, Pikachu tackled the challenge without hesitation, managing to meet the goal even in the dead of night. Witnessing Ash and Pikachu's relentless dedication ignited Misty's competitive spirit. She quietly slipped downstream to practice underwater combat with her own Goldeen. Ash, let us battle, Misty called out, locking eyes with Ash across the riverbank. The trio had remained there throughout the night, each engaged in their training. After finishing Brock's breakfast, Misty could hardly contain her eagerness for a final showdown. Let this river be our battlefield. The rules are 1v1. My Pokémon will be Goldeen. Brock assumed the role of temporary referee, and at his signal, both Ash and Misty shouted in unison. Thunderbolt. Horn attack. Pikachu, positioned at the riverbank, sprang forward with a powerful leap, reaching Goldeen in a mere 3 seconds. Goldeen's horn shimmered with a radiant light, elongating as it submerged, leaving only its pointed horn visible above the water's surface. Just as they were about to collide, Pikachu executed a spin, its tail striking Goldeen unexpectedly, followed by a swift jump that landed it beside Misty. Stunned by the sudden maneuver, Goldeen quickly turned to charge. What agility! Pikachu is using Goldeen as a springboard to navigate. Brock exclaimed, Goldeen, use Water Pulse. Goldeen dove underwater and, upon resurfacing, conjured a massive water sphere atop its horn, far exceeding Pikachu's size. As Pikachu prepared to evade, The water sphere erupted between them, sending a deluge of water splashing everywhere, leaving Pikachu with no means of escape. Pikachu contemplated using Thunderbolt to counter the impact, but remembered how the previous electricity had been absorbed, leaving it no choice but to endure. In that moment of uncertainty, Ash's voice provided a soothing reassurance. Dive into the water. As the crisis loomed, Pikachu plunged into the river. The impact of the water sphere mitigated by the river's currents. Yet, just as one wave subsided, another arose. As Pikachu opened its eyes underwater, Goldeen was already upon it, delivering a fierce horn attack to Pikachu's side. The force propelled Pikachu against the rocky riverbed, nearly exhausting the last of its oxygen. With no time to dwell on the pain, Pikachu ignited its iron tail, pushing off the stone and swiftly swimming toward the surface. Goldeen pursued relentlessly, its underwater speed far surpassing Pikachu's, launching another horn attack that sent Pikachu soaring into the air. Deliver the final blow. Use Water Pulse. Misty cried out, her excitement palpable as victory seemed imminent. Iron Tail cut through. In this critical moment, the fruits of Pikachu's rigorous training came to fruition. It quickly broke free from its distress, adjusting its position in the air to face the impending water pulse. The attack approached, but Pikachu remained undeterred. And with a rapid spin of its iron tail, it cleaved the water pulse in two midair. Subsequently, Pikachu dove into the split water sphere, its limbs propelling it swiftly through the water as it surged toward Goldeen below. The force of gravity amplified Pikachu's iron tail, a sensation Goldeen had never encountered before. There was barely time to evade as Pikachu's attack landed a devastating blow to Goldeen's head. Thunderbolt, Ash commanded just before they plunged into the river. Misty, regaining her composure, called out, Goldeen, use Water Gun. This tactic was not meant to inflict damage but to propel Pikachu away and create distance. Yet, she underestimated the results of Pikachu's training from the previous day. Though the riverbed was smooth, it did not hinder Pikachu's agility. Goldeen's attempts to use Water Gun failed to connect as Pikachu leaped off the underwater rocks, inching closer. Goldeen, now frantic, attempted another Water Gun. But Pikachu's iron tail was already upon it. With a resounding impact, Goldeen, light as a feather, flew out of the river like a kite with its string cut, finally landing beside Misty. Pikachu, nearly out of breath, gasped for air upon reaching the shore, flashing a smile at Ash as he approached. Hee, wasn't he that impressive? Ash, you and Pikachu have advanced remarkably. In just one day, you've mastered underwater combat and executed techniques. Misty admitted, recalling Goldeen into its Pokeball, her initial frustration dissipating. She couldn't deny that Ash and Pikachu were truly a natural duo, their talent and hard work shining through. Receiving a towel from Brock, Ash diligently dried Pikachu's fur, not once lifting his gaze. Fortunately, it is primarily Pikachu's prowess that shines, rendering my efforts rather insignificant. Misty, accustomed to Ash's humility, handed over the badge she had prepared long ago and proceeded to tend to the injured Goldeen. My abilities are still far from sufficient. Let us engage in battle again next time. By then, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. The road to Celadon City is somewhat lengthy, yet Ash and his companions encountered numerous trainers along the way. Some of these trainers had come from Celadon City to the wilderness, while others hailed from nearby villages and towns. Trainers find it challenging to showcase their skills in the city. The wild, however, provides a perfect opportunity for trainers to exchange experiences. Yet, those who sought to challenge Ash's group specifically chose Misty and Brock as their opponents, leaving Ash largely unacknowledged. The consensus among the trainers was clear. He appears formidable, and I fear him. Even if I were to win, I dread the prospect of facing him in a real challenge. It feels as though I would be thoroughly defeated. I see you two resemble novice trainers. You should be relatively weak. That last remark genuinely irked Misty. Hey, who are you calling weak? Come back. I want to battle you for another 50 rounds. Were it not for Brock's intervention, Misty might have truly resorted to physical confrontation with those trainers. If you wish to challenge, there's a fellow over there known as the Beastmaster, named Max, who has achieved an impressive 98 consecutive victories. If you're looking to test your mettle, perhaps you should try your luck there. The casual remark from the passerby trainer piqued the interest of both Misty and Brock, though they first looked to Ash for guidance. Once Ash nodded in agreement, the trio made their way toward Max. The area where Beastmaster Max trained resembled a circus. Upon pushing open the grand wooden doors, a massive arena came into view. At that moment, Max was energetically wielding a whip, striking the ground as his sandshrew rolled vigorously in place, stirring up clouds of dust that were quite suffocating. New challengers, huh? Just wait a moment. I'll finish my training shortly. Max had already noted the arrival of the trio, but he was currently focused on training his Sandshrew and could not afford to be distracted. Misty, initially brimming with confidence, found her brow furrowing upon witnessing the agile movements of the Sandshrew. Although it had a type disadvantage, its nimbleness proved to be somewhat problematic to hit. What should we do, Ash? After regaining her composure, Misty regretted coming here and sought Ash's advice. What do you expect me to do? Pikachu was also at a disadvantage against ground types. Ash, of course, would not back down. He never feared a battle, as winning or losing was merely a means of accumulating experience. After Max completed his training and took a 15-minute break, he approached the trio. So, who among you wishes to challenge me first? Despite his words, Max's gaze was firmly fixed on Ash, his battle spirit ignited. Both Max and Ash shared an affinity for challenges, particularly relishing the prospect of facing formidable opponents. I am the challenger. Misty mustered her courage and stepped forward to position herself behind Ash, but Max paid her no mind, continuing to focus solely on Ash. Hey, do you have poor eyesight, or are you deaf? I said I'm the challenger. Misty, infuriated by this blatant disregard, felt her tone growing increasingly agitated. Oh, it's you then. Let us go. After being bombarded by Misty's insistence, Max finally snapped out of his daze and stepped forward. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Battle. Ash, just watch. I will surely defeat this arrogant guy. However, Misty's outcome proved to be less than favorable. The Sandshrew, under Max's training, withstood several water gun attacks without faltering, ultimately rolling and sending Stereo flying. Unbelievable. At that moment, Misty experienced the humiliation of being defeated by a type disadvantage, retreating to her team in defeat. Ash, be cautious. This Sandshrew is incredibly tricky. Most Sandshrews would have already succumbed. Misty's warning did not go unnoticed by Max, who openly acknowledged his training methods. The reason it is unfazed by water is that I have been training it. It practices diving at least 100 times a day. How could it possibly fear water? That is impossible. Sandshrew is a ground-type Pokémon. Training like that is akin to self-harm. Brock was taken aback by Max's words. Fully aware of how terrified ground-type Pokémon were of water, there's nothing impossible. With dedicated training, my Sandshrew can overcome its challenges. Do not underestimate the bond between me and my Sandshrew. Max's confident declaration heightened Misty's sense of urgency. She wished to prevent Ash from recklessly challenging him. But at that moment, Ash had already stepped onto the arena with Pikachu, confronting Max. I am Max, a trainer striving for 100 consecutive victories. I am Ash from Pallet Town, with aspirations to become the world's greatest trainer. Upon hearing Ash's declaration, Max instinctively assumed a battle stance, his fighting spirit igniting within him. Ash, you have awakened a long-lost fervor in me. The very aura you exude sends shivers down my spine. I am increasingly eager for our clash. Immediately, Max fell silent, gripping his whip and striking the ground. The Sandshrew, seemingly receiving an unspoken command, rolled toward Pikachu. He can command his Pokémon to battle without verbal cues. He didn't even exert his full strength during our previous encounter. The absence of spoken commands was a rare phenomenon. As an opponent, one could only rely on their extensive experience to deduce the moves employed by the opposing Pokémon. The thought of being so underestimated caused Misty's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, igniting a warm sensation in her belly. Ash, you can do it. You must defeat him. With a flash of electricity, Pikachu zipped past the Sandshrew, deftly dodging to the left, while the Sandshrew, having missed its strike, swiftly turned to continue its pursuit. Although Pikachu's quick attack allowed it to create distance from the rolling Sandshrew, such a tactic would inevitably lead to a disadvantage in the long run. Moreover, the rolling move increased in power with each roll. If it was not halted soon, it would become increasingly difficult to counter. Iron Tail, strike the ground. Ash's command left the other three somewhat puzzled, particularly Max, who was still trying to decipher how Pikachu would counter the attack. Upon hearing Ash's words, Max quickly altered his strategy. With a crack of his whip, the Sandshrew changed direction. Pikachu, not fully grasping the strategy, nonetheless trusted Ash completely. The Iron Tail slammed down, creating a small fissure in the ground. Dodge. The Sandshrew leaped midway, aiming to strike Pikachu, who narrowly avoided the attack. The Sandshrew landed precisely on the spot where Ash's Iron Tail had struck, transforming the original crack into a small pit. This occurrence instantly illuminated Max's understanding of Ash's intent. Aha, I see now. You aim to disrupt the ground to limit the Sandshrew's rolling ability, but it's futile. The environment you wish to create, I have already trained him for. Hearing Max's words, Misty realized her earlier oversight, feeling a surge of shame for her own sluggishness. Ash remained composed, urging Pikachu to continue striking the ground. Observing Ash's relentless determination, Max felt a twinge of disappointment, his battle spirit waning. Shaking his head, he lowered his whip and casually commanded the Sandshrew to swiftly conclude the battle. With Pikachu's relentless efforts, the small pit was finally damaged to a degree that satisfied Ash. With its tail wedged into the ground, it appeared that the opponent had forgotten to flee, not even attempting to hide. Sandshrew, eliminate Pikachu. Ash's disappointment also stirred a sense of urgency in Misty. Ash, quickly tell Pikachu to dodge. Don't be reckless. Ash remained unmoved. And just as Sandshrew was about to collide with Pikachu, a fleeting opportunity was seized by Ash. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. A thunderous roar captured the attention of Ash once more, as the electricity surged from Pikachu's tail into the ground, uprooting the previously shattered rocky surface. The ground surrounding Pikachu collapsed instantaneously, and an astounding number of rocks were ejected, launching the still-rolling Sandshrew away. In an instant, the entire arena crumbled under Ash's incredulous gaze. Pikachu did not disappoint, turning the tide of battle. Ash set aside his earlier disdain and looked at Ash with admiration. So that's it. Your Pikachu is incredibly strong. Just releasing electricity into the ground can achieve such an effect. If Sandshrew weren't immune to electric attacks, it would have been annihilated long ago. Truly unconventional. Sandshrew emerged from the rubble, slightly injured from the barrage of debris. Ash picked up the whip and, bending down, sincerely apologized to Ash. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier, thinking you were a novice who knew nothing. I won't make the same mistake again. Sandshrew, use Fissure. Ash shouted hoarsely. Fissure? Sandshrew can use Fissure too? Misty exclaimed in surprise, and Brock's expression darkened. If Fissure connected, it could indeed deliver a fatal blow. A typical ground-type move might be challenging for Pikachu, let alone this particular technique. Sandshrew swiftly rolled to Pikachu's front, leaped into the air, pointing a single finger at Pikachu in a spiraling charge. A flash of electricity flickered. Pikachu quickly dodged, avoiding a direct hit from the powerful attack. However, the ground that Sandshrew had touched soon began to tremble violently, and a deep chasm tore open from Ash to Brock, splitting the earth in two. The fissure extended towards Pikachu, which could not outrun its speed and fell into the void. Fortunately, Pikachu reacted swiftly, using Iron Tail to cling to the edge, narrowly saving its life. Pikachu, can you still fight? Ash called down, bending low. During battle, trainers are prohibited from interfering. Any breach would be viewed as a concession. If Pikachu was unable to continue, Ash would jump down to carry it back up. Yet, Pikachu refused to concede defeat, summoning its indomitable spirit to climb back up from the crevice. Do you still want to fight? Then I shall oblige. Seeing Pikachu still unwilling to give up, Ash picked up the whip, re-entering the fiercest combat mode. Chapter 18, Team Rocket's Assistance. That little brat again, along with Pikachu. They're fighting so fiercely, what should we do? Should we rush in and steal the show? Perched on a branch of a large tree, a man and a woman observed the battle between Pikachu and Sandshrew through binoculars, offering commentary on who would emerge victorious. Hey, what are you two doing up there? Hurry down and help. Meowth, struggling to set up props while dragging a large net, nearly lost composure upon seeing Jesse and James so engrossed. We're just assessing the situation and waiting for the right moment to strike. Why the rush? Oh, Pikachu just hit Sandshrew in the abdomen again. I told you, that's its weakest point. No way. I see that Pikachu is like a candle in the wind. It definitely can't withstand Sandshrew's next move. Sandshrew will surely win. Hearing her teammates squabbling over trivialities, Meowth could no longer contain itself, climbing the tree to deliver a Meowth-style facial massage to both. Come on, help out. Are you trying to wear me out? On the shattered arena, Pikachu and Sandshrew were both exhausted but showed no signs of letting up. After several confrontations, both sides had exchanged victories, rendering them evenly matched. Sandshrew rolled forward with tremendous force, unstoppable in its momentum. Pikachu, agile and nimble, countered with electric flashes and Iron Tail, overcoming brute strength with skill. Just as they prepared to settle the match with one final blow, a massive net suddenly descended, ensnaring both Sandshrew and Pikachu before swiftly lifting them upward. Who are you? And what do you want? Seeing Sandshrew suddenly captured, Ash's anger surged, and he shouted at the hot air balloon hovering above. Ash's eyes narrowed, a silent authority emanating from him. It was clear who was responsible for this interruption. Since you kindly inquired, I shall graciously inform you. This time, Jesse and James had learned from experience, deploying Meowth's hot air balloon early to prevent Ash from interrupting their performance. However, just as they revealed their identities, they felt the balloon being snagged by an unknown object, hindering its ascent. Looking down, they saw Ash had grabbed the net, ensnaring Pikachu with one hand, his feet firmly planted in the ground to prevent being lifted away. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Weezing, unleash Smog. Arbok and Weezing launched an attack against Ash, firing multiple poison stings while a toxic mist enveloped him. Although Ash was merely an acquaintance, Ash would not permit anyone to attack his friend. Sandshrew used Cut. Sandshrew burst through the net and lunged at Arbok, delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing back onto Jesse's head, and then swiftly turned to Weezing, dispatching it with equal efficiency. Finally, Sandshrew struck the net holding Pikachu, freeing it. The moment Pikachu broke free, it eagerly leaped up, unleashing a thunderbolt into the air, sending Team Rocket flying. Ash, are you okay? Misty rushed to Ash's side, concern etched on her face as she looked at him. Ash merely waved his hand. Although he had taken several poison stings and inhaled some of the toxic mist, his resistance to poison was already maximized, rendering the toxins insignificant. Nevertheless, Misty insisted Ash rest, and Ash, feeling uneasy, returned to the tent to fetch an antidote for Ash. Brock also produced his own antidote. With such concern and hospitality, Ash could hardly refuse. So he reluctantly drank the potion and lay down to rest, even though he was unscathed. My goal has been achieved, counting the earlier disruption. I have secured a streak of 100 victories. Next, I plan to venture out to earn badges and then participate in the Indigo League conference. Although it's unfortunate our battle was interrupted, I believe we will meet again at the Indigo League, where we can have another match. Ash nodded, wanting to rise to see him off, but Misty insisted he lie down and brought over Brock's antidote. I'm really fine, trust me. That's how it is with minor ailments. If you don't take them seriously at first, they can escalate and become difficult to manage. Xiaoxia was right. Ash, you should simply lie down and rest. Pikachu, Brock, Xiaoxia, and even Pikachu all echoed this sentiment, leaving Ash with no choice but to acquiesce. Before departing, Xiaoming gifted Ash a special can of Pikachu food, claiming it would swiftly restore Pikachu's stamina after intense training without any side effects. Ash understood the gesture, yet regrettably had nothing to offer in return, expressing hopes to reciprocate upon their next encounter. Despite Xiaoming's explicit refusal of Ash's offer, they lay down for a full day. Once assured there were no serious issues, the trio continued their journey towards Leafy Town. On this day, the fog was dense, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. After merely 10 meters, the path became unrecognizable. Xiaoxia and Brock could only proceed cautiously, while Ash faced no such hindrance, as his keen gaze pierced through the mist. However, Pikachu was unable to navigate as easily, compelling Ash to slow his pace. Ash, look. It seems there are people ahead. Xiaoxia was the second to notice a group of individuals not far from them. Upon closer inspection, they found 4 students surrounding a boy who was struggling to answer questions while running on a treadmill. The inquiries revolved around basic concepts such as the Pokémon classification by scientists and the skills learned upon evolving into another Pokémon. Yet, even these elementary questions proved challenging for the boy, who ultimately stumbled and was unceremoniously pushed off the treadmill. Ash, look at them. This is outrageous. It's bullying. And I must intervene. Xiaoxia, with her kind heart, could not bear to witness such cruelty. However, Ash maintained a perspective of withholding judgment until he grasped the full situation, merely trailing behind Xiaoxia to observe. Hey you lot, stop this at once. Xiaoxia's cry captured the attention of the 4. Stop. We are merely helping him memorize important knowledge, so he won't fail to graduate and miss out on his diploma. Rather than asking us to cease, perhaps you should inquire about his opinion first. Xiaoxia glanced at the boy, who, despite his unsteady stance, nodded in agreement. I'm just trying to memorize the basics. My grades are quite poor, and without this, I wouldn't remember anything. Hearing the boy's response relieved Xiaoxia, who felt her intervention had turned into a farce, leaving her disheartened. After the 4 departed, under Ash's probing, the boy revealed the truth. If I don't play the fool a bit, they'll just ask me harder questions, so it's better for me to deliberately answer incorrectly. The boy's words astonished Xiaoxia. She had not anticipated this layer of complexity. Chapter 19, Pokémon School. The boy introduced himself as a student from the Pokémon Research Institute. The school was a private boarding institution with students categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginners held 2 badges, intermediates had 4, and advanced students possessed 8. Achieving advanced status meant they could participate in the league conference without needing to challenge gyms. Was such a system truly necessary? Allowing students to compete based solely on their academic credentials without actual gym battles seemed utterly pointless to Xiaoxia, who held little regard for theoretical knowledge devoid of practical application. Although the boy had experienced bullying, Xiaoxia's words undeniably provoked him. After all, his parents had worked hard to afford his education, and he would not concede to her criticisms, even if they held some truth. If you don't believe me, let us have a mock battle. The boy led the trio to the school's computer lab. These were public computers accessible to all students for practice. The simulation battles were highly sophisticated, featuring 6v6 singles and doubles, and the Pokémon did not require capturing. With levels automatically adjusted to 50, Xiaoxia, unwilling to back down, seated herself and engaged in a heated battle with the boy. Ash randomly selected a computer, and a plethora of data popped up on the screen, mirroring the gaming console with features, skills, and all necessary information. Some might question whether gamers transported into the Pokémon world could easily dominate trainers. Such assertions belittled the inhabitants of this world. From what Ash understood, the data in this world had long been locked, allowing anyone to engage in simulated battles. Attributes were memorized, skills were effortlessly executed, and even Pokémon could be freely experienced. Yet, no matter how well one performed in simulated battles, they could never replicate the authenticity of real-life encounters. Adjusting the settings to face a golem, Ash began a simulation battle with his Pikachu. Predictably, a level 50 Pikachu stood no chance against a golem, despite employing moves such as Iron Tail, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, and Electro Ball, all accurately mirrored from reality, yet he was still overwhelmed. Seeing Ash being thoroughly trounced, Brock became intrigued and joined him for a multiplayer session. This intensity is simply a dream come true. I don't have to wake up early for training, I don't need to worry about balancing Pokémon diets, nor fret over failed skill learning. Everything has been conveniently adjusted. I can simply enjoy the results. Brock, after defeating Ash for the 10th time in the simulation, began to mutter to himself in a peculiar manner. Ash switched the simulation to a Thunderbolt Goldfish, managing a narrow victory with Iron Tail, but it was still quite thrilling. Using a Sandshrew was another matter entirely. He was thoroughly pummeled. The outcomes starkly contrasted with those in reality. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, watched in dismay as he repeatedly faced defeat, nearly overwhelmed by frustration, yet he eventually accepted the numerous losses. I'm done. This isn't enjoyable anymore. Ash unplugged the network cable, opting not to continue playing with Brock. Oh, come on, just a few more rounds. I'll let you win next time. Brock, still lost in the gaming atmosphere, attempted to persuade Ash to stay. However, Ash had no desire to continue and walked over to Xiaoxia, who was engaged in a 6v6 singles match with the boy. Xiaoxia utilized a full water-type team, while the boy strategically countered with a grass-type Sunny Day setup, exploiting Xiaoxia's weaknesses and breaking through her defenses. I refuse to believe it. Let us go again. Enough. Games are ultimately artificial, no matter how hard you try. You cannot overcome type disadvantages. If you truly wish to challenge me, let us have a real Pokémon battle offline. Ash, for once, spoke up in defense of Xiaoxia, primarily because he had also found the game infuriating. Pikachu was unable to execute Iron Tail on Golem, nor could he connect Quick Attack into Iron Tail for a critical strike against the Goldfish. The sheer disparity of type advantages and skill combinations left Ash frustrated. Let us use our real Pokémon then. I won T lose. My Gloom can sweep through your team. The boy, brimming with confidence, agreed and led Xiaoxia and Ash to an open area near the swimming pool. Meanwhile, Brock remained engrossed in the game, repeatedly challenging his Pokémon against the type disadvantage of Golem. I'll use Starmie. Today I shall prove it. Futile. Grass type is inherently strong against water type, sealing your defeat. Gloom. Unleash Toxic. Beneath the mouth of the stunned flower, its mandibles writhed momentarily before unleashing a torrent of venom directed at the gem starfish. Indeed, the boy had intended to employ the classic trope of an overpowering narrative to dominate his opponent. Alas, he had misjudged his adversary. A simple yet formidable water gun, a move boasting a potency of 40 and possessing an opposing elemental advantage, erupted from the crown of the gem starfish, striking directly at the pool of toxic liquid and sending the venom ricocheting back. The clear water, now mingled with the noxious toxin, splattered onto the boy, staining his clothes and even his face with the foul-smelling poison. Oh no, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the calamity that had befallen him. He had neither the composure nor the presence of mind to allow the stunned flower to continue its battle. Instead, he flailed about, desperately attempting to wipe his eyes with his already contaminated garments. Yet, with each futile attempt, he only smeared the toxic residue further across his attire. Perhaps the water gun can wash my face, he mused. Compassionate to the boy's frantic state, Misty commanded the gem starfish to rinse him off. This time, the boy was too intimidated to act recklessly, casting a wary glance at the gem starfish. Then I shall use hypnosis powder, he declared. However, before the powder could be released, another water gun from the gem starfish struck, sending the stunned flower tumbling into the air, its insides filled with the gem starfish's water. The boy could only console himself with the thought that the gem starfish's speed statistics were simply too high. He then sought to employ Leaf Blade for a swift strike. Yet before he could land the blow, the water gun intercepted him mid-attack, leaving him with a sense of shattered resolve. This can't be right. How could this happen? Is your gem starfish even legal? He lamented, frustration painting his words. Misty merely shrugged in response. Look at you, appearing knowledgeable, yet you understand so little. Has no one taught you that a Pokémon's skills do not equate to their power merely by being learned? Mastery is honed through consistent practice. A water gun executed 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times will eventually yield a hydro pump. Your simplistic view that the novice Leaf Blade and the experts are of equal strength is misguided. Perhaps you should return to training for a few more years. Amidst Misty's self-satisfaction, a round of applause erupted. You are absolutely correct. A Pokémon's proficiency with its skills significantly influences its power. A graceful female voice chimed from behind the boy. She then shifted her tone, proceeding to chastise and critique the boy for his numerous errors in battle. If you continue in this manner, unable to progress, I suggest you vanish from my sight and from this school. Miss Shindai, what brings you here? The boy found that the emotional toll inflicted by Misty's scathing remarks paled in comparison to the crushing weight of Shindai's words. Even Misty felt a tinge of inadequacy upon catching a glimpse of Shindai's exquisite visage. She instinctively glanced towards Ash, who remained unblinking, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ignoring the boy, Shindai approached Misty directly. However, mere skill proficiency is insufficient. A Pokémon's level is equally crucial. I care not who you are or whence you hail. Since you have trespassed upon my territory and instigated conflict, I shall impart a lesson. I know you, Misty, daughter of the Cerulean gym leader, destined to vie with your sister for the gym leadership. Concerning water types, I need not rely on electric or grass types. Come forth. Onyx. Shindai clearly held Misty in contempt, summoning only an Onyx as her challenger. Is everyone from your school so arrogant? You too. She scoffed. To think you would use Onyx against me. Such hubris shall bring retribution. Though it was a private elite academy, the superiority complex displayed was excessive, bordering on pretentiousness. Gem Starfish, unleash your most powerful water gun. Although termed a water gun, when executed with the full force of the Gem Starfish, the resulting torrent rivaled that of a hydro pump, yet such a deluge merely surprised Shindai. Onyx rolled into a protective embrace, crashing to the ground and spinning in place. The oncoming water jet was completely deflected, splashing harmlessly to the sides. Once the water gun ceased, Onyx continued its relentless spinning, repelling all moisture. Before charging towards the Gem Starfish, Misty barely had time to react, instructing the Gem Starfish to use confusion to immobilize Onyx. However, even this targeted effort merely momentarily stymied its momentum, causing the Gem Starfish to tremble with strain. After 5 seconds of control, it could no longer withstand the pressure. Breaking free and colliding forcefully with the Gem Starfish, shattering the gem upon its chest. Gem Starfish, Misty cried out, rushing to assist and inspect its injuries. The disparity wrought by levels was evident. Onyx's high-level rollout was utterly unfazed by the water gun. You should return to training for a few more years. Shindai had anticipated her victory, displaying no surprise, while those gathered around her wore expressions of inevitability. Are you all right? Ash, who had been observing quietly from the corner, approached Misty after witnessing her defeat, kneeling to examine the Gem Starfish's wounds. It's quite injured. I never expected to be defeated in such a manner. The humiliation of being bested in this fashion stung deeply, and Misty felt a pang of sorrow for her own inadequacies. Ash's sudden presence drew Shindai's attention. Noticing a figure lurking in the shadows, she prepared to mock him, but their eyes met inadvertently. In that brief moment, Shindai was struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. Her face drained of color. Those around her rushed to assist her, casting furious glares at Ash, but their expressions faltered, retreating in fright. Shindai, too intimidated to utter further threats, turned and departed, leaving the others to follow suit in silence. Yet Ash's gaze lingered in their minds, haunting them long after. Later that night, even as they closed their eyes to sleep, the memory of that fleeting glance haunted them, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. As the others fled, the boy hastily made his exit as well, leaving only Ash, Misty, and Brock, who remained engrossed in his game. Am I truly weak? Misty sat on the ground, hugging her knees as she murmured, her gaze cast downward. She felt a profound sense of failure, despite her aspirations of becoming the world's foremost water-type trainer. She had been unable to best even an Onyx that was 4 times vulnerable to her. Pikachu, sensing her distress, jumped up anxiously, eager to offer comfort as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. That is not true. You've worked incredibly hard. Your dreams are destined to come to fruition. Ash reassured her, settling beside her. Though his tone was calm, his words provided solace, prompting a smile to break through her sorrow. Thank you. Let us strive together to achieve our dreams, Misty exclaimed, embracing Pikachu and affectionately ruffling its fur, pouring out her frustrations into her beloved companion. Let us depart. This school is not a place for us to linger. We shall take a detour. Ash, having once attended school himself before studying under Professor Oak, was resolute in his decision. However, this era ultimately does not adhere to the notion that only scholarly pursuits are of merit. Even in the absence of a formal undergraduate degree, one can still carve a niche for oneself if equipped with a skill set. Ash, weary of the arduous trials of academia, chose not to return to school and has instead embraced the life of a wild Pokémon trainer. After extricating the gaming-obsessed Brock from his distractions, the trio embarked once more on their adventure. The path to Leaf Green City is manifold, comprising both man-made roads and the untamed trails that Ash currently traverses. This time, Misty seemed resolute as she pedaled her bicycle while simultaneously training her Starmie. The aquatic creature had to employ rapid spins to keep pace with Misty's bike. Stamina is the bedrock of all endeavors. Starmie, we must persevere. Hold on, Misty urged. Noticing that after a long run, Starmie struggled to maintain its posture. Though her heart ached for it, Misty steeled herself, determined to push Starmie beyond its comfort zone. Dismounting her bicycle, she mimicked Ash's example and began to run alongside her Pokémon. Brock, burdened with 2 bicycles, hurried to catch up. Just as Misty and Starmie were about to collapse in exhaustion, Ash inexplicably halted a short distance ahead. Confused, Misty approached to inquire about the cause of his sudden stop. Ash pointed to the ground before them. What's the matter? The ground appears quite normal, Misty remarked, as she stepped forward to test it. The earth suddenly gave way beneath her, causing her to clutch Ash's arm in alarm. What on earth is happening here? Why is there a trap? She exclaimed, her legs trembling with fear, which quickly morphed into a seething anger at the thought of Pokémon hunters at play. Ash glanced down and assessed that the pit was not particularly deep and lacked any menacing spikes or traps. It seems to serve merely as a warning mechanism. It's not overly dangerous, he reassured her. Misty paused, taken aback by his calm demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was indeed correct. Whoever is so frightened should consider moving away from the woods and relocating to the city, she mused. As Brock arrived, hastily juggling the 2 bicycles, he found Misty and Ash had already unearthed several traps in the vicinity. Following their path, they soon stumbled upon a quaint wooden cabin, nestled by the river. Numerous Pokémon frolicked beside the cabin in playful abandon. Misty intended to knock on the door to inquire about the situation, but Ash suddenly pulled her back just in time. In that instant, a vine whip shot forth from the nearby foliage, striking where she had just been standing. The unexpected turn of events startled Misty, and before she could express her gratitude to Ash, a hostile Bulbasaur leapt from the underbrush. Chapter 21, Bulbasaur. That's a Bulbasaur, Ash. Be cautious. It seems to harbor a great deal of animosity towards us, Brock exclaimed as he set down the bicycles and retrieved Onyx's Pokeball. Misty instinctively positioned Starmie in front of her, ready for action. However, Pikachu suddenly leaped in front of the trio, placing itself between Bulbasaur and Ash. Desperately trying to avert a confrontation. Pikachu, your frantic gestures leave me somewhat perplexed, Ash remarked. Bulbasaur, on the other hand, countered Pikachu's peaceful intentions with defiance. Clearly eager to cause trouble, Pikachu hurriedly attempted to explain that they were not thieves, but Bulbasaur, with its fiery temperament, refused to trust Ash and his companions. Regardless of Pikachu's reassurances, the 2 Pokémon began to bicker, with Pikachu, a staunch pacifist, growing increasingly agitated by Bulbasaur's provocations. Tensions escalated, and Pikachu prepared to retaliate. But Bulbasaur suddenly lost interest, merely taunting Pikachu with remarks that implied they were nothing more than nefarious intruders. Misty and Brock were at a loss, their initial readiness for battle dissipating as they silently observed the exchange. Ash recognized the familiar dynamics, but had not seen the original series in many years. And a decade had passed since his current journey began. He remembered that this was indeed the Bulbasaur from the original series. Yet the reasons for its hostility had slipped his mind. Enough, Bulbasaur. Just as the 2 Pokémon were locked in a heated argument, a girl approached, raising her voice to halt Bulbasaur's tirade. The Pokémon ceased its quarrel and, after casting a glance at the girl, retreated to rejoin its companions in playful antics. I apologize for my tardiness. I was out gathering berries. Have Bulbasaur and the others caused you any harm? She asked earnestly. No harm done. We haven't engaged in battle. Just startled, Misty replied. But why does Bulbasaur harbor such hostility towards us? Misty, observing the girl's demeanor, chose not to dwell on the earlier incident and instead inquired about the traps they had encountered along the way and the nature of this place. Brock, however, was utterly captivated, his typically stoic features flushed with admiration as he momentarily abandoned Misty to shower attention upon the girl. Focus on the matter at hand, Misty chastised, yanking Brock's ear to redirect his attention. The girl smiled, not overly concerned with Brock's infatuation, and led the trio into the cabin. It was there that they learned the truth. The girl's name was Xiaotsue, and she had established a Pokémon rehabilitation center. The Pokémon here were those cast aside by trainers, either due to their perceived weakness or severe injuries sustained in battle. The traps were a protective measure to prevent them from suffering further harm at the hands of trainers. Bulbasaur was abandoned by its trainer, which is why it harbors such animosity towards any trainers it encounters, Xiaotsue explained. Ash leaned against the window, gazing out at the scenery. Pikachu was outside, playing with the other Pokémon. Having survived in the wild, Pikachu understood the plight of these Pokémon and interacted with them effortlessly. I suppose Pikachu recognized this and sought to prevent a conflict, Ash remarked, prompting nods of agreement from his companions. The camaraderie among Pokémon is remarkably common in this world, often surpassing that of humans. However, Bulbasaur deliberately turned away, refusing to engage with Pikachu, who likewise ignored Bulbasaur. Their initial acquaintance had already soured, leading to an ongoing rivalry. Bulbasaur's stubbornness made it the most obstinate of the Pokémon present, rallying the weaker ones while simultaneously holding a deep-seated disdain for trainers and their Pokémon. Misty remained unconvinced by Xiaotsue's explanation. But not all trainers abandon their Pokémon. There are good trainers out there. How can you dismiss them entirely? Despite her sentiments, it was perhaps best not to voice such thoughts in front of those who had suffered. Brock, analyzing from the perspective of a victim, rationalized that such extreme reactions were understandable and justifiable. Ash, perhaps you could share your thoughts? Misty urged, turning her gaze to him, as did Brock and Xiaotsue, awaiting his response. Well, one should not advise others to move on from their suffering without having experienced it themselves. After all, Bulbasaur is merely a child. Its understanding of the world is likely yet to be fully formed, Ash concluded. The trainer embodies the role of a parent, while the Pokémon represents the child. When a family lacks happiness from an early age, it is not uncommon for psychological scars to develop in adulthood. Ash's words left Misty speechless. Undoubtedly, Bulbasaur had been hatched by the League and was likely sent out to novice trainers at around the age of 1. These novice trainers, the youngest of whom are merely 10 years old, include individuals educated by Professor Oak, like Ash and Gary, as well as ignorant and reckless wildlings. Without tax obligations or educational restrictions, it is unsurprising to encounter trainers who abandon their Pokémon. Ash did not linger in the cabin but stepped outside to confront Bulbasaur. Despite his fear of the most formidable presence among the three, Bulbasaur bravely stood before the assembled Pokémon. Pikachu could tolerate many things, but Bulbasaur's aggressive demeanor was intolerable. Without hesitation, he began to gather electrical energy. Should Bulbasaur dare to strike, Pikachu was prepared to demonstrate the true meaning of Thunderbolt. The sudden tension startled the three inside the cabin, prompting Misty to rush out in an attempt to pull Ash back. Yet, Ash remained unfazed, even instructing Pikachu to dissipate his charge. If the goal was to ensure the Pokémon's safety, then let the challenge commence. Upon hearing this, Bulbasaur ceased to hesitate, launching 2 vine whips towards Ash with fervor. However, Ash effortlessly pinched the vines between 2 fingers, rendering Bulbasaur unable to retract them. In a fit of frustration, Bulbasaur unleashed several leaf tornado attacks, but they struck Ash with the force of cotton, drifting harmlessly aside. Bulbasaur expelled poisonous powder, sleep powder, and paralysis powder from the seed on his back, yet Ash merely exhaled, summoning a gust of wind that dispersed the dust entirely. Indeed, what the sage had stated was true. When the level disparity is too vast, any technique becomes futile. As Bulbasaur faced Ash, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, stirring memories of being abandoned by trainers who deemed him weak. Overwhelmed by pain and anger, Bulbasaur leapt into the air, retracting his vines to charge directly at Ash. Yet, Ash stood motionless, allowing Bulbasaur to collide with him. The outcome was predictable. The chasm between Ash and Bulbasaur was greater than the gap between an elderly man on a tricycle and a heavy-duty truck on the highway. Ash easily seized Bulbasaur by the head, capturing him effortlessly. With such meager abilities, aspiring to protect his companions was utterly insufficient. This villainous proclamation left Bulbasaur feeling wronged and resentful, yet Ash merely placed him back on the ground and beckoned with a finger. Come again. Chapter 22. Coming to terms with reality. How tragic. Bulbasaur's body had reached its limits. Why did he persist? Witnessing Bulbasaur unable to swing his vines, or launch leaf tornadoes. Yet still resolutely attacking Ash, Misty found the scene absurd. It was a struggle to comprehend, as was the case for Brock and Cress. Perhaps it was a rebellion against the injustice of fate. He appeared to have lost his objective, fabricating one from thin air. Brock's conjecture held merit. Bulbasaur despised humans. Yet it did not necessarily mean he had to fight to the bitter end. He simply had not accepted his reality of failure. Your speed is waning. The initial velocity of your vine whips was 1 per second, yet now you struggle to maintain momentum after merely 40 swings. What is happening? Ash felt discontent with Bulbasaur's performance. With such lackluster strength, how could he claim to protect his friends? What if Ash were the villain seeking to capture the Pokémon here? Bulbasaur panted heavily, having exhausted his strength to retreat. The Overgrow ability had activated long ago, but he had depleted his hidden reserves. At that moment, he resembled a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Even Pikachu was taken aback by Bulbasaur's stubbornness. Such tenacity, yet he was abandoned by humans. Truly a lack of discernment. Just as Bulbasaur was about to collapse, the other Pokémon could no longer hold back. The Staryu in the water used telekinesis to lift Bulbasaur, while the Budew in the grass supported him with its vines. Oddish and Paras trembled, shielding Bulbasaur while casting wary glances at the uninvited guest. However, this guest merely shot them a glance, causing the Pokémon to tremble and retreat in fear. Stand up. The enemy will not show mercy simply because you are resting. Stand up. Bulbasaur, fueled by an unknown source of strength, pushed past his companions and confronted Ash, shouting defiantly. Pikachu translated, conveying a message akin to, "Let us battle for another 30 or 50 rounds." Ash chuckled softly, impressed by Bulbasaur's courage and resilience, especially for still having the strength to stand. He decided to demonstrate what a true leaf tornado entailed. With that, Ash flicked his wrist, sending the leaf he had picked up soaring past Bulbasaur's edge. The sharp wind grazing his face and evoking a sense of impending doom. The leaf sliced through several Pokémon before embedding itself deeply into a tree. A Budew attempted to retrieve it, but upon touching the leaf, it shattered into pieces, leaving only the mark embedded in the trunk. More leaf tornadoes followed, each one piercing the tree with precision, maintaining a distance of about 1 centimeter apart. Ash showcased both power and accuracy, allowing Bulbasaur to fully grasp the extent of their disparity. The overwhelming impact shattered Bulbasaur's spirit, causing him to faint as if a taut string had snapped. When Bulbasaur awoke, the night had deepened. He surveyed his surroundings to find the 3 intruders still present, chatting with Cress by the campfire, while Pikachu played joyfully by the water's edge with the other Pokémon. Pikachu quickly noticed Bulbasaur's awakening, this time extending an invitation to join the fun rather than showing disdain. Bulbasaur accepted the offer, intrigued by the formidable human who had proven so powerful, and engaged in an animated discussion with Pikachu. In the Pokémon world, fruits refers collectively to vegetables and fruits. In other words, the world is filled with many of the familiar fruits Ash knows, albeit under different names. Brock was roasting garlic eggplants, adding seasonings for the enjoyment of the other 3. Cress took a bite and was instantly awestruck by the flavor. "This is delicious, Brock. Your cooking is fantastic." Hearing Cress's praise, Brock couldn't suppress a goofy grin. "If you like it, I'll cook for you for the rest of my life." Before he could finish, Misty hurriedly interrupted his sentimental declarations. "Cress, why don't you become a trainer and capture all these Pokémon?" As a traditional trainer, Misty had a profound understanding of the limitations faced by trainers and found it puzzling that Cress would prefer to live in the wilderness rather than strive in the city. Cress shook her head, gazing into the distance. "I've cared for Pokémon for many years. The thought of battling trainers doesn't excite me. Watching Pokémon fight for humans feels strange and uncomfortable. I don't know why, but it just does." Xiao Chui possesses a profound affinity for Pokémon, her sentiments diverging significantly from those of trainers. She harbors deep concern for Pokémon injured in battle, prompting her to question the very essence of such conflicts. "Do you believe trainers are in the wrong?" Xiao Zi's inquiry instantly captivated Xiao Chui's attention. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, she hastily waved her hands in denial. No, it's not that I look down on trainers. I simply find myself unable to subject Pokémon to further battles. I comprehend your perspective. I truly understand." Xiao Xia rose and seated herself beside Xiao Chui, gently taking her hand. Pokémon were not born to engage in combat. They deserve to lead their own lives. Not every Pokémon relishes battle, just as we do. Xiao Xia cast her gaze upon the Pokémon encircling Bulbasaur and Pikachu, feeling repulsed by the trainers who indiscriminately capture Pokémon only to abandon them later. If it's merely for the sake of combat, then it's better not to capture Pokémon at all. Capturing them without providing care, only to discard them, is far worse than granting them freedom from the outset. I never anticipated you would possess such profound insights. I yearn to engage in a discourse about life with you. Xiao Gang was, as usual, interrupted by Xiao Xia as she twisted his ear. Meanwhile, Pikachu took the opportunity to introduce Xiao Ji to Bulbasaur. Upon mentioning Xiao Ji, Pikachu swelled with pride, striking a heroic pose as he recounted the moment of their initial encounter. Bulbasaur listened, feeling a twinge of envy for Pikachu. To have a human who is so empathetic and understanding of Pokemon's feelings is a dream partnership for many Pokemon. Yet, Pikachu also noted some drawbacks of living with Xiao Ji, such as the rigorous training regimen. However, to Bulbasaur, this was not a shortcoming. Rather, it was a natural consequence. Training is inherently taxing, and becoming as formidable as Xiao Ji is indeed commendable. Consequently, Bulbasaur proposed a battle with Pikachu to assess the results of Xiao Ji's training, to which Pikachu eagerly acquiesced, brimming with determination. The other Pokemon promptly cleared a space for the two. In Chapter 23, Recognition and Growth, Pikachu's battle style differed from Xiao Ji's. He did not merely stand still for Bulbasaur to attack, but employed a strategy of mobility, evading assaults with remarkable speed while seizing opportunities to unleash electric strikes. This approach posed considerable challenges for Bulbasaur, whose Vine Whip and Razor Leaf had a linear range rather than a sweeping one, although dust-based moves dispersed upon being unleashed from behind. The speed of the spread allowed Pikachu to evade their control. Ironically, it was Bulbasaur who found himself cornered, enduring a barrage of strikes from Pikachu. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a reassuring voice resonated from behind. Use Razor Leaf on the ground. Xiao Ji's timely command served as a calming balm, prompting Bulbasaur to instinctively follow his order. A flurry of leaves shot from Bulbasaur's sides, striking the ground before ricocheting outward. This unexpected angle of deflection caught Pikachu off guard, with several leaves successfully landing on him. Pikachu had already coordinated with Xiao Ji while Bulbasaur was momentarily incapacitated. Xiao Ji harbored intentions of capturing Bulbasaur, and Pikachu, having fought alone for too long, was eager for assistance to alleviate the pressure of carrying the burden alone. Their collaboration was thus seamless. However, when the Razor Leaf struck Pikachu's rear, he gasped in surprise. It was quite painful, scratching him sharply. As the leaves struck the tree, Bulbasaur began to grasp Xiao Ji's intent. The battleground was surrounded by trees, and when Pikachu leapt to evade beneath one, Bulbasaur aimed for that very tree. Though the rebounding leaves would lose some potency, hitting the elusive Pikachu was a satisfying victory. Unable to endure the relentless pursuit, Pikachu, after exchanging glances with Xiao Ji, could no longer hold back and prepared to unleash a thunderbolt. Don't dawdle. Use Vine Whip to anchor to the ground. Bulbasaur thrust his Vine Whip into the earth just as Pikachu's thunderbolt surged along the vine, significantly mitigating the damage, especially with Bulbasaur's resistance. He merely swayed slightly, but managed to withstand it. One Vine Whip anchored in the ground while the other reached for Pikachu. Initially accustomed to simultaneous attacks, Bulbasaur struggled with the distraction of executing two separate tasks, resulting in a loose grip as he attempted to ensnare Pikachu. However, once he adapted, the strength returned to his usual vigor, and the Vine Whip embedded in the ground began to radiate a green light. Bulbasaur abruptly sensed a surge of energy from the earth through the vine. The trio by the campfire had long been watching their battle, and upon witnessing the transformation in Bulbasaur, Xiao Gang swiftly deduced the situation. That's the growth move, enhancing itself by drawing nutrients from the ground. This technique is a clever shortcut for grass types. Similar to rock and ground-type Pokemon, grass types naturally thrive in the soil. How impressive! Bulbasaur is learning a new move in the midst of battle. Xiao Xiao's exclamation stirred a shift in Xiao Chui's heart, sparking a bold idea, though she felt the need to consult Bulbasaur first. Xiao Ji, too, noted the growth, as Bulbasaur's body visibly expanded. The sudden boost in strength bolstered Bulbasaur's confidence, causing the speed of his Vine Whip attacks to escalate dramatically. Just as Bulbasaur was about to capture Pikachu, Xiao Ji intervened, instructing, "Quick, retract." Taken aback, Bulbasaur hesitated, wishing to continue the pursuit, but Xiao Ji's reiterated command swiftly restored his composure and clarity. Did you not notice? Pikachu is causing your Vine Whips to intertwine. If you don't reel them in now, you won't be able to. Bulbasaur then realized that Pikachu was navigating a path between the trees, entangling the vines and nearly causing a mishap. Yet, Pikachu had already jumped onto a tree, his tail shimmering with a metallic sheen, eager to unleash his iron tail. Executing a spinning leap, the powerful iron tail aimed directly at Bulbasaur's head. Follow the trajectory of the Vine Whip. Bulbasaur, quick-witted, grasped Xiao Ji's intention, promptly retracting the vine whip anchored in the ground, then sliding along the path of the other vine whip to narrowly evade Pikachu. With a missed strike, Pikachu pursued relentlessly. But Bulbasaur retaliated with a razor leaf to disrupt Pikachu's rhythm, successfully retracting the vine whip before Pikachu could catch up. At this juncture, the battle escalated into a feverish climax. Both Pikachu and Bulbasaur had expended considerable energy throughout the prolonged conflict, while Pikachu remained in a better condition. Continuing to harness his electric energy, Bulbasaur found himself exhausted. Taste my final thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed his electric attack, which Bulbasaur could no longer withstand, leading to an abrupt end to the bout. Reel it in. These words were directed at Pikachu, who obediently refrained from launching another fierce attack, allowing Bulbasaur to narrowly escape from fainting. What an exhilarating battle it was, indeed. Its spectacle was truly remarkable. Misty and Brock couldn't help but express their admiration. Although neither side boasted high levels, it was precisely the evenly matched confrontation that made it captivating. Ash did not seize the opportunity to throw a Pokeball. Instead, he gently cradled Bulbasaur and placed him beside the campfire, utilizing the healing supplies and food prepared by Brock to swiftly restore his stamina. Misty, why didn't you have Bulbasaur use powder-based moves earlier? That's a signature technique for grass-type Pokémon. Taking advantage of the moment, Misty sidled up to Ash to discuss the battle. That was merely basic training. Powder moves require the combination of other control skills to be effective, such as using Vine Whip to draw the opponent closer or executing the move at close range for higher accuracy. Ash's response did not surprise Misty. The two engaged in a thorough analysis of the recent battle between Pikachu and Bulbasaur, articulating their insights with precision. Ash, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Misty interjected as their conversation neared its conclusion. She led Ash and Bulbasaur to an open area and, getting straight to the point, said, I hope you can take Bulbasaur away with you. Before Ash could respond, Bulbasaur wriggled free from Misty's grasp, gazing at her incredulously. I am aware of Bulbasaur's innate talent. Though he possesses a somewhat volatile temperament, he is deeply caring towards his companions. What he requires most at this moment is to enhance his strength, enabling him to protect those around him in the future. However, I am unable to effectively guide him or impart any teachings. I noticed your adeptness in commanding Bulbasaur. He responds well to you, which is why I hope you will not refuse. Bulbasaur, what do you think? Both Misty and Ash turned to Bulbasaur, who was torn with indecision. He indeed wished to grow stronger, and Ash was undeniably capable of guiding him, yet he remained haunted by the shadows of his past, uncertain of his future and whether he could accept another human. If you decide to stay here, I will maintain a means of contact with Misty. Should you wish to return, I will bring you back. After all, this is your hometown. Ash's words profoundly impacted Bulbasaur, making him realize that the incident with Pikachu was not merely a coincidence. Ash truly held genuine affection for every Pokémon. Misty's agreement further dismantled the last barriers within Bulbasaur. At this point, he found no justifiable reason to refuse. A Vine Whip sprang from him, curling around Ash's finger, a subtle expression of his intent. Ash, understanding the gesture, bent down and extended his other hand, entwining it with Bulbasaur's. Chapter 24, The Invitation. Ash, stop training and call them over for dinner. Brock has already prepared it, Misty remarked, waiting for Ash to conclude a set of physical training with his Pokémon before daring to speak. All right, Ash replied, clapping his hands to signal Pikachu and Bulbasaur to halt. Pikachu's task was straightforward, to run while bearing weight, aiming to shed some excess bulk. In contrast, Bulbasaur's training was approached with an eye on the combat style of its final evolution, Venusaur. With its hefty physique and blossoming seed on its back, training its running speed was unnecessary in this context. Venusaur was ultimately better suited for a stationary battle mage role, akin to the other starter Pokémon, Torterra. Another aspect to consider was the speed tier. Despite Venusaur's hefty appearance, its speed stat was rated at 80, even after Mega Evolution. The flower on its back expanded further without increasing its speed. Such counterintuitive revelations were not new to Ash, who had previously consulted Professor Oak for clarification. After explanations, he grasped that in this world, the concept of base stats might be obscured or entirely absent. Venusaur's speed manifested not in physical movement, but in casting speed, particularly enhanced under the effect of chlorophyll. Similar cases included Lilligant, which also possessed a speed rating of 80, yet its advantage lay in its casting speed. Dragonite's 80 speed rating bore the same implication. Thus, when Ash trained Bulbasaur, he prioritized skill accuracy and ranged output, making it imperative for Bulbasaur to learn special attack moves swiftly. The types of moves included Energy Ball, Solar Beam, Giga Drain, Leaf Storm, Frenzy Plant, and Sludge Bomb. Complementary moves for coverage were Earth Power, Weather Ball, and Hidden Power. Support moves encompassed Synthesis, Sunny Day, Protect, Substitute, Taunt, Sleep Powder, and Leech Seed. These moves were recorded in Ash's notebook, intended for review with Professor Oak upon reaching Leaf Green City. Currently, Bulbasaur had a limited repertoire: Vine Whip, Leaf Tornado, Leech Seed, Sleep Powder, and Growth. After feasting, Ash leaned against a tree for a nap, while Bulbasaur and Pikachu enjoyed their freedom to rest. Initially, Bulbasaur was uncertain about what to do, contemplating further training, but Pikachu insisted on taking Bulbasaur out to have some fun. After all, they were teammates, and it was essential to bond during their leisure time. Reluctantly, Bulbasaur followed Pikachu, wandering and chatting. Not far ahead, they stumbled upon a protruding rock where a Charmander lay sleeping. Pikachu and Bulbasaur were quite familiar with Charmander. After all, they had mingled with the starter Pokémon before joining their trainer. Pikachu leapt next to Charmander, inspecting it closely to confirm it was not one that had come from Professor Oak. Bulbasaur climbed up using Vine Whip, also verifying that it was not one of their companions. Their hushed conversation roused Charmander, who, startled by the sudden appearance of two Pokémon, blinked awake. However, after a brief exchange, and ascertaining that the two meant no harm and were merely curious, he settled back down to continue his nap, though Charmander initially showed no response. Pikachu and Bulbasaur's relentless curiosity prompted him to share his plight. Exhausted and famished, and having waited too long, Charmander found himself too weary to shoo them away, thus divulging his situation. The revelation ignited a spark of anger within Bulbasaur, as he saw in Charmander a reflection of his former self, instantly empathizing with him. Bulbasaur yearned to assist Charmander, yet Pikachu was deep in thought, disregarding Bulbasaur's anxious calls. Pikachu first inquired about weather after his trainer left. Charmander had used the release button on the Pokeball. Initially, Charmander was puzzled, but after Pikachu vividly described the scenario, he began to recollect the circumstances, his face paling as realization struck. Despite this, he clung to a glimmer of hope, refusing to accept the truth, attempting to dismiss Pikachu's implications. However, Pikachu understood that Charmander was merely deceiving himself. Having traveled with Ash for some time, he had learned all that was necessary. Bulbasaur, sensing the tension, extended his Vine Whip to offer comfort, but Charmander disregarded him entirely, turning away from Bulbasaur. This reaction did not come as a surprise to Bulbasaur. The sight of Charmeleon, buried in its own sorrow and trembling, clearly indicated that it was weeping. Such scenes were commonplace for him in the rehabilitation center, and he had grown accustomed to them. After a few more days, once one became familiar with the life in the center, such attitudes would cease to be so pronounced. However, Pikachu seized Bulbasaur's attention, leaning in to converse with him. "What do you think of him?" Pikachu gestured towards Charmeleon. "What? He seems rather pitiable." Bulbasaur replied, bewildered. But Pikachu shook his head. "I am not asking that. Do you think we could recruit him?" Bulbasaur instantly grasped Pikachu's intentions regarding Charmeleon. "I'm uncertain. He appears quite famished, and I cannot gauge his strength, but we could attempt it." Bulbasaur also began to contemplate the possibility of bringing Charmeleon into their fold. As one of Ash's two primary companions, Pikachu understood that countless battles lay ahead. Yet, Ash's steadfast nature of preferring quality over quantity compelled Pikachu to devise a strategy to alleviate his own burdens by seeking allies. Although he was not well acquainted with Charmeleon, Pikachu had eavesdropped on discussions at Professor Oak's laboratory and knew that as long as Charmeleon could evolve to its final form, it would undoubtedly achieve commendable feats in battle. "So it is settled. I shall seek Ash while you remain here and ensure he does not flee." After instructing Bulbasaur, Pikachu hurried back. Upon returning to the temporary camp, he found Ash, Misty, and Brock still fast asleep. Pikachu quickly roused Ash, who was still somewhat disoriented, but Pikachu insisted he come take a look, prompting Ash to rise and follow. Upon arriving, Ash recognized Charmeleon and recalled the situation. This is the future Charizard. It has played tricks on Ash several times, but its prowess is undeniable. Yet, the current Charmeleon is merely an abandoned young one, its potential yet to be realized. "Do you want me to help Charmeleon?" Ash asked, to which Pikachu nodded and climbed onto Ash's waist, attempting to retrieve a Pokeball to capture Charmeleon. Ash quickly covered the ball, bewildered by Pikachu's eagerness. "We haven't yet resolved Charmeleon's emotional turmoil. Please, do not rush." Pikachu, however, was anxious. What if Charmeleon's former owner returned? That would be a significant loss. Chapter 25, Revenge Achieved. After waking Misty and Brock and explaining the situation, both expressed their concern over the recurring conflicts between trainers and Pokémon. "Ash, What do you intend to do? We cannot simply turn a blind eye to Charmeleon, Misty urged, with Brock echoing her sentiment. Indeed, Ash, since Charmeleon is without a master, you should take him in. The emotional issues can be addressed later. Ash did not respond but approached Charmeleon, who appeared dejected. I know where your former trainer is. Since you can no longer wait for him, why not come with me? I will help you find him. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon perked up, locking eyes with Ash. Although he had ceased to harbor expectations, Ash's words were like a lifeline, instilling a glimmer of hope within him. Even though he had been abandoned, he longed to hear that person acknowledge him. Instead of throwing a pokeball, Ash removed his jacket and draped it over Charmeleon, concealing him as they made their way to the nearest Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center is a peculiar public facility, typically situated near roads, more prevalent in urban areas than in rural ones. By dusk, the trio finally arrived at the nearest wooden-structured Pokémon Center. Upon entering, they found it sparsely populated. Judging by the attire, the patrons were likely local villagers. In the center's circular seating area, a small group of teenagers were engaged in jovial conversation. Charmeleon, initially nestled against Ash's back and concealed by the jacket, felt a surge of excitement upon catching sight of his former owner, Du. However, Ash kept Charmeleon firmly restrained, preventing him from emerging or speaking. Be quiet and be patient. Ash settled at the edge while Misty and Brock took his cue, approaching the teenagers to inquire about Charmeleon. Upon learning that Misty had encountered the Charmeleon by the roadside, Du erupted into laughter. Oh, that Charmeleon? A worthless creature that couldn't even defeat a tadpole. I simply set it free, but it kept trailing after me, pestering me incessantly. I told it to wait for me. I would return shortly. To my surprise, it actually believed me. What a fool. Du's loud voice reached Charmeleon, causing it to cease struggling, its spirit deflating, overwhelmed by despair. How could you treat him like this? That Charmeleon trusted you completely, and you deceived him. Brock exclaimed, his anger directed at Du. Fire types are weak against water types. What is wrong with being unable to defeat a tadpole? On the contrary, you used a fire type against a water type, showing utter disregard for Charmeleon's feelings. Are you even a trainer? Although Misty had become accustomed to Ash's unconventional battles against type disadvantages and accepted that reasonable tactics could turn the tide, she still could not fathom how someone could be so foolish. This is clearly your fault for mismanaging the situation, yet you blame the Pokémon. Is there any logic in that? Du dismissed Misty's anger, waving his hand to produce several Pokeballs. Let it go. Why shout so loudly? A Charmeleon like that can be found anywhere by the roadside, easily captured. I could have as many as I like. I truly do not understand why you care so much for Charmeleon. Aren't you a trainer? Shouldn't trainers pursue strength? If you lack strength, then you cannot keep up with your trainer. By releasing it, am I not showing concern for it? His laughter was boisterous, and his companions joined in, filling the air with merriment. Trainers spoil Pokémon far too much. If only they had the discipline of urban trainers, Pokémon would not suffer such indignities. Once captured, they must be cared for, steadfast and unwavering. If you hold such an attitude, you should never have touched a Pokémon in the first place. Du turned, only to find Ash standing behind him, revealing Charmeleon's round head from under the jacket. Who are you? Isn't that the Charmeleon? Oh, I see. You've captured him. So you want an explanation from me? Ash remained silent, gripping Du's collar with his left hand and lifting him from the sofa. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, and Du struggled for breath as his neck was constricted. He attempted to throw a pokeball in retaliation, but Ash swiftly twisted his right hand, fracturing Du's wrist. Du's companions attempted to intervene, but a single glare from Ash rendered them frozen in place. Misty and Brock quietly observed, silently watching as Ash led Du away. Nurse Joy noticed the commotion and intended to intervene, but Brock stopped her. This time, he was not starstruck, but spoke seriously to Nurse Joy. It is nothing serious, merely a minor friction among trainers. However, I noticed that Du's hand seemed incapacitated. Miss Joy attempted to leap past Brock in pursuit, but Misty had already thrust all her Pokeballs into Joy's hands. Miss Joy, my Pokemon is gravely injured. Could you please tend to it first? With their unspoken understanding, Joy had no choice but to turn away. Not far outside, Ash dragged Du into the woods. At that moment, Du, with his wrist twisted, was wailing in agony, utterly devoid of his previous arrogance. After being tossed to the ground by Ash, he immediately knelt before him. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yet, Du's apologies were met with silence from Ash, replaced instead by Charmeleon stepping forward. Du understood and bowed his head repeatedly to the ground, pleading, I should not have abandoned you. Please forgive me. Let me go? I'm so sorry, Charmeleon. I truly am. Charmeleon showed no hint of compassion, regarding Du as one might a mere passerby, devoid of any former camaraderie. When Yu raised his head once more, he was met with a searing flame. The intense heat clung to his clothing, hair, and skin, causing him to roll on the ground in pain before he frantically fled into the woods, disappearing from sight. Throughout, Ash remained silent, coldly observing Charmeleon's act of retribution. Once Charmeleon had avenged itself, Bulbasaur joyfully sprang forth, running to Charmeleon to celebrate. Charmeleon was far more fortunate, able to exact revenge directly. Pikachu also descended from Ash's shoulder, joining Charmeleon and taking hold of its hand. "See, I told you I would help you. Why not join us? Indeed, we will treat you like family, and you won't be treated with the same disdain as that wretch." The words of Bulbasaur and Pikachu left Charmeleon in a state of confusion, and Bulbasaur extended a vine, pushing Charmeleon toward Ash for a final decision. "Become my partner." Gazing at the benefactor who had offered him a chance for vengeance, Charmeleon did not hesitate and agreed. Chapter 26, The Squirtle Brigade. Ash truly was fortunate, capturing 2 Pokémon in one go. I wish I had such luck. Misty, watching the 3 Pokémon chase after Ash, felt a pang of envy. "Aren't you aiming to specialize in water types?" "Why envy, Ash?" Brock inquired, looking at Misty, who then explained her situation. Her family had called earlier inquiring about her well-being, and after some pleasantries, they requested some Pokémon. While she wasn't engaged in gym training, her family was short on Pokémon for dealing with trainers. Unable to turn a blind eye, Misty sent all her Pokémon back home. However, the sisters weren't heartless. They left her with 1 Pokémon. "Look, I'm left with just this seal." She held the seal in her hands to show Brock. Its adorably naive demeanor left Brock somewhat at a loss. "You've never trained this one, right? Will it be able to battle?" "Yes, aside from performing, it hasn't done much else." Misty was in urgent need of new companions to bolster her team. There are plenty of water-type Pokémon commonly found in Kanto, but capturing them requires a trip to the water's edge. As they were deep in conversation, Misty suddenly noticed Ash had come to a halt. From the side, she could see 5 Squirtless standing before him, all sporting sunglasses, confronting Ash and his 3 Pokémon. Misty's eyes lit up. It was as if her dreams had come true. She needed water types, and here they were. She pedaled her bike alongside Ash. "Ash, count me in for this capture." Just as she was about to excitedly pull out her Pokeball to battle, her foot slipped, and the ground suddenly gave way beneath her. Had Ash not caught her arm in time, she would have fallen into a pit. Another trap? Misty quickly realized what had happened. These traps were undoubtedly dug by the Squirtless, and their intentions were all too clear. Bulbasaur confirmed her suspicion. When the Squirtle Brigade confronted them, Bulbasaur stepped forward to negotiate. And Charmeleon and Pikachu soon caught on. Bulbasaur recounted its experience to the Squirtless, and their similar plights left the Squirtless momentarily stunned. Charmeleon then shared its own situation. While the circumstances differed, the outcomes were strikingly alike. The Squirtless believed that trainers valued Bulbasaur and Charmeleon more than themselves. Otherwise, why would so many Squirtless remain behind? They began to feel inferior, realizing that the other 2 starters had faced similar neglect. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The Squirtless encircled Bulbasaur and Charmeleon, united in tears. After their emotional outpouring, at Bulbasaur's suggestion, they turned their gazes toward Pikachu. Pikachu, suddenly the center of attention, felt a chill run down his spine. "Why are you all looking at me?" The lead Squirtle, sporting unique sunglasses, sidled up to Bulbasaur, gesturing toward Pikachu. Bulbasaur shook his head, sharing Pikachu's backstory. Pikachu's experience was somewhat different. His first trainer had embraced him rather than abandoned him. However, Bulbasaur's description highlighted that Pikachu had the worst temperament among them. While Bulbasaur and Charmeleon had at least been obedient at some point, Pikachu had shown defiance from the start. Had it not been for Ash's keen perception, he might have had to prove his loyalty in a far more dire manner. The Squirtless then pointed at Ash, prompting Bulbasaur and Charmeleon to step forward, proudly introducing Ash. "Look, this is my newly chosen trainer. Isn't he remarkable?" Upon hearing that Bulbasaur and Charmeleon had found a new trainer, the Squirtless became displeased. "We see you as kindred spirits in misfortune, and now you tell us you've made it to safety? Well, we're not on familiar terms anymore." The Squirtless jumped back, readying themselves for battle once more. This agitated Bulbasaur, who genuinely did not wish to fight the Squirtless. He explained how Ash had captured them, even nudging Charmeleon to add a few words. However, the Squirtless clearly lacked the patience to listen or the willingness to believe, remaining obstinately set in their views. "Ash, what should we do now? Are we really going to fight?" Misty, eager to capture the Squirtless, sought Ash's advice as the situation turned dire. "What happened, Ash?" Brock hurriedly pedaled his bike over, seeing Ash glance back at him, still confused about the unfolding events. "Brock, prepare lunch, and remember to make extra." "Oh right." Xiao Gang did not hesitate, swiftly placing his backpack down to set up the area, igniting the stove and busily preparing the ingredients. Meanwhile, the Squirtle was at a loss. Merely watching Xiao Gang cook, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing their mouths to water. Since they shared a common experience, they decided to sit down and enjoy a meal together before departing later. With that, Ash approached the dining table arranged by Xiao Gang and began to devour his lunch heartily. The three small creatures had no intention of causing a ruckus, and they invited Squirtle to join them in the feast. The Squirtless looked towards their leader, who, after a moment of hesitation, succumbed to hunger and followed the trio to the table. Perhaps it was the delicious food, or perhaps the kind-hearted feeding play from Misty. The Squirtless felt their gloom lift as they frolicked around Misty. Being so adored by the water-type Pokémon brought immense satisfaction to Misty, her eyes sparkling with joy. Only the unique Squirtle sporting sunglasses refrained from joining in the playful antics with Misty. As the leader of the group, he bore the responsibility of command and unity, determined to maintain his composure and resist temptation. What if this was merely a trap? The Squirtle glanced at the Bulbasaur enjoying its meal and then at Ash, who was resting against a tree. Through a brief observation, he astutely deduced that among the three humans, the leader was this robust, hat-wearing individual, with Bulbasaur as his subordinate. To clarify the situation, he realized he must start from here. With this thought, the Squirtle approached Bulbasaur to inquire more about this human. Initially, Bulbasaur was delighted to hear that Squirtle was interested in Ash, thinking he could assist yet another Pokémon in navigating through troubled waters. However, after listening for a while longer, Bulbasaur sensed something amiss. You wish to challenge Ash? Are you out of your mind? Bulbasaur could scarcely believe that a Pokémon would be foolish enough to challenge Ash. Unsure, he pressed further. Are you looking for a Pokémon battle? Squirtle shook his head. No, I merely wish to confront him. Oh no, this Squirtle is truly deranged. Bulbasaur, alarmed, quickly called for Pikachu and Charmeleon to persuade Squirtle to think twice. Now feeling cornered, Squirtle grew anxious as the others expressed their concerns. But prideful as he was, he could not simply back down. After all, he was a leader. What is all this commotion? Ash, drawn by the noise, approached Pikachu to inquire about the situation. Chapter 27, None Left Behind. You have quite the audacity, but I must decline your request. Ash could easily see that Squirtle was merely putting on a brave front. In reality, he had already lost his nerve. Upon hearing Ash's refusal, Squirtle unmistakably displayed a sigh of relief. The sound of sirens in the distance instantly triggered a reaction from the Squirtless, who huddled together, ready to flee. However, Misty was unwilling to let the Squirtless escape so easily. She could not allow a prize so close to slip away. Quickly, she blocked their path, assuring them that she would protect them. The Squirtless, having developed some affection for Misty in a short time, hesitated but stayed. Miss Junsha arrived punctually, her eyes immediately landing on the familiar Squirtless. You are travelers passing through, right? Have you encountered any trouble? Miss Junsha shot a stern glance at the Squirtless before kindly inquiring about the situation from Misty. Misty quickly approached Junsha, smiling as she replied, Of course, everything is fine. The Squirtless are so adorable. How could anything go wrong? Upon hearing Misty's words, Junsha's alertness heightened. This child must not be another victim of their deceptive cuteness. What you may not know is that these Squirtless are abandoned Pokémon, who, upon gathering, have begun causing havoc. To say nothing of the traps they've dug along the way, which have turned the bustling town where Junsha resides into a ghost town. Passers-by and vehicles have suffered greatly, and no one dares to come near. Only a few locals remain. It is clearly the trainer's fault. How can all the blame rest on the Squirtless? Without Squirtless, it could very well be a Bulbasaur or Charmeleon army in the future. Hearing Junsha's accusations against the Squirtless, Misty stood up in their defense. If you all dislike the Squirtless, then let me take responsibility. I am willing to take them in. Misty had long since set her sights on these Squirtless, as they were just the help needed in Cerulean City. Junsha sighed deeply. Trainers with such intentions have appeared before, but invariably, they could not endure the Squirtle's temperament and gave up. How do you know I want to succeed? Misty's statement prompted Junsha to view her with newfound respect. If you wish to tame those Squirtless, it ultimately depends on their willingness. Misty turned to face the Squirtless. The Squirtless, having overheard the conversation, were deeply moved by Misty's defense, and with the precedents set by Bulbasaur and Charmeleon, they readily accepted her offer. Only one leader Squirtle remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. He glanced at Ash but quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head. Then he looked at Pikachu, realizing that the type advantage would not work against him. Bulbasaur? Fine, still no match there. Finally, the Squirtle's gaze fell upon Charmeleon. This one might be manageable. The Squirtle pointed directly at Charmeleon, loudly declaring his challenge. Pikachu animatedly explained the situation to Ash. Although he had hesitated to battle Ash, he still wanted to gauge the abilities of this group. Thus, he unflinchingly chose Charmeleon as his opponent. Mimicking a baby, Bulbasaur shot a scornful glance at the Squirtle. Pikachu could hardly contain his laughter. Only Charmeleon wore a gloomy expression. Being called out by Squirtle for a duel was not the battle he desired. What if he lost due to the type disadvantage? Charmeleon looked up at Ash with wide, pleading eyes, and Ash bent down to gently stroke him. It's alright to lose. Combat is about doing your best, and I won't blame you. With Ash's reassurance, Charmeleon ceased his resistance and accepted Squirtle's challenge. As the leader, Squirtle felt quite displeased that his subordinates could be so easily swayed by Misty. After all, they were supposed to be battling Pokémon. They had to fight. Although this battle was far from fair, as Squirtle positioned himself 20 steps away from Charmeleon, he suddenly turned and unleashed a water gun at Charmeleon. The battle commenced with no warning, catching Charmeleon completely off guard. How despicable. That's not how it's done, Misty exclaimed, indignantly defending Charmeleon. Meanwhile, Junxiao appeared to take it all in stride. They are notorious delinquents in this area. After all, what did you expect? As the leader of the gang, Squirtle's unscrupulous behavior was hardly surprising. Flamethrower. Fortunately, Ash had researched Charmeleon's abilities in advance and was well aware of the skills he possessed. Grasp, cries, sparks, smoke, and the newly acquired ability to unleash jets of flame under Ash's guidance. Although the flames could not withstand the pressure of the water gun and were extinguished, they evaporated a significant amount of water, causing minimal harm to Charmeleon when it struck. Anticipating this, Squirtle promptly withdrew into its shell and then unleashed a water gun from the rear aperture, propelled by the force of reaction, sending the entire shell hurtling towards Charmeleon. Should the collision occur, it would spell doom for Charmeleon. With a piercing roar, Charmeleon emitted a shrill cry that reverberated within the shell, momentarily unsettling Squirtle and slowing its water jet. Ultimately, it collided with Charmeleon's claw, barely managing to catch it. Just as Charmeleon was about to unleash flames upon the shell, Squirtle's water gun erupted from within. The proximity of their attacks resulted in a powerful explosion that sent both of them flying. Fortunately, Squirtle was shielded by its shell and sustained no significant injury, but Charmeleon suffered greatly, triggering its blaze ability, causing the flames on its tail to surge fiercely. Once the chaos subsided, Squirtle swiftly emerged from its shell, prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Charmeleon. However, before the water gun could reach Charmeleon, it was intercepted mid-flight by the intense heat radiating from Charmeleon. A crimson pillar of fire burst forth from Charmeleon's mouth, raising a warning sign above Squirtle's head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Squirtle hastily withdrew into its shell once more, spraying water from within to counter the fiery onslaught. Yet, the fierce flames proved to be a formidable adversary, and Squirtle found itself on the verge of being scorched. Frantically, Squirtle cried out for a ceasefire. As a seasoned gang leader, it understood the wisdom in retreating when outmatched. Even if it had been propelled into a torrent, it would still choose to back down. This was not surprising. Had Squirtle possessed an excessive competitive spirit, it would have long since clashed fiercely with Ash. Instead, upon hearing the sound of sirens, it led its companions to flee. Ash, too, was quick to act, promptly recalling Charmeleon, now engulfed in flames, and tending to the wounds of both Pokémon. Boss, aren't you joining us? In response to the inquiry from its former underlings, Squirtle expressed its sentiments. I believe he is stronger. Aligning with him may prove more beneficial. Noticing the despondency among its erstwhile companions, Squirtle offered reassurance. We will travel together in the future. It is not as if we are to be eternally separated. Why lament? Immediately, the 5 Squirtlets embraced one another, weeping uncontrollably, their sunglasses nearly falling to the ground. Chapter 28. The Beacon of Jinhui, the Sea. Ah, the sea. Upon catching a whiff of the briny ocean breeze, Misty's weary demeanor instantly revitalized, her legs no longer fatigued as she pedaled her bicycle. Among her 4 Squirtlets, 3 had been lent to her sister, leaving her with only 2 Pokémon. Misty had long yearned for an exhilarating fishing expedition by the seaside, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Gazing at the endless horizon, she retrieved her fishing rod and equipment from her backpack, setting them at the cliff's edge, and began patiently awaiting a bite. Ash, why not join me for some fishing? It's quite enjoyable. Noticing Ash lost in contemplation while staring at the sea, Misty beckoned him to partake in the activity. Have you ever fished before? Ash shook his head. He typically preferred diving directly into the water to catch fish, finding fishing to be too cumbersome. I'll show you how, Misty said, handing Ash another fishing rod and guiding him through the process. Without hesitation, Ash instructed his Squirtle to dive into the water to lure in the fish. It was up to Squirtle's capabilities, whether through provocation or allure. Misty smacked her forehead, astonished that she hadn't thought of this approach sooner. Squirtle, follow your leader into the water. Misty released her own Squirtle, and within a mere 3 minutes of back and forth, they had attracted a swarm of fish. Ash was baffled by how Squirtle managed to summon so many Pokémon. When he reeled in the line, it nearly snapped under the weight of numerous Pokémon clinging to it. However, Ash showed no interest in capturing them, dismissing the water-type Pokémon after shaking them off. Are you not going to catch any? I already have a Squirtle. One water-type is sufficient for me. Ash had no intention of acquiring duplicates of the same type. Rather, it was about the redundancy in roles. Venusaur served as a ground artillery mage. Charizard provided aerial fire support, while Blastoise acted as a sturdy underwater artillery mage. In Ash's eyes, similar roles to Blastoise were represented by crustacean water-type Pokémon. If he were to capture anything, it would be from the perspective of a speedy attacker or a supportive ally. The Pokémon Ash had caught, he recognized at a glance were not to his taste. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. Misty, brimming with enthusiasm, soon reeled in a Kingler, a Shelder, and a Tentacle, capturing them without any selection process among similar species. As Misty put it, this was merely fate. What about Magikarp? Aren't you going to catch it? Ash's offhand comment caused Misty to stiffen. No, I still can't quite accept Gyarados. Misty harbored a past grievance with Gyarados from her childhood, leaving her with lingering shadows of that experience. Ash refrained from further discussion upon hearing Brock's call. He packed up his fishing rod and returned with Misty for a meal. Camping by the water was not ideal, so the trio continued onward in search of better lodging. Despite the late hour, Ash's keen eyes spotted a lighthouse perched at the edge of a cliff. However, just as Ash was about to ring the doorbell, the lighthouse emitted an eerie sound wave. This wave resembled both a cry for help and an invitation, neither melodious nor unpleasant, yet somehow comforting. What are you all doing here? Ash looked up to see a man atop the lighthouse calling down to them. Without waiting for Misty to explain, the man hurried down the stairs, flung open the door, and ushered the trio inside. This is not the time for idle chatter. You must remain quiet. I do not wish for any disturbances at this critical juncture. With that, Jinghui made his way upstairs. What exactly is happening? Misty, bewildered by the abrupt greeting, cautiously inquired. Jinghui, wishing to avoid any disturbances from Ash and his companions, explained while ascending the staircase. Misty soon understood that a mysterious, colossal Pokémon had been sighted, and Jinghui aimed to study it without resorting to violence. He had recorded the creature's sound waves and planned to play them back, slightly adjusted, to lure the Pokémon out. I also hope you won't inadvertently frighten it. I trust you understand. No, we are the ones who should be grateful for your hospitality. We promise to remain silent. The trio followed Jinghui to the upper levels of the lighthouse, quietly awaiting the arrival of the shadowy figure amidst the fog. Time passed, and eventually, a familiar sound reached their ears as a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows. However, Jinghui could not discern its features and decided to wait until it drew nearer. Ash, don't get too close. Come back. Ash stood right behind Jinghui, squinting at the figure when he heard Misty's voice from behind. Misty and Brock were hiding behind the lighthouse, their heads peeking out, anxious yet compelled to keep their voices low. Ignoring them, Ash leaned closer to Jinghui. That figure resembles Dragonite. What do you think? Upon receiving a reminder from Ash, Jinghui couldn't help but associate the looming shadow with Dragonite. Yet, could Dragonite truly be that tall? It must be over 50 meters, he pondered. Jinghui was uncertain and wished to observe its full form before reaching a conclusion. Size alone could not be the sole indicator, as Pokémon vary greatly in stature. It might even be an ancient Dragonite. In truth, the data regarding weight and height depicted in the Pokédex are derived from the average metrics of a Pokémon species. Take Nidoking, for instance. While it stands at merely 14 meters, that measurement reflects its basic height in the wild, unrefined by systematic training. Should a human nurture it from the egg with diligence, its height and weight could far exceed that of its kin, surpassing even 2 meters. The ancient times Ash referenced were distinct from the era of fossil Pokémon, occurring somewhat later. In those primeval days, Pokémon possessed physiques that far exceeded those of contemporary counterparts. Almost as if Arceus were playing a grand jest, they would fit seamlessly into a scene from an Ultraman film. However, the origins and eventual demise of such beings remain an enigma without a reasonable explanation. Regrettably, just as the silhouette seemed poised to break through the mist and present itself before Ash, it abruptly halted, then turned away without a trace of nostalgia. Had they once again faced defeat, discovered to be different from their kind, and consequently departed in disappointment as a lighthouse? The despondency in Jinghui's tone was palpable to any discerning ear. After Ash assisted him to his feet, they returned to the lighthouse together. Once Jinghui was settled in his room to rest, Ash dialed Professor Oak's number. "Ah, it's Ash. Long time no see. Your IP address is at Jinghui's home. How fortunate." Jinghui is a somewhat renowned researcher in the academic field. Feel free to ask him anything you don't understand. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle? How did you manage to capture all these Pokémon? As Ash explained, Professor Oak's smile gradually faded, leaving a solemn expression in its wake. Chapter 29, Daily Training. Truth be told, I was already aware of such matters, but my individual influence is limited in affecting change for everyone. Hence, I approach the distribution of Pokémon to novice trainers with caution. Among the 3 individuals who set out with you, aside from Gary, the other 2 are actually a year older than you. I refrained from giving them Pokémon at the age of 10 to observe them further, ensuring they were not the sort to abandon their Pokémon. The reason Professor Oak only provided Pokémon and Pokédexes to 4 individuals this time wasn't due to any notions of hierarchy. Rather, it was a straightforward observation of their potential to become exceptional trainers. Ash wholeheartedly agreed with Professor Oak's reasoning. One ought to exercise caution when distributing Pokémon, and when applying for starter Pokémon, one should proceed with thoughtful consideration. Given the serendipity of the situation, coupled with your assistance in recovering abandoned Pokémon, I shall send you several technical discs. Cherish them well. The technical discs are indeed authentic discs, containing not music, but demonstrations and explanations of various moves. Both Pokémon and trainers must learn, as there are crucial aspects that Pokémon may not comprehend, requiring guidance from their trainers. Through the teleportation device at Jinghui's home, Ash received a collection of discs: Ultimate Absorb, Acid Bomb, Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Air Slash, Ice Beam, Weather Ball, Surf, Sunny Day, and Rain Dance. Each of these 10 discs contained distinct moves, all of which were common foundational techniques. Once the transmission reached Ash, Professor Oak refrained from elaborating on the rationale behind these selections, yet Ash understood intuitively. Professor Oak, once the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, displayed a remarkable flexibility in skill combinations. For instance, Sunny Day and Rain Dance represent 2 opposing systems, both compatible with the starter Pokémon. While Bulbasaur can adeptly maneuver between sunny and rainy conditions, the Grass-Poison dual type suits Bulbasaur perfectly, and once proficient in the Poison-type foundational move Acid Bomb, it can advance to the upgraded version, Mud Bomb. Dragon Pulse serves to enhance Charmander's weaknesses, while Charizard embodies both fire and flying types. Historically, water and ice types have been inseparable, making Squirtle's synergy with Ice Beam and Surf quite fitting. Weather Ball is universally applicable to all 3 starters. Remarkably, all these moves are special attacks. In a world where base stats are concealed and dual-type Pokémon abound, Professor Oak's pointed suggestion implies that these starter Pokémon are special attackers, effectively sparing novice trainers from years of missteps. Ash felt the weight of Professor Oak's thoughtful intentions. Except for Pikachu. Well, it seemed Pikachu had not received much attention. Perhaps because Professor Oak had not prepared any electric-type move sets. Once we reach Leaf Village, I'll help you find some. There's an electric-type gym there, and the marketplace should have electric-type TM discs for sale. After comforting Pikachu, Ash released the 3 starter Pokémon and inserted the Weather Ball disc into the computer. As the screen flickered, Professor Oak's image appeared, causing Ash to raise an eyebrow. Most discs on the market are distributed uniformly by the League, with a few produced by private companies. The cheaper ones typically feature demonstrations by a Puccina with a few cursory introductions. The pricier options offer more variety, pairing different skill introductions with various Pokémon for easier learning. However, Ash had never encountered a disc featuring Professor Oak personally teaching. It must be an exclusive collector's item. Ash watched intently, even as Misty and Brock urged him to sleep, while the Pokémon could hardly keep their eyes open. Yet, Ash remained undeterred in his pursuit of knowledge, as if he too could master the moves. Perhaps, if he were to receive a fighting-type or normal-type TM, he might truly be able to put on a display. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Misty, whose nerves were already quite sensitive, was instantly jolted awake by the ensuing commotion outside the window. Initially intending to draw the curtains and continue sleeping, she immediately sprang to attention upon hearing Ash's voice, filled with enthusiasm. "Oh no, Ash is secretly training outside without me. I can't let him get ahead." Realizing that Ash's prowess would soon surpass hers by a considerable margin, Misty hurriedly jumped out of bed, dressed, and rushed out of the lighthouse. Upon stepping outside, she found Ash engaged in morning exercises with his Pokémon by the beach. "Wait for me, I'm coming too," Misty called, summoning all her Pokémon to join her as she dashed after Ash. On one side was her sleepily uncoordinated Water-type team, while on the other stood Ash's spirited and determined quartet of starter Pokémon, a stark contrast that left Misty feeling somewhat disheartened. Hey, can you all at least muster some enthusiasm? You look like you didn't get enough sleep last night. Misty wanted desperately to encourage her newly captured Pokémon to be more lively. However, among her Water-type team, aside from Squirtle and Kingler, the others struggled to move even on the shore. Shelter, being rather hefty, could only cling to the sand with its tongue, slowly dragging its shell along. Recognizing that they would not be able to keep up with the morning exercises, Misty opted for a different strategy, urging her Pokémon to dive into the water and swim after Ash. This approach proved to be far more effective. Once submerged, her Pokémon visibly perked up, quickly catching up to Ash. Squirtle is the newest member of the team, once a leader and now relegated to 4th place. His mindset has not yet adjusted, particularly during the morning jog when he was left far behind, which only fueled his frustration. Suddenly, a small round head emerged from the shallow water on his right, and Squirtle became alert. Oh, how much more suitable the swimming techniques of Misty would be for him. He contemplated joining his former underling for a swim, but hesitated to go against Ash's wishes, caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, he decided to dive in. After all, his path was different from theirs. Ash's sudden appearance startled Squirtle greatly. However, since Ash had already agreed, he wasted no time and plunged underwater, swiftly pursuing the leading Pikachu. Ash also wasted no time, shedding his outerwear and diving into the sea. To Squirtle's astonishment, Ash immediately surpassed them all. What are you staring at? Keep running. Ignoring Pikachu's odd glance from the shore, Ash submerged into the depths. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In the dimly lit world around him, Ash strolled through the deep sea with an air of calmness. Squirtle, fearing for Ash's safety, swam after him, matching his pace underwater. Upon noticing Squirtle keeping up, Ash began a warm-up routine underwater, effortlessly generating warmth amidst the icy depths, shattering rocks with each punch against the water pressure. Squirtle attempted to practice breaking rocks alongside Ash, but the force of each collision left him dazed, achieving nothing noteworthy. Seriously, are you even human? Squirtle found himself speechless watching Ash, who had been holding his breath for 20 minutes. The underwater strength Ash displayed was astonishing, moving with remarkable ease. You are more like a water type than I am. Calling you big brother feels like an overstatement. Squirtle was genuinely impressed by Ash, fully convinced of his prowess. Chapter 30, Leafy Town. Ash, where are you? With the vast ocean stretching endlessly, calling out yielded no results. Without hesitation, Misty shed her outerwear and shorts, plunging into the water to search for Ash. Her Pokémon, unwilling to be left behind, followed suit. Yet, not long after entering the sea, Misty felt a sense of impending danger. She focused ahead and spotted a massive Gyarados. Unlike those found in rivers, the ones in the ocean are generally colossal, and this one measured around 8 meters. The Gyarados swung its body and charged toward Misty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly dodged, while her Pokémon unleashed their moves to fend it off. However, none possessed electric-type attacks, rendering their efforts ineffective. With a flick of its tail, Gyarados easily brushed aside the feeble Pokémon. Misty hastily retreated, attempting to swim to the surface, but she was no match for Gyarados' speed. Just as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she felt a sudden shift. Gyarados could no longer ascend and was plummeting downward. Confused, she turned to see Ash grasping the Gyarados' tail, pulling it downward. As Gyarados prepared to counter with bite, Ash raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch to its jaw. The sharp teeth shattered instantly, and Gyarados' eyes bulged in shock. With another blow, Ash sent it crashing against the rocky wall, where it slowly descended. Misty was momentarily stunned by the scene, and when she regained her senses, Ash was already by her side, pulling her toward the shore. After experiencing such a brush with death, Misty lay on the beach for a long while, finally awakening from her daze. Ash, please refrain from such dangerous actions next time. It worries me. Sure, Ash nodded, quickening his blood circulation to evaporate the water on his body and began pressing his clothes dry with his fists in a rather unconventional manner, shaking off the moisture. As Squirtle emerged from the water, he witnessed this spectacle, feeling a surge of admiration for Ash's capabilities. He then reached into his shell and retrieved a pair of sunglasses, handing them to Ash. Clearly, Ash was more deserving of these sunglasses than he was. Squirtle had made up his mind about the leader. Noticing Misty's agape expression, Ash remarked nonchalantly, "Do you need help drying off?" "Oh, no, that's not necessary," Misty replied, having already shed her clothes before diving. The only thing wet on her was her underwear. it would be inappropriate to remove that for Ash to beat dry. By the time the other 3 Pokémon returned from their morning exercises, Ash guided them into a skills training session. In this area, Ash was also a novice and lacked experience, serving merely as an overseer. I can handle some of this, Misty offered, sensing Ash's struggle with the training. However, I am only proficient in teaching water-type Pokémon. I can take Squirtle under my wing. Misty's parents, as the previous gym leaders, were formidable, and as their daughter, she had acquired extensive knowledge from a young age. Ash displayed the technical machines he had acquired from Professor Oak, and Misty smiled slightly. I know Surf and Rain Dance, and I'm familiar with the teaching of Hydro Pump. Rest assured, Ash, I guarantee Squirtle's strength will improve significantly. Ash did not object, merely nodding in agreement. They exchanged silent understanding and commenced training their Pokémon. Over the following days, they remained diligent, with Brock's assistance enabling the Pokémon to quickly regain their strength. Finally, upon reaching Leafy Town, Ash's team had made considerable progress. They had begun to learn skills, though their power and range still required assessment. However, as the trio arrived at the Pokémon Center to freshen up and wash away the grime, they found the place overcrowded, with Pokémon continuously being brought in, and the beds inside filled with Pokémon. Nurse Joy was bustling about, sweating profusely, with several Chansey assisting her tirelessly. Even after Misty emerged from the newly assigned dormitory after her shower, Joy showed no signs of respite. What on earth is happening? Is there a crisis in Leafy Town? Ash sat at the dining table, chewing his food heartily while the 4 Pokémon sat silently with their heads down. What do we do? This feels ominous. Squirtle anxiously patted Pikachu, who was eating beside him. They had just strolled through the ward with Ash, who seemed unfazed, only hearing the trainers expressing their worries and complaints. However, what Squirtle and the others heard were the groans of the Pokémon lying in bed. None of them sounded well. The grimness was palpable. Moreover, after inquiring, they learned that the upcoming challenge at the Leafy Gym was an electric type, just like Pikachu, which made Squirtle's anxiety intensify. What if Ash asked him to battle? Would he end up in the infirmary too? In response to Squirtle's concerns, Pikachu, as the leader of the group, naturally thought of his younger teammate. Don't worry. I'll discuss the strategy with Ash, and I'll take the lead. Let Bulbasaur be the backup. You won't have to step up. What Squirtle heard was the message of being mercilessly beaten by electric-type Pokémon, while Pikachu was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of its evolved form, Raichu. As a devolved form, Pikachu harbored no admiration for Raichu, instead fostering a bold ambition to challenge the heavens themselves. So what if it's Raichu? I can take on Raichu. Pikachu exclaimed. Hey, when did I say I wanted to battle? Stop making assumptions. Upon hearing Pikachu's words, Bulbasaur expressed its discontent. It was already a struggle to contend with Pikachu, and now the prospect of facing Raichu loomed over it. Its record remained dismal, having yet to build up any confidence. In contrast, Charmander remained blissfully unconcerned, enjoying its dinner while humming a tune. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Why should Bulbasaur worry when it was not involved in the impending battle between Pikachu and Raichu? After finishing his meal, Ash began explaining the situation to Misty. Hearing how the newly minted trainers were being thoroughly trounced by the gym leader, she couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for Ash. Oh dear, this could be troublesome. Being a fellow gym leader from the Kanto region, Misty was naturally acquainted with the likes of Brock. She proceeded to enlighten Ash about the gym leader's background. Marcus, a retired veteran from the Unova region, had chosen not to pursue a life of grilling post-retirement, but instead sought a position as a gym leader in Kanto. Having held this role for many years, his strength was not to be underestimated. His expertise lay predominantly in electric-type Pokémon, which placed Misty at a disadvantage, significantly tarnishing her first impression of him. Chapter 31, Different Gym Battles. Ash, try not to stress too much. I know Marcus. He wouldn't intentionally use his strongest Pokémon to bully inexperienced trainers. Those who failed to challenge him likely came unprepared, Misty remarked, casting a glance at the passing trainers. The Pokémon wrapped in bandages were neither resistant to electric-type moves nor equipped with ground-type attacks to counter them. Misty understood that this was merely Marcus's way of dealing with arrogant new trainers by exerting a bit of pressure. Ash nodded and called upon Brock and Misty to accompany him to the gym. As soon as they pushed open the door, the previously dim interior was flooded with light. Upon closer inspection, they found Marcus holding a hamburger in his left hand and a soda in his right, savoring his hometown delicacies. Seeing yet another challenger approach, he quickly wiped the ketchup from his mouth, straightened up, and greeted them warmly. Oh, baby, welcome to the Withered Leaf Gym. Who's here to challenge me? Is it you, little miss? Marcus's towering stature made him appear like an impenetrable wall before Misty. She shook her head, gesturing toward Ash, prompting Marcus to notice the young boy. Upon recognizing Ash's physique and the aura emanating from him, Marcus's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. During his military service, he had often battled alongside troops against lawless individuals, and the ferocity of those outlaws was a memory that haunted him even now. Yet Ash exuded a similar ferocity. Aside from lacking the bloodshed, they were nearly indistinguishable. Noticing Marcus lost in reminiscence, Ash stepped forward and firmly grasped Marcus's hand. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Here to challenge you. Shall we begin?" Ash's words, accompanied by the tingling sensation in Marcus's hand, caused a shift in Marcus's expression. He attempted to withdraw his hand several times, but was unable to do so until Ash willingly released it. "Of course, follow me." After Ash filled out the necessary information and presented it to Marcus, he noted that Marcus already possessed 2 badges. Initially considering using a lower-tier Raichu, Marcus suddenly devised a new approach. "Let us battle in a 3v3 format. I'm eager to see the extent of your abilities." Unlike in the anime, Marcus held no disdain for Ash. He intended to confront him with the strength befitting a trainer with 4 badges. "Come forth, Electabuzz." "What? Not Raichu?" Misty gasped as she took her seat in the audience, astonished that Marcus had opted not to use Raichu. Brock had anticipated this and gently pulled Misty back into her seat. "After following Ash for so long, you still haven't gotten used to it? Just by appearance alone, Ash exudes an intimidating presence. There's no way Marcus would go easy on him." While Ash possessed formidable personal strength, it did not necessarily translate to his Pokémon's capabilities. Misty hesitated to voice her concerns, ultimately settling back into her seat, anxious for Ash. In this case, Ash's strength might inadvertently create complications for his Pokémon. Ash, remaining composed, sent Pikachu to the forefront. Pikachu leapt down from Ash's shoulder, its cheeks sparking with electricity as it gazed eagerly at Electabuzz. Marcus wore no smile at the sight of Pikachu. His preconceived notions led him to overestimate Pikachu's potential. As expected, this Pikachu is undeniably strong. Marcus shouted, "Use Swift." In a flash of light, Electabuzz inhaled deeply, puffing out its cheeks, preparing to unleash its attack, yet Pikachu zigzagged swiftly, closing the distance. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Electabuzz released a barrage of star-shaped energy, sweeping the area surrounding Pikachu. Unfazed, Pikachu leapt just in time to evade the onslaught, keeping its eyes locked on Electabuzz's mouth. Should anything change, it was ready to adjust its steps swiftly. These were all battle techniques Ash had taught. However, Pikachu underestimated the swift attack as soon as it dodged. The stars altered their trajectory at uncanny angles, homing in on Pikachu. Thunderbolt. As Pikachu charged toward Electabuzz's abdomen, the stars were fast approaching from behind. Just as they were about to collide, Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity, unleashing a surge that exploded outward, catching both the swift stars and Electabuzz. The swift attack was obliterated by the Thunderbolt, and Electabuzz crossed its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself, only to be violently thrown to the edge of the arena. Such a powerful electric move convinced Marcus that Pikachu's appearance in battle was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Once Electabuzz, panting heavily, managed to rise to its feet again, Marcus promptly changed his strategy. Use Light Screen. Electabuzz raised its arms, conjuring a transparent barrier before it. Just as it materialized, Pikachu charged forward, colliding headfirst into Electabuzz's rotund belly, delivering a finishing blow. Nevertheless, Electabuzz had fulfilled its role. Now it was time to rely on its teammates. Marcus tossed a Pokeball forward, and a brilliant light erupted as a quadrupedal Pokémon emerged. Ampharos, use Needlearm. Before Ampharos even touched the ground, the spiky fur on its neck bristled, launching towards Pikachu. Ash, be careful. That Ampharos likely has the static ability, Misty warned, rising from her seat in the audience. Though static was slightly less potent than Lightning Rod, immunity to electric-type moves was still a significant threat. In a flash of light, Pikachu darted between the countless needle-like projectiles, preparing to employ its previous tactics once more, but Marcus remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Use Discharge. Rayquaza slightly leaned forward, baring its teeth at Pikachu, as an astonishing surge of electricity erupted from its body. Instinctively, Pikachu dodged, only to realize that the situation was amiss. The electric currents did not strike Pikachu immediately. Instead, they first encircled the missile needles embedded in the ground. Electric arcs danced between the needles, and Misty, perched at a higher vantage point, sensed impending danger. In her eyes, those arcs resembled a cage, sealing off Pikachu's escape routes, granting Rayquaza complete dominion over the battlefield. As the final needle connected, a tremendous torrent of electricity surged toward Pikachu from all directions. Using Iron Tail against the ground, Pikachu leapt with all its might, its tail cleaving downward like a blade. The ground then cracked outward from Pikachu's epicenter. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the missile needles, all disrupted, toppled and splintered alongside the earth. This blockade of electricity was ruthlessly dismantled, and even Rayquaza was momentarily hindered, nearly getting its limbs caught in the fissures. The previously radiant smile vanished in an instant, and Misty's expression hardened, her esteem for Ash rising further. This was no ordinary trainer. A formidable response was necessary. Chapter 32, Desperate Struggle. Ash chose not to let Pikachu endure further, and instead carried it off the field for a moment of respite, sending Bulbasaur into battle. The sudden switch of Pokémon did not concern Misty. She merely focused on the auxiliary moves of Bulbasaur. Growth. Ash acted first, as Bulbasaur firmly rooted itself, drawing energy from the earth, its form visibly expanding. Thunderbolt. Rayquaza unleashed a furious electric strike toward Bulbasaur, who, in its enhanced state, was unable to evade and took the hit head-on. The power was somewhat less than Pikachu's, leaving Bulbasaur unscathed. Bulbasaur hardly cared, having endured countless thunderbolts from Pikachu during training. It had grown accustomed to such attacks. Seeing that Thunderbolt failed to produce the expected effect surprised Rayquaza. Missile Needles. Leaf Blade. The two Pokémon engaged fiercely, neither giving an inch, exchanging blows, though Bulbasaur appeared to sustain greater damage. Recognizing the effectiveness of the move, Misty pressed the advantage with more Missile Needles. Vine Whip. Bulbasaur, having diligently trained this move, swiftly launched two tendrils upon receiving Ash's command. Rayquaza attempted to dodge, but it was futile. The tendrils struck its abdomen, ensnaring it and pulling it back. Electromagnetic Wave. With the tide of battle shifting dramatically, Misty had no choice but to employ underhanded tactics. However, Ash had anticipated such a move. Sleep Powder. A cloud of dust erupted from Bulbasaur's back, ensnaring Rayquaza. Yet, the electromagnetic wave also found its mark, leaving both Pokémon in a state of abnormality. Seizing the moment, Bulbasaur unleashed seed bombs to bind Rayquaza, while continuously using growth to enhance itself. Misty could only grit her teeth and watch as Rayquaza, as the gym leader, was unable to recall it. Once Bulbasaur was sufficiently empowered and the seed bombs were fully charged, a single whip sent Rayquaza crashing back into the spring. After successive defeats, Misty could only laugh in disbelief. Are you truly a trainer with only 2 badges? Faced with Misty's incredulous assessment, Ash calmly explained, I am a disciple of Professor Oak. Though he had merely consulted the professor, this rationale sufficed to convince Misty of her own conclusions. It wasn't he that he was lacking. Rather, his opponent had come prepared. Playful Thunder, unleash your final move. By this point, Misty had predicted her defeat and chose not to feign any longer. As Playful Thunder emerged from its Pokeball, it bounced directly in front of Bulbasaur. Caught off guard, Bulbasaur was overwhelmed by the sudden explosion, rendering it momentarily dazed. Such a desperate attempt to salvage pride made Ash's eyelids twitch. This is precisely why I dislike him. He is overly concerned with appearances and possesses a fragile pride. Misty shared her discontent with Misty, yet there was little they could do. This was the demeanor of a seasoned Unova veteran, recognized as a gym leader by the league. Here is your badge. Misty handed Ash the badge, flicking it toward him with her thumb, before turning away to resume her meal. Fuck you. Misty paused, taken aback by hearing a hometown expression in Kanto, but as she turned to look, all she saw was Ash's retreating figure. Even after leaving the gym, Misty remained dissatisfied with Misty's behavior, grumbling incessantly. It was evident that she held a poor impression of the Unova veteran. Even the usually good-natured Brock could not contain himself and joined Misty in her complaints. Just as the trio prepared to return to rest and ready themselves for departure the next day, a man and woman suddenly appeared ahead. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, they wasted no time, raising their bells and calling out boisterously. Hey there, would you like to check out our super luxurious lottery event? It's incredibly easy to win, and the first draw is free. Upon hearing free, Misty was immediately drawn in, halting in front of the table. A large lottery box sat atop the table, and Misty was captivated by the notice pinned to it, particularly the grand prize. Ash, look, it's a 3-day cruise ticket on the SS and, as a port city, Leaf Green City hosted numerous luxurious liners, with the SS and ranking among the best, though its price was equally steep. Ash was unfazed. He instantly recognized that these two were the long-absent Team Rocket, albeit without Meowth. Whether to participate or not was of little concern to him. Fear was not an option. With Ash's tacit approval and Brock's agreement, Misty reached into the box and, to her delight, successfully drew the grand prize, securing the cruise ticket. Wow, I must be incredibly lucky. Ash, look, It's a team ticket. Ash nodded, casting a peculiar glance at the Team Rocket duo. Under Ash's scrutiny, Jessie began to sweat. But fortunately, Ash did not press further. After Ash and his friends departed, Team Rocket remained behind, biding their time. Without Pikachu's earlier interference, they were not particularly keen on capturing it. Their current operation was merely part of a larger Team Rocket mission, distributing SS and tickets to lure trainers who had successfully challenged the Leaf Green Gym. They intended to rob them during the cruise, collaborating with their cohorts. Ash was merely an incidental participant. Here we go again. I just saw another trainer successfully challenge the gym. You all better get ready, Meow. The bushes parted to reveal Meowth's face. Got it. James, have you prepared the balls? James emptied the box of all the Pokeballs, meticulously replacing the stickers, changing the trio's design to a solo one. They had become quite adept at this task, performing it from dawn till dusk. As the triumphant challenger strolled past, Jessie donned a new facade, greeting him with a beaming smile. Hey there, handsome. Would you like to participate in our lottery event? Returning to the Pokemon Center, Ash allowed Pikachu and Bulbasaur to rest before he ventured alone to the shopping mall. The departure is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, which is Friday. Before that, Ash has ample time to train. The shopping mall is vast, and the fourth floor is exclusively designated for trainers. Within this space, there are numerous shops. However, upon Ash's observation, 50 are dedicated to providing meals for Pokemon, while 25 serve as entertainment venues, including but not limited to battle arenas, amusement parks, and training grounds. Only the remaining portion sells items. These items are of particular significance. Most are factory wholesale goods, such as evolution stones, which are not as exorbitantly priced as one might imagine, as they are polished into small fragments, just sufficient for Pokemon to evolve without wastage. Ash did not come across any gambling eggs, though legitimate egg sales are available. After browsing for a while, without finding anything appealing, Ash made his way directly to the shelf of technical machines. He selected 3 moves: Volt Switch, Odd Wave, and Protect. The first 2 moves were intended for Pikachu, while Protect is a universal technique for Pokemon. Chapter 33, the operation begins. Given the complexity of learning new moves and the fact that even if the technical machines were not sold, they could not be monopolized by human means over the long passage of time, Ash managed to acquire them for a modest sum. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Ash did not dawdle. Pikachu had just been released from the medical room and promptly accompanied Ash to examine the technical machines. Have you learned it? Ash inquired, pointing at the screen. Pikachu shook his head. After only an hour of observation, mastery was not immediate. An hour later, Ash asked again, and this time Pikachu felt a glimmer of understanding and wished to give it a try. Ash summoned Charmander to act as a practice partner. Charmander trembled, fearing that an inadvertent misstep from Pikachu might result in an unwarranted shock. Don't shake. The more you tremble, the more anxious I become. Seeing Charmander's distressed demeanor beneath the tree, Pikachu attempted to offer reassurance. Yet, this did little to stabilize Charmander's nerves. Bulbasaur, unable to bear the sight any longer, swiftly ensnared Charmander with Vine Whip. Quick, now's your chance. Use that move. Yes, hurry up. We can hardly wait. Squirtle observed the chaos with an amused expression. Pikachu felt exasperated by the antics of his mischievous companions. Hey, stop it. Don't. Charmander's lamentations failed to halt Pikachu, who unleashed a crooked wave of energy that struck the bound Charmander. Dazed and weak, Charmander felt the effects of the odd wave, although outwardly unscathed. Ash then had Pikachu test the attack range and effective distance, reminding Charmander to report back to Nurse Joy afterward. Don't worry, the next time you practice your moves, I'll have Pikachu assist you, Ash assured, aware of Charmander's displeasure. However, Charmander shook his head, trembling as he pointed at Bulbasaur, who had just tied him up. I want him. Ash understood implicitly. For the next move, Ash proceeded with Volt Switch. Under Charmander's insistence, he insisted on staying to witness Bulbasaur's plight. Bulbasaur, undaunted, even graciously invited the challenge. Pikachu took a deep breath, electricity coursing through his body. At the opportune moment, Pikachu surged forward, charging at Bulbasaur, only to pivot at the last moment and deliver a swift kick to Bulbasaur's forehead. A flash of red light enveloped Pikachu as he was recalled into the Pokeball, only to swiftly re-emerge for a second practice. Though the experience of being returned to the ball was displeasing, it was an essential facet of the move, allowing one to evade damage and rotate. Bulbasaur, momentarily stunned by the kick, nearly toppled over but managed to regain composure and nodded at Ash, affirming his readiness for further combat. After another day of rigorous training, the day of boarding finally arrived. On this day, Misty, adorned in her meticulously chosen swimsuit, boarded the ship with eager anticipation. It must be said that Team Rocket's efficiency is commendable. Aside from their initially selected elite members, the remaining individuals are also formidable trainers. Ash, look, it's Lapras. The trainers aboard the ship come from diverse backgrounds, yet those who performed with Pokémon captivated Misty's attention the most. The trainer currently showcasing his skills was a water-type specialist, holding Misty wrapped in fascination. Brock engaged in conversation with a nearby breeder, each sharing their unique experiences and preferences. Pikachu yearned to befriend the Pokémon performing on stage, yet Ash chose not to linger in the hall, opting instead to conceal himself. Lowering his cap, Ash positioned himself in a corner, using his peripheral vision to identify potential Team Rocket members within the crowd. Aside from the unmistakable duo of Jesse and James, he could only judge by demeanor, marking those with furtive glances and an inclination to eye others' Pokémon as likely Team Rocket affiliates. The ship gradually sailed into the distance, and through the window, the desolate Leaf Town faded from view, with the vessel's destination being Fiery Island, still 2 days' journey ahead. During the evening banquet, guests indulged in the ship's culinary offerings. Misty and Brock intended to sample the fare, but Ash swiftly ushered them towards their quarters. Ash, what are you doing? It's mealtime. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it. Misty protested, her stomach growling as Ash pulled her into the room. Ash, have you discovered something? Is there a problem? Brock, well aware that Ash's actions were never without reason, sensed that something was amiss. I've spotted Team Rocket members. Misty fell silent immediately, and Brock's expression turned grave. They were at sea, isolated and vulnerable. In a world akin to Conan's, this was undoubtedly a prime location for nefarious deeds. With Team Rocket's presence aboard, disaster was inevitable. The thought of potentially being cast into the ocean shattered Misty's previously buoyant mood. This is bad. We have no signal out here. We can't even call the Coast Guard. Ash leaned against the window, lost in contemplation as he gazed into the dim surroundings. Hearing a commotion outside, Brock noticed through the peephole that a server was knocking on each room's door. At one door, a server confirmed the absence of occupants and proceeded to unlock the door with a key. Upon exiting, the server was laden with bulging bags. Brock was certain that this was a Team Rocket member, taking advantage of the dining crowd to pilfer valuables. And now, their room was the next target. Brock, cautious, gestured silently to Ash. Ash, observing the turning doorknob, remained unresponsive. The door swung open, and just as Brock prepared to release his Pokémon, Ash suddenly dashed forward. The Team Rocket member, caught off guard, received a punch to the face and collapsed, unconscious. He was swiftly dragged into the room, and the door was shut once more. The sequence of actions was seamless. Brock had yet to process the events, while Misty hurriedly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Watching Ash skillfully bind the intruder and remove the server's uniform, the unmistakable Team Rocket attire was revealed. After sizing it up, Ash confirmed it would fit. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash stripped the man of his clothes and donned them himself. Stay put. I shall return shortly, he declared before stepping out of the room with a pokeball in hand. Ignoring the Team Rocket members outside, who were engaged in their own nefarious activities, Ash made his way directly to the hall, where he observed a group of individuals who had gorged themselves and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness. As Ash had suspected, the meal had indeed been laced with sedatives. Hey, Hayden, how much did you manage to pilfer? He inquired. I've only managed to find this paltry amount. This guy must be quite destitute. Suddenly, someone clapped Ash on the shoulder, interrupting him with incessant complaints. Chapter 34, Mowing the Grass. Hayden, what Pokemon did you manage to snatch? Ash did not turn around. Instead, he pulled Pikachu from the confines of his clothing. Pikachu? That's as common as a Rattata by the roadside. Do you have anything more rare? The starter Pokemon was far too abundant, to the point that some dared to abandon them. However, Ash still possessed the Pokeballs left behind by the unfortunate man, though it was unclear whether they were stolen or rightfully his. In a flash of light, an EV materialized in Ash's hand. Now this is promising. EV is relatively rare and could fetch a handsome price. Ha. The individual behind him ceased to pester Ash and instead posed the same question to others. When someone revealed having captured a Dratini, excitement erupted. Your luck is extraordinary. Which room did you steal it from? I must check it out. Hearing the exclamations behind him, Ash chose not to look back, but instead blended into the crowd of Team Rocket members, observing their subsequent actions. At that moment, Pikachu perched on his left shoulder, while Eevee settled on his right. Eevee, unfazed by the change in trainers, curiously surveyed the surroundings. Meanwhile, Pikachu nervously began to explain to Eevee that they were not villains and assured him that he would be returned after the ordeal. Yet, Eevee paid little heed to this. Having finally escaped its ball for some fresh air, it had no intention of returning, jumping down from Ash's shoulder to sit on a half-finished dining table, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Concerned about potentially causing trouble for Ash, Pikachu followed suit, keeping a watchful eye on Eevee to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Ash did not see the familiar duo from Team Rocket, likely still busy with their looting. As the time drew near, a command was issued, and most Team Rocket members were assembled on the deck, lined up to tally their spoils. All captured Pokémon were locked in Pokeballs and stuffed into bags, including Pikachu and Eevee, who were also forcibly restrained. Among the discoveries Ash made was that Team Rocket had not only been collecting Pokémon, but had also kidnapped 2 individuals. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be high-ranking officials from the League, though their mouths were gagged, rendering them mute. The mission is successfully completed. Now follow my lead and board the lifeboats in an orderly fashion. Finally, we shall orchestrate a maritime disaster, burying everyone here. The leader spoke with ruthless authority, indicating that within the ship, life and death were at his command. Upon hearing this, Ash raised an eyebrow, his gaze narrowing. Team Rocket members immediately mobilized to retrieve the lifeboats, but discovered that the door leading to the cabin had been inexplicably breached, the iron door handle mangled beyond recognition, making it impossible to access normally. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader quickly understood that something was amiss. The extent of the damage indicated it had only just occurred. There is a mole within Team Rocket. Just as the leader was about to use a communicator to alert the members still stationed in the cabin, a fist suddenly struck him from the side, shattering his skull and sending him sprawling to the ground, convulsing. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present, but at that moment, Ash had no reservations. He seized the head of a nearby Team Rocket member, applying pressure until blood flowed from their features, then unleashed a devastating sweep that sent shockwaves through the crowd. Those at the fringes were knocked into the water, perishing upon impact with the ship's hull. It's him. He is the insider. At that moment, the traitor revealed themselves, prompting the loyalists to surge forward to apprehend Ash. In unison, they drew their Pokeballs, but Ash's speed had long surpassed their comprehension, darting through the crowd like lightning, smashing heads with precision, inciting chaos and cries of despair. Even when opponents unleashed their Pokémon, Ash swiftly snatched their Pokeballs from their hands, forcibly recalling them before delivering a knockout blow. A total of 50 individuals fell victim to Ash's onslaught in under a minute, some plunging into the water while others lay unconscious, leaving the scene shrouded in silence. Hello? Is everything all right? Respond if you hear me. The communication device crackled to life, but before a response could be given, Ash crushed it underfoot. Such a fierce warrior left the 2 conscious hostages wide-eyed with astonishment. After Ash freed them from their bindings, they revealed their identities and motives. They had been en route to investigate the governmental activities in Evergreen City, suspecting the presence of Team Rocket's leader. Unfortunately, they had been caught off guard in the cabin. Had it not been for Ash's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Impressive. What a thrill. Observing Ash's prowess up close filled Eevee with admiration, and as soon as the ropes were undone, it leaped into Ash's embrace, seeking affection. Pikachu was taken aback by Eevee's unabashed behavior, but soon deemed it a reasonable reaction, considering the circumstances. There was no denying that Ash's strength had left a profound impact, and he surmised that any Pokémon who admired strength would be drawn to Ash. I'm going to search the ship for more Team Rocket members. You two be careful. Ash had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, turning his back as he twisted the door handle and pushed through the iron door with determination. Upon re-entering the cabin, Ash did not relent. He struck anyone he encountered. Were it not for the complications of tracking down individuals, he would have resolved the situation long ago. On the deck, the 2 officials exchanged glances and quietly unfurled the large net scattered across the ground, releasing all the captured Pokémon to find their trainers. Some Pokémon, deeply affectionate towards their trainers, quickly returned to awaken them. Others, who shared a lesser bond, remained stationary or, if capable of flight or swimming, departed immediately. Faced with such behavior, the 2 officials were unsurprised. If every trainer treated their Pokémon kindly, the Pokémon would reciprocate loyalty. But what of those who resorted to thievery? They would have to contend with the possibility of Pokémon escaping back to their trainers at any moment. Would they still command a good price? Would they remain captured? Ash, have things outside been resolved? Brock and Misty had remained on high alert, unwilling to make a move until Ash's voice called out from beyond the door. Trembling, Misty opened the door to inquire about the situation. Yes, the situation is under control, but I encountered a bit of trouble. Ash stepped aside to reveal the clingy Eevee in front of them. I intended to return him to his trainer, but he insists on following me, and I cannot locate his trainer. Once inside, Eevee jumped into Ash's arms, smitten at first sight, completely disinterested in leaving. Chapter 35, Blue Plush. The question of how to manage Eevee's presence now lay squarely before the three of them. Ash advocated for a natural approach, allowing Eevee to act as it pleased, provided it did not infringe upon his core interests. Misty, on the other hand, yearned to gently caress Eevee, yet Eevee averted its gaze, retreating steadfastly into Ash's embrace. Brock was not unfamiliar with such occurrences. He had heard tales of Pokémon abandoning their former trainers for new ones. Moreover, there was little that law enforcement could do about it, as enforcing league regulations upon Pokémon was futile. Pokémon simply did not abide by such constraints. If they truly developed affections, even a trainer's financial inability would not compel them to leave. Conversely, if a Pokémon felt disinclined, no amount of wealth could deter them from departing. They existed in a realm apart from human society. Ash, you ought to accept it, given Eevee's evident fondness for you. It is unlikely you can drive it away, Brock suggested. Ash nodded, gathering Eevee onto his shoulder, with Pikachu on the other side. Eevee displayed no signs of jealousy. Rather, it admired and cherished Ash. Pikachu, too, readily accepted this new companion, though it felt compelled to clarify certain matters, such as the hierarchy among friends. Pikachu possessed profound insights on this subject. As the trio sought refuge indoors, a cacophony erupted outside. The awakened trainers were momentarily set aside. The wealthy elite were greatly displeased with the recent attack. Upon hearing the accounts from the two league executives, they felt relieved to be unharmed. Yet inquiries into the Rocket team's failure led to fanciful fabrications. They claimed that a legendary Pokémon had intervened, but the thick fog outside obscured any clarity. Unfortunately, Ash had explicitly instructed them to conceal his identity during the rescue, wishing to avoid a deluge of rumors pointing directly at him. Though unafraid, he did not wish to embroil others in trouble. After recounting the events, a significant dilemma loomed before them. The ship's captain had vanished, leaving the vessel adrift in the ocean, buffeted by the winds. Speculations arose regarding the captain's fate. Some believed he had been murdered, while others conjectured he might be a member of Team Rocket, and still others posited that he had fled, abandoning them. Panic ensued, for no means of communication existed to contact the outside world, forcing them to endure a restless night. On the third day, the outside world finally noticed the forsaken St. Anna had yet to dock. Authorities swiftly mobilized, utilizing Pokémon to locate the passengers aboard the ship. The vessel was safely escorted to the nearest port, which fortuitously was near Blue Plume City, where a grand seaside hotel resided. Oh, at last, we are off the ship. I shall never venture out to sea again. How could we encounter such misfortune? Upon disembarking, the trio settled on a nearby beach to rest. Watching as a throng of Rocket members were escorted off the ship in handcuffs, Misty remained haunted by the events that had transpired on board. They had nearly descended into chaos over food shortages, with some demanding the trainer's Pokémon for sustenance, while others staunchly defended their lives. Had the Coast Guard not intervened in time, a gruesome tragedy might have unfolded. Well, at least everything turned out fine. We made it off safely. Let me check the nearest gym city. Brock rummaged through his backpack for a guidebook. Ash observed Eevee frolicking with Pikachu, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar aura in the air, emanating from the sea and intensifying. Ash quickly urged his companions to step back and was about to warn passers-by when calamity struck. Without warning, the once stable St. Anna erupted in an explosion, the violent tremor causing the stairs connecting to the shore to collapse, sending the ship tumbling into chaos. Everything transpired far too swiftly for any forewarning. Inside the vessel, numerous Rocket members were also caught in the ensuing collapse. What could have caused such a sudden explosion? Were there bombs hidden beneath the ship? Misty gasped, her heart racing, while Brock furrowed his brow, and Ash gazed intently at the turbulent sea, having sensed an ominous presence from the water. We must report this. Something grave may be unfolding, Ash urged as he led his friends toward Officer Jenny, who was overseeing the apprehended criminals at the port. He promptly conveyed his recent observations. You detected a vast number of jellyfish, which suddenly gathered and surfaced, attacking the St. Anna. Jenny's demeanor shifted instantly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she needed to inform her superiors. Why would jellyfish assault ships? They typically dwell in the deep sea and rarely surface. Misty was bewildered, her skepticism palpable. In her uncertainty, she released her own jellyfish into the water for verification. Yet the harsh truth emerged. The jellyfish returned from their dive, confirming that indeed, their kind was assaulting humans, a premeditated act. This revelation forced Misty to reconsider her doubts. However, trusting in the aquatic Pokémon, she remained convinced that there must be a reason behind this anomalous behavior. Ash, I wish to stay and investigate this matter further. Can we delay our departure? Please. Misty implored Ash, her expression one of desperation. Ash silently acquiesced, and the trio commenced a discussion, branching out to gather information. Brock wandered toward the beach, mingling with a nearby group of sunbathing women, oblivious to whether he engaged in earnest conversation or lighthearted banter. Misty lingered by the water's edge, hoping to harness the power of Pokémon to uncover the truth. Ash strolled along the shoreline, unknowingly making his way to the U-Town dock, where a grand seaside hotel awaited. At that moment, the establishment was devoid of staff, save for a diminutive elderly woman vehemently berating a trainer. How outrageous! Are you even a trainer? You can't even drive away jellyfish. Since you failed your task, you won't receive a single coin. How can you treat me like this? My Pokémon were injured because of your mission. You won't compensate me at all? Is that fair? Are you even human? The trainer seethed, fury boiling within him, threatening to demolish the hotel. Yet the elderly woman showed no mercy, summoning several individuals from the hotel to throw the disgruntled trainer into the sea. As she turned to re-enter the hotel, the elderly woman suddenly noticed Ash, a new trainer with a formidable presence. Hey, are you here regarding my task? If you wish to discuss wages and assignments, come inside with me. Chapter 36, The Crumbling Edifice. Grandma Jean had envisioned establishing an enormous amusement park, but regrettably, from the onset, she faced relentless opposition from the jellyfish, resulting in continuous delays and deterring visitors from coming. To reclaim her audience, she was compelled to devise a strategy to drive away these Pokémon, resorting to recruiting trainers. Local trainers were reluctant to participate, so she sought out outsiders. The malevolent onyx jellyfish have been a persistent hindrance to my endeavors for profit. Just moments ago, I witnessed a vessel outside suddenly sink, and I am convinced it is a conspiracy orchestrated by the onyx jellyfish. Are you not afraid? Ash sought to unravel the truth, yet Granny Jean consistently evaded accountability, shifting all blame onto the Pokémon, which greatly exasperated Ash. There is always a root cause. Unless addressed fundamentally, issues will perpetuate, and expelling the onyx jellyfish would only be a superficial remedy. Kindly respond directly to my inquiry. Infuriated, Granny Jean raised her cane to strike Ash. However, upon contact, she felt her arm tingle and a sharp pain in her palm. She inflicted no harm upon Ash, but was met with her own backlash. If you refuse to assist, then swiftly depart. Leave. Despite Granny Jean's frantic outburst, Ash remained resolute, contemplating the circumstances outside the window. Presently, he could only speculate that the seaside hotel had encroached upon the onyx jellyfish's habitat, prompting these native creatures to rise in rebellion. How long has this establishment been in operation? Granny Jean lashed out verbally, yet her attempts to harm Ash were futile, and ultimately she had to respond truthfully, lamenting the decision to invite this calamity in. The development documents were approved 15 years ago. Thus, the onyx jellyfish had been driven away for 15 years, persistently protesting each year to no avail. Ash retrieved the contact information left for him by two high-ranking officials, given to him just before he disembarked. He was informed that in times of trouble, he could reach out to them. Hey, that's my number. Who permitted you to use it? Witnessing Ash dial the golden telephone on her desk, Granny Jean nearly fainted with rage, but Ash remained unresponsive. Hello, who is this? At a hotel somewhere in Lamperouch City. The two officials were in contact with the Alliance when they received the call, bewildered by the private nature of the call, recognizing that not just anyone could get through. Ash, we owe you our lives from the ship. I have a request. May I ask you to listen patiently? The officials immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, their tone softening. Speak. You encountered difficulties, I presume? Ash recounted the recent events and Granny Jean's requests, speculating that the situation could spiral out of control. If the situation could not be stabilized swiftly, the Pokémon's rebellion would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar in the Kanto region, and by then it would be too late. If not managed promptly, the entire city would be endangered. Even if it did not lead to a deluge, it would halt maritime operations, severing sea traffic and inflicting damage on both the economy and reputation. Particularly, it could be exploited by unscrupulous organizations within the Kanto region, potentially turning public sentiment against the Alliance. Ash's deductions were not unfounded, and the two officials furrowed their brows in contemplation. If this is indeed the fault of the seaside hotel, it must be shut down immediately. Evacuation and demolition are imperative. What? Who do you think you are to utter such words? Do you even know who I am? Granny Jean leaned in to eavesdrop on Ash's call, and upon hearing about the demolition of the hotel, she erupted in fury, yelling into the phone. Who are you? I am the owner of the hotel, Granny Jean. I have never heard of you. Any matters can be discussed once you are inside. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Granny Jean attempted to hurl more insults. But the other party provided no opportunity for retorts. Soon, the hotel was surrounded by a security team led by Junsha. You are surrounded. If you know what is good for you, surrender. Just as Junsha dismounted her motorcycle and prepared to announce, a trainer-clad youth emerged from the entrance, carrying a diminutive elderly woman whose mouth was swollen and unable to articulate. What on earth happened to her mouth? She fell. Without further ado, Ash unceremoniously handed the elderly woman over to Miss Junsha and departed. Shortly thereafter, Ash spotted Misty by the shore. Misty was crouched down, attempting to mediate with the onyx jellyfish in the water, accompanied by a seahorse standing by her side. Trust me, I will ensure justice is served and will not allow them to continue their transgressions. So please, do not err as well. The seahorse vigorously nodded, joining in to persuade the onyx jellyfish not to be obstinate, asserting that humans were not to be trifled with. However, the onyx jellyfish did not regard Misty, but instead fixed their gaze on Ash, who had just arrived. The aura emanating from him instilled fear, and even the Eevee nestled on his shoulder felt the same trepidation. Ash, you have returned. Did you discover anything? Misty exclaimed joyfully, grasping Ash's hand with eager inquiry. Ash recounted the events that had transpired, and in the distance, the demolition crew hastily approached. Their efficiency was astonishing. Several ground-type Pokémon simultaneously unleashed earthquakes, and the powerful tremors brought the entire hotel crashing down. As the structure crumbled, the onyx jellyfish erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the victory they had fought for. Alongside the hotel, several other buildings were also demolished, successfully averting an impending crisis. The onyx jellyfish drifted away with the waves, soon joined by more venomous jellyfish surfacing, their forms filling the coastline. Originally, this assembly was intended for an offensive on this very day. While they did not fully trust humans, they had developed a modicum of faith in Ash and Misty. As for who emerged as the MVP, or who merely coasted along, it had become inconsequential. Back at the Pokémon Center, after sending her newly captured seahorse for treatment, Misty remained troubled by the relentless pace of their days. Ash, meanwhile, dialed the two officials once more, expressing gratitude for their intervention. This is not our doing. Had it not been for your timely warning, we might have been submerged by the sea. Initially, the officials were skeptical of Ash's claims, but after inquiring about Junsha and reviewing previous reports, many of which involved incidents with the onyx jellyfish, they became fully convinced. Ash, you are indeed a trainer, correct? Are you looking to participate in this year's Quartz League conference? If you wish, we could facilitate your entry. It was but a small gesture, far less significant than Ash's life-saving assistance. Nevertheless, Ash declined, stating that he had not acted to seek repayment. No need. I will find my own way in, based on my merit. Additionally, I would like to inquire about this Eevee. When Ash confronted the onyx jellyfish earlier, he had sensed the potent aura radiating from the Eevee on his shoulder. It was no ordinary Eevee and was of considerable level. He felt compelled to uncover the origins of this extraordinary Pokémon. Chapter 37, Establishing Status. Accurate information regarding the Eevee would take time, but Ash would not cease his endeavors. The following morning, he packed his belongings, intent on taking the two officials with him. An unexpected event had arisen in Lamperuch, necessitating the trio to seek another port to board a vessel. Presently, the Eevee's mood was exceptionally buoyant, perhaps overly so. Originally, Pikachu intended to introduce the three starters to the Eevee, striving for its integration into the group, even emphasizing the tumultuous history between the Eevee and its former owner. However, Eevee consistently emphasized to them that he only recognized Ash as his current trainer, yet he remained tight-lipped about the events of the past. Nevertheless, being a Pokémon, Eevee could not disregard his present role as a member of their team, and thus felt compelled to defend his comrades with fervor. Without hesitation, Eevee rejected the title of Old Five and declared his ambition to be the leader. To this end, during the lunch break, he proactively challenged the other Pokémon. I won't tolerate any insolence. It's time to teach him a proper lesson. Facing Eevee's provocation, Squirtle could no longer contain himself. Once the leader, he now ranked fourth. And while he had accepted this demotion, he found the newcomer's arrogance intolerable, as if he completely disregarded Squirtle, the former boss of the gang. Pikachu, delighted to witness the friendly sparring among friends, stepped in as the referee since Ash remained oblivious, engrossed in his nap. Before he could signal to start, Squirtle, eager to take the initiative, unleashed a water gun directly at Eevee. Without flinching, Eevee absorbed the attack with a smirk, dismissing it as feeble. Let me show you what a real water gun looks like. With that, Eevee unleashed a powerful jet of water, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, propelling Squirtle into a tree for a full 5 seconds of control time. Even as Squirtle hastily retreated into his shell, the force of the water left him dazed. This spectacle left Pikachu awestruck. He rushed to Ash's side, retrieving his Pokédex to scan Eevee. Upon witnessing the flood of information, Pikachu was left speechless. Eevee boasted an impressive level of 30, surpassing Pikachu's own level of 25, making him the strongest among them. His ability was adaptability, which was rather ordinary. Yet the list of moves Eevee possessed was astonishingly extensive, causing Pikachu's eyes to widen in disbelief. Before Pikachu could intervene in this lopsided battle, Charmander stepped forward to challenge Eevee. A burst of flames enveloped Eevee, but before it could singe his fur, Eevee retaliated with a fiery breath that consumed Charmander's flames in a dazzling display. The heat was so intense that even Charmander struggled to withstand it, requiring assistance from Squirtle to cool down. Bulbasaur, hesitant to follow in Charmander's footsteps, joined Pikachu to observe the extraordinary Eevee. Upon learning that Eevee possessed foundational moves of water, fire, grass, and electric types, along with psychic, dark, ice, and fairy moves, Bulbasaur questioned the authenticity of the Pokédex. Gasping in astonishment, Bulbasaur began to wonder about Eevee's origins. With such exceptional capabilities, why would Eevee choose to join their team? Out in the wild, he could reign supreme as the king of wild Eevees. Did Ash even realize this? Pikachu nodded in affirmation. He must know. The interface popped up when I opened it earlier, so he definitely saw it. Hearing this, Bulbasaur felt relieved. If Ash was aware, then it was up to him to make the call. No need for them to worry. Hey, are we still fighting or not? Eevee, growing impatient as he watched the duo whispering over the Pokédex, flicked his tail in anticipation of the final challenger. Are we fighting or not? Bulbasaur hesitated, while Pikachu shook his head. If he wants to be the leader, let him have it. Being a leader is merely a title, regardless of whether Charmander or Squirtle loses. It does not solidify Eevee's position. Ultimately, it comes down to who can unite the majority. Clearly, Eevee had misjudged the situation from the outset. Power does not equate to everything. It also depends on who possesses the true Pokémon spirit. If Eevee wished to bear the standard, then so be it. Pikachu was content to enjoy his leisure. Upon hearing that the last two challengers had conceded without a fight, Eevee strutted triumphantly, trotting over to Ash and promptly falling asleep in his arms. Ugh, how annoying. Why didn't you two take him down a notch? Squirtle expressed his dissatisfaction now that Eevee had finally left. Exactly. Why didn't we give him a good thrashing? Charmander glared at Eevee with resentment. Yet Pikachu urged them to remain calm and look forward to a chance for retaliation based on their abilities. After all, taking down a mere Eevee with 4 against 1, especially a small one at that, would be utterly embarrassing. Ash, of course, remained oblivious to the occurrences involving his Pokémon while he slept. Upon awakening, he resumed organizing supplies while training his moves and stamina during the journey. After discovering a new port and boarding a ship, they finally arrived at the nearest continental landing site by evening. At Maiden's Cliff Port, as the name suggests, there was a beautifully crafted stone sculpture of a woman at the edge of the cliff. Ash, look, they are preparing for a festival here. It's happening in just a few days. Misty exclaimed excitedly, having just disembarked and spotting the numerous announcements. She picked one up and, filled with joy, shook Ash, eager to partake in the festivities. After the exhausting days they had endured, she was desperate for a chance to unwind. Sure, that sounds good. With Ash's approval, Misty's spirits lifted, and just as she was about to inquire about Brock's opinion, she noticed him lost in a daydream. His eyes glazed over, drooling, as if his soul had been captivated. Yet, following Brock's gaze, Misty saw no beautiful woman at all. Hey Brock, what are you looking at that s so captivating? Despite her repeated calls, Brock remained unresponsive, swaying his hands in front of him with no effect. Smack! A sharp slap struck Brock's cheek, jolting him awake, nearly knocking him out. After delivering the slap, Ash pulled Brock back up by his collar. What was that about? Were you hypnotized or something? Facing Misty's inquiry, Brock covered his face, still dazed. Clearly, his head was ruled by his lower instincts. Ash, Misty, didn't you see her? The stunning lady was just standing there. Brock insisted. Misty shook her head, asserting she hadn't seen anything. Ash, you didn't see her either? Now, Ash was seriously questioning Brock's sanity and, disregarding his protests, began dragging him in search of the Pokémon Center or to inquire with Nurse Joy. Chapter 38, Jengar's Obsession. Ash dragged the still-dazed Brock toward the local Pokémon Center. However, midway, they were unexpectedly confronted by a diminutive old woman who blocked their path. Upon seeing yet another elderly lady, Ash narrowed his eyes, veins popping on his forehead, ready to deliver a slap should she exhibit any peculiar behavior. The old woman was none other than Jengar in disguise. Just as he intended to caution the trio regarding a beautiful woman, he found himself intimidated by Ash's aura, involuntarily taking a few steps back. No, I am Jengar of 1,000 years. I fear nothing. Jengar reminded himself of his identity and mission, mustering the courage to deliver his lines. Your companion has been cursed by that maiden. To free him from this curse, mere fists will not suffice. With that, Jengar produced several talismans from his sleeve and pressed one to Brock's forehead, awakening him and gradually alleviating his discomfort. Is the maiden a ghost? Are there really ghosts? Or is it just a ghost-type Pokémon? Xiaoxia nervously rubbed her arms, while Gui's naturally could not divulge the truth, but began recounting the tale of the young girl. Long ago, a war erupted, and the girl's husband was forcibly conscripted and sent to the battlefield. The girl waited in vain, and over time, she transformed into a stone of longing, eternally gazing into the distance. Was it then that she harbored resentment, cursing every man who ventured here? Guis nodded, then hastily shook his head in denial. No, it was not resentment. That was not the case. It was merely her obsession that prevented her from ascending, binding her to this place, a spirit known as a Du spirit. How was it that Xiaoji remained unbewitched? He was a man too. Xiaoxia pointed at Xiaoji, pondering whether it was because the girl was not a pedophile, yet Xiaoji's appearance certainly did not resemble that of a mere child. Upon hearing this, Guis found himself at a loss for an explanation. After imparting the method to permanently rescue Xiaojing, he hastily fled, disappearing without a trace. The temple by the cliff was indeed the small shrine beside the girl's gorge. Xiaoxia looked around and indeed spotted a modest temple. Guis had been waiting inside for quite some time. He immediately plastered talismans all over Xiaojing's body, and once finished, he straightforwardly demanded payment from Xiaoxia. What nonsense! A single talisman could not possibly cost 200 yuan. How much would all those talismans on Xiaojing amount to? Upon hearing Gui's price, Xiaoxia sprang to her feet, filled with both anger and frustration. What was wrong with this? It was for his own good, to prevent his soul from being snatched away. Tonight, she would appear and drain Xiaojing's strength and vitality, ultimately leaving him as a lifeless husk in the temple. Thus, how could a human life be measured by money? Guis had spoken at length, yet his ultimate aim was simply to extract money from Xiaoxia. No need, take these talismans back. If she wishes to claim me, I would willingly oblige. Such a beautiful girl. Seeing Xiaojing becoming infatuated once more, Xiaoxia swiftly yanked the talismans off him and returned them to Guis. See, they were utterly useless. After all that commotion, it was still the curse affecting him. Guis had anticipated that Xiaojing could be enchanted without needing hypnosis. Such a remarkable man indeed. Ah, this is truly beyond my expertise. It seems I must upgrade my equipment. Guis gritted his teeth, stowed away the talismans, and expelled the three from the temple. What a charlatan. Xiaoji, let us seek Miss Joy and see if she can cure Xiaojing. Xiaoxia was about to pull Xiaoji along, but he stood frozen in place, alarming Xiaoxia. Xiaoji, you haven't fallen under the spell too, have you? Xiaoji shook his head. I want to leave. I'll wait here for the girl's spirit to appear. Having made his decision, Xiaoji could not be dissuaded, so Xiaoxia reluctantly set up a tent, waiting for midnight to arrive. As the night deepened, sure enough, a ghostly, beautiful girl materialized before the three, accompanied by a curious breeze that flung the temple doors wide open, sweeping Xiaojing away with it. Wow, it's a ghost. Xiaoxia, seeing a ghost for the first time, quickly hid behind Xiaoji, while Xiaojing, already entranced, was effortlessly drawn away. However, before they could soar far, Xiaoji grasped Xiaojing's thigh, forcibly yanking him back to the ground. Charizard, unleash your flames. The fire engulfed the ghost, cleaving her in two, but she quickly reformed. Following that, electric shocks, leaf blades, and water guns all failed to penetrate her defenses. It wasn't until Eevee unleashed a shadow ball that the awkward stalemate was shattered. The ghostly girl was instantly pierced through the abdomen, showing no signs of recovery, emitting a sharp shriek. The smoke twisted, and the ghostly girl vanished, revealing Gui's true form. Upon recognizing him as a ghost-type Pokémon, Xiaoxia's fear dissipated, and she boldly stepped out from behind Xiaoji. Why didn't you mention you were a Pokémon earlier? You gave me quite a fright. In that case, the gem. Xiaoxia was about to retrieve a Pokeball to retaliate, but upon reflection, realized she had no Pokémon capable of countering Gui's. Psychic types could potentially do something, but they were left at the gym. What is your purpose? Xiaoji cradled the grinning Eevee, choosing not to press the attack. Since Gui's could speak, everything would be manageable. As long as he was willing to communicate, Xiaoji would not strike first. Aren't we going to battle? This isn't the typical behavior of a trainer, Gui's remarked, noting that Xiaoji was the first trainer he encountered who dared to withdraw first. Aren't you supposed to be afraid of me? Afraid of you? Think what you like. Xiaoji replied, helping Xiaojiang to his feet, taking one hand in his left while holding Xiaoxia's hand with the other as he turned to leave. Seeing this, Gui's grew displeased. Don't go. Don't you want to know why I did this? Isn't that worth hearing? Gui's barred Xiaoji's path, eloquently explaining his actions. 1,000 years ago, he was a Gui's traveling across the Kanto region, and upon reaching the gorge of the girl, he stumbled upon the bound spirit of the girl. After learning her story, he was moved by her devotion and, weary of wandering, decided to stay and promote her tale, hoping to learn news of her beloved. Unfortunately, this search had stretched over 2 millennia, yielding no results. Where did this war take place? Surely there were instigators 1,000 years ago, right? Was it a civil war within Kanto, or perhaps a war against other continents? Chapter 39, Goldenrod City. When it comes to the wars in the Pokémon world, none are more renowned than the war in the Kalos region. This conflict directly led to the downfall of a kingdom, the eternal life of King Az, and a series of monumental events such as the creation of the eternal flower floet. Coincidentally, the girl's husband was on an expedition at sea. Could that be the reason? Xiaoxia listened, drenched in sweat, as Xiaoji recounted the legends of the Kalos region with such detail that it made her feel inferior. Gui's was also at a loss. Perhaps no one knew the answer. If you wish to promote, why not collaborate with the government to develop tourism, attracting visitors to advocate for you? Instead, you choose to instill fear, deterring tourists and hindering the local tourism industry. Gui's felt cornered by Xiaoji's barrage of questions. As an old-fashioned ghost, he had always relied on ancient methods. He had never anticipated the rapid modern developments, which had long surpassed the slow pace of oral tradition. Exactly. After living so long, you should at least keep up with the times. Not to mention the internet. Even newspapers would suffice. Xiaoxia chimed in. Newspapers? Do you not know what a newspaper is? Gui's retorted. Or are you simply relishing the thrill and excitement that comes from instilling fear? Aren't you betraying the expectations of that beautiful girl? Xiaojing added. Enough, enough, enough. Gui's exclaimed, nearly shattering under the weight of their inquiries. Think about it, and if you have time, seek out Junsha or Joy. You're capable of speech now. These matters are yours to resolve. Xiaoji offered a suggestion. If Gui still didn't understand, it would truly be a wasted existence, suggesting he consider self-reproach. After indulging in the local hot springs and the summer festival, the trio continued their journey northward. On this particular day, the sky darkened prematurely, and the dense fog enveloped the dimly lit forest. Xiaoxia felt a shiver run through her body, haunted by an ominous premonition. The last time she experienced such a sensation was just days ago when she was startled by ghosts. Surely, they wouldn't encounter ghosts again tonight. Please, spare me this. Xiaoxia exclaimed, huddling with her arms crossed, her eyes darting anxiously to the sides, as if a specter might suddenly materialize from the woods. Speaking of ghosts, she couldn't help but wonder how that enchanting ghostly girl was faring. Enough about that, Xiaojiang, Xiaoxia retorted, feeling a pang of discomfort at Xiaojiang's incessant recollection of the incident. I am quite beautiful too, am I not? Am I to believe that my allure pales in comparison to that of a ghost? Just then, a cheerful girl's voice echoed through the air, startling the trio. Instantly alert, Xiaoxia positioned herself protectively in front of the two men, peering cautiously through the gaps in the trees. A girl wandering about at this hour must surely be a spirit. Xiaoxia's reasoning seemed sound, and after advancing a few meters, Xiaoji indeed spotted a little girl clad in a dress, clutching a ball. Her long, straight black hair framed a round, pale face, still cherubic with baby fat. Yet, instead of finding her adorable, Xiaoxia was gripped by goosebumps. It's undoubtedly another ghost-type Pokémon. Xiaoji, you must think of something with your EV, she urged, pointing at the girl. She doesn't feel like a ghost type to me, Xiaoji remarked, his keen senses discerning that the child was not a Pokémon. The girl stood her ground, and upon noticing Xiaoji approaching without fear, she giggled and darted into the woods. However, she was no match for Xiaoji's speed. In an instant, he appeared before her, moving with a ghostly swiftness that nearly startled her into using teleportation to vanish from sight. Did you catch her, Xiaoji? Xiaoxia, having followed behind Xiaojiang, inquired anxiously upon realizing the girl was no longer in sight. She disappeared, but ahead lies Golden City, so I doubt she meant any harm. She was likely guiding us. Xiaoji replied, gesturing towards the brightly lit metropolis at the base of the cliff. Before them was the very city they had sought for days. As night descended, the trio first visited the Pokémon Center to recuperate before splitting up for the night. Xiaoxia headed to her room to sleep, eager to alleviate the unsettling events of earlier. She didn't dare turn off the light and opted to cuddle with her Pokémon. Xiaojiang went to the supermarket for supplies, the shops still bustling despite the late hour. Meanwhile, Xiaoji settled in the Pokemon Center's lobby, cradling a cup of coffee and initiating a video call with Professor Okido. Xiaoji, long time no see. It seems you've never sent me any Pokemon. Surely, you haven't managed to gather 6 yet? Professor Okido jested, his demeanor as lively as ever, even in the late hours. Xiaoji, unfazed by the teasing, inquired about Golden City and the phenomenon of psychic abilities. You must be referring to the Golden Gym leader, Nashi, right? That's quite a complex topic. I suggest you avoid that gym altogether. The neighboring cities of Yuhong and Qianhong are both excellent alternatives. According to Professor Okido, the 3 trainers who graduated alongside Xiaoji had all either actively or passively bypassed the challenge of Golden City. The gym has gained quite a reputation for its eerie nature. Ever since Nashi took over, very few trainers have succeeded in their challenges. Even those with 8 badges are reduced to mere apprentices upon failure, and the punishment is to be transformed into a doll. However, if they perform satisfactorily afterward, they might be granted a choice. Either attend Nashi's training sessions to learn psychic abilities or continue as a doll, calling out Mama. Of course, some do willingly opt for Mama, but most prefer to become psychic practitioners. Over time, few dared to approach, and Nashi relished her solitude. Perhaps it's best to avoid it, Xiaoji. I wouldn't want to be unable to explain your failure to your mother, Huazi, Professor Okido advised earnestly, urging him to steer clear of such murky waters. Yet, Xiaoji remained steadfast in his desire to uncover the truth behind psychic abilities, leaving Professor Okido feeling quite vexed. Where would you like to begin? Psychic practitioners have played a significant role throughout human history, and their origins are shrouded in mystery, with practitioners from different regions tracing back to diverse lineages. Xiaoji sought to discern whether psychic abilities were innate or acquired, which eased Professor Okido's concerns. Some are indeed innate, relying on bloodlines. However, they can also be learned, especially in today's world, where psychic-type Pokémon are widespread. With talent, one can learn under their guidance. Yet, it still depends on one's aptitude. I, for instance, lack any talent for psychic abilities. You don't plan to pursue them, do you? You must think carefully about studying under Nashi. Chapter 40, Confronting Nashi. Professor Okido, though not an expert in psychic research, shared the limited information he had regarding Nashi. She was the daughter of the Golden Gym leader, and her entire family were psychic practitioners, with Nashi exhibiting exceptional talent. By the age of 10, she had already surpassed her father. Subsequently, a family tragedy struck. Her mother vanished, and her father disappeared without a word, leaving the young Nashi to inherit the gym at such a tender age. She tirelessly expanded the gym until it became a source of dread throughout Golden City. From the description, she appeared to be a woman profoundly affected by childhood trauma. Xiaoji's insights prompted a nod from Professor Okido. I share your sentiment. It is highly probable that her father's harshness deprived her of familial affection. In any case, you must exercise caution as you prepare to challenge her tomorrow. Should you succeed, do remember to call me, and also ring Huazi. Xiaoji nodded, the call ending promptly as he reassured Huazi before retiring for the night. The following day, he set off alone, leaving Xiaoxia and Xiaojing behind. Upon arriving at the gym's entrance, he encountered a scruffy-looking man clad in work attire, jogging by. Noticing Xiaoji's intention to enter, the man approached, raising a hand to stop him. Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed with the challenge? Think carefully, you wouldn't want to walk in blind. After sharing his conversation with Professor Okido, the man's expression turned grave. A disciple of Professor Okido, I strongly advise against attempting this. You should turn back for your own good. Although he claimed concern for Xiaoji, his true fear lay in the trouble Xiaoji's failure might bring to the Golden Gym. Yet, Xiaoji remained resolute, prompting the man to guide him inside, still apprehensive. Here lies the Golden Pavilion, and if you cast your gaze next door, you will observe those who, after failing their challenges, are compelled to remain here as psychics. The elder gestured towards the adjacent room, through the glass window revealing a multitude of individuals donned in white lab coats, men and women, young and old. Some engaged in card guessing, others bent spoons, while yet others practiced telekinesis, each displaying their unique talents akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals were merely forcing themselves to learn, with a majority being failures. Yet, regardless of how many times they stumbled, they dared not slacken their efforts, relentlessly persevering as if driven by fear, akin to struggling to grasp mathematics despite one's best efforts. Oi, what are you two doing there? Spying? A sharp voice pierced the air, causing the two to turn. They beheld a young man with a hairstyle reminiscent of Show, reprimanding them. Old man, I've seen you lingering outside the pavilion several times. Speak. Are you plotting something nefarious against Lady Naza? The elder stammered, unable to voice a response, ultimately pushing Ash forward and introducing him as a challenger before fleeing in a panic. A challenger? Huh, yet another soul courting death. Do you even understand what psychic powers are? Ash shook his head, admitting ignorance. Since you're completely uninformed, allow me to demonstrate firsthand. Watch closely. The young man lifted a spoon, his face flushing crimson as, just before his veins threatened to burst, the spoon bent at an angle out of thin air. See that? This is psychic ability. Take notes, kid. If you can't even manage this, I've already reserved a spot for you here. The young man's gaze towards Ash was akin to that of a predator eyeing prey, envisioning Ash as a mere plaything for Lady Naza. Without further ado, he led Ash deeper into the pavilion. Since Lady Naza took charge, the interior decor had regressed into something reminiscent of a sacrificial altar. Upon arriving at a certain area, a small girl in a dress suddenly appeared before them. The young man's face turned pale with fear, and he dared not lift his head. Under the oppressive atmosphere, he abandoned Ash and fled. Ash recognized the girl. She was the one who had teleported away in the forest. The girl giggled at Ash. And then the door creaked open ominously, revealing a girl with long, straight black hair and an impassive expression. Upon closer inspection, Ash noted the uncanny resemblance between the girl and the small child. The girl caught the ball the small child had been bouncing and stepped forward from the shadows. Her eyes fixed intently on Ash. I've seen you in my dreams, Lady Naza suddenly spoke, leaving Ash somewhat bewildered. Was it a prophetic dream? Naza did not respond, but instead tossed a poke ball into the air, its glow dissipating to reveal the figure of a Kadabra. The rules are one-on-one, and you must continue until you can no longer fight. If you lose, you shall remain here as my friend. Ash nodded and retrieved his EV's pokeball from his backpack. Presently, EV was his strongest contender, with access to a non-type shadow ball. I have dreamt of this EV as well, Ash remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. If that were the case, he had become quite intrigued by Lady Naza's dreams. Did your dream foretell the outcome of this battle? Naza remained silent, offering no answer. Unbeknownst to them, the battle had already commenced. Naza awaited Ash's move. While Ash anticipated Naza's display of power, in their mutual silence, it was EV and Kadabra that appeared rather baffled. EV stealthily approached Kadabra, poking it gently. Yet Kadabra showed no sign of awareness. Its ears perked closer, allowing EV to discern its faint snoring. This is unacceptable. Such disrespect towards me. EV pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Kadabra's demeanor. Now is the time to strike. At this close distance, unleash that move. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, was unusually anxious about the situation, urging EV onward. Humans adhere to rules, but who says Pokémon must? If not now, when? However, an instinctive caution held EV back. It sensed that striking now might provoke a negative reaction from the opposing trainer. After much deliberation, EV reluctantly returned to Ash's feet, sitting cross-legged and awaiting orders. The man at the door, he is your father, the former gym leader, Isnt? Ash broke the silence, posing what seemed a question, yet his tone was resolute. Naza nodded, openly confirming his assertion. With her psychic powers, discovering her father's whereabouts was child's play. As for her father's absence, Naza found herself at a loss for words regarding his neglect. And what of your mother? Chapter 41. A closed door is just a door opened. Upon hearing such a provocative question, the small girl in Naza's arms fell silent, while Kadabra stirred from its slumber, glancing back at Naza. I turned her into a doll. Ash had anticipated that Naza might shy away from discussing such a morbid act, yet to his astonishment, she spoke the truth. At this revelation, the alarm bells rang loudly in EV's mind. It could almost visualize the psychic energy emanating from Naza, threatening to manifest into a monstrous entity. Nevertheless, Ash remained undeterred, disregarding EV's warnings, and began to question Naza's actions. Why would you do such a thing? It's all too bothersome. Ash found her words incredulous. Her claim of annoyance was clearly a facade for deeper familial strife leading to their fractured home. Suddenly, Kadabra could no longer contain its power, glowing with the light of evolution as it transformed into Alakazam and initiated an attack. Shadow Ball. The dark sphere coalesced in EV's mouth, launching towards Alakazam in a blur. Yet Alakazam made no attempt to evade, summoning an invisible wall of air to intercept the Shadow Ball mid-flight, detonating it effortlessly. This was utterly unreasonable, exceeding the bounds of a typical battle. EV, look behind you. As Alakazam vanished, Pikachu instinctively predicted its next position. EV, once again charging a Shadow Ball, leaped and unleashed the attack from below, yet even this maneuver failed to land a hit as Alakazam deftly evaded. Dig. The moment EV landed, it began to burrow into the ground, But before it could fully submerge, an unseen force pulled it back, hurling it towards Alakazam. There was no escape, unless one possessed dark-type abilities immune to psychic interference. Swift, countless star-shaped energy projectiles shot forth. But they merely split in two before ricocheting away from Alakazam. You can forfeit. Your EV stands no chance against Alakazam. Naza's abrupt interjection disrupted Ash's strategic contemplation. Ash couldn't help but steal glances at Naza. Is your dream revealing something to you? Otherwise, why the tension? From her previous words, he sensed a ripple of foreknowledge. It was clear that Naza had anticipated all of his commands. The ensuing actions Ash would take were undoubtedly critical, prompting Naza's remarks. Could it be that? Ash ceased to suppress his energy, and in an instant, an astonishing force erupted from within him, leaving even Naza astounded. This is not a superpower, but rather an unfathomable presence that Naza has never encountered in her dreams. Drink. A sudden shout from Ash startled Naza, and she abruptly realized that the telepathic connection between her and Youngura had been severed. Before her stood Ash, whose aura continued to ascend relentlessly. Naza felt Ash's energy gradually aligning with her own. This marked the moment of awakening for a superpower user, and unlike a novice. The power radiating from Ash was even more formidable than what she had felt during her own initial awakening. It was as if he were born with it. Despite being a late bloomer, Naza could no longer remain seated. She stood up and prepared to glide towards Ash. Yet, Ash moved even more swiftly, appearing before her in a flash that surpassed her comprehension, and soon their powers clashed violently. The anxious uncle outside turned pale upon sensing the disturbance within the dojo. Could it be that Naza intended to harm the young boy? No, this must be stopped. The uncle instantly teleported into the dojo, and upon landing, he witnessed Naza embracing Ash, her expression serene and relaxed, akin to a tranquil sleeping infant. This was a sight the uncle had never before encountered. Ash, with his eyes tightly shut and hands hanging limply, showed no inclination to reciprocate Naza's embrace. The uncle felt no anger over his cabbage being taken, for his superpower had already perceived that the two were engaging in a telepathic exchange. Naza seemed to be at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by Ash's relentless advance. In the arena, Youngura had reverted back to Casey and peacefully succumbed to slumber, while Eevee remained bewildered, caught in indecision. Fortunately, Pikachu acted promptly, retrieving Eevee's Pokeball from Ash's pocket and returning it. Pikachu then looked on with satisfaction as Ash embraced the beauty. It was only when Naza awakened from her feigned slumber that she released Ash, her expression still radiating ease and joy. Upon noticing her father nearby, she not only refrained from dismissing him, but instead greeted him with a smile and a wave. With a sudden bang, the door swung open, and unsurprisingly, Naza's mother returned to her human form from the doll state. Upon seeing Naza's beaming countenance, tears streamed down her face. The family of three reunited in a heartfelt embrace, and it was only after they parted that the uncle inquired about what had transpired with Ash. Curious about how he had managed to help Naza dissolve her emotional barriers. It's nothing much. I'm merely engaged in a platonic mental exchange with her, accompanying her through her childhood and enabling her to find a friend, Ash explained, exhibiting signs of fatigue from overexerting his powers. After all, this was his first use, and during this endeavor, he had genuinely accompanied Naza through 5 years of her life in the mental realm, serving as her confidant. Naza, possessing exceptional powers, had been met with high expectations from her parents since childhood. Much like children from academically distinguished families, she had not enjoyed a typical carefree childhood. After awakening her powers, she was confined at home, prohibited from venturing outside, and was made to practice her abilities. Her father justified this. Superpowers are too dangerous. Playing with others can easily harm them. I do this for your own good. Her mother echoed his sentiments, and since her father was busy managing the dojo, it was her mother who consistently accompanied and monitored Naza. This led to fractures within the family, and when Naza first rebelled against their expectations, it resulted in a calamity. However, with Ash's intervention in this mental realm, utilizing his equally impressive powers and social finesse, he managed to transform Naza's psyche. Upon hearing that Ash had effectively played the roles of both father and mother in the mental world, even occasionally stepping into the shoes of an older brother, the uncle felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After parting from Naza, he had spent considerable time reflecting on the underlying issues that had led to their current predicament. He never anticipated that an outsider like Ash would be the one to resolve their family troubles. I truly apologize for the burden I have placed upon you. Thank you for your efforts. I am sincerely sorry for exhausting you. Chapter 42, The Round Table Conference. Although Naza's mental state had been restored by Ash, the uncle still found himself perplexed. Are you a naturally gifted superpower user? Ash shook his head. He had focused on physical training since childhood and had not paid attention to superpowers. Then how did you awaken? The uncle was baffled. He had toiled for years to master his abilities, yet the power he unleashed paled in comparison to Ash's. It was utterly mind-boggling. Well, I saw that fellow at the door turning red and bending the spoon. I thought I would give it a try, exerting myself, and then it just worked. Ash had indeed improvised on the spot, observing Naza's trepidation and deducing that there might be something amiss with himself. To his astonishment, it worked. The uncle gazed at Ash, feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness. This felt like something out of Dragon Ball. One shout, and a burst of golden light. And suddenly one's power skyrockets. It was neither scientific nor mystical. Do you wish to challenge again? Personally, I believe Pokémon battles should avoid utilizing superpowers or telepathy for fairness. Although Ash's existence was already quite unfair. No need. Ash, thank you very much. Naza bowed deeply to Ash, grateful for the time he had spent with her in the mental realm, giving her a complete childhood and helping her recognize the mistakes of her past. Such a debt of gratitude could hardly be expressed in words. You have earned this badge. Naza spread her hands and conjured a golden badge from thin air, then took Ash's hand and firmly placed it in his palm. She even playfully patted Ash's rear, a mischievous act that the uncle observed with great relief. Pleased by Naza's transformation, if you ever need me, just think of my name, and I will sense it and come to assist you. Anything at all. Naza smiled brightly at Ash, resembling a little girl. She felt a twinge of reluctance as she escorted Ash to the door. Hey, you managed to complete the challenge early while we were asleep. You've changed, Ash. You don't even want to take us along to watch the battles. Misty, having just risen for breakfast, encountered Ash upon his return and expressed her disappointment at his having completed the challenge without them. It was too dangerous. I was afraid you would get hurt. I'll be more careful next time. Although her tone was unremarkable, Misty still felt a hint of care from Ash, and she no longer dwelled on her grievances, even sharing half of her breakfast with him. Just then, Brock emerged. And after Ash reported back to Professor Oak and Hannah regarding their safety, the three sat around the round table to discuss their upcoming itinerary. Heading west would take them to Rainbow City. Heading south would lead them back across Leafless City to Cherry Blossom City. Meanwhile, heading east would lead them to Violet Town, which, if they continued south, would allow them to bypass Leafless City and reach Cherry Blossom City. Ash, how do you plan to choose? After Xiaojiang unfolded the map and placed it at the center of the table, it was up to Xiaoji to make the decision. They would proceed to Yuhong City, and from there, assess whether the ships could reach Qianhong City. If not, they would retrace their steps to Kai City. With Xiaoji having made his choice, Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia fell silent. After resting for a day in Jinhuang City, the trio once again set forth on their journey. The adventure was rather monotonous, as they encountered no Pokémon along the paths they traversed. There were factors that drove them away, as well as Pokémon deliberately avoiding human contact. Faced with the absence of wild Pokémon, Xiaoji's 5 Pokémon could only engage in battles amongst themselves for training. Generally speaking, the 3 starter Pokémon were intent on exerting pressure on Eevee, often winning in their 3-on-1 confrontations. This left Eevee with no choice but to form an alliance with Pikachu to contend with the trio. It was evident that cracks might form within their ranks during Xiaoji's absence. One afternoon, during their rest, Pikachu summoned his comrades for a meeting. He sat centrally beneath the shade of a tree, with Eevee positioned at his right as a deputy. Their shared struggles against the starter Pokémon had forged an unprecedented camaraderie between them. The 3 starter Pokémon formed a triangular formation around them, with an assortment of berries collected along their journey laid out in the center. Pikachu raised a cup filled with tomato juice, inviting his companions to partake. The others reciprocated by lifting their berries in a toast to Pikachu. However, amidst the jovial atmosphere, Pikachu felt a profound sadness and sighed heavily. Noticing his brother's demeanor, Eevee playfully inquired about the cause of his distress. Pikachu expressed his concerns, lamenting their lack of strength, which forced Xiaoji to resort to seduction tactics to pass the gym challenge. Was this not an affront to their dignity? Pikachu's worries stemmed from the anxiety brought on by the Jinhuang gym. He had watched as Xiaoji received a badge by leveraging Naza's allure. Meanwhile, Eevee, who had faced off against the formidable Youngera, felt equally vexed, admitting his shame at their inability to secure a quick victory. I have failed to live up to Xiaoji's expectations. Please punish me. With that, Eevee retrieved a banana from the pile of berries and offered it to Pikachu, subsequently lying down on the ground, ready for whatever punishment Pikachu deemed fit. No, this is partly my fault as well. If I were stronger, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. If punishment is due, let it be directed at me. Seeing Eevee humbly admitting his fault, Meow Waseed also bowed down. While Little Fire Dragon and Ginny Turtle exchanged glances, both eager to take responsibility. The Pokémon, caught in a cycle of mutual humility, clamored to accept punishment, leaving Pikachu in a state of indecision. I do not seek to punish anyone. I merely wish for us all to prioritize enhancing our strength, so that we may alleviate Xiaoji's burdens soon. Do you all understand what evolution is? It is akin to how Youngera suddenly transformed from a diminutive form into a larger one. That is what we call evolution. The three starters were well aware, as they had all undergone 2 stages of evolution, with the intermediate forms being Meow Wa Grass, Fire Dinosaur, and Kami Turtle. However, Eevee was less informed, having never been taught about such matters. Pikachu then took out Xiaoji's Pokédex, mimicking Xiaoji's actions, and presented it to Eevee for him to view his evolution forms. Upon seeing this, Eevee became curious, pondering which evolution to choose. It's so difficult to decide. What form should I evolve into? Therefore, I intend to evolve at least once before reaching the next gym, and for that, I must train diligently in the coming days. Ignoring Eevee, who was still lost in thought, Pikachu solemnly announced the forthcoming course of action to the 3 starters. They nodded in agreement. Though Ginny Turtle was tempted to ask why Pikachu did not evolve, but reconsidered for fear of being zapped by Pikachu. Chapter 43, Part-Time Trainer. With the current objective established, Pikachu wasted no time and led the group into the woods. Although Xiaoji and his companions struggled to find wild Pokémon, Pikachu had a hunch about their whereabouts. If they weren't burrowing underground, they were likely hiding in tree hollows. Furthermore, Pikachu and his friends were merely seeking wild Pokémon for training, not to engage in unjust slaughter, which alleviated their moral burden. The 5 Pokémon quickly mobilized and discovered numerous nests, regrettably inhabited by Pokémon of similar stature, some even too weak for Pikachu to bear. After a lengthy search, they still found no suitable opponents and grew weary of fighting amongst themselves. What should we do, Pikachu? Perhaps we should return for now? Little Fire Dragon suggested that they refrain from causing further trouble today and regroup to avoid Xiaoji discovering their activities and restricting their freedom during lunch. Reluctantly, Pikachu accepted their lackluster first day and headed back. Upon returning, they spotted a gathering of Pokémon in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they found a swarm of monkey monsters greedily devouring the leftover berries, leaving a mess in their wake. Oh no, we've been robbed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 5 Pokémon sprinted towards the scene. Once within approximately 50 meters, they unleashed their signature moves in unison. Water and fire, grass and electricity, culminating in a swift star attack, sent shockwaves through the foraging monkey monsters. Known for their fiery tempers, the monkey monsters retaliated against the sudden ambush, turning their fury towards the 5 Pokémon. Brothers, fall back and watch me. Meow Waseed bravely took the lead against the oncoming horde of monkey monsters. He unleashed Hypnosis Powder, which proved overwhelming for the unsuspecting foes, causing several to collapse without resistance. The remaining group faced Meow Waseed's paralyzing powder with no better fortune. Before the battle could even commence, the monkey monsters had already suffered significant losses. Leave the rest to me. Seeing their opponents so weak, Ginny Turtle could no longer contain his eagerness to show off. He grounded himself and unleashed a powerful torrent of water, sending even the non-swimming monkey monsters flying. This was his newly learned surf attack, perfectly suited for group battles. The few surviving monkey monsters were met with Pikachu's relentless thunderbolt, ensuring no one remained capable of continuing the fight. The cleanup was left to Little Fire Dragon and Eevee. What's this? I could have done that too. I just reacted a moment too late. Witnessing Ginny Turtle's self-satisfied demeanor, Little Fire Dragon was greatly displeased. He only released his move a bit earlier than I did. It's not like I was afraid to fight. Ginny Turtle, unfazed, patted Little Fire Dragon on the shoulder. Just stick close behind me. As your older brother, it's my duty to protect you. Ha ha ha, how infuriating. This Ginny Turtle is simply too arrogant. I swear I'll find a way to take him down a peg. Trapped by Squirtle, Charmander felt an intense sense of frustration, yearning for the opportunity to take the lead in the next battle. There's another one. In the pile of berries, Eevee meticulously searched for the remaining Mankey, and it was not long before he caught the scent wafting from the berry heap. This revelation ignited Charmander's fighting spirit. He dashed to Eevee's side, inhaled deeply, and proceeded to char the berries. The flames erupted, fueled by Charmander's emotions, becoming increasingly ferocious and threatening to engulf the nearby tree. In a sudden burst, the berry pile exploded, sending a multitude of flaming berries flying, from which emerged a Simisear. This was no Mankey, but a fiery Simisear. Though its fur was ignited by Charmander's attack, the blaze only served to enrage it further. Ignoring the flames, it raised its fiery punch and sent the bewildered Charmander flying. It then turned its gaze towards Eevee, who braced himself for a fierce confrontation. Eevee released a shadow ball, but the enraged Simisear, consumed by fury, had lost its reason. It struck the incoming shadow ball with a punch, shattering it and sending Eevee sprawling. With two of their key players incapacitated in an instant, Pikachu could no longer remain passive. This formidable foe clearly possessed the strength of a leader among Mankey, and caution was imperative. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder. Without knowing the opponent's abilities, Pikachu instructed Bulbasaur to employ Sleep Powder as a test. Bulbasaur nodded obediently and released the powder. However, the furious Simisear was not only intelligent but also resourceful. Instead of extinguishing the flames on its body, it curled into a ball, rolling towards Pikachu with its fiery form. The sleep powder wafting through the air was incinerated before it could be absorbed. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the powder, Pikachu wasted no time, swiftly ordering Bulbasaur to help Squirtle evade while he engaged Simisear with a quick electric maneuver. Bulbasaur ensnared Squirtle with one vine whip while using another to grasp a nearby tree, swiftly climbing up to survey the scene from above, calling out, "I'll help you up." Yet Pikachu, instead of seeking aid, cleverly lured Simisear away, creating distance, and in an open area, unleashed a peculiar electric wave. This tactic proved effective, causing the infuriated Simisear to halt in its tracks, displaying signs of discomfort. Now, use Water Gun to extinguish the flames. Although Squirtle hesitated on how to accurately strike from afar, Bulbasaur had already launched its vine whip to propel him forward. With a splashing sound, a jet of water cascaded down upon Simisear, extinguishing the flames and soaking it. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, leaving Simisear dazed and completely depleting its health. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle gained a considerable amount of experience, while Eevee and Charmander, having merely been passive participants, did not. Observing Simisear's stillness, Bulbasaur remained unconvinced and prepared to unleash Sleep Powder and Seed Bomb to finish it off. Squirtle approached, looking at Pikachu, who was deep in thought. "So, what do you think? Am I strong? Did I achieve something great?" Although his water gun likely only served to assist Pikachu, Squirtle was reveling in the moment. "Should we capture him?" Pikachu pointed at Simisear and asked Squirtle. Now we're responsible for capturing Pokémon too?" Squirtle was perplexed, prompting Pikachu to explain. "You know how Ash is. He captures Pokémon based on fate. With just the 5 of us, how will we manage battles in the future without more teammates? I think he'd make a great addition, perfect for combat." Pikachu's reasoning was sound. The 5 of them were uncertain of when they might evolve. Simisear appeared to be a strong candidate, and bringing it into their ranks seemed wise. Squirtle was indifferent, and so was Bulbasaur, while Charmander and Eevee, leaning on each other, also found the idea acceptable. It would be satisfying to have Simisear in their team for future battles, especially to avenge the earlier defeat. Pikachu trotted back to Ash, who was still napping, and stealthily retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket to capture Simisear on his behalf. Holding the Pokeball in his hands, Pikachu couldn't help but reflect, "This team truly cannot function without me. Not only do I coordinate the entire group, but I also have the task of capturing Pokémon." Chapter 44, Yuhong City. "So, you mean to say, during my nap, you successfully captured a Simisear?" Ash gazed at the Pokeball thrust into his hands by Pikachu, lost in contemplation. When did he teach Pikachu to be a trainer? Pikachu nodded, and the other 4 followed suit, eager to claim credit. This was their first Pokémon captured as a team, and a celebration was in order. Seeing the situation, Ash could only accept the goodwill of his Pokémon. After giving each one a pat, he released the injured Simisear. Its fur was now singed and curled, with static electricity still crackling beneath. Using Brock's burn ointment, paralysis medicine, and healing salve, Ash tended to Simisear's injuries, swiftly grooming its matted fur. Soon, Simisear regained consciousness, though it showed no signs of gratitude towards Ash. Instead, its eyes glimmered with malice towards the other Pokémon, clearly displeased with its earlier defeat. Ash immediately recognized that this creature possessed a tenacious spirit. Certain traits can indeed shape a Pokémon's personality, traits such as determination, competitiveness, laziness, and stubbornness. A standard Pokeball lacks the means to instill loyalty without nurturing a bond. A trainer cannot fully harness a Pokémon's combat potential. This explains why characters like bug catchers, youngsters, and bird trainers often seem peculiar to players, leading to discussions about the Pokémon world not being a utopia. Whether it is a utopia or not, Ash refrained from commenting. However, it was undeniable that possessing a Pokémon did not guarantee complete control over it. This is also why bug types have such a broad appeal. as their gentle nature in the larval stage allows newcomers to quickly learn the ropes. If Simisear was unwilling to submit, another battle would be in order. Just as Pikachu was about to demonstrate his prowess in a one-on-one match, Ash firmly held Simisear's head. "You can't move yet. The effects of the medicine take time to dissipate." Ash's words did little to placate Simisear, which growled low and struggled against Ash's grip with all its might. The first attempt failed, and Simisear launched a second and third effort, until Ash, having lost patience, tightened his hold. Since it seemed incapable of understanding human speech, Ash resorted to a bit of martial skill. Simisear felt a chill run through its body, an instinctive awareness warning it that if it did not kneel and apologize, the consequences would be dire. Yet this realization came too late. When Simisear regained consciousness, it found itself in a makeshift hospital, its body adorned with tubes. Even the slightest movement sent tremors through its form. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? The fiery monkey felt an unsettling void in his memory, unable to recall the events that had transpired prior. However, one figure remained indelibly etched in his mind, evoking a profound sense of dread with each recollection. This fear, instinctual in nature, cautioned him against harboring any irreverent thoughts towards that figure. Awakening was paramount. Thus, he resolved to remain in his current repose, communicating any matters to Pikachu instead of incessantly bothering Nurse Joy, who was quite occupied. Upon hearing Ash's voice, the fiery monkey dared not make a single move, lying obediently in bed. With a soft thud, the hospital door closed behind them, leaving only Pikachu and the fiery monkey in the room. Why provoke trouble, of all people? Why challenge Ash? Pikachu chided the fiery monkey, who had succumbed to unconsciousness for 3 days. "We've already made it to Yuhong City, and it was Nurse Joy who revived you." Pikachu's tone was devoid of sympathy. After all, the fiery monkey had brought this upon himself. Yet, this incident sparked a different contemplation in Pikachu regarding capturing Pokémon. A creature as obstinate as the fiery monkey should be avoided in the future, for even if Ash could win them over with kindness, it would still pose a challenge. What could the fiery monkey say? He now dared not utter a word, reduced solely to unwavering loyalty towards Ash. They've all gone to challenge the gym, leaving me here to keep you company. You should recover quickly. This place is dreadfully dull, Pikachu lamented, languidly reclining in a chair. He pondered the responsibility of being part of a team, recognizing that he too had to consider the dynamics from Ash's professional perspective. Frankly, it was exhausting. Yet Pikachu felt compelled to adapt, surrounded by physically adept companions who pushed him to excel in both intellect and strength. Uncertain of the outcome of this challenge, he hoped it wouldn't further burden him. "I'm sorry, but the gym leader is currently absent, attending to her duties at the perfume shop. However, you may reserve a spot by filling out a form," the charming receptionist at the Yuhong gym politely informed Ash and his companions. "The gym leader runs a perfume shop too? Where is it? I'd love to check it out." Ash's curiosity piqued as he filled out the form, prompting Misty to inquire about the perfume shop. The receptionist's expression reflected the predictability of the situation as she produced a flyer for their establishment. The gym leader's side business was common knowledge. Misty's family was involved in performance, while Naji operated a psychic tutoring service, and Brock had ventured into breeding. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Ligia to have a perfume shop. Having completed the form, Misty eagerly dragged Ash and Brock to the perfume shop. Under the pretense of gathering intelligence, it was evident to any onlooker that Misty simply desired to explore. Long before they arrived, the trio was enveloped by an enticing aroma, guiding them effortlessly to the renowned perfume shop of Yuhong City. "Wow, it smells incredible. May I try some?" Misty eagerly asked the receptionist, who readily complied, even retrieving a fragrance that suited her affinity for water-type Pokémon. Brock, not wanting to be left out, shamelessly approached the receptionist, requesting her guidance in selecting a fragrance. Would you like some perfume, sir?" the attendant inquired, turning her attention to Ash. After a moment of contemplation, Ash realized he possessed no particular traits that warranted a specific fragrance. "I'll take a bottle for men and a bottle for women, and perhaps a bottle of anti-wolf spray as well. Anything that doesn't repel Pokémon will do." While Ash was not averse to perfume, he recognized its general ineffectiveness. However, if associated with a sweet scent, it could serve a different purpose. Such fragrances could attract wild Pokémon, an essential tool for trainers seeking to entice them. The underlying principle was clear. It might also help soothe Pokémon and enhance their bond. With this in mind, Ash purchased 2 bottles, one for personal use, should Pikachu and the others not mind, and another for his mother back home. Having exchanged their money, the conversation naturally shifted to matters beyond work, such as Ligia's endeavors. Chapter 45, The Perfume Shop. Countless trainers sought the gym leader at the perfume shop, yet very few were willing to purchase a bottle of perfume beforehand, particularly among male trainers. When word spread of a robust-looking trainer with striking features, Lijia's interest was piqued. It's been ages since I encountered such an intriguing trainer. Where is he? I must meet him. Following the attendant's directions, Lijia emerged from the back of the shop. In an instant, Brock was captivated by her stunning appearance. Falling into a trance, Misty, engaged in conversation with the attendant about perfume varieties, turned to see Lijia and was equally astonished by her beauty. Graceful and poised, every smile and frown exuded an air of sophistication, her resplendent traditional attire accentuating her elegance. In comparison, Misty felt woefully inadequate. Standing beside Lijia was akin to self-deprecation. Subconsciously glancing at Ash, she was relieved to find him unperturbed, his gaze as clear as ever, offering a sense of comfort. At least Ash regarded all women with the same composure, preventing her from feeling overshadowed. May I inquire who wishes to challenge the Yuhong Gym? Lijia wandered between the two males present, and Brock, snapping back to reality, realized that Ash's gym challenge took precedence over trivial matters. That's him. Yes, Ash. The challenger, Brock announced, stepping back to shield Ash. Ash rose from his seat at the counter and approached Lijia, standing a meter away with a determined glimmer in his eyes. Greetings, Lijia. I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I have acquired 4 badges thus far. I have also reserved a spot at the Yuhong Gym. I hope you will take our battle seriously. Ash's composed demeanor impressed Lijia, who realized she had underestimated him. Though he appeared strong, he was not devoid of intellect and maintained a respectful demeanor. There's no need for a reservation. I will return to the gym after my shift, and we can complete the challenge then. However, I kindly ask you to wait patiently. It's only a little past 4, and I still have some time left, Lijia replied. Observing this, Ash quietly returned to his seat, sipping the tea offered by the receptionist, taking the opportunity to rest. Lijia, smiling, returned to the back of the shop, reappearing shortly thereafter in casual attire. Her heavy makeup replaced by a subtle touch, and her elaborate hairstyle transformed into a simple bob. Yet, even in this guise, Misty felt a pang of inadequacy. When Lijia nonchalantly sat beside Ash and inquired about his thoughts on perfume, Ash raised an eyebrow and responded candidly, enhancing allure, expressing individuality, improving mood. He refrained from mentioning the notion of dispelling unpleasant odors, as that would be rather impolite, implying that women had an unpleasant scent. He was, after all, courteous. Hearing Ash's response, Lijia beamed with satisfaction. If every man who visited the shop were like you, I would have far fewer grievances. Lijia was clearly seeking compliments. And after receiving them, she departed contentedly. Lijia, the gym leader, please wait a moment. Originally eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, Kasumi felt a sense of relief upon seeing Rika about to leave. However, her heart sank when she noticed Satoshi suddenly calling out to Rika. Could it be that Satoshi? My Bulbasaur has a pressing need to enhance its strength. As a grass-type gym leader, you must possess profound knowledge regarding grass-type Pokémon. May I seek your guidance on cultivating Bulbasaur? Upon hearing Satoshi's request for advice, Rika's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and she promptly returned to her seat, instructing Satoshi to release Bulbasaur. This Bulbasaur has been raised quite well. If all goes as planned, its future potential will be remarkable. What was initially anticipated to be a conflict between trainer and Pokémon turned out to be quite the opposite, as Rika, with a sense of responsibility, sought to offer assistance. Yet, she found herself puzzled by Satoshi's intentions. Bulbasaur is eager to evolve to enhance its strength, hence my inquiry regarding evolution. Satoshi had gleaned the trio's situation from Pikachu's description earlier. It seemed they were caught in a competitive loop, each aspiring to be the first to evolve, unwilling to yield to one another while tirelessly training. Unfortunately, they were at a loss for direction, having toiled for days without a breakthrough. Evolution? You mean you wish for Bulbasaur to transform into Ivysaur? Now I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Rika carefully chose her words before explaining to Satoshi. There are various pathways to Pokémon evolution. Some rely on items, others on communication, involving special magnetic field disturbances. However, the most common method is level evolution. As previously discussed in Pokémon School, extensive statistical studies conducted by scientists have determined that certain Pokémon are likely to evolve at specific levels. Of course, this is merely the minimum level requirement. This often leads to instances where Pokémon, having surpassed the level criteria, still show no inclination to evolve. This is entirely normal and not a fault of the Pokémon. It is simply a matter of timing. Do not blame Bulbasaur. Such occurrences are commonplace. Generally speaking, level evolution also requires a catalyst, It could be another Pokémon guiding the evolution, an emotional breakthrough, or a strong stimulus during battle. Satoshi, have you ever heard of the Mysterious Garden? Rika suddenly introduced this event, which stemmed from an enigmatic legend. It is said that on a full moon night, all Bulbasaur and Ivysaur mysteriously vanish, only to return the next day having evolved. Initially, this legend gained widespread traction, prompting many to investigate. However, as research progressed, the truth was unveiled. Those Bulbasaur and Ivysaur were guided by a miraculous force, gathering under the moonlight to evolve. So, you mean to say that Bulbasaur can achieve evolution through intense battle and strong stimulus? Does that imply you will send it into battle at the gym later? Satoshi had initially intended to lead with Charmander, aiming to swiftly secure victory through type advantages. However, Rika's reminder sparked a different thought in him. Regardless of the outcome, if a Pokémon were to evolve during the battle, it would be a significant gain. Now, Bulbasaur, are you prepared? Bulbasaur nodded, ready to showcase the culmination of its training. Yet, the two Pokeballs at Satoshi's waist began to tremble. In the next moment, Charmander and Squirtle sprang out, clamoring to join the battle and scornfully eyeing Bulbasaur's desire for soul glory. After all, Charmander was originally meant to lead the charge, and Bulbasaur was effectively cutting in line. Humph, Satoshi, your Pokémon certainly have their own personalities. Witnessing the lively scene unfolding beside Satoshi, Rika could not help but smile at the harmonious interaction between Pokémon and humans. Chapter 46. The Early Bird Catches the Worm. After work, Rika led the trio into the gym. Satoshi, I will head inside to prepare. Let us proceed with a 3v3 battle, which should cater to all three Pokémon. Since Satoshi wished to stimulate evolution through battle, Rika planned to increase the intensity, not allowing for any leniency. When Rika emerged once more, her face was beaming with a smile. Typically, gym battles begin with the gym leader sending out their first Pokémon, with challengers responding accordingly. For my first Pokémon, I choose Exeggutor. The faces of Kasumi and Takashi shifted dramatically, with Kasumi jumping up excitedly from the audience. How could it be Exeggutor? While she was unaware of Exeggutor's impressive base stat of 530, she understood that a gym leader would not deploy Pokémon of such strength against a challenger with only 4 badges. Typically, one would expect Pokémon like Oddish or Victreebel. No, Rika must have observed Satoshi's Pokémon at the perfume shop. With her expertise, she could certainly deduce the kind of opponent Bulbasaur would require. Satoshi is likely in for a tough time. Aside from Kasumi and Takashi, the others present were equally astonished by Exeggutor's appearance. This was a Pokémon Rika had reserved for trainers with 7 or 8 badges. Hearing the whispers around her, Kasumi anxiously clutched her clothing, worried for Satoshi. On the battlefield, behind Satoshi stood Bulbasaur, while Charmander and Squirtle formed a circle around him, alternating between pointing at Exeggutor and conversing amongst themselves. They squabbled over who would take the lead, ultimately deciding the matter through rock, paper, scissors. Why do I have to go? This doesn't feel right. Squirtle grumbled, frustrated for not having chosen scissors. Don't worry. When you lose, I'll avenge you, but you'll have to call me Big Brother then, Charmander teased, patting Squirtle on the back, only to be shrugged off. Calling a fire-type Pokémon Big Brother when one is a water type was simply too much for Squirtle to bear. You're really going to battle? Are you confident? Upon seeing Squirtle stepping up for the fight, Rika's tone turned somewhat frosty, feeling as though she was being looked down upon. Satoshi, unfazed by Rika's change in demeanor, focused entirely on the battle. Squirtle, use Surf. Exeggutor, unleash Energy Ball. Squirtle planted its hands on the ground, and soon a massive wave surged beneath it, crashing towards Exeggutor. Each of Exeggutor's 3 heads conjured an energy ball, and the one in the center fired it at the oncoming wave. The initial energy ball exploded upon impact, dispersing the wave, while the 2 remaining energy balls surged through the gap towards Squirtle. Having grown accustomed to Pokémon countering Surf, Squirtle calmly withdrew into its shell and swiftly navigated through the split waves. It had practiced this land swimming technique for quite some time, specifically to counter Bulbasaur. Observing Squirtle's adept evasion amidst the dual assault, Rika retracted her dismissive stance and took the battle seriously. Psychic, grab it. Ice Beam. Emerging from its shell, Squirtle unleashed an ice beam directed downward, which successfully froze the areas impacted by the waves, particularly beneath Exeggutor and around its leafy crown. The coconut's tree felt a cool sensation atop its head, while its feet remained immobilized, ensnared by Squirtle's binding move. Simultaneously, psychic power seized Squirtle, holding it suspended in midair. Unable to retreat into its shell, Squirtle attempted to unleash an ice beam, but the coconut's tree had already discerned the trajectory of its movements. With a deft twist of the psychic power, it redirected Squirtle's shell, causing the ice beam to be fired towards Ash instead. Ash dodged by tilting his head, glancing at the captured Squirtle with a furrowed brow. The primary objective of this battle was evolution. While he could easily switch out and allow Charmander to unleash a fiery onslaught, that would leave Squirtle at a severe disadvantage and steal the limelight of evolution. Hold on. Squirtle, summon the spirit of your former self. For now, Ash could only rely on words to ignite Squirtle's latent potential. Psychic power relentlessly pressed upon Squirtle's form, setting off alarm signals throughout its body, pain etched upon its features, just as it seemed on the verge of collapse. A voice reminiscent of Charmander echoed in its ears. If you can't take the heat, don't play the game. Just wait, Charmander. Squirtle recognized this as mere provocation. Yet it was intolerable. Just before its spirit was crushed, a radiant glow enveloped it. Perceiving this transformation, the coconut's tree promptly released Squirtle. This situation was not to be interrupted, as it could pose complications for Ligia. As the light dissipated, the former Squirtle had grown considerably, wings sprouting from either side of its head, its tail curling like a wave. Upon witnessing Squirtle's successful evolution into Wartortle, the other two starters expressed genuine joy. Yet they vocally insisted they would certainly evolve when it was their turn. Wartortle, unleash Water Pulse. Ash silently celebrated Wartortle's evolution, but the battle was still underway, and respect for the fight was paramount. Use Grass not to ensnare it. Now that evolution had occurred, Ligia no longer needed to overly concern herself with the opponent and treated the matter with the seriousness it deserved. On the ground, an abundance of grass suddenly sprouted around Wartortle's feet, not only growing upwards, but also entwining around its paws and arms. Meanwhile, the coconut's tree, hindered by the unmelting ice beneath it, could not evade the impact of Water Pulse, becoming thoroughly drenched. If it were to be struck by another ice beam, it would likely be frozen solid and forced to withdraw from the battle. As the creeping vines advanced toward Wartortle's neck, Ash swiftly altered his strategy. Withdraw into your shell and spin rapidly. The power bestowed by evolution enabled Wartortle to break free from the entangling vines, swiftly retreating into its shell before the grass could retaliate. However, during this rapid spin, it became ensnared once more, and the move failed. Ash also gauged the extent of the coconut's tree's power at this juncture. Ice Punch. This move was indirectly learned while mastering Ice Beam, transferring the icy energy from its mouth to its fists. Wartortle thrust out its hands, and upon contact with the vines, tore them apart with ferocity. Yet, the coconut's tree remained undeterred. For every layer of vines torn, another quickly took its place. Wartortle's strength was limited, while the vines seemed inexhaustible. Ash understood this was merely a temporary measure. He needed to resolve the situation before the moisture on the coconut's tree dried up. Fire a water gun at the ground. Chapter 47. A Great Victory. Seizing the opportunity, Wartortle quickly reversed its body, blasting a water gun at the ground, propelling itself into the air and successfully escaping the reach of the vines. Seed Bomb. The coconut's tree's beloved Seed Bomb was once again unleashed. 3 large bombs colliding with Wartortle's water gun, exploding in a shower of green dust and shrapnel. Before long, a shell plummeted from the sky, revealing Wartortle's body within. The grim news was that Wartortle was now on the brink of exhaustion, like a flickering candle in the wind. The good news was that its torrent ability had activated. Surf at maximum power. Ash seized the last opportunity, and Wartortle, not disappointing, clapped its hands together, summoning a towering wave from beneath. The tumultuous waters quickly engulfed the entire arena, nearly sweeping Ligia away, but the coconut's tree's psychic power steadied her. The coconut's tree struggled against the current, trying to avoid being swept away, but Wartortle was rapidly approaching. At such close proximity, the coconut's tree could see Wartortle's furious expression and clenched fists. Ice Punch. Quick. Use Leaf Tornado. Ligia, disregarding the side effects of Leaf Tornado, shouted to the coconut's tree. Bang. Wartortle's fist struck the coconut's tree's face with tremendous force, the central head freezing solid into an icy sculpture. The 2 remaining heads quickly coalesced into a leaf tornado, but the waters mitigated some of the damage, allowing Wartortle to barely hang on. There are still 2 heads. Wartortle withdrew into its shell, exposing only its fists, and, propelled by the force of the water, launched a punch that sent the coconut's tree flying. The torrent lasted only a few seconds before being washed away by the drain. Coincidentally, the battle concluded at that moment. Coconut's tree and Wartortle have both lost their ability to battle. Please switch Pokémon promptly. The judge's unfeeling voice snapped everyone from their astonishment. How could a grass type be defeated by a water type? This was unfathomable. Had it not evolved, such an outcome would surely have been impossible. Unbelievable. This challenger truly possesses some skill. The spectators whispered among themselves, pointing at Ash and occasionally glancing with concern at Ligia. Yet Ligia displayed no anger or frustration. Instead, she admired Ash's tactical approach. A trainer should combine various skills to unleash a Pokémon's potential, and Ash excelled at this. Ligia was thoroughly impressed. However, the battle was far from over. Go Victory Bell. Another final evolution. Misty and Brock had grown desensitized to this. The pressure on Ash in this battle exceeded all previous encounters. Next, I guess it will be Venusaur, Ash remarked, causing Ligia to pause in surprise before breaking into a chuckle. Indeed, but it's merely Ivysaur, prepared specifically for your Bulbasaur. Testing a lower evolution with a higher one was indeed an intriguing strategy, yet using Venusaur was rather excessive. Ivysaur would be more suitable, allowing Bulbasaur to adapt and mimic quickly from the battle. Charmander, you're up for this fight. Charmander nodded, positioning itself opposite Victory Bell, brimming with determination. It refused to be outdone by Wartortle and was determined to evolve. Sensing Charmander's fervent yearning, Ash wasted no time in unleashing a powerful move. Charmander, use Heat Wave. Victory Bell, unleash Toxic. If evolution was the goal, then all means to provoke it must be employed, and inflicting poison was an excellent tactic. Facing the overwhelming wave of scorching heat, Victory Bell struggled to keep its eyes open, its entire form enveloped in a smoky, searing sensation. Enduring the searing pain, Victory Bell lashed out with its vines, reaching into its upper pouch. When it emerged, the two vines were coated in a viscous purple liquid, releasing a foul stench that compelled Charmander to cover its nose. The scent emanating from the biological toxin was so pungent that it nearly induced retching in the Charmander. Two vine whips struck swiftly, flanking him with a gust of hot air. In a panic, Charmander retreated, narrowly evading one whip, only to be confronted with the second in quick succession. He unleashed a jet of flame against the vine whips. After all, toxins are merely a form of protein, and exposure to fire would surely reveal their true nature. The flames swept across a wide arc, and as expected, the vine whip released a hissing white smoke upon passing through the fire, visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. However, due to the nature of the toxin, the vine whips were not incinerated immediately, allowing them to retract swiftly. If one tactic failed, another would be employed. Victory Bell, unleash Sludge Bomb. The Victory Bell writhed, expelling a massive quantity of toxic, viscous purple substance. As it splattered onto the ground, a purple mist began to emanate, rendering even weak Pokémon unable to witness the spectacle. Victory Bell directed the sludge bomb towards its vicinity, then used its vine whips to hurl the sludge at Charmander. The scattered muck spread thinly, while Charmander attempted to incinerate some with his flamethrower. The sheer volume was overwhelming, increasing with every passing moment. Moreover, from Ash's perspective, the sludge moved in a calculated manner, relentlessly pursuing Charmander, with some deliberately flung behind him. A swift resolution was imperative. Charmander, do not fear, use Smokescreen. A thick black smoke enveloped Charmander, and once his tail flame was consumed, Victory Bell lost sight of its opponent, bewildered as to where to aim. Ligia's gaze scanned the arena hurriedly, attempting to locate Charmander's position through the flickering embers of his tail flame, but it was clear that Ash had trained him thoroughly. The tail was securely concealed. This predicament was dire, especially since Ligia could not even discern his location by sound, forcing her to rely on widespread attack strategies to create confusion. Leaf Tornado. Victory Bell raised its large leaves, soon conjuring a tornado constructed of verdant foliage. However, that was not the end. The leaf tornado first swept up the sludge bombs from the ground, tainting the green whirlwind with purple before descending upon Charmander. Upon impact, the smokescreen shattered, revealing Charmander merely 3 meters away from Victory Bell. The proximity startled Ligia. Yet, instead of displaying pain from the sludge storm, Charmander grinned widely at Victory Bell. Realizing the precarious situation, Victory Bell quickly expelled venom from its body, attempting to engulf Charmander within the storm, but it was too late. Now, unleash your most powerful flamethrower. The fiery column ignited the leaf tornado instantly, engulfing Victory Bell in the inferno. Accompanied by a wail of despair, Victory Bell was reduced to charred remains, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Unable to continue the battle, the point-blank flamethrower was no jest. Witnessing Victory Bell's swift defeat, Charmander erupted in laughter, completely unconcerned by the purple hue creeping across his face. Even if he were poisoned, this victory was more than sufficient for Charmander to boast about his remarkable achievement to his comrades. Chapter 48, Scorching. With a thunderous roar, Charmander burst forth in a brilliant display of light. When he reappeared, his entire form had transformed. Not only had his coloration shifted to a vibrant crimson, but a horn now protruded from the back of his head. He gazed eagerly at the struggling Squirtle beside Ash, his eyes brimming with excitement. When you evolved, you were battered and bruised. Look at me. This is what evolution looks like. Take notes. Squirtle disdainfully averted his gaze, refusing to acknowledge the boastful Charmander. You're clearly intimidated by me, but that is quite natural. I won't hold it against you. Charmander remarked, confident. After we finish this battle, Squirtle, let us have a fair 1v1. I'll make you call me Daddy. Ash recalled the now poisoned Charmeleon into his Pokeball, as Bulbasaur strode determinately onto the stage. With both teammates having undergone their transformations, he could not afford to lag behind. Bulbasaur, this is your kin, so you must treat this battle with utmost seriousness. Lijia's Bulbasaur, observing its smaller, unevolved counterpart, nodded and dispelled its earlier lax demeanor, focusing entirely with renewed vigor. The battle commenced once more, as both sides nearly simultaneously called out their moves. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Vine Whip. As the evolved Bulbasaur unleashed 4 Vine Whips, each one thicker than Bulbasaur's own. The latter's dual whips were no match, being swiftly rebuffed in the first round, forcing him to retract and regroup. Bulbasaur's 2 Vine Whips sprang forth again, shooting towards their target like bullets, but Bulbasaur's whips had been lying in wait, striking down from 3 meters away and forcefully pinning the incoming whips. With a loud crack, Bulbasaur nearly cried out, the pain transmitted through the vine causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. As the dust settled, the 6 Vine Whips intertwined. Bulbasaur's front 2 whips ensnared the incoming ones midway, tightening their grip as they bound and knotted them. The rear 2 whips seized the front ends, pulling with a ferocity that threatened to tear them apart. This was connected to Bulbasaur's nervous system, while it could regenerate. The pain akin to severed digits was unavoidable. What will you do now, Bulbasaur? Lijia's voice was cold and unyielding, fully embracing the role of a merciless instructor, showing no leniency towards Bulbasaur. Acid Bomb. Bulbasaur inhaled deeply before expelling a stream of venom towards Bulbasaur. The latter quickly retreated to avoid it, while simultaneously allowing his Vine Whips to grow, leaving no opportunity for Bulbasaur to retract. Yet, Bulbasaur steeled his resolve, snapping the rear ends of his whips together to catch the falling Acid Bomb. The acidic substance flowed along the vine towards Bulbasaur's whips, emitting hissing white smoke upon contact. This was a technique Bulbasaur had practiced extensively. Though termed Acid Bomb, it was actually a concentrated venom, rivaling the potency of Sludge Bomb, comparable to biochemical weaponry. As anticipated, upon being struck by the Acid Bomb, Bulbasaur's expression shifted dramatically. The Vine Whips began to corrode and disintegrate. Before he could retract them, they dissolved and snapped. Although no blood was shed, the tremors coursing through Bulbasaur forced him to withdraw, leaving only the 2 rear whips in play. This indeed caught Ligia off guard, momentarily bewildered, but she quickly regained her composure. Impressive, you must have practiced your poison-type moves for quite some time. Bulbasaur, use Synthesis. From beneath Bulbasaur's flower bud, several sharp spikes extended, embedding themselves into the ground, visibly drawing forth green energy. This energy began to mend the damage Bulbasaur had sustained. Given enough time, the Vine Whips could regrow. It was worth noting that typical Bulbasaur-line Pokémon could not learn Synthesis. This technique required inheritance from other grass-type Pokémon. Ligia had meticulously bred this Bulbasaur, showcasing immense potential. We must interrupt that. Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur unleashed the Leaf Blade, with his Vine Whips synchronously launching forth. Block it, use Grass Knot. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of sharp blades, Bulbasaur swiftly summoned weeds at its feet. Unlike the coconut tree, these weeds deliberately brought forth the soil from below as they grew. The ground around Bulbasaur erupted, and the muddy weeds formed a barrier before it, ready to withstand the impending attack. What? Ligia was perplexed by the term's second stage, utterly bewildered, yet the unfolding scene soon surpassed her wildest dreams. She witnessed Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, launched simultaneously, quivering rapidly, stirring the leaves surrounding it. The sharp blades relentlessly pierced into the Vine Whip, and Bulbasaur endured the pain, transforming the whip into thorns. Following the guidance of the whip, it deftly maneuvered around the grassy barrier, slipping through from the sides and delivering a fierce lash to the roots beside Bulbasaur. Bang! Simultaneously, the razor-sharp leaves exploded, severing the roots while embedding themselves into Bulbasaur's abdomen. Not content with this, the Vine Whip struck several times, ensnaring Bulbasaur's limbs. Sensing its limbs being lifted from the ground, Bulbasaur hurriedly dismantled the grassy barrier, scattering the weeds to suppress the Vine Whip. Collision. Petal Dance. Bulbasaur retracted its vine whip, propelling itself forward with all its might. Bulbasaur dared not underestimate the situation. Its back bud released red petals that flew towards Bulbasaur like lethal blades, each adorned with tiny, sharp spikes. The relentless barrage of spikes scraped against Bulbasaur. Its vine whips entwined, swaying in the wind. With a sharp crack, Bulbasaur ultimately succumbed, its vine whips severed, hurled backwards by the petal dance. Now on its back, legs flailing, its face obscured by petals, Bulbasaur struggled for 10 long seconds before resolutely opening its eyes and standing tall. It still had the will to fight. It would not be defeated. The light of evolution sensed Bulbasaur's determination and bestowed upon it a final blessing in this moment of peril. As Bulbasaur evolved, it quietly restored its severed vine whips through the process of rooting, preparing to face its evolved adversary in full vigor. Accompanied by the requisite background music of evolution, Bulbasaur harnessed the energy of transformation, reviving its vine whips and sprouting 2 additional ones, signaling that the battle was only just beginning. Chapter 49, The Badge in Hand. Do you still wish to fight? Bulbasaur did not glance back, yet its trembling buds suddenly burst forth in brilliance. Observing this, Ligia offered a timely reminder. Your Bulbasaur is utilizing photosynthesis. It seems to have just learned this move. Though Bulbasaur could not regain health through rooting, photosynthesis was nevertheless a commendable technique. Recognizing Bulbasaur's intent to retaliate, Ash refrained from unnecessary actions and contemplated his strategy. Indeed, facing a seasoned Bulbasaur, the newly evolved Bulbasaur was at a disadvantage in numerous aspects. However, it was not without its means of counterattack. Ash conceived the only method capable of inflicting effective damage, ensnaring it with a swirling vine whip. Bulbasaur twirled its newly sprouted 4 vine whips, intertwining them at once to form a robust, braided whip. This maneuver instantly heightened Ligia's alertness. Her intuition warned her against a direct confrontation, for it would surely lead to dire consequences. Root and grow, do not get caught. Both moves were unleashed simultaneously. Countless spikes driving into the ground, continuously channeling energy to Bulbasaur. Yet, relying solely on this method, Ligia grossly underestimated Ash's training techniques. The braided vine whip suddenly dove into the earth from 5 meters away, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as a massive fissure opened beneath Bulbasaur's feet. Bulbasaur, along with the soil beneath it, was forcibly lifted into the air by the vine whip. At that moment, any thought of escape was rendered futile. The tip of the vine whip split apart, ensnaring Bulbasaur's limbs. As it struggled to break free, the vine whip tightened and twisted upon contact with its skin, spinning relentlessly. Bulbasaur was lifted high into the air. Slam! Leaf tornado. Ash's Bulbasaur spun like a top, whipping the vine whip around. Yet the leaf tornado surged downward along the vine whip, reaching Bulbasaur's vicinity. The accompanying whirlwind mitigated the impact of its fall, barely saving its life. But Ash was not finished. He called out, "Mountain Crush." Miraculously, the vine whip reacted, propelling Bulbasaur into the air before rapidly retracting, slamming it back down to the ground. Already teetering on the brink of collapse, Bulbasaur desperately fought to withstand the onslaught. Its leaf tornado spun once more, attempting to blow away Bulbasaur. Yet Ash had trained extensively for strength. Bulbasaur showed no fear. Even as it lay battered beneath, it continued to charge forward with unwavering resolve. As the dust settled, the Bulbasaur pinned beneath had lost its combat capability, while Ash's Bulbasaur, on the verge of collapse, flickered with light again, photosynthesis saving it from unconsciousness at the last moment. This battle had proven to be immensely rewarding for Ligia. She had not anticipated that this novice trainer would possess such creative strategies, pushing skills to their limits. Even when faced with a disadvantage, they could still engage in such a thrilling battle. Frankly, even if you were to lose, I would still award you this badge. You have earned my recognition. I wish you all the best on your continuing journey. After presenting the badge to Ash, Ligia thoughtfully included an additional CD. This is the Solar Beam Technique disc. I see your Bulbasaur has already self-taught photosynthesis. With this prerequisite, learning Solar Beam will be expedited. Among grass-type moves, Solar Beam holds significant value, especially when paired with sunny weather, allowing it to harness the sun's power without severely depleting its stamina. It is an essential move for any grass-type Pokémon. Thank you. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash entrusted all 3 Pokémon to Nurse Joy before heading back to the previous infirmary. At that moment, Infernape was intently listening to Pikachu explain their team's mission and past experiences. Eevee also emerged from its Pokeball, sitting nearby, perusing Ash's Pokédex for information on Eevee's evolutionary forms. Eevee felt conflicted, having learned that the starter Pokémon each had a fixed evolution chain. It too desired to evolve and grow stronger. Yet, after much contemplation, it remained uncertain of its choice. The options of water, fire, electric, and grass types were immediately dismissed. It wished to maintain its unique identity within the team. With the remaining options considered, Eevee pondered deeply but could not reach a satisfactory conclusion. Indeed, it would be best to observe how other Eevees chose to evolve before making a decision. As Ash finally arrived, Eevee returned the Pokédex to him and leapt onto his shoulder, eagerly anticipating Ash's choice. As Ash opened the Pokédex, it prominently displayed the remaining evolution forms for Eevee, Sylveon, Umbreon, Glaceon, and Espeon. Ash understood Eevee's intentions, but found himself in a quandary over the decision. One must forge their own path. I can merely elucidate the form methods of evolution, yet I cannot delineate the direction for you. Ash patiently explained each method, addressing any confusion that arose. The Infernape on the bed, upon seeing Ash return, dared not even exhale, remaining silent until Ash finished his explanations to Eevee. It was Ash who took the initiative to sit by his bedside and discuss the plans ahead. The sixth member of the team, Infernape, would henceforth be the first fighting-type Pokémon in their ranks. Should you have any inquiries regarding fighting-type techniques, feel free to seek my guidance. I possess a modicum of knowledge in that area. Infernape would not dare to dissent. He was on the brink of losing the very title of Infernape, and his loyalty to Ash was unwavering. Pikachu, have you briefed him on our objective? Pikachu nodded in affirmation. Infernape did not object to battle and was prepared for the challenge upon learning that they were here to confront formidable adversaries. Once Infernape and the starter trio had fully recovered, Ash led them through adaptive training and the welcome assembly. Although it is often said that one does not truly know another until they have battled, Infernape still felt somewhat unfamiliar with them. Standing before the 5 Pokémon with a hint of naivety, Pikachu stepped forward to introduce Infernape to the group. Infernape, the former leader of the Monferno gang, had led his team on numerous raids, pilfering food from passing trainers and their Pokémon. His temperament was volatile and irritable, save for when he was with Ash. He respected the strong, yet if provoked, he could become reckless. "Oh ho, a thief as well. It seems we share a common plight," remarked Squirtle, increasingly finding a kinship with Infernape. What a coincidence! Infernape felt a mutual understanding with him. One was a mountain bandit, the other a gang boss. Surely they must exchange their tales, not of illness, but of experiences. Chapter 50, Hypnosis and Counter-Hypnosis. Yet another morning imbued with poetic charm. Another morning brimming with vitality. Misty, dear Misty, you must not lag behind. You must rally your spirits and strive to become the world's preeminent water-type trainer. Ever since witnessing Ash's battle at the Rainbow Gym, Misty realized that the gulf between her and Ash extended beyond mere battle prowess. It encompassed the application and comprehension of techniques as well. This revelation struck her deeply, yet rather than succumb to despair, she chose to persevere, diligently working to address her shortcomings. Her primary method was to accompany Ash, observe him, and learn from him. Each day necessitated an early rise, training at dawn, and nightly homework to document the evolution and development of her Pokémon. Although she was essentially emulating Ash, could one truly call a trainer's endeavors mere imitation? With dreams of surpassing Ash firmly in her heart, Misty set her alarm and ventured out to seek the city's park for her morning workout. However, shortly after arriving at the artificial lake within the park, she was startled by an eerie sound emanating from beneath the water. The sound resembled that of a young girl, yet the manner in which she called out was akin to that of a Magikarp. Such a peculiar occurrence made Misty silently regret venturing out alone. But what if someone was drowning? Ultimately, Misty mustered her courage and approached the water's edge. As she leaned over to peer into the lake, a face suddenly emerged from the depths. A girl's visage surfaced, her lifeless eyes resembling those of a fish, bubbles escaping her lips. Misty gasped, taken aback by the sight, stumbling backward and hitting her head on the grass, forcing herself to regain composure. Yet, these phantoms showed no mercy. Misty watched in horror as a young boy crawled down the tree trunk beside her. He had placed his hands beside his ears as makeshift antennae, his body appearing as if it had entirely lost its rigidity, resembling a bug that would burst if stepped upon. Were he to don a snail shell, he would fit perfectly in a scene from an Ito Junji horror tale. From the woods emerged a boy dressed as a rockruff, barking excitedly at Misty. As if that were not enough, the boy hiked up his legs and urinated toward the lake, the liquid trickling down his pants. Unfazed, he bent down to lick the filthy lake water. The sheer absurdity of the morning's events overwhelmed Misty, compelling her to flee into the underbrush. Racing back to the Pokémon Center in a frenzy. "Ash! Ash! Ash!" Misty cried, knocking on Ash's door with a voice laced with desperation. when the door swung open. She collapsed into Ash's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The fright she had experienced left her shaken, and now that she found herself in a safe haven, in Ash's embrace, she could no longer contain her emotions. What transpired? Did your Pokémon also suffer an inexplicable attack? After regaining her composure and wiping away her tears, Misty recounted the bizarre occurrences she had witnessed. Ash, too, cradled a dejected Pikachu resting on the table, explaining the peculiar events of the morning. He had intended to rise early for training, but had found Pikachu in a daze, resembling a weary worker devoid of energy. He had even taken Pikachu to Nurse Joy, who revealed that this phenomenon had been affecting Pokémon throughout the city in recent days. She was baffled by the situation. Pokémon appeared as exhausted as humans, while humans exhibited the liveliness of Pokémon. Such an absurdity was indeed perplexing. Upon arriving at the police station, they briefed Officer Jenny on the matter. Jenny, astonished by Misty's account of humans behaving like Pokémon, produced several missing person posters for her to examine. Yes, these children. They are the missing ones, Misty exclaimed, identifying several of the children's likenesses. After confirming her observations, Jenny summoned her team and led Misty back to the park. The children were indeed still in the park, albeit concealed within the trees and bushes, much like Pokémon. The police conducted a swift search, scouring every nook and cranny of the park, tree hollows, burrows, and underwater caves. Though the children were located, the challenge of restoring their faculties loomed large. It was decided to contact a psychiatrist and reach out to the large hospital in Rainbow City. Jenny, uncertain of the next steps, opted for caution to avoid further traumatizing the children. Just as despair began to settle, a glimmer of hope emerged from Ash. Everyone turned to see the girl dressed as a Magikarp, kneeling with her face concealed in her hands, her eyes reddened and tearful. How did you manage this? Jenny asked in disbelief, helping the girl to her feet and directing her question at Ash. Ash remained silent, merely raising his right fist. He had struck the girl in the face, utilizing his still awkward psychic abilities to recalibrate her brainwaves. Since Ash's method proved effective, Jenny wasted no time in bringing the remaining unresponsive children before him. Given the urgency of the situation, a single punch seemed a trivial price compared to the potential mental breakdowns. Be gentle, Ash nodded, his control over his abilities quite strong. Otherwise, the girl would have surely met a more grievous fate. After enduring a series of blows, Ash rejoined the lengthy procession back to the hospital, delivering a punch to those Pokémon as well. Pikachu was no exception. Even before Ash's fist could make contact, the sheer force of the punch invigorated Pikachu. Upon the arrival of the medical and security teams from Yuhong City, an investigation confirmed that the root of the incident stemmed from the Pokémon Enthusiast Association located atop a skyscraper. They had employed the Dream Eater and Hypno to alleviate work-related stress through hypnosis. However, prolonged exposure to humans resulted in the hypnotic waves affecting vulnerable children, leading them to mistakenly believe they were Pokémon. Concurrently, the fatigue of the adults was transferred to the Pokémon, causing them to experience a sense of exhaustion akin to that of overworked humans. As they departed from the city, Misty was unexpectedly followed by a Psyduck. Even after receiving a punch from Ash, this creature displayed an unusual exuberance, showing no signs of change. Time and again, whenever Ash and his companions attempted to leave, the Psyduck scampered after them. Ash, what should we do? This Psyduck keeps following us. Isn't it supposed to belong to the Pokémon Center? Misty felt an unsettling chill at the sight of the Psyduck. The more she pondered how these Pokémon had absorbed human emotions, the more she felt the Psyduck bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Why not try to catch it? After all, it is a water-type Pokémon, Ash suggested. Noting that while the Psyduck appeared somewhat foolish, it exuded a profound simplicity that hinted at latent wisdom. Observing its demeanor, he speculated it had potential. But I feel a bit, well, fine. I suppose I can catch it. Misty reluctantly decided against scaring it off and begrudgingly accepted the Psyduck into her team. Chapter 51, The Fury of the Punch. The Fury Punch converts rage into power. The more attacks received, the greater the power of the move. The Abandoned Monkey, a Pokémon that embodies fury, gains the strength to break free from physical constraints when its anger surpasses a critical threshold. Ash pulled up the information from the Pokédex for his Infernape to view. Although the monkey may not have comprehended much, the revelation that this was its evolutionary form and a prerequisite for evolving left it astonished. Infernape pressed its face against the screen, gazing at the image of the abandoned monkey in bewilderment. How can this possibly resemble me? Other Pokémon gathered around, exchanging glances at Infernape and the Pokédex. Is that photo of him? Bulbasaur inquired. It should be. They look quite similar, Charmeleon added. But what is this Fury Punch? Can I learn that move? Kamekame, curious. Feigned anger, forming a grid pattern on its forehead, as if attempting to max out its rage meter. Such an abstract expression elicited laughter from Charmeleon, while Bulbasaur couldn't resist making a silly face to mimic Kamikame's foolishness. Annoyed by their mockery, Kamikame retaliated with a water pulse directed at the two. Having shared similar experiences, the trio had formed a strong bond, and Ash saw no need to intervene as they often engaged in playful banter. After stowing away the Pokédex, Ash led Infernape to a shaded area beneath a tree. Infernape, your immediate priority is to practice the Fury Punch. First, you must direct your anger towards me and glare at me fiercely. However, after waiting for quite some time, Ash noticed that Infernape remained motionless. Naturally, it dared not bare its teeth at Ash. After all, Infernape was fiery, not foolish. Recognizing that his earlier actions had inadvertently instilled a sense of fear in Infernape, Ash called upon the other 5 Pokémon for assistance. You all, now it's time to attack me, quickly. After shedding his outer clothing, leaving only his shorts, Ash braced himself for the impending assault. The 6 Pokémon exchanged hesitant glances, each reluctant to step forward. Ultimately, it was Pikachu who broke the deadlock, retreating a few paces. It charged forward, unleashing a combination of Thunderbolt and Iron Tail in a spinning arc. This was not an act of vengeance for the earlier punch, but rather a training exercise. Ash stood firm, allowing the strike to land directly on his abdomen. Yet, when Pikachu landed, no mark was left. Instead, Pikachu felt a painful throb in its tail, akin to striking an iron wall. They had all suffered under this move during training, sometimes being sent flying several meters, or worse, knocked unconscious. Nevertheless, even such attacks posed no real threat to Ash, and they decided to hold nothing back. After all, if they ended up getting hit, they would share the blame, so it was no loss. The 6 Pokémon unleashed their unique abilities, particularly Eevee, whose moves appeared wildly erratic, as if it had consumed laxatives, causing chaos around Ash until he called for a halt. In total, Ash endured 100 strikes without sustaining any injuries, not even a visible mark. Now, observe carefully. It is time for the Fury Punch. Although I do not feel anger, just pretend I am angry, Ash declared, turning around, raising his left hand, and aiming his fingertip at the tree trunk. With an imperceptible speed, he delivered a punch to the tree. To the astonishment of the Pokémon, the tree did not topple. In fact, not a single leaf fell. This cannot be. The Pokémon were incredulous that the tree was even harder than Ash's fist. Only Eevee sensed the immense power emanating from Ash, though it remained unclear how he harnessed that energy. Yet, Ash wore a satisfied smile, nodding before instructing Infernape to begin practicing the move. While Infernape was too afraid to snarl at Ash, it still had the prowess to spar with the other Pokémon. As Pikachu utilized a quick electric strike, it instantly filled Infernape with rage. Eager to unleash its pent-up anger, Infernape turned, but the other Pokémon had already retreated, leaving only the tree behind, the very tree that had remained standing despite Ash's earlier punch. Without hesitation, Infernape threw a punch, and with minimal effort, the tree collapsed, uprooted and sent flying 5 meters away. Infernape was astonished. It had barely exerted any strength. How had the tree fallen? Pikachu was equally incredulous that Infernape accomplished such a feat. However, when it dashed to where the tree had landed, regret washed over it for ever doubting Ash's abilities. The tree had not been knocked down by Infernape. Peeling back a layer of bark revealed a continuous flow of white sap. Once the sap had drained, the inside of the tree was left hollow. It was Ash who, with his fist, had shattered the tree's interior from beneath the bark, causing the sap to ooze out from the roots, thereby allowing Infernape the opportunity to topple it. Infernape peeled back the bark and cautiously tasted the sap, discovering it was still warm. The sheer control and destructive power exhibited by Ash sent shivers down the spines of the Pokémon present. The thought of having launched an unrestrained assault on Ash moments ago filled them with an unprecedented sense of dread. Hey, who told you to break that tree? Ash's calm tone ignited fear among the Pokémon, causing them to tremble and turn around. Ash merely approached, carrying the meal Brock had prepared, inviting them to share lunch together. Yet, his casual demeanor only amplified their feelings of helplessness. Hasten to your training, for today's task is to assist the fiery monkey in mastering the technique of Fury Punch. Do not indulge in idleness, as I shall bring dinner later this evening. Do not let your diligence wane. After this simple exhortation, Ash departed, retreating to the tent that the 3 of them had hastily erected, where he resolutely succumbed to an afternoon slumber. Only when Ash's silhouette had vanished did they exhale in relief. Charmeleon swiftly incinerated the bark, while Bulbasaur filled the empty pit with earth. Once they had finished their meal, they fell into a solemn silence, focusing on training the fiery monkey in Fury Punch. The fiery monkey, perhaps spurred by the fear instilled in him by Ash, quickly acquired the ghost-type Fury Punch. However, the essence of this technique left Pikachu with a peculiar sensation, for it resembled not a punch born of fury, but rather one shrouded in fear. This overwhelming terror of Ash had transformed into a futile rage. The more fear he felt, the stronger his combat prowess became. Would they inadvertently ruin him? What would they do then, with Ash expected to come and evaluate? Charmeleon cast a worried glance towards Pikachu. However, it was indeed a ghost-type move. I, for one, have endured a punch and emerged unscathed. Eevee had already experienced it and sustained no damage. According to the properties of immunity, it indeed was a ghost-type move. Let us hope all is well. Come, let us train further. In light of caution, the Pokémon once again subjected the fiery monkey to an intense 3-hour bout of training. Chapter 52, The Martial Arts Tournament. Ash. Ash, you must see what I have just discovered. Inside the tent, Misty joyfully unfurled a poster in her hands. The Grand Tournament, also known as the Pokémon Martial Arts Tournament, welcomes all Pokémon capable of fighting techniques to participate. Is it not fortuitous? You could take the fiery monkey to compete, allowing it to enhance its strength through battling formidable opponents. Ash scrutinized the poster, which also displayed the prize for the champion. Though merely a championship belt crafted from gold, its symbolic significance was extraordinary. Absolutely. Where do we register? Right in the nearby town. The competition will be held there. After sending the battle-worn fiery monkey to the Pokémon Center for treatment, the trio proceeded to register. Brock, wary of sending his rock type into battle, opted to remain as an observer. Misty wished to participate but lamented the absence of a suitable Pokémon. The best option was a Masquerain, yet she had none on hand. After inquiring with Nurse Joy about nearby water sources, she eagerly set off with a fishing rod to catch a Surskit. On the day of the competition, Misty indeed returned with a Surskit. Yet, she lacked a water stone, and unfortunately, this town had none for sale. What a pity. Nonetheless, there was no trace of disappointment on Misty's face. Rather, she was brimming with excitement. Have you taught Surskit any fighting techniques? Misty's expression froze, her face paling. In her eagerness to level up, she had neglected to teach it moves. Consulting Ash's Pokédex, it became evident that Surskit had no fighting-type moves to speak of. Its physical attacks were limited to standard moves like tackle and struggle. Ash was skeptical that it would fare well against a Machoke. Ash, please. I truly need your assistance. Given the circumstances, Misty had no choice but to seek Ash's help. Let the fiery monkey teach it. Pokémon teaching Pokémon yields better results. The fiery monkey currently possessed fighting techniques such as low kick, cross chop, earthquake, close combat, and brick break, alongside general moves like scratch, fury swipes, rampage, and heavy slam. Additionally, it had the ghost-type fury punch and supportive moves such as glare, focus energy, and taunt. While they might seem unimpressive, they were indeed quite weak when compared to Ash. Perhaps an evolution would change matters. Observing the Surskit, visibly intimidated, the fiery monkey felt a twinge of frustration. Despite their stark resemblance, in terms of fighting aptitude, Surskit was undeniably lackluster. The punches it delivered were feeble, lacking any vigor. It was evident that Surskit was ill-suited for evolving towards Masquerain. After observing for a while, Ash arrived at a similar conclusion as the fiery monkey. Perhaps it would be better to let it evolve into a Masquerain with the Sovereign Certificate. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty reluctantly abandoned her preparations to continue in the tournament. As the competition was hosted in a small town, it lacked the grandeur of more prominent events. Renowned fighting trainers, such as Sheba, did not attend. With the matchups announced, Ash found himself in the first position, facing off against a trainer named Fando. Ash could not recall who Fando was, but his daughter, May, discreetly approached Ash in the competitor's lounge. Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but may I have a moment of your time? May looked at Ash with a hint of shyness. Please, you must defeat my father. I believe in your strength. You are surely capable, yes? Please do your utmost. With that, May dashed away without further explanation. Who was that? How peculiar, asking us to defeat her father. Misty mused, suspecting some familial dispute. Unclear about the situation. They awaited the staff's announcement before Ash and the fiery monkey proceeded to the battle arena. The arena was square, akin to that of a boxing match, and Ash's opponent, Fando, resembled a boxing coach, often dodging imaginary punches while bouncing on his toes. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, Fando wasted no time, launching a powerful right punch while shouting, Machoke, use Sonic Punch. Machoke, a boxing Pokémon, possessed the spirit of a professional boxer, its speed rivaling that of a high-speed train. The right fist of Machoke glowed with a white luminescence as it propelled itself towards the fiery monkey with astonishing speed. the sonic punch creating a trajectory that left the fiery monkey's fur rippling. The fiery monkey executed a flying kick, wrapping its legs around Mashoki's ankles, causing it to lose its balance and throw a wild punch. However, Mako quickly regained its footing and, after rolling, struck again. This punch was even swifter. Before the fiery monkey could rise, it was struck and sent crashing against the elastic barrier. In this round, Mako seized the advantage with its superior speed, a confident smile spreading across Fando's face. We must capitalize on this momentum. Mako, continue with Sonic Punch. In close combat, Mako repeated its strategy, its arms moving like jet engines as it relentlessly pounded the fiery monkey's face. The fiery monkey showed no signs of retreat, launching a series of attacks with its fists, elbows, knees, feet, and head. Each strike forced Mako back, and eventually, it could no longer execute Sonic Punch, resorting to defensive postures just to withstand the barrage. How could this be? After taking so many Sonic Punches, it remained standing. Fando's smile faded as he beheld the fiery monkey, still full of vigor. The fiery monkey, having endured the onslaught of its teammates, had grown accustomed to Mashoki's strength. The blows felt less potent than Bulbasaur's Vine Whip or Hydro Pump. The quick-punching Pokémon adeptly guarded its head with its fists. In truth, the height disparity between the two combatants allowed the fiery monkey to strike its lower body with remarkable ease. With a flying headbutt, flurry of hooks, a self-sacrificial kick, and a spinning triple kick, the essence of close combat lay in forsaking defense entirely and immersing oneself wholeheartedly in the intimacy of the brawl. As long as the fiery monkey retained the strength to continue, or until Ash called for a halt, it would not relent in its close-quarters assault. Simultaneously, the quick-punching Pokémon engaged in its own close combat, differing from the fiery monkey's freestyle fighting, as its technique was rooted in professional boxing, with punches as the cornerstone of its combat style. However, as the rounds progressed, the quick-punching Pokémon began to sense something amiss. Why was it perpetually cornered and pummeled? As time wore on, it found itself in a one-sided defense, throwing fewer punches and focusing more on blocking. Double payback. In a moment of desperation, as the quick-punching Pokémon found itself pinned against the pillar and unable to move, Shandu shouted out. Seizing the opportunity as the fiery monkey's right hook retracted after being blocked, the quick-punching Pokémon executed a powerful kick that sent the fiery monkey sprawling. Leaping back with the aid of the elastic band, it soared into the air, twisting its waist, and launched its right fist in a decisive strike. This technique, known as the superhuman punch, embodied the fury of the fist. As Shandu awaited the perfect moment for double payback, Ash too was poised to witness the full force of the fury of the fist. Chapter 53, Champion. After being sent flying by the kick, the fiery monkey rolled to dissipate the impact and arose, channeling all of its pent-up rage into raw power, emanating a disconcerting purple energy at that very moment. Veins bulged on its forehead, and its muscular arms swelled explosively. With both fists raised, it unleashed a barrage aimed squarely at the comparatively slender waist of the quick-punching Pokémon. At the same instant, the quick-punching Pokémon's fist collided with the fiery monkey's right eye, and both were cast back by the force of their strikes, crashing against the elastic band and nearly toppling off the arena. The referee promptly intervened, counting down for both Pokémon. The quick-punching Pokémon knelt on one knee, cradling its abdomen with both hands, unable to lift its head. The fiery monkey clung to the elastic band, its legs trembling uncontrollably, while its left eye remained functional. The right was swollen and unable to open. The repercussions of their close combat had indeed taken a toll on the fiery monkey. Yet, the quick-punching Pokémon succumbed first, unwittingly serving as a stepping stone to the fiery monkey's victory. After handing both Pokémon over to Joy, who had been waiting outside the ring, Ash was about to leave when Shandu called out to him. Shandu, unwilling to accept his first defeat so easily, sought a chance to redeem himself against Ash. You are truly formidable. Have you previously trained in any fighting techniques? Have you ever ranked in competitions? What is your father's name? A barrage of questions ensued, to which Ash could only respond with denials, clarifying that he was merely a passing trainer with a casual interest in fighting contests. After repeatedly confirming that Ash was not lying, Shandu fell into despair. Being bested by a novice trainer was a bitter pill to swallow. Was he truly unfit to be a fighter? Dad, let us go home. Back to the dojo. Mom misses you, and I miss you too. Aimee sprinted from the audience, reaching Shandu's side to help him up, offering words of comfort. Aimee, I understand now. I will never compete again. In that moment, Shandu accepted the harsh reality, burying his shattered dreams forever and choosing to return home to care for his family. Once the father and daughter departed, Ash settled back into the audience, diligently observing the fighting techniques of others. However, After a lengthy observation, nothing satisfied him. Not the trainers, nor the fighting-type Pokémon seemed worthy of his attention. Save for the flying leg Pokémon and Shanda's quick-punching Pokémon. It was no surprise, considering the modest stature of the event, which lacked the allure to attract a plethora of formidable challengers. Who would have thought he could carry the fiery monkey all the way to the finals? Shanda's gaze from the stands toward Ash was filled with complex emotions. Previously, he had doubted his own strength, believing his dreams were forever out of reach. Yet, after witnessing Ash and the fiery monkey in each battle, he realized they had not even allowed the fiery monkey to unleash its fury of the fist. He found solace in the thought that had he not encountered Ash, he would have surely made it to the finals, at least securing a third place. With a chance at second. Dad, you promised you wouldn't compete anymore. You can't go back on your word. Amy, noticing a glimmer of hope in Shandu's eyes, sprang into action. Ha ha ha, I won't. I've placed my hopes in Ash. He is the one with the real potential. All right, the match has begun. Shandu refocused his attention on the arena, watching as the fiery monkey defended against the flying leg Pokemon's spring-like kicks. The flying leg Pokemon, a kicking Pokemon, possessed legs capable of extending freely, able to launch its opponents away even from a great distance. In the realm of fighting types, it was one of the rare Pokemon that could deliver long-range physical attacks, giving it a distinct advantage. At this moment, it stood in the corner, hands gripping the elastic band, relentlessly assaulting the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey had no opportunity to close in and could only brace its arms to block. Its anger, however, continued to build, and the frustration of its defensive posture only fueled its resolve. Seize the opportunity and grab its foot. Ash's reminders prompted the fiery monkey to make several attempts to catch the flying leg Pokemon, but with little success. If this continued, defeat was inevitable, and Ash had to devise a new strategy. After much contemplation, Ash distilled the most promising tactic. Fiery monkey roll. The fiery monkey leapt swiftly to evade a sweeping kick, landing on a post, curling its limbs tightly around its rotund body, and rebounding back and forth with the aid of the elastic band. Unlike humanoid Pokemon like the flying leg Pokemon and the quick punching Pokemon, the fiery monkey's physique was spherical, lacking a chin or neck, with its head seamlessly merging into its body. This seemingly comical form afforded it a unique fighting style. Initially, the flying leg Pokemon could track the speed of the fiery monkey's rebound with its gaze, but as time passed, the fiery monkey accelerated as if it had activated a speed-boosting ability. Even passing close by the flying leg Pokemon generated a gust of wind that left it drenched in cold sweat. The trainer of the flying leg Pokemon was equally taken aback by this unorthodox fighting style, having never encountered such a scenario before. He was at a loss for how to respond. Find a way to intercept it. Engage in close combat. The trainer's helplessness was apparent, and the flying leg Pokemon recognized that it would have to rely on its own adaptability. Not daring to take risks, it rolled to the center of the arena, supporting itself on its hands, executing a handstand split while employing the Thomas spin to counter. This was its unique, close combat style, primarily focused on kicking techniques, utilizing its long legs to potentially sweep across a wide area. However, the situation proved far more challenging than anticipated. In an instant, the fiery monkey collided with the right knee of the flying leg Pokemon, and it was fortunate that its legs possessed elasticity. Otherwise, the impact could have shattered its limb. Seizing the moment, the fiery monkey prepared its fury of the fist. Although it struggled to aim effectively during the extreme rebound, it had already harmonized its furious energy. Fury of the fist? No, it's the fury headbutt. The fiery monkey rapidly disassembled midair, its limbs grasping the elastic band simultaneously, nearly tearing it apart with the force of the impact. Subsequently, the fiery monkey kicked off with both legs, executing a backflip headbutt that concentrated all its might at the apex of its head. The flying kicker, despite his tenacious resistance, was ultimately sent crashing against the ceiling like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, creating a substantial hole without losing momentum, and vanished from sight before the crowd. Outside, the security personnel swiftly mobilized to carry the flying kicker back to the competition arena. Unfortunately, by that time, he had already lost his fighting capacity and could only be handed over to Miss Joy for assistance. This astonishing spectacle prompted all present to rise and applaud the Inferno Monkey. Amidst the resounding claps, the Inferno Monkey raised his hands high, exuberantly shouting in delight. Recognized for his strength and spurred by the fervor of his final, furious punch, he evolved. With a pitch-black skin and thick, dark fur that ended in white tips, he now stood approximately 16 meters tall and weighed 66 kilograms, distinguishing himself as a paragon within his species. Congratulations, you have successfully transcended your limits. remarked Ash with admiration upon witnessing the desolate monkey's hard-earned triumph. Post-match, the championship belt was returned home, as it took up too much space in the bag, serving little more than as a decorative item. In addition to the championship belt, the organizers generously provided an assortment of food specifically prepared for fighting-type Pokémon. These provisions, akin to protein powder, would serve as excellent supplementary nourishment for the desolate monkey. Chapter 54. A Swarm of Diglett. Ash, we are nearing the vicinity of Shallow Red City. Just over this hill. Brock, you've already said that at least 10 times. Why can't you accept the fact that we are lost? I am not lost. This map is brand new, and it is undoubtedly accurate, Brock exclaimed, waving the map in his hand, which depicted the shortest route from Yuhong City to Shallow Red City. However, after 10 days of travel without reaching their destination, Misty began to doubt its reliability, suggesting they might as well take the spacious highway from Golden City to Leaf City to Shallow Red City, though it might take longer. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Brock, that map leads to the Shallow Red Gym, correct? Ash interjected amidst the bickering. Brock glanced at the title of the map and nodded. Exactly. I've heard that the Shallow Red Gym is located in the mountains, not in the city. This route should be correct. Unlike the Yuhong Gym, which is situated within Yuhong City, the master of the Shallow Red Gym, Aki, is a ninja. Legend has it that he hails from a long-established ninja family and once served the old government. However, in modern times, ninjas have retreated from the historical stage, and Aki, in a bid to preserve the ninja legacy, joined the alliance and established a gym. Yet, unwilling to abandon his ninja vocation, he built the gym in the mountains, making it exceedingly challenging for the residents of Shallow Red City to challenge him, let alone outsiders. Ninjas? Misty's mind raced to recall any information about ninjas, but she could conjure no image. Conversely, Brock, with his broader experience, understood that the historical depiction of ninjas was not of those who donned headbands and established ninja villages to wage war, but rather of shadowy figures serving governments as ruthless assassins. How terrifying. A profession dedicated to killing. Doesn't that make them monstrous? No wonder they have to hide in the mountains. Misty shuddered, her skin crawling at Brock's explanation. However, the thought of Ash facing such a killing machine reassured her, as she believed he would surely prevail. Just as the trio planned to find a clearing to settle down for lunch, they suddenly heard the roar of engines approaching from afar. Following the sound, they rushed to see a narrow road below, congested with countless massive trucks making their way into the distance. There must be a village nearby. Finally, we can take a proper rest, Misty exclaimed. But her joy was short-lived as a crack suddenly appeared on the road ahead, rapidly extending toward Ash's direction. With a thunderous roar, all of the trucks were ensnared by the fissure, toppling over like a row of dominoes. The close proximity of this catastrophic scene startled Misty, leaving her dazed. Without wasting a moment, Ash dropped his backpack and leaped from the low cliff onto the nearest truck, shattering the window and forcefully tearing open the door to rescue the unconscious driver inside. Pikachu, cautiously descending the rocky wall, aimed to assist Ash, but was suddenly blocked by a Diglett that obstructed his path. Darn it. It must be those Diglett that are preventing us from getting through. The rescued driver lamented helplessly, pounding the ground in frustration. To construct the reservoir, they had laid down concrete roads, blasted the mountains, and built basic infrastructure. Yet, midway through the project, the Diglett had inexplicably appeared, halting progress. They could neither be driven away nor scolded. Now, even the massive trucks were powerless against them, leaving the workers with no choice but to place their hopes on wild trainers. If this doesn't work, we'll have to escalate the matter to the higher authorities. The administrator gazed at the boy who was rescuing people with bare hands, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. We have a superhero here. Perhaps he can help. Once Ash had extricated all the drivers, the administrator, leaning on his cane, approached Ash and, with a weakening knee, bowed deeply in a traditional gesture of respect, pleading for assistance. Please, you must save us, he implored, tears streaming down his face as he recounted their plight. After listening intently, Ash remained unfazed. So, what is the purpose of constructing this reservoir? He inquired. The location was remote, nestled deep in the mountains. They needed to blast the mountains to excavate the area for the reservoir, primarily to supply water for industrial needs and provide drinking water for Shallow Red City and surrounding villages. Take me to see it. I still don't understand why the Diglett are doing this. During the rescue, Ash had noticed that some Diglett were injured by the trucks, yet they continued to dig, indicating that this was not a mere conflict between humans and Pokémon. The trio settled down to rest near the construction site, and upon learning the situation, Misty felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. This can't be like before with the agate jellyfish, can it? She pondered, already piecing together a troubling pattern. Last time it was the ocean, this time it was the land. What might come next? After finishing their lunch at the construction site, they indeed began to see a steady stream of trainers arriving. Among them, Ash spotted the familiar face of Green, who remained as flamboyant as ever, flanked by a group of cheerleaders of similar age. Ash, have you been recruited too? Those two behind you must be your companions from the journey, Green remarked, glancing at Misty and Brock, his face lighting up with joy. In terms of companions, he had one. How many Pokémon have you caught, Ash? Including Pikachu, I have 6. Ash replied. Green's smile widened as he silently counted his own catches, chuckling with satisfaction. And how many badges do you have now, Ash? 5. Xiao Mao stood with his hands on his hips, bursting into laughter as he proudly displayed his badge box to Xiaoji. I've already completed the challenge of all 8 gyms ahead of you. Xiaoji, you must strive even harder. Xiao Mao had truly grasped the essence of victory, able to discern opportunities for triumph from various angles. Meanwhile, Xiaoji maintained a stoic expression, his gaze unconsciously drifting past Xiao Mao to the hidden diglets by the roadside. Lost in contemplation, the call to assemble soon echoed, and the crowd formed a line to listen to the speaker on the platform. If you can drive away those diglets, I shall reward you with a complimentary 4-day, 3-night experience ticket to the hot springs. And look, here they come. Those are the ones. Quickly, chase them away. The administrator was both astonished and furious. The audacity of the diglets to gather and assault their stronghold in broad daylight was beyond comprehension. Chapter 55. The code is written like this. Xiaoji, this time I shall be the first to act. Go, my beloved, my dearest. Xiao Mao passionately kissed his Pokeball before hurling it toward the diglets. However, upon landing, the ball opened only for the red light to retract almost immediately. Unfazed, Xiao Mao threw 5 more balls, each resulting in the same disheartening outcome. Others attempted to launch their Pokeballs as well, but despite forming a small mountain of them, not a single Pokemon emerged. Even Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, driven by curiosity, tried their luck, only to witness the same dismal result. Ultimately, the diglets approached the balls one by one, returning them to their trainers in a conveyor belt fashion. After much contemplation and elimination, Xiao Mao arrived at a conclusion so extraordinary that he questioned its veracity, leaning in to whisper to Xiaoji, I fear the Pokemon are refusing to battle the diglets. If this continues, none of the trainers will be able to resolve the situation. I have faith in your abilities, Xiaoji. We must rely on you now. The Pokeballs lack the capacity for indoctrination or soundproofing. The Pokemon, even while contained, had already heard the calls from the diglets. The diglets revealed their intentions to the Pokemon, who, to the trainer's astonishment, gathered alongside the wild diglets. Without the capability for brainwashing or sound isolation, the Pokeballs allowed the Pokemon to choose whether to leap into battle or remain within their confines. Such an absurd occurrence shattered the dreams of many novice trainers. Was this truly the Pokemon they believed they could manipulate at will? For those who had toiled for years merely to acquire a single Pokemon and a Pokeball, witnessing their creatures defy orders was devastating. Once the first trainer departed with their Pokeball in hand, a mass exodus ensued, with nearly all the trainers abandoning this place of turmoil. Only Xiao Mao, his cheering squad, and Xiaoji remained. Xiao Mao stayed not out of stubbornness, but because he believed in Xiaoji's resourcefulness and wished to observe how he would navigate the predicament. The administrator also turned his attention to Xiaoji, having expected their Pokemon to be ineffective, yet now realizing that even seasoned trainers could not resolve the issue. At this juncture, all hope rested on Xiaoji. He remained silent, merely advancing toward the front. Yet, his Pokemon could no longer contain themselves, leaping from their balls, with Pikachu jumping down from Xiaoji's shoulder. 6 Pokemon formed a circle, placing themselves between Xiaoji and the diglets. Astonishingly, it was successful. What was happening? Xiao Xia was utterly perplexed, while Xiao Mao immediately grasped the situation, breaking into a cold sweat. Our Pokemon refuse to battle the diglets because they understand that without them, the trainers are powerless. But Xiaoji is different. Even without Pokemon, he can surpass them. Xiao Mao recalled the day he witnessed Xiaoji single-handedly defeat a massive Gyarados with a single punch. Just as Xiao Mao had surmised, Xiaoji's Pokemon were indeed prepared to go all out. However, they did not intend to attack Xiaoji. Rather, they were pleading with him not to engage. In light of their past camaraderie, they implored Xiaoji. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented even in the annals of the League's history. I do not intend to strike the diglets. You need not obstruct me. I merely seek to inquire about their true intentions. Xiaoji spoke in a calm tone, yet those familiar with him recognized his unwavering resolve. Once he made a promise, he would not act recklessly. Thus, they parted to grant him passage. Kneeling before one diglet, Xiaoji gently stroked its head, using his psychic abilities to establish communication. Perhaps sensing the goodwill radiating from Xiaoji, more and more Diglets encircled him. As time passed, Xiaoji finally rose and returned to the group. He had comprehended the experiences of the Diglets, uncovering not just those, but a hidden secret. The Diglets were not intentionally targeting humans. The situation was as follows. To elucidate the underlying principles, one must mention the deity of this world, Arceus. Many perceive Pokémon as mere subservients to humanity, created to serve. This is a fallacious notion. Just as the Diglets before them had contributed to the natural ecosystem long before humanity emerged, they were currently engaged in reforestation endeavors where reservoirs would be built. This was not due to the area being regarded as their territory. Pokémon, whether from distant lands or those nurtured from the start within the league, carried a genetic legacy of protecting nature. This intrinsic code cannot be altered by the misguided belief that Pokeballs possess brainwashing capabilities. This code shall be passed down through generations, leaving no room for change. If altered, they would no longer be Pokémon. Pokémon are neither mere tools nor servants. And Xiaoji is not a puppet of humanity. He will not shield humanity from the errors it has committed. Upholding an equitable stance, he now sided with the Diglets. In other words, what we perceive as forests are the result of the Diglets' tireless cultivation over countless days and years. The lush fruits of the wild are also the fruits of their labor? Xiao Xia was taken aback, Xiao Gang nodded in acknowledgement, and Xiao Mao pondered deeply, while the administrator was consumed with regret. Indeed, long before humanity's arrival, the Diglets were planting trees and maintaining ecological balance. This is beyond human interference. And even the league's strongest champions cannot disrupt such laws. The power of trainers emanates from Pokémon. An exemplary trainer would never engage in acts that contradict the will of their Pokémon, especially those who have delved deeply into the realm of Pokémon. I understand now. I will communicate with the developers and request alternative construction sites. The administrator, rendered speechless, pulled out his phone and dialed a superior, realizing that a worker's capabilities were limited. I will inform my grandfather, hoping he can intervene to prevent further conflict. Xiao Mao dialed the phone to Professor Okido. When it comes to matters concerning Pokémon and humans, consulting his grandfather is always a prudent choice. Ash, on the other hand, attempted to reach out to the two high-ranking officials he had known. But upon hearing of the situation, they exhibited not a trace of surprise, but rather an air of acceptance. It is hardly surprising, considering that if the League were unaware of such occurrences, it would truly be a feudal establishment. After establishing connections with everyone he could, the next step was to patiently await the outcome. However, just as he was about to depart, Xiao Mao suddenly called out to Ash. Ash, I believe I have come to understand why my grandfather chose to become a professor rather than continue as a trainer. The more one engages in training, the more one becomes aware of their limitations, unless one aspires to transcend the role of a trainer. What do you mean? Are you saying you no longer wish to be a trainer? Ash inquired, puzzled, but Xiao Mao shook his head resolutely. I still intend to be a trainer, for I aspire to surpass you on this journey, but I also wish to learn from my grandfather. I desire to embrace both the path of a trainer and that of a researcher. Farewell, Ash. May fate allow us to meet again. Chapter 56, The Shallow Red Gym. Indeed, it seems I have taken a wrong turn. How did I end up here? Misty raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, gazing up at the towering cliffs with a sigh of exasperation. At the cliff's edge stood a traditional Japanese structure, which had hastened their pace upon sight. Yet, they had not anticipated straying off course and finding themselves at the foot of the cliff. In such circumstances, ascending safely would require finding a route. But where could that path be? Ash, stop daydreaming and hurry up. Otherwise, we won't make it up the mountain by nightfall. Seeing Ash still transfixed, staring at the cliff, Misty urged him on. However, Ash shook his head in refusal, determined to ascend on his own. You all take the longer route. I can climb up myself. With that, Ash removed his shoes and stowed them in his backpack, deftly using his fingers and toes to grip the rocky surface for a swift ascent. Misty attempted to follow suit, trying to grasp the finger holds Ash had created, but her lack of strength rendered her efforts futile, and she had to give up. Ash, we'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Hurry up and complete your challenge. Misty cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted to Ash, then settled by the riverbank to rest while awaiting his victory. Smack! At the shallow red gym, within the lounge of the backyard, a tall green-haired beauty knelt on the tatami mat, wielding a ruler that struck the palm of a purple-haired girl before her with considerable force. Yet the purple-haired girl dared not retort, for the figure before her was her aunt, Aya, with whom she had grown up during her father's absence. It was Aya who cared for and taught her. Remember, ninjutsu is not a tool for you to flaunt or play with. Last night, Your teacher called home and reported that you injured a classmate. Axin, did my brother not tell you? Axin felt aggrieved, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. They were the ones who bullied me first. Aunt, I don't want to study anymore. I want to stay home and inherit the gym and become a ninja. Absolutely not. How can one forsake their studies? Your father sent you to Shallow Red City to ensure you could diligently inherit the Shallow Red Gym and perpetuate the ninja profession. If you refuse to study, how will you inherit it? Enough. On Monday, I will take you to school and explain this matter to your teacher. As for those who have bullied you, I can assure you they will not dare to bother you again. Aya paused, recognizing the difficulty of explaining the situation to a child like Axin. But she knew the essence of being a ninja need not be elaborated upon. I shall call your father back. He should be in Shallow Red City now. You stay here and diligently complete your homework. No slacking off. Axin obediently nodded, watching as Aya departed. Once alone in her room, she retrieved her ninja tools and shurikens from her drawer, playing with them. Homework? What nonsense. She is a ninja. When has a ninja ever been required to do homework? The shurikens danced between her fingers as if by magic, sometimes appearing as 10, other times 5. She had mastered the art of shuriken manipulation to perfection. Yet her family insisted she pursue her studies, as if education was the only path to success. This only intensified her disdain for academic endeavors. How splendid it would be if the school were to explode. While Axin wallowed in her discontent, a sudden rapping echoed from the window. Following the sound, she peered outside to find a young man crouched by her window, fixated upon her. Initially startled, she quickly regained her composure and raised her shuriken, aiming it at the intruder. Who are you? A thief? My father and aunt are home, so don't do anything reckless. I know ninjutsu too. My shuriken can fly and kill. Seeing that Axin refused to open the window and was now issuing threats, Ash had no choice but to scramble to another window. Noticing that Ash disregarded her, Axin grew anxious and called out to him. Hey, don't go. I still have questions for you. Who are you really? Leaning closer to the window, she cracked it open slightly and shouted towards Ash. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, a Pokémon trainer here to challenge the Shallow Red Gym. Axin did not believe a single word. As if anyone would believe you're a trainer. You're lying. You must be a ninja. Only ninjas could climb up here. Are you an enemy of my father? Did another ninja village send you to trouble him? Ash, exasperated, replied, I answered your question honestly. And you still don't believe me? What am I to do? Just open the window and let me in. I really am a trainer, and besides, your window can't possibly keep me out. After pondering for a moment, Axin realized there might be some truth to Ash's words. Rather than risk losing both her window and her family's possessions, it was wiser to protect her window first. What if Ash was indeed telling the truth? Pulling Ash through the window, Axin still clutched her shuriken, her vigilance unwavering. Is your father the gym leader? I came to challenge him. Please take me to see him. Axin shook her head. She could not trust Ash just yet and needed a plan. Wait, I am actually the next gym leader. Axin, my father, a Jew, told me that when he is away, I am to act as gym leader. If you wish to challenge, you may do so through me. Seeing Ash remain unfazed, Axin produced a stolen pink badge from her pocket to show him. This is the badge. Now do you believe me? Wait right there. I will fetch my Pokémon. Come with me. Axin led Ash to the battle room, opened the cabinet where Aju kept the Pokeballs, and rummaged through it, retrieving 6 Pokémon. They included Weezing, Gyarados, Mook, Mothim, Zubat, and Nidoking, all fully evolved poison types. Wait, you are not the acting gym leader. Summon your father. Ash observed the Pokémon and noted that they bore no semblance of recognition towards Axin. Once released, they slumped listlessly to the ground, regardless of her commands. Realizing she had been seen through, Axin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she huffed back into the inner room. When she emerged again, she held a communicator, and from the other end came Aju's voice. Hello, trainer on the other end, can you hear me? Aju's voice echoed slightly, imbued with a cautious tone, as if wary of being overheard. I can hear you. I am Ash, a trainer here to challenge the gym, currently holding 5 badges. 5, wait. You are called Ash, correct? Yes. The name Ash was familiar to him, not through the usual connections among gym leaders, but because he had attended a meeting today at the government hall in Vermilion City. The primary agenda of the meeting was the recent issues concerning the reservoir, and all the significant leaders of Vermilion City were present, including gym leader Cress. He had even sneaked away during a break to take a phone call in the restroom. Chapter 57, Unsuccessfully Activated, Bonds of the Ninja. The document mentioned Ash as a key figure in the reservoir incident, particularly praising him as a concerned citizen who rescued a driver from peril. It was supposed to be a time of closure and rest, given that he had already secured a meeting in the city. However, since Ash had come, it was only fitting to give him some recognition. Aki, please open the drawer in my room and retrieve the pink badge for him, quickly. But Dad, why? Why should I give it to him? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up. This is not the time for explanations. I have other matters to attend to. Seeing that she could not persuade her father, Aki reluctantly complied and fetched the badge, though she was dissatisfied with this action. How could her father simply hand over a badge without even a battle? It seemed too much like favoritism. Ash, let us have a battle. If you defeat me, I will give you the badge. Aki had evidently misunderstood Ash's identity, thinking he sought to exploit connections. Ash chose not to clarify, silently agreeing instead. Then I shall not hold back. The rules are 1v1. Go, Zubat. Zubat, the bat Pokémon, silently flew in the darkness with its 2 pairs of wings, moving unnoticed even as it passed by. Pikachu, you're up. Zubat is weak against electric-type moves. Pikachu is perfect for this. Pikachu emerged from Ash's backpack, leaping forward and gazing up at the Zubat hanging from the ceiling. The Zubat was significantly larger than average, towering at a height of 2 meters, while Pikachu appeared as diminutive as a wild Rattata. Seeing that her opponent was merely a Pikachu, Aki's confidence surged. Although it had a type disadvantage, defeating a little yellow rodent should not be too difficult. Zubat, use Supersonic. Aki swiftly moved to the window, pressing a button to draw all the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. The sudden dimness did not intimidate Pikachu, who had been fixated on Zubat since the beginning. Zubat spread its wings wide, opening its mouth to unleash sound waves. Ash remained unfazed, but Pikachu could keenly sense the change, covering its ears to shield against the reverberating sound waves. Seeing her strategy successfully suppress Pikachu, Aki decided to strike while the iron was hot and finish the match. Finish it. Zubat, use Poison Fang. With purple energy enveloping its wings, Zubat dove down. The dark environment not only did not hinder its vision, but allowed Zubat to maneuver with ease. However, just as Zubat aimed to secure victory, Pikachu suddenly sprang into action, its explosive speed catching Zubat off guard. Zubat quickly adjusted its trajectory, attempting to fly upside down and re-aim, yet Pikachu had no intention of slowing down. Racing around the room without pause, Ash silently calculated the speed difference between Zubat and Pikachu, confirming Zubat's limitations before issuing his command. Let us try that Volt Tackle we've been practicing. Upon receiving the command, Pikachu explosively propelled itself away from the pursuing Zubat, leaping toward the wall and bouncing off to position itself behind Zubat. Pikachu had discerned that Zubat required more time to turn and pivot, the larger the vessel, the harder it was to change course. With an astonishing surge of electricity coursing through its body, Pikachu illuminated the room in a brilliant flash and, utilizing its explosive speed combined with electrical acceleration, collided forcefully with Zubat's back. At the moment of contact, all of Pikachu's electricity discharged in a second impact. Zubat, rendered unconscious, was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several wooden doors. Zubat, Aki, momentarily stunned by Pikachu's overwhelming power, instinctively rushed to save Zubat as it plummeted off a cliff. Danger! Ash swiftly restrained Aki, preventing her impulsive leap into the abyss to rescue Zubat. He then dashed forward, leaping off the cliff with an extraordinary burst of speed, catching Zubat mid-fall. With a powerful punch, he struck the rock face, creating a large hole, and clung to the edge with one hand, climbing back up. Aki, nearly overwhelmed by the scene before her, sank to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you crying? I brought Zubat back, didn't I? Ash, puzzled, placed Zubat in front of Aki and handed her some tissues from his pocket. Through sniffles and tears, Aki finally managed to regain her composure, but upon seeing Zubat's condition, she couldn't hold back her tears once more. Is Zubat all right? Wah! Ash glanced at Pikachu, who sheepishly scratched its head. It had merely wanted to prove its strength to Ash, but perhaps had exerted itself a bit too fiercely. The combined force of its electrical acceleration and high-intensity output had led to unintended consequences. I have healing ointments and a numbing agent. Let us use those first. When Zubat awoke from its unconscious state, Aki had finally calmed down from her sobbing. I'm sorry. I'll give you the badge. Just don't tell my dad. Don't say I forced you to battle. Had she known Ash's Pikachu was this powerful, Aki would never have insisted on the challenge in the first place. It was all her father's fault for making her think Ash was someone with connections. What about this room? Staring at the wreckage of her home, Aki was momentarily at a loss, tears welling up again. Oh no, what have I done? I should have battled outside. Seeing the expression on her face, Ash realized she was merely inexperienced and overly eager. Very well, I take partial responsibility for this. I'll help you fix it. Nah, it's fine. I'll go find my dad. He'll take care of it. Ash employed his ultimate technique, measuring dimensions, uprooting willows, scraping tree bark, chopping tree trunks, and sanding wooden boards. As for the Pokémon, Ash found their pace too slow and summoned them to assist with moving wood and clearing debris. Aki, eager to help, was chastised by Ash for being sluggish and ended up sitting at a table with the Pokémon instead. Thus, before the sun had set, they successfully completed all the dismantling and reconstruction tasks. Overcome with gratitude, Aki presented Ash with all the scrolls related to ninjutsu she had secretly transcribed from her father. I've been secretly learning from these, and today, I'm giving them all to you. Consider it a token of thanks for saving Zubat and helping to repair my home. Although Aishion considers herself a ninja, her upbringing is firmly rooted in tradition, emphasizing the principle of repaying kindness. Ninjutsu? What is that? Xiaoji is somewhat perplexed. Could it be that ninjas truly possess the ability to manipulate the 5 elemental powers or perform the spiral sphere technique? Upon unrolling the scroll and witnessing the characters inscribed upon it, Xiaoji suddenly comprehends the absurdity of the situation. It's filled with katakana. Who could possibly understand that? Aishion, have you ever learned Mandarin? Do you know how to write in Chinese characters? Aishion, blushing with embarrassment, stammered, I haven't learned that yet. Do you think I've never been to school? Well then, you should focus on your studies first. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to be a ninja. Xiaoji sighed, momentarily concerned about Aju's educational background. I'll take this, but remember to buy some paint. Don't let your father find out. With that, Xiaoji gathered all his Pokémon and leaped off the cliff. Aishion was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly crouched at the edge of the cliff, anxiously shouting, Xiaoji, don't scare me. Are you alright? After a long pause, Xiaoji's voice floated up from below, I'm heading off now. Remember to take your Zubat to the Pokémon Center. Aishion finally exhaled, feeling her heart race from the day's thrilling events. Indeed, perhaps it would be wise to set aside her aspirations of being a gym leader and dedicate some time to her studies, lest Xiaoji label her as illiterate. Chapter 58. The Pokémon race competition. Following the incident aboard the SS, and Team Rocket suffered significant losses, with many of its members incarcerated. Even Sakaki has been unable to extricate them. After all, the ship housed many prominent figures, and the repercussions of this event were far-reaching, making resolution a daunting task. Consequently, Sakaki was compelled to recruit a new batch of Team Rocket members and organize the remaining factions, stirring up chaos and overwhelming the Kanto region's security forces. The duo of Musashi and Kojiro from Team Rocket were no exceptions. After being unceremoniously kicked into the sea by Xiaoji during the incident, they drifted for days before re-emerging near Shallow Red City and re-establishing contact with their comrades. However, fortune often arises from adversity. Due to significant personnel losses, these two, once sidelined, unexpectedly found themselves elevated to minor leadership roles. They were now strategizing a new scheme to amass wealth. Indeed, Meowth. The nature reserve is teeming with countless rare Pokémon. If we can capture them all, we will surely be reinstated and ascend to the pinnacle of our careers. Meowth exclaimed, gazing through binoculars at the vast plains, drooling with excitement. However, look over there. The Laramie tribe is guarding the area, which poses a bit of a challenge. Musashi quickly noted the presence of the Laramie, a local nomadic people advocating for Pokémon to return to nature and embrace their wild instincts. They have frequently organized large-scale Pokémon races, where trainers ride their Pokémon around the reserve. These individuals are formidable, each possessing numerous Pokémon, and their strength is not to be underestimated. What should we do, Meowth? Shall we retreat to gather reinforcements? Kojiro hesitated, but Meowth was undeterred, for he was essentially the driving force of their team. Fool, we can infiltrate their ranks and eliminate them one by one. I refuse to believe there aren't any nefarious individuals among them. Let us go. Meowth, unwilling to share the glory of a major accomplishment with others, resolutely led his 2 lackeys into the fray. Yet, as they entered the residential area, Meowth's eyes fell upon a certain individual who sent him into a frenzy. Oh no, that little brat, that terrifying little brat is here too. Spotting Xiaoji, Meowth quickly tugged at Musashi and Kojiro, urging them to retreat. What's wrong, Meowth? Didn't you say we weren't going to gather reinforcements? Yeah, why the sudden change of heart? Are you scared? The 2 fools mocked him, inciting Meowth to lash out in frustration. Hurry. Have you forgotten Sakaki's wanted notice? Previously, Sakaki had learned from surviving Team Rocket members about Xiaoji, the mastermind behind the SS and incident. Consequently, Xiaoji had been placed on Team Rocket's most wanted list, with a caveat: if encountered alone, members were to prioritize evasion over confrontation. Xiaoji's bounty has caught the attention of many, Meowth. We must report this back and summon reinforcements. But what about the credit? Didn't you say you didn't want to share? Kojiro questioned, perplexed. Meowth waved him off. Of course, we'll let them handle it first. Once Xiao Ji is exhausted, we'll strike. Don't you know the tale of the opportunistic fisherman? Oh, I see now. With this revelation, they shifted their focus from capturing Pikachu to targeting Xiao Ji instead. Musashi and Kojiro remained behind to monitor Xiao Ji while Meowth went to inform the others. Out of boredom and curiosity, the duo disguised themselves and mingled with the crowd, eavesdropping on Xiao Ji and his companion's conversation. Hey, Fengzi, can we participate in the race? Kasumi, intrigued, inquired of Fengzi, who was mounted on a Ponyta. Fengzi showed no reluctance, stating that even outsiders were welcome to compete. The Pokémon race is designed to test the abilities of Pokémon, and we certainly welcome trainers from all regions to join. As long as you can ride a Pokémon, you are eligible to participate. Can we run on foot? If it were a personal triathlon, Xiaoji would be confident, but being pulled by a Pokémon was somewhat daunting. Kasumi could borrow a Starmie from home, and Brock could ride a Tapu Onix. Yet, Xiaoji's team consisted of formidable Pokémon. While they could handle a skirmish, such a race, even if the starters were evolved, would pose a challenge. The Turtwig and the Tadbulb were out of the question, and even Charizard couldn't cheat by flying. Ride an EV? Or should I have the abandoned monkey carry me? Just the thought of it made Pikachu shake his head in refusal. He could ride on Xiaoji, but couldn't fathom the idea of being ridden himself. Well, I have many Tauros at home that you can borrow. But you'll need to see if you can tame them, Fengzi offered, as Kasumi and Brock secretly prepared for the race, while Xiaoji followed Fengzi to her backyard. The herd of Tauros was racing across the expansive grassland, the dust kicked up resembling an advancing army, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hey, everyone, come over here. Arcanine, you go and lead them this way. Fengzi attempted to halt the Tauros, but Xiaoji declined her offer. Since we're searching for the fastest among them, I'll take it upon myself to find out. With that, Xiaoji leaped over the fence and commenced a race with the Tauros, running alongside them to observe their performance. The race would not solely measure speed, but also endurance. It was not merely about sprinting short distances, but also about whether they could maintain their pace. After running for 10 minutes, Xiaoji noted that several Tauros had begun to lag behind. After an hour, 3 Tauros emerged as frontrunners, leading the pack. After 2 hours, all the Tauros began to falter. After running alongside for 3 hours, a Tauros suddenly accelerated from the herd, surpassing the first 3 leading Tauros in rapid succession, leaving the others far behind. Ash's eyes lit up with intrigue at this remarkable creature, compelling him to persist in his pursuit. The Tauros, noticing Ash's relentless determination, resolved to accelerate further to shake him off, yet every step it took fell within Ash's expectations. Even after 5 hours had passed, and the Tauros was beginning to tire, Ash remained effortlessly composed. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Upon hearing Ash's encouragement, the Tauros summoned all its strength to stride forward, yet still failed to distance itself from Ash. In its distraction, while trying to compete with Ash, it overlooked a stone concealed in the grass at its feet. The sudden appearance of the stone struck the Tauros like a blow, causing it to stumble and, propelled by inertia, tumble away. Let me assist you. Chapter 59, Cowboy Ash. In a flash, Ash appeared before the Tauros, catching it with remarkable strength and gently setting it down. The Tauros wished to continue running, but its left front hoof was injured, the bone slightly deformed. Rest easy, do not move, and I shall realign your bone. Ash gently touched the hoof, using his psychic abilities to alleviate the pain while manipulating and adjusting the fractured area back to its rightful position. Just as the Tauros began to feel slightly better, it was eager to challenge Ash once more. However, Ash declined and expressed his true intention. I recently signed up for a competition, a Pokémon race, and I am looking for a partner to compete with me. Would you be interested in forming a team? The Tauros leaned in closer to Ash, gently licking his face with its tongue, and although it said nothing, its intentions were unmistakably clear. Very well, since you have agreed, let us practice our coordination starting today. I will ride you, and we shall make a lap around the ranch. Ash leaped onto the Tauros's back with ease, leaning low against it, while Pikachu settled on the Tauros's head, relishing the exhilarating rush of the wind. To the left, to the right, jump, back up, turn around. Ash grasped the Tauros's horns, directing its movements with the rotation of his arms and vocal commands. In no time, the Tauros could perfectly obey Ash's instructions, as disobedience could result in a rather unfortunate mishap with its horns. Though I am a cowboy, I only order milk at the bar. Why not beer? Because beer is harmful to the body. Pikachu experienced Ash's singing for the first time. The lyrics were simple, yet Pikachu bobbed its head to the rhythm, occasionally chiming in with a cheerful Pika Pika. As dusk approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, Ash led the Tauros back to Windy. How was our time together? Ash nodded, gently patting the Tauros. The Tauros reveled in Ash's affection, its three tails intertwining and swaying. That's good. But my fire horse and I will not be easily defeated. The championship shall be mine. Windy challenged Ash, her competitive spirit evident. Naturally, Ash did not refuse. Just as Windy mounted her fire horse to compete against Ash, a flash of silver shot forth from the distant grass, aimed directly at the fire horse's forehead. Ash's eyes sharpened, and in less than a second, he dashed toward the fire horse, grabbing the silver projectile with his bare hands. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a silver marble. Glancing back at the point of origin, he saw two figures, a cat and a human, retreating clumsily into the shadows. Oh no, we've been discovered. Jesse, you hold them off. Me? Don't be ridiculous. I want no part of this. Jesse lacked the courage even to glance back, sprinting away. James, slightly braver, turned to see Ash still standing still and not in pursuit, allowing him to exhale in relief. It's fine. They haven't noticed us, James reassured. Just as he spoke, a whistling sound pierced the air, and Jessie's long pink hair exploded into two halves. Hastily, she gathered her hair, securing it as she distanced herself from James and Meowth. How terrifying. Who throws marbles with such force? It's more powerful than a bullet. Ash, what just happened? Windy, having been too fast to notice the chaos, turned to see Ash suddenly in front of her. Oh, nothing much. Windy, do you have any enemies? Or perhaps some unsavory rivals? The behavior of Team Rocket seemed peculiar this time. Rather than stealing Pokémon, they attempted to ambush her fire horse, evidently indicating that someone else was orchestrating this mischief. There is someone. His name is Dulife, and his partner is Dada. He always competes with me. Then be cautious these days. Do not let your fire horse get hurt. I suspect this individual intends to injure your fire horse or harm you to thwart your participation. Windy turned pale at Ash's words. As the daughter of a humble shepherd, she had grown up in an environment of simplicity and knew little of such vile schemes. She hurriedly took her fire horse back to the stable to rest. It wasn't until the day of the competition that she dared to bring her fire horse out. On that day, Ash had donned a cowboy outfit, with a decorative revolver at his waist and a wide-brimmed hat slightly tilted to fit the atmosphere. This dashing ensemble left even Windy momentarily speechless, not to mention Misty and Brock, who traveled alongside him. Wow, Ash, I never expected you to have such taste in attire. Why do you always wear the same outfit? Misty nudged Ash playfully beside the Tauros. To be honest, Ash's daily attire had begun to bore Misty. Changing outfits is too cumbersome. I prefer to utilize my time efficiently, focusing on conditioning my muscles through breathing rather than fretting over clothing. As the referee's gunshot echoed, all competitors surged forward in a frantic dash. Ash, however, chose to remain patient, blending into the crowd, allowing others to break the air resistance and conserve his energy. Yet, shortly after the race commenced, the Pokémon ridden by a trainer in front of Ash was suddenly struck by a marble shot from a distance. The violent impact sent shockwaves through the air, creating chaos as they bounced and blocked the path of those behind. Ignore them, jump, Ash whispered into the Tauros' ear. And the Tauros obeyed, leaping vigorously over one obstacle after another, swiftly distancing itself from the throng of competitors. The marbles seemed to avoid Ash like a plague, targeting the other trainers instead, causing many to be thrown off their mounts and forced to withdraw from the race. Not long after the barrage of marbles subsided, the path ahead collapsed, causing numerous frontrunners to tumble into the pits, prompting those behind to halt and assess the situation. The ground appeared riddled with hidden traps, leaving them uncertain of the correct path. Seeing this, Ash remained calm, instructing the Tauros to maintain its pace while swiftly adjusting his position, wrapping his legs around the Tauros and hanging beneath it. With a powerful shout, Ash unleashed his fists, smashing the ground and creating a large crater, using the immense recoil to propel the Tauros skyward. Only after traversing the long and treacherous gorge did they finally come to a halt upon landing. Although their legs felt weak and tingly beneath them, Kintoro, having undergone rigorous training, managed to persevere and continue sprinting forward. Chapter 60, Farewell, Rocket Team. Darn it, Dada. I must surpass Winzy. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Dulife cast a sidelong glance at Winzy, the two of them already having distanced themselves significantly from the competitors behind them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion would surely emerge from among them. Yet, Dulife lacked confidence, his narrow-mindedness preventing him from perceiving any chance of victory over Winzy. Realizing he could not widen the gap between them, he entertained the notion of a surprise attack, just as he slipped his hand into his pocket. Intending to ambush the little Ponyta, a shadow passed overhead. What? Dulev looked up to see a Kintoro soaring above him, accelerating relentlessly upon landing, leaving Dada and Ponyta far behind. It was Ash. How impressive that he could bring Kintoro soaring through the air. Upon witnessing Ash surpass them, Whimsy felt no anger, but rather a surge of competitive spirit ignited within him. Ponyta, we must strive harder. We cannot afford to lose. Ponyta neighed in response, flames igniting at its tail and limbs, propelling it forward in pursuit of Ash. Dulev stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Kintoro was flying. Are you just boasting? Or did you really take off? Ash, oblivious to the actions of the two competitors behind him, was wholly focused on combating the air resistance before Kintoro. His fist struck rapidly, cleaving the air in two, significantly reducing the resistance Kintoro faced. As Ash and his companions crossed a vast stretch of dirt and approached a river, Ash suddenly noticed that the massive stone slabs that should have been laid across the river had vanished. He quickly halted Kintoro, staring at the river, lost in thought. Whimsy, following closely behind, wore a troubled expression upon realizing the river was indeed devoid of the crossing slabs. Dulev caught up, and, upon noticing the same, was utterly taken aback. This had not been mentioned in his negotiations with the rocket team, who were supposed to impede other competitors. The destruction of the stone slabs had not been part of the plan. Without them, he too would be unable to cross. How could this have happened? Seeing Dulev muttering to himself in bewilderment, Ash surmised that he must know something. Grabbing Dulev by the neck, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and amid Whimsy's astonished gaze, Ash asked coldly, was it you who instructed the rocket team to ambush Whimsy that day? Dulev, filled with dread and struggling to breathe, felt his face flush as he realized his life was in jeopardy. He had no choice but to concede. He had been discovered by the rocket team, and, after discussions revealed that they could assist him in ambushing other competitors, he had agreed to their terms for a reward. Cough. I sent them to sabotage the other competitors, to destroy the competition grounds, and in return, they wanted all of Whimsy's Pokémon, so I. Selling out Whimsy was a risk-free venture, and Dulev was all too eager to comply. Faced with Whimsy's disappointment and disgust, Dulev felt no remorse. Yet, under Ash's cold, indifferent gaze, he trembled, collapsing onto Dada's back, unable to look up. So, it was you who brought the rocket team here. And now, the missing stone slabs at the river were also your doing? No, how could it be? I want to cross the river too. This time, Dulev was genuinely innocent. He struggled to defend himself, yet his arguments appeared futile. Why would you betray me to the rocket team? Are we not both part of the Lalamai tribe? How could you do this? Whimsy could scarcely fathom that within their once united Lalamai tribe, there existed a traitor. Dulev felt suffocated under the weight of righteousness, unwilling to retort against Whimsy. You do not understand the rocket team. You dare to agree recklessly. Those rocket members clearly deceived you. It is not just Whimsy's Pokémon they seek, but, before Ash could finish, the broadcast abruptly interrupted with the frantic voice of the host. The competitors are in chaos. Intruders have entered the competition area, attacking the participants and stealing their Pokémon. Who are these people, and what do they want? The moment the host finished speaking, a familiar phrase echoed in Ash's ears. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously provide you with an answer. Immediately, Ash decided to forego the competition, turning back to defend, with Whimsy closely following in his wake. Seeing that neither of them would complete the race, Dulev seized the opportunity to hide Dada and leap into the river, swimming towards the opposite shore to continue his pursuit of the championship. The competition grounds behind them had descended into utter chaos, with a multitude of rocket team members emerging from the audience, attacking competitors and also assaulting other spectators. Only a handful of trainers remained to resist, but they were outnumbered. Brock and Misty fought valiantly, akin to Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, retreating while hoping that their master, Ash, would return to their aid. It's over. Arbok, use Sludge Bomb. Wartortle, Ice Beam. Onyx, use Rock Tomb to block them. Weezing, release Toxic Gas. James and Jesse faced off against Brock and Misty. This double battle had reached a boiling point, with the rocket team's headquarters having personally trained James and Jesse, rapidly enhancing their abilities. Yet, even so, Onyx stood as a colossal barrier before Misty's newly evolved Wartortle, and despite Wartortle's valiant efforts, it found itself unable to break through. However, James and Jesse were not there to engage in combat. Once their partners were safely stowed away in the Jeep, they quickly packed up their Pokeballs, intending to make a swift exit. Farewell, little girl. We will let you go this time, but next time, we shall take your Wartortle as well. Jessie tossed out her parting words before being pulled away by James into the Meowth hot air balloon, which began to ascend slowly under Meowth's control. Yet, just as they had risen a few meters, a meteoric stone struck their balloon, sending both of them and Meowth soaring into the air. transforming into a burst of light before a voice echoed. What a bothersome sensation. Misty's first instinct was that Ash had arrived. After glancing back, she spotted Ash rushing from afar, which brought her a sense of relief. Ash, those Rocket members are trying to escape. Ash's expression hardened, his brows furrowing fiercely. He bent down to pick up a large stone by the roadside, splitting it into smaller pieces with swift hand strikes, gathering his strength. Countless sharpened stones, honed by Ash, were launched towards the retreating vehicle's tires. Neither the Jeep nor the heavy truck could evade. Both were punctured and forced to halt. Chapter 61, divided into 3 paths. Countless Rocket members found themselves stranded, each one drenched in sweat and filled with dread. Surrounding them, the nearby Lalamai tribe had received word and approached, their Pokémon at the ready, eager for a confrontation. Herds of Kentoro, Dada, and Rhydon were all formidable foes. The medium-sized vehicles, including the Jeep, were the first to topple, their occupants unable to mount any resistance as the vehicles flipped and they were captured. At this moment, only a heavy-duty truck remained on the field, with the driver trembling in fear at the front, while dozens of Team Rocket members took refuge inside the cargo area. Oi, Team Rocket! You would do well to comply and exit the vehicle, returning those Pokémon, or else you shall face our wrath. Someone in the crowd initiated the chant, and soon, a chorus of voices echoed, demanding that Team Rocket come forth. However, the members of Team Rocket were clearly too frightened to descend, locking the doors resolutely against any attempts. Seeing their stubbornness, the Laramai tribespeople decided to take action. The robust Tauros and Rhydon charged towards the truck, while Dajuo eagerly pierced through the iron doors. As Team Rocket seemed on the brink of defeat, a gunshot suddenly rang out from within the truck's confines, startling everyone. A Dajuo, peering through the gap in the doors, was struck, and a barrage of bullets erupted from inside, forcing the Laramai to retreat with their Pokémon. Fengzi, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency, scurrying back and forth with her Ponyta, unsure of how to confront the gunfire. Ash, you should step back. We'll handle this. We will reclaim the Pokémon. Fengzi, clearly unaware of Ash's steadfast nature, attempted to stop him as he dismounted from Tauros and approached the vehicle from which the gunfire had emanated. Misty, displaying great understanding, held Fengzi back, assuring her, Ash is always contemplative in his actions. He must have a plan. Please trust in him. Misty's unwavering faith in Ash compelled Fengzi to relent, albeit with lingering concern for him. Hey kid, I recognize you. Your wanted poster is infamous throughout Team Rocket. Everyone knows your face. Inside the truck, upon seeing Ash approach through a bullet hole, the alert members of Team Rocket were filled with elation. The bounty on his head was a staggering 100 million, regardless of whether he lived or died. They had initially intended to steal the Pokémon and then lay a trap for Ash, but now he was walking directly into their line of fire. Capturing him and claiming the bounty would secure a life of luxury and perhaps even positions of power within their ranks. The truck erupted in excitement as all Team Rocket members raised their weapons and aimed directly at Ash, pulling the triggers. The sound of gunfire echoed like a storm of bullets, leaving everyone pale with fear. Fengzi nearly rushed in to save him. Misty gripped her Pokeball tightly, and Brock was already charging forth with Onyx to shield Ash from the hail of bullets. Ash, having anticipated this, had already sensed the direction of the gun's aim through his psychic abilities. As they fired, he deftly dodged the bullets and, reaching the driver's cabin, smashed through the bulletproof glass with a single punch, yanking the dazed driver out and tossing him before the Laramai. Now it's your turn. The occupants of the truck were preparing to redirect their weapons towards the cabin when, for some inexplicable reason, they slipped and fell, tumbling towards the doors. All collided together, the truck tilting at a 45-degree angle, rendering them unable to rise. Outside, Ash hoisted the truck's cargo area, then with a powerful heave, flipped it upright, the doors hitting the ground. Let us secure them inside so they can't escape. Hey, what are you all staring at? Get moving. Having resolved the situation, Ash jumped down from the truck and began directing the others. The Laramai quickly regained their composure, organizing their Pokémon to bring heavy objects and block the truck's sides tightly. As for when the Team Rocket members inside would surrender, that would be determined once Junsha and her team arrived. At the finish line, Duluth gazed upon the empty track, his heart racing with excitement. He was the first to reach the finish. Even if no one was there to celebrate his victory, even if he would face the consequences of being a traitor to the Laramai, it did not dampen his exhilaration. Yes, I did it. I'm number one. Ha ha. Duluth could not contain his laughter, cackling wildly, almost maniacally. After receiving the report, Miss Junsha and her large security team arrived, this time equipped with specialized magnetic Pokémon. These Pokémon surrounded the truck and upon activating their abilities, the weapons and ammunition inside were instantly drawn in by the magnetic force, rendering them unusable. Except for the fortunate escapees, Musashi and Kojiro, the rest were apprehended, with some Team Rocket members facing the misfortune of being dealt with by the Laramai, who later claimed the injuries were accidental falls. Miss Junsha, unable to argue against their solidarity and consistent testimonies, had no choice but to accept their narrative. As for Duluth, after his laughter subsided, he was reported by Fengzi for colluding with outsiders to cheat, resulting in the chief nullifying his score and confiscating his possessions, expelling him from the tribe. Junsha did not resort to traditional methods of severe interrogation for Team Rocket. Instead, she employed Pokémon hypnosis to extract all their plans. Most of the Team Rocket members were merely temporary lackeys, unaware of more significant operations, but they still divulged some useful information. Team Rocket had split into 3 groups, one to distract the Laramai, another hunting illegally in the Pokémon Preserve, and the last targeting the Pokémon hunting grounds. Laramai, we urgently need your assistance. Anyone willing to join us in stopping Team Rocket is welcome. Miss Junsha announced the information obtained from Team Rocket to the Laramai. Due to the insufficient security in Shallow Red City and the impracticality of summoning reinforcements from elsewhere, she had no choice but to seek help from the Laramai. There's no need for further discussion. Those who dare to harm the Pokémon within the preserve are already our enemies. We will take action against them. Upon the chief's command, all members of the tribe, regardless of age or gender, raised their right arms in unison, responding fervently. Before parting, Fengzi approached Ash, offering him Tauros without charge. Thank you for today. It was our betrayal that led Team Rocket here, yet you handled the mess. Having changed into a warrior-like armor, complete with bow and arrows, Fengzi appeared strikingly valiant. Before departing, she invited Ash to join her in the preserve, but Ash declined. You will be safe in the preserve. The hunting grounds are another matter entirely. I must go there. As Ash was now a wanted man by Team Rocket, conflict was inevitable, and he preferred to create a significant disturbance. Since Team Rocket was obstinate, Ash would not be lenient. Chapter 62, Night Raid. Fengzi pondered this and indeed began to worry for Ash. Would the hunting grounds be more perilous? Ash, do you need my assistance? I will accompany you to the hunting grounds. Fengzi expressed her concern. No need. I can manage on my own, so I won't burden you. In truth, Ash wished to say that Fengzi should not encumber him, but out of politeness, he refrained. I will leave Tauros in your care. If you encounter any danger, you must ride Tauros to find me, and I will help you. Though Fengzi greatly respected Ash's abilities, her concern lingered. All right. Ash took out a Pokeball. Tauros showed no resistance, and in less than a second, it was captured and sent to Professor Oak's research lab. After the wind had carried the main force away, Ash and his companions hastened towards the hunting grounds. However, upon reaching the Pokemon Center by the roadside, Ash paused to converse with Professor Oak over the phone. Oh, Ash, you've finally returned to Pokemon. This Tauros seems to be bursting with energy. Your choice is quite commendable, Professor Oak remarked. There are indeed disparities among kin, just as there are various sizes of Kingler. So too with Tauros. Following Professor Oak's preliminary data analysis, Ash's Tauros was found to be the most robust among its peers in the existing database, equivalent to a level 6 in gaming terms. Nonetheless, Ash's call was not merely to exchange pleasantries. He intended to initiate his first Pokemon trade. Professor Oak, please transmit that Tauros to me, and I shall send over my EV. Additionally, could you assist me in researching it? My EV exhibits peculiar traits. Upon first encountering the EV's data in the Pokédex, Ash was filled with curiosity. Why did its moves appear so unusual, far surpassing those of its kind? Especially considering it originated from Team Rocket, with its original owners still untraceable? Ash recalled having seen Mutwo in his childhood during a summer camp held by Professor Oak. Thus he was certain that this was not merely a prank by Mutwo. Ash tentatively deduced that this might be linked to Team Rocket's experiments on Pokémon, and he wished for Professor Oak to assess whether there were any signs of artificial experimentation on EV. Professor Oak, his jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness, listened intently as Ash analyzed the situation from various angles. If EV had indeed undergone human experimentation, it was likely that many EV had perished in prior experiments, as Team Rocket's methods had grown excessively ruthless. I will take good care of EV. Grant me a month's time, and I will inform you of the results. After exchanging Pokeballs through the teleportation device, the call was swiftly concluded. By the time the trio arrived at the hunting grounds, twilight had descended. A notice announcing the closure of the area had been posted, inextricably linked to Team Rocket's activities. The entrance was locked, and the administrator, Caesar, had vanished. Ash stood in contemplation for a long moment before deciding to scale the wall alone. You two should head to the Pokemon Center for the night. I'll scout ahead. With that, Ash adeptly climbed over the high wall. Hey Ash, how could you leave us behind like that? I want to go in too. Open the door, Misty exclaimed, feeling slighted by Ash's unilateral action. Misty, don't argue with Ash. He must have his reasons. Let us just head to the Pokemon Center for now, Brock interjected, pulling Misty away to prevent any rash behavior. Left with no recourse, Misty simmered in frustration, knowing her outbursts would fall on deaf ears. The hunting grounds, also known as the Wild Plains, was designated by the League for trainers to capture Pokemon. For a fee of 500 yen, one could receive 30 wild balls and enter, remaining until the balls were exhausted. Such facilities relied heavily on League subsidies for their sustenance, yet even so, very few trainers frequented them. Here, trainers could throw stones, offer food, and toss balls, but capturing Pokemon through battles was strictly prohibited, thus limiting the influx of trainers. As night deepened, most Pokemon slumbered peacefully. Yet Administrator Caesar found himself unable to rest. Bound to a tree, he was not alone. Several unconscious members of the security team were similarly restrained. Fortunately, there was no sign of Junsh's capture, or the situation would have been dire. Yamamoto, the chief orchestrator of the nighttime raid on the hunting grounds and the manager of Team Rocket's Akihabara division, had personally taken command, aiming to apprehend all personnel within the area and capture countless Pokemon. While he had little interest in the Pokemon available, one particular specimen piqued his curiosity. Caesar, 30 years ago, you were the first to discover the habitat of Dratini in the Kanto region, subsequently establishing a collaboration with the League to create a protected area and a wild plains zone. Following this, a multitude of trainers flocked here, leading to the Dratini population's decline. You now claim that there are no wild Dratini left in Kanto, yet I find that hard to believe. Yamamoto lightly struck Caesar's scarred face with a vine, but Caesar stubbornly refused to divulge the whereabouts of the Dratini, maintaining that they had gone extinct in Kanto. Realizing that force would yield no results, Yamamoto resorted to classic hypnotic techniques. Bring forth the Dream Eater, make him speak. Caesar attempted to close his eyes, but Team Rocket members forcibly pried them open, compelling him into a trance. Within a minute, Caesar's gaze became vacant, his speech slurred, resembling that of an elderly dementia patient. Recognizing this, Yamamoto pressed on. Tell me, where is Dratini? Caesar trembled, his lips quivering. Dratini is. Suddenly, a pained expression crossed Caesar's face as he desperately fought against revealing the information, even resorting to biting his tongue to prevent speech. Infuriated, Yamamoto cursed vehemently, preparing to administer punishment when a frantic Team Rocket soldier rushed in, breathless and panicked. Captain, an enemy has breached our defenses. The brothers are struggling to hold them off, but they cannot stop them. What are you all doing? Each of you has 6 Pokemon, and you can't fend off a single intruder? Yamamoto had anticipated the incompetence of his subordinates, yet their utter failure left him exasperated. What kind of rubbish is this? A single person dares to confront Team Rocket? How absurd. It's just one person, accompanied by 6 Pokemon. You can't even handle one person? I'll make you regret being born. Seething with rage, Yamamoto slapped the soldier's face, then untied Caesar, gathering a few men to retreat, leaving a horde of underlings to delay the pursuers. Chapter 63, Dragon Valley. Ash had no desire to squander time here, but the relentless pursuit of these individuals, brandishing his wanted poster, left him no choice. Thus, he mounted his Tauros and navigated through their ranks. Abandoning all caution, the simian Pokemon unleashed its fury from behind, sending those who dared approach him and their Pokemon flying. The primary assault came from Charmeleon, which scorched everything in sight, both airborne and terrestrial. Should any water-type Pokemon attempt to extinguish the flames, Pikachu and Bulbasaur were readily available to assist. If these measures proved insufficient, Ash would have to intervene directly. Eventually, after all enemies were left wailing and fleeing in disarray, Ash arrived at the temporary field base established by Yamamoto. Outside, numerous trees bore the bound forms of security personnel, stripped of their clothing. However, instead of expressing relief at the sight of reinforcements, they urged Ash to leave. It's dangerous here. There are landmines beneath us. Any attempt to untie us will trigger an explosion. Forget about us. Go save Caesar. Yamamoto had sinister intentions, having rigged traps around the hostages, and while they witnessed it, they were powerless to intervene. No, not just beneath you. In fact, there are also mines surrounding your vicinity, and they are on a timer. Ash perceived the danger with heightened clarity, his psychic abilities revealing the hidden peril beneath the ground. Upon the utterance of these words, pallor enveloped the faces of all present. It became apparent that regardless of their actions, death awaited them. Ash understood that this was a direct assault on him. as Team Rocket was resorting to every conceivable means to eliminate him. Nevertheless, he resolutely advanced towards them, unbinding the captives. Yet not a single soul dared to shift their stance. "You must flee. We are already doomed. Remember to inform the League. Let them avenge us." Witnessing the unwavering resolve of all to embrace their demise, Ash sighed. He excavated the landmines beneath his feet, yanked one free, and with lightning speed, hurled it into the sky. As the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, he repeated this act, extracting and launching each landmine in turn. This was merely a rudimentary application of his abilities, devoid of any significant merit. Ash paid no heed to the pyrotechnics illuminating the sky, instead focusing on the final large-time bomb, which still displayed a countdown of 1 minute. Dispose of it quickly. A bomb of this magnitude could obliterate mountains. Ignoring the warnings of others, Ash clutched the time bomb tightly and sprinted after the already distant Caesar and his companions. In the Dragon's Valley, a concealed entrance revealed itself. After Caesar, under hypnosis, divulged its location, he was unceremoniously discarded like a lifeless body by the roadside. Yamamoto, accompanied by the remaining members, ventured into the water, yet found nothing. One individual suggested leveraging Caesar's life as a threat to lure the mini-dragon from below. Given Caesar's concealed affiliation with it, this could prove advantageous. Utilizing emotional leverage, what an effective strategy indeed. After binding Caesar like a dumpling, Yamamoto tilted half of his body into the water, slashing his wrist to attract the Pokémon with Caesar's blood. Before long, the tranquil surface of the water erupted with a powerful current that severed the ropes binding Caesar. As the water column receded, a scarred Dragonair emerged, cradling the unconscious Caesar, glaring furiously at the Team Rocket members below. To have reduced her savior, Caesar, to such a state was utterly unforgivable, and it was indeed a Dragonair. The value had escalated significantly, saving considerable effort. Yamamoto refrained from ordering them to draw their weapons, fearing they might inadvertently kill Dragonair. Instead, he resolved to confront it through traditional Pokémon battle. Mismagius, unleash Ice Wind. Under the circumstances, Mismagius found it challenging to engage closely, thus resorting to standing at the water's edge and emitting a chilling gust. To shield Caesar from further harm, Dragonair positioned itself protectively in front, spinning in place to conjure a water vortex that disrupted the trajectory of the ice wind. Surprisingly, the tornado proved quite effective against the wind-based attack. Excellent. A formidable Dragonair is even better. Mismagius, take advantage of the tornado and strike with Ice Punch. Utilizing the rock wall for leverage, Mismagius soared into the vortex, its right fist crystallizing with ice and emanating a dangerous aura. Dragonair, alarmed, attempted to disperse Mismagius with the tornado, but Mismagius's speed was formidable. After tearing a gap through the winds, it plunged into the whirlwind, landing a punch squarely on Dragonair's abdomen. Ice crystals rapidly expanded from the point of impact, extending towards the tail. Realizing that it was on the verge of being frozen, Dragonair summoned its final reserves of strength, using the tornado to lift Caesar and carry him away. Haha, did you think you could let him escape alive? How naive. Mismagius, pursue. After dragging the now ice-encased Dragonair ashore, Yamamoto commanded Mismagius to continue the chase. Suddenly, a jet of water shot forth, catching Mismagius off guard. Though the attack was not particularly damaging, it heightened Yamamoto's vigilance. Could there be more to come? Moments later, no sight of Dratini appeared. Instead, a Dratini emerged from the center of the water. Ah, it seems I worried for naught. Dratini, a relative of Dragonair, seeks to rescue it? Then we'll capture you both. Mismagius, employ Ice Beam. Mismagius clasped its hands together, shooting forth a beam of light that rapidly froze the surface upon contact, blocking Dratini's escape routes. Just as Mismagius prepared to traverse the ice, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, stunning Mismagius and sending it tumbling into the water. Who dares? Yamamoto exclaimed in shock, turning to see a young boy brandishing a time bomb, with a Pikachu precariously cradled in his arms and a galloping Tauros beneath him, charging towards them with fierce intent. By the moonlight, Yamamoto recognized the boy as the wanted Ash, his teeth clenched in fury, his anger morphing into maniacal laughter. Since you've come to me, don't blame me for what happens next. Donphan, unleash Earthquake. Big brother, we are here too. As Yamamoto's Donphan prepared to stomp the ground, the surrounding Team Rocket members scattered in terror. They knew well that this move would harm everyone indiscriminately, not just Donphan. Incineroar, engage in close combat. Incineroar leaped from Tauros's back, delivering rapid punches as Donphan concentrated on its stomp. Striking swiftly, it landed blows on Donphan's snout, causing immediate fractures. But that was not the end. Incineroar seized Donphin's tusk and executed a shoulder throw, launching it into the water. Donphin's earthquake had yet to fully manifest when it succumbed, igniting Yamamoto's wrath. "You lot, what are you waiting for? Attack!" Chapter 64, Dratini. Upon hearing Yamamoto's command, the others halted their retreat, compelled to turn and confront Ash. Yet Ash paid them no mind, not even sparing a glance. Bumped them aside. With that, Ash leaped off Tauros, allowing it to carry Pikachu as he pursued the inept Team Rocket members. Despite knowing these individuals were unreliable, Yamamoto found amusement in their cowardice, laughing at their reluctance to retaliate. What is wrong with being knocked down? Why not take the opportunity to draw a pokeball or a weapon? They did not even dare to glance back, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Whoever runs slow is at the front, right? Yamamoto seized Dragonair by the neck, drawing a pistol and aiming it at its head. "Ash, I know you. Many say your speed is unmatched, vanishing in the blink of an eye. But I will tell you now, if you dare to disappear, I will pull the trigger and take Dragonair with me." Yamamoto was convinced that Ash possessed a kind heart and would not abandon Dragonair to its fate. Ash remained silent, merely raising the time bomb for Yamamoto to witness the countdown plummet from 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Before Ash could act, Yamamoto snapped, shielding the ice-encased Dragonair before leaping into the river to escape. Anticipating this, Ash simply tossed the bomb into the water, allowing it to sink. As Yamamoto swam halfway and noted the absence of any explosion, he realized something was amiss. He intended to turn back and recapture Dragonair, but by then, Blastoise had already retrieved Dratini from the water. "Damn it, you dare to toy with me." Fuming, Yamamoto aimed to swim to shore and fire his weapon. However, as he turned back, a violent surge emanated from below, causing the lake to boil in reaction to the explosion. Impossible. The countdown on the time bomb was evidently ticking down. Could it be that he had concealed something, perhaps tampered with it? "Ash, I shall slay him." The explosion engulfed Yamamoto, a colossal splash and mushroom clouds swallowing his remains, leaving no trace behind. Confronted by the ever-expanding mushroom cloud, Ash realized that it was too late to flee with the mother and child. He stepped forward, positioning himself before them, his fist striking with astonishing swiftness, each blow managing to contain the mushroom cloud at a mere meter away, even halting the shockwave. Once the cloud dissipated, Ash ceased his relentless assault, turning to the recently saved mother and child. The Dratini, unaware of its mother's condition, rushed to entwine itself with the frozen Dragonair, attempting to rouse her from her icy slumber through their intimate connection. Charizard proceeded to thaw Dragonair. Nodding affirmatively, he embraced her and moved vigorously, transferring warmth, and before long, Dragonair was liberated from her frigid state. During her freezing, Dragonair had remained fully conscious, witnessing Ash's heroic rescue, and upon regaining her faculties, she sought to plunge into the depths to rescue Caesar, who had been swept away by the tornado. Recognizing Dragonair's unwavering determination, Ash could not dissuade her and accompanied her in the search, ultimately discovering the unconscious Caesar perched upon a cliff. Perhaps the hypnotic effects were just too profound, as it wasn't until he was admitted to the hospital that he finally awoke. Upon seeing the unfamiliar ceiling and strangers surrounding him, Caesar's instincts kicked in, and he attempted to rise from the bed, only to realize he had been saved when he caught sight of Dragonair. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Caesar embraced Dragonair, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, and after confirming her safety, she joyfully clung to him, nuzzling affectionately. The Dratini, puzzled by its mother's exuberance, deemed nothing else important as long as she was happy. But what of Team Rocket? After the joyous reunion, Caesar turned his gaze towards Ash, who was nearby reading and eating an apple, and inquired with curiosity. Team Rocket has been defeated. Some have escaped, some have been captured, others have mysteriously vanished, and a few have met with untimely deaths, Ash replied candidly. Last night, he had spent the entire night aiding the rescue of the security personnel, resulting in a fulfilling outcome. The Pokémon in the hunting grounds were liberated, humans apprehended, and Caesar was unharmed. However, Caesar, upon learning this good news, felt no joy, for he was acutely aware that Team Rocket would not rest easy. They would surely devise new schemes to wreak havoc, and the hunting grounds would remain under threat, as would Dragonair and Dratini. "What is your name, and what do you do?" Caesar looked up at Ash, eager to learn about the identity of his savior. Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, 10 years old, a Pokémon trainer. Ash swallowed a piece of apple, having grown accustomed to this introduction. "Can you take Dratini away from here? Leave Celadon City. Take him elsewhere. Since you are from Pallet Town, you must know Professor Oak. Please take this Dratini with you. Protect him. I do not wish for him to be coveted by others." Dragonair also looked at Ash, not opposing this notion. She had witnessed Ash's prowess and trusted him to safeguard Dratini. Ash nodded silently, resuming his apple. His calm demeanor baffled Caesar, who chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. It was evident that Ash had helped them simply out of a sense of justice, not with ulterior motives regarding Dratini. And that was just fine. Wow, how adorable. Is this Dratini? Ash, may I pet it? Although Dratini is not a water type, it indeed belongs to the aquatic category and can mate with many water-type Pokémon. Misty had longed to witness one firsthand, and now that she had, she found herself utterly enamored. Of course, she would not vie with Ash for anything. He was undoubtedly worthy of being Dratini's trainer. Ash gestured for Misty to engage with Dratini while he continued his conversation with Professor Oak regarding the nurturing of Dratini. Dratini blinked its large eyes, neither rejecting Misty's gentle caresses nor accepting her deep embrace, wriggling like a slippery eel, playfully swimming around her. Come down here. We are about to have a meeting. Dratini, in the midst of a delightful game of chase with Misty, promptly leaped from her side upon hearing Pikachu's call, scampering over to nuzzle against him affectionately. Pikachu, accustomed to such interactions, maintained close relationships with every Pokémon in their team. However, today's meeting would primarily focus on who would reside in Professor Oak's backyard. First and foremost, Pikachu was certainly unwilling to leave. Anyone who dared suggest it would find themselves on the receiving end of his ire. Dratini could not go either, as he had yet to be caught. And despite being an unofficial member, he had to remain for training due to his juvenile status. With those two decided, it was now up to the other 5 to make their choice. The 5 Pokémon exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Ultimately, it was Squirtle who turned to Pikachu, inquiring about the specifics of Professor Oak's residence. As one of the only 2 Pokémon who had stayed at Professor Oak's, alongside the currently studied EV, Pikachu began to recall his experiences there. Chapter 65. If you are my brother, come and cut me. Professor Oak's home was quite spacious. As the largest landowner in Pallet Town, his estate not only held legal titles from the League, but also encompassed a significant portion of the surrounding hills. Nestled by mountains and rivers, it was a picturesque locale. Most trainers emerging from Pallet Town housed their Pokémon at Professor Oak's, though some chose to take theirs home. Due to the multitude of Pokémon from various trainers, the result was akin to warlords establishing their territories, each claiming a piece of land. There were advantages. Given the vast area, a plethora of fruit-bearing trees thrived, allowing Professor Oak to focus solely on caring for the newcomers, while the more powerful Pokémon fought for their own territory and resources, sparing him the burden. However, the downside was the frequent large-scale conflicts. And in the absence of their trainers, even personal teams would engage in disputes, compelling Professor Oak to take on the additional responsibilities akin to Nurse Joy, exhausting him greatly. The more Squirtle listened, the more intrigued he became, his eyes sparkling. Once a star of the stage, though he had washed his hands of that life to follow Ash, it did not mean he was disinterested in returning to it. Are you suggesting that one must rely on strength to thrive there, and that Professor Oak would not meddle excessively? Pikachu nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Squirtle slammed his fist on the table. Let me go? Since everyone will gather there eventually, I might as well stake my claim first, making it easier for everyone to convene later. Upon hearing Squirtle's declaration, the monkey Pokémon raised its hand, indicating its desire to accompany him on this venture. Originally intending to return alone, now too wished to join the fray. Just as Pikachu hesitated, uncertain of whom to send back, Squirtle began to encourage Bulbasaur to join him as well. Didn't you previously manage the rehabilitation center? Hearing Pikachu's words, it was mentioned that you possess considerable prestige there. Why not accompany us on our journey? One shall play the role of the hero, while the other assumes that of the villain, making our conquest all the more effortless. But wait, what about me? Why not inquire about my thoughts? The fiery Charizard felt deeply slighted by such disregard from the Squirtle, demanding an explanation with indignation. Yet, Squirtle refused to allow Charizard to join their ranks in their quest for dominance. The sole reason being, he held disdain for the time when the little Charmander was abandoned by humans, not choosing to resist, but rather to beg for pity. After being forsaken, the Squirtle had led his fellow Squirtless into infamy as a notorious gang. Meanwhile, Bulbasaur, also abandoned, had diligently strived to establish himself as the leader of a sanctuary. Frankly speaking, Charizard's current display is insufficient to earn Squirtle's confidence. Perhaps it would be wise to take a seat at the children's table and accept the role of a mere layabout, rather than daring to contest for territory with them. Charizard, taken aback by such harsh words, felt his defenses crumble, his anger surging to the brim. What kind of narrative is this, where such a dismissive tone is directed at him? How infuriating. Just wait and see. I shall make you plead for my inclusion. Determined, Charizard resolved that during his time in the team, He would be the first to evolve into a Dragonite, and not just that. He would also become the foremost authority outside of Pikachu. Time flows in cycles. Do not underestimate the tenacity of a young dragon. Bulbasaur, torn in his decision, found himself swayed by Squirtle's words. After all, wherever they may go, their contributions to the team would shine. Perhaps at Professor Oak's residence, they could secure a vast expanse of land for the team. Ultimately, Pikachu had no choice but to rush to Ash, conveying the events that had transpired and expressing their desire for a journey home. Although the reason for all three Pokémon to journey together remained unclear, Ash did not decline the proposition. Professor Oak, is this permissible? Certainly, as long as one desires, it can be facilitated. Professor Oak was unaware of the implications of this decision, believing it to be merely a standard transfer. With their plans confirmed, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and the abandoned monkey eagerly entered the teleportation device, emerging in the backyard, where they felt liberated, akin to fish in the sea or birds in the sky. Pikachu suddenly sensed that their team was sorely lacking in allies. Thus, it became imperative to recruit more members to their cause, striving to usurp Professor Oak's domain. After all, Professor Oak is human, and so is my Ash. How could they not seize this opportunity to claim their rightful place? As the weather grew colder, it was time to ensure Ash was adequately bundled up. After committing the training methods for Dragonite to memory, Ash inquired about EV. Professor Oak, having anticipated this question, refrained from elaborating and promptly returned EV. Based on my research over the past few days, it is evident that EV bears the marks of experimental studies. The ability to learn such a multitude of elemental moves stems from an excessive injection of genes during its early life. It remains uncertain who conducted such cruel experiments. But I can assure you, many EVs before this one have perished due to failed trials. If you were to part its fur, you would find a multitude of needle marks on its abdomen and left side, remnants that linger to this day. Professor Oak could not abide such inhumane experimentation. When he endeavored to study EV, it became overwhelmed by the sight of numerous experimental instruments, suffering from PTSD, and wreaked havoc in the lab, adamantly refusing to cooperate. It took considerable effort for Professor Oak to calm EV down, and consequently, he abandoned the idea of in-depth research, opting instead for a mere physical examination. Ash picked up EV, who upon recognizing the familiar presence of Ash, burst into tears, clinging to him and refusing to let go. Indeed, a golden nest or silver nest pales in comparison to the sense of security Ash's embrace provides. Ash struggled to comprehend why EV, as an experimental subject, found itself in the clutches of the rocket team. However, he chose not to dwell on this matter. After all, he had already made enemies of the rocket team, and he could confront them when he arrived at Viridian City. The journey to Fiery Island required reaching a nearby port. Thus the trio had a considerable distance yet to traverse. The road ahead was long, but Ash did not rush. Only 2 badges remained to be acquired, and the Pokémon League would not commence until the following spring, leaving ample time. During Ash's training with Dragonite, he was not particularly successful, possibly due to its young age, which hindered high-intensity training at the outset. Running was out of the question. With no legs, it could only slither its way forward, clearly necessitating special training. During Ash's discussions with Professor Oak, the professor had notably mentioned the combat style of future Dragonites. Whether to pursue special attacks or physical attacks was a matter of preference, as both paths bore similarities. According to Professor Oak's research, either route was viable. While physical attacks boasted higher stats, special attacks offered a broader skill pool, allowing for a diverse array of moves. However, one could also pursue a dual attack strategy, provided there was sufficient energy for training. Regarding evolution, Professor Oak shared his insights. Although Dragonite is classified as a late-blooming Pokémon, this does not imply that one must wait until old age to achieve greatness. In the Johto region's Ecruteak City, there exists a lineage dedicated to training Dragon-type and Egg Group Pokémon. Should you find the time in the future, you might seek them out for an exchange of experiences. Furthermore, there are numerous Dragonite trainers. Allow me a moment to find some information. Ah yes, in the southern islands of the Kanto region, there lies an Orange League, where a trainer named Yuji boasts a renowned Dragonite as his signature Pokémon. You may challenge him for further learning and insights. There have been several Dragonite trainers, including Professor Oak himself, but he was disinclined to offer Ash any special assistance. Professor Oak's role was solely to provide information. All other endeavors were to be pursued by Ash himself. Chapter 66, Rock Town. Presently, Ash bore the weight of a 6 kilograms Pikachu on his left shoulder, a 65 kilograms EV on his right, and a 33 kilograms Dragonite coiled around him. If possible, he could also carry an 884 kilograms Tauros and a 19 kilograms Charizard. striding forward with great vigor. However, it was evident that Tauros preferred to walk on its own, feeling it beneath its dignity to be carried by Ash. Likewise, Charizard was not an invalid. He was determined to evolve and prove himself. As for Ash's closeness with his Pokémon, Misty felt a twinge of envy. However, burdened as she was with seafood, the prolonged journey under the sun left her weary and fatigued. If only she had a water-type Pokémon to hold in her arms every day. Misty wished to engage Ash in conversation to alleviate the tedium of the journey. But her Pokeball suddenly activated, and Psyduck leaped out, tilting its head in confusion. I was not referring to you. Return to me. Since acquiring Psyduck, Misty had attempted training. But its daft demeanor meant that it often lagged behind in executing commands, its moves lacking any real power. In fact, Misty had contemplated giving up and allowing Psyduck to serve solely as a mascot. As she attempted to recall Psyduck, it unexpectedly let out a strange cry, scampering about and evading the red light of the Pokeball's retrieval beam. You were nowhere near this agile when dodging attacks. Please, stop causing a ruckus. As Psyduck inexplicably dashed into the nearby woods, Misty gritted her teeth against the throbbing headache and pursued it resolutely. She had no time to ponder why Psyduck had managed to traverse the underbrush without suffering the effects of its double weakness. Upon finally locating Psyduck, she discovered an Eevee tethered by a chain before it. The poor creature appeared in a woeful state, barely touching the food in its bowl, its spirit utterly deflated. How pitiful, Psyduck. Did you summon me here upon sensing Eevee's distress? Psyduck cradled its head, tilting its gaze toward Eevee, who, feeling the weight of the stare, averted its gaze in discomfort. Alas, I wonder who abandoned you. Fear not. I shall help you seek out your trainer and confront them directly to inquire why they forsook you. Upon hearing Misty's words, Eevee ceased to ignore her, turning back with eyes filled with hope and a yearning for liberation. Ash, come quickly. After several futile attempts to break the chain, Misty resigned herself to calling for Ash's aid. The adage rings true: when in doubt, consult Ash. Within moments, Ash leaped over the thicket and descended beside Misty, his arrival spanning less than 10 seconds. Unfortunately, his 3 Pokémon clinging to him were nearly flung off in the process. What is the matter? Ash inquired. Look, that Eevee is bound. I intend to take it to find its original trainer. If it too has been abandoned, it would be impossible for Misty not to draw parallels to Ash's own experience with Charmeleon. After all, Eevee could evolve into a Vaporeon. Understanding her intentions, Ash reached out and grasped the collar around Eevee's neck, snapping it with ease. Freed from its constraints, Eevee did not flee but instead nestled obediently in Misty's arms, while Brock eagerly tended to it, grooming and feeding it with care. Brock, are there any towns nearby? Upon hearing Ash's question, Brock quickly produced a map. As anticipated, there was a town called Rocktown nearby, reputed for its frequent discoveries of evolutionary stones, drawing trainers from the Kanto region to mine or work for local wealthy patrons in exchange for these coveted items. As they pondered this, all 3 turned their gazes toward the Eevee in Misty's embrace. It seemed highly probable that Eevee had been raised by someone in town, given its potential to evolve with stones. But why was it chained here? Could it be that its trainer, believing the use of evolutionary stones to be undesirable, sought to explore alternative evolutionary paths? Misty's speculation held merit. In such a town, it was commonplace for locals to depend on evolutionary stones, suggesting that Eevee's trainer might have deliberately hidden it outside town to prevent it from evolving into a Vaporeon, Flareon, or Jolteon. After all, if they had truly abandoned it, they wouldn't have secured it with a chain and provided food. Moreover, such actions indicated a likely discord within the family, where the elder's wishes were disregarded and the trainer, presumably young and impressionable, lacked assertiveness. Engaged in their conjectures, the trio felt they were nearing the truth and hastened toward Rocktown. Not long after arriving, they encountered a sign announcing a birthday banquet for the son of the town's wealthiest merchant, inviting trainers to attend and offering a complimentary evolutionary stone, valid only for immediate evolution. Understanding that such an event would attract a multitude of attendees, they exchanged glances, their intentions clear without needing to speak. As expected, upon reaching the venue, a young boy sprang forth from the crowd, and upon sighting him, Eevee joyfully broke free from Misty's embrace and leaped into the boy's arms. However, instead of expressing joy at the reunion, the boy chastised Misty. Why did you meddle? Why did you unchain Eevee? Stung by the boy's unexpected rebuke, Misty's anger flared, and she retorted about his neglect of Eevee's emotions. Regardless of your reasons, you betrayed Eevee's trust when you bound it in that hollow. She continued, I am indifferent to your insults, but hear this. If you truly care for Eevee, You must remain by its side. The boy, taken aback by Misty's sudden outburst, seemed to shrink under her fierce gaze. Perhaps having never faced such reprimand before. What is happening? What is this commotion? Called out 3 youths from the crowd. Taichi, you found your Eevee. How wonderful. Emerging from the throng, the trio, Raizo, Mizuki, and Haru, were Taichi's brothers, their hair styled extravagantly and dyed in blue, red, and yellow, respectively, matching their own Eevees. Taichi did not address his brothers, but instead retreated into the crowd, clutching Eevee tightly. Upon learning the situation, the brothers explained. We are the most renowned mining family in the area, our wealth immense, with evolutionary stones measured by the ton, frequently dispatched to other regions. Today's banquet is in celebration of Taichi, as it is time for his Eevee to evolve. However, this morning, he claimed Eevee had gone missing, and we plan to buy him another. We are immensely grateful to you for helping us find it. Ash, noticing Taichi's own Eevee and Pikachu, was offered a Thunderstone as a gift for Pikachu's evolution. When it comes to Eevee, simply tell us which evolution you desire. Raizo expertly produced the Thunderstone and handed it to Ash, who hesitated, glancing at Pikachu. Pikachu, you. But before Ash could finish, Pikachu vehemently shook its head in refusal. This was not merely a matter of evolution. It was about whether Pikachu could remain Ash's closest companion. Pikachu understood that to maintain its place on Ash's shoulder, refraining from evolution was the best choice. It had nothing to do with competing against Raichu. Even if Ash could carry Raichu, its size would likely make it precarious for Ash's shoulder. Seeing Pikachu's refusal, Ash decided to return the stone. But Raizo was not satisfied and began to extol the virtues of a Raichu. The other brothers were indifferent to Pikachu's evolution. But when it came to Eevee's evolutionary line, they felt compelled to argue. Don't be ridiculous. Raichu's fur is too prickly. Flareon is far too hot to hold for long. It was abundantly clear that Vaporeon was the superior choice. After evolution, it could easily blend into the water, move stealthily. And its smooth skin provided a delightful tactile experience without the need for lubrication. Listening to Mizuki's analysis of Vaporeon's merits, Ash initially nodded in agreement, but soon felt uneasy. What do you mean it doesn't need lubrication? What exactly do you intend to do with Vaporeon? Ignoring Ash's bewildered expression, Mizuki continued to boast about Vaporeon's greatness, even producing a water stone to offer to Ash. This is my unconditional gift to you. Please ensure Eevee evolves. You will understand my feelings once it does, trust me. Ash had no inclination to accept the stone, sensing that something was amiss. Are you suggesting that the discussion of Eevee's evolution should exclude any mention of its battle capabilities? You offer a water stone. Then I shall present a fire stone. Evolving into Flareon is the ultimate choice. The warmth of its touch is unparalleled. You two are not quite right. Does Raizang not also assert that the tingling, electrifying sensation is the ultimate pleasure? The delightful, prickling touch of Raichu is indeed the finest. You fail to comprehend the allure of static electricity. What you deem the best is merely the tactile experience. I shall accept your words for now, and later I will inquire of Eevee's opinion. Ash, wishing to avoid further debate, stowed away the evolution stone and seated himself at the side, devouring the food on the table as if a tempest had swept through. The Pokémon joined in the feast, relishing their meal with great joy. Misty, still concerned about Eevee's well-being, stealthily followed Taichi to observe. As anticipated, Taichi still wished to conceal Eevee from others, prompting Misty to step forward and halt this behavior. Why do you insist on doing this? Do you not realize that Eevee will be heartbroken? Taichi was initially startled by Misty's sudden appearance, but upon realizing that his brothers were not behind her, he exhaled with relief. Why do you keep bothering me? Just go away and mind your own business. Taichi scolded Misty for meddling, causing her to flare up. She had never encountered such a petulant child and felt that a lesson was necessary for him to learn respect. Taichi was genuinely intimidated by her fierce demeanor, forcing him to soften his tone and explain. He did not want Eevee to evolve. Having spent so much time together, he was reluctant to see Eevee change. Yet, his brothers were insistent on pushing for the evolution. Left with no choice, Taichi resolved to send Eevee away temporarily to avoid the spotlight, planning to retrieve him after some time. Though his intentions were noble, Misty found his execution rather perplexing. I cannot endorse your actions. Why not explain your thoughts clearly to your brothers instead of stubbornly believing they will force you? Taichi remained silent. Explaining the dynamics of a multi-brother household to an outsider seemed too cumbersome, and given his age, he struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Do you not realize that a Pokémon, upon evolution, transforms into a different form, much like how Eevee would no longer be Eevee? He reminisced about his brother's EVs from his childhood, recalling how their personalities had once been delightful, only to change post-evolution. He recounted how Raichu became irritable and hasty. Flareon developed a fiery temper, and Vaporeon grew distant and calm as water. When they were still EVs, they were so endearing to people. Is it truly the case that they change after evolving? If so, I would prefer that my EV never evolves. From Taichi's simplistic perspective, evolution held no merit. He was not raising EV with the goal of becoming a Pokémon master. Misty knew many cases of personality changes post-evolution, particularly that of Ash's Charizard, which even influenced Bulbasaur's attitude toward evolution. Though she could not clarify this matter, her attitude toward Taichi softened. Rest assured, I will help you convey your thoughts to your brothers. You need not continue hiding with EV. Despite her assurances, Taichi clearly had little trust in Misty. Thus, she led him to Ash and recounted the events. After pondering for a while, Ash called forth Taichi's 3 brothers to discuss the matter. I can say this with certainty. Taichi, your perspective is flawed. It is entirely normal for a Pokémon's personality to undergo significant change after evolution, just as a person evolves with age. Even if your EV's appearance changes post-evolution, it does not mean he ceases to be the EV you once knew. The reason you perceive a drastic alteration in personality is simply due to the different responsibilities Pokémon assume. You may ask your brothers whether, after EV's evolution, they trained him more and engaged him in battles more frequently. Taichi looked to his 3 brothers, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in order to promote the evolution stone, they had indeed assigned EV new responsibilities aimed at strengthening him. Due to this pursuit of strength, EV could no longer live as carefree as before. Change is entirely natural. Everything is in a state of flux. Even the chair I sit upon and the table I lean against are subject to the ravages of time. Your EV will also change over time, influenced by the moments spent alongside you. This includes you as well, Taichi. Ash, typically reticent, astonished Misty with his eloquence. While you may not grasp it now, rest assured that you will understand in due time, he implied, suggesting they set aside their disagreements and patiently await the inevitable. Taichi, we shall no longer press you. If you wish to be EV's trainer, take this. Reizang clapped his hands, summoning the butler to retrieve a moonstone. EV can evolve through means other than stones. Have him wear this moonstone. Should you change your mind one day, you may always seek our assistance. Seeing that Misty's intervention had indeed persuaded his brothers, Taichi's spirits lifted considerably, and he eagerly sat down to feast. Misty, seated beside Ash, scratched her head in deep contemplation, struggling to decipher Ash's words, which evidently posed a challenge for her. Focusing solely on the training aspects, she regretted not having studied the humanities. Unable to make sense of it, she decided to concentrate on her meal instead. Ash placed some food into Misty's bowl, urging her to refrain from overthinking. I understand, but by the way, Ash, has your EV decided how he wishes to evolve? Misty's ill-timed remark instantly captured the attention of the 3 brothers, who turned their gazes toward Ash's EV. Ash silently cradled EV in his arms, inviting everyone to continue their meal without mentioning the evolution topic. After the meal, the brothers invited Ash to stay the night, but he politely declined, insisting on lodging at the Pokémon Center in town. He wished to avoid any further discussions about evolution that night. As the night grew quiet and everyone drifted off to sleep, Eevee found himself unable to slumber. He leapt onto the table, gazing at the full moon with a heart full of melancholy. Pikachu, having noticed Eevee's emotional turmoil during dinner, hopped down from Ash's lap to accompany him in moon-gazing. Eevee, are you not worried about the fear of not evolving? Eevee had been agonizing over the notion of evolution for quite some time. Ever since the starter Pokémon had evolved, he felt a significant gap in strength. If he were to evolve, he feared being left behind entirely. This was an outcome he could not accept and was desperately trying to avoid. Although the reason for Eevee's concern remained unclear, Pikachu approached the matter from Ash's character, advising Eevee not to dwell on it. Have you forgotten what kind of person Ash is? He would never disdain you for not evolving. Yet, Eevee found itself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, Ash was someone who treated Pokémon with a heartfelt freedom, allowing them to pursue their happiness without constraint. If a Pokémon preferred not to battle, it was perfectly acceptable for Ash to support them from the sidelines. It was precisely this liberating spirit that made Pikachu enjoy accompanying Ash, assisting him, and contributing to his achievements. With Pikachu's encouragement, Eevee decided to temporarily set aside its worries and succumb to slumber. Misty gazed anxiously at the distant city. After departing from Pewter City, they had inadvertently stumbled into a place known as Dark City. Upon learning that they were Pokémon trainers, the local residents reacted with fear. Adults avoided them, while children hurled accusations and insults. Confounded by this unwarranted hostility, Misty could only take refuge outside the city while Brock ventured in to gather information. Soon, Brock arrived, breathless and flustered, frequently glancing over his shoulder. Brock, what on earth is happening in this city? He paused only upon reuniting with Ash and Misty, finally explaining the information he had gathered. There were two gyms in the area, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. In a fierce battle for the title of the city's sole gym leader, both factions had lavishly hired trainers, resulting in violent confrontations. In their skirmishes, they paid little heed to the safety of the citizens, causing destruction and harm wherever they clashed. This turmoil had persisted for quite some time, leaving the populace in dire straits. Local trainers flaunted their power, and even passing outsiders were drawn into this chaotic fray, wielding their influence over the beleaguered citizens. Ash, shall we take action? Is this the moment? Misty could no longer tolerate such events. Using Pokémon to settle personal grievances while disregarding the protests of others incited her frustration to the point where she longed to confront some individuals herself. Since it was Brock who had gathered the intelligence, he naturally led the way. The swirling sands enveloped Dark City, where buildings had been reduced to wooden structures for ease of reconstruction, and the roads had reverted from concrete to dirt, marking a regression of civilization by a century. Ash's frown deepened as he observed that Team Rocket's motives revolved solely around profit, with no intention of dismantling the fundamental infrastructure of Evergreen City, leaving everyone in a state of apprehension and despair. Did they believe that Dark City was still too urbanized? As the trio traversed the desolate streets, heading towards the Yas Gym, they were met by its inhabitants, while the Kaz Gym's members appeared behind them, ignoring the presence of bystanders. Both groups exchanged harsh words before brandishing their weapons and pokeballs, ready to engage in battle. Today, we shall defeat the Kaz Gym members. Charge, my brothers, shouted a member of the Yas Gym. You shall all perish today, responded the Kaz Gym members with equal fervor. Witnessing the escalating tension, Misty instinctively shielded Ash, casting furtive glances to either side. Ash, let's retreat for now and wait until they finish their fight before we step in to clean up the aftermath. Misty, possessing some knowledge of military strategy, understood the concept of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. However, Ash was disinclined towards such subtlety. He preferred to confront them directly and overpower them. Who among you is Yas, and who is Kaz? Ash interjected abruptly as both factions prepared for battle. Who are you to seek our gym leaders? Yeah, get lost, or we won't hesitate to be unfriendly. With both sides failing to comprehend reason, Ash inhaled deeply, channeling his energy to elevate his presence to its zenith. I will say this only once. Yas and Kaz, step forward now. You have 10 seconds to prepare. The crowd seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, rendered speechless. They perceived Ash not as a mere human, but as an extraordinary being forged from pure strength. A nemesis that transcended humanity. All weapons and pokeballs were relinquished as they retreated, while Yas and Kaz were pushed forward by the throng. Even as they attempted to rejoin their ranks, they were rebuffed. Swallowing hard, Yas and Kaz approached Ash, trembling and with heads bowed. Who is Yas? A long-faced man on the left raised his hand. Who is Kaz? A square-faced man with a wolfish hairstyle on the right did the same. Ash nodded, then settled onto a wooden crate, crossing his legs and folding his arms in silence. The two men, uncertain of what had transpired, awaited Ash's final judgment, not daring to overstep their bounds. Are you not going to step forward? Ash addressed a figure who had been quietly observing from the sidelines. At this, everyone turned their gaze, and the previously concealed mysterious figure, realizing they had been discovered, unveiled themselves and stepped forward. It was Officer Joy, as beautiful as ever. She produced her search officer credentials, displaying them to the crowd, causing Yas and Kaz's faces to drain of color. They had received prior notification that a League search officer would arrive to assess who the rightful gym leader was. This was disastrous. Before the rightful authority arrived, not only had they failed to resolve their dispute, but they had also appeared cowardly and disgraceful. I have been observing your behavior for days. Engaging in private battles using Pokémon is absolutely unacceptable for anyone aspiring to be a legitimate gym leader. Officer Joy did not offer them a chance for defense, but instead turned to Ash and his companions with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary Ash, and those two are Misty from the Cerulean Gym and Brock from the Pewter Gym, correct? Before Ash and his friends could introduce themselves, Officer Joy had already recognized their identities. Surprised that the enchanting Officer Joy was familiar with him, Ash felt honored. If you don't mind, could I invite you to dinner tonight? Brock, still somewhat restrained, stepped forward to ingratiate himself when he realized he had been mentioned by Joy. Though she maintained a cheerful demeanor, she took a step back, evading Brock's advances. Your information is readily available each time you check in at the Pokemon Center. It's hard not to notice, especially you, Ash. You are quite well known here. It was no wonder, with a human Pokemon hybrid like him constantly embroiled in absurd situations. How could he not attract attention? Gym leaders? Just those two? The two glanced at Xiaoxia and Xiaojang, then at Ash, their expressions filled with bewilderment. This condescending demeanor infuriated Xiaoxia, who would have unleashed her fury upon them had it not been for Xiaojang's restraint. What do you mean by that? Do I appear weak? I am destined to inherit the title of the world's most beautiful Pokemon gym leader. What is with that look? Do you dare to challenge me? However, he seemed more like a gym leader. Yes, unwilling to engage with this fierce woman, remained obstinate, refusing to concede that Xiaoxia and Xiaojang bore any resemblance to a gym leader. In their minds, a gym leader must be a robust and formidable figure, a true warrior. Ash fit this description perfectly. Not only did he exude an intimidating aura, but his taciturn nature also suggested he was a force to be reckoned with. Joy. I believe this city indeed requires a gym leader of strength and renown to maintain order, lest unscrupulous trainers wreak havoc. Although the duo's claim to the gym leader position was irrevocably stripped by Joy, the Dark City still necessitated a leader. Joy was acutely aware of this dilemma. A gym leader must not only possess formidable strength, but also embody the city's face, collaborating with local authorities to uphold public order. So Ash, what do you propose we do? Currently, no trainer in Dark City seemed worthy of Joy's regard as a gym leader, leaving her uncertain about the decision. She turned to Ash, the group's de facto leader. We must first revamp the entire city. Dark City has languished in darkness for far too long. It is time to usher in the light. Pokemon possess not only the capacity for destruction, but also the ability to create and build. The primary task is to restore the city to its former urban glory. Joy wholeheartedly endorsed this approach. While a gym leader might be dispensable, the establishment of essential public infrastructure was paramount. Should performance prove satisfactory, she would not hesitate to consider appointing a temporary gym leader. If the time came, they could even take inspiration from the rules of double battles. Ash leaned closer to Joy, whispering his thoughts. This method of encouragement could indeed galvanize others into action. Joy's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as she, in her capacity as an investigator, proclaimed to Dark City that despite the lengthy endeavor of reconstruction ahead, she could leverage her authority to procure resources from other cities. Coincidentally, the two gyms, one rock type and the other fighting type, would facilitate a swift transition from street thugs to skilled builders. Yas and Kaz, both respected figures in the locality, quickly mobilized the trainers to combat lawlessness and tirelessly work toward the city's reconstruction. Despite their previous poor reputation, under Miss Joy's guidance and through labor reform, their transformation was remarkably rapid. Even if their change was merely superficial, as long as Miss Joy remained, they would have to maintain the facade indefinitely. The first structure to be rebuilt was the Pokemon Center, followed by the police station and government offices, effectively ending years of chaos. On the construction site, Ash adeptly mixed cement while Xiaojang assisted in the building efforts. Xiaoxia yearned to join in the labor, but after several attempts, she conceded that it was not suited for her. Thank you, Ash. My sisters and Junxia were right. You are indeed reliable. Joy had come bearing gifts, opening a box to reveal her newly acquired badge, the Black Badge. By unanimous agreement, we propose that you assume the role of gym leader of the Dark Gym. What do you think? Would you consider it? Ash furrowed his brow, hesitating to accept, as he was not a local of Dark City and felt it was not fitting for him to take on such a role. Besides, he had no desire to be tied down here. Joy seemed to anticipate Ash's concerns and patiently explained, "It's all right. You can continue your journey. I will manage the day-to-day affairs here, and Kaz and Yas can handle the gym battles. In fact, I have prepared for the eventuality that if they are unqualified, I shall take on the roles of both Pokemon Center nurse and gym leader until a worthy trainer emerges. And your performance in these past few days has already proven sufficient." Joy's sincerity was evident. Her words were heartfelt and genuine. There is no enforced 9-year compulsory education in this world, and many individuals have educational backgrounds barely beyond elementary school, emerging at the age of 10 to engage with Pokemon. Such circumstances are built upon a highly developed productive capacity. Without Pokemon, society would struggle to function. Chapter 70. The Twin Heroes. I believe this approach is insufficient. We cannot hastily reach a decision without public consensus. Miss Joy, why not host a tournament? I will serve as the champion. Whoever can defeat me shall inherit the title of gym leader, and we will invite everyone from the city to witness it. The citizens of Dark City, steeped in their disdain for trainers, harbor a certain roughness that makes such a tournament a fair competition. Of course, this is not a real-life brawl, otherwise They would not stand a chance against Ash. Joy was somewhat concerned, as such an event could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, under Ash's insistence, she acquiesced. Are you joking? That guy's Pikachu can't even defeat ground types. At this rate, our Kaz gym will be reduced to nothing. Not to mention you. Just look over there. Yas's fighting type is struggling against his EV, despite the type advantage. Dismissing the hassle, Ash set up 2 arenas and simultaneously directed both EV and Pikachu. Although the 2 gyms had been disbanded, the former members instinctively grouped together to challenge Ash in a tag team style to wear him down. However, Ash appeared to be operating on a different level, seamlessly commanding both battles without a hint of confusion or error. This forced the members of both gyms to unite in a desperate effort to take him down. As Yas and Kaz watched their teammates fall one by one, they were left as the final 2, reluctantly stepping onto the stage. The other members, witnessing their leaders take the stage, felt no confidence and did not rally with cheers. Strangely, they all secretly wished to see their leaders defeated, seeking an excuse to justify their earlier failures. It's not our fault. The enemy is simply too powerful. The bricks dividing the 2 arenas were merged into one colossal stage. This was the first collaboration between Kaz and Yas. Though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to push through their discomfort and fight together. If you're not comfortable, you can take some time to adjust, Ash offered. The 2 exchanged glances. Their disdain for one another evident. What was there to adjust? They simply wanted to start the fight. As Joy's flag waved, they wasted no time in shouting, Scyther. Engage EV in close combat. Electabuzz, use charge. Yas, hearing Kaz's command, was filled with rage, wanting to turn back and punch Kaz. How could he send his Scyther into battle while he hid behind to power up? Pikachu intercepted Scyther with Thunderbolt. EV, use quick attack. The skill set of this EV is remarkably unique, possibly due to its omission from the Pokédex. The entries indicate the presence of Thunderbolt. Yet Ash is acutely aware that this is not the case. This is reminiscent of the special move of the EV from his previous adventure in Let's Go. Come back. Hurry back. Use Protect. Yas shouted anxiously, urging his Scyther to retreat swiftly. He initially believed that Kaz, despite his shortcomings, could rely on Electabuzz to shield him from electric-type moves, but the situation unfolded quite contrary to his expectations. 2 beams of yellow light erupted from within Eevee and Pikachu. Shooting towards Scyther, Scyther attempted to withstand the blow with Protect, but the barrier dissipated after merely 5 seconds, unable to endure the onslaught of lightning. Scyther, unable to match the speed of the thunder, was struck directly, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and twitching as arcs of electricity danced across its body. Why are you letting Electabuzz just sit there watching? Do you find this amusing? Why don't you take a turn? Yas seized Kaz by the collar, spitting in his face. You didn't even start with Swords Dance, and you dare blame me. Clearly, the fault lies with you. I have a problem. You're the one with the issue. Yas retaliated with a punch to Kaz's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Kaz, momentarily stunned by the blow, swiftly regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, caught Yas and kneed him in the groin. This resulted in a critical hit, leaving both Yas and Scyther sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. I can handle this myself. I'm not afraid of it. Electabuzz, use Thunder. Pikachu, defend EV. Electabuzz raised both hands high, gathering a surge of electricity before unleashing it skyward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the entire arena. Pikachu, having anticipated this, plunged its iron tail into the ground and directed the damage from thunder towards itself, effectively transforming into a makeshift lightning rod. Witnessing Pikachu daringly absorb the amplified thunder, Electabuzz was taken aback but persisted in amplifying its power, engaging in a fierce contest of strength with Pikachu. Do not let Pikachu down. EV, use Aura Sphere. Seeing his beloved brother endure such an attack for his sake ignited a fierce fury within EV. Its eyes glowed a radiant pink as it unleashed a massive barrier from within. In an instant, the pink shield enveloped the entire arena, absorbing most of Electabuzz's thunder and causing it to momentarily daze, left bewildered for a fleeting second. Though Electabuzz quickly regained its senses, Eevee seized the opportunity to charge forward. With all its might, Eevee collided forcefully with Electabuzz's belly, delivering a devastating blow that sent Electabuzz tumbling backward, crashing into the bricks piled at the edge of the arena. After witnessing Electabuzz lying motionless on the ground, Eevee hurried to Pikachu's side, nudging it upright. Although Pikachu had absorbed the lightning for Eevee, the residual damage left its head buzzing slightly. I'm fine, don't worry, Pikachu assured, a smile forming on its lips, indicating it was unscathed. Leaning against Eevee, it gave Ash a thumbs up. Pikachu and Eevee had fought numerous matches, achieving a flawless victory against their opponents, a fact well documented. Ash lifted both Pokémon and entrusted them to Nurse Joy for treatment before confronting Kaz and Yas, delivering a punch to each without hesitation. They crumpled to their knees, gasping for breath. Is this how you conduct a double battle? Do you believe you are worthy of being a trainer with such performance? And to vie for the position of gym leader? Go back and train properly. Faced with Ash's reprimand, the two had no retorts, utterly devoid of strength to respond. Having previously battled weakened Pokémon, their failure to secure a single knockout had left them utterly humiliated. What you need to focus on now is developing your synergy and training. Only when you have the strength should you return to contend for the official gym leader position. For now, I might grant you a provisional gym leader position. Hey! Upon hearing there was still an opportunity, the two quickly recovered from their despondency, bowing and smiling at Ash in a sycophantic manner. I can't hear you. Your voices are too small. Do you still want to be gym leaders? Hey! Chapter 71, The Great Valley. Ultimately, the position of gym leader fell to Ash. As expected, the local trainers spoke of Ash with immense respect, admiring him wholeheartedly and aspiring to follow in his footsteps. Upon learning that Ash single-handedly subdued two local bullies, the residents unanimously accepted this outsider as their gym leader. Nurse Joy, who had already recommended Ash for the role, was elated. His strength was undeniable, making this a perfect choice. Yas and Kaz dared not overstep, humbling themselves before Ash. After all, their subordinates had defected to Ash's side due to their defeat, leaving them stripped of their remaining influence and reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Ash was fully aware of this, yet he remained indifferent, having no time to dwell on such matters. He was currently en route to Red Lotus Island, fortuitously encountering a rival he was reluctant to acknowledge. Hey Ash, long time no see. Still on the quest for badges at the gym? You've been walking for a while. Aren't you tired? Why not take a ride in my new convertible? I just got it in Neon Town. No thanks, you can keep it. Ash steadfastly continued his journey on foot, while Misty and Brock eyed the convertible with interest, hesitant to suggest joining Ash in the car. Blue, far from resenting Ash's refusal, admired his steadfastness, appreciating that Ash never yields to rivals, as expected of Ash. But how about a little competition? With that, Blue retrieved a stack of newspapers from the car and presented them to Ash. The headlines prominently featured an excavation in the nearby Great Valley, where complete ancient Pokémon skeletons had been discovered. This news instantly stirred the local inhabitants, who were eager to try their luck at unearthing treasures. Speaking of fossil Pokémon, we must mention Omanite and Kabuto. According to research, both are water-type Pokémon. Misty leaned closer to Ash, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Brock was equally captivated by the news. As the rock-type gym leader, he held a deep appreciation for fossil Pokémon. Ash, how about we take a trip to the Great Valley? What if we actually find some fossils? Misty proposed, her enthusiasm palpable, while also seeking Ash's approval. Where's the Great Valley? Hearing Ash finally willing to engage in a comparison, Blue was overjoyed, pulling Ash and the others into the car, accelerating towards the Great Valley without delay. What happened to the girls in your car? Where did they go? Ash noted Blue was alone and inquired curiously. I bought them train tickets and sent them home by themselves. In Blue's perspective, he had already surpassed Ash in terms of both the quantity and quality of girlfriends. Having won, he saw no need to expend further resources on such matters and sought new ways to excel. Upon arriving at the Great Valley, Blue opened the trunk and retrieved a plethora of excavation tools. Remember, it is imperative to utilize these tools for the competition, otherwise, it would be deemed a violation of the rules. Xiao Mao, aware of Xiao Zhi's ability to shatter rocks with his bare hands, subtly manipulated the regulations to ensure fairness between both parties. Moreover, Xiao Zhi, should you be uncertain about where fossils may be found, feel free to seek my guidance. I would be more than delighted to assist you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhi acknowledged with a nod, which brought an immediate smile to Xiao Mao's face, prompting him to hum cheerfully as he scurried off to one end, surveying the surroundings while awaiting Xiao Zhi's inquiry. Though Xiao Zhi was unfamiliar with the intricacies of fossil excavation, it did not deter him from searching. He placed his hands upon the rocky wall, channeling his psychic abilities throughout the mountain, compensating for his lack of sight. In no time, he sensed a vast underground cavern beneath them and, upon delving deeper into his perception, detected the faint breaths of numerous Pokémon. Xiao Zhi, have you discovered something? Xiao Xia inquired anxiously at Xiao Zhi's silence. Indeed, I have found something. Is it a fossil? Xiao Zhi shook his head and began to dig vigorously at the mountain's base with his pickaxe. Observing Xiao Zhi's earnest efforts, Xiao Gang joined in, raising his pickaxe to assist. Pikachu attempted to carve with its iron tail, while Evie followed suit in digging. Strangely, Charmeleon, during this excavation, inadvertently learned the move Metal Claw, and upon realizing that digging could enhance its abilities, it exerted itself even more fervently, outpacing the other two Pokémon significantly. Meanwhile, Dratini, with its supple form, attempted to dig but yielded no results, nearly injuring itself in the process, and was reluctantly recalled by Xiaoji for a respite. Kangaskhan was preoccupied, having to transport a cart filled with rocks repeatedly, leaving him no time to pause. Xiaoxia also wished to assist, but after several attempts, exhaustion rendered her incapable of continuing, leaving her unable to straighten her back. After an indeterminate period of digging, Xiaoji suddenly halted his efforts and motioned for Xiao Gang to do the same. He then struck the area they had excavated several times, shattering it to reveal a dark, unfathomably deep cavity. Xiao Gang tossed a stone into the abyss, counting down the seconds, and confirmed its depth to be approximately 50 meters. Is this what you were referring to, Xiaoji? Without the rocks obstructing their path, Xiaoji's perception became more precise and detailed. Yes, I sense that there are Pokémon hidden below. Xiao Gang, I intend to descend and investigate. Will you join me? Given that there were Pokémon residing beneath, it was highly likely that skeletal remains could also be found, though the exact value of the bones versus fossils remained uncertain. Pondering the potential Pokémon lurking below, Xiao Gang could not resist his curiosity and agreed to accompany Xiaoji. After retrieving a safety rope from his backpack and securing it to Onyx, he prepared to venture down with Xiaoji. Don't leave me behind. I want to see too, Xiao Xia exclaimed, not wishing to be left above. And she scrambled down after them. Once on the ground, each of them summoned a Pokémon capable of illuminating the dark surroundings. Charmeleon led the way, its demeanor tense as it scanned the area. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching intently, though it could not ascertain their origin, sensing danger from ahead, the sides, and all around. Zubat, go ahead and scout the path, Xiao Gang instructed, recognizing the need for caution in the darkness. Zubat had scarcely ventured into the shadows before it returned, flitting nervously above Xiao Gang's head. Realizing the imminent threat, Xiao Gang prepared to alert Xiaoji, only to find him already positioned before them, bracing for confrontation. What is happening? What is going on? Xiaoxia asked, her anxiety palpable as she felt a pair of eyes fixed upon her back. Behind me, Xiaoji, she cried out, just as a hunter emerged from the shadows, brandishing a scythe aimed at her neck. Chapter 72, Remnants of a Bygone Era. Something feels amiss. The scyther had intended to swiftly eliminate the unfamiliar upright creature before it. But at that moment, an instinctual dread warned of imminent death. The closer it drew to its prey, the stronger the foreboding grew. This won't do. Scyther attempted to retreat swiftly to safety, but Xiaoji was clearly unwilling to let it escape. A gust of wind swept past Xiaoxia as Xiaoji teleported in front of Scyther. The creature, bereft of courage to confront Xiaoji, turned to flee but was too late, finding itself struck by Xiaoji. After incapacitating Scyther, Xiaoji dragged the dazed creature before the others. Following Charmeleon's thorough examination, Xiao Gang confirmed that this was undoubtedly a Pokémon long thought extinct. But Scyther was presumed extinct. How could it possibly be here alive? Xiaoxia crouched down, poking at the creature, surprised at the armor's rigidity, though she noticed several conspicuous cracks on its back. Perhaps some had managed to evade extinction by taking refuge in this underground cavern. Fossil Pokémon could not realistically possess lifespans stretching millions of years. It was far more plausible that they had survived through several generations. As for their sustenance, Xiao Gang ventured further into the cavern, discovering a multitude of Pokémon bones, Diglett, Golbat, and Magikarp. It seemed likely that some ground-type Pokémon had inadvertently wandered into the cave and met their demise, while the presence of Magikarp indicated a possible underground river leading to the outside world. Xiao Gang quickly pieced together the clues. So what should we do about Scyther? Should we take it with us? Xiaoxia was evidently intrigued by the creature. Despite its ferocity, the prospect of breeding it for a fossil Pokémon seemed appealing. Xiao Gang also found himself captivated by Scyther, but he refrained from making any unilateral decisions, recognizing that it had been captured by Xiaoji. Well, I have no objections. If you wish to capture it, feel free. There are still several Pokémon ahead. I shall retrieve them, Xiaoji declared, dashing into the darkness and returning with several Pokémon that had previously glared at them menacingly. Among them were Ammonite, Kabuto, and Scyther, who, although following Xiaoji, dared not approach closely, cowering in fear. What have you done to them, Xiaoji? Xiao Gang inquired. Nothing much. They attacked me, and I merely brought them here, Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. The details of the encounter were not lost on Xiao Gang, who understood without further questioning and joined Xiaoxia in examining the newly captured creatures. While these Pokémon were hesitant to engage with Xiaoji, they were more willing to resist Xiaoxia, who posed no threat. Ammonite and Kabuto began charging their attacks, preparing to strike at Xiaoxia. However, a mere cough from Xiaoji was enough to instill fear in them, causing them to retract their assaults, allowing Xiaoxia and Xiaogang to approach and touch them. They seem a bit feisty. They likely do not comprehend the nature of Pokémon battles. We should educate them, Xiaoji suggested, proposing to impart some modern knowledge of Pokémon battling to these primitive creatures. Understanding his intent, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang readied their Pokeballs to engage in battle with them. Deep within the cave, a sudden roar startled the two companions, causing them to freeze in shock. The fearsome sound sent both the Kabutops and the Anorith trembling, almost prompting them to flee. Yet, casting a glance at Ash and then back at the encroaching darkness, they suppressed their terror and remained rooted in place. The fossil pterodactyl behind them could easily devour them, but the imminent threat posed by Ash was far more immediate. Whether they were to perish now or later, the choice was clear. What could it be? Were there Pokémon lurking within? Misty, unfamiliar with such a roar, observed the petrified fossil Pokémon around her and realized that whatever was coming was formidable. It was the Aerodactyl. Legend has it that this creature was once the ruler of the skies, dominating many Pokémon of its time. Brock furrowed his brow, recalling that he had seen these fossils in the Dark Gray Museum, where the prized exhibit was the complete skeleton of an Aerodactyl. After more than 10 seconds, the roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a foul odor that wafted through the air. Charmeleon, upon catching a whiff of this scent, instinctively wanted to retreat. Yet pride compelled it to stand its ground, gritting its teeth and resolutely shielding Pikachu. Flamethrower. Upon hearing Ash's command, Charmeleon gathered its strength and unleashed a torrent of flames, illuminating the dark cavern. The light also revealed the Aerodactyl charging forth from the depths of the cave. Even Brock, who had seen the skeletons before, was taken aback by the sheer size of the creature before him. Be careful. Just as Misty was about to warn Ash to dodge, Ash charged straight at the creature, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch to the swiftly moving Aerodactyl. Before it could display its might, Ash's strike rendered it dazed, crashing through 3 molten stone pillars before finally halting its backward momentum. This is wrong. This is not how it should be. The Aerodactyl was momentarily stunned. It had always been the one to intimidate other Pokémon, never the other way around. As it prepared to take flight again, Ash was already standing before it, placing a foot firmly on its wing. The Aerodactyl struggled desperately to break free, but all it received was a swift slap from Ash. After enduring 3 such blows, the Aerodactyl finally ceased its resistance, lying on the ground with an expression of innocence in its eyes. The problem is resolved. You may now continue capturing your Pokémon. Ash unceremoniously tossed the Aerodactyl in front of Brock. However, Brock was far too intimidated to accept it, shaking his head in refusal. Never mind, Ash. This Aerodactyl is better suited for you. Given the speed with which it emerged from the depths, my Pokémon wouldn't even stand a chance to catch it. Even if you gifted it to me, I could never master it. Brock knew his limitations. Even if Ash insisted, the outcome would surely be disobedience. As for Misty, it was even more evident that she could never hope to tame this creature. It would likely devour all the aquatic life in her home. Reluctantly, Ash decided to throw a Pokeball at the Aerodactyl. It was the first time the creature had encountered a Pokeball, and after entering, it struggled fiercely, even breaking free. Subsequently, it received another slap from Ash. Remember, this is called a Pokeball. Once you're inside, you don't need to look at me. You can hide whenever you wish. This time, the Aerodactyl understood, slipping into the ball without further resistance. Though it felt somewhat constrained within, the ability to evade Ash made it feel it had struck a fortuitous bargain. Chapter 73, The Disparity Among Fossils. Hey, Ash, have you found any fossils? I've just unearthed a shell of an Anorith. In response to Green's boast, Ash shook his head, indicating he had not found any fossils. I may not have uncovered a fossil, but I did capture a fossil Pokémon. Just as Green was about to showcase his find, he hesitated, disbelief washing over him. What? What did you just say? Leading Green to a secluded grove, Ash revealed the Aerodactyl. There was no need for secrecy. In the cave, Misty and Brock had been utterly helpless against the fierce and primitive Anorith and Kabutops, leaving them no choice but to rely on Ash. Those 2 Pokémon had already been entrusted to Professor Oak, and Green would eventually learn of it. No way. ISNT that's supposed to be extinct? There's no fossil revival machine here. Driven by his researcher-s instincts, Green stepped forward to touch it, but the Aerodactyl, apart from Ash, would not grant anyone else the privilege. A single roar sent Green recoiling, too intimidated to approach further. Lie down, Ash commanded coldly, and the Aerodactyl hastily complied. no longer daring to utter a sound. Finally, Green was able to retrieve his instruments for measurement, ultimately confirming that this Aerodactyl stood 42 meters tall with a wingspan of 16 meters. It was an unprecedented giant among Pokémon, larger than any fossil documented to date. Where on earth did you find this? Ash recounted the events that had unfolded, delighting Green immensely. If this is true, I would bet there are undoubtedly many Pokémon that should have been extinct still hidden in some corner of the world. This is a monumental discovery. It's important to note that there is a distinction between fossil revival machines and the genuine descendants of fossil Pokémon. Extraordinary, extraordinary indeed, Ash. Green was now entirely consumed by the fervor of research, abandoning any thoughts of rivalry. Oh, I also sent Professor Oak an Anorith and a Kabutops. Would you like to study them? Green's ears perked up, and his mouth curved into an uncontrollable smile. I'll head home right away. Ash, could you allow me and my grandfather to examine them? Don't worry, we'll credit you. Go ahead and study them, but be cautious. These creatures are still quite dangerous and have never encountered humans before. Green nodded and was about to return to the vehicle to hurry home when he suddenly turned back to Ash, a smile playing at his lips. If you feel shortchanged, I can offer you extra girlfriends as compensation. Get lost. Watching Green laugh heartily as he departed, Ash turned his attention back to the Aerodactyl. The creature remained sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless, dutifully playing the role of a specimen until Ash called cut. Ash, you should really put it away. I feel like my Kabutops and Anorith are becoming excessively frightened. Misty had felt her Pokémon trembling at her waist, their fear of the Aerodactyl palpable. Once returned to the Pokeball, the Aerodactyl visibly relaxed, comfortably settling down to sleep. The trio returned to the scene of the previous encounter. Ash determined to investigate the area further. Since there were signs of fossil Pokémon having once lived here, there might be other remnants left behind. Regrettably, despite using his psychic abilities for an extended period, Ash could only locate a single Pokémon egg. All else seemed to have vanished. To find other fossil Pokémon, they would likely have to venture to other continents. Apart from Professor Oak and Green, Ash kept this discovery to himself as the three journeyed southward, traversing the wilderness for 3 days until they reached the nearest town for a respite. Shortly after their arrival, Ash dialed Professor Oak. Ash, you finally decided to call me. You are unaware, but you previously transmitted information regarding the spiky Ceratops and the Scythe Helm, which has left Professor Oak unable to conceal his excitement as he engages in a discussion with Ash about the unique characteristics of these creatures. In contrast, the resurrection of fossils or the extraction of genes from amber to recreate them reveals a significant variation among the ancient Pokémon that have been preserved. The machines used for resurrection often produce discrepancies due to the incomplete repairs of the early fossils, resulting in potential disabilities or a reduction in size. Furthermore, the attributes of these resurrected Pokémon are inherently marked by the rock type due to the nature of their revival. However, the specimens sent by Ash are distinctly different. Though they have evolved into rock types due to their prolonged subterranean existence, they exhibit a far superior mastery of rock type moves compared to those revived. Their combat prowess has not diminished, retaining the primitive style aimed at swiftly incapacitating their opponents. In terms of size, they surpass the currently revived specimens, and their reproductive organs remain intact, allowing for rapid large-scale breeding with the assistance of Ditto. They adapt remarkably well to modern environments and can comprehend contemporary Pokémon language without any communication barriers. The numerous differences compel Professor Oak to conduct overnight research and analyze whether any new developments have occurred in their underground world. But where are they now? Professor Oak pauses, his expression suddenly falling. They have all been taken away by your Pokémon, Ash. What on earth is going on with your Pokémon? Where did you capture such peculiar creatures? Recently, there have been numerous injured Pokémon delivered to my backyard during the night. I am contemplating hiring Nurse Joy to establish a Pokémon Center in Pallet Town, as I am overwhelmed with work. The Pokémon intend to create a stronghold in Professor Oak's backyard, a matter he wished to avoid. Considering the disparities among Pokémon populations and the potential issues of unnecessary interference. However, this situation has become intolerable. The trio refuses to accept local subordinates, attacking anyone who dares to approach. In just a few days, they have already claimed over 100 square meters of land centered around a pond, subsequently using Ivysaur's vines to demarcate their territory. According to Professor Oak's Dragonite aerial reconnaissance, a significant number of berry trees have already been planted there, suggesting plans for further expansion. This is truly outrageous, Ash. If they were adept at constructing shelters, I would suspect they are planning to establish a Pokémon village here, and a highly exclusionary one at that. Are you truly unconcerned? Children often lack understanding, merely playing around. Professor Oak, do not take it to heart. Focus on your research. The corners of Professor Oak's mouth twitch as he reluctantly accepts the reality of a group of dominators invading his backyard. What other choice is there? If I were to expel them, it would not be Pallet Town that suffers, but rather the surrounding areas. Wait, perhaps that is a feasible solution. The vicinity of Pallet Town boasts the Evergreen Forest and the Quartz Plateau leading to the Pokémon League. These areas belong to a natural ecosystem, where Pokémon thrive freely and fiercely. If possible, Professor Oak wishes to explore this option. They seek to be the rulers, and those locations are perfectly suitable. Not far at all. If they wish to cause havoc, let them do so in those areas. My modest research institute cannot withstand such disturbances. After conversing with Ash, it becomes evident that Ash genuinely allows his Pokémon to live freely, showing no desire to impose restrictions. Aside from training their battle capabilities, Ash seems uninterested in confining them in any manner. Relocating them to the Evergreen Forest or the Quartz Plateau is a viable option, serving as a form of training for them. Ash retrieves an egg from his backpack, its shell adorned with various triangular patterns in different colors. Wait a moment, let me consult some resources. Professor Oak pulls out a thick Pokémon egg encyclopedia, flipping through its pages until he finally locates the information regarding this egg. This is a Togepi egg, quite a rare Pokémon indeed. Togepi is exceedingly uncommon in the Kanto region, with its initial discovery occurring in Johto. Ash stumbled upon it while digging, finding it wedged in a crevice of a rock. At the time of discovery, the egg was in a precarious state, on the brink of death. One must understand that incubating an egg requires a suitable temperature and attentive care from its parents. The egg's inexplicable presence here is quite peculiar. The Great Valley is not some random restroom where one can simply abandon items. I had Nurse Joy take care of it, and it is now encased in a nurturing cover. Professor Oak, should I seek assistance from a Fire-type Pokémon to aid in hatching it? No need. While a Fire-type may expedite the hatching process, that is a rather primitive method, and one must be cautious of potential issues arising from excessive heat. Leaving it as it is perfectly fine. Additionally, you must be mindful of one thing. Upon hatching, whatever the Pokémon sees first, whether human or Pokémon, will instinctively be regarded as family. Do not squander this remarkable opportunity to foster intimacy. Chapter 74, The Faux Dragon Conflict. Oh dear, you big oaf. Charmeleon kicked the fossil pterodactyl, who was engrossed in its meal, attempting to draw its attention. Last time in the cave, Charmeleon was startled by the aura emitted by this creature, a matter that still gnaws at him, prompting a desire to confront it. However, the fossil pterodactyl remained focused on its food, ignoring the noisy Charmeleon. Charmeleon merely intended to engage it in battle for self-improvement, but the pterodactyl's indifference truly infuriated him. Charmeleon knocked over the pterodactyl's bowl and prepared to unleash flames, seeking to undermine its confidence. Yet, the fossil pterodactyl merely flapped its wings, sending Charmeleon flying, then swiftly devoured the remaining food scattered on the ground, unwilling to waste a morsel. Ash has been providing comprehensive modern knowledge to it over the past few days. One lesson being that it must not eat other Pokémon indiscriminately. When hungry, it should consume what is in its bowl without waste. Although this behavior contradicts its previous principles, the fossil pterodactyl fell silent after Ash's reprimand. Incredible! The fossil pterodactyl effortlessly sent Charmeleon flying. Dratini coiled like a serpent, munching its food while watching the spectacle, astonished by the sheer strength of the large creature before it. What is so impressive? If I wanted to, I could do it too. EV. Discontent with Dratini's admiration for the fossil pterodactyl's power, began boasting about its own abilities, leaving Dratini in awe of this newcomer from a small area. Dratini could not discern the differences in strength. It believed everything Eevee claimed. Don't spout nonsense. You shouldn't follow Charmeleon's example. The fossil pterodactyl is far beyond my capabilities. Pikachu, having awoken from Ash's slumber, glanced at Eevee. The fossil pterodactyl has reached level 60, firmly placing it within the realm of the strong. Aside from Ash, the entire team cannot even hope to contend with it. Pikachu has only just reached level 40, comparable to Eevee, while Tauros is slightly higher at level 41, but still inadequate. Dratini, on the other hand, is even lower, barely nearing level 20, hardly more than a roadside creature. This is indeed the result of Ash's intensive training over the past few days. As their levels have risen, their rate of advancement has considerably slowed. Eevee gasped in astonishment, repeatedly scrutinizing the data displayed in the Pokédex, reluctantly coming to terms with this reality. How could he be so formidable? It shouldn't be possible. While Eevee and Pikachu were pointing at the fossil Aerodactyl, Charmeleon rose once more, brandishing its claws and unleashing flames and smoke toward the fossil Aerodactyl. The fossil Aerodactyl, Eager to retaliate against this audacious creature, was restrained by Ash's established rule against unnecessary duels, compelling it to cautiously retreat into its pokeball. Frustrated by the lack of response from its taunts, Charmeleon was unwilling to squander this opportunity for training and approached Ash, tapping him. "What's the matter?" Ash, having barely fallen asleep, was roused by Charmeleon's insistence. Upon learning that Charmeleon simply wished to spar with the fossil Aerodactyl to enhance its strength, Ash gestured for it to proceed. "Hey, did you hear that?" Ash has given his approval. "Come on out." As soon as Charmeleon finished speaking, the fossil Aerodactyl's pokeball began to shake violently. Before Charmeleon could strike a pose, the fossil Aerodactyl had lunged at it, sending it flying without even using a single move, then soared into the sky, looking down upon Charmeleon with disdain. The impact left Charmeleon dazed, and as it regained its senses, it found itself unable to locate the fossil Aerodactyl until Pikachu pointed it out, prompting Charmeleon to shout, "Come down here. You said you'd fight." The fossil Aerodactyl circled above 3 times before diving down, unleashing a rock slide that bombarded Charmeleon with an uncountable number of boulders. The deluge of meteors overwhelmed Charmeleon, forcing it to retreat in disarray. Yet, the fossil Aerodactyl had no intention of letting up, venting its pent-up frustration from facing Ash entirely upon Charmeleon. After all, Charmeleon had sought this confrontation, desperately fleeing into the woods. Charmeleon found the dense foliage provided some cover from the rock slide, but could not shield it from the fossil Aerodactyl's piercing gaze. Once the king of the skies, the fossil Aerodactyl's vision could still penetrate the trees, locking onto its prey. A chill ran down Charmeleon's spine, and the oppressive aura made breathing laborious. Every effort, whether to run or to use moves, drained its stamina at an alarming rate, nearly doubling the exhaustion. This was, of course, thanks to the fossil Aerodactyl's imposing presence. The pressure it exerted on its opponents significantly diminished their capacity to execute moves. In a game context, this ability might be deemed trivial, as battles often favored swift knockouts over prolonged engagements. Yet here, confronted by the elusive fossil Aerodactyl high above, this pressure felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over Charmeleon, continuously eroding its resolve. It would not relent until Charmeleon was utterly spent. No longer could Charmeleon remain passive. It needed to devise a strategy. Observing the fossil Aerodactyl circling relentlessly above, it realized escape was futile. Instead, it extended its claws and climbed a nearby tree. Just as Charmeleon peered from the treetop, the fossil Aerodactyl swooped down, its sharp claws glistening with a dangerous green light. The frontal assault of the dragon claw was anticipated by Charmeleon, which propelled itself backward in a backflip to evade the attack. Seizing the treetop with its metallic claws, Charmeleon expelled flames aimed directly at the fossil Aerodactyl's abdomen just as it was about to ascend again. Surprised by Charmeleon's agility, the fossil Aerodactyl retreated to the heights, disappearing into the clouds, yet the oppressive aura lingered, signaling that this was merely a prelude to its next offensive. "Look behind you, you fool. Why are you staring up?" Eevee was the first to detect the fossil Aerodactyl's movement, urgently shouting to Charmeleon in the tree. With Eevee's revelation, the fossil Aerodactyl had to change its tactic. Charmeleon quickly turned to see the fossil Aerodactyl flapping its wings, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the battlefield. Charmeleon attempted to grasp a branch, but it cracked beneath its weight. With no choice, Charmeleon let go and leapt backward, intending to use the gale to reposition itself for combat, but the fossil Aerodactyl had clearly grown weary of this game. Folding its wings, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at Charmeleon, sinking its countless sharp teeth into its body. The rancid odor emanating from its mouth was overwhelming, and Charmeleon found itself unable to pry free, forcibly lifted into the sky. As Charmeleon struggled to breathe, its consciousness began to fade. It was unclear how high it had been taken, but the reality was grim. Should the fossil Aerodactyl release its grip, Charmeleon would surely perish. Instead of resisting, it clung to the fossil Aerodactyl's jaws, paralyzed by fear. However, as time passed, Charmeleon's strength waned, and its awareness grew increasingly dim. Eventually, its grip slackened, and it fell from the fossil Aerodactyl's mouth. Realizing the peril of the situation and the prospect of being relentlessly pursued by Ash, Charmeleon was drenched in sweat as it plummeted. Just before Ash could intervene, Charmeleon's fierce will to survive ignited within. Through a relentless mental struggle and self-encouragement, Charmeleon opened its eyes wide, bursting forth with radiant energy. As the light dissipated, a creature that neither breathed fire nor resembled a Charmeleon now stood before the fossil Aerodactyl. The fossil Aerodactyl, having never witnessed a Charizard before, was baffled by the sudden transformation. Where had the Charmeleon gone? And who was this new entity? Before it could contemplate further, Charizard swiftly adapted to the fossil Aerodactyl style, mastering the use of its wings with remarkable agility. Come on, bring it on. Elated to have surpassed this critical threshold, Charizard taunted the fossil Aerodactyl with a flurry of provocations. Absolutely correct. This is the Charmeleon you knew. The fossil Aerodactyl immediately recognized Charizard's essence and resumed its pursuit. It actually evolved. Pikachu, observing the two dragons soaring through the sky, was astounded. While he had been aware of Charmeleon's recent dedication to honing its abilities, he never anticipated such swift results. Indeed, under the duress of crisis, growth could be accelerated dramatically. However, such perilous methods were not advisable to replicate carelessly, as a failed evolution could lead to disastrous consequences for Charmeleon. I need to summon Ash. Pikachu, witnessing Charizard struggling against the fossil Aerodactyl, felt compelled to alert Ash to intervene. Did you see? After your evolution, you can soar alongside them. Eevee was captivated, watching the two foe dragons glide effortlessly, pondering how the true dragon could not possibly lag behind. Dratini, you must stand your ground. You cannot fall behind. Is flying truly enjoyable? Dratini, not fully grasping the concept, had Eevee enthusiastically extolling the joys of flight, not merely for its own sake, but with the hope of riding on Dragonite's back to experience the joy of flight, or rather, to hasten Dratini's ascension. Since you enjoy it, I shall strive to learn to fly. Inspired by Eevee's fervor for flight, Dratini vowed to take Eevee along on its journey to the skies. Oh, you mustn't say that. Your evolution must be for your own sake, not merely for my benefit. Eevee wished to correct Dragonair's misguided notion, yet found himself at a loss as to how to convey this understanding. If one were to speak of battles, it was evident that Dragonair's temperament was not one inclined towards the thrill of combat. Rather, it leaned towards a gentler disposition. Clearly, inciting him through confrontation was insufficient, and the most effective approach would be to foster a bond. For instance, a scenario where Eevee encounters misfortune and Dragonair comes to the rescue would serve as an ideal catalyst. The more he pondered upon it, the more feasible it seemed. Following this line of thought, perhaps a skirmish with Aerodactyl could be arranged, wherein he would be bested, thus prompting Dragonair's evolution. Although this plan felt rather shameless and akin to hastening growth unnaturally, it was the best strategy he could conceive. Observing Dragonair's innocent expression, Eevee could only express his sorrow in silence. Brother, this is all for your own good. Before long, Ash was brought over by Pikachu. Upon witnessing the two pseudo-dragons frolicking in the sky, Ash furrowed his brow and prepared to call them down. One was a rock type and the other a fire type, engaging in guerrilla tactics while unleashing powerful moves, leaving the forest in disarray, causing wild Pokémon to shiver in fear as they hid in corners. Just as Aerodactyl was about to unleash a stone edge attack on the errant Charizard, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence locking onto him. With no time to execute his move, Aerodactyl swiftly redirected his trajectory and dove towards Ash, landing and tucking in his wings, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Charizard, witnessing Aerodactyl's sudden retreat, took a moment to process the situation before realizing the gravity of it, and followed suit, bowing before Ash in contrition. Ash's demeanor was resolute. He delivered a stern reprimand to each dragon, and then ventured into the forest to rectify the chaos they had caused. He extinguished all seedlings that posed a risk of igniting a forest fire and instructed both dragons to relocate the boulders obstructing the forest path before granting them clemency. Remember this, without my permission, do not engage in battles above the forest. If you must fight, do so in the wilderness, on the plains, or in designated arenas. Otherwise, Ash clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously, causing the two dragons to instinctively retract their necks and nod fervently. After addressing the situation with the two dragons, Eevee leapt forth, eager to discuss Dragonair's development with Ash. You wish to assist Dragonair in evolving? Eevee nodded vigorously. Although he had come to terms with evolution, it did not mean he did not desire to guide his junior towards it. It is indeed possible, but it is still premature. Dragonair must reach at least level 30 to evolve. Eevee could not refute this, silently vowing to expedite Dragonair's leveling up and to train diligently alongside him as an elder brother. Dragonair obediently followed Eevee, acquiescing to his every request. Yet perhaps due to their differing species, the training was yielding minimal results for the Serpentine Dragonair under Eevee's four-legged guidance. After several exhausting days, Dragonair was nearly worn out, prompting Ash to intervene. Dragonair cannot be trained in such a manner. Do not think to sneak him away for training while I sleep. Such an approach will only yield diminished returns. Regarding Dragonair's upbringing, Ash had formulated some of his own insights based on Professor Oak's guidance. Eevee's concern for Dragonair stemmed from Ash's relatively easy training regimen, which lacked the intensity they typically endured. However, this was far from the straightforward accumulation of experience points one might gain by battling common Pokémon. Each situation requires a tailored analysis. Presently, Dragonair is not particularly battle-ready and possesses a gentle nature, necessitating time for growth. Once a sufficient foundation has been established, training can enhance his abilities. But one must avoid the temptation to hasten the process. As for Charizard, due to the excitement of evolution, he was overly eager to return and boast to Bulbasaur and Squirtle, feeling the need to prove himself before them. This presented an excellent opportunity for a display of prowess. Charizard was determined not to let it slip away. Ash favored a more laissez-faire approach with his Pokémon, allowing them the freedom to pursue their desires. And since Charizard wished to return home, he saw no harm in granting that wish, freeing up space for Togepi. Chapter 76. Guess what? If one were to name the most popular destination in the Kanto region for outsiders, no one would dare claim anything other than the second position for Fiery Island. This island stands as the pinnacle of Kanto's tourism development, to the extent that the profession of Pokémon trainer is not particularly esteemed by the locals. Had it not been for Ash's confirmation with Professor Oak regarding the existence of the Fiery Gym, along with the acquisition of an old photograph, he might not have ventured here at all. However, this photograph dates back a staggering 15 years, even older than Ash himself. Can we truly rely on this to locate Shaba? Gazing at the photograph in Ash's hand, Misty felt a twinge of doubt. The image depicted Professor Oak during his visit to Fiery Island, engaging in exchanges with the local research institute, culminating in a group photo. The man seated to Professor Oak's right, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, is none other than Shaba himself. Let us first visit the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy should possess considerable knowledge about the island's inhabitants. The trio squeezed through the throngs of beachgoers, traversed the bustling streets, and after much effort, finally entered the Pokémon Center. Unfortunately, at this hour, even the lobby was filled with individuals sleeping on the floor. These were visitors who, upon arriving on the island, found all hotels fully booked and were compelled to seek shelter within the Pokémon Center. It was puzzling why anyone would prefer to sleep on the streets for the sake of tourism and photography. Although they often camped outdoors, their situation was entirely different from that of these tourists riding the wave of Fiery Island's popularity, with standing space at a premium within the Pokémon Center. Any misstep could lead to collisions with others, prompting Misty and Brock to step outside and wait. By the time it was Ash's turn, the sun was nearly setting, and Joy was visibly weary, yet continued to greet each visitor with a smile. "Excuse me, do you know this Mediterranean man named Shaba from the photograph?" Ash retrieved his Pokédex, and Joy instantly recognized that he was there to challenge Shaba. So this is what Shaba looked like in his youth. I had assumed he had been bald since childhood. Joy stifled a chuckle, then picked up the phone to dial Shaba's number. After a brief wait, the call ended, and Joy informed Ash with a hint of disappointment that Shaba was currently unavailable, advising him to wait outside the Pokémon Center for his arrival. In light of this, Ash leaned against a tree, patiently awaiting the potential arrival of Shaba. As the minutes turned into hours, he unintentionally found himself waiting until 9 o'clock at night. With Misty and Brock returning, satisfied and well-fed, surely Shaba wouldn't leave him waiting. They had explicitly agreed to meet here. Misty handed Ash a few skewers of grilled berries, but he stubbornly refused to take them, remaining steadfast in his vigil. It wasn't until the late hours of the night, when the crowd had dispersed and even the Pokémon Center had dimmed its lights for closure, that an elderly man emerged from the shadows. What could be that which is cold on the head and warm on the body? The sudden appearance of this old man, who inexplicably posed a riddle to Ash, left him utterly bewildered. "Wait a moment, who are you? Guess first, and if you answer correctly, I shall reveal my identity." A glacian? Its head is encased in ice while its body is covered in fur, which should be warm. What? Shaba was momentarily taken aback, but as his mind raced, he suddenly recalled Glacian from the distant Galar region. This kid has some cleverness about him. What is that which is close at hand, yet remains unseen? You did say you would tell me who you are after I finished answering. Yet here you are, posing riddles. The Pokémon destined to be mine is right before my eyes, yet I cannot see it. I can only attack other Pokémon. How remarkable. I never anticipated that this young fellow before me possessed such extensive knowledge, capable of uncovering even this angle. Xiaobo was confounded as Xiaoji solved his riddles twice, both times yielding answers rooted in Pokémon lore, leaving Xiaobo without grounds for criticism. His responses were the open-air hot spring and islets. And now he found himself at a loss for words. That would surely invite derision. Below were swings, while above, brothers chased and played. Standing atop the worn helm of a two-headed Tyranitar, what a cunning angle. Although one could simply refer to it as a pendulum. To twist it in such a manner is indeed a crafty move. You are no ordinary child. Xiaobo suddenly realized that Xiaoji had already guessed his answer, but chose to speak of something else instead. You have seen through my disguise, haven't you? In the dead of night, lingering here and refusing to rest. Aside from Xiaobo, I know not who else would do so. Xiaobo chuckled softly, his gaze toward Xiaoji now imbued with a measure of admiration. He was indeed a clever child. The result, aside from the playful riddle banter, was that when unaware, one could speak freely, but upon realization, silence ensued. Guess what it is? It is a riddle. Indeed, it is a wig. Xiaobo interrupted Xiaoji's response, suddenly tearing off his wig and fake beard to reveal his true identity. Indeed, I am Xiaobo. From the very beginning, I have been observing you, eager to ascertain whether your approach to challenging the gym was one of amusement or earnestness. The results have genuinely astonished me. You have awaited my arrival without eating or even using the restroom. This has exceeded my expectations significantly. Xiaobo's actions stemmed from a place of necessity. Ever since the hot springs on Red Lotus Island were developed, trainers who originally came for the gym have suddenly vanished, replaced by a group of idlers who seek only entertainment. If they were merely enjoying themselves on the island, that would be acceptable. However, these individuals significantly curtailed the time serious trainers had to challenge, often dismissing battles with remarks like, "Ah, I no longer wish to fight. It is uninteresting." Such occurrences repeated time and again, leaving Xiaobo exasperated and forcing him to close the gym, while other gyms simply waited for trainers to arrive. Xiaobo now actively sought out trainers. Each day, he would come to the Pokémon Center, searching for those with a serious attitude, then engage them in conversation. "Xiaoji, I have awaited you for a long time. Come with me." After awakening Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, Xiaoji, accompanied by Pikachu and Eevee, followed Xiaobo into the forest. There, he had a lodging, and behind the residence lay the hot springs, which he had meticulously designed as a challenge arena. Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang were too fatigued and soon fell back asleep within the residence. "Pikachu, Eevee, you two may rest easy. This battle shall be handled by other Pokémon." Pikachu had initially intended to muster the strength to face the gym battle alongside Xiaoji, but upon hearing Xiaoji's reassuring words, he drifted back into a deep slumber, unable to reach Professor Oak by phone, nor could he summon Comex and others for battle. After ensuring Eevee, Pikachu, and Mini Dragon were comfortably tucked in, Xiaoji took only his fossil pterodactyl and Tauros and followed Xiaobo to the challenge arena. Chapter 77, Confrontation. Xiaobo's battleground was concealed behind the hot springs. Barely had they entered the tunnel when a wave of heat enveloped Xiaoji. Upon pushing open the grand doors, the scene inside was enough to deter a substantial number of trainers with a casual mindset. A massive battle platform was suspended above bubbling magma, tethered by 4 iron chains. With no protective railing at the edges, beneath lay the rolling lava and bubbles, occasionally sparking dangerously. Xiaoji and Xiaobo exchanged glances across the magma field, the distorted air obscuring their vision. Such a combat arena, should it be inspected by an Alliance investigator? It would be fortunate for Xiaobo if his license were merely suspended. Should one fall, the Pokémon would not fare well. Xiaoji reached out to touch an iron chain, only to have a hissing white smoke erupt from his palm. Upon inspection, his hand had begun to burn. Had it been anyone else, they would likely suffer severe burns requiring hospitalization. "This is why I choose my trainers. If you are afraid, you may forfeit now." Xiaoji remained silent, merely raising his Pokeball to project a beam of light, expressing his resolve. Fossil pterodactyl. A truly rare sight. It is known that reviving a fossil requires significant time and resources, and even after revival, the likelihood of the Pokémon obeying its trainer is slim, often leading to pursuit instead. Such a dangerous and challenging Pokémon to acquire. Even Xiaobo, well-versed in Pokémon lore, knew only a handful of trainers who possessed one. This elevated Xiaobo's assessment of Xiaoji to a new echelon. Though the fossil pterodactyl had rock-type resistance, it was still struggling to adapt to flying near the magma. Just as it attempted to land on the platform, the scorching sensation beneath its feet jolted it into the air. Even water-type Pokémon would soon find their moisture depleted here. "Xiaoji, your choice to employ a flying type was indeed wise. Ninetales, you are the one." As Ninetales emerged, the entire arena grew even more heated, its body radiating a brilliant light that dazzled the eyes. "Drought ability?" Xiaobo nodded, greatly impressed that Xiaoji deduced this so swiftly. "Indeed, even in the night and within a cave, it appears to limit the sunlight ability. However, I have long since trained Ninetales' ability to its peak. Without the sun's assistance, Ninetales shall generate its own light and warmth to serve as the sun. Under sunny conditions, fire type moves CA1. 5 times increase in power. while water-type moves are halved. However, those are under normal circumstances. Here, suspended above magma, with the arena providing additional benefits, it would likely become even more challenging. Moreover, being in a cave, the fossil pterodactyl would find it difficult to employ a kite-flying strategy with the pressure of the battlefield. Faced with numerous obstacles, Xiaoji needed to devise a new method to secure victory. Since you will not make a move, I shall not hold back. Ninetales, use Will-O-Wisp. Xiaobo wasted no time, launching into an unorthodox debuff strategy. Blow away. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings furiously, managing to control the flames in midair with the force of its wind before the Will-O-Wisp could reach Ninetales. Despite Ninetales' attempts to draw the flames closer using telekinesis, no progress was made, and ultimately, it had to retreat back into its ball, forced to swap out. To suppress Ninetales' fire control with merely the move Blow Away left Xiaobo utterly astonished. Level 50 or above. Without a doubt, after years of research, I can accurately assess Pokémon levels. Xiaobo frowned, initially believing that a 10-year-old boy could tame a fossil pterodactyl was the limit. He never expected it to be at such a high level. Level 60. Right from the start, this Pokémon surpassed the levels of all Xiaoji's Pokémon. Had it not been for Xiaoji's suppression, it would have already caused chaos. At last, Xiaobo's anxious heart found some solace. At level 60, he brought forth his Ninetales and the forcibly summoned Rampardos, both at a mere level 40. Merely intended for training novice trainers. It was a hasty decision, and he had no time to spare. The situation being what it was, he could only attempt once more. Rampardos, use Rock Slide. The steel wing sent it hurtling away. Surrounding them, the searing rock walls erupted with massive boulders, each steaming with heat, relentlessly hurtling towards the Aerodactyl. Undeterred by such onslaught, the Aerodactyl shimmered with a metallic sheen, its claws at the wing tips as formidable as steel. With a powerful flap, the Aerodactyl dove down, casting aside the boulders behind and barreling towards Rampardos. Do not fear, use Reckless Charge. Evade him. Hearing Xiaobo's command, Ash swiftly directed Aerodactyl to evade. The Aerodactyl, unwilling to defy, quickly lifted its head before descending, utilizing the ground's reaction force to maximize the distance. Rampardos missed its strike, and the Reckless Charge did not trigger successfully. Initially intending to withstand the steel wing and counterattack Aerodactyl, Ash's strategy thwarted Xiaobo's plans. Xiaobo had no choice but to have Rampardos use Rock Slide again to force Aerodactyl down to engage. Yet Ash offered no chance, preferring to conserve Rampardos for later. With a gust, Rampardos had hardly showcased its prowess before being compelled to switch with Ninetales. A troublesome opponent indeed. Xiaobo realized that Ash was not the type to be swept away by fervor like other children. His moves were calculated, avoiding brute force. Faced with such an adversary, frustration simmered within. Ninetales, use Overheat. Without allowing the pressure to delay Aerodactyl, Xiaobo resolved to unleash Ninetales' most potent fire-type move. In an instant, the air within the cavern grew scorching, magma bubbling ominously, the ground trembling beneath. Ash's clothing began to ignite from the bottom up despite the absence of an open flame, compelling him to remove his protective gear. Spike's attack. Since Xiaobo intended to gamble his life against Ash's, Ash could not afford to remain passive. Countless spikes jutted from the ceiling, hurtling towards Ninetales, but scarcely nearing, they were deflected by Ninetales, ultimately surrounding it without inflicting substantial damage. Nevertheless, this action effectively delayed Ninetales' casting of Overheat. Do not stop, continue. Aerodactyl propelled spikes towards Ninetales, yet it had already gathered its full strength. A piercing howl echoed through the cavern as all of Ninetales' fire energy erupted violently, enveloping the entire cavern in a fierce blaze. The spikes exploded, scattering debris everywhere, the arena trembling precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Aerodactyl could not evade, engulfed by the inferno, and hurled against the rock wall. Yet even so, Ninetales endeavored to control the flames, preventing them from scorching Ash and Xiaobo at the command platform. As the flames subsided, Ninetales stood panting on the platform, while a weakened Aerodactyl lay before it. Just moments ago, it had nearly been cast into the magma by the force of the explosion. Had it not been for Ninetales' honorable use of its psychic abilities to rescue it, it would have faced a grim fate. This near-perfect synchronization of timing and circumstances regarding Overheat opened Ash's eyes, granting him a newfound appreciation for fire-type moves. Can you still battle? Upon hearing Ash's inquiry, Aerodactyl struggled to raise its wings, fighting valiantly, ultimately managing to take flight once more. The gap in levels still afforded Aerodactyl commendable resilience, yet its stamina was waning. You've done splendidly. Return for now. Ash had no intention of allowing Aerodactyl to persist in its struggle, knowing that even a one-for-one exchange with the half-weakened Ninetales would not be in his favor. After ensuring it regained some energy, Ash summoned his final Pokémon, Tauros. Chapter 78, The Wrathful Charge. As Tauros touched down, it was immediately scorched by the boiling ground, leaping about as if performing a tap dance, its hooves nearly seared. If this continued, Tauros would perish before even engaging in battle. It was imperative to conclude swiftly. Tauros, use Earthquake. Witnessing Tauros rampaging across the field, Xiaobo grew anxious. Such destruction could lead to a collapse sooner or later. Ninetales, use Psychic to control him. Ninetales, straining its weary form, emitted a shimmering pink aura from its eyes, its 9 tails rising in unison, exerting every ounce of strength to restrain the source of the impending disaster. Tauros found itself ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized in place, unable to budge an inch. However, the toll of overheat was immense. Ninetales could not fully maintain its grip on Tauros. The two struggled, neither willing to relent. After nearly a minute of stalemate, Ninetales ultimately relinquished its hold on Tauros, the psychic force dissipating, allowing Tauros to unleash the pent-up energy and fury within. With a ferocious roar, Tauros trampled the ground in a frenzy. The floating arena was particularly conducive to the earthquake, confining the damage within. At the epicenter, Ninetales attempted to leap away but was caught off guard, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Ninetales had truly exhausted itself, nearly trading blows with the high-level Aerodactyl, and almost withstanding Tauros' earthquake. Though Tauros claimed victory over Ninetales, the next Rampardos would prove to be a formidable challenge. As a physical tank, Rampardos possessed a type advantage over Tauros' normal type, yet this did not signify that Ash was without recourse. Tauros, type, normal, ability, Anger Point, moves, Revenge, Pursuit, Zen Headbutt, Earthquake, Takedown. Ash's Tauros was uniquely distinctive in its ability. Compared to Intimidate, Anger Point was a rather obscure trait. Anger Point, when a critical hit lands, it unleashes a furious rampage, elevating its attack power to the maximum. The necessity of landing a critical hit made it a daunting challenge for trainers, as one wrong move could lead to a Pokémon becoming uncontrollable in its fury, potentially inflicting harm upon its trainer. Such a high level of difficulty deterred many trainers, who opted for the simpler Intimidate ability. Yet who was Ash? Even in its rage, Tauros was but a futile fury against Ash. Therefore, alongside Tauros, after numerous training sessions, they successfully discovered and mastered the optimal trigger mechanism for the Anger Point ability. Tauros, use Takedown. Block him, use Rock Slide. Countless boulders rained down from above, cascading down and encircling Tauros, trapping it. Undeterred, Tauros summoned its full might to charge, its horns creating sparks as they scraped against the boulders, toppling them one after another. Initially, it seemed that Tauros would eventually tire and falter, yet the tenacity it displayed was genuinely remarkable. Not only did its strength not wane with time, but its speed also quickened, its eyes turning a fierce crimson. The mounting evidence left Xiaobo feeling an ominous dread. He found himself uncertain, but there was no other explanation. As Kintoro actively triggered his anger points, combined with the self-sacrificial charge that Xiaoji had just mentioned, it was likely that, even without the hindrance of Rock Slide, he would have utilized recoil to initiate an attack. Such an absurd occurrence has now genuinely manifested for Kintoro, prompting Shabu to express admiration for both Xiaoji and Kintoro's training efforts. The fusion of 99 diligence with a mere one of inspiration indeed makes Xiaoji's training approach quite intriguing. Could this method be widely adopted? With the situation unfolding as it did, Shabu found solace and began discussing matters beyond combat with Xiaoji. However, controlling one's anger is crucial. In most triggering scenarios, Kintoro tends to lose rationality, transforming into a rampaging beast. This implies that mere daily training poses substantial challenges, with exorbitant training costs making it even more unattainable for the average person, especially trainers in urban areas. A single misstep could lead to incarceration and damages. Observing Kintoro triumph over various obstacles and confront the Rhyhorn, Shabu refrained from further inquiries and focused on the battle. Rhyhorn, use Horn Drill. The self-sacrificial charge sent him hurtling into the air. The sound of friction echoed ominously, akin to a drill, as Rhyhorn bent low, seizing Kintoro's horns. It attempted to force him down. Yet, Kintoro, in a frenzied state, exhibited no fear of resistance. His hooves struck the ground with a pitiful cry, while his thrice tails were trapped between his hindquarters, swaying no more, and his head bobbed left and right, rendering Rhyhorn ineffective in its control. In a mere 3 seconds, Rhyhorn felt the ground beneath him give way, As immense power surged forth, Kintoro effortlessly flung Rhyhorn aside, sending it crashing against the rocky wall. As Rhyhorn teetered on the brink of falling into the lava, Shabu hastily recalled him. At that moment, the chains surrounding the arena emitted a mournful cry, and the rocks tethered above began to dislodge, teetering precariously. Oblivious to the deteriorating environment, Kintoro continued his rampage, releasing his pent-up energy against the ground, causing the already fractured terrain to tremble violently. Kintoro, snap out of it, Xiaoji observed, realizing that the creature had yet to regain control, his tone growing more urgent. Kintoro, meant to be oblivious to the external world, found Xiaoji's voice resonating like thunder in his mind. In an instant, he recalled Xiaoji's imposing image from training, awakening him from his stupor and prompting him to obediently trot back to Xiaoji's pokeball. As the battlefield succumbed to the encroaching lava, with only a few corners remaining exposed, Shabu felt no surprise at the destruction. Rather, he reflected on the battle, contemplating his misjudgments and how he might choose differently if given another chance. It's fine. After enduring such wear, these chains will need to be replaced regardless of any damage. Though regretful, Shabu bore no resentment, nor did he demand compensation from Xiaoji. We can always rebuild. With Pokémon at hand, costs are not a pressing concern. This is the Red Lotus badge you rightfully earned. Do you intend to pursue the final badge next? Shabu retrieved the badge from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoji. Yes, I plan to follow the route to Red Lotus Island, heading to Mossera Town. That's where I live. I aim to visit Evergreen City. Upon hearing Xiaoji's destination, Shabu's smile vanished instantly. Are you going to seek out Sakaki? He is not someone easy to engage with. Are you truly prepared? Shabu shared his insights about Sakaki with Xiaoji. Sakaki, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, is known for his reticence and enigmatic persona among all gym leaders. Past records reveal little useful information, as if deliberately obscured. However, Shabu had crossed paths with him and held vivid memories. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Rhyhorn, Sandshrew, and Kangaskhan. Chapter 79, Returning to Mossera Town. Is it possible? May we visit your home? Xiaoxia's excitement mingled with apprehension. She was genuinely curious about the environment that shaped Xiaoji into who he is today. Don't worry, my mother is quite accommodating and won't send you away. Plus going to Mossera Town is on the way. Xiaoji had not returned home in quite some time, typically only catching glimpses of his family through video calls. It was high time he returned to rest. Sailing north from Red Lotus Island, they soon reached the port near Mossera Town. After walking a few kilometers, the familiar sights of Mossera Town came into view, evoking an inexplicable sense of joy in Xiaoji, his smile unable to be concealed. This is my hometown, Mossera Town. Though not large, it is beautiful. This river is where I practiced swimming as a child. I often played here, building dams and water wheels. Xiaoji enthusiastically introduced various landmarks to Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, transforming mundane spots into grand attractions through his vivid storytelling. As they traversed the natural landscapes, their eyes were drawn to Professor Okito's research laboratory perched atop a hill, with a Charizard soaring freely above. Xiaoji, look there. Isn't that your Charizard? Following Xiaoxia's pointing finger, Xiaoji noticed the Charizard above, but he paid little heed to its display of bravado, merely instructing his Aerodactyl to fetch it. Upon seeing his familiar rival, Charizard was overjoyed and prepared to engage in another fierce rivalry, but Aerodactyl, disinterested in the tussle, pointed insistently downward, signaling that Xiaoji had returned. Charizard glanced down, a wave of anxiety washing over it, and promptly dove down to stand before Xiaoji, now docile, with wings drooping. Have you caused any trouble for the townspeople since returning? Xiaoji inquired, to which Charizard quickly shook its head in denial. It had behaved impeccably, soaring only in uninhabited forests and the research facility, never bothering the townsfolk. And what about Professor Okito? Charizard scratched its head, visibly embarrassed. If we're counting that, we've all been a nuisance to Professor Okito. If there's punishment, it should be collective, not just for me. Never mind. Just bring them along to my house. I'd like to properly introduce you to my mother. Charizard then breathed a sigh of relief, leisurely soaring back toward the research facility. Xiaoji's home was modest, with flower beds cultivated by his mother lining the fence. The backyard was a carefully cleared area designated for Xiaoji's Pokémon. Though small, it featured a little pond, a small hill, and even 2 orange trees, all thoughtfully arranged. So meticulous was the layout that Xiaoji would never allow larger Pokémon to reside there, fearing they would disrupt the local feng shui. At most, Pikachu, EVE Dragonair, and the yet-to-be-born Togepi were permitted to stay. Creatures like Aerodactyl and Kintoro were unequivocally unwelcome. Truly, as expected of the esteemed Pikachu, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Eevee heartily praised Pikachu's cleverness, secretly vowing never to evolve to avoid the risk of growing too large and being forced to relocate. Please, have a seat. After such a long journey, I imagine you must be hungry. I'll prepare some food right away. After serving Xiaoxia and Xiaojing some snacks, Xiaoji's mother returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xiaojing felt somewhat out of his element. He was typically the one preparing food for others. He couldn't bear the thought of causing any inconvenience to Ash's mother, so he joined Huazi in the kitchen to assist with the cooking. Upon learning that Xiaojing was Ash's personal chef for his journey, Huazi was immensely pleased and eagerly shared recipes for Ash's favorite dishes. Xiaoxia, unable to remain idle, decided to join Ash outside while he awaited the arrival of Pokémon in the backyard. In the open air, Charizard had brought all the Pokémon except for the spiky Rockruff and Kabutops. The two fossil Pokémon were not particularly familiar with Ash, but rather had a closer relationship with Professor Oak, who had been studying them. Ash, taking advantage of the situation, transferred them to Professor Oak, who was profoundly touched and regarded them as a gift from Ash, even expressing his intention to present Ash with a grand gift in return, though Ash was indifferent to such gestures. Thus far, the Pokémon in Ash's possession included Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Eevee, Chimchar, Tauros, Dratini, and Aerodactyl, with Togepi still in its egg, serving as a prospective member. In this rather formal gathering, Pikachu and Eevee obediently lined up, awaiting Ash's command. Don't be so tense. I merely called you over for the sake of convenience regarding our subsequent arrangements, Ash reassured them, urging them to relax and not behave like they were in military training. After Ash spoke, the other Pokémon turned to Pikachu, their chief disciple, and mimicked his actions. Seeing Pikachu sprawled on the ground without a care, they all followed suit, resulting in utter chaos as the Pokémon piled atop one another, much to Ash's dismay. Have I been too strict with you? Can you not even sit down and rest properly? At that critical moment, Ash stepped in to separate them, guiding them on how to sit correctly in formation. At ease, stand at attention. Look right, align, forward, look ahead. Remember who your companions are on either side. This will be your order moving forward. Perhaps due to Ash's usual training methods, they preferred the structure over a disorganized sense of freedom. Professor Oak had previously shared some insights with me regarding your behavior at the Research Institute, where certain Pokémon formed factions, causing divisions. I shan't specify who, as I trust you are all aware. Those in the know instinctively glanced at Squirtle, prompting him to retract his head in embarrassment. Enough of the rivalries. Don't even think of seeking revenge against Professor Oak. While at the Research Institute, behave yourselves and interact normally with the other Pokémon, avoiding any physical confrontations. Additionally, this is my home, and it is your second home as well. Do not trouble my mother here. If you wish to eat, there are plenty of berries on the mountain. Do not deplete the food supplies at home. If you wish to stir things up, go to the mountains, which is also Pikachu's hometown. Over the next few days, I will have Pikachu accompany you, and you can discuss any specific issues with him. One more thing. I intend to challenge the Evergreen Gym soon, and it may prove quite challenging. Over the next few days, I will be training you rigorously, selecting the strongest among you to join me in the challenge. The other Pokémon were less concerned about this, as Squirtle had long since devised plans regarding the relocation, even securing multiple locations, including caves in the mountains, for backup. However, the prospect of determining the strongest among them was something they were eager to contest. After all, one's pride must not be taken lightly. After a hearty meal, Ash led his Pokémon, along with Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, to the Maiachai Mountain near Jinshin Town for training. This is a place I often hiked during my childhood. At night, one can gaze upon the panoramic view of Jinshin Town from here. Although it lacks the vibrant neon scenery, it is equally beautiful. Under Professor Oak's stewardship, not only was the Research Institute meticulously managed, but even Jinshin Town and its surrounding rivers and mountains had become poetic in nature. According to Professor Oak himself, a conducive environment enhances the comfort of Pokémon, as they can resist the presence of trainers if the environment is unsatisfactory. How magnificent! This seems to be a natural habitat tailor-made for rock-type Pokémon. Xiaojing observed the nearby rocks as he climbed, suddenly realizing that this area was more suitable for rock types than his home in Deep Gray City. Come forth, Onyx and Geodude. In an unusual turn, Xiaojing called them out during a non-meal time. This was not surprising, considering that a colony of onyxes resided nearby, all notably robust. Pikachu, do you sense the ground shaking? Eevee, weary from running, was about to sneak in a moment of rest while the three conversed, but just as he settled down, he heard a rumbling beneath him, reminiscent of a subway train passing by. Is there? Pikachu halted, lying down to listen closely. Upon hearing the vibrations, Pikachu immediately became alert and shouted to Ash, indicating that something was amiss. Suddenly, With a thunderous crack, the mountain ahead erupted, revealing an enormous onyx before the trio. Xiaojing's onyx would have to be renamed Small Onyx in comparison. Measuring nearly 20 meters in length, its body, formed of massive boulders, cast a shadow over them. The distinct cross scar on its face signaled its ferocity. Without Ash needing to intervene, Pikachu commanded the assembled Pokémon to attack the onyx. The creature had scarcely begun to assert its dominance before being overwhelmed in mere seconds. I nearly had a heart attack. I thought we were about to be assaulted by a formidable foe. Eevee leaped onto the onyx's head, delivering a few firm stomps. Although he had merely utilized his skill to assist, the majority of the damage originated from Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Get down. It's dangerous up there. Pikachu, not daring to be complacent, approached the onyx and listened intently to its breathing, quickly discerning that its weak breaths were recovering rapidly. It was merely resting, not defeated. Just as Eevee prepared to jump down, the onyx raised its head, lifting Eevee high into the air like a ladder. Charizard. At Pikachu's command, Charizard was poised to provide assistance, but Ash was quicker. He scaled the rocky wall with a few swift steps, catching Eevee before delivering a flying kick to the onyx. While it could withstand the attacks from the preceding Pokémon, this strike landed squarely, leaving the onyx unable to retaliate as it collapsed before them. Ash, now is your chance. Capture it. Xiaojing urged Ash, eager not to let the opportunity slip by. However, Ash did not produce a Pokeball. After setting Eevee down, he reached out to touch the onyx's face, using his psychic abilities to sense the changes within its body. In that brief moment of contact, he felt 2 heartbeats, 2 lives residing within the onyx, an impossibility. Through a comprehensive psychic scan, Ash soon discovered a Pokémon lodge between the onyx's vital points, a hidden Diglett, its spikes raised in fear. The more the onyx opened up, the more discomfort it felt. The greater its discomfort, the tighter it clamped down, and the more fearful the Sandshrew became, prompting it to open wider. It was a vicious cycle. Ash swiftly pulled the Sandshrew out, fortunate to have discovered it in time. Otherwise, it could have truly perished within. With a mournful cry, the onyx was jolted awake by the sudden extraction of the Sandshrew. Don't move, just lie still. Brock, do you have any medicine? Unlike the fiery Monferno, the onyx was more compliant, lying patiently on the ground awaiting Ash's assistance after being warned. Due to its enormous size, Ash summoned Brock to lend a hand. Although Brock was well acquainted with the onyx's anatomy, he was still taken aback upon examining it. Given its density, each segment of rock was nearly solid, and its total weight must have exceeded that of the average onyx by at least 3-fold. This revelation piqued Brock's curiosity about the environment, even leading him to consider settling on the mountain for the purpose of nurturing his rock-type Pokémon. Thanks to Ash and Brock's care, the onyx enjoyed a rare moment of peaceful rest, inadvertently dozing off. When it awoke again, the sun was nearly setting, and the trio had vanished. For some inexplicable reason, the onyx felt a twinge of disappointment, but nonetheless slithered back into its cave. Upon peering out again, it was pleasantly surprised to find that the 3 had not departed. Instead, they were gathered in a basin, preparing a meal over a fire. The moment they spotted the onyx, Ash's Pokémon sprang to attention, blocking its approach. It was not out of hostility. Rather, the onyx's sheer size meant that its presence could only invite trouble. Unfazed by their scrutiny, the onyx showed no signs of retreat, having eliminated the root of its ailment. It was more than ready for another bout. Sit down. We just finished training and are about to eat. Would you like to join us? As soon as Ash spoke, the Pokémon obediently settled down, though their eyes couldn't help but glance at the onyx. The onyx was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, having never encountered such a scene before. However, Brock had already placed the food designated for the onyx before it. To remain silent now would be impolite. Though night had fallen, Ash remained vigilant, orchestrating battles among his Pokémon illuminated by the flickering firelight. Charizard faced off against Aerodactyl in an aerial duel. Pikachu partnered with Eevee in a friendly contest. Tauros clashed with Bulbasaur in a ground battle, and Infernape squared off against Squirtle in a bipedal match. For battles unfolded simultaneously before Ash, who deftly strategized while countering his own tactics, his mind racing faster than ever. The onyx watched in rapt attention. Usually accustomed to bullying smaller Pokémon with its size, yet here were diminutive creatures displaying formidable strength and skill, their clashes captivating its gaze. Noticing the onyx's intrigue, Ash invited it to join in as a sparring partner. Would you like to have a match? The onyx responded with a roar, accepting Ash's invitation. All right, then Mini Dragon. You will be Onyx's opponent. The Mini Dragon, previously lounging nearby and enjoying the spectacle, glanced between Ash and the onyx, taken aback by the disparity in their sizes. A question mark formed in its mind. Am I really going to battle the Onyx? Chapter 81. The Mini-Dragon's First Battle. In an instant, all Pokémon engaged in training froze, turning their gazes towards Mini-Dragon, their eyes filled with sympathy and concern. At last, it seemed that the time for the Mini-Dragon's rigorous training had come. Pikachu and Eevee, who had always been protective of this young one, exchanged worried glances before rushing to Ash. No. If we're going to battle the Onyx, let me do it. I'm the one who specializes in battling Onyxes. Pikachu stood before Ash, attempting to sacrifice itself to shield Mini-Dragon from the fight. If Pikachu is saying that, then I can do it too. I can battle the Onyx. Eevee chimed in, bouncing beside Pikachu, eager to take on the challenge. Yet, Ash shook his head, turning down their offers and insisting that Mini-Dragon would take the stage. No need for further discussion. I know what I'm doing. Besides, Mini-Dragon is more than capable of battling. Pikachu and Eevee exchanged glances with Mini-Dragon, only to find the young one's eyes alight with fierce determination. Its dragon spirit was igniting. The seniors are all giving their best. What reason do I have to hide behind? With that, Pikachu had nothing more to say, and alongside Eevee, they offered their encouragement to Mini-Dragon. A serpentine showdown between Mini-Dragon and Onyx commenced under the watchful eyes of the gathered Pokémon. Be careful, Mini-Dragon. Don't get hurt. Watch out for falling rocks and the Onyx's charges. Misty cheered from the sidelines, rooting for the adorable Mini-Dragon. Brock stood beside Mini-Dragon, already prepared with healing supplies, ready to rush in as soon as the battle concluded. Not just the two of them, but all the Pokémon present were skeptical of Mini-Dragon's chances. Charizard and Aerodactyl had grown disinterested, soaring higher to continue their own battle, considering the outcome to be a foregone conclusion. Ash and Mini-Dragon positioned themselves at the center of the basin, while Onyx slowly slithered along the rock wall, each of its movements causing small rocks to tumble down. Even a slight brush against it felt akin to a minor earthquake. Mini-Dragon attempted to mimic Onyx's form, but due to its shorter stature, could only manage a poor imitation. First, summon the rain to cover the field. Mini-Dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering a water sphere that steadily grew larger before releasing it skyward with a mighty roar. In an instant, dark clouds churned above, and within moments, scattered raindrops began to fall. Although summoning rain in the game only took 5 turns, in reality, it was not bound by turns, but rather by the strength of the user. The longest Mini-Dragon could manage was merely 1 minute, which was insufficient for a full battle, yet it represented its current limit. The raindrops splattered against Onyx, yet they brought it no discomfort, as it contemplated whether to take action or allow Mini-Dragon a chance. Ash's next command rang out. Mini-Dragon, go in swiftly. Use quick attack. Without hesitation, Mini-Dragon darted across the damp earth, akin to a slippery eel, soon becoming drenched in mud. However, this camouflage caused Onyx's lofty gaze to lose its target, as Mini-Dragon's speed surpassed its field of vision. At last, Onyx decided to make its move, raising its massive tail to cast a shadow over the battlefield, sweeping from the outside in, plowing through the earth with its sheer size. Mini-Dragon skillfully maneuvered through the gaps in Onyx's segmented body, finding an excellent opportunity to evade. The Mini-Dragon rolled in the mud, using its tail tip to hook onto the seams, leveraging its strength to swing its entire body to evade the sweeping attack, while simultaneously climbing onto the back of the Onyx. Such an extreme maneuver made Xiaoxia's heart plummet. In such a perilous battle, even the slightest touch could lead to elimination, which was indeed daunting. Ash displayed an intimate understanding of Mini-Dragon's agility, showing no surprise. This was a prime opportunity. He commanded the dragon to coil its tail to gather rainwater and unleash a water tail. Mini-Dragon's tail arched high, undulating in the air like a rattlesnake, swirling and stirring the stagnant muddy water and rain. The murky liquid clung to Mini-Dragon's tail, and as it struck down heavily, the expression on Onyx's face finally shifted. Though it did not inflict pain, the counterattack from Mini-Dragon brought it a sense of humiliation. Onyx raised its tail and then forcefully slammed it against the adjacent rock wall. In an instant, the wall crumbled, and countless fragments rained down towards its tail. Mini-Dragon had no choice but to rely on its superior speed to swiftly ascend along Onyx's body. Using Water Pulse, it capitalized on the recoil to make a rapid escape. Mini-Dragon immediately halted its frantic retreat, maintaining composure as it gathered a water sphere. As anticipated by Ash, Onyx turned back, opening its massive jaws to charge at Mini-Dragon with relentless force. The water sphere detonated, creating a barrier between Onyx and Mini-Dragon, forcing Onyx to endure a chilling shower, which greatly displeased it. Just as Mini-Dragon regained its footing, the breath of Onyx loomed behind it. A green dragon breath, approximately 1 meter in diameter, erupted from Onyx's mouth, causing even the rain to retreat in fear of its might. Continuing to move at high speed to evade, Mini Dragon darted away for a full 10 seconds as Onyx's breath persisted. Those 10 seconds were fraught with peril. The dragon breath grazed past it, leaving one side of Mini Dragon tingling. With such a breath, Onyx could unleash it again with merely a single exhale, as the skill's wind-up was exceedingly brief. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed, and the rain ceased. In an instant, Onyx's dragon breath was unleashed once more, enveloping the arena in clouds of dust and debris. Mini Dragon quickly darted to Onyx's blind spot, positioning itself directly beneath it. Ash observed closely and identified Onyx's attack blind spot. Despite being called a snake, its stone body rendered it incapable of the agile head movements typical of serpents. Once it lowered its head, it would become ensnared by its own rocky form, and particularly, this Onyx was even larger than usual. In a matter of steps, Mini Dragon circled around the dragon breath, and sure enough, as the angle shifted, Onyx's jaw collided with its neck, forcing the dragon breath to cease. However, Onyx was not one to relent in its assault. Without hesitation, it relaxed its body and collapsed onto the ground, faced with the overwhelming shadow descending upon it. Mini Dragon swiftly transformed its form, wedging itself between Onyx's neck and jaw, and executed a spin, swimming to the top of Onyx's head. Just like that. It was time to unleash my original battle strategy and deliver a powerful tail strike to its head. Pikachu, witnessing the scene, joyfully shouted from the sidelines, causing Brock's Onyx to feel quite embarrassed. What a terrible timing to bring up the previous discomfort. How shameless of me. Chapter 82, The Base of Mount Mayacha. Mini Dragon unleashed all its power, striking towards Onyx's head, and upon contact, a crack erupted atop Onyx's head. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, Onyx violently shook its head, attempting to toss Mini Dragon off, but Mini Dragon clung tightly to the sharp edges of Onyx's head, remaining steadfast against the tumult. In desperation, Onyx resorted to ramming its head into the ground. Mini Dragon swiftly maneuvered into the junction between Onyx's head and body, executing Water Tail repetitively. This exploitative tactic left Onyx utterly unable to retaliate. Despite being at a disadvantage, victory eluded them. Hurry, pull out, don't go any deeper. Onyx felt as if a cockroach had infiltrated its body, desperately trying to capture it, but failing miserably, inducing immense frustration. After 3 minutes of futile struggle, Onyx had no choice but to plead with Ash to cease the assault. Surrender was the only option. Should it continue, it might very well lose its life. Ash had initially been reluctant to employ this tactic, as it was suitable for battling colossal Pokémon beyond common sense, and against regular Pokémon. It would yield minimal effect, and could easily backfire. Yet, it proved effective, granting Mini Dragon a substantial experience boost, albeit still distant from evolution. Once Mini Dragon was recalled, Onyx finally had the chance to rest, sprawled defenseless before Ash. Shall we continue battling? I have many suitable opponents here. Onyx glanced past Ash's Pokémon, measuring their sizes and realizing that most could easily enter and exit its body like a public restroom. Only a few were unsuitable, and the thought was utterly repulsive. Onyx promptly shook its head, rejecting Ash's proposal. The complexities of urban battles had left this wilderness-dwelling Onyx profoundly astonished. Well then, would you like to join my team? I can teach you strategies that suit you. Onyx genuinely respected Ash and readily accepted the offer. Ash, not acting recklessly, returned to the research lab the following day to communicate with Professor Oak first. Professor Oak was equally taken aback by Onyx's enormous size. It seemed the research facility's backyard would require expansion. Should they acquire more oversized special Pokémon, it would be quite challenging to accommodate them. Can I send him back home? It seems more suitable for him to reside in Mount Mayacha than in town. Mount Mayacha? Professor Oak mused, recalling a place among the mountains near Pallet Town. Is that where Onyx hails from? It seems Mount Mayacha is indeed a fitting habitat for Pokémon. Professor Oak stroked his chin, proposing the establishment of a small observation station there. He planned to relocate most suitable Pokémon to that area for observation and to study how the environment affects the size variations of Pokémon. Besides Onyx, would Rhydon grow larger? Would Geodude increase in size? What about Larvitar or Cacnea? Although the sudden influx of tasks had made things considerably busier, Professor Oak was unfazed. He yearned to research and learn as much as possible within the limited time. Resolute, Professor Oak followed Ash up the mountain. Though the journey proved far more arduous than he had anticipated, by the time they reached halfway up the slope, he was already lamenting his aging body. Dragonite, I need your assistance. Professor Oak retrieved Dragonite's Pokeball from his pocket, and with a flash of light, a Dragonite nearly 3 meters tall appeared before them. This is my partner, Dragonite. Ash, I recall you have a flying-type Pokémon as well. Why not give it a try? Ash nodded and summoned his Aerodactyl. Compared to Aerodactyl, Charizard was still rather small. Professor Oak had long wished to observe Aerodactyl closely, and this was finally his chance. Let us ascend the mountain first. Ash intercepted Professor Oak and reminded him. Although unspoken, it was evident that the fossil pterodactyl was particularly intrigued by the fastest flying Pokémon in the world beside it. Without needing Ash's prompt, it took off at an astonishing speed toward their destination. Dragonite, on the other hand, did not share the same seriousness as the fossil pterodactyl. After all, it was carrying an elderly man on its back, so a slower pace was inconsequential. However, the fossil pterodactyl was truly overstepping its bounds, showing little regard for Dragonite. After promptly setting Professor Oak down, Dragonite approached the fossil pterodactyl and called out to it. The details of how the two dragons would compete behind them, and how Charizard would perceive the spectacle, remained unclear to both Professor Oak and Ash. They only knew that on their return, it was the leisurely Dragonite dragging the exhausted fossil pterodactyl back, with Charizard following in a state of astonishment. Professor Oak, what kind of observation station are you planning to build? A wooden cabin, or perhaps a dugout? Ash expressed his eagerness to assist Professor Oak in the construction. Considering that Onix would eventually reside there, along with Ash's other Pokémon who would be moving to the new location, particularly the larger ones. Either option is fine, but it would be preferable to build several. After surveying the vicinity, Professor Oak identified numerous prime sites as potential capitals. Ash had no objections and quickly mobilized all his Pokémon to contribute to the construction of the new base. Among them, Squirtle was the most industrious, having been dissatisfied with the dilapidated structures he had built in the lab. Now, with Ash personally overseeing the planning and the scale being far grander, he was the first to lend his support. The most efficient worker, however, was Steelix, the shield tunnler, who excavated with unparalleled speed, swiftly creating suitable caverns for storage and habitation, and even assisting in transporting goods uphill, exemplifying the very essence of hard labor. Amidst the bustling activity, Ash took the opportunity to inquire about Steelix's evolution with Professor Oak. Professor, if I recall correctly, Steelix evolves into Steelix by first applying a metallic membrane all over its body, followed by a communication evolution, right? Given Steelix's extraordinary size, might this affect its evolution? After measuring several times, Professor Oak tentatively concluded that there would be no issues, but the required metallic membrane might be significantly greater than that needed for other Pokémon. If a typical Steelix needed just a vial of the membrane, this one would require a whole barrel. Ash felt relieved by this revelation. The extra effort of purchasing more was trivial in comparison. Professor, what are your thoughts on the Evergreen Gym? Ash questioned. Professor Oak blinked and pondered over the matter of the Evergreen Gym, admitting that he hadn't paid attention to the outside gyms in quite some time, primarily focusing on research activities or participating in campus lectures. My grandson, Gary, should know. You might want to ask him. Chapter 83, Mutuo. Are you certain you want to visit the Evergreen Gym, Ash? Professor Oak was uncertain, but his grandson Gary had ventured there once. However, that single visit had nearly left Gary with lasting psychological trauma. The Pokémon encountered there was one that was not recorded in the Pokédex, a brand new Pokémon that had not been reported to the League. Furthermore, this Pokémon was incredibly powerful, no matter how many Pokémon were sent against it. They could not withstand its might. Ash, I do not recommend you attempt this. You should refrain from trying for a while. If you lack badges, I can spare you a few, as I have collected quite a number along my journey. Gary, wishing to dissuade him, even generously offered badges. Yet Ash declined, and upon confirming that the Evergreen Gym had reopened, he decided to pay a visit after training his Pokémon for a week. While Ash's memories of other experiences were vague, the mysterious Pokémon was vividly etched in his mind, the one that ranked at the bottom of the mega battles in the game, yet held a perfect popularity score alongside Pikachu and Charizard, Mutuo. Compared to Giovanni and Team Rocket, Ash found Mutuo far more intriguing. Recently, the Evergreen Gym had seen a surge of trainers coming to challenge it, drawn by rumors of an unseen Pokémon, eager to witness its prowess. Yet, all these challengers were invariably defeated, with their battle data being collected to enrich Mutuo's database. With each successive victory, Mutuo grew increasingly disenchanted with battle. Is my existence merely to engage in such tedious endeavors? Mutuo gazed at Giovanni from behind its metallic shell, questioning the very essence of its being. Giovanni, seemingly amused by Mutuo's inquiry, responded, "You are a Pokémon created by Team Rocket. Your purpose is undoubtedly to fight for humanity, and thus, your existence is to serve me." Mutuo fell silent for a moment before inquiring again, "What is it that you wish to achieve?" "To amass wealth, to restore Team Rocket to greatness, and ultimately to dominate this world. Giovanni articulated his intentions bluntly, perhaps recognizing that Mutwo, still a nascent being, was naive to the complexities of the world. Therefore, my purpose is to assist you in your quest for world domination. And what is the significance of world domination? To be able to govern your own fate freely, to satisfy inner desires, to fulfill the desires of humanity, and to satiate my own desires. Your existence serves no other purpose. Do not question further. Giovanni, growing weary of Mutwo's relentless inquiries, exited the dimly lit basement that housed the Pokémon. As the last rays of light faded, the basement was plunged back into darkness. Mutwo, filled with confusion, found no answers from Giovanni, only further frustration. To dominate the world means to freely govern my own fate, but why should I serve Giovanni's aspirations? Giovanni's response did not satisfy Mutwo, and the more it pondered, the more agitated it became, even causing the restraints of its metallic shell to tremble, threatening to shatter at any moment. Suddenly, a vision of Giovanni flashed before Mutwo. Mutwo, it is time for you to battle. After you dispatch his Pokémon, eliminate this individual. With that, Giovanni's image was accompanied by footage from the Evergreen Gym's surveillance, revealing Ash. Mutwo did not recognize Ash and had no concept of murder. It merely brushed off Giovanni's commands and returned to contemplating its existence. Yet soon, another message from Giovanni arrived, urging Mutwo to hurry and deal with Ash. Having engaged in numerous battles previously, many lasting around 10 minutes, Mutwo was taken aback by Giovanni's insistence to emerge so soon this time. Less than a minute into the confrontation, inside the Evergreen Gym, the battlefield was in disarray. The colossal Steelix occupied a substantial portion of the arena, causing tremors with every movement. Giovanni's Pokémon, prepared for Ash, were utterly overwhelmed by the size disparity, facing a 1-5 situation and on the verge of defeat. Your Pokémon is indeed formidable, but I have one left. If you can defeat this final one, I shall grant you the badge. Giovanni withdrew the badge from his pocket, displaying it before Ash. As the heavy iron gates creaked open, revealing the shadowy figure of Mutwo clad in armor, the tension in the air thickened. Your opponent is him. There is no need for further elaboration. With that, Sakaki departed the arena, having deliberately pressed a switch to seal off the entire venue. Sakaki understood well that Ash's prowess could not match that of Mutwo, yet he was fully capable of confronting him. To avoid being swept up in the battle, Sakaki chose to retreat to the shadows and observe. Countless iron gates sealed the arena, and an ominous feeling washed over Misty. This hardly resembled a typical Pokémon battle. Ash, are we being kidnapped? Brock, too, found himself devoid of any enthusiasm for the impending showdown, immediately summoning his Onix in an attempt to break through the iron gates. Yet, even as Onix collided with the barriers, the effort proved futile, a fruitless endeavor. Mutwo silently observed Misty and Brock's futile struggles, gaining a deeper understanding of humanity's insignificance. You two, cease your actions immediately. Be cautious not to trigger any mechanisms. Brock and Misty promptly halted their futile attempts and retreated behind Ash. Their only recourse now was to cheer for Ash, hoping that victory would grant them an escape. Once they confirmed that they had retreated to a safe distance, Ash turned his gaze towards Mutwo, a flicker of curiosity and compassion dancing in his eyes. Mutwo perceived the emotions contained within Ash's gaze, perplexed as to why someone who had never encountered him would regard him in such a manner. Human, who are you? The moment those words escaped Mutwo's lips, Misty and Brock were taken aback, exchanging startled glances, both realizing they had heard that voice. Was it emanating from that enigmatic Pokémon? Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, was 10 years old and currently training with the ambition of becoming a Pokémon master. The moment those words were spoken, they stirred Mutwo's agitation. Ash, your existence is to become a Pokémon master, but what is the significance of being a Pokémon master? Such probing questions made Ash furrow his brow. Mutwo's bewilderment surpassed Ash's expectations. Mutwo's telepathy simultaneously reached Brock and Misty's minds. What is the significance of being a Pokémon master? Ah, this. Misty was taken aback, nudging Brock to respond. Yet Brock, equally at a loss for words, feigned contemplation while his mind was a blank slate. Chapter 84, 100,000 Whys. The question of why one would aspire to be a Pokémon master is subjective, with each individual possessing their own perspective. Misty and Brock mentioned that they were born into a world of trainers, absorbing knowledge by osmosis. However, Brock discovered his own interests and chose not to continue pursuing the path of a trainer. Ash considered this profession appealing due to its accessibility at the age of 10. With a low threshold for entry and a potential for significant achievement, it would alleviate the burden on his family and even bring them recognition, perhaps even a reputable name. Yet Mutwo remained unsatisfied, pressing on. Why pursue recognition? To amass wealth through fame. And if one is already wealthy, why continue the quest? Ash glanced towards the spot where Sakaki had vanished. To attain a distinguished status. That status is already quite esteemed. Why not cease? For the glory that endures beyond death. What use is glory after one is past? For the prosperity of future generations. This led to an infinite loop, prompting Mutwo to halt his inquiries and bow his head in contemplation. Yet these were concerns for humanity. As an immortal being, he had no need to dwell on such matters. For future generations? But he was artificially created. If he so desired, he could continue to replicate himself, producing an infinite lineage. But what significance would that hold? From Ash's responses, Mutwo realized that humanity, despite having created him, remained fundamentally distant. They could not provide the answers he sought. What, then, is the purpose of a Pokémon's existence? Who knows? Perhaps it is merely the whim of a deity. God. What is a god? Faced with an unending barrage of questions, Ash no longer wished to delve deeper and instead opted to impart the history of the world to Mutwo. The more Mutwo listened, the more engrossed and bewildered he became. Having been tricked by Sakaki into remaining here, he had never witnessed the intricate world outside. Suddenly learning so much left him in a state of confusion. If you wish to understand these concepts, you must explore the world beyond. I recommend starting with the simplest approach. Visit a library. The Pokémon League, established by humans, is currently the largest organization, and its library houses a wealth of knowledge. Learning there is far more efficient than crafting theories in isolation. Ash's suggestion piqued Mutwo's interest. As the armor surrounding him shattered, Mutwo revealed his true form. Suddenly, the Pokeball at Ash's waist began to tremble, and an EV sprang forth. The EV leaped onto Ash's shoulder, scrutinizing Mutwo closely. The more it looked, the more familiar the aura became. It recalled the scent of Mutwo that it had experienced before, on the island where it had been born and raised. At that moment, Mutwo also took note of the EV perched on Ash's shoulder, detecting a similar technological scent emanating from it. I have never seen you before. But you possess a familiarity. With that, Mutwo raised a hand and plucked the EV from Ash. As it soared halfway, the EV froze in midair, unable to advance another inch. What do you intend to do with my EV? Mutwo was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a human capable of challenging him. It does not belong to you, human. Although Mutwo was unaware that EV had also emerged from the laboratory, he was unconcerned, driven by curiosity to seize it for closer inspection. Such behavior and reasoning were undoubtedly influenced by Team Rocket's training. I care not what it was before, nor where it came from. All I know is that it is now part of my team, and thus it is mine. Release it. The moment those final words were uttered, the area surrounding EV erupted, the roof, gates, and ground all shattering under the force of their powers. Even Sakaki, who had been watching from a distance, sensed the impending disaster and attempted to flee, but it was too late. He was buried beneath a cascade of falling debris and lost consciousness. Onyx, take Misty and Brock out of here. Upon receiving the command, the poised Onyx immediately lowered its head to burrow underground, using its tail to escort Misty and Brock away from the gym. Once they were safely withdrawn, Ash no longer held back, unleashing all his psychic abilities to temporarily suppress Mutwo's telekinesis before recalling EV into its Pokeball. Mutwo attempted to seize the opportunity again, but Ash swiftly raised his palm, halting Mutwo's actions. Did you not consider EV's feelings before taking action? EV and you both emerged from a laboratory. But that does not mean it willingly wishes to be with you. Consider this. Would you enjoy being manipulated at another's whim? Mutwo paused, then retracted his aura, refraining from further attempts towards EV. Observing that Mutwo was somewhat receptive to reason, Ash chose not to press further and instead lifted EV to inquire about the situation. EV glanced nervously at Mutwo before hastily retreating behind Ash. It was indeed true that it had emerged from New Island, just like Mutwo. He was compelled to conduct experiments on the fusion of Pokémon genes in the research facility on New Island. However, his mischievous nature made him reluctant to be confined, often attempting to escape. During his last attempt, a catastrophic explosion occurred within the laboratory, and in a moment of peril, Eevee urgently leapt into a Pokeball to hide. It wasn't until the chaos subsided and the staff arrived to clean up the aftermath that he was discovered. Subsequently, he was passed through the hands of various Team Rocket members, facing numerous challenges before eventually reaching Ash. The reason for his repeated transfers lay primarily in EV's inherent distrust of Team Rocket. He preferred to remain confined within the ball rather than assist them. Mutwo not only listened to Eevee's adventures, but also heard him recount the arduous process of his own creation. which had cost countless Pokémon lives in the pursuit of research to birth such an extraordinary being as Mewtwo. The foundation was built upon the eyelashes of Mew, with Pokémon genes serving as the material, ultimately infused with a certain Dr. S inspiration for Mewtwo's physical design. Thus, Mewtwo was brought into existence. If one seeks to discover their own significance, it might be prudent to first inquire about the reasons for one's existence. At the dawn of humanity, one is inherently good. While humans may share similar natures, their experiences diverge. A couple, in love, gives birth to a child, a blank slate at birth. The child is shaped by the words and actions of the parents, alongside the surrounding environment, collectively forming a life. In a certain sense, Mewtwo, Ash, and Giovanni are all reflections of the same individual, merely shaped by different circumstances, leading to the emergence of diverse selves. Chapter 85, Dr. Fuji. Mewtwo seeks to understand the meaning of its existence. Yet in truth, everyone shares this desire, yearning to find their purpose in the world. Love, familial bonds, friendship, nationhood, ethnicity, wealth, each is a construct that humans have created in their quest for meaning. These concepts hold no value in Mewtwo's eyes. With a mere gesture, it shattered the entire gym, subsequently extracting Giovanni from the rubble and soaring into the sky like a meteor, leaving Celadon's city behind. Ash was left in wonder regarding Mewtwo's destination. Yet, the fact that it had taken Giovanni along was somewhat surprising. Was it seeking a human to guide it through society? Ash hoped Giovanni would not freeze into an ice sculpture in the frigid sky. After losing the sense of Mewtwo's presence, Ash began to search through the debris, retrieving a green badge from Giovanni's desk drawer before leaping through the exploded ceiling to the rooftop. Outside, crowds had gathered, obstructing movement. Team Aqua, hidden members of Team Rocket, curious bystanders, and a worried Misty and Brock, along with a concealed Onyx lurking in the trees. Faced with such a multitude, the shy and reserved Ash chose to take a circuitous route before joining Misty and Brock. What was that Pokémon all about? I saw it fly from the rooftop, seemingly carrying someone. Misty expressed her concern, having rushed to call the authorities after being let out by Onyx. Upon confirming Ash's safety, she felt a wave of relief. I don't quite understand what Mewtwo intends to do. The battle ended in its unexpected absence, and I managed to retrieve the badge. Although I could have easily knocked Giovanni out and taken the badge, I suppose maintaining dignity is preferable. In the basement of the Pokémon Center in Violet City, Dr. Fuji, severely injured and bandaged, regained consciousness in the ICU of Team Rocket after the explosion following Mewtwo's experiment. Once able to move, he fled to this hideaway, intent on conducting experiments for the revival of his daughter. Drawing upon Mewtwo's experiences, he stood before a green incubation chamber where a young girl lay sleeping peacefully, resembling an infant. This was Dr. Fuji's daughter, AI. Although he had created her physical form, he struggled to ascertain how to connect her soul with her body. Human cloning ultimately differed vastly from Pokémon. What should he do? How could he possibly? Just as Dr. Fuji pondered the revival of his daughter, a brilliant light erupted behind him. When the radiance faded, Mewtwo and the unconscious Giovanni appeared behind him. Mewtwo, how did you end up here? Dr. Fuji glanced at Giovanni, discarded nearby, and then at the Mewtwo he had created, utterly bewildered by the relentless pursuit. Mewtwo, let me explain. Your creation is indeed deeply connected to me, but it was Before Dr. Fuji could finish his sentence, Mewtwo hurled him beside Giovanni, rendering him unconscious. Mewtwo gazed intently at the sleeping AI, reminiscent of his own memories from when he was born. Initially believing that the clone of AI had perished, he realized she had been moved here by Dr. Fuji. Boom. The incubation chamber exploded once more, and AI fell into Mewtwo's grasp. After another teleportation, Mewtwo, Giovanni, Dr. Fuji, and AI found themselves at the former research base, now a wasteland on New Island. Returning to his birthplace, Mewtwo felt no stir of emotion. He simply raised his hand, levitating all the debris into the air, meticulously piecing it back together. Subsequently, Mewtwo summoned his psychic powers to envelop the entire island in extreme weather, concealing it from prying eyes. Once all was accomplished, Mewtwo rapidly perused an extensive collection of books, absorbing knowledge from them, yet still unsatisfied. He brought in a computer and connected to the internet worldwide, continuing to assimilate the knowledge left by humanity online. Although some content revolted him, there remained substantial material for his learning. Mewtwo devoted 2 full days to saturating his mind with both useful and trivial knowledge, generating new insights from it. Having completed this, Mewtwo embarked on the plan to revive AI. In contrast to the ineffectual Dr. Fuji, Mewtwo formulated numerous strategies for AI's resurrection. The simplest among them involved integrating Pokémon genes, specifically Mutuo's, into pure human DNA. This was of little consequence to Mutuo. He had never been bound by the ethical constraints of humanity, injecting AI with fervor. Ultimately, Mutuo spiraled out of control, as humanity could not hope to rein him in. Observing Mutuo's solitary dedication, Dr. Fuji felt no fear. Instead, he found joy in Mutuo's commitment to his daughter. As long as AI could truly be revived, nothing else mattered. You bear an irreplaceable responsibility for Mutuo's transformation, Fuji. I should never have trusted your words. Look at what has become of him. He hardly resembles a Pokémon anymore, disregarding human commands. Why didn't you instill a command to obey me within him? Giovanni glared menacingly at Dr. Fuji, who remained indifferent to Giovanni's threats. This is called striving for excellence. Do not further insult the sanctity of science, Giovanni. If you continue to prattle, Mutuo will undoubtedly eliminate you. Eliminate me? I invested substantial resources and effort into his creation. Besides Mew, I am his father, even if merely an adoptive one. Mutuo had long been aware of the situation unfolding here. Observing Sakiki's audacity, he swiftly severed his head with telekinesis, encasing it within a cultivation chamber, transforming it into a brain in a vat. Simultaneously, Sakiki's consciousness was projected onto a screen, exposing his memories from childhood to Dr. Fuji. This included the moments when Sakiki wet his bed, learned to speak, and sought refuge under the covers to indulge in solitary pleasures. Mutuo, however, would never deify any entity. Sakiki was merely a man pursuing his own agenda. Mutuo interrupted the exposure of Sakiki's memories, infusing them with entirely new elements, continuously adding until the brain could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Yet, even after the explosion, Mutuo forcibly restored it, persisting with the experiments. As Ash aptly stated, at the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good, similar by nature, yet divergent by nurture. Through varied life experiences, individuals may transform into different beings. The so-called Sakiki was merely an ordinary life form, and such existences are countless. However, mere acknowledgement of this fact was insufficient. Mutuo had numerous experiments he wished to conduct, all directed toward Sakiki. Dr. Fuji observed with rapt fascination, devoid of any fear, instead developing a keen interest in Mutuo's series of experiments. Could I possibly join in the experimentation? I have some ideas I would like to explore together. Upon hearing this, Mutuo immediately released Dr. Fuji from his restraints. Thus, the two embarked on an uninterrupted 10-day and night memory experiment on Sakiki's brain. Chapter 86, A Clear Objective. Due to personal health reasons, I can no longer serve as the leader of Team Rocket. From this moment forth, Mutuo will take charge of Team Rocket without any room for negotiation. Gazing at Sakiki's visage on the large screen, all the summoned Team Rocket members were taken aback. Who is Mutuo? Which organization does he belong to? Is he Sakiki's illegitimate son? Such speculations filled the air. Except for a few die-hard Sakiki loyalists, most had joined Team Rocket merely for the lucrative prospects. They were more concerned about the new leader's welfare policies than loyalty to Sakiki, wondering about benefits, insurance, and work-life balance. I am Mutuo. Sakiki has issued the directive that from now on, all members of Team Rocket are to obey my command. All ongoing tasks are hereby nullified. No one is permitted to act independently without my orders. Mutuo's appearance left everyone in the room astounded. So who exactly is Mutuo? He appears human, yet resembles a Pokémon. Who knows? At any rate, I'm just here for logistical support. Had it not been for today's special notification, I would have preferred not to attend. Both Kojiro and Musashi were present, standing at the back, not paying attention to Mutuo on stage, but instead scanning the area as if searching for something. Meowth. Where have you gone? Meowth. I have something delicious for you. Come here. After much effort, they finally cornered a despondent Meowth in a secluded nook. Although Meowth had never been captured, in truth, Pokémon recognized their trainers without the need for a Pokeball, having already been captured by the heart. Sakiki's retirement brought profound sorrow to Meowth. All his efforts were for Sakiki's sake. What now? What will become of our Team Rocket? In response to Meowth's confusion, Musashi and Kojiro found themselves at a loss for words. One had joined Team Rocket unexpectedly in pursuit of freedom, while the other, having faced employment obstacles, was compelled to join. Their respect for Sakiki was merely due to his position. Now that a new leader had emerged, they could just as fervently regard Mutuo as their new boss. However, Meowth was different. Regardless of how human-like Mutuo seemed, Meowth still retained a Pokémon's intrinsic mindset. With his former master gone, how could he swiftly adapt to a new one? As the saying goes, a loyal minister does not serve two masters. Just as Kojiro and Musashi grappled with how to console him, Mutuo suddenly appeared before them. A talking Meowth? How did you come to join Team Rocket? The sudden manifestation of the new leader startled them. Hello, Mutuo. Mutuo disregarded the loyal Team Rocket duo, instead fixating his gaze on Meowth. In an instant, Mutuo rapidly scanned through Meowth's past, uncovering a being cast aside by society, yet unexpectedly accepted by Team Rocket. An intriguing and unique existence. For reasons unknown, Meowth felt an unprecedented sense of calm emanating from Mutuo. How comforting, how sleepy. Yet, it must be noted, a good bird selects a sturdy tree, and a wise minister chooses a worthy master. Perhaps following Mutuo wouldn't be so bad. He certainly appears to be a commendable leader. Contemplating this, Meowth could no longer restrain himself and collapsed, succumbing to slumber on the ground. This scene left Kojiro and Musashi in a state of alarm. But Mutuo's subsequent words invigorated them. You three possess remarkable scientific aptitude. Being mere peripheral members is a waste. Come with me. It is time to unleash your true talents. After elevating the Team Rocket duo and Meowth into the sky, Mutuo issued commands and psychological suggestions to everyone present. Anyone, even those dissatisfied with Mutuo, would now submit to his will. This was a form of mental manipulation more potent than Yuri's, directly altering everyone's mindset. Mutuo aimed to ensure Team Rocket devoted themselves wholeheartedly to his cause, imbuing them with a new purpose. In Mutuo's view, everything Team Rocket had previously undertaken was merely a prelude to liberation. A lifetime of labor was what they were meant to pursue. This encompassed not only Hoenn but also Sinnoh, Unova, and even the Elite Four, all of which would fall under Mutuo's dominion. The world has been imperfect since its inception. Pokémon constantly worry about their hunger, their territories, and the restoration of natural ecosystems. The divine is flawed, drowning the earth in conflict and igniting the seas. Humanity is imperfect, struggling within self-constructed traps, often believing their plight is due to personal shortcomings. Dr. Fuji is imperfect, having joined Mutuo's experiments following the death of his beloved. He ultimately failed to achieve resurrection. It is precisely because of this flawed world that I was born. My existence is to transform this imperfect world into a perfect one. I shall spare no cost. Although the journey is absurd, Mutuo ultimately arrived at his understanding. An imperfect world birthed a perfect being. Is this not sufficient proof of his mission? Mom, this is the ticket I purchased for the court's conference. Don't forget to attend. The league generously provided tickets for family members of every participant, serving as their cheerleading squad. Ash also received one from Joy, specifically reserved for Hanako. While Hanako had always believed in Ash's capability to participate in such a significant regional event, upon reaching this juncture, she felt overwhelming joy. Ash, you've truly grown up. It must have been incredibly challenging to reach this point. Regardless of your achievements, I am proud of you. Go forth and pursue your dreams without hesitation. Hanako resolutely supported Ash, affirming that even without a championship, he would always be her precious child. Yes, the following morning, Ash and Hannah promptly switched on the television to witness the ceremonial torch relay that marked the commencement of the event. This time, the opening ceremony had received multiple endorsements, allowing the gym leaders to bear the torch, making a full circuit around the Kanto region before finally delivering it to the destination. Misty and Brock were also summoned to their respective cities to partake in the torch relay. Although Ash was uncertain of the underlying reasons for this event, he found himself enthusiastically explaining to Hannah about the gym leaders he recognized from the screen, recounting their past endeavors: Professor Oak, Aki, Rika, Natsum, Masashi, Misty, and Brock. Regrettably, Satoshi could not make an appearance, yet to his surprise, he spotted the duo of Jesse and James, who had been assigned by Mutuo to substitute for Satoshi in the torch relay. Despite their peculiar attire and expressions, there was no mistaking their identities. Unsure of how to introduce these two, Ash chose to remain silent until the torch reached the entrance of Pallet Town, where James handed the torch to Professor Oak, who then passed it to Shigeru as they progressed forward. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. Ash, come out for the torch relay. The torch is almost at your doorstep. Professor Oak's voice came through, breathless as he reclined in his chair. It's all right, you should go ahead. Running the relay to the Indigo League is quite an extraordinary opportunity, is it not? Hannah overheard Professor Oak's words, and, despite the impromptu nature of the event, firmly believed Ash would excel. Ash nodded in agreement, and together with Hannah, they stepped outside. Outside, a throng of people had gathered. The streets were bustling with residents from Pallet Town and visitors from afar. Everyone waved flags symbolizing the event, their smiles and joy unmistakable. Not far off, Shigeru intentionally slowed his pace, but upon spotting Ash, he resumed his speed, rushing to Ash's side to hand over the torch. This is a rare chance my grandfather secured for you. Right behind us is the television station, so be sure to perform well. Opportunities like this are not afforded to everyone, Shigeru whispered next to Ash's ear. Behind him, a van and Ms. Junsh's motorcycle approached slowly. Inside the van sat Chairman Damalanki, a short but kindly old man with a bushy beard. Go on, run straight ahead until the next relay point, he urged, giving Ash a gentle push on the shoulder before stepping aside. Wait, young man, don't rush off just yet, Ms. Junsha exclaimed, accelerating to block Ash's path as he prepared to leave with the torch. All relay participants must wear the official vests. You can't just dash off without proper attire. With that, Ms. Junsha retrieved from the trunk a set of orange vests, emblazoned with the number 91, previously worn by others. Can Pokémon join the run as well? Ash inquired, pointing at Pikachu, who was trying to lift the torch but had accidentally burned its paw and was blowing on it. Ms. Junsha hesitated, pondering the legality of it, when Chairman Damalanki jumped down from the van's roof to stand before Ash. Absolutely, they can accompany you. After all, the League event is a venue for trainers and Pokémon to showcase their mutual trust. How could we exclude Pokémon from this? Damalanki was quite understanding. Although he did not know Ash personally, he sensed an immense strength and genuine kindness emanating from him. After giving Pikachu a reassuring rub, Ash placed him on his shoulder, followed by Eevee and Dratini, while Aerodactyl and Charizard soared overhead. Such behavior would be deemed reckless for any other trainer, akin to inviting disaster. It was tantamount to offering 1S Pokémon for research purposes. Yet Ash remained unperturbed, adhering to the principle of shared glory. If Pokémon could be featured on screen, then they should be. This audacious act drew the attention of all participants, who stared at Ash's Pokémon on camera, internally questioning his sanity. However, many soon recognized that his actions struck at the very essence of the competition. The goal of the competition was to win, and winning was a means to achieve fame. Ash's actions bypassed the quest for victory, directly achieving notoriety. Regardless of whether his actions were intentional or not, they left many feeling regretful, lamenting why they hadn't thought of such a strategy themselves. Midway through the run, Ash suddenly slowed down, approaching the van and looking up at Chairman Damalanki watching the live broadcast. Chairman, is it necessary to have connections to be a relay runner? Damalanki, pleased with the soaring viewership, chuckled at Ash's inquiry. Not at all. Anyone who wishes to run can partake. It merely depends on whether you can keep up. Even running 1,000 meters is a challenge for many, let alone the entire Kanto region for the torch relay. If I can keep pace, can I run straight to the Indigo League? Ash's humor amused Damalanki. Ha, that is quite impossible. The Indigo Plateau is reputed to be the most perilous area in Kanto. No one has ever traversed it on foot. After you pass the torch to the next person ahead, you can take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Remember, you have a competition to participate in tomorrow. Ash offered no further explanation, thanking the chairman for his concern, and stepped aside to spectate after completing the torch pass. Before long, a sports car approached, driven by Shigeru, with Hana seated in the passenger seat. Ash, hop in. I'll drive you to the event. Shigeru leaned against the car door, gesturing toward the front seat. I usually reserve this seat for lovely ladies, but today, I'm in a generous mood, so you can join me. Hurry. On the way, Shigeru turned on the car's television to display the live broadcast, discussing the recent stir Ash had caused. Now they're all talking about you, saying you're so audacious to flaunt your Pokémon in front of them. I told them, Ash, why not keep a low profile? Don't let them target you and knock you out in the preliminaries. Shigeru still wanted to face off against Ash in front of a global audience. He certainly did not wish to reach the finals without encountering Ash. That would be a tremendous disappointment. It's all right. Sooner or later, I'll be noticed. Whether early or late, it makes no difference, Ash replied, reclining in his seat, observing the new torchbearer on screen, panting yet still running with determination. He began to grasp a new understanding of the opening ceremony's significance. The torchbearers ought to embody perseverance and an indomitable spirit, even if it meant running until fainting while holding the torch aloft. Regrettably, he had only experienced this feeling in his youth. He hadn't felt such exhaustion in years. With a click, Shigeru switched the live broadcast to another channel. This opening ceremony is dreadfully dull. What's the point of merely watching people run? It seems that if you had unleashed your Pokémon, the audience would have lost all interest. While Shigeru had also noticed Ash's position through the broadcast, it did not deter Ash from turning off the screen after completing his run. Shigeru then began to boast about the extravagant features of the car, shifting topics to discuss the specific rules and considerations for the competition. Ash nodded, yet his attention was entirely captivated by the advertisement flashing on the television screen. The commercial showcased a type of meat he had never encountered before, According to the promotional text, this was synthetic meat, distinctly not derived from Pokémon. And certainly not from humans. It boasted a rich flavor profile, capable of satisfying both humans and Pokémon alike, all at an affordable price with generous portions. Noticing Ash's silent fixation on the screen, Gary immediately grasped that Ash was intrigued by this peculiar product. Hey, I may not know how it's actually made, but it's indeed been appearing in major supermarkets lately, and the price is quite reasonable. Look, I have a few packets stashed in my car. Would you like to give it a try? Gary retrieved a packet from beneath the car seat, the label prominently stating its origin as Evergreen City. Ash sniffed the contents, detecting no unusual odor, and tore off a piece to offer Pikachu. It was Pikachu's first experience with meat, and while it couldn't be deemed unpleasant, it was certainly a delightful treat. Delicious, Pikachu exclaimed, eagerly snatching another piece from Ash's hand. Hey, do you want to try some? Hanako, sitting in the back seat, also found it incredibly tasty, even surpassing the meats she had previously purchased. How much is a pack? She inquired. About 300 yen. Just 100 more than a Pokeball, Gary replied. Upon hearing this, Hanako became visibly excited. Really? Gary, take me to the nearest supermarket. I need to stock up at home. Her mind raced with numerous culinary ideas to keep Ash's meals varied and interesting. Well, I already bought a whole box of it at home, and my grandfather is researching it, but he hasn't yet figured out how it's made, Ash pondered. Glancing at the production address, he couldn't help but wonder how Team Rocket had turned so benevolent, developing such an affordable delicacy. If utilized properly, it could potentially monopolize the market for Pokémon food. While Ash couldn't ascertain the extent of losses other manufacturers might face, he was certain that as long as this meat could convincingly replicate that of other Pokémon, it might spare frequently consumed Pokémon like Farfetch'd, Slowpoke, and Swinub from the dinner table. Even if someone were curious enough to try it, others might easily confuse it with the genuine article. After all, the substitution of hard-to-obtain ingredients with cheaper alternatives was a form of deceit that could certainly transpire. The more Ash contemplated this seemingly charitable act, the more he doubted it could genuinely occur in Evergreen City. However, upon seeing Gary produce a poster adorned with a prominent image of Mutwo and accompanying information, Ash's concerns dissipated entirely. Mutwo was brazenly promoting the product, leaving Ash with little room for objection. Mutwo, what can I say? As the flames ignited, all the spectators rose to their feet, cheering for the participating trainers. Dama Lon, as usual, delivered an impromptu speech, first lauding the contributions of every torchbearer, then congratulating the trainers who had qualified for the competition, and finally expressing heartfelt gratitude to every viewer at home. There was no excessive pomp in the opening remarks, making it easy for even 10-year-old Ash to patiently listen to the entire address. During the announcement of participants, Ash was pleasantly surprised to hear Misty and Brock's names. Once the ceremony concluded, Ash dropped his backpack at the contestants' village and quickly located Misty and Brock. Misty, already anticipating Ash's astonishment, cheerfully explained her method of participation. The Pokémon identification exam is designed for those who lack the time to travel and have jobs in the city. While you were busy training your Pokémon, Brock and I participated as gym leaders and successfully qualified for the competition. Surprised? Unexpected? Exciting? She teased. Upon returning to the gym, they didn't just rest. They also trained diligently for the contest. Even Brock, as a breeder, was unwilling to forego the chance to battle. Misty is right. We both put in considerable effort before the competition. As Ash's companions, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help but smile, feeling genuinely pleased. I wish you both great success in the competition. Good luck. Early the next morning, the three of them arrived at the registration venue for the morning draw. The officials used this draw to determine opponents, match times, and battle venues. The arenas were categorized into 4 types: rock, grass, water, and ice. Each participant was required to battle in each of the aforementioned arenas once. After completing 4 matches, they would advance through the preliminaries to the main venue for the official ranked competition. Ash drew the 3rd match, scheduled for 2 p.m. in the water arena, facing an opponent named Hikaru, a man clad in pink with long green hair. Hikaru was a renowned entertainer, having made a name for himself in the realm of magic. Although Ash had no prior acquaintance with him, Misty and Brock also drew lots to determine their match times and venues. Ash, you're in the water arena. That's rather perilous. Your water-type Pokémon is just Squirtle. The water arena wasn't entirely submerged. In fact, there were several fixed stone platforms available for non-swimming Pokémon to stand on, providing trainers with options beyond water types. If both sides fielded 3 water types, it would be prudent to add an electric or grass type to counterbalance them. Misty's assessment was sound. For instance, Starmie, a water type, could learn Thunderbolt for self-countering, which was certainly advantageous in the water arena. Then, assuming the opponent would carry electric or grass types, it would be essential to incorporate ground, fire, flying, ice, or bug types to counter them. However, both ground and fire types were compromised in the water arena, leading to a focus on flying, ice, and bug types. Brock nodded thoughtfully, adding, but Ash's only two flying types, Charizard and Aerodactyl, are severely disadvantaged against water types, so they definitely can't be sent out. Ash lacked bug types, and while ice types were traditionally effective against water, Squirtle could hold its own. After scribbling notes and making adjustments, Ash ultimately decided on 3 Pokémon to enter the fray: Squirtle, Pikachu, and Dratini. Both Squirtle and Dratini thrived in water, and Pikachu had previously been taught to swim, alleviating any concerns about drowning. Furthermore, in terms of battle experience, Squirtle and Dratini could attempt to evolve during the match. Dratini, being a dragon type, also had resistances to water, fire, grass, and electric attacks, provided it could withstand the onslaught. At last, the third match in the water arena was about to commence. In the green corner, we have the trainer from Pallet Town, Ash, and his opponent, the magician Hikaru. Indeed, Ash was the very trainer who had ignited the passion for Pokémon battling during the opening ceremony, a figure unforgettable to those who had witnessed his athletic prowess. Meanwhile, Hikaru was a celebrated performer, renowned for his glamorous displays, frequently gracing the headlines and winning numerous prestigious awards. Both sides utilized 3 Pokémon, battling until the final moment. The third match took place in a water-themed arena. Let the contest commence. Chapter 89, 1 against 3. Ash, I have seen you on television, Light Marshal scoffed. When you summoned your Pokémon, I was genuinely astonished. I cannot believe someone would be foolish enough to reveal their strategy prematurely. However, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to teach you what it truly means to be a trainer. Go, Exeggutor. Light Marshal sent Exeggutor into battle first. As a dual-type Psychic and Grass Pokémon, it held a relative advantage in this match, given that Psychic abilities can address most challenges, even if it cannot defeat an opponent outright. In contrast, Ash chose to lead with Dratini instead of Squirtle. Dratini. Though rare, this is a competition, not a training ground. Exeggutor sees Dratini with confusion. The 6 eyes of Exeggutor glowed a brilliant blue as an unseen force emanated from its 3 heads. As Dratini dived underwater, it executed a swift maneuver. The nimble Dratini leapt from the stones into the water, swimming directly towards the bottom. Yet, this posed no challenge for Exeggutor. A vortex materialized at the center of the arena, expanding until the underwater floor was exposed to the spectators. Through the swirling waters, the audience witnessed Dratini spinning wildly, propelled by the vortex's force. The faster the vortex spun, the more rapidly Dratini was drawn along with it. Pull him out, Exeggutor. Light Marshal had no idea how difficult it would be to capture Dratini at such speeds. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he needed to act decisively. Ash silently counted down, calculating the duration of Dratini's swift movement. Once he confirmed that Dratini had reached its maximum acceleration, he quickly issued a second command. Maintain that swimming speed and generate a tornado at the center of the arena. Dratini accelerated in a clockwise direction, causing the vortex to expand exponentially, gradually breaking free from Exeggutor's control. Incredible! Ash's Dratini has managed to harness the swirling power to create a miniature tornado. The water from the pool was not the only thing being lifted. Ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. Dear audience, please be prepared with your umbrellas, as rain may be imminent. Listening to the fervent commentary, Light Marshal suddenly noticed the clouds forming above them, entirely unaware of how they had accumulated. He certainly hadn't commanded for rain to fall. How could this be? Cold sweat dripped from him. This battle had transcended the realm of ordinary exchanges of attacks and had ventured into the extraordinary. At this moment, the only feasible strategy was to immobilize Dratini. However, aside from its initial appearance and the brief reveal during the vortex formation, he had not seen Dratini since. Where could he find it? Just as despair began to engulf him, Ash spoke. The essence of the dragon is both grand and subtle. It can ascend or conceal itself. When grand, it stirs clouds and exhales mist. When subtle, it hides and blends with its surroundings. It can soar through the cosmos or lurk beneath the waves. Light Marshal was taken aback, left in a stupor, grappling to comprehend Ash's words. What are you saying? In response to his confusion, Ash simply gestured dismissively. No need to mind me. I am merely expressing my nostalgia. Not only Light Marshal, but a vast majority of viewers were left bewildered by Ash's musings. Only a select few, truly educated individuals who had not merely played Pokémon without learning, grasped the depth of Ash's remarks. Exeggutor, use confusion. Exeggutor, unleash Hyper Beam. Exeggutor, Employ Leaf Storm. Light Marshal, observing the fully formed tornado, felt a surge of urgency as he scratched his head. Even with Executor's 3 consecutive special attacks, they merely pierced through the tornado, which soon reformed. Frustrated yet powerless, Light Marshal surveyed his remaining Pokémon. One was a Sharpedo swimming in the pool, and the other, a Zubat, which would inevitably be swept into the tornado. Aside from Executor, the other 2 were essentially helpless. Should I surrender? Is that truly what I want? Light Marshal pondered, head bowed, as his mind raced for a solution. His right hand trembled in despair, raising it as if to concede. But to give up at the first sign of adversity? How can I become great if I don't even try? Do I not owe it to my experiences to persevere? Ash's words struck Light Marshal like a bolt from the blue. He stared at Ash in a daze, finally making a resolute decision. With a determined flick of his wrist, he returned Executor to its Pokeball, opting instead for Sharpedo. You are right. I should not give up without even trying. Even if I lose, I must fight until the very last moment. How can I not place my faith in my Pokemon? Sharpedo, unleash Water Pulse. As soon as Sharpedo landed, it was drawn toward the hurricane, compelled to collide with the tornado. The opposing currents tugged at it from all sides. Yet in an effort not to betray Light Marshal's trust, Sharpedo gritted its teeth against the discomfort and unleashed Water Pulse just before being engulfed. However, the late-stage water vortex was far beyond what the hastily released Water Pulse could withstand. In Sharpedo's defiant gaze, the Water Pulse was torn apart, vanishing in an instant. Sharpedo could not resist the overwhelming force. With a slip of its footing, it was sucked into the eye of the storm, only to be ejected high into the air. Spinning in circles, Sharpedo is unable to battle. Please switch Pokemon. Light Marshal. The referee's unyielding declaration returned Light Marshal to his original state of despair. Zubat, use Poison Fang. Zubat flapped its wings vigorously, struggling against the pull of the tornado while spewing forth a torrent of poison. Yet, the venom never even grazed the interior of the tornado, dissipating into the air. Attempts to use Air Cutter were similarly repelled, nearly sending Light Marshal sprawling out of the arena. Ultimately, Zubat too succumbed to exhaustion, swept into the vortex, and when expelled, was rendered unable to continue battling. How can Dratini sustain such endurance? Light Marshal could hardly believe that, after all this time, Dratini remained steadfast within the tornado. If it were not for Dratini's extraordinary talent, it could only mean Ash had trained rigorously for this very move. What had commenced as a mere vortex, born of chance, had now manifested into a formidable tornado. Executor, unleash your final Hyper Beam. If defeat was imminent, Light Marshal merely wished to extract Dratini from the tornado to salvage some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, he would suffer the humiliation of losing without even laying eyes on Dratini. Cast the tornado away and use Water Tail. Chapter 90, Transformation. After several rounds, the colossal tornado finally shifted. All eyes were fixated on the center of the vortex, eagerly anticipating Dratini's emergence. Even Light Marshal halted Executor's energy accumulation, excitement and anticipation radiating from him as he gazed at the tornado. As torrents of water spiraled toward the center, a deafening explosion erupted from within the tornado. Dratini materialized before the audience like a creature of fantasy, its body swirling elegantly as it single-handedly generated a water tail stretching dozens of meters long. As he twisted, the currents of water danced in tandem, the colossal tail of the torrent casting a shadow over the diminutive coconut tree. Alongside it, Guangwu, enraptured by the enchanting figure of the mini-dragon, was swept into the fray. Yet, not a single soul turned to acknowledge Guangwu and the coconut tree, for all eyes were riveted upon the mini-dragon gliding gracefully in midair. Unbelievably, after being released from the vortex's grasp, the mini-dragon continued to hover in the sky. This was nothing short of miraculous, as it was well known that only upon evolving into a Hakuryu could one learn to fly. Could it truly be? Accompanied by the announcer's trembling voice, the mini-dragon flicked its tail and erupted with a dazzling radiance. Before the astonished crowd, the mini-dragon gradually expanded, its length soaring from 1.8 meters to an impressive 4 meters, sprouting a pair of diminutive wings on either side of its head, a small horn protruding between them, an lustrous blue orb appearing at its neck. The mini-dragon was already a rarity, and witnessing its evolution into a Hakuryu was an occurrence few had the privilege to behold. Those fortunate enough to witness this spectacle were left in awe of the resplendent Hakuryu, prompting an involuntary ovation from the audience. Applause surged like a tidal wave, with even the more emotionally fragile among them moved to tears. This was no exaggeration. Even Ash was momentarily dazed, staring blankly until Hakuryu leapt toward him, wrapping itself around him just as it always had, jolting him back to reality. Once you've grown, you shouldn't cling to me like when you were little. You're wrapping around my arms and legs, making it impossible to move. Come on, be a good boy and come down. Despite its evolution, Hakuryu retained its childlike demeanor. Upon hearing Ash's words, feelings of grievance welled up within, as if it were about to shed tears like tiny pearls. All right, cling if you must. I suppose I can let you stay on me for now. In this crowded setting, Ash had no choice but to indulge Hakuryu, allowing it to contentedly rest against him. Pikachu, sensing that this was not the moment for intimacy, nimbly leapt onto Ash's head, assuming the role of an older brother, soothing Hakuryu until it reluctantly returned to its pokeball to rest. Once back in the lounge, Ash opened his computer to contact Professor Oak. After a brief wait, Professor Oak appeared on the screen with an expression of knowing anticipation. I can see what you're pondering. You're curious about how the mini-dragon was able to fly during its evolution. However, you need not fret over it. The mysteries of evolution have always existed. Many Pokémon that seem to evolve through leveling up are merely subjects of incomplete scientific understanding. Take, for instance, Magikarp, while many claim it evolves through leveling. Most Magikarp in nature ascend waterfalls by leveraging their impressive swimming skills before evolving. We could argue that Magikarp evolves due to meeting certain physical criteria, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that their newfound confidence from conquering waterfalls spurs the evolution as well. Just like that, the mini-dragon's evolution occurred because it spent too long in the air, leading it to comprehend flight and subsequently evolve. This may seem contrary to popular belief, but we must not allow such statistical data to cloud our judgment. Professor Oak's explanation resonated deeply with Ash, who nodded vigorously. But what about Hakuryu evolving into Ryukyu? What does that entail? Now that Hakuryu has learned to fly, what will its next evolution depend upon? On this matter, even Professor Oak could not provide a definitive answer, leaving Ash to explore it on his own. With Misty and Brock's battles scheduled for the following day, Ash settled in the lounge, watching the matches of others via livestream. However, as many recognized him as the trainer who had showcased the mini-dragon's evolution, they flocked to him, eager to get a closer look at Hakuryu. Unable to resist, Ash reluctantly allowed them a fleeting glimpse before hastily retreating to a corner to prepare for the next match. Yet, despite his desire to evade attention, Ash found himself pursued by a keen observer. Dragons are fascinating, aren't they? They can be grand or diminutive. They can soar or conceal themselves. Ash's ears perked up at the sound, and he turned to see a man with a red-haired cape and a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegetas, leaning casually against a nearby tree with arms crossed. Upon noticing Ash's curious gaze, the man chuckled lightly and approached, extending his hand. Indeed, that's me. I am Edo, the strongest dragon-type trainer in Kanto and Johto. With a polite handshake, Ash introduced himself before retracting his hand, silently awaiting Edo's purpose. This was a novel experience for Edo. Typically, dragon-type trainers approached him with reverent admiration, often seeking autographs, having to circle around the Quartz League multiple times. Well, you certainly have a unique personality, Ash. I watched your match earlier. Your training of the mini-dragon is commendable. You possess a natural talent for being a dragon-type trainer. Thank you for the compliment. You're not so bad yourself, Ash replied. Edo, momentarily taken aback, chuckled awkwardly. You don't know who I am? I am Edo, one of the Elite Four of Kanto, hailing from the prestigious dragon family in a critique city. It took a moment for Edo to grasp Ash's meaning, but he immediately adjusted his preconceived notions of Ash as a novice trainer. Composed and confident, you are indeed a formidable trainer. Are you planning to challenge the Silver Conference in Johto? Ash raised an eyebrow, affirming, a Pokemon master fears no challenge. I intend to compete in every major event worldwide, and I certainly won't miss the Silver Conference. Edo nodded in satisfaction. I eagerly anticipate your visit to a critique city. When that time comes, I wish to see how far you can progress on the path of a dragon-type trainer. Although Ash did not claim to be a dragon-type trainer, it did not deter Edo from this belief. As a senior, he felt compelled to nurture talented newcomers, hoping to cultivate someone capable of succeeding him as the dragon-type champion. With his responsibilities growing busier by the day, he was quickly running out of time to fulfill his duties as a champion. It would not be long before he, like Daigo, would retire. In this transitional period for trainers in Kanto and Johto, he needed to devise a plan. Chapter 91, The Rocky Arena. The second round of the competition was taking place in the Rocky Arena, featuring a match between Ash and Ikkyu. Let us eagerly anticipate the thrilling contest they shall present. Facing the dark horse of this tournament, Ash, who had only debuted a year prior, Ikkyu felt as though his luck had run dry. He had repeatedly reviewed Ash's performance in the water arena, captivated by the beauty of the evolution showcased, yet that did not mean he wished to battle Ash. What a disaster. What am I going to do? Just as Ikkyu was at a loss, Ash had already sent out his Pokémon, a seemingly unremarkable comics. Surprised, Ikkyu quickly adjusted his lineup, opting to lead with his mischievous Raichu. Ash, since you've offered me this chance, don't blame me for being impolite. Use Thunderbolt. Taking cover behind the rocks, he seized the opportunity to strike with Ice Beam. Comex, observing the leaping Raichu before it, felt belittled, realizing it was being pitted against a Pokémon that resembled a Pokeball. Faced with the lightning-fast casting speed, Squirtle dove into its shell while leaping forward. Although it was struck by Thunderbolt, the impact sent it flying and crashing into the rocks. Emerging from its shell, Squirtle shook its tingling hands, secretly grateful for the frequent shocks from Pikachu, which had rendered it considerably more agile. Damn it, Piku, chase after it and use Thunderbolt. Seeing Squirtle cleverly evading by leveraging the terrain, Ikkyu commanded Piku to relentlessly pursue and bombard it. However, such reckless tactics left Ash far from satisfied. Use Ice Beam on the ground. Squirtle crouched atop a rock, suddenly poking its head out and unleashing a torrent of icy light that blanketed the area in an exquisitely smooth layer of ice. As Piku approached with its bouncing and rolling, it instantly slipped on the ice, tumbling head over heels before crashing into the rocks to come to a halt. Ash's strategic use of the terrain dealt a heavy blow to his opponent. Showcasing his remarkable mastery of the battlefield, one could scarcely argue against calling him a master of terrain manipulation. The commentator's remarks only deepened Ikkyu's frown. Such a humiliating display at such a grand event made him question his future in the trainer profession. Yet, no one would heed the laments of the defeated. As Ice Beam encased the dazed Piku in a solid block of ice, Ikkyu could only send forth his next Pokémon. Nidoking used Dig, rushing forward. Ikkyu was uncertain if he would slip, so he relied on Dig to try to close the distance. Yet Ash offered him no respite. Use Water Gun inside the hole. A deluge of water surged into the tunnel, leaving Nidoking gasping for air as it struggled to excavate its way out. But by the time it finally emerged, Squirtle was already perched on the rocks, waiting with ease. Another water gun struck, sending Nidoking tumbling back into the hole and ultimately ejecting it from the entrance. Nidoking, how on earth are we supposed to win this? Ikkyu lamented, his anguish palpable. The long-range electric-type attacks could not penetrate the rocky cover, and Nidoking was unable to approach at all. All that remained was his Golem, but the disadvantage was staggering. Golem, use Boomerang. Catching the returning Boomerang, Golem flexed its muscles and hurled it at Squirtle. However, Squirtle simply withdrew into its shell, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The Boomerang returned without inflicting any effective damage. But Squirtle was resolute, spraying a torrent of water gun into the air to intercept and catch the returning projectile. Left without its bone, Golem was now completely flustered as a barrage of water guns came flying toward it. Each water gun, while smaller in diameter compared to those of other Squirtless, packed an immense punch. After one strike shattered Golem's skull, another pierced through, exposing its skin. Terrified, Golem scurried behind the rocks to take cover. But Squirtle showed no intention of approaching, instead standing atop the rocks and unleashing an unrelenting barrage of high-pressure water guns, slicing through the massive boulders. This was a skill honed through arduous training with Ash, and now it was time to showcase it on such a stage. Don't underestimate me. Golem, use Earthquake. Though Golem had lost its bone, it still stomped its feet with all its might, causing an earthquake that sent Squirtle reeling and ultimately tumbling down from its rocky perch. Witnessing this, Ikkyu was filled with elation and seized the opportunity. Now's your chance. Golem, use Tackle. Golem leapt, bellowing as it charged toward the spot where Squirtle had fallen. Yet, Squirtle simply met the attack with a water gun, sending Golem flying. Have you never seen a battle before? Can you really run faster than my water gun? Squirtle chuckled at the sight of the prone Golem. It was a sharpshooter, having undergone the most rigorous training in precision. Even when knocked down, it quickly regained its balance and struck moving targets with accuracy that Ash had honed almost to the level of a master marksman. This display of 1 against 3 sent the audience into a frenzy. Even the commentator was astonished, lauding Ash's training of his Pokémon, almost urging viewers to click the follow button in admiration. After the match, Ash went to the audience section to watch Misty and Brock's battle. Misty, being entirely reliant on water types, faced targeted strategies that made her struggle significantly. Fortunately, she had trained extensively at the Cerulean Gym beforehand and often mimicked Ash's battle style, managing to navigate the challenges without major incidents. Conversely, Brock, usually understated, performed remarkably well. Not only did he have an Onix and Geodude, but he also captured a Rhydon, securing all 3 original Rock-type Pokémon, and supplemented his team with an evolved Zubat to achieve commendable results, finding the match considerably easier than Misty. Afterward, Brock and Misty joined Ash in his room to feast on delicious food prepared by Aunt Hannah, celebrating yet another victory. Why am I always targeted? Everyone seems to have grass and electric types. It's exhausting, Misty exclaimed, downing a juice in frustration over the intensity of her recent battle. In the water terrain, she encountered the double disadvantage of electric and grass, and the last Pokémon she faced was one with the water absorbability, making it blatantly clear it was aimed at her. If it weren't for her bringing along a lightning rod Goldeen, an all-rounder Starmie, and a Parish Songsealeo, she would have faced elimination. You're lucky. I faced a quadruple disadvantage against grass and water types and didn't complain, Brock replied while cooking. Misty only grumbled a bit. But there was no way she would abandon her water types in battle. By the way, Ash, when do you plan to send out your ace? Every time I watch you compete, it's always 1 against 3. Isn't that a bit dismissive of others? Ash rolled his eyes, as this situation had caught him unawares. He felt like the opponents he faced were on par with those who climbed the yellow ladder. The intensity felt far less than battling Legia in the mid-game, almost akin to facing a novice like an Xin. I'm not sure. Perhaps I just have good luck and haven't encountered any real challengers. Chapter 92. Ice Terrain. In the third round of the competition, Ash faced off against Chiharu on the ice terrain. Ash had recently been on a winning streak, having completed 2 matches with just 1 Pokémon each, and with different ones at that. What thrilling battle would he bring forth this time? Let us await the spectacle. As the commentator concluded, the arena erupted with deafening cheers, a testament to Ash's growing fanbase, though a few cunning competitors mingled among the crowd, intent on gauging Ash's true strength. Ash, I will be the first to force you to deploy your second Pokémon. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. On the resilient ice layer, Houndoom emitted plumes of white smoke as the ice beneath its paws melted into puddles. It unleashed a series of flamethrowers, while Ash's Pikachu looked on anxiously at the surroundings. Although none of the flames directly struck him, the environment was visibly transforming into a pool of scalding water. Just as I anticipated, Ash mused, concealing a Charizard in his arsenal, planning to release it to melt the ice layer and cause his opponent's non-water-type Pokémon to sink into the watery depths, thereby losing their combat efficacy. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent had preemptively adopted this strategy. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Although Ash had arrived at the same conclusion, he had no intention of allowing his adversary's wishes to materialize. Pikachu crouched low, arcs of electricity intertwining across his form, swiftly spreading from his body and the icy water beneath him, enveloping the entire arena within the scope of his attack. Hold your ground. The swift Houndoom hastily erected a protective barrier, but it lasted a mere 5 seconds before dissipating, at which point lightning surged from all directions, electrifying Houndoom and causing its fur to stand on end, rendering its limbs rigid as it collapsed sideways. Meanwhile, the flames on the field had only managed to consume half of the icy surface, failing to alter the terrain significantly. While Ash had anticipated Houndoom's fall, he had not expected it to succumb so easily, but fortunately, he had a backup plan. Magneton Lock-On. Not only had he prepared a fire-type attack to scorch the battlefield, but he had also incorporated an electric-type strategy. Ash felt a surge of delight at the evident rise in his opponent's skill level. Pikachu, dive into the water. With a powerful kick, Pikachu leapt backward into the depths. Shinji was entirely unprepared for this maneuver. Magneton, stationed above the calm water's surface, was utterly incapable of maintaining its lock-on. However, this did not deter Shinji, who confidently commanded, Magneton, use Thunderbolt. We have Thunderbolt too. The once tranquil water surface began to tremble uncontrollably as bolts of lightning intertwined above and below, causing the surrounding ice to crack and splinter. Use Iron Tail to send those ice chunks flying. Ash keenly observed the change and, seizing the moment before Shinji could react, promptly altered his strategy. A silver arc sliced through the water's surface as a half-meter block of ice was sent soaring by Pikachu's swift strike, shattering into tiny fragments midair. Magneton, taken aback, swiftly retreated to evade the incoming hail of ice. Yet Pikachu was relentless. Surfacing momentarily to survey his surroundings, he dove back down, propelling one ice chunk after another into the air. Shinji realized that Ash's intent was to disrupt Magneton through the ice shattering, exclaiming, "Cunning Ash! Quickly, use Thunderbolt to shatter those ice blocks. Jump into the air and strike him down with Iron Tail." As the ice chunks detonated from the impact of Thunderbolt, Pikachu seized the opportunity to leap up, executing a spinning tail strike aimed at the gaps where Magneton's components connected. Magneton, caught off guard, was struck down, and Pikachu did not relent, diving back into the water to keep Magneton submerged, preventing it from surfacing. Shinji understood that Magneton was incapable of swimming, and if it remained submerged for too long, it would inevitably short-circuit. Yet all he could do was pray and encourage, unable to issue effective commands. Deliver a decisive blow with Iron Tail. Pikachu swam freely, relentlessly striking at Magneton in its struggle to rise, landing blows on each of its 3 heads and occasionally hammering its large eyes with his fists. Although the commentators could not witness the underwater spectacle, they were astonished to see Pikachu emerge first from the water, sustaining only minor injuries, while Magneton floated lifelessly, its back to the sky. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, heralding Ash's impending triumph. At this rate, he was bound to shatter the records of the court's conference. Phew, that was close. I nearly lost my breath. Pikachu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling the harrowing moments beneath the surface where he could not ascertain if Magneton had truly lost consciousness, only knowing he was on the verge of suffocating. Thankfully, his opponent had not systematically trained in swimming. Shinji, fixated on Pikachu's graceful movements in the water, finally exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed Pikachu had indeed startled him. After all, Ash's Pikachu was not particularly adept in underwater combat, but merely capable of swimming. Leaving room for hope, Cloyster used Whirlpool. Just as the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, Shinji issued a command, pulling everyone back into the match. Just as Pikachu surfaced for a moment of respite, he noticed a whirlpool forming beneath him, its size rapidly increasing. Panic surged through him as he attempted to escape its grasp, but to no avail. While Whirlpool lacked immense power, it was primarily a control-based move, capable of obstructing Pokeball capture mechanisms and, when necessary, dragging non-swimming Pokémon beneath the waves. Thunderbolt. Ineffective. You may temporarily shield against electric-type moves with ice blocks, but I can do the same. Cloyster use Ice Spike. The formidable and resilient shell of Cloyster bore countless protruding spikes, which now shimmered with a layer of ice. These icy spikes rapidly formed, and Cloyster unleashed them into the water with relentless fury. Although many were intercepted and shattered by Thunderbolt, the speed and sheer number of the ice spikes far exceeded the audience's expectations. Even after Pikachu's initial Thunderbolt attack, a brief window of vulnerability emerged. Yet the barrage of ice spikes continued unabated. It was astonishing that Shinji possessed such a tactic, given its effective output and endurance. One could hardly doubt that Cloyster's ability was to sustain continuous attacks. Meanwhile, Pikachu found himself ensnared within the whirlpool, unable to escape, unable to ascend to land or dive deeper, rendering him a sitting duck. What was Ash to do next? Despite the commentator's revelation of his ability, Shinji bore no ill will. After all, any trainer knowledgeable about Pokémon could discern it. He too was curious how Ash would resolve this predicament, or if Pikachu had any hidden techniques to extricate himself from this dilemma. What else lay within Pikachu's repertoire? Shinji's mind raced, reflecting that Pikachu's moveset was not well documented, given that trainers tended to favor Raichu. Chapter 93, The Grass Battlefield. Pikachu, can you hold on? Ash did not issue commands immediately, but instead inquired of Pikachu. Currently dodging the incoming ice spikes, Pikachu was desperately swimming, diving and surfacing in a frantic effort. Yet the whirlpool's deceleration effect was so overwhelming that for every 10 centimeters he swam forward, he was forced back 5. Consequently, Pikachu could only intermittently use Thunderbolt to counter the ice spikes. His inability to respond to Ash was already an implicit answer. A forced escape was futile, so he had to gamble. Pikachu, use Electromagnetic Wave on Cloyster. Pikachu's eyes widened as he rubbed his hands against his cheeks before unleashing 2 waves of electricity from his face. Retract into your shell, Shinji shouted. But Cloyster's hard shell was evidently no barrier against the electromagnetic wave. Moreover, due to the confinement, the ice spikes lost their aim and began to fire randomly. Pikachu, utilizing the currents of the water, managed to evade many of the attacks. As arcs of electricity flickered, Cloyster was compelled into a paralyzed state. Shinji could only grit his teeth and accept this reality, commanding Cloyster to persist with Ice Spike. Regrettably, the outcome was contrary to his expectations, due to its paralysis. Cloyster failed to retract its shell in time, causing the ice spikes to halt. Pikachu used Thunder. Chaotic bolts of lightning cascaded from above, enveloping the water battlefield and causing the pool to bubble violently. The shellmet, also adrift in the water, suffered immensely as multiple bolts of lightning struck its shell, electrifying it for a full 6 seconds before finally ceasing. As the brilliance faded, Pikachu remained ensnared by the steaming whirlpool, unable to break free. However, the shellmet had already lost its fighting capability. Its hard shell automatically opened, revealing a fainted ghastly within. This marked the commencement of the 4th round in the grassy arena. With Ash from Pallet Town on one side and the elegant contestant from Viridian City, Hikari, on the other. Both competitors were among the most renowned in this tournament, and it was surprising that they would clash here, regrettably knowing that one must be eliminated in the preliminaries. Let us eagerly await the unfolding drama. As Ash stepped onto the contestant platform, a crimson carpet unfurled from the opposing entrance, and a graceful woman in a kimono emerged from the shadows, exuding an elegance that rivaled that of Lika in her finest attire. The moment Hikari made her entrance, the audience erupted in cheers, with many waving banners and drumming to rally support for her. She ascended the contestant stage with a smile, waving to her fans, a true embodiment of an idol. Even Brock, standing beside Ash, found himself entranced, his gaze filled with admiration for Miss Hikari, completely captivated by her charm. Victory begets the bloom of beauty, while defeat leads to withering. Ash, I have secretly watched your matches more than 10 times. While I greatly respect your prowess, I shall not yield in my pursuit of victory. Go, Beedrill. Contrary to her composed exterior, Hikari displayed an extraordinary seriousness as she entered battle mode. In that same instant, Ash hurled his Pokeball, summoning Bulbasaur to the field, its eyes brimming with combat spirit directed at Beedrill. A quadruple resistance. Ash's initial choice was less than ideal, but substituting it would compromise the persona he was crafting. What to do? Misty, seated in the audience, nervously bit her fingers, despite Ash's vehement denials. She believed he was laying the groundwork for his future as a Pokémon master, needing to showcase overwhelming strength at all times. Having concluded her thoughts, Misty glanced over to find Brock still lost in a daze. Anger flared within her as she grabbed his ear and shouted, snapping him back to reality. Yes, it's indeed a challenging situation, but Ash surely has a plan. There's no need to fret. Perhaps it would be wiser to worry for Hikari instead. Misty's words left her at a loss for rebuttal, and she could only sulk as she watched the arena. Beedrill, utilize agility. Having learned from the earlier contestants' experiences, Hikari intended to bolster her own strength before adapting to the situation. However, Ash had no intention of granting her any leeway. Bulbasaur. Ensnare him with Vine Whip and unleash a flurry of strikes. The commentator leaped to his feet in excitement, quickly rifling through the moves Bulbasaur could learn. But after 3 searches, he found no record of Bulbasaur being able to perform such a flurry. Did Ash misspeak? Or did his Bulbasaur possess a unique capability to execute this move? It became clear. Ash's flurry of strikes referred to Bulbasaur spinning its 4 vines, creating afterimages at high speed. Even amidst Beedrill's agility, the rapid movements of the vines eluded its vision, resulting in multiple strikes, ultimately ensnaring both of its stingers midair. In a desperate attempt, Beedrill flapped its wings furiously, struggling to unleash a flying-type move like Hurricane, yet it remained trapped by Bulbasaur's grasp. Each vine coiled tightly around its stingers, tail, and waist, rendering Beedrill unable to escape despite its frantic efforts. Bulbasaur merely tugged downward. Quickly, focus your energy. Seeing Beedrill immobilized before fully enhancing its speed, Hikari was forced to devise a new strategy. Beedrill ceased its struggle, hovering in the air and concentrating its full attention, channeling power into its stingers. However, just as it entered this state, violent tremors jolted Beedrill from its focus, leaving it momentarily dazed as it fell upside down. Its stingers thrust into the ground. Bulbasaur then executed a sudden flip, lifting Beedrill and spinning it like a windmill. After several interruptions to its energy focus, Hikari, now disregarding her image, rolled up her sleeves, standing on the contestant platform's railing, and shouted with all her might, Beedrill, pull yourself together. Use Pin Missile. Beedrill unleashed its tail stinger, shooting a barrage of white needles toward Bulbasaur. This overwhelming assault sent shivers down Pikachu's spine, reminiscent of the Shelmet's earlier torment. Yet, the advantage of Bulbasaur's grass poison type lay in its inherent resistance. Although bug and poison types counter grass, the synergy of its attributes negated this disadvantage. Photosynthesis. Bulbasaur shook off the needles embedded within its body, harnessing the sun's energy through its blooming bud, erasing the damage it had sustained, and continuing to wield its vines with unyielding force, relentlessly whipping Beedrill. It was not until Beedrill succumbed to fatigue and fainted that Bulbasaur finally released it, allowing Beedrill to lie motionless upon the grass. Chapter 94, Unexpected Strength. Scyther, defeat Bulbasaur. Use Double Team. Dodge with Vine Whip. Hikari sent out the unassuming yet fourfold resistant Scyther, aiming to eliminate Bulbasaur. Scyther flapped its lightweight wings, creating a vibration that obscured its movements. It advanced swiftly, crossing its blades in a downward strike toward Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur extended its 4 vines backward, anchoring them to the railing in front of Ash, quickly maneuvering to evade the attack. Scyther, undeterred, continued its pursuit, yet Bulbasaur moved with the agility of a machine, deftly utilizing its vines to leap back and forth in front of both Hikari and Ash. Ash silently observed, taking notes on Scyther's speed and attack patterns. Realizing that Hikari's Scyther predominantly utilized low-altitude gliding rather than true flight. This was corroborated in the Pokédex, which indicated that only a few Scyther could achieve actual flight. Relying on close-range attacks clearly would not suffice to catch Bulbasaur, a fact Hikari understood well. After being led in circles, Scyther could no longer contain its frustration and altered its tactics. Scyther, use Air Slash to cut the vines. Upon hearing this, Ash quickly commanded, use Acid Bomb to disrupt him. Scyther slashed rapidly with its blades, delivering a flurry of strikes, sending transparent blades slicing through the air. Bulbasaur, caught mid-movement, was forced to retract its vines, landing on the ground and unleashing 3 acid bombs in succession. The purple acid, emitting white smoke, burst upon collision with the Air Slash, splattering in all directions. To avoid being caught in the chaos, Hikari immediately instructed Scyther to retreat, creating distance before continuing with its Air Slash assault. What was once to be a close-quarters battle now forced Scyther into a long-range engagement, leaving Hikari feeling exceedingly frustrated, secretly cursing Ash's cunning. Continue with Air Slash. Use Vine Whip to ensnare him. Bulbasaur, positioned on Hikari's side, aligned its 4 vines, preparing for a dual assault. Meanwhile, Scyther shifted to Ash's front, desperately slashing away. The vines, resembling green lasers, extended and pressed against the edges of the arena, then suddenly converged, producing a thunderous sound. Utilize Air Slash on the vines. The vine, moving with remarkable speed, swept through the air and suddenly yanked downward before the flying mantis, gliding just above the grass, rendering the creature unable to select its target. Shuzi gasped in shock and immediately commanded the flying mantis to evade. The creature leapt into the air, narrowly escaping the initial grasp. However, as the vines converged beneath the flying mantis, they did not retract. Instead, they unfurled in a sudden display. 4 vines intertwined in an astonishing manner, weaving into a rudimentary insect-catching net that swung upward in a reversal. Before the flying mantis could land, it was pinned to the ground, and the vines swiftly burrowed into the earth, transforming into roots that entangled the creature, rendering it unable to ascend once more, its scythes difficult to deploy. The situation reversed in an instant, and as the Bulbasaur, now under 4-fold resistance, ensnared the flying mantis, the commentator leaped in excitement. Even though Shuzi could only lower her head, tears welling as she recalled her flying mantis, the fervor of the spectators regarding the battle remained undeterred. It was inconceivable. In our fundamental understanding, the flying mantis's scythes could effortlessly sever the vines and secure victory. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ash's Bulbasaur not only defied expectations, but also shattered records, forcing the flying mantis to withdraw. Although Shuzi's strategy was commended by Ash as rational, it did little to ameliorate the damage to her reputation or the decline in her morale. After all, being compelled to withdraw despite a type advantage was an embarrassment in itself. Nevertheless, Shuzi did not shake her head in despair. Instead, she smiled and threw forth her Pokeball. All right, it's time to go. A radiant light flashed, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the final Pokémon, a Pikachu, made its sparkling entrance. Rather than a formidable presence, it turned out to be a diminutive one. Observing the fragile Pikachu on the field, even the host struggled to maintain composure, unsure how to proceed with commentary. Ash, your Bulbasaur is indeed impressive. Both its strength and speed have been cultivated exceptionally well. But you will never emerge victorious, for this time, I have brought out my trump card. Shuzi, well aware of the curious glances directed her way, responded with unwavering confidence. Aside from Shuzi and Ash, the others were perplexed. Even Bulbasaur itself was left uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The Pikachu's form was as slender as a toothpick, swaying gently in the wind, casting doubt on Bulbasaur's ability to combat it. Pikachu attack. Hearing Shuzi omit even the name of the move, Ash immediately sensed that this was no ordinary situation. She was likely concealing a skill not yet recorded by the league. Test it with vines, Ash directed, prompting Bulbasaur to discard its initial underestimation, launching 4 vines in a simultaneous assault from all sides. The Pikachu, with its beady eyes, showed no sign of panic, simply advancing with measured steps. As it approached the vines, it suddenly twisted its slender waist to evade, sidestepping all 4 before continuing its unhurried advance toward Bulbasaur. Unfazed, Bulbasaur, after narrowly dodging, circled around Pikachu, aiming to ensnare it. Yet, Pikachu merely employed its 2 leaves to effortlessly break free from Bulbasaur's bindings. As if that were not enough, After extricating itself from the vines, Beauty executed a shoulder throw, sending Bulbasaur and the vines soaring into the air. Oh ho ho! This is what we call using softness to overcome hardness, redirecting the opponent's strength back upon them. Your vine strategy has become ineffective. Shuzi laughed heartily, reveling in the triumph of momentarily suppressing Bulbasaur's arrogance. Ash could only catch half of Shuzi's words, dismissing the rest as mere nonsense. The premise of using softness to overcome hardness required at least a foundation of considerable strength. Judging by Beauty's power and agility, it could easily be classified with dual A ratings. After being launched into the air, Bulbasaur, initially astonished by Beauty's prowess, quickly wrapped its vines around the edges, stabilizing itself before landing smoothly while rolling to dissipate the impact. What a dangerous creature! Where did this Beauty come from? Not only Bulbasaur thought this, but the entire audience was equally astonished. Bulbasaur, unleash Acid Bomb. Countless sticky, violet blobs erupted from Bulbasaur's mouth, shooting forth with incredible speed, doubling in number, intending to overwhelm Beauty with sheer volume. Beauty, use Leaf Tornado. Beauty effortlessly swung its leaves, launching 2 leaf tornadoes. Though fewer in number, their power was astonishing. The leaves shredded through the airborne sludge, maintaining their force and speed, forcing Bulbasaur to maneuver with its vines to evade. With the 2 leaves dodged, they struck the wall, startling the nearest spectators into standing. Chapter 95, A Turnaround. Such force could not simply be explained as using softness to overcome hardness. Either Shuzi was misleading them, or she utterly failed to grasp Beauty's strength. In such a scenario, the best course of action would undoubtedly be to summon Charizard to scorch the battlefield clean. However, Bulbasaur clearly had no intention of retreating. After all, its companions could each handle 3 opponents, and it was not incapable either, even against 3 foes with 4-fold resistance. Do you still wish to fight? I understand your resolve. Then let us continue with Acid Bomb. My Beauty is the strongest, surpassing your Bulbasaur in both speed and power. Beauty, use Leaf Tornado. The 2 sides unleashed remote attacks simultaneously. Bulbasaur had to remain vigilant to dodge, while Beauty merely needed to remain stationary. This overwhelming advantage filled Shuzi with confidence, completely oblivious to the fact that the acid bombs that had been deflected were now polluting a vast expanse of land surrounding Beauty. The audience watched with concern as the situation unfolded. Against the relentless leaf tornadoes, Bulbasaur's acid bombs were failing to inflict any significant damage. Moreover, while evading, Bulbasaur still sustained several grazes, and even with 4-fold resistance, the leaf tornadoes left marks of red swelling. What are we going to do now? Brock, do you have any solutions? Xiaoxia's worry was not without merit. She could not envision a way to turn the tide. Brock, equally at a loss, could only rely on his unwavering faith in Ash's ability to achieve a miraculous comeback. Even Bulbasaur itself was uncertain how to secure victory. Yet Ash's insistence on continuing with acid bombs kept it from halting. Is evolution the answer? Is it possible to evolve under such pressure? At this point, Bulbasaur could only think of this approach, continually hypnotizing itself with the self-suggestion to evolve. Finally, Ash spoke. Shuzi, your Beauty is indeed formidable, excelling in both close combat and ranged attacks. Of course, this is my ace, and I am certain it is the strongest Beauty in the world. Upon hearing Ash's praise, Shuzi's heart swelled with joy, standing tall and exuding confidence. However, her elation was short-lived as Ash's tone took a sharp turn. But Beauty has one flaw. Its speed is quite slow. Navigating with its slender roots is quite challenging, especially given its top-heavy stance. After Ash's revelation, Shuzi displayed no signs of panic, but rather acknowledged this point with calm acceptance. So what of it? So, this is the critical juncture for the decisive battle. Bulbasaur, unleash a barrage of vines around Beauty. The Bulbasaur abruptly ceased its assault of acidic bombs, directing its 4 vine whips towards the base of the Beauty's feet, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. The Beauty, momentarily bewildered, was on the verge of unleashing its leaf blade to sever the vine whips when suddenly the ground beneath it gave way, causing its roots to plunge into the soil, sinking deeper and deeper. It was only after the grass that was torn apart by the onslaught began to scatter that Shuzi realized the earth surrounding Beauty had become soft and decayed. Saturated with an abundance of acidic bombs, the once vibrant grass now wilted and yellowed. With each successive strike, the soil beneath Beauty transformed entirely, having succumbed to pollution. It ensnared Beauty, preventing it from escaping even as it attempted to lift its legs, only to become further entrenched. By the time Shuzi comprehended the situation and sought to recall Beauty, it was already too late. The 4 vine whips continued to stir the muck, repeatedly splattering it. and soon Mewtwo was completely coated in sludge, buried within the earth, sealing its fate of defeat. Consequently, Bulbasaur had mastered an upgraded technique of its acidic bomb, the Sludge Bomb. In this moment, despair enveloped Xuanzi, and from the depths of his heart arose a profound sorrow, causing him to stagger backward a few steps before collapsing onto the platform, regretting his earlier celebratory champagne. How foolish I am, truly. I solely recognized Ash's remarkable adaptability. Yet I failed to anticipate such a profound transformation. Now, with the situation as it is, what recourse remains for Xuanzi? He could only summon his Scyther to clean up the mess. However, Scyther had already proven to be at a disadvantage due to its inability to truly soar. And against the prepared Bulbasaur, it could scarcely mount any offense. Scyther, unleash your Fury Cutter. This would be Scyther's final attempt at a combination strike, as it raised its dual blades and charged at Bulbasaur with a fierce downward cleave. Yet, the Bulbasaur merely ensnared Scyther's joints with its vine whips, preventing it from descending even a single centimeter, completely immobilized. Attempts to kick were met with Bulbasaur's grasp, and with its body close, it unleashed a sludge bomb, plunging Scyther into a state of poisoning. What followed was a scene of Scyther ensnared, eliciting a visceral reaction of discomfort. Ultimately, under Bulbasaur's binding play, Scyther succumbed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Having vanquished 3 opponents, each with a quadruple resistance to grass-type attacks, the battle-scarred Bulbasaur roared triumphantly, basking in radiant light as it achieved its final evolution, transforming into its ultimate form, Venusaur. It was a daunting challenge indeed. Venusaur felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Yet the outcome was ultimately favorable, as it managed to ground itself through the last vestiges of photosynthesis. Ash had successfully completed all 4 preliminary challenges, with Misty, Brock, and Green following closely behind. Green, motivated solely by a desire to confront Ash, poured every ounce of effort into each battle, devoid of any hint of arrogance. The upcoming battles would take on a more arbitrary nature. According to the event organizers, after all competitors concluded their matches and rested for a day, they would determine their opponents through a fishing exercise for a Kingler in the designated pool. The number inscribed on the Kingler would match 2 competitors who caught it, pairing them for the next round. However, an advantage existed. Participants could wait nearby for acquaintances to fish, allowing them to fish only when their counterpart was selected. Green opted for this strategy, arriving early and being the first to cast his line. He caught a Kingler marked A1. Afterward, he intercepted Ash, preventing him from fishing too soon. Ash, I don't want to encounter you just yet. I wish for a genuine 6v6 battle, which we can realize in the quarterfinals. So, if you desire a fair confrontation, promise me you'll survive to reach the top 8. Ash was taken aback by Green's sentiment, yet it posed no insurmountable challenge. He would wait for Green to draw his opponent before casting his line. It turned out to be A3. Well then, Ash, your opponent is the one and only. Ahong. Meanwhile, Ahong, still present on the field, beamed with excitement upon seeing his opponent matched with the formidable Ash, who had achieved an impressive 4 consecutive shutouts. Ahong, who is that? Ash scanned the area before finally fixing his gaze on a shorter boy with red hair within the crowd. Upon noticing Ash's attention, Ahong eagerly approached, extending a hand in enthusiastic greeting. Idle. Chapter 96. Ahong. Ahong hurried forward, shaking Ash's hand with fervor, his eyes sparkling. Ash, you may not know this, but within the Pikachu trainer community, you are already a sensation. He retrieved his phone and opened a chat group to show Ash, requesting a photo together. Many Pokémon, whether evolved or in their baby forms, have their own fan bases. Enthusiasts of baby Pokémon are unconcerned with evolution. There are no league mandates compelling trainers to prioritize competitions or battles as their life goals. Most individuals, after acquiring a Pokémon, neither train nor travel. They simply treat their Pokémon as family. No parents would insist on how things must be done, unlike the cutthroat competition found on Earth. In this community, rather than focusing on battle prowess, they value cuteness, obedience, and gentleness. The Pikachu community predominantly embodies this ethos, with most members indifferent to combat. As those who care about battling have already evolved, they cherish Pikachu for what it is. Yet this year's competition introduced a fierce contender who could take down 3 opponents using Pikachu. As replays and highlight clips circulated wildly, Ash earned significant acclaim within the Pikachu community. Ash, I too am a Pikachu trainer. Come forth, Rain. Ahong's Pikachu, named Rain, bore a tuft of long fur atop its head, resembling bangs. Upon seeing Ash's Pikachu, Rain displayed a similar expression to Ahong, rendering it momentarily speechless. Ash, I am aware that our skill levels differ greatly. I likely cannot defeat you. However, I implore you to give it your all in our match. I wish to understand the extent of our disparity. After taking several steps back, Ahong bowed deeply, a gesture of respect towards a formidable trainer like Ash. Very well. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, Ahong exhaled in relief. Although he braced for the possibility of being overwhelmed, the prospect of battling Ash's Pikachu was an unparalleled opportunity. To show Ash the respect he deserved, Ahong directly disclosed his team composition: a Butterfree named Barbie, a Charmander named Jiang Ben, and Rain the Pikachu. Ash, would it be possible for your Pikachu to battle against me? I wish to learn from you. Of course. In fact, you can seek me out for practice anytime. Ash displayed no hesitation characteristic of a time traveler, offering his assistance generously. Ahong was deeply touched, having made so many requests of Ash. It was a surprise to receive guidance in return. Hey, Ahong nodded vigorously. Also, could you include me in your Pikachu community? Absolutely. We always welcome trainers of Pikachu to connect and share. Given the relatively niche Pikachu community, having a strong trainer like Ash emerge could undoubtedly draw in numerous fans and increase interest in related merchandise. After all, Pokémon belonging to powerful trainers often mirrored the uniformity found in games, limiting merchandise revenue to a small segment. Not only does the Pokémon League hope that trainers will capture a diverse array of Pokémon, but the corporate entities also desire for trainers to nurture less mainstream species, thereby enhancing their popularity and increasing revenue. This strategy aims to avoid homogenization and prevent the inability to extract funds from a broader audience of non-combat enthusiasts. Instead of debating why the starter Pokémon are so powerful that bystanders do not utilize them, one should contemplate how to encourage these trainers and attract their finances. If they lack funds, they can always turn to their parents. Finally, we arrive at the highly anticipated knockout stage of the top 16, featuring the intense 5th round of night battles. This match pits the skilled contestant Ahong against the renowned Ash. It is worth noting that Ash has emerged as a fan favorite in this tournament, raising suspicions of possible data manipulation, yet it is undeniable that his appearances consistently lead to a surge in viewership. Returning to the match. As the referee's whistle signaled the start, both trainers dispatched their Pikachu, seemingly prepared for a familial showdown. Oh, instead of launching attacks, they engaged in conversation, suggesting a mutual acquaintance. Within the arena, Ahong took a sip of water, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, displaying the tension etched on his face. Don't worry too much. This is merely an ordinary battle, Ash reassured him, although his words did little to alleviate Ahong's anxiety, intensifying his unease. I feel a bit embarrassed. There are so many spectators this time. Previously, during my matches, the audience was sparse, but now it's packed to the brim. Ahong surveyed the surroundings, noting that the stands were filled, with some spectators even perched atop flying-type Pokémon to capture the action from above. If only they could expand the venue for more space. The crowd's attention seemed predominantly focused on Ash, and he recognized several familiar faces among the audience, particularly from the Lalami tribe and the Dark City, who constituted a significant portion of the crowd. Ignore them and concentrate on your own performance. The more you worry about others' gazes, the more likely you are to falter, Ash advised, wanting to block out the noisy crowd that was distracting him. Ahong nodded, taking deep breaths to regain his composure, fully immersing himself in battle mode. Rain. Use Quick Attack. We shall also employ Quick Attack. Both Pikachu darted across the battlefield, leaving trails of yellow sparks, becoming visible only when they collided. Pikachu struck first, using its body to tackle the charging Rain. Rain attempted to counter with a headbutt, but upon contact, it felt a tuft of fur caught between Pikachu's grip, nearly pulling its hair out. Rain quickly shielded its head, but Pikachu clung on stubbornly, riding atop its head and playfully swatting Rain's rear with its tail. Irritated, Rain executed a shoulder throw, dislodging Pikachu from its back, then snapped its jaws around Pikachu's paw. The two Pikachu, propelled by Quick Attack, became entangled in a fierce struggle, reminiscent of a street brawl, devoid of any elegance. Ash had no choice but to call for Pikachu to release its grip and retreat for a moment to regroup. In the first round, both Pikachu fought to a standstill, each ignited with a fierce determination. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Rain, let us also use Iron Tail. The two Pikachu charged at each other once more, trading tail swipes, landing blows with equal ferocity. Recognizing the stalemate, Pikachu rolled and leaped behind Rain, wrapping its arms around Rain before executing a German suplex, slamming Rain's head into the ground with considerable force, nearly rendering it unconscious. Fortunately, Rain's thick fur provided some cushioning. As Rain attempted to rise, Pikachu launched another surprise attack, delivering an Iron Tail strike to its face, sending it tumbling away. The two electric rodents, eschewing electric-type moves, instead showcased their combat skills, igniting the audience's passion. a spectacle that few could resist, as who does not relish a display of raw physicality. After a lengthy confrontation, Rain was visibly exhausted, panting heavily, while Pikachu remained unfazed and eager for more action. Clearly, Rain had not trained enough. Ahong recognized this and decided it was time for Rain to take a break. That was close. I thought Rain might be the first to fall. Ash, you truly are formidable. Is this how you usually train Pikachu? Ash remained silent, urging Ahong to summon his next Pokémon. It's up to you now. Ahong called forth his Charmander, while Ash recalled Pikachu and sent out Charizard to face it. The unexpected switch surprised the audience, as they did not believe that Pikachu could best Charmander. Rather, they perceived it as a gesture of goodwill from Ash. The commentators shared this interpretation. Ahong had not anticipated this turn of events, suspecting Ash was merely pitying him, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Since I've committed, I shall see it through. Pikachu will teach Pikachu, and Charizard will instruct Charmander. Ahong felt reassured by this and excitedly inquired, "Do you have a Butterfree?" No. Ahong felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly rallied his spirits. Butterfree was somewhat of an underdog in the competitive arena, although many trainers possessed one. Very few had cultivated a notable specimen. Yet, Ahong believed he could be the first to make Butterfree shine. Charmander, use Flamethrower. Charizard, we shall do the same. Charizard glanced down at the significantly smaller Charmander, dismissing its fierce determination as laughable. So weak, so weak. The flames exhaled from Charizard's nostrils were far thicker than those emitted by Charmander, highlighting the vast disparity in their abilities. With such a significant gap, Ahong was entirely at Charizard's mercy. Charizard bent down, flicking its head to send Ahong sprawling several meters away. Charmander, use Dragon Claw. Charmander, use Dragon Breath. At this moment, Charizard felt as though it was merely playing with a child, entirely devoid of any sense of combat excitement. The damage inflicted by Charmander was akin to mere tickling, far less impactful than a casual kick from Ash. Ash frowned. Is your Charmander newly captured? Yes. I wanted to bring it here to experience the battles and see if it could grow stronger. Ahong candidly admitted that he had not taken the competition seriously, viewing it merely as a fun, leveling experience. This carefree attitude raised Ash's eyebrows. Enough, Charizard, finish the battle. Ash decided against prolonging the match. Charizard understood immediately, delivering a kick that sent Charmander back into Ahong's arms. The next Pokémon, Barbie, along with Rain, were swiftly overwhelmed by Charizard, all within a minute's time. After the match, Ash returned to the resting area and sought out Ahong immediately. Upon their meeting, Ash frowned deeply, his tone serious. What do you think the Indigo League is? Is this merely a playground for you? Training your Charmander? You've made it to the top 16, and yet you speak such words. Ash could bring his Dragonair and Bulbasaur because he had strong backups, while Ahong appeared to rely solely on Charmander, Butterfree, and Pikachu. Such a lack of strength would render it impossible for Ahong to acquire all the badges in Kanto. It was clear he possessed other Pokémon. Ahong stood there in a daze, utterly taken aback by Xiao Zi's unexpected fury. Once he regained his composure, Ahong promptly offered a sincere apology. I'm sorry. I just thought it was impossible for me to ascend to the championship, considering I've only been in this for a year. My strength, in comparison to others, is certainly lacking. So you approached the battle with a nonchalant attitude? You assumed you would be outmatched, treating this as merely a place to level up? You didn't even send out your strongest Pokémon. Are you afraid that a defeat would shatter your confidence? Using a newly caught Pokémon means that even in failure, you can comfort yourself by attributing it to circumstance. Ahong fell silent, his innermost thoughts laid bare by Xiao Zi. Fortunately, the rest area was devoid of outsiders, leaving only the two of them in this intimate exchange. The reason Xiao Zi could see through him so effortlessly was that he understood the championship rewards in the league were rather unappealing. Aside from a prestigious trophy, there were no tangible prizes like money. For instance, his future rival, as well as the legendary Pokémon trainers, seemed to vanish into thin air after claiming victory. Just like Shinji, who did not continue his pursuit of the championship after the tournament. The absence of monetary rewards is a trivial matter. However, the league's lack of attention afterward could deter many capable trainers from participating in such competitions, resulting in a majority of trainers treating it as mere playtime with their Pokémon, lacking seriousness. Yet, one could hardly blame the league. From their perspective, the balance between militarizing trainers and entertaining them leans decidedly towards the latter as the safer option. After all, a government that encourages private militias or rewards the strong would only invite societal unrest and chaos. Who would believe that a society armed to the teeth would remain orderly? Nevertheless, this does not imply that Xiao Zi condones trainers treating such occasions frivolously. Engaging in battles with fledgling Pokémon is not only a dismissive attitude towards the competition, but also a sign of disrespect towards one's opponents and the profession of a trainer itself. If one chooses to compete, they must do so earnestly. One cannot present oneself in a manner that suggests indifference. Observing a Hong's silence, Xiaoji sighed before departing the rest area. I'm sorry, it was my attitude that was at fault. Xiaoji, I promise I won't behave like this again. A Hong's heartfelt tone caused Xiaoji to halt his steps. If you truly intend to take the competition seriously, then come find me again at the next Silver Conference. The Silver Conference, understood. Thank you, Senior Xiaoji. A Hong was unaware that Xiaoji was of the same age, perceiving him merely as a seasoned warrior who had emerged to compete after years of rigorous training. Following the top 16, Xiaoxia, Xiaojing, and Shiro all successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. The next step would involve the electronic screen for the draw. As the avatars scrolled across the display, it became apparent that Xiaojing and Xiaoji were destined to face each other. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia and Shiro encountered mere passers-by. As expected, the inevitable had come to pass. Xiaojing gazed at his avatar on the screen, his hands trembling involuntarily. He hadn't anticipated that he would meet Xiaoji in the quarterfinals. He couldn't discern whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. If all goes well, I feel certain that you'll manage to evolve your Kamikame. Xiaojing envisioned the impending match, imagining Xiaoji's Kamikame unleashing a barrage of attacks. Or perhaps practicing against his own Shigeman. After all, he was well aware of the Pokémon Xiaoji had caught. Don't take it too seriously. We're friends. Let us consider it a friendly match. I hope so. According to reliable sources, as the temporary master of the deep gray gem, Xiaojing had traveled alongside Xiaoji in the past. Thus, this match could be viewed as a form of exchange between them. Perhaps they frequently sparred against one another. With pleasantries aside, we return to the arena to witness the Pokémon each side has chosen to lead with. Xiaojing sent forth his Zubat, while Xiaoji opted for Kamikame. It appears that Xiaojing had anticipated this, hence his choice of Zubat. Kamikame initiated the encounter with Ice Beam, attempting to disrupt Zubat with a pair of strikes, yet failed to make contact. Zubat soared high into the air, unleashing Supersonic to create considerable confusion for Kamikame, who, despite covering its ears, could not escape the ensuing chaos. Xiaoji promptly recalled Kamikame, replacing it with Chapter 98, The Wheel Battle. Wow, what a colossal onyx. Is that truly an onyx? I've never heard of one growing to such an immense size. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, all taken aback by the vast onyx that Xiaoji had sent out. In comparison, Xiaojing's Zubat paled in significance. Xiaojing felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, saying nothing as he silently withdrew Zubat and summoned his own Kabutops. During their time in the Great Valley, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing had both captured fossil Pokémon, each acquiring one Kabuto and one Omanite. Now, Xiaojing had cultivated his into a Kabutops, which, despite its smaller stature, drew considerable astonishment from the onlookers. Kabutops, use water gun. Onyx, deploy curse. As the water surged beneath Kabutops, enveloping it entirely, it propelled itself forward, blades raised high, charging directly at Onyx's head. Just as Onyx was halfway through enhancing its curse, it was struck fiercely, causing its jaw to suffer a significant blow, sending its body reeling backward. Fortunately, after Xiaoji's training, its willpower and endurance had significantly improved, allowing it to remain standing after a slight shake. Once more, quicksand abyss, centered around Onyx. The ground visibly began to sink, transforming into soft sand at an alarming rate. This time, Onyx did not brace itself with its jaw. Instead, it tightened its neck and collided head-on. After forcefully enduring another water gun, Onyx pressed on, swinging its tail to strike Kabutops. Kabutops, unaccustomed to such a heavy blow from behind, was immediately flung to the edge of Onyx, which then rolled over Kabutops, pinning it down with its feet that were ensnared in the quicksand. Kabutops found itself in dire straits. Having debuted with 2 water guns only to be crushed into the earth by such a massive foe, relying solely on Xiaojing's Pokeball to be extracted. Having already a flattened head, it was now even more so. Omanite, use Water Pulse. Xiaojing summoned another Water Rock-type Pokemon, preparing to shower Onyx with a deluge, only to have Xiaoji preemptively return it to its Pokeball. This marked the first time Xiaoji had withdrawn a Pokemon due to an opponent's overwhelming special attack, prompting the commentator to rise in applause for Xiaojing's impressive performance. This was a moment worth recording, as a trainer had genuinely broken the mold, compelling even Xiaoji to temporarily step back. What Pokemon would Xiaoji deploy next in response? Bulbasaur? Kamikame? Or perhaps Pikachu? The mention of these 3 previously showcased Pokemon brought a bitter smile to Xiaojing's lips. The plight of rock types lies in their numerous weaknesses. resulting in a scarcity of truly compatible type combinations. Among them, the water-rock combination is particularly lackluster, as even water-type moves fail to bolster rock-type effectiveness. Once again, Xiaoji tossed forth a pokeball, and before the red light could dissipate, Xiaojing shouted out immediately, "The spiny stone beast. Unleash water gun upon that creature in the sky." The abandoned world monkey had scarcely leapt onto the scene for a second when it was met with a colossal column of water. Before its brain could process the situation, its body instinctively reacted, launching an astonishing barrage of punches in a relentless contest against the water jet. Upon recognizing the foe as the abandoned world monkey, Xiao Gang's heart finally sank. As the water column subsided and the spiny stone beast entered a period of skill cooldown, Xiao Gang promptly altered his strategy. Quickly retreating into its shell, he commanded, "Use iron defense." Faced with the descending abandoned world monkey, the spiny stone beast did not dare to be negligent, concealing its core while its shell glimmered with a metallic sheen. As the monkey approached for close combat, the abandoned world monkey landed with a powerful leap, toppling the shell and delivering a fierce punch to the opening below. The iron defense fortified the shell's protection, rendering the soft body irrelevant. The monkey's direct approach caused the spiny stone beast to withdraw even further, exposing only its protruding teeth at the entrance. Upon delivering that punch, the abandoned world monkey felt an odd sensation, as if striking a blade. Yet, this only served to infuriate it further. The monkey seized the shell and began to shake it violently, having previously exchanged blows with the shell met during practice. The abandoned world monkey was aware of the vulnerabilities of such shelled creatures. Although the shell met found it humiliating, it admitted to this weakness. If the abandoned world monkey could lift and shake the shell, even indirectly, it could induce a state of disorientation. Given enough time, the shell met would inevitably succumb to dizziness, uncontrollably poking its head out. Of course, this presupposed that the monkey could indeed lift the shell met once it evolved into a Blastoise. Not even a wretched monkey would stand a chance. Seeing the spiny stone beast's entrance facing downward and being shaken by the abandoned world monkey, Xiao Gang realized that this could only lead to disaster and had no choice but to withdraw it. Yet, he faced a dilemma regarding which Pokémon to send forth next. To be fair, the appearance of the abandoned world monkey was already a considerable concession to Xiao Gang. If he were to send out his Venusaur, the subsequent 3 rock and ground-type Pokémon would undoubtedly be fodder. The only choice, the Zubat, had a slight advantage over the abandoned world monkey. But it was not a complete counter, as ghost-type punches were not to be underestimated. However, at this juncture, Xiao Gang had no choice but to proceed. "Zubat, use supersonic," he commanded, attempting to bring the monkey down. The abandoned world monkey surveyed its surroundings and, in a fit of frustration, unleashed 3 punches at the ground, shattering it and tossing the debris skyward. As Zubat released its supersonic, a shower of rubble flew into its mouth, causing it to cough and interrupt the attack. What was labeled as a toss was no different from a rock bomb. Use air cutter to disrupt it. Could Xiao Gang afford to send Zubat into close combat? Absolutely not. He could only rely on slightly lower special attack moves from a distance to whittle down its health. Ash, uninterested in watching the abandoned world monkey's stone-throwing antics, deemed the hit rate of 10 throws with 5 misses far too low, uncertain of when he would finally connect, and decided to recall Zubat. Haxorus, use Dragon Pulse. To prevent an endless cycle of exchanges, Ash sent forth Haxorus, a Pokémon with no type disadvantage but capable of learning water-type moves. Haxorus gathered energy in its mouth, just as Zubat dove towards the ground to evade. Its eyes gleamed with a blue light as it swiftly followed suit, pursuing Zubat while gathering energy. "Zubat, use Mud Bomb." Xiao Gang, aware that fleeing would only prolong the inevitable, ordered Zubat to counterattack. However, just as Zubat turned, it was met with a Dragon Pulse, engulfing it and pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. With its last vestiges of consciousness, Zubat mustered the strength to release a Mud Bomb. But Haxorus paid it no mind, effortlessly swiping it back into Zubat's mouth, delivering a harsh reprimand. Chapter 99, A Desperate Struggle. With the troublesome Zubat dealt with, Ash called forth the abandoned world monkey once more. Having faced this monkey previously, the spiny stone beast sensed impending doom upon seeing it again. Yet, it had no choice but to brace itself for the challenge ahead. "Spiny stone beast, use water gun." Shadow Punch. The abandoned world monkey raised its left arm to block the water gun while its right hand shimmered with a purple glow, conjuring a massive translucent fist. The Shadow Punch effortlessly bypassed the water gun's interference, striking the spiny stone beast squarely in the face. The impact sent the spiny stone beast flying, altering the trajectory of the water gun and forcing the abandoned world monkey, previously pushed back by the water, to regain its footing and advance boldly. The monkey unleashed a flurry of punches, and the relentless assault of Shadow Punch compelled the spiny stone beast to retreat into its shell, awaiting an opportune moment. In such a predicament, if the spiny stone beast dared to extend its head to unleash a move, it would be met with a formidable counter from the abandoned world monkey. Xiao Gang had no choice but to withdraw the spiny stone beast once more. Sending forth the onyx as support, the abandoned world monkey glanced up at the onyx, immediately finding amusement. If it was enthusiastic about battling an oversized onyx, it certainly would not be outmatched by a smaller one. To say that the onyx was small would be an understatement. Previously, Xiao Gang had often ventured to Mt. Miacha with Professor Oak to explore the principles of rock types expanding due to environmental changes, bringing along his offspring. His onyx had certainly grown significantly. The abandoned world monkey continued to engage in close combat. With a mighty roar, it lunged at the onyx, launching a furious assault with its entire body. Onyx used dig. The already fragmented ground was torn asunder once more as Onyx burrowed beneath the surface, ramming into the abandoned world monkey before forcefully driving it into the ground. The sensation of crashing against the rocks heightened the monkey's fury. In a fit of rage, it retaliated with a fierce onslaught of close combat strikes against the Onyx's face. The Onyx, undeterred, continued to slam into the ground, using the abandoned world monkey as a battering ram, repeatedly crashing down with all its weight. The monkey leapt into its mouth. The Onyx's jaws were forcefully pried open, allowing the monkey to leap inside, and as they closed, the abandoned world monkey unleashed a series of punches against the Onyx's upper jaw, causing tears to flow from the Onyx's eyes, incapacitating it. Attacking from within was something Xiao Gang had never anticipated. Witnessing the fainted Onyx being expelled from the hole by the abandoned world monkey, Xiao Gang had no choice but to recall it. Rhydon used horn drill. He caught it and threw it back. The horn on Rhydon's snout glimmered as it transformed from a small creature into a formidable force. Rhydon was simple-minded, driven by one word: charge. This reckless demeanor aligned perfectly with the abandoned world monkey's intentions. The monkey threw punches, flanking Rhydon, who was left reeling from the blows. However, instinctively, Rhydon surged upward with its horn. The abandoned world monkey tilted back to evade the sharp horn, then, with a surge of strength, lifted Rhydon entirely, hoisting it behind its back. With a powerful heave, Rhydon was slammed to the ground, only to be met with the monkey's relentless barrage of punches. How could Rhydon withstand such a series of crushing blows? The abandoned world monkey pinned it down, and with its limbs unable to rise, Rhydon was ultimately forced to succumb, dragged down to the ground, and recalled by Xiao Gang. Then came the formidable Geodude, a heavyweight in its own right, impervious to the feeble punches directed at its chest. Yet, Ash remained silent, leaving Geodude to stand still. Geodude, we are at the most perilous juncture now. Your companions have succumbed in battle, and it is solely upon you to reverse our fortunes, so please heed my call, Geodude. Brock's desperate plea transformed into a beacon of hope at that moment, as Geodude unleashed its full potential, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Evolving into Golem was the last contribution Geodude could make for Brock. Emboldened by this newfound light of hope, Golem charged unflinchingly at the opposing Pokémon. The outcome was clear. All of Brock's Pokémon had been defeated, and victory belonged to Ash. With the referee's verdict, the match proceeded toward the anticipated conclusion. Even Brock felt no surprise. Rather, he was elated that Geodude had managed to evolve at the last moment. As Misty and Gary triumphed in their battles and advanced, they arrived at the crucial semifinals. This time, Ash was to face Misty, who had been entrusted with high hopes by Brock. Hooray! I knew I would meet you in the finals, Ash. This will be a battle worthy of the annals of history. How splendid! Even before Misty spoke, Gary was already bubbling with excitement over the draw results. Indeed, such fierce competitors ought to clash on the grand stage of the finals. Ignoring Gary's exuberance, Misty strode forward to wave at Ash. Though it may be awkward, I assure you, I am far more formidable than Brock. My water-type Pokémon are thoroughly prepared. Misty had specifically asked her family for a substantial amount of money to purchase a range of items before the match, all to ensure a fair contest against Ash. Fighting in peak condition. Ash, are you ready? Ash nodded, and Pikachu echoed the gesture, while Bulbasaur and Dragonair and their Pokeballs did the same. Only Squirtle appeared somewhat discontent. There was a possibility it might be called upon due to the rain, but its chances of being chosen were slim. The same could be said for Aerodactyl, Onix, and Charizard. With a day remaining before the semifinals, Ash's 6 Pokémon were all mandated to intensify their training. Pikachu personally took on the role of coach, training Dragonair in electric-type moves. Dragonair was capable of learning Thunder and Thunderbolt under Pikachu's tutelage. It began with the basics of Electroweb, honing its understanding of electric-type moves to perfection. Following closely was Tauros, training alongside Pikachu. As a member of the original generation's normal type, Tauros possessed a broad learning palette, despite its low special attack, being able to master moves such as Blizzard, Thunderbolt, and Solar Beam. However, one move particularly suited it, Volt Tackle. Compared to Thunder, this move was the epitome of chaos. Yet, with no other options available, it had to make do with a last-minute effort. With Pikachu's electric power surging through Tauros's horns, it first acclimated to the sensation of being enveloped in electricity, then proceeded to manipulate its own electric-type energy, ultimately merging these skills to launch a devastating strike against its foes. I must devise a counter-strategy. Misty observed Ash's training from the shadows, her heart racing as she witnessed his Pokémon mastering electric-type moves with such speed, prompting her to retreat to prepare for battle. Chapter 100, Rainy Day Kingdra. Go, Misty. I've gathered friends from Dewford Town to cheer you on. The three sisters from Dewford Town sat in the stands, surrounded by a throng of Misty's fellow townsfolk. Sister, what are you all doing here? And why are there so many people behind you? Having lived in Dewford Town for so many years, it was Misty's first realization that her sister could rally such a crowd, mostly composed of men. A brief mental shift led her to understand. They're all here to vie for my sister's affection. With such high expectations resting upon her, Misty felt a twinge of anxiety, forcing herself to focus entirely on the battle ahead. The moment the referee waved the flag, Misty hurled her Pokeball forward. Go, Swampert. Let the field be engulfed in rain. Misty employed a standard rain team strategy, leading with her captain, Swampert. Ash, on the other hand, opted for Dragonair, who would not be at a disadvantage in this water-type domain and could quickly adapt. Weather changes required time, and now was my stage, my turn. Swampert, use Ice Beam on the drainpipe, then follow up with Surf. These were two commands, but as they did not require targeting the opponent, Swampert swiftly froze the pipe, causing the water level of the arena to surge dramatically with the continuous flow beneath. Dragonair, use Dragon Dance. Ash refrained from interrupting Misty's setup. After all, she had a full roster of water types, and whether Swampert or another took the lead was inconsequential. This could not be prevented. As time passed, the rain intensified, soaking their clothes, while the audience donned raincoats and held umbrellas to watch. With the water level reaching a meter high, Misty clapped the railing and recalled Swampert. Kingdra, use Draco Meteor. Misty's Horsia had evolved into Kingdra and had also acquired Dragon Scale to facilitate its evolution. Kingdra, in a water-type arena, wielded the might of Draco Meteor, effortlessly capitalizing on its ability. The buffs had stacked, and Misty was determined to win. Dragon Tail, send it back. Kingdra gathered the essence of Draco Meteor in its mouth before unleashing a furious barrage into the sky. Dragonair, unwilling to confront it head-on, swiftly dodged to the side and continued its descent, delivering a powerful strike against the submerged Kingdra. Kingdra winced in pain, and before it could react, it was sent back into its Pokeball, forcibly replaced by Goldeen. Initially intending to recall Dragonair to switch in another Pokemon to withstand Draco Meteor, Misty hesitated upon seeing Goldeen's Lightning Rod ability, quickly abandoning that thought and directing Dragonair to engage in battle. Dragonair, ensnare Goldeen with Bind. Without hesitation, Dragonair leaped into the water, wrapping its elongated body around Goldeen, restricting its every movement. Goldeen, use Horn Attack. As Goldeen soared into the clouds and made a steep descent, it split into a multitude of meteorites mid-air. Misty could not help but understand. This was clearly a ploy to take Goldeen down alongside it. At this juncture, Misty was left with no choice but to grimace in pain, reluctantly sending out Goldeen. Goldeen's horn elongated as it aimed upward, but Dragonair was already prepared, twisting its body to ensnare Goldeen's horn, rendering it immobile despite Goldeen's desperate struggles. Countless flashes rained down upon the arena, creating craters in the watery expanse. At the epicenter, amidst Dragonair's unwavering sacrifice and Goldeen's terrified gaze, the largest meteorite exploded just inches away from them. The immense shockwave instantly engulfed both Pokémon, and amidst the chaos and gasps of astonishment, both Dragonair and Goldeen fell to the ground. Originally intended for Pikachu, the Magikarp was unexpectedly exchanged for a Dragonair, much to Misty's dismay. However, the audience, oblivious to the situation, erupted in cheers at the sudden swap. The exchange of Magikarp for Dragonair seemed like an unequivocal profit. As a meteor shower began to intervene, the arena tilted, and meteor fragments inadvertently shattered the drainage pipes, causing the water level to plummet. In this dire situation, there was no room for Misty to indulge in melancholy. She promptly recalled Magikarp and summoned Kingra once more. Ash noticed the declining water level and took out Tauros to retaliate. It was not a matter of resisting water. There was an opportunity. Misty's heart soared with joy as she clapped the railing and called out, "Kingra, use water gun. Follow up with Volt Tackle." Tauros, undeterred by the torrents of water rushing towards it, gathered electricity from its horns, allowing the current to spread throughout its body before charging forward. Seeing this relentless bull bravely charge through the downpour, Misty decided to implement a cunning strategy. She adjusted her angle downward, aiming to trip Tauros. Kingra disregarded any notion of a fair fight, lowering its height and beginning to douse Tauros' front hooves with water gun. This sudden shift in tactics immediately turned the tide. Tauros, which had been steadily advancing, was now swept away by the water, losing its footing and crashing to the ground. In this critical moment, Ash recalled Tauros, rescuing it from the rising waters. The crowd in Celadon City erupted into a frenzy, brandishing their pre-prepared support banners for Misty, fervently cheering her on. The prospect of delivering a crushing blow to Ash's inflated ego thrilled them immensely. Yet Misty, well aware that such a moment could only happen once, understood that recreating it would be nearly impossible. She wagered that Ash was intent on stalling for time until the rain subsided. Glancing up at the sky, she noted that the downpour had dwindled to a mere drizzle. Losing its earlier ferocity, the time left for her was now less than a minute. "Eevee, it's your time," Ash declared as he recalled Tauros and summoned Eevee after a moment's contemplation. This shift made Misty alert, but there was no time for hesitation. "Kingra, use water gun. Dig to evade." Ash indeed intended to stall, and Eevee was a suitable choice for digging. Misty immediately directed Kingra to spray water towards the tunnel entrance. Aiming to drown Eevee, Ash had anticipated this scenario and commanded Eevee to leap out. Within less than a meter of the entrance, Eevee sprang forth, right as the water jet followed closely behind. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming force, the ground between the entrance and exit could not withstand the sudden pressure, causing it to burst open and reveal a tunnel. Though termed a tunnel, it resembled more of a small pool at that moment. Before Misty could ponder Ash's intent, Eevee disappeared into the ground. Chapter 101, The Battle Intensifies. Despite not fully grasping Ash's strategy, Misty adhered to her unwavering belief that Ash would not err. If Ash intended to dig, Misty firmly opposed it. "Return, Kingra." Primarina freezed the ground with Ice Beam. Her decisive action earned Ash's quiet admiration, as he had aimed to disrupt the terrain, preventing aquatic Pokémon like Kingra and others from utilizing the water reservoir to gain a tactical advantage. With Misty having summoned Primarina to create an icy surface to fill the tunnel Ash had excavated, Ash wasted no time in recalling Eevee and sending Pikachu into battle. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Quickly, create an ice wall with Ice Beam." Primarina unleashed a beam of icy energy, swiftly erecting a protective barrier before it, freezing the raindrops before they could touch the ground, which then fell like crystalline frost before Primarina. Yet, a mere ice wall was evidently insufficient to withstand the penetrating force of Thunderbolt. Misty had no choice but to gamble everything. While enduring the Thunderbolt, she directed an ice beam toward Pikachu. The blue and yellow lights flashed brilliantly across the arena, captivating the audience's gaze as they were reluctant to look away. Pikachu continued to retreat. With each step back, the ground crystallized into solid ice. As the ice blocks formed, Pikachu's retreating space diminished, and it found itself increasingly immobilized by the freezing temperatures. However, its situation was decidedly preferable compared to Primarina's. Once pristine white, Primarina's form was now charred from the electric strikes, and having already struggled to move on land, it was being relentlessly pushed back, its vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Observant onlookers could easily discern that Primarina was merely holding on, and Misty understood that she had to replace it to give Kingra a chance to withstand the onslaught. Without Magikarp's electric immunity, each subsequent battle put tremendous pressure on Misty. "Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Kingra, counter with Dragon Dive." Misty recognized that using water-type moves at this juncture would only channel electricity back at herself. The meteor shower's aftereffects still lingered, and Kingra's special attack had yet to recover, leaving it no choice but to engage directly. Pikachu and Kingra radiated dazzling light, their yellow and green energies intertwining as they approached, clashing with their immense wills. A resounding explosion echoed as Pikachu launched the first strike, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Kingra blinked, only to find Pikachu appearing before it. So fast, Kingra instinctively reacted, unleashing its draconic might. Pikachu leaped with all its strength, crashing into Kingra's inflated belly, which retaliated in kind. Yet in that instant of confrontation, Kingra became enveloped in a golden glow, and the electricity surged, engulfing Kingra in a tempest of thunderous roars that resonated through the skies, causing the spectators to rise in anticipation and gaze toward the battlefield. They beheld a significant dent in the wall 3 meters away from Misty, where Kingra's head was lodged, its body limp outside. Meanwhile, Pikachu, gasping for breath, finally managed to rise, albeit unsteadily. The backlash from the combined Dragon Dive and Volt Tackle had undeniably inflicted considerable damage on both Pokémon. Pikachu, take a moment to rest. Ash quickly discerned that Pikachu had reached its limits, and if it did not retreat now, it would surely collapse from exhaustion. Misty, witnessing Kingra's struggle to withstand Pikachu's full force, felt her lips nearly torn from the strain, yet she mustered a smile, forcing herself to remain optimistic. It's all right. Kingra, return. Greninja, use Surf. Misty summoned Greninja once more, intending to flood the arena once again. Clouds gathered, and the torrential rain poured down, submerging the battlefield once more. Though it was termed Surf, the damaged terrain had transformed it into a muddy torrent, forcing Greninja to steer clear of the water's center. This is so polluted, it's disgusting, Greninja thought to itself. After retrieving Pikachu to safety, Ash was compelled to confront the unfavorable terrain once more. In such an environment, a flying electric Pokémon might manage effectively. However, with Dragonair already defeated, Pikachu on the brink of collapse, and Tauros having sustained injuries, he was left with Eevee, which was eager to prove itself. Although this downpour was clearly beyond its ability to dig drainage. Squirtle, prepare for battle. Although Kamekame believed he would not be called upon for this match, Ash had already anticipated Misty's strategy. With a splash, Kamekame leaped into the water, only to spot the concealed Gyarados lurking in a corner, camouflaged by the murky depths. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the unpleasantness of their surroundings. This water is truly vile. You are the only underwater combatant, then. I shall deal with you now. Gyarados, unleash Hyper Voice. With a swift spin, Gyarados propelled itself out of the water. Its cheeks bulged dramatically before it emitted a cacophonous and jarring sound wave. Kamekame, also submerged, clearly observed the sound waves approaching him. He instinctively withdrew into his shell and began to spin, generating powerful ripples that propelled him upwards. Fortunately, the deceleration of sound underwater allowed Kamekame to escape unscathed. However, the subsequent challenge of countering his opponent loomed large. Having only learned Ice and Water-type moves, Kamekame found it exceedingly difficult to combat a pure Water-type Pokémon. Thankfully, Ash had already considered this predicament. Kamekame, use Ice Beam to freeze the wall into a platform. Oh no! Misty immediately realized the implications. Kamekame's appearance was intended to create a pathway for his teammate. If successful, even a battered Pikachu could utilize this platform to launch a counterattack against Gyarados. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump to shatter the ice wall. With a forceful Hydro Pump, Gyarados retaliated. As Kamekame froze half of the wall, Misty quickly ordered Gyarados to emerge from the water. Yet Kamekame was not to be underestimated. He promptly countered with his own Hydro Pump. The two Pokémon exchanged blasts without yielding, each taking full advantage of the terrain, casting spells without any hesitation. However, the rain's duration was not infinite. As the downpour transformed into a light drizzle, Misty grew anxious. She hastily recalled Gyarados and sent out Tentacruel instead. Given the murky water, why not add a little more chaos? Tentacruel, use Sludge Wave. Instantly, the brown water was tainted once more as Tentacruel expelled a torrent of toxic liquid. Before long, even the ice wall being created by Kamekame turned a shade of purple, but it was quickly frozen by Kamekame, halting its advance. A second battleground was established, a toxic water environment, effortlessly created and remarkably effective. The foul scent emanating from the water forced Kamekame to cover his nose and retreat. Chapter 102, A Fight for Survival. The toxic water environment, as its name suggests, was perilous for all but poison and steel types. Even water-type Pokémon dared not enter. For those of poison and steel types, swimming was futile. If they weighed too much, even surfacing would be a struggle. The advantages were clear. Aside from the floating ice wall, Ash had no other recourse, and even if Venusaur joined the fray, it would succumb to drowning. Yet aside from Tentacruel, Misty's other Pokémon were equally unable to enter the water, creating a truly desperate situation. Misty, realizing the gravity of her creation, cursed under her breath for not recognizing such a significant flaw sooner, yet her expression radiated confidence, as if to say, just as I expected. Ash returned Kamekame to its Pokeball and sent out the Petite Eevee. If it's Eevee, then Tentacruel, use Surf. The toxic water surged violently, crashing towards Eevee, with waves repeatedly battering the ice wall, causing cracks to form, threatening its collapse. Time was of the essence, and Ash quickly devised a counterattack. Eevee, use Quick Attack. The name of the move left the audience and commentators perplexed, yet they watched as Eevee enveloped the ice wall in a transparent shield, repelling the turbulent waves while generating residual force that pushed Tentacruel back. Observers speculated that this was a combination of light screen and psychic. Can it hold forever? Tentacruel, increase your power and continue using Surf. Misty understood this was merely Ash's tactic to buy time, waiting for the rain to cease and the water level to drop. Faced with increasingly powerful waves, relying solely on Quick Attack was evidently insufficient. Thus, Ash urged Eevee to execute Thunderbolt. Electricity coursed through Eevee's fur, guided by the water currents, instantly paralyzing Tentacruel from all angles, leaving it both crispy and immobilized. Under the paralysis, the waves hesitated momentarily, and, in that crucial second, Eevee seized the opportunity to unleash another Thunderbolt. Tentacruel, hold on, don't give in. Keep using Surf. Tentacruel struggled to keep its eyes open, enduring the tingling in its tentacles. Summoning its resolve, it charged headfirst into the tumbling debris carried by the currents, breaking free from paralysis. Then, with maximum effort, it unleashed Surf, crashing through the ice wall beneath Eevee. Caught off guard, Eevee stumbled and fell into the toxic water, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful that plunged it into a poisoned state. Its expression contorted in agony, as if a mischievous monkey were wreaking havoc within its belly. This cursed water. Ugh! Eevee feared getting water in its eyes, forcing it to close its eyes and unleash a third Thunderbolt. Finally, this time, it sent Tentacruel away. But due to the toxic water it had inadvertently ingested, Eevee succumbed to the effects of poisoning and fainted, sinking beneath the surface. Ash swiftly released Pikachu and leaped into the water to retrieve his defeated Eevee. The water below had become utterly uninhabitable, prompting Misty to send out her next fully charged Pokémon, Starmie, to utilize psychic abilities to redirect the flow into the drain. After enduring multiple grueling battles, Misty was left with a half-crippled Dugong, a vibrant Starmie, and the protected Gyarados still unscathed from the rain. Despite the disadvantage, Misty was unusually invigorated. Come on, Ash. This is our most critical battle. Wiping the rain from her face and shaking her damp hair, she exuded the essence of Cerulean City's foremost water-type gym leader. Devoid of any semblance of a weak woman. I share your sentiment. Venusaur, you'll take it from here. As expected, Misty had foreseen this turn of events. Kamikame could not possibly compete, a mere substitute in this match. In the face of psychic powers, Kingler was merely a distraction. Pikachu was still resting, and Ash would never force it to battle. Thus, only Venusaur remained. Grass counters water, psychic counters poison. This was a battle of equal footing. Without hesitation, Misty commanded Starmie to unleash Psybeam. The large red core at the center of Starmie radiated a dazzling and disorienting spectrum of light, creating illusions in the eyes of all who were struck, causing the Pokémon on the battlefield to become disoriented and unsure of their actions. Naturally, Venusaur was not exempt from this light attack, yet its Vine Whip indiscriminately swept across the battlefield, unaffected by the distortion of vision, continuing its assault. Since its evolution, Venusaur's number of Vine Whips had doubled to 8, each thick enough that even an adult man could not grasp them with one hand. The wild flailing of the robust vines left Starmie utterly paralyzed from the blows. Subsequently, he complied with Misty's wishes, channeling his mental strength to dispel the bothersome vines. However, the psychic barrier also allowed Venusaur's tendrils to lock onto their target, launching a simultaneous assault against Starmie without relying on sight. The intertwining offensive and defensive vines proved to be quite troublesome, as Misty observed the increasingly stalemated battle. She had no choice but to command Starmie to retreat and use its Confuse Ray as a distraction while evading the brunt of the attack. The sudden shift in strategy allowed Venusaur to break through the obstruction, ensnaring Starmie with its 8 tendrils. Yet, at that very moment, Confuse Ray latched onto Venusaur, who had just freed itself from the illusion, only to succumb to a state of disarray. It was indeed a challenging predicament. Do not let go, do not let go. Ash exclaimed as he noticed Venusaur's vacant gaze and the loosening grip of the vines, realizing that Starmie was on the verge of escape. He attempted to awaken it with a rejuvenating shout. Hurry, Starmie, unleash cosmic power. Seeing Venusaur under duress, Misty immediately instructed Starmie to capitalize on the opportunity and enhance its abilities with cosmic power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon faintly emerged in the sky, and the ruby on Starmie began to flicker with brilliance, a dazzling display lasting 10 seconds. The accumulation of cosmic power was not due to Starmie reaching its limits, but rather Venusaur finally awakening. There's no time to waste. Use Water Gun and leap. As Venusaur regained consciousness, the surrounding vines rapidly retracted, but Starmie, with its remarkable speed, leaped away just in time. Continue utilizing Confuse Ray. This is our final offensive. Venusaur, unleash Petal Dance. Noticing Misty's intent to repeat her strategy, Ash decisively intervened. What? Misty gasped as she witnessed the ground beneath Venusaur crumble, numerous towering vines erupting from the earth. Chapter 103, Advancing to the Finals. The proliferation of giant vines also obstructed Starmie's already limited escape route, ultimately leaving it with no option but to be swept into the sky. As the colossal vines lifted Starmie, additional tendrils emerged to ensnare and crush it further, prompting Misty to act. Starmie, quickly use Psychic to break free. As her words echoed, an explosion resonated as the entangling vines behind Starmie were instantaneously obliterated. With the amplification from cosmic power, Starmie's psychic abilities surged, slicing through the massive vines with its beam of light, some even cleaved from above. This display of might bolstered Misty's confidence, prompting her to instruct Starmie to deliver a decisive blow to Venusaur. Yet, Ash swiftly recalled Venusaur and sent out Squirtle to intercept the attack. Brace yourself, Starmie, use Psychic. Squirtle endeavored to defend valiantly, but the empowered Starmie was overwhelmingly dominant. Squirtle managed to hold its ground for 4 seconds before being defeated, conceding its head. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, Squirtle offered its final encouragement to Venusaur within its Pokeball. If you don't take him down, don't mention me when you go out. I can't bear the shame. Next time, you must eliminate him. Having lost yet another teammate, tears welled in Venusaur's eyes as it emerged once more. Its gaze directed at Starmie, now filled with a fierce resolve. Continue using Psychic. Petal Dance. This time, Venusaur executed the move with meticulous precision, specifically angling it towards Starmie. As it lifted Starmie once again into the air and cleaved another vine, the remaining colossal vines simultaneously descended upon Starmie, encasing it in a pyramid-like structure. Skills have their own delays, and after Starmie severed a vine, the brief interval was ample for Venusaur to suppress it. If Ash's calculations were correct, Starmie would require 6 seconds to extricate itself from the tangle of vines. 6 seconds. This was the final opportunity Venusaur afforded Ash. Understanding the cue, Ash recalled Venusaur, and Pikachu leapt from his arms, dashing towards Starmie at breakneck speed. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Starmie, bewildered by the unfolding events, repeatedly attempted to sever the encroaching vines, seeking the weakest point for escape. However, time was of the essence. The lightning-quick Pikachu timed its strike perfectly, charging towards Starmie the very moment the last vine shattered. Before Starmie could react, Pikachu's Volt Tackle hit it unexpectedly, sending it crashing against the wall, the light of its gem dimming. Starmie collapsed. Likewise, Pikachu, exhausted from its vigorous effort, succumbed as well. Yet, this stalemate was not what Misty desired. When Frogadier emerged for the 3rd time, it found itself without any teammates to lead. What lay ahead was the formidable Lightning Rush Tauros. Without the ability to maneuver freely, the rushing Tauros swiftly collided with Frogadier, slamming it against the wall. The final remaining Pokémon, a beleaguered Dugong, was unsurprisingly left behind. Ice Beam merely encased Tauros's horns in ice, but it was inconsequential, having no impact on the relentless lightning rush. In a flurry of energy, Tauros gleefully claimed 2 more victories, but he did not forget the sacrifices of his teammates, bounding joyfully while carrying the fatigued Pikachu along. Stop, stop, let me catch my breath. Quit bouncing around. Pikachu patted Tauros's back, urging him to halt. The jostling sensation made Pikachu feel nauseous. Burned out, Misty truly felt depleted. She forced a bitter smile as she solemnly returned to the waiting room. Perhaps her fate had been sealed the moment Dragon Tail struck Goldeen. Had Goldeen survived, Pikachu might have had the chance to dominate. And perhaps Gyarados and Starmie would not have fallen. Perhaps she should have contemplated her strategy more thoroughly, allowing Tentacruel to come in at the end for the harvest. But at this point, there were no what-ifs. Here, don't catch a chill. As Misty replayed the battle in her mind, Ash returned to the waiting room and handed her a towel. Oh, all right. Misty promptly responded, rising to accept the towel. And the two swiftly changed out of their drenched outer garments into their prepared competition attire. The competitor outfits weren't mandatory, but they were indeed fitting at this moment. After changing clothes and drying their hair, Misty cast aside the unpleasant memories of failure and engaged in a spirited discussion with Ash about the upcoming match. Gary is watching you from the stands. He advanced to the finals this morning, so be cautious, Ash. I also watched Gary's match this morning. He showcased 5 Pokémon. Arcanine. Exeggutor, Gyarados, Blastoise, and Pidgeot. I suspect the last one is of a different type, possibly a ground type, to counter Pikachu's previous prowess. Relying solely on grass-type defenses may not suffice. A ground type would be ideal for immunity. Ash, I remember you have 10 Pokémon, right? That means only Aerodactyl remains unchallenged. Although Gary had seen them, he likely did not know their full capabilities. Furthermore, should the Onix evolve? After Xiaoxia finished her analysis of Xiaomao, she began offering advice to Ash. If Onix were to evolve before the competition, and if they kept this information from Xiaomao, it might catch him off guard. Evolving could indeed be worth considering. Ash nodded in agreement, recognizing that evolving at this juncture might serve as a prudent countermeasure. The steel and ground type combination is indeed an exceptional one, effectively countering ice and grass types that threaten ground types, while the steel type mitigates vulnerabilities. Additionally, the newly introduced fire type weakness can be addressed by ground moves. The synergy of these types is commendable, with each complementing the other without hindrance. With 3 days remaining until the finals, we must exercise caution and ensure that Xiaomao remains unaware. Xiaoxia placed her hopes for victory squarely on Ash's shoulders. If Ash could render Xiaomao powerless, then she, with her 40 to 60 odds against him, would certainly emerge as a prime candidate for the runner-up position. Having devised their plan, Ash enlisted Brock to confer on the matter. Brock concurred with the notion of evolving Onix, and even placed a call home to procure a large barrel of metal film from Wuning. Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily exited the competitor's village and, in the desolate forest, applied a layer of metal film to Onix. Working collaboratively, they swiftly completed the task. Brock even managed to apply the remaining metal film to his own Onix as well. The final step was the communication evolution. While I had witnessed others attempt this before, I had yet to experience it myself. Ash, the specific process involves. Chapter 104. The Grand Showdown, Part 1. The commentator cleared his throat and swallowed a throat lozenge. Noticing that both sides were ready, he grasped the microphone and commenced his most impassioned commentary. As the match began, both competitors released their Pokeballs simultaneously at the referee's command. Ash led with his Bulbasaur. A well-known choice, as grass types often possess support and control skills, allowing them to mitigate their type disadvantage and retreat strategically, a commendable selection. On Xiaomao's side, to everyone's surprise, he deployed an Arcanine. The moment Arcanine entered the arena, it exuded an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spine. We could observe Bulbasaur, locked in a gaze with Arcanine, beginning to display signs of trepidation. It appeared that the Intimidate ability had activated, delivering a psychological blow to Bulbasaur and establishing an early advantage. Faced with this type disadvantage, was Ash considering a switch? Demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, Ash opted to switch. He sent forth his Charizard. Fire against fire. Was he truly choosing not to leverage the type advantage? However, one might argue that constant switching would lead to an endless cycle, rendering the battle interminable. Xiaomao, exuding confidence, did not opt to switch but decided to keep Arcanine in play, seemingly unwilling to exploit type advantages against Ash. We now entered a stalemate, with both sides probing each other's skills. Charizard unleashed Dragon Pulse, bombarding the ground and leaving the field in tatters, clearly at a disadvantage. Arcanine could only defend against the onslaught, with the terrain beneath it remaining the only patch of intact ground. Would this foreshadow the subsequent battles? Under pressure, Xiaomao switched out Arcanine for his Pidgeot. Pidgeot's entry diminished Charizard's aerial dominance, yet it also provided Charizard with an opportunity to unleash its flames, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Pidgeot intended to engage in a head-on confrontation with Charizard, launching a Brave Bird attack. Charizard, however, opted to retreat while simultaneously unleashing flames. Yet, Pidgeot exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading the flames and relentlessly cornering Charizard. Just as they were about to collide, Charizard suddenly soared upward, narrowly avoiding the attack, and then twisted around to unleash a torrent of flames below, engulfing the ground in a sea of fire. Pidgeot, can it still fight? The commentator anxiously observed Pidgeot, clenched fists and unwavering gaze, and after an agonizing 5 seconds, he noticed something unusual amidst the flames. Fortunately, Pidgeot burst forth from the inferno, soaring back into the sky. It appeared that its feathers were slightly singed, but the damage was not severe, indicating that its flying skills had been honed over many trials. Yet Charizard offered no respite. Charging directly at Pidgeot, taken by surprise, Pidgeot was caught in Charizard's embrace, and with a mighty throw, Charizard slammed Pidgeot into the ground. Pidgeot struggled futilely in Charizard's grasp, ultimately crashing down. That impact would certainly be painful, scattering feathers everywhere. But Charizard was not done. It continued to unleash flames upon Pidgeot, relentlessly roasting it. Pidgeot's sole advantage lay in its flight, yet this was merely one of Charizard's abilities. In a direct confrontation on the ground, Pidgeot could not hope to compare with Charizard. As anticipated, Xiaomao withdrew Pidgeot, but its injuries were severe, leaving uncertainty as to whether it could continue fighting. With no opponent left, Charizard ascended back into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiaomao summoned his Tyranitar. Now they truly faced a formidable opponent, as both fire and flying types were ineffective against rock types. Tyranitar retaliated with Rock Slide, while Charizard opted to evade by soaring higher. At this altitude, which I estimate to be around 50 meters, Tyranitar's Rock Slide could not reach Charizard, as its effective range exceeded 40 meters. Xiaomao was not deterred. Tyranitar unleashed Rock Blast, launching small rocks that, while individually weak, possessed an extensive range. The situation now devolved into a battle of anti-aircraft artillery, with Charizard's Dragon Pulse and Tyranitar's Rock Blast exchanging fire in a trade-off of damage. Clearly, Tyranitar was more resilient, sustaining hits with little consequence. However, Charizard fared far worse, suffering multiple hits to its wings, making flight increasingly difficult and risking a fall at any moment. Ash, recognizing the precarious situation, withdrew Charizard and switched to Steelix. What a colossal Steelix! This must be the Onix that evolved before the competition, catching Xiaomao off guard. Xiaomao's expression was equally telling, as he clearly had not anticipated this turn of events. The commentator speculated that Ash likely did not wish to send out Bulbasaur, which had a quadruple disadvantage against Tyranitar, opting instead for Steelix. Steelix resists ground and is also resilient against rock types. Meanwhile, Tyranitar is weak to both ground and steel types, making this a brilliantly strategic matchup. Tyranitar initiated the assault with Earthquake, leaving Steelix with no room to evade. And due to its massive size, it was thoroughly shaken. Steelix refrained from counterattacking, instead laying down Stealth Rock. Was Ash planning to pave the way for future moves? Tyranitar stomped once more, and another Earthquake followed, delivering a crushing blow to Steelix. Steelix retaliated with Iron Tail, but Tyranitar, unable to evade, could only raise its arms in defense. Nonetheless, the Iron Tail struck home, clearly inflicting significant pain. The Iron Tail remained unwithdrawn, and unexpectedly, the Steel Serpent coiled around the armored Rhydon, exerting significant pressure upon it. Following this, the Steel Serpent unleashed a chilling bite, seizing the Rhydon's neck. The armored Rhydon appeared to be in considerable distress, raising its arms to launch a close-range rock blast at the Steel Serpent's head. Yet it did nothing to deter the Steel Serpent's relentless force. Adjusting its position, the Steel Serpent ensnared the Rhydon's arms as well, rendering it unable to lift them for an effective counterattack. On the other side, Little Mo, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, recalled the armored Rhydon and sent forth a Machoke instead. The Machoke, with its powerful limbs, shattered the invisible rocks raining down from all directions, seemingly unscathed. Meanwhile, Ash withdrew the Steel Serpent and summoned the Abandoned Monkey. The Ghost type was immune to fighting type moves. Although both were melee combatants, disparities existed even among fighting types. Little Mo chose not to switch, but allowed Machoke to remain on the field. Machoke unleashed a series of thunder punches with all four limbs, while the Abandoned Monkey retaliated fiercely with an angry punch aimed at Machoke's face. Chapter 105, The Grand Showdown, Part 2. With 2 fists against 4 hands, Machoke maintained a dual approach of offense and defense. After enduring a barrage of consecutive blocks, the Abandoned Monkey, evidently enraged, began to leap about in agitation. It is well known that the more furious the Abandoned Monkey becomes, the stronger it grows. A careless trainer could find themselves hospitalized by its wrath. A formidable creature, not easily trained. Yet, Machoke was no pushover either, as each punch could inflict grievous harm, sending trainers to the hospital. Both contenders were evenly matched. The Abandoned Monkey, called back by Ash, retreated, while Machoke refrained from pursuing, choosing instead to wait patiently. Once distance was established, the Abandoned Monkey utilized Bulk Up, and Machoke mirrored the action. Both displayed their muscular prowess, eschewing offense in favor of enhancing their strength. Observing this, the commentator set down the microphone, sipped water, and calculated the duration of their mutual enhancement, finally halting after 1 minute. Perhaps this is the unspoken bond of fighting-type Pokémon. As their Bulk Up concluded, both entered their prime states, brimming with vitality. The Abandoned Monkey then advanced toward Machoke with a series of swift steps, engaging in close combat. Machoke responded with Bullet Punch. 4 fists struck with an incomprehensible speed, launching simultaneous attacks at the Abandoned Monkey, who was knocked away, only to be caught by Ash. What? How extraordinary! The abandoned monkey, propelled backwards, was surprisingly caught bare-handed by Ash. Returning to the battlefield, the abandoned monkey, having been unexpectedly struck by Bullet Punch, found itself at a disadvantage but was still capable of continuing the fight. Upon re-entering the fray, two fists emerged from its shadow, surging towards Machoke. Shadow Punch. A guaranteed hit, pierced through Mashoki's attempted block, landing squarely. Shadow Punch does not rely on close proximity, it can strike from a distance, leaving Machoke vulnerable if it does not act swiftly. Machoke, undeterred, charged at the abandoned monkey while simultaneously launching Bullet Punch. However, the abandoned monkey was already prepared, unleashing two Shadow Punches while retreating. Machoke could only pursue using its legs, but the nimble abandoned monkey skillfully evaded, proving its prowess as a monkey-type Pokémon. Machoke eventually abandoned the chase, opting instead to unleash Earthquake. The ground, already ravaged by the armored Rhydon, suffered further destruction, slowing the abandoned monkey's escape. Seizing the opportunity, Machoke sprinted toward it. With 3 powerful strides, Machoke stood before the abandoned monkey, raining down a flurry of bullet punches. Recognizing the futility of escape, the abandoned monkey countered with an angry punch aimed at Mashoki's abdomen. Let us observe the outcome. The abandoned monkey was forcefully driven into the ground, unable to extricate itself, while Machoke also succumbed to the blow, kneeling in defeat. Both combatants fell, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. As both trainers recalled their Pokémon, Ash dispatched Charizard, while Little Mo summoned Exeggutor. Exeggutor was initially besieged by invisible rocks, but, utilizing its psychic abilities, was suspended in mid-air, avoiding a direct hit. Charizard seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames. Exeggutor retaliated by hurling the invisible rocks back at Charizard, then used its psychic powers to immobilize Charizard. Alas, Charizard found itself in dire straits, nearly crashing to the ground. Exeggutor could not escape unscathed either, suffering a fierce burn from the flames, eliminated shortly after entering the battle. However, forcing Ash's Charizard to swap was not a complete loss for Little Mo. Ash then sent out Venusaur, while Little Mo introduced Arcanine, returning the situation to a stalemate. However, Arcanine had no means of countering the invisible rocks, suffering from painful injuries. Seizing the moment, Ash unleashed Earth Power. Little Mo appeared startled, perhaps not anticipating Ash's hidden strategy, and was struck. Fortunately, Arcanine resiliently endured and countered with a quick attack aimed at Venusaur. Venusaur unleashed Earth Power once more. The ground beneath Arcanine ruptured, releasing a surge of brown energy. Yet, it narrowly evaded the attack. Arcanine continued its relentless advance toward Venusaur, fortifying its assault. Ash, recognizing the impending danger, withdrew Venusaur. However, Arcanine, still in the throes of quick attack, showed no signs of slowing down, clearly intent on pursuing any Pokémon Ash sent forth. Who would it be? The Steel Serpent? No, it was Squirtle. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Squirtle assumed a defensive stance, simultaneously spraying water cannons from 6 directions. Arcanine lunged forward, but its teeth merely clamped onto Squirtle's shell, unable to penetrate. Arcanine was then forcefully repelled by Squirtle's water cannon, several meters away, and saved by Little Mo's timely recall. Little Mo's Exeggutor had just been replaced by Charizard, and with the Pidgeot in tatters, the armored Rhydon and Arcanine could not engage Squirtle, leaving only the final unutilized Pokémon to take the stage. Oh, the last to make an appearance was Blastoise. After its arrival, Ash decisively recalled Squirtle and sent forth Pikachu at his feet. Little Mo also withdrew Blastoise, sending in the armored Rhydon. Ash, once again, replaced the Steel Serpent with Pikachu, returning to their previous matchup. The commentator could not resist a jab at the situation, noting that such occurrences often lead to the complexity of 6v6 battles, which are far more cumbersome than the simplicity of 3v3. Though it appeared to return to the starting point, both Blastoise and armored Rhydon were still hindered by the invisible rocks, even if the damage was minimal. The two colossal beasts locked eyes, tensions high, poised to strike at any moment. Drawing from previous lessons, Little Mo instructed armored Rhydon to crouch low, adopting a sumo stance. The Steel Serpent coiled around the armored Rhydon, seemingly biding its time, waiting for the opportune moment. Both sides remained still, awaiting a chance. It was now a test of patience. Little Momo made the first strike. The armored Rhydon slammed its powerful arms onto the ground, unleashing a seismic tremor. In response, the Steel Serpent suddenly swung its iron tail towards the back of the armored Rhydon, striking its spine and then coiling around it. With all its might, the Steel Serpent crashed into the armored Rhydon, who struggled to hold on to its body but was unable to halt its backward momentum, ultimately colliding with the wall. Trapped in a corner, The armored Rhydon found itself immobilized, yet the steel serpent's iron tail continued its relentless assault. The armored Rhydon retaliated with a horn drill, aiming its head at the steel serpent and relentlessly stabbing with its sharp horn. Could the steel serpent withstand this onslaught? It stood its ground, refusing to evade, and its steel skin was punctured. The iron tail came crashing down upon the armored Rhydon's head. A fatal blow. The armored Rhydon fell. However, the steel serpent also succumbed after expending its full strength. Both Pokémon fell in a mutual destruction. Yet, in terms of positioning, the steel serpent clearly held the upper hand, having collapsed atop the armored Rhydon. Chapter 106, The Grand Showdown, Part 3. Both sides have lost 3 Pokémon, yet only Little Momo's Blastoise remains in peak condition, impervious to the hidden rocks that posed no threat to its skin. However, the status of both the Houndoom and the Swellow is less than optimal, leaving the possibility of their participation in the battle uncertain. On Ash's side, Pikachu has not lost a single hit point, while the Bulbasaur sustained minor scratches during its fierce battle with the Houndoom. Nonetheless, it is not a significant issue. As for the Squirtle, it appears to be in good shape. Alright, the match has entered its latter phase, and for Ash, the pivotal point remains the defeat of Blastoise, prompting him to send Bulbasaur into the fray. Unsurprisingly, Little Momo called upon Blastoise, first clearing away the hidden rocks at its feet, which barely made a dent on Blastoise's sturdy foot. Clearly, Little Momo has invested considerable effort into its defenses. Bulbasaur took the initiative, releasing a cloud of sleep powder into the arena, the yellow dust rapidly spreading, enveloping the field within mere seconds. Spectators, beware of inhaling the powder. Some were seen using straws to inhale the powder excessively, earning themselves a humorous reprimand. Blastoise retaliated with a water cannon, simultaneously firing from its mouth and 2 cannons, swiftly clearing the dust. It seems that attempting to put Blastoise to sleep will be no easy feat. Bulbasaur resorted to a cunning strategy, unleashing 8 vine whips from various angles, but Blastoise continued to counter with water cannons, dispersing the encircling attack. On one side, it unleashed a water cannon, while on the other, it fired an ice beam. With dual attacks, any area drenched by the water was quickly followed by the freezing blast, resulting in 4 of Bulbasaur's vine whips being ensnared in ice. Bulbasaur had no choice but to retract its vines to minimize losses. It then initiated Sunny Day, launching a red energy ball into the sky, but Blastoise refused to yield. It countered with a water cannon, extinguishing the red sphere and interrupting Sunny Day. Unperturbed, Bulbasaur attempted a second Sunny Day. This time, Blastoise did not interrupt, but instead called for rain. A curious phenomenon emerged on the battlefield. Despite the sun shining brightly overhead, one side was drenched in a gentle rain, a rare occurrence, yet not unheard of in nature. Blastoise unleashed ice beams from all 3 cannons, while Bulbasaur fired solar beams in retaliation. The arena was ablaze with light, waves of energy clashing in a tug-of-war, leaving spectators unable to discern a clear victor. Those with poor eyesight were advised to wear glasses for safety. Bulbasaur, ever clever, aimed to entangle Blastoise with its vine whips while simultaneously firing solar beams. Blastoise, however, withdrew its limbs, exposing only its head and cannons. This sudden shift allowed it to dodge the solar beam, resulting in Bulbasaur taking a direct hit. Bulbasaur too fell to the ground, having been struck by the solar beam, and both Pokémon sustained considerable damage. Yet, the energy expended during their exchange meant the actual injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Bulbasaur found itself ensnared by the vines but struggled to lift or move the heavy Blastoise, which weighed an average of 855 kilograms. No matter how much it exerted itself, it seemed futile. What secrets lay hidden within that shell? Now, having recovered from the damage of the solar beam, Blastoise aimed its cannons at Bulbasaur again, not to fire a water cannon, but to envelop itself in water before launching itself forward in a powerful waterfall attack. Bulbasaur's vines could not restrain Blastoise, which charged forward, disrupting Bulbasaur's plans before it could even sprout its plants. Is Bulbasaur still able to fight? It has fallen. Blastoise has emerged victorious against Bulbasaur. Let us extend our congratulations. Yet, Blastoise's expression seemed off, as if it were turning slightly purple. Was it poisoned? When did this happen? How was I unaware? The commentator was momentarily stunned, reflecting on the battle and ultimately deducing that when the vines had ensnared Blastoise, they must have been coated in toxins. The situation has taken a dramatic turn. Bulbasaur had a hidden tactic, leaving Blastoise with a lingering poison before its departure. Now, due to the poisoning, Blastoise is in a weakened state, vulnerable to collapse at any moment. Ash withdrew Bulbasaur and sent out Squirtle. Was this a strategy to allow Squirtle to learn from the veteran Blastoise? Given Ash's previous performance, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. Squirtle appeared in excellent condition, showing no signs of fear and even taunting Blastoise, suggesting a possible exchange of insults between the two turtles. Blastoise, visibly enraged, launched a waterfall attack, but Squirtle evaded with a water cannon, successfully ascending into the air. Squirtle did not cease its movement, utilizing the water cannon to remain airborne, leveraging its smaller size and agility to prolong the encounter against Blastoise. Despite repeated attempts, Blastoise was unable to bring Squirtle down, revealing that Squirtle possessed considerable skills in evasion. Little Momo, growing impatient, realized that continuing the standoff would lead to defeat. He chose to recall Blastoise and sent out Swellow. Once again, hidden rocks emerged to encircle the battlefield. Yet, Little Momo opted to throw a pokeball into the sky, allowing Swellow to swiftly ascend and evade the trap. Swellow aimed directly for Squirtle, guiding the hidden rocks towards it. But Squirtle was not fooled and chose to retract into its shell, plummeting downwards. Swellow continued its pursuit, executing a rapid turn mid-flight and dove towards Squirtle with a wing attack, successfully striking Squirtle and lifting it into the air. Using its shell to shield against the hidden rocks, Squirtle then retaliated by biting Swellow. Following this, it unleashed an ice beam at close range, freezing Swellow's claws. Swellow, tightening its wings, launched into a brave bird attack, determined to drag Squirtle down with it. Squirtle used the recoil from its water cannon to push away from Swellow, creating distance between them. Yet, Swellow remained undeterred, continuing its descent and clamping its beak on Squirtle, resulting in a rather explosive encounter. Squirtle retaliated with a bite, and the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, but Swellow maintained the upper hand, pinning Squirtle down. Would Squirtle manage to escape? In a moment of desperation, Squirtle attempted to use a water cannon to cushion its fall, but Swellow held firm, forcing the direction of the water cannon off course. Squirtle, in its moment of urgency, shockingly began to evolve mid-air. Alas, time is running short. At this juncture of evolution, mere seconds are required, and the cannon barrel has yet to fully extend before plummeting to the ground. The Blastoise's back touched the earth first, followed closely by the Staraptor, which also fell to the ground. Is there still a chance to continue fighting? The referee approached to assess the situation, raising the flag to signal that Staraptor had fallen first, while Blastoise still had some breath left, presumably preserved by its torn ability. What a nail-biting edge. Chapter 107, The Unfinished Journey. Shinobu switched to his Manectric, yet it was pierced by Stealth Rock, leaving it bloodied and battered. Can it still move? Blastoise unleashed its final torrent, spraying forth 2 jets of water, appearing feeble and drained. Manectric retaliated with a powerful flamethrower, but to little effect. Blastoise could not withstand the assault and fell, followed closely by Manectric. Now, only Blastoise and Pikachu remained. Shinobu's Blastoise was in dire condition, having been poisoned for nearly 3 minutes. By conventional standards, 5 minutes is the limit, and Blastoise was nearing its end. The battle resumed, with Blastoise making a desperate attempt to unleash a hydro pump, relentlessly pressuring Pikachu to maneuver. Pikachu exhibited extraordinary agility, seemingly discerning the pattern of the hydro pump and exploiting the design's blind spots. The cannon of Blastoise protruded from its shoulders at an angle of approximately 45 degrees on either side, with its head directing water straight ahead. However, the barrel's upper opening was obstructed by its raised shell, limiting movement to horizontal adjustments, necessitating Blastoise's own repositioning. Yet, in its current state, Blastoise lay on the ground, gasping for breath while firing sporadically, whereas Pikachu leaped nearly 3 meters, expertly positioning itself as Blastoise faltered. What could Shinobu do? Blastoise had activated its torn ability. In a moment of resurgence, Blastoise rose again, unleashing its final burst of energy with a hydro cannon. A colossal, combined water blast surged forth, but Pikachu retaliated with thunder. Alas, Pikachu's thunder struck, dispersing Blastoise's last flicker of hope and rendering it incapable of further battle. Pikachu stood victorious. The match had concluded, with a tremendous thunderstorm delivering a full-body electric therapy to Blastoise. Let us congratulate Ash for winning this tournament. Next, it's time for advertisements. We shall return in 10 minutes. Don't miss it. The commentator sighed deeply, removed his headset, and stretched languidly, observing the two competitors shake hands below, though their words were inaudible. It was likely the typical banter of youthful rivals promising future encounters. Ah, the joys of youth, where one can clash with friends on such grand stages. The commentator had once been a trainer himself, playing Pokémon battles with childhood friends from his village, yet time had passed, and they had all set aside those youthful ambitions to pursue the grind of adulthood. Former rivals, too, had moved on from their trainer paths, finding stable jobs and starting families. When later asked why they did not continue as trainers, they merely smiled, offering no explanations. Cherish the present friendships, Ash and Shinobu. Do not wait until adulthood to reminisce about your playful days together. This may well be his final wish for the 10-year-olds. A trophy, a champion title, a mud-stamped plaque of the champion team, and a stack of photographs. These are the rewards of becoming a champion. In the aftermath, Ash did not receive any tangible benefits. After the Quartz Conference aired on television, it swiftly transitioned to coverage of the ongoing Silver Conference. Misty returned to her gym, eager to welcome new challengers interested in facing her, a former top 4 contender. Regrettably, no one seemed to come for her. Her popularity paled in comparison to her sisters, whose enduring allure was simply too great. Brock returned to the gym, training with the aid of his mentor while exploring new recipes for rock-type Pokémon. He often visited Professor Oak at the nearby MT Miacha for guidance, and his own Pokémon were growing increasingly robust. Ash frequently spotted him on the mountain. After his defeat, Shinobu did not abandon the path of a trainer but continued to pursue adventure, stating he would train at Silver Mountain and challenge Ash once more at the Silver Conference. Ash readily accepted, making the most of his downtime by dedicating himself to rigorous training at MT Miacha and studying the Togepi egg. Hold it tightly, no mistakes. Be gentle. Caress it softly, and retract your claws. If you cannot, I shall assist in trimming them. Charizard nodded vigorously under Ash's watchful gaze, mimicking a mother dragon in providing tender care for the egg. Although it lacked the fiery spirit, Ash assured that it was capable of hatching, and thus it must be. With unwavering focus, Charizard concentrated intensely on Togepi. Perhaps feeling the weight of that gaze, Togepi wiggled, and cracks began to form on the egg. Ash swiftly rose, prepared to assist Togepi in its birth. The hatching proved somewhat arduous. While the egg had cracked, it remained largely intact, merely opening a small aperture. Charizard, growing impatient, contemplated using its finger to break it open, yet Ash intervened. It must break free on its own. Any external force could hinder Togepi. Just give it your all. Encouraged by Ash's words, Togepi wiggled energetically, responding to Ash's hopes. Its tiny head persistently pushed outward, with its little hands and feet straining to escape. After a minute of concerted effort, Togepi successfully hatched, breaking free from its confines. Post-hatching, the shell enveloping its lower half did not shatter but instead radiated a soft glow, merging seamlessly with Togepi's being, becoming part of it. Togepi, the spike ball Pokémon, seemed to harbor an abundance of happiness within its shell. It is said that if treated with kindness, it will share its good fortune in return. If there exists a Pokémon that the wealthy adore above all others, Ash would confidently assert that it is not any of the starter Pokémon or legendary creatures, but rather this petite and adorable Togepi before him. Happiness and luck. Such abstract concepts, if truly capable of being bestowed upon humanity, would undoubtedly drive one to madness. Tiki, Togepi sat on the ground, blinking its obsidian-like eyes filled with immense curiosity. What is the matter? Ash, drawn from his reverie by Togepi's call, found the little creature evidently struggling to articulate its thoughts. Nevertheless, Ash patiently sat down to listen to the infant's murmurs. Hungry? Want to play? Want your mother? Togepi couldn't comprehend Ash's words, merely gesturing with its tiny hands. Seeing Ash's confusion, it promptly began to cry. Ash, flustered, quickly scooped Togepi into his arms and hopped onto Charizard, heading straight for the research facility. Upon reaching Professor Oak, Togepi had already ceased its cries, snuggling into Ash's embrace. Fast asleep. Yet Ash remained concerned and sought out Professor Oak for guidance. Professor Oak may not be a nurse, yet he has delivered numerous Pokémon, including situations akin to that of Togepi. When it comes to hunger, a simple meal will suffice. Newly hatched Pokémon are delicate and require ample companionship and nurturing. There is no rush for Togepi to engage in battles. It would be prudent to wait a few months for it to mature. By the way, Ash, are you busy at the moment? If not, I have a task I would like to entrust to you. Chapter 108. Ash of the Straw Hat. Hey Ash, you finally took the initiative to call me. Despite traveling together for so long, you never reached out. I am at the Cerulean Gym, and you didn't even come to see the water ballet tickets I gave you last time, claiming you had other matters to attend to. I even took the time to learn a bit for it. Don't you think you should acknowledge that? I'm not blaming you, not at all. Off to the Orange Islands? That sounds great. Bring Brock along, as I have longed for his cooking. What? You two are already gathered in Pallet Town. Just waiting for me. I'll be there in a jiffy. Just as Misty hung up the family phone, she swiftly began packing her bag. Heading to the beautiful islands of the south necessitated certain preparations. As for Pokémon, whom should she take? Misty had prepared extensively for the competition, evolving all her Pokémon capable of doing so, leaving only the somewhat dim-witted Psyduck unevolved. It seemed as though Psyduck sensed Misty's thoughts, peering in through the door while holding its head, tilting its body to gaze at her. Is it talking about me? Sigh, I suppose I'll take him along. I just hope I can figure out how to nurture this Psyduck. It's rather troublesome. As a water-type trainer, Misty felt somewhat inadequate for not having found a method to help Psyduck grow. Just one Psyduck and a lifeguard Blastoise would suffice. The rest of her Pokémon would remain at the gym to assist her sister. There was no need for her sister to direct them. Their initiative was already sufficient to handle most trainers, especially novice ones. The first match would be a clean sweep, and the second could be slightly lenient, allowing for the badge to be awarded, more than enough to redeem their past failures and establish the Cerulean Gym's reputation, rather than walking, which would be exhausting. Misty opted to take the bus from Cerulean City to Evergreen City. This bus had only recently commenced operations, with many workers riding it to Evergreen City every morning. The labor market in Kanto had become quite popular lately, with rumors of a benevolent boss in Evergreen City offering excellent benefits, reasonable workloads, weekends off, insurance, and educational subsidies for children, among other perks. This bus was also established by that company, specifically to facilitate workers' commutes. Misty benefited from this convenience, arriving in Evergreen City by noon and soon after making her way to Pallet Town. Misty did not linger at Ash's home, but followed his directions to the riverbank near Pallet Town, walking downstream until she finally found Ash and Brock at the end. She was quite surprised to see Ash had changed out of his ever-present trainer jacket into new attire. There was nothing else in Misty's eyes. This outfit appeared somewhat peculiar. A straw hat, a red short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Is this really what you plan to wear out? Yes. This is an essential outfit for sailing. Without it, one cannot truly set sail. Ash then proceeded to drag a wooden boat he had crafted himself from the woods. The boat was not large, about the size of a yacht, and he declared, "This is my specially designed vessel for navigation, spacious enough for 3 people." Watching Ash effortlessly pull the wooden boat into the water and tossing his large backpack into the cabin, Misty examined the boat, tapping and knocking on it before sighing. Whether Ash could construct a boat was a matter for another time. However, solely relying on a handmade wooden boat to sail from Pallet Town to the Orange Islands seemed rather reckless. Ash noticed Misty's concerns and reassured her. "It's all right. In case of an emergency, there's a wooden barrel aboard where we can take refuge." "A barrel? Is that something you seriously considered?" Ash nodded, showing no sign of jest. He genuinely believed it was fine. If anything were to happen, he would simply take the lead. "You need not worry. After all, this boat was built by both myself and Ash, and even Professor Oak frequently visited to check on the construction progress and provided us with blueprints. We didn't just throw this together." Brock patted Misty's shoulder and proudly led her around the boat. Brock was not mistaken. While Professor Oak was indeed a Pokémon expert, it was a common sight for any man to observe construction work. Moreover, participating in building a vessel was no small feat. Misty watched as the direction of Pallet Town receded into the horizon until it vanished beyond the sea. Initially intrigued, she soon found herself bored. Unfortunately, Brock had retreated to the cabin to work on the kitchen, while Ash had jumped into the water to pull the boat alongside Blastoise. Pikachu joined them for a while, but after several attempts, he became exhausted and fell asleep on Blastoise's back, wearing a straw hat. Togepi also made an attempt, but before it could leap into the water, Ash swiftly caught it and returned it to its Pokeball. It was reckless to attempt swimming before mastering running. On the empty boat, Misty found herself alone. In a bid to alleviate her solitude, she leapt into the water, releasing her Blastoise and sitting on its back to chat with Ash. "Hey Ash, why did Professor Oak send you to Digon Island?" Without a moment's pause, Ash replied while swimming, "The professor asked me to obtain a special gold-and-silver ball from Professor Inuki. This ball cannot be transmitted by machine. Hence I must collect it in person. Additionally, I am curious about the Orange League and plan to seize this opportunity to challenge it." The Pokémon Ash brought along were limited to Pikachu, Blastoise, Dragonair, Eevee, and Togepi. Aside from Blastoise, the others had reached their final evolutions and were training autonomously in Pallet Town, not requiring Ash's supervision. The Orange League, how does it differ from the Indigo League? Misty had no recollection of it. Her only memory of the Orange Islands was that it was the hometown of Kanna. The Orange League was not exactly a prominent stage for Pokémon battles. It was a league spontaneously formed by local residents, later recognized as an official league by the Kanto region. The Orange League could also be referred to as the Southern Cross. The entire process involves challenging 4 individuals not known for battles, but rather for various entertaining competitions involving Pokémon, culminating in a challenge against the league's champion, Yuji. Upon defeating him, one would earn the title of honorary trainer and a championship trophy. Furthermore, the victorious trainer's portrait alongside their Pokémon would be enshrined in the royal palace. The rewards were akin to those of the Indigo League, offering only fame without monetary compensation. Misty nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet she found herself intrigued by Ash's mention of the gym that focused on entertaining challenges rather than battles. Couldn't this be implemented in Kanto? My sisters aren't skilled in battles, but they excel in dancing. While combat might not be feasible, competitive dancing could be quite promising. That is highly unlikely. Kanto is Kanto, and the Orange Islands are the Orange Islands. They cannot be compared. While Kanto and the Orange Islands are in close proximity, it does not imply that the Orange Islands are obligated to heed Kanto's dictates. The archipelago has its own regulations, and the authorities have no jurisdiction over its policies. Xiaoxia could only pout in disappointment, relinquishing her thoughts of transforming the dojo. Chapter 109, Riding the Dragon. The voyage was anything but smooth. Shortly after departing from the mainland, the trio noticed ominous clouds, laced with lightning, approaching their direction. A storm was brewing, and danger was imminent. Xiaoxia, hurry up! Xiaojing shouted as he emerged from the kitchen, noticing the sky darkening rapidly. Instantly aware of the impending calamity, understanding the urgency, Xiaoxi swiftly recalled his Blastoise, hoisted Xiaoxia onto his shoulder, and climbed up the gangplank. Under Xiaojing's guidance, they retreated into the cabin, where through the small window, Xiaoxia witnessed raindrops, the size of marbles, relentlessly pounding against the glass, creating a cacophony. Xiaoxia swallowed hard, her heart heavy with concern. Yet, turning around, she saw Xiaoxi and Xiaojing casually enjoying hot pot and singing, completely oblivious to the looming crisis. As if the storm were but a figment of imagination. Aren't you two even a little afraid? Xiaoxia asked. Xiaojing downed a glass of juice, belched, and slowly explained. We're already in the heart of the ocean. Worrying about this is futile. Besides, do you not trust the vessel we constructed? Xiaoxi nodded, his hands never ceasing to munch on food, while he kept an eye on whether Pikachu was eating as well. As for the issue of feeding the baby Pokémon, it was not as helpless as human infants, though it still required guidance, like not mimicking the dining habits of Indians. Don't you find it quite comforting to fall asleep to the rhythmic patter of raindrops during a downpour? Let go of any other thoughts and simply rest. They both insisted. With their words in mind, Xiaoxia had little else to say. After finishing her meal, she retrieved a small blanket from her backpack and lay down on the prepared mat to rest. However, just as she was on the brink of slumber, she heard hurried footsteps nearby. Squinting, she realized Xiaoxi had vanished. Before Xiaoxia could comprehend the situation, she felt the cabin tilt sharply to the right, causing her to slide down uncontrollably. Just as she managed to prop herself up, the cabin lurched to the left again, sending her tumbling once more. After several such tumbles, Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself. She donned her raincoat and made her way to the deck. Upon stepping outside, she saw Xiaojing directing the Steelix back and forth, as the ship rocked perilously with each movement. Noticing Xiaoxia's arrival, Xiaojing explained the situation. The storm is more ferocious than anticipated. The waves are relentless. I can only stabilize the ship this way to prevent capsizing. Xiaoxia, come help. Call out Blastoise. Xiaojing shouted above the roar of the storm. Xiaoxia summoned Blastoise to assist in finding a balance with the Steelix. But where is Xiaoxi? Although she had faith in Xiaoxi's abilities, she was still anxious that he might be swept overboard by the fierce winds. After all, the gangplank was as unstable as if it had been greased, and lacking a secure footing was perilous. Xiaojing pointed into the distance, where a group of Lapras, also seeking refuge from the storm, had brushed past them during the tempest, nearly colliding due to the darkness. Is Xiaoxi there? No, he is ahead. Just moments ago, a Lapras got separated from its group. Look. Xiaojing indicated towards the bow of the ship, where a juvenile Lapras had buried its head underwater, pretending as if nothing was amiss. Surrounding the Lapras was a horde of Gyarados, a dozen of which were closing in, not only blocking the Lapras' escape route, but also poised to strike with predatory intent. In the wild, encounters with such congregated Pokémon typically resulted in peaceful coexistence. However, the solitary Lapras provided an opportunity for the Gyarados to seize. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was steadily approaching the Lapras on Blastoise. This is far too dangerous. It shouldn't come to this. Xiaoxia exclaimed, bewildered as to why Xiaojing hadn't stopped Xiaoxi from diving in to rescue the Lapras. Xiaojing shook his head. We were very close to the Lapras, but due to the storm, the ship was blown away shortly after Xiaoxi jumped in. Right now, we need to stabilize the vessel and then provide support. Though Xiaojing's words were resolute, He was utterly unable to control the ship. Instead, it drifted further away from Xiaoji with every wave. What do we do? Blastoise, hold the ship steady and pursue him. Xiaoxia, disregarding whether Blastoise could navigate against the wind, knew they had to act. After securing a rope, Blastoise turned in the opposite direction, aimed its cannon beneath the ship, and unleashed a powerful jet of water to propel them toward Xiaoji. Faster, faster. I can hear it now, the cries for help from the Lapras. She is calling out to me. While Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia were unaware of the specifics, Xiaoji truly felt the delicate voice emanating from the eye of the storm. The young Lapras implored, "Who will save me? Please, someone help me." Humans could not hear this sound, akin to a whale's song, but Xiaoji noticed it and responded. As the distance closed, Xiaoji's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden leap from Blastoise, he soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. The gust of wind generated by his strikes formed a fan-shaped storm across the waves. Before the Gyarados could react, a gap was torn open in their formation, knocking two Gyarados unconscious, causing them to sink slowly to the seabed. The remaining Gyarados were also injured to varying degrees, forced to retreat under the pressure of the storm. With quick reflexes, Blastoise fired a water cannon at the surface, propelling itself to catch Xiaoji midair and burst through the encirclement. The Gyarados were utterly unprepared for a human riding atop a Blastoise in the ocean, and even more astonished when Xiaoji took down one of their own in such an unexpected manner. What kind of move was that? We've never seen anything like it. I've saved the Lapras. If you don't wish to be harmed, disperse at once. I'll say this only once. Standing atop Blastoise, Xiaoji gently comforted the frightened Lapras with his left hand, while his right finger pointed threateningly at the approaching Gyarados. Blastoise prepared its cannon for attack, and Pikachu's cheeks flickered with electricity, ready to deliver a small shock to the Gyarados, who were 4 times weak to electric-type moves. The Gyarados, intimidated, retreated as their leader led the exodus, the rest following suit and submerging, taking their fallen comrade with them. The Lapras felt something gently brushing against her neck, tickling her, accompanied by a soothing voice in her ear. The storm receded, leaving a clear sky. Though night still enveloped the world, a profound tranquility prevailed. I heard your call. It's all right now. Chapter 110, Landing on the Island. Xiaoji, that was incredibly dangerous. If you were going to rescue the Lapras, you should have called me. I could have jumped in too. Don't underestimate me. I'm at least in the top 4. Xiaoxia insisted, her strength undeniable, even surpassing her portrayal in the original narrative. Understood, Xiaoji replied. Ash removed his red shirt to dry in the sun and changed into a similar outfit. He then leaned against the stern of the boat, gazing downwards. After being rescued, Lapras did not depart, but instead followed closely behind the vessel, swimming alongside it wherever it sailed. Misty also noticed this situation and stood beside Ash, watching Lapras swim. This behavior likely stemmed from fear. Stripped of the protection of its pod, Lapras instinctively sought a source of comfort, having just been saved by Ash. Misty's conjecture was largely accurate, as events unfolded just as she had surmised. Do you think I should capture it? Ash pondered. It's too perilous to let her trail behind the boat. It would be wiser to bring her aboard, especially if she wishes to return to her pod in the future. Misty, being rather self-serving, had no intention of capturing the wild Lapras, but was apprehensive about the potential complications that could arise. If this dilemma were presented to her, she would undoubtedly find herself in a state of confusion. Without hesitation, Ash leaped from the stern to communicate with Lapras. Lapras, would you like to come with me? Lapras nodded and lowered her head, inviting Ash to stroke her. Understanding her gesture, Ash gently caressed her from her head to her neck, then hoisted himself onto her back. Initially unaccustomed to having a rider, Lapras soon embraced the position, joyfully gliding around the boat. Ash allowed the wild Lapras to lead, swimming until she grew weary, at which point he produced a pokeball to offer her some rest. Like Bok BB, Lapras was still a child, not yet a year old. Upon returning to the deck, Ash released Lapras again. Without the buoyancy of water, she appeared somewhat disoriented and flustered, her limbs flailing. Ash patiently reassured her, helping her to regain her composure before introducing her to the other companions. This little girl, who had never set foot on land before, was experiencing a world of wonders that day. She not only encountered numerous terrestrial Pokémon, but also the rare sight of humans and their food. Once familiarized, Lapras readily accepted this new environment, mingling with the other Pokémon. Ash retrieved his Pokédex to further explore Lapras. Lapras, female, water ice type. Abilities, water absorb. Level 15. Moves, water gun, ice shard, water pulse, confuse ray, sing, growl, mist, aqua ring. Lapras is a transport Pokémon with the intelligence to comprehend human language. enjoying the company of humans as they traverse the seas. Wise and benevolent, Lapras had often aided humans at sea, but her kindness had drawn the attention of unscrupulous individuals, leading to a drastic decline in her population. In the Kanto region, particularly the Orange Archipelago, Lapras was considered a rare Pokémon, and the League had relocated most of them to Alola, where they were protected and gradually began to proliferate. Hey, Ash, could you do me a small favor? Ash, still perusing the information on Lapras, suddenly heard Misty's bashful request and casually agreed. What is it? Well, since Lapras is a girl, I was wondering if, in the future, when she has children, could you save one for me? Rather than eyeing the wild Lapras, Misty was fixated on the offspring of Ash's Lapras. Oh, but Lapras belongs to the water and monster groups, just like Blastoise. To avoid being overheard by the Pokémon, Misty leaned in closer to Ash and whispered, No, Pokémon should have the freedom to choose their mates. It is her decision whom she wishes to bond with. I cannot compel her to mate with someone she does not fancy. Ash firmly rejected Misty's notion of arranged breeding, urging her to abandon such antiquated thinking. Chastened by this lecture, Misty conceded. I understand, but if she happens to fall in love with one of my Pokémon, then it becomes a matter of custody between couples. Upon hearing this, Misty sighed in relief, knowing she had several Pokémon that could potentially mate with Lapras, such as Kingdra, Blastoise, or Psyduck. Suddenly, Misty envisioned a scenario where Psyduck and Lapras produced an offspring, resulting in a Lapras that bore an uncanny resemblance to Psyduck, sending chills down her spine. Psyduck, bewildered by Misty's glare, tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Hey Misty, what's up? Would you like to learn a bit about navigation? Navigation? What's that? It would be useful for your future sea voyages. After a long day and night of drifting, the trio finally arrived at Daikon Island, located in the southwestern direction of the Orange Archipelago. Following the directions provided by Nurse Joy on the island, they soon found Professor Inuki's research facility. Professor Inuki was a scholar of both intellect and beauty, with the only downside being the disarray within her laboratory. As expected, Brock was drawn to her and eagerly volunteered to assist with chores, relishing the opportunity to help the professor and her assistant. Seizing the moment while Brock tidied up, Ash engaged Professor Inuki in conversation regarding her research and the mysterious silver and gold orbs. Naturally, Professor Inuki was more than willing to share her findings with a messenger of Professor Oak. Daikon Island, being relatively uninhabited, was home to Pokémon that exhibited numerous unique patterns on their bodies compared to their mainland counterparts. According to the professor, these patterns indicated a transitional phase as Pokémon adapted to their surroundings, which was why her research facility was established here, to study these transformations. Is it only on the island where these changes occur? Do they not exhibit any abnormality at birth, but gradually develop these patterns as they mature? Do Pokémon residing in the nearby waters also undergo changes? What purpose do these patterns serve? Are they for intimidation, aesthetic appeal for mating, or perhaps for camouflage? Do such patterns influence their strength? If they breed with mainland Pokémon, will their offspring lean more towards the mainland or island traits? With a barrage of questions, Professor Inuki sensed that this robust young man was no ordinary individual. I cannot clarify these matters in a short time, but I have compiled a substantial stack of papers on the subject. Would you like to see them? Chapter 111, Guide to the Orange Archipelago. These papers have already been published and can be accessed online, so Professor Inuki had no intention of concealing any information. Faced with an overwhelming amount of data, Ash decided to prioritize obtaining the silver and gold orbs first. I stumbled upon it by chance. I am unaware of its origins. It just appeared in the research facility, and I attempted to open it, but failed. Regardless of whether I used conventional or unconventional methods, even a hammer or a drill could not breach its shell, nor could I transport it with a teleportation device. Thus, I intended to let Professor Oak investigate it. At this point, Professor Inuki shrugged her shoulders, her expression reflecting her exasperation. I have taken photographs of this Pokeball and sent them to nearly all the Pokeball companies for examination, but they all assert that it is not of their manufacture. The exterior offers no clues as to its age. The only certainty is the inscription of letters resembling GS on the front. Dr. Namiki removed the GS ball from its glass case and handed it to Ash. Gold-silver ball, he mused. The upper part is gold while the lower part is silver, and its weight is indistinguishable from that of a standard red and white Pokeball, although it cannot expand or contract. Well, if you manage to uncover its specific function, do not hesitate to give me a call. I am quite curious myself. Ash nodded, imprinting Dr. Namiki's words in his mind before initiating a video call with Professor Oak. Professor Oak, I have acquired the Pokeball and will be heading over now. Did you not mention your intention to travel to the Orange Islands to complete challenges and battle with Koji? Professor Oak had previously conferred with Ash and agreed that it was acceptable for him to take on the challenges, and sending the ball later was of no concern. Coincidentally, he was also pondering what to do with the ball, so there was no rush. It will be delivered shortly. Professor Oak, please send over the fossil Aerodactyl. Upon hearing this, Ash's intent was clear to Professor Oak. Such a long-distance flight across the sea is a daunting task for the average person. Yet Ash would have no trouble. Once the transfer was completed, Ash grasped the fossil Aerodactyl and soared into the sky, dashing at his utmost speed. Arriving in Pallet Town just after 1 in the afternoon. After delivering the ball, he had ample time to bid farewell to his mother before flying back to Diagon Island before nightfall. Brock had yet to finish tidying up the research institute. While Ash had already fulfilled his transportation task, Dr. Namiki was astonished. While flying on Pokémon was not unheard of, she had never witnessed anyone race through the clouds at full speed without any safety measures. What do you think? Ash is quite remarkable, isn't he? Any task assigned to him, and he accomplishes it splendidly. Professor Oak seized the opportunity to promote Ash within the academic circle. Indeed, he is an extraordinary talent. Are you considering cultivating him as your successor? I recall you have a grandson as well. Observing Ash outside the yard, who was examining the unique Pokémon of the southern region, Dr. Namiki inquired with curiosity. Ha ha ha, who said a successor must be singular? The more eager learners, the better. Professor Oak's implication was clear. He had no intention of relinquishing his mentorship. Word up to Dr. Namiki. She would not overlook any gifted individual. Ash, I have made up my mind. I will disembark here and remain at the Research Institute to collaborate with Dr. Namiki on studying the island's ecology. As both a trainer and a breeder, everything here piques my interest. Observing Brock's flushed face and the cheerful expressions of Dr. Namiki's 3 female assistants, Ash understood. In that case, I wish you the best of luck. Do not forget to call home, and take care of yourself. Do not overexert. Yes, I have prepared plenty of frozen food on the ship. Just heat it up to eat. Be cautious on your journey. Brock's departure did not leave the two feeling regretful, as they both recognized this was Brock's aspiration. Moreover, provisions were available on the ship, ensuring they would not go hungry during their travels. The only regret for Misty was her inability to fully comprehend the nautical knowledge she purchased on the island. This is so difficult. Studying is truly a headache. Ash, what are you looking at? Aside from training Pokémon in the water, the time on the ship was devoted to learning. After putting down her book, Misty leaned beside Ash, resting her head on his shoulder to sneak a glance. This is a diary given to me by Dr. Namiki. It contains her written accounts. Essentially, every esteemed professor is a person of vast experience, and Dr. Namiki is no exception. After completing her studies in the Kanto region, she traveled extensively for research and then returned to the Orange Islands to continue her explorations, ultimately establishing the Research Institute on Diagon Island. This diary chronicles her solitary travels throughout the Orange Islands. The closest location to Diagon Island is Pungon Island, situated to the northwest, renowned for its Pokémon-themed park. So, are we heading to Pungon Island? No, we're going to the neighboring Shokin Island. It houses the Shokin Gym, and I intend to head straight there. Pungon Island is a famous tourist destination, and as a result, it has lost much of its original charm, becoming heavily homogenized by human activity. Ash was not there for leisure. The gym was far more significant. But I have yet to learn about navigating. I do not even know how to determine direction at sea. Misty was caught off guard by Ash's sudden plan to change islands. However, Ash had anticipated this. I am well aware. Hold on tight, as I am about to accelerate. With that, Ash removed his red jacket and leapt into the water. Blastoise, Lapras, lend me your strength. The two Pokémon readily obliged, and together with Ash, they began to race. Ash, with a vigorous flick of his tail, single-handedly propelled the vessel, along with Blastoise and Lapras, while continuously accelerating. Lapras was caught off guard by Ash's intensity. Had it not been for the tether, she would have nearly been thrown overboard. Lapras looked to Blastoise, who was also being towed, for assistance. Blastoise had anticipated this and assured Lapras that it was a normal occurrence. This speed was merely Ash's routine training. Just swim along with me. Do not overthink it. With Blastoise's encouragement, Lapras had no choice but to comply. Under Ash's vigorous swimming, the ship sailed past Pungon Island and reached Shokin Island before dusk. Throughout the entire ordeal, Misty clung tightly to the handrail, too fearful to loosen her grip, and only found the opportunity to vomit once the ship slowed and docked. As a water-type Pokémon trainer, Misty should not have been susceptible to seasickness, but Ash's fervor was overwhelming. Likewise, Lapras, submerged in the water, felt utterly helpless for the first time, as her low level made it difficult to endure Ash's relentless pace. After swimming for nearly half a day, she was exhausted and in need of rest. Fortunately, Blastoise, with his experience, taught her how to adapt and take breaks amidst the chaos. Chapter 112, Enlightening Training. Upon arriving at Shockin Island, Ash secured the boat before disembarking with Misty. The sudden halt had left Misty's stomach churning, making her legs feel weak. Ash promptly hoisted her onto Lapras's back, proceeding along the shallow waters. The diary did not detail the Shockin gym, but the local Pokémon Center provided Ash with insights into the gym's challenge. The gym leader, named Dunmay, was particularly adept with water-type Pokémon. However, she did not require challengers to engage in Pokémon battles, but rather other competitions. Upon hearing that a water-type expert was involved, Misty, who had just taken seasickness medication, perked up immediately, scrambling to engage Nurse Joy in conversation. Is she a water-type trainer like me? What Pokémon does she specialize in? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. You will have to see for yourselves. Nurse Joy often attended to Dunmay, treating her Pokémon, so she was indeed well informed in that regard. However, out of professional integrity, Nurse Joy refrained from divulging information to the challenger beforehand. Though the specifics of the Pokémon remained confidential, the nature of the challenge could indeed be disclosed. The task involved having Pokémon utilize Water Gun to strike a row of cans. The challenger's Pokémon would compete alongside hers in aiming at the arranged cans. The victor would be determined by who could knock down the most cans. Upon hearing this rule, Ash found himself somewhat taken aback, pondering the details before responding. Are you suggesting that the can shooting contest requires both the challenger and the gym leader to participate simultaneously, with the challenger needing to demonstrate both speed and accuracy superior to that of the gym leader? Joy nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Ash's understanding. Am I permitted to have my Pokémon interfere with the gym leader's shots? Would that be considered a violation? Before Nurse Joy could reply, a clear female voice chimed in from behind. Of course, as long as you can manage to interfere. However, the shooting contest is limited to the water gun move only. With the unexpected arrival of Dawn, Nurse Joy finally breathed a sigh of relief, as she was uncertain how to balance the sharing of information with Ash. Since the principal was present, it would be more suitable for her to explain. Dawn, you're here again. What brings you this time? Did you sustain an injury during training? Dawn nodded, handing over her Pokeball to Joy for care, and invited the two to sit nearby. It's rather late now, if you don't mind. Perhaps you could challenge in the morning instead. It was already 9 o'clock by the time Ash arrived at the Pokémon Center, a time when most children should be tucked into bed. Certainly, that's not an issue. However, I would like to inquire about the competition rules, Ash said, still somewhat unclear about the contest details, which differed significantly from Pokémon battles. The rule is simple. Both sides shoot at the can simultaneously. Whoever knocks down more wins. If there's a tie, we will have a rematch with moving targets. And if there's another tie? Dawn smiled broadly, her laughter hearty. Then we shall compete in a surfing race, where the trainers ride on their Pokémon, circling around. Whoever returns first is the winner. Interference with the opponent is entirely permissible during these events. If it results in a tie, we will escalate to an obstacle course. And should that also end in a tie, we will widen and lengthen the surfing route, increasing the difficulty until a victor emerges. Pokémon do have their limits, after all. They cannot keep competing indefinitely without exhausting themselves. By the way, I saw you on television, Ash from Pallet Town, last year's champion of the Indigo League. I presume your choice will be Blastoise, yes? One thing I must remind you of is that the move we will be using in the competition is the basic water gun, not hydro pump. This means the power, diameter, and range will all be significantly reduced. Well, there's still time tonight. You can allow Blastoise to readjust. Ash nodded, yet he did not intend to use Blastoise, opting instead for Lapras, who, despite being at a lower level, could also utilize Water Gun, making it a perfect opportunity for practice under the cover of night. After Ash departed, Misty engaged Dawn in conversation, eager to exchange insights regarding Water-type Pokémon. This young Water-type gym leader was someone Dawn had noticed while watching television, and she was more than willing to share her knowledge on nurturing water types. The two women inside the Pokémon Center enjoyed their lively discussion, while outside, the coconut trees by the seaside suffered greatly. With remarkable strength, Ash uprooted an entire grove of coconuts, leaving no tree unscathed, repurposing them into makeshift targets. Once this was accomplished, Ash instructed Lapras to rest in the water and had Blastoise provide some psychological support. This would be a trial. Only by overcoming their former immature selves could they truly grow. Lapras was somewhat perplexed by Blastoise's intentions. Did she not know how to use Water Gun? However, she soon witnessed an unforgettable scene. Ash took a deep breath and forcefully spat a stream of saliva towards the coconut. This minuscule droplet, like a bolt of lightning, zipped through the air, and before Lapras could track its trajectory, the coconut fell from its makeshift stand, shattering upon impact and spilling coconut water everywhere. The ultimate goal of your training is to achieve this effect. Generally speaking, all you need to do is knock down the coconut. It primarily depends on your precision and force. Lapras, possessing a high level of intelligence, was among the elite of non-psychic Pokémon. Yet, she still struggled to grasp Ash's instructions regarding knocking down coconuts with water gun. She had attempted this before, but the water gun's efficacy diminished beyond a meter in distance, making a 3-meter range quite challenging for her. Woo-woo, Lapras's ethereal, elongated voice echoed in Ash's ears as she pressed her face against him, attempting to charm him into leniency. However, Ash remained impervious to such tactics. He was unmoved even by the most delicate of feminine wiles, let alone this. Despite her attempts at coaxing, Lapras was still compelled by Ash to continue her training. This time, however, Ash focused on inspecting Lapras's mouth, adjusting her oral cavity and body to enhance the power of her water gun. First, we shall complete 20 sets of water gun training, honing both distance and precision. Follow my instructions, and we will rest afterward. Once Lapras's training was organized, Ash made sure Blastoise was also engaged in surfing practice. This time, the goal was not to create massive waves for an attack, but to genuinely surf while maintaining balance with Ash on its back, ensuring he did not end up tossed into the sea. While I could grasp your cannon to stabilize myself, this time I will be standing upright. Be prepared. The waves are about to crash. With a powerful water cannon, Blastoise surged forward into the waves, retracting its limbs and tail, allowing only its head to remain above water. It balanced itself by intermittently spraying water from its 5 dark openings, adjusting its position by shooting jets of water from the right side when it tilted left, using this as a basis for training. On the shore, as Ash practiced surfing with Blastoise, Pikachu had no choice but to tend to Togepi. Ever since Togepi learned to walk, it had been unstoppable, racking up an impressive daily step count, only turning upon colliding with obstacles, leaving Pikachu to block the way each time. Pikachu, who was never adept at caring for children, now found itself reluctantly taking on the role of a caretaker. Balancing the responsibilities of being a leader and a babysitter, it was indeed a challenging position for a top Pokémon. Chapter 113, The Debut Battle. Unfortunately, the weather was uncooperative, as rain fell once again the following day. The eaves of the summer gym had transformed into a curtain of water, and after arranging the equipment, Dawn settled at the entrance, listening to the beautiful melodies from the Johto radio station. Before her lay the open door, and the rain outside blurred her vision, revealing only the faint silhouettes of 2 figures approaching with umbrellas. Dawn's previously drowsy mind suddenly sharpened, and she rose to fold up the lounge chair and lay out a blanket. Ash, Misty, be careful not to slip. Please leave your umbrellas at the door. If you need to dry your clothes, I have no hairdryer, just clips and ropes. Misty, unreserved, readily removed her outerwear and even took off her shoes, padding barefoot across the floor. Ash, indifferent, stripped down, wrung out his clothes vigorously, and donned them again. Who among you wishes to challenge first? I am all set, he announced. Misty had already informed Dawn the previous night of her desire to try her hand at the challenge, and Dawn had readily agreed. I'll go first. Ash raised his hand in reply. Dawn nodded, retrieving the remote control and pressing several buttons, instantly transforming the layout of the room. In the center of the room, the floor began to shift aside, revealing the water surface beneath, while the ceiling above also opened up, allowing the torrential rain to pour in. Since it had rained today, it was fortuitous that the rain fell indoors, providing an ideal setting for a battle among water-type Pokémon. Ash did not hesitate to accept Dawn's proposal. Instead, he summoned Lapras to acclimatize to the environment. Once assured of its comfort, Dawn released her Pokémon. Go Seeking. Dawn's Seeking, with the ability Sniper, was perfectly suited for this competition. With another press of a button, a row of empty cans appeared not far from the pool, approximately 5 meters apart, with minimal spacing between them, making it easy for a water gun attack to sweep through them all. Dawn, of course, would not allow such a flaw to exist, declaring in advance that each water gun must hit a single can. Are you ready? We're about to begin. Of course. Just as Ash finished speaking, Dawn commanded Seeking, which unleashed a barrage of water guns like a machine gun, each shot hitting its target with unerring accuracy. Lapras, not to be outdone, despite a slightly lower firing rate, could simultaneously shoot 3 water guns from the corners of its mouth and the center, adjusting its neck for an astonishingly high hit rate. This peculiar shooting technique naturally caught Dawn's attention. As a water-type trainer, she quickly discerned the secret behind it, simply utilizing Lapras's tongue and lips for positional adjustments. Even Dawn could take a large sip of water and then spray 2 water guns. Any Pokémon with a broad mouth could perform this maneuver. and Lapras certainly had an advantage in that regard. This method is quite effective, she acknowledged. But what will you do as the number of cans decreases? As Lapras and Seeking vied with each other, each knocking down 15 cans, only one remained in the center. It was the decisive moment. Dawn immediately turned her gaze to Ash, only to find him looking at her at the same time. Two powerful water guns were unleashed simultaneously, colliding in front of the last can, and the explosion caused the stand to wobble, sending the can flying. Dawn had anticipated this outcome. After all, when both sides had comparable firing rates, the best solution was mutual destruction. Neither would win if they both missed. This had happened several times before, and she had grown accustomed to it. The next round involves moving targets, so pay attention. Dawn pressed another button, opening a wall facing the sea, from which a frisbee was launched from a machine at the lower right corner. Seeking was quick to respond, firing immediately, while Lapras instinctively shot a water gun, which once again collided with the frisbee, sending it flying. The same result left Dawn with an ominous premonition. As expected, every subsequent water gun was precisely intercepted by Lapras, sending the frisbee soaring as if it were deliberately targeting her until all the frisbees in the machine were depleted, leaving both scores at 0. I never noticed you were so devious while watching your match, Dawn chuckled, amused by this unexpected strategy. It had been a long time since she had encountered such an entertaining opponent. Since you're so eager for a surfing race, I shall indulge you. Follow me. Dawn led Ash outside, where the rain continued to fall, but neither paid any heed to this trivial detail, allowing the raindrops to splash against their faces. Ash withdrew Lapras and sent forth his Blastoise, while Dawn also released her Blastoise. We have the same Pokémon, but I assure you, my Blastoise is far superior. Who knows? The two mounted their Blastoise, and Dawn pointed towards a buoy anchored in the water. The rules are simple. Race from the starting point to the buoy, circle it, and return to the start. Whoever arrives first wins. Ash observed the buoy, realizing it was only about 100 meters away, much closer than he had anticipated. Dawn handed a starting pistol to Misty, and with the sound of the gunshot, her Blastoise instinctively accelerated. Ash's Blastoise followed closely, steadily closing the distance. Dawn didn't bother to look ahead. Instead, she turned back to observe Ash. She noticed that Ash's Blastoise had retracted its tail into its shell, propelling itself forward with water jets to increase speed. This tactic brought a knowing smile to Dawn's face. Mimicking a ship, are we? Clever move, I'll copy that. Blastoise. Block him. Dawn's Blastoise, without needing to glance back, sensed the position of Ash's Blastoise solely by the flow of water and swiftly maneuvered to collide with Ash's Pokémon. This collision infuriated Ash's Blastoise. I haven't even touched you yet, and you dare to crash into me first? How dare you? Ash quickly understood the situation and allowed his Blastoise to act freely. With a sudden burst of speed, Ash's Blastoise lunged forward, grabbing Dawn's Blastoise by the right foot and biting down. Dawn's Blastoise yelped in pain, nearly throwing Dawn off balance, but thanks to its training, it quickly adjusted its stance and began to thrash its tail against Ash's Blastoise's face. However, Ash's Blastoise had grown accustomed to such antics. The blows had no effect, and it even attached an ice beam to its teeth. Realizing it couldn't break free and that the ice beam was binding its foot, Dawn quickly commanded a retreat. Dawn's Blastoise retracted into its shell, leaving one foot exposed. This maneuver caused Ash's Blastoise to lose its balance, its shell tilting and crashing towards Ash's side. With all its might, the shell came crashing down, forcing Ash's Blastoise to release its grip. The moment it did, Dawn's Blastoise shot forward, speeding past the buoy and heading back to the start. The humiliation was unbearable for Ash's Blastoise. At Ash's command, it immediately turned around, cannon aimed backward, unleashing all its power in a furious dash. Dawn, about to look back, saw Ash's Blastoise soaring over her head, gaining speed as it flew by. Goodness. Now that it's not even putting on a show. Dawn's eyes widened. This was a far cry from the disheveled Blastoise she had seen at the Indigo Plateau. So, this is what a champion looks like, Dawn murmured to herself. Sometimes, she had to concede that some individuals were simply born to be trainers, destined to travel faster and farther than others. Chapter 114, Crystallonics. After Ash's challenge, Misty followed suit. However, having learned from Ash's experience, Dawn was fully alert this time, employing the very techniques Ash had just used, leaving Misty bewildered. Misty mirrored Ash's actions, managing to draw a tie against Dawn, and ultimately secured victory on the surf with the aid of her Seeking's graceful movements. Truly, champions and top contenders have reached such heights. Dawn generously praised the duo, and Misty reciprocated with numerous compliments, both laughing heartily. It was not until the rain ceased at night that Ash and Misty bid farewell to Dawn and departed by boat. Having completed the challenge at the Zygando gym, the next destination lies ahead. Where is the nearest gym? In response to Xiaoxia's inquiry, Ash decisively retrieved his guidebook to provide clarity. The Yuzu gym is situated on Yuzu Island. However, prior to that, I intend to visit Ponkan Island. In truth, Professor Nike and Professor Okido had previously discussed Ash's involvement as a researcher, which is why he was already aware of this. And it explains why Professor Nike entrusted him with a journal as a guide. Notably, within this tome, Professor Nike has meticulously marked several points of both known and unknown significance. For instance, during his initial investigation of Ponkan Island, Professor Nike had fortuitously overheard a rumor regarding the crystal onyx. This tale of the crystal onyx was relayed to him by an elderly man. And due to his professional diligence, Professor Nike sought to uncover more about the lore surrounding this enigmatic creature. However, the elder was evidently reluctant to disturb the crystal onyx, referring to it as a gift from the god of crystals to Ponkan Island, and he was unwilling to divulge any leads. Professor Nike attempted to seek out the creature himself, yet found nothing, ultimately eliminating various locations from his journal. Now, this task has fallen to Ash. Professor Okido remarked upon Ash's innate talent for research, expressing his desire for Ash not to squander this potential. I trust that you can carry on his legacy, so I entrust this matter to you. Professor Nike conveyed this to Ash. Therefore, does the crystal onyx imply that it is composed entirely of crystal rather than rock? Wait, is this crystal more resilient than rock? Upon hearing Ash's account and the writings within the book, Xiaoxia couldn't help but voice her confusion. Regarding this, Xiaoxia was truly perplexed. Ash, though not well-versed in minerals, was fortunate that the notebook contained relevant information. Crystals possess a greater compressive strength than rocks, yet they are inferior to rocks in terms of toughness. Observing Xiaoxia's continued bewilderment, Ash offered an analogy. If one were to strike a crystal with a hammer, it would shatter instantly, while a rock would only chip at the edge. Conversely, if one were to scratch with a knife, the crystal's surface would remain unmarked, while the rock would bear scars. Xiaoxia nodded thoughtfully, albeit still somewhat confused. This merely elucidates the mineral aspect. However, if applied to the onyx, there may be additional transformations. If the crystal onyx truly exists, what could have led to its emergence? Xiaoxia still harbored numerous questions, yet Ash could not provide definitive answers. The only course was to disembark on the island and investigate. Ash stowed away the book and once more plunged into the water, transforming into a ferryman, collaborating with Blastoise and Lapras to arrive at Ponkan Island by 8 or 9 o'clock the following morning. Ponkan Island lacks a Pokémon Center. It is renowned for its glass crafts, and thus the island's inhabitants learned to create glass art from a young age. As Ash perused the journal, he ventured through mountains and valleys in search of locations unexplored by Professor Nike. After several unsuccessful attempts, Ash finally discovered the last unvisited site, a deserted islet near Ponkan Island. In truth, the isle was not only uninhabited, but also sparsely populated with wild Pokémon, consisting primarily of transient bird-type Pokémon. This peculiar environment led Xiaoxia to suspect that something was amiss with this small island. I would wager that it is undoubtedly here. If the crystal onyx resides on this island, it is highly probable that it has mutated due to the island's unique conditions. The absence of other Pokémon likely stems from the island's peculiarities, resulting in either mutation, death, or escape. Xiaoxia's analysis was both logical and well-founded. Ash nodded in agreement and boarded Lapras with Xiaoxia to search the island. After circumnavigating the isle, they ultimately uncovered a cave at its center. The cave was devoid of light, yet its walls were adorned with crystals. When Pikachu illuminated the area, the refracted light instantly filled the cave, nearly blinding Xiaoxia with its brilliance. Pikachu, dim the light, please. I can hardly bear it. After Xiaoxia's fervent protest, Pikachu reluctantly adjusted the brightness to a soft glow, allowing Xiaoxia to barely open her eyes. After traversing a narrow passage for several dozen steps, they emerged into a vast chamber. At the cave's depths lay a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by high-quality crystal formations. Under Pikachu's refracted light, a pair of eyes suddenly emerged from the lake's depths. The water began to churn, and a transparent crystal onyx rose from the depths, glaring at Ash and emitting a low, intimidating growl, clearly hostile to intruders. The crystal onyx. We truly encountered it. And it emerged from the water, displaying an unexpected affinity for its aquatic habitat. Xiaoxia was mesmerized, captivated by its crystalline exterior, momentarily forgetting that she was an intruder. It was Ash who seized her collar and pulled her back just in time to evade the onyx's sweeping tail. Crystal Onyx, please remain calm. We do not intend to harm you, so please, temper your agitation. Ash attempted to pacify the onyx verbally, yet it exhibited the audacity of youth. Seemingly unaccustomed to adversaries and unwilling to relent. After several attempts, Ash abandoned his verbal entreaties and firmly grasped the onyx, uprooting it from the water and forcefully pressing it against the cave wall. Within moments, the onyx ceased its resistance, no longer daring to bare its teeth at Ash. Sit down, coil your tail, and heed my words. I will compile the necessary data, and during this time, do not make any untoward movements. Pikachu stood by, translating for Ash, gesturing dramatically at its throat when discussing threats. The onyx, now cowed, complied with Ash's commands, having been thoroughly impressed by his display of authority. Had I known you were formidable, I would have refrained from resisting and avoided the unnecessary punishment. Once the crystal onyx was subdued, Ash began measuring its basic height and weight. Following this, he conducted numerous experiments regarding the onyx's characteristics and attributes. The crystal onyx exhibited an immunity to water, yet displayed a weakness to fire, reversing the typical resistance associated with rock types. It is widely recognized that water types only encounter diminished effectiveness against water, grass, and dragon types. Conversely, fire types are effective against bug, steel, grass, and ice types. Chapter 115, Old Acquaintances. A fire weakness coupled with water resistance. Is such a combination even plausible? Xiaoxia pondered for a considerable time, ultimately concluding that only a grass type might meet the criteria. However, the crystal onyx could hardly be classified as a grass type. From an attribute perspective, such reasoning seemed untenable, but if this were a newly discovered characteristic, it could indeed provide an explanation. Ash grappled with the nuances of type and characteristic, uncertain how to articulate his findings. Ultimately, he could only transcribe his hypotheses, leaving them for Professor Okito's examination. Afterward, Ash attempted to coax the crystal onyx out of the cave, but the creature was resolutely unwilling to depart, its determination unshaken even by the prospect of being struck by Ash. While it was feasible to incapacitate it and force capture, such an approach contradicted Ash's principles. Compelling a Pokémon to do something against its will was utterly distasteful. Given the impossibility of relocating the crystal onyx, Ash remained within the cave, engaging in 3 days and nights of close observation. He meticulously cataloged the myriad possibilities surrounding the onyx's origin. Ash, since this world is home to the crystal onyx, do you think it's conceivable that there could also exist diamond onyxes, golden onyxes, silver onyxes, or bronze onyxes? Though it is but a jest, Misty's speculation isn't entirely unfounded. I can only document this phenomenon. Whether the researchers will pursue it further is a matter for them. Suddenly, Ash recalled a singular entity that might share an interest in the crystal onyx and engage in research alongside it. Mutuo, Mutuo, Mutuo. Ash silently repeated the name thrice in his mind, and sure enough, a beam of light flashed before him. Almost instantaneously, Mutuo descended from the skies of Celadon City. Appearing at Ash's side, Ash utilized his psychic abilities to connect with Mutuo, who undoubtedly recognized Ash's powers and sensed his call for assistance. However, Ash did not anticipate the promptness of Mutuo's arrival. Within less than a minute, "You summoned me with your psychic abilities. What is it?" Mutuo inquired. Ash was hardly surprised that Mutuo could indeed be summoned by him. He speculated that Mutuo's psychic prowess had long since reached its zenith, likely extending its perception across the entirety of Kanto. This was validated by the fact that Ash needed only a slight psychic tug to beckon Mutuo forth. "Look over there. Determine whether this creature's condition is due to a congenital ailment or some other cause," Ash remarked, pointing behind Mutuo. Without displaying any emotional fluctuation, Mutuo focused its thoughts, manipulating the crystal onyx, and proceeded to conduct a comprehensive investigation using its psychic powers. After fully assessing the creature, Mutuo gently returned the crystal onyx to the water to rest and turned to Ash. "What do you wish to know now?" Mutuo asked. Previously, Mutuo had attempted to probe Ash's innermost thoughts and memories with its abilities, but had invariably encountered resistance. Thus, before Ash, it could not resort to shortcuts for exploration and was compelled to inquire verbally. "Nothing much. I am currently an intern researcher, essentially a doctoral assistant, here solely to study the crystal onyx. I seek to understand whether this situation stems from illness or some other factor," Ash explained. "There are numerous variables at play, including environmental influences and a dietary preference for crystal minerals. Without access to these minerals, the creature may suffer from genetic instability and insufficient nourishment," Mutuo elucidated, making Ash comprehend why the crystal onyx was reluctant to abandon its location. "Without the crystal mines, would it be expected to subsist on soil?" Ash persistently inquired, and Mutuo surprisingly exhibited patience in its responses, ultimately providing a comprehensive summary of findings. Although Mutuo did not take the crystal onyx with it, its presence inspired many ideas, and it was eager to return to the laboratory for dedicated research. Before you depart, will you not erase a memory or two? Ash pointed at the trembling Misty, who was quaking in fear from Mutuo's imposing presence, seeking solace only in Ash's proximity. Even Pikachu stood on guard, devoid of its usual playful demeanor, perceiving Mutuo as a formidable threat. In contrast, Ash remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. "Humph, I disdain concealment," Mutuo retorted arrogantly, vanishing without a backward glance. Within the cavern, the crystal onyx had already submerged into the lake, its translucent body becoming indistinguishable beneath the water, as if rendered invisible. Ash surmised that it would likely no longer dare to emerge. Once Mutuo departed, Misty finally extricated herself from her terror, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. "Ash, who was that just now? Such an overwhelming aura, it nearly terrified me to death." Misty, despite her bravado, was merely an ordinary human and found herself utterly outmatched before Mutuo, unable even to meet its gaze. Well, it's better to forget about him. After all, he poses no threat to your interests or your family, Ash contemplated, ultimately opting to reassure Misty. After all, it would be absurd to suggest that Mutuo was learning water ballet to usurp her family's business. To most ordinary individuals, Mutuo was inconsequential, easily dismissed. However, the rocket group, to which Mutuo was connected, warranted closer scrutiny. It wouldn't be entirely inaccurate to say they were attempting to reform. Yet their service to the public and Pokémon remained questionable. Whether the employees willingly served as public servants was still up for debate. Following this encounter, Ash thoroughly searched the island, confirming that there was indeed only a single crystal onyx, with no signs of crystal Geodude or crystal Rhyhorn, before departing by boat. Pomelo Island lacked a Pokémon Center, so Ash and Misty made their way to nearby Kumquat Island to contact Professor Oak and relay their findings. On the other end of the screen was the long-missed Professor Oak, alongside a small Brock clad in an apron. Professor Oak, wearing a one-piece swimsuit with a lab coat draped over it, seemed unfazed by her attire. "What is the matter, Ash? Why the sudden call?" Ash recounted the encounter with the crystal onyx on Pomelo Island and promptly transmitted a stack of photographs he had taken. Professor Oak, elated by the revelation, did not hesitate to call Professor Elm, and the three engaged in a spirited discussion about the crystal onyx. If their hypothesis held true, the existence of a bronze onyx was not out of the question. "Well done, Ash. You've made remarkable progress so quickly," Professor Elm exclaimed, a smile never leaving his face since hearing Ash's report, his joy almost distorting his features. Professor Oak also commended Ash's initiative, expressing surprise at how swiftly he clarified the uncertainties. "Indeed, entrusting the notebook to you was a wise decision," Professor Oak mused, and before concluding, she reminded Ash of another matter. "I have noted something in my notebook. On nearby Pomelo Island, many pink Pokémon reside. If you're interested, Chapter 116, A Fortunate Favor." The reason for assigning this task to Ash was not lost on him. It was, in fact, a test. Professor Oak described the situation on Pomelo Island. "It is under the watch of a junta, and generally, outsiders are not permitted entry. Be cautious, you wouldn't want to get caught." It could be said that Professor Oak was inciting Ash to commit an act of trespass on forbidden grounds. Of course, Professor Elm assured Ash that he would provide an application form, allowing him to enter as an intern researcher. With this connection, Ash would find it easier to gain access. Though the journey was long, both Ash and Misty had books to read to pass the time, and they could also entertain their Pokémon along the way. Misty had brought along 2 of her Pokémon. Her Blastoise obediently pulled the boat alongside its older sibling, happily chatting with its old friend. Meanwhile, Psyduck, in its typical clumsy manner, was simply along for the ride. In Misty's eyes, none of Ash's Pokémon could compare to her own, especially that little Togepi. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable affinity towards Togepi, as if the little creature resonated with her on a deeper level. "So Ash, do you teach Togepi anything in particular?" Misty inquired, curious about how Ash planned to nurture this newly hatched Pokémon. "Well, for now, she isn't really suited for battles. We'll see about that when she grows a bit," Ash replied, completely unperturbed. Togepi was still learning the basics of eating, sleeping, and playing, barely at level 5. The Pokédex indicated that her only moves were Tackle, Growl, and Charm. Moreover, despite Pokebee's seemingly low level and its limited repertoire of 3 moves, its presence in Ash's roster of Pokémon is, in fact, truly exceptional. Even Pikachu cannot be assured of a guaranteed victory against it. This must be a joke. How can a mere level 5 Pokémon be so formidable? Misty expressed her skepticism upon hearing Ash's praise for Pokebee. Yet, it is indeed true. This Pokemon is favored by fortune. Whenever it employs its signature move, it invariably executes the most appropriate technique for the situation at hand, without exception. Although Misty harbored doubts, her curiosity was piqued, leading her to summon Psyduck to engage with Pokebee. Be careful, Psyduck. Don't hurt Pokebee. Psyduck tilted its head, appearing somewhat dazed, leaving Misty uncertain if it had comprehended her warning. Psyduck used the weakest water gun. Psyduck blinked and ambled over to face the smiling Pokebee. After a moment of hesitation, it blushed and awkwardly sprayed a stream of water at Pokebee, the effect resembling that of a gentle shower. Ah, this. Before Misty could fully grasp the situation, Ash swiftly clarified. Unbeknownst to you, Pokebee had already employed its charming tactics, and although Psyduck seems oblivious, it indeed fell under its spell, losing the will to fight. The effectiveness of this move is such that, apart from the legendary Aerodactyl, any Pokemon that dares to engage in a face-to-face stare with Pokebee will inevitably be entranced. Its charm is akin to hypnosis. Alright, I understand now. Pokebee's charm is truly irresistible, even for me. Misty reflected on her experiences with Pokebee, realizing that being in its presence rendered her unable to focus on anything else, consumed solely by the desire to play with it. However, she still lacked a grasp of Pokebee's finger-pointing technique, necessitating Ash's direct involvement. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pokebee leapt and waved its hands animatedly. Draw a circle with your finger. Subsequently, Psyduck was unexpectedly struck by a wave of electromagnetic energy, collapsing and rendered immobile. How could this be? The efficiency of the electromagnetic wave was so rapid. It was incapacitated in less than a second. Misty rushed to assist Psyduck, checking its condition. Despite her usual grievances with Psyduck, she could not abandon it in such a critical moment. The reality was that Pokebee's finger-pointing technique guaranteed a 100 paralysis rate, and even moves with low accuracy hit their targets directly when wielded by it. It was as if Pokebee were blessed by the train of love, impervious to misfortune. The crisis was resolved only when Misty administered an antidote to Psyduck, after which she patiently listened to Ash elucidate the marvels of Pokebee. Did you know? I once had Pikachu face off against Pokebee, and during its first finger point, it unleashed Spore, causing Pikachu to sleep for a whole hour before awakening. On the second attempt, as Misty listened, her astonishment grew, leading her to ponder whether a deity of luck truly existed in this world. If this continues, I won't know how to face Pokebee. Regarding Misty's concerns, Ash calmly reassured her, rest assured, as long as you treat Pokebee kindly, it will pose no threat to you. Rather, you might find yourself basking in its fortune. If enough luck accumulates, you might even win the lottery's grand prize. Really? You haven't tried this, have you? Misty gasped in disbelief upon seeing Ash nod. That's incredible. Is this the magic of Pokemon? Are there others like Pokebee that can bestow luck upon their trainers? Ash confirmed Misty's speculation, noting that numerous Pokemon possessing such abstract abilities exist in the world, though they are primarily legendary or mythical Pokemon. After a lengthy journey, the duo finally arrived by boat near the island of Pingon. The waters surrounding the island were rife with whirlpools, making flight the only feasible means of reaching the land. However, Ash, undeterred, leaped into the water, battling the whirlpools to carve a path for their vessel. With the night deepening, the patrolling Junsha had returned home, and most Pokemon were slumbering. After securing the boat on the shallow shore, Ash guided Misty onto the land. Unlike the Pokemon seen elsewhere, those here were under human protection, living in harmony across various species without concerns for sustenance. In the clearing before Ash, a myriad of Pokemon lay nestled together, peacefully sleeping, even undisturbed by Ash's movements. Look, there's a pink Pokemon. That Caterpie in the tree. I remember them being yellow elsewhere, but here it's pink. Misty, though somewhat unfamiliar with color variations in Pokemon, recalled that the shiny versions of Dratini and Dragonair were indeed pink. Pondering this, she nudged Ash and whispered in his ear. Chapter 117, The Pink Island. No way. What if we dyed a Dragonair's color? Misty's suggestion intrigued Ash. A pink Dragonair would indeed be stunning, alleviating the concerns of its green coloration. However, to achieve such a hue, one must consume the pink-orange fruit found on Pingon Island. Only by feasting on this fruit could one attain a pink tint. Should the fruit be omitted, the color would gradually fade. In essence, if Dragonair were to become pink in the future, its diet would need to include pink-orange fruit daily. Ash was uncertain of the fruit's addictive properties, and he knew he must consider this carefully. If I'm not mistaken, the League has likely refrained from promoting this fruit for a reason. It's probable that the pink-orange trees can only thrive on this island. Outside, they wouldn't survive. Observing the sleeping pink Pokemon around him, Ash's mind began to swirl with possibilities. Under the cover of night, he commenced a meticulous study of the area, with Misty assisting him. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, the early rising Pokémon awoke from their slumber, resuming their daily routines. Ash and Misty concealed themselves in a corner, surreptitiously documenting the behaviors of the wild Pokémon. Pikachu, I'm counting on you. After confirming the pink-orange fruit was safe, Pikachu was entrusted with the pivotal task of infiltrating the Pokémon community, first consuming the fruit to turn pink, then using a borrowed camera from Professor Oak to observe and document their daily lives over the course of 3 days. Alongside Pikachu, Ash's Blastoise and Dragonair also consumed the pink-orange fruit and set off on their respective missions. Ultimately, Ash would compile the gathered data into a comprehensive report. With a mix of trepidation and determination, Pikachu approached, surveying the surroundings before selecting a relatively safe bug-type Pokémon as its filming subject. Pikachu was no stranger to bug types, well aware of the notorious reputation of Beedrill in the wild. Before Pikachu lies a scene of harmony. The Beedrill family presents themselves as utterly innocuous, and despite their bemusement at Pikachu's unexpected visit, they approach him to inquire if he requires assistance. Remarkably, rather than snatching away Pikachu's food, they offer to share. No, I shall merely observe. Pikachu hesitates to accept their kindness, not out of distrust towards the Beedrill, but in adherence to the principles of fairness and impartiality, refraining from intervening in the affairs of any wild Pokémon. Such was the teaching of Ash, and so Pikachu conducts himself. The Beedrill family consists of a wife and 3 children. The eldest has already transformed into a Kakuna, yet is confined to a tree, awaiting nourishment from his parents, having lost the ability to move independently. The other 2, one male and one female, are quite obedient, accompanying their parents on foraging expeditions for berries. Typically, the parents gather enough for 5 meals, while the 2 little ones require merely 2, with the eldest remaining suspended, assisted by the parents in extracting berry juice for sustenance. Pikachu observes that this Pokémon family occupies merely 5 trees, with a particular peach-orange berry tree bearing an abundance of exceptionally plump fruit, bursting with sweetness and flavor. Once satiated, they engage in familial visits, sharing stories and laughter. The Beedrill have no more than 4 relatives, a rather meager number by external standards. Yet it reflects the familial situation of most Pokémon here. When Pikachu inquires if they ever feel bored or desire to leave the island, the Beedrill firmly dismisses the notion, asserting their awareness of the outside world. They are familiar with Junsha and the medical personnel dispatched by humans, who visit monthly to assess their health. Thus, they are acutely aware of their circumstances and their status as anomalies. We cannot leave, nor do we wish to. If you leave, you will be very hungry. They have grown accustomed to the local diet. The peach-orange berries do not exist beyond this island, and from birth, they have been bound to these fruits, unable to extricate themselves from their surroundings. After this declaration, the Beedrill sternly reprimands Pikachu, warning him against harboring any thoughts of escape, lest the consequences be dire. The seriousness of this warning becomes evident as surrounding Pokémon converge, effectively blocking Pikachu's retreat. As Pikachu lowers his gaze, he realizes the effect of the peach-orange berries has long since worn off, and he has reverted to his original yellow hue. An anomaly. This is how they refer to Pokémon from outside, with differing colors being taboo. There have been instances where water-type Pokémon inadvertently landed on the island, only to be forcibly fed peach-orange berries for assimilation. Pikachu would not be an exception, observing the previously amicable Pokémon suddenly turn hostile upon noticing his skin color. Pikachu struggles to comprehend why mere pigmentation warrants such animosity. However, he understands that if he does not flee now, he will truly be in peril. Haxorus, hurry come. Pikachu cries out to the heavens, and as the gathered Pokémon look up in confusion, he unleashes a thunderbolt. In an instant, all non-ground-type Pokémon are struck down, and Pikachu seizes the opportunity to dart through the gap created in their ranks. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Haxorus, whose coloration has also been revealed due to the effect of the peach-orange berries waning, hears Pikachu's call. He swiftly evades the pursuing bird-type Pokémon and descends to the ground, lifting Pikachu and rapidly returning to Ash, where they recount their experiences. Upon hearing of this intriguing sociological experiment among Pokémon, Ash raises an eyebrow, intrigued. It is evident that human intervention plays a role, although it is uncertain whether inciting Pokémon to resist the outside world is ethical or lawful. Such occurrences are undoubtedly worthy of documentation. Misty, however, feels a chill run down her spine. After hearing Ash's translation, her perception of the island's Pokémon shifts from a rosy ideal to one of dread. Perhaps we should leave quickly, There is something sinister about this place, and I have an ominous feeling. Misty is not being alarmist. Indeed, those Pokémon have followed Haxorus's flight path right to this spot. Upon realizing that Ash and Misty are not clad in the attire of the staff, they immediately regard Ash and his companions with hostility, encircling them while emitting low, warning growls. Ash studies them intently. With just one glance, the eager Pokémon instinctively take a few steps back. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Having gathered sufficient information, Ash sees no reason to linger, especially before Junsha notices that a significant portion of the island's Pokémon have come here. Upon returning to Kinkin Island, Ash uploads his observations to Professor Namaki. Professor Namaki then contacts Professor Oak, and the two professors conduct a video call to engage Ash in a thesis defense. This scenario is all too familiar for Ash, yet this time, he is not merely typing on a computer, but has the privilege of sharing his first-hand experiences, which is far more gratifying than aimlessly writing at a desk. Indeed, if humans were to intentionally isolate the Pokémon on the island and instill theoretical knowledge, they could very well create an entirely new Pokémon society. Ash, you have done remarkably well. Summarizing such a theory holds immense potential for the future. It is a pity you are not a trainer. Professor Namaki praises him, leaving Ash somewhat bashful. He merely combined thoughts inspired by the sun on a certain peninsula. Do not be modest, Ash. This recognition is well-deserved. You have worked hard. Professor Oak also affirms Ash's thesis, granting him the approval of both professors. It is evident which holds more value, being a researcher or a trainer. Just as the three engage in lively discussion, Ash suddenly hears a chattering sound behind him. Turning around, he sees the public television at the Pokémon Center broadcasting a live investigation concerning Furla Island No. 4. The incident began when local fishermen discovered a complete fossil of a kabuto, drawing the attention of relevant personnel and prompting the formation of an investigative team led by Nurse Joy. However, the situation quickly deteriorates shortly after landing. The investigation team suffers an attack from a large rock, resulting in injuries and forcing them to halt their progress. Unfortunately, calamity soon follows, as a journalist's exclamation and the camera's violent shaking abruptly terminate the broadcast. Not only does Ash witness this, but the two professors behind the screen also take note of the bizarre livestream. Professor Oak perceives Ash's intent to visit the island, and rather than dissuade him, he expresses confidence in Ash's ability to handle the situation. They may have gone missing on the island. The situation is urgent, so be cautious. I suspect foul play is afoot. Understood, Ash replies. Misty, do you wish to accompany me? Ash turns to her. Seeing the concern etched on Misty's face as she watches the unfolding events on the television, she readily agrees to join him in investigating the situation. This time, Ash does not board a ship, but instead retrieves the fossil Aerodactyl from Professor Oak and, holding Misty, takes to the skies towards the island. Within just an hour, the two companions beheld the distant Falaci Island No. 4. Ash had no intention of descending to the ground. Instead, he instructed his Aerodactyl to continue circling above the island. After an arduous search, Ash soon discovered members of the investigation team near a crescent-shaped reef on the island. At that moment, they were all bound to rocks, their archaeological tools discarded into the depths of the sea, irreparably damaged. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash swiftly descended, stowed his Aerodactyl, and he and Misty hurried to free the captives. Fortunately, their abductors had not resorted to any extreme measures. They had only deliberately smashed the camera, rendering it utterly useless. Although I do not know who you are, thank you for rescuing us, Miss Joy exclaimed as she rose, expressing her gratitude to Ash and stating that she would certainly report his heroic deeds to the League afterward. Ash, however, was indifferent to the accolades and inquired about the identity of their captor. Upon mentioning this, the investigators erupted with indignation, their words laced with fury. It was a hulking old man who pushed the rocks down, injuring several of us, and he continued to drive us here, one reporter lamented, tears welling in her eyes. This is live coverage. I never anticipated encountering such a situation during a broadcast. Who could commit such an act? It's perplexing. Why would he drive us away from what is supposed to be a deserted island? Indeed, why the hostility? Not only did he chase us off, but he also destroyed our equipment. Oh, what a financial loss this is. Another added, smashing our things is one thing, but he even damaged our boat. It seems he wants to ruin us without resorting to murder, seizing all the advantages for himself. The group engaged in a flurry of conversation, venting their frustrations. After expressing their anger, their focus shifted to how to depart. Once they returned to regroup and rally more support, they would not be deterred from reclaiming this island. The assailant must still be on this island. They could not afford to miss the opportunity to capture him and ascertain his motives before leaving. Ash's words resonated with the others, especially since they had all witnessed the massive Aerodactyl moments ago. Follow me. We were attacked right over there. Joy led the way for Ash and Misty. Despite Ash and Misty identifying themselves as champions of the Pokemon League Conference, they were now facing hidden assailants who would not hesitate to attack, necessitating utmost caution. The site of the attack was an uphill path, where the boulder had rolled down from the summit. Initially, they had believed it to be an accident, but as subsequent assaults occurred, they realized that this deserted island was inhabited. Merely returning to the scene of the incident would not suffice to locate the assailant. So Ash summoned his Aerodactyl and Gyarados once more for a comprehensive aerial sweep. As expected, the keen-eyed Aerodactyl soon spotted the culprit, who was concealed within the nearby thicket. With a swift dive and a quick grasp, the Aerodactyl revealed the old man. After unceremoniously dropping him before Ash, the Aerodactyl did not leave immediately. Rather, it appeared to have detected something and lifted its gaze toward the base of the mountain. "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Ash inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he permitted the Aerodactyl to act freely and then turned his attention to the assailant. Surrounded by so many victims, the old man displayed no fear. Instead, he accused them of being intruders and demanded that they leave promptly. "You can't just demand we leave. This island isn't yours. We're here on behalf of the League to conduct an investigation, and you are obstructing us without cause." "Exactly. What gives you the right to attack us? If you don't provide an explanation, you won't escape the consequences of your actions today. Cooperation will be rewarded, while resistance will be met with severity." The old man merely scoffed, unperturbed by the investigators' threats. Recognizing that this obstinate individual would not yield to force, Miss Joy stepped forward to negotiate gently with him. It was well known that Miss Joy had an excellent reputation worldwide, and the old man was certainly aware of it. Eventually, after much persuasion from Miss Joy, the old man relented and began to recount the story he had inherited. Chapter 119, The Sinking. This old fellow was no mere simpleton. He was named Tindo, a villager from a nearby island. The lore of this island had been passed down through generations, demanding strict adherence from all descendants, lest they forget or violate it. Should the island be harmed while bathed in the light of the red moon, darkness would engulf the sea, heralding a great calamity. This is a tale I have heard from my father and grandfather since childhood. I have kept this legend close to my heart and have patrolled the island daily. And now, I have discovered that someone intends to destroy it. I tell you, there is no way in hell. Even if it costs me my life today, I cannot allow you to wreak havoc here. Being an elderly man, Tindo was acutely aware that his days were numbered, hence his indifference to threats of being reported to the League. Upon hearing his words, the group fell silent, recalling their knowledge of the island's history. After all, this was a world inhabited by Pokémon, and every legend surely held a kernel of truth. Perhaps the legendary Pokémon were involved. Or maybe it was some extraordinarily long-lived Pokémon causing the turmoil. Miss Joy could not ascertain the truth of the old man's claims, and after some deliberation, it was Ash who broke the tension. When the Aerodactyl returned after a circuit, clutching a fossilized helmet in its beak, Ash hurried to accept it. The others, too, were drawn to Ash, eager to observe the fossil he held. After handing the fossil to Joy, Ash turned to the Aerodactyl and noticed its mouth still moving, prompting a sense of unease. He quickly seized the Aerodactyl by the neck, urging it to regurgitate what it had consumed. As expected, the Aerodactyl expelled numerous fossilized helmets. The crunchiness of the treat had evidently tempted it. "Where did you find so many fossils?" Ash inquired. The Aerodactyl coughed several times, expelling everything it had swallowed, and then pointed its wings toward a nearby cave at the mountain's base. It had detected a familiar scent with its acute sense of smell and had gone to investigate. There are many, many more inside. Upon hearing this, Ash's curiosity was piqued. He was indeed intrigued as to how so many fossils could be found on this small island. "Mr. Tindo, I assure you that we mean no harm and simply wish to explore briefly before departing. I vouch for our integrity," Ash declared, thumping his chest in assurance. However, Tindo was wholly skeptical of Ash's words and turned away, refusing to even meet his gaze. "What else with that look? Ash is the champion of the Pokemon League Conference, a protege of Professor Oak and Professor Elm, and the victor of the P1 fighting tournament. If Ash says so, he certainly wouldn't deceive you. Is that true?" Tindo appeared somewhat swayed. While he might not have understood the significance of the titles, Ash's accolades had made an impression. "Indeed," Ash affirmed with a nod. And Joy chimed in, leveraging the League's reputation as a guarantee. "If this truly pertains to apocalyptic events, we have every reason to investigate and avert a dire outcome." Tadokoro finally acquiesced to the group's request to explore the island. The team followed Ash's Aerodactyl to the cave for inspection. Mere moments after stepping inside, They were astounded to discover that the cave was adorned with fossils of Kabuto, each impeccably embedded within the rock walls. Someone contemplated retrieving a specimen for study, yet hesitated, daunted by Joy and Ash's presence. No matter how far they ventured, the cave remained a repository of Kabuto fossils. What events had transpired on this island in the past? The journalist pondered aloud. Those engaged in Pokémon research could not help but be curious about the mass extinction that befell these ancient fossil Pokémon, and what enabled their revival through machinery. If Pokémon could be resurrected by machines, why could only ancient fossil Pokémon be brought back, while their modern counterparts remained dormant? This dilemma, particularly regarding death and resurrection, has long been humanity's enigma. You can only observe, not touch or take, Tadokoro insisted, firmly adhering to the principle that these subjects were not to be disturbed. The investigation team, faced with the tantalizing array of fossils before them, found themselves in a state of frustrated yearning, unable to conduct their research. In addition to the cave, guided by Aerodactyl, Ash and his companions discovered numerous locations teeming with Kabuto fossils, each site overflowing with an immeasurable abundance. Surely, we could make a small exception, taking just a few shouldn't count as damaging the island. Someone pleaded with Tadokoro, but was met with his unwavering refusal. Ash paid no heed to their discourse as they traversed the island, his mind occupied with speculations about the cause of the ancient Pokémon's extinction. A meteorite? A volcanic eruption? The Ice Age? Or perhaps some legendary Pokémon was in turmoil. He jotted down these hypotheses in his notebook. Aerodactyl, what do you think led to your species' extinction? Ash suddenly inquired, leaving the creature perplexed. It had little concern for such matters. It had lived in the cave since its birth. The question was too profound for it to answer. Ash did not press further, instead encouraging it to continue leading the way. As dusk approached, Tadokoro suddenly sprinted ahead to block their path. It is time. You must leave. This island does not welcome overnight guests. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a rule. Why not? Tadokoro himself could not articulate an explanation, but rules were rules, and he was a man of principle. With no choice, the group reluctantly began their return. However, before they could reach the shore, the sky abruptly darkened, followed by the emergence of a crimson moon. The ground trembled violently beneath them, fissures rapidly opening in the earth. The sight was unprecedented, leaving the group in a state of shock. Tadokoro was nearly paralyzed with dread, on the verge of prostrating himself in apology to his ancestors. This is no time for dawdling. We must leave immediately. If you have Pokémon, summon them. Ash quickly helped the journalist, Joy, and her Blissey onto Aerodactyl's back, then instructed Haxorus to carry Misty into the air. For the remaining men, Ash uprooted a tree with ease, tossing the others onto its branches before hoisting the massive trunk and sprinting toward the shore. Such superhuman feats left the islanders in awe. Yet even more astonishing was the sight of countless Kabuto emerging from the cave, crawling out through the crevices in the earth. The onlookers beheld as these ordinary fossils, illuminated by the red moonlight, shed their rocky exteriors and revived with newfound vitality. An unprecedented mass resurrection of Pokémon unfolded before their eyes. The legend Tadokoro had mentioned was true. The Kabuto awakened beneath the red moon and commenced a large-scale migration. Look over there. The Kabuto are swimming in unison toward that direction. If I recall correctly, that is. Joy, perched on Aerodactyl's back, observed from above and was astonished to see the entire island transformed into a mound of Kabuto. As their numbers dwindled, the island itself seemed on the verge of vanishing. Why were they collectively heading in the same direction? What was the mechanism behind their revival under the moonlight? What had drawn them together to form this island? The mysteries were innumerable, and Miss Joy could only serve as a witness, documenting the extraordinary scene without providing any reliable answers. The journalist was equally captivated, until the island began to submerge, prompting Ash to float on Lapras and Blastoise, dragging the uprooted tree along the surface of the sea. Miss Joy, should I report this or not? She hesitantly asked. It was an obvious question. Of course, they would not report it. Afterwards, Joy had to accompany Tadokoro to meet with the League, and how to handle the situation would depend on the higher-ups and research authorities. This incident had transcended a mere fossil discovery. It was crucial to avoid sensational reporting that could attract those with malicious intent. In any case, let us regroup with Ash below and then proceed to other islands together. Chapter 120, Black-Skinned Joy. With Miss Joy guiding them, Ash swiftly led the group to the nearest Pokémon Center. This remote island had many neighboring isles, but due to the sparse population, only one Pokémon Center was established here. The Joy in this center was a rare black-skinned individual who patrolled the nearby islands daily, paddling alone in a kayak alongside her Blissey, providing medical care to wild Pokémon. Indeed, Miss Joy was not merely an NPC catering exclusively to elite trainers. She also regularly treated wild Pokémon. After a brief examination and replenishing their energy, Investigator Joy quickly reported the situation to her superiors via the communicator belonging to the black-skinned Joy. The latter listened in astonishment, as the events described were beyond belief. Mass resurrection of Pokémon, and they were migrating to other islands. Would this disrupt the local Pokémon ecosystem? Black-skinned Joy was well acquainted with the Pokémon inhabiting these nearby islands, and the thought of them facing an invasion from illegal immigrants filled her with dread. Some Pokémon were formidable fighters, but most were akin to ordinary citizens, living peaceful lives, not inclined toward aggression. The mere idea of hungry, resurrected ancient Pokémon was chilling. Yes, those Pokémon were innocent, but they could not simply eradicate the Kabuto. According to Joy's principles, any unexpected occurrences involving wild Pokémon required intervention, particularly when it came to maintaining ecological balance. Fortunately, these were just Kabuto and not an overwhelming horde of Scyther, rendering the situation somewhat manageable. Investigator Joy suggested designating a larger, uninhabited island for the Kabuto to reside in, allowing the natives to relocate elsewhere or coexist peacefully with them. However, Black-skinned Joy opposed this plan, arguing that the Kabuto were the invaders, while the natives were blameless. Now, if we allocate land for the fossil Pokémon to establish their own nation, what will happen when their numbers proliferate and they become insatiable? Wouldn't that inevitably lead to warfare as they seek to encroach upon the territories of other Pokémon? And what if those other Pokémon enlist the aid of those residing on distant islands? Would the authorities then be compelled to extend their support to the dwindling population of fossil Pokémon? Ash, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two Joys outside, instinctively knew that such an approach must be avoided. This course of action would undoubtedly exacerbate tensions, ultimately resulting in the conflicts Ash was familiar with erupting across the Pokémon world. With this thought in mind, Ash boldly entered the room and, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the two Joys, candidly articulated his proposal. He suggested that since the fossil Pokémon could amalgamate to form an island, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to construct an artificial island, even if resurrected fossil Pokémon could not revert to their original forms. Are you suggesting land reclamation? That seems utterly insane. Is it truly feasible? The black-haired Joy was taken aback by Ash's audacious idea, and Ash proceeded to detail the majority of the necessary processes he was aware of. First and foremost, the demand for island construction must be clearly defined. This island would be designed to provide a home for the fossil Pokémon, but it could also yield various economic and social benefits, as a mere altruistic endeavor would not sufficiently motivate individuals to act. In terms of site selection, environmental factors must be considered alongside their potential impact on other Pokémon. As Ash spoke with increasing fervor, he eventually produced paper and a pen, sketching diagrams on the spot. Initially, the investigator Joy appeared indifferent, but as she listened, she began to perceive the potential of this venture. Not only was it promising, but if the land reclamation project were to be expanded, doubling the land area of the Orange Archipelago, even creating transit stations between islands, it would constitute a commendable public policy. With this revelation, Investigator Joy promptly made a phone call to relay the good news. This matter seemed destined for a positive resolution. However, it was far from over. The fossil Pokémon were still in Normandy and had likely already encountered conflicts of interest with other Pokémon. They were not yet in a position to celebrate with champagne. Once the rescue team's helicopter arrived, Investigator Joy assisted in transporting Tanaka and other injured investigators back to headquarters. Subsequently, she, along with the black-haired Joy and Ash, boarded another helicopter, quickly locating the fossil Pokémon from the air. As expected, following their transoceanic migration, the fossil Pokémon had swiftly selected a new habitat. Ironically, this new territory was inhabited by a group of Slowpoke. Oblivious to the invasion, each Slowpoke lay languidly on the beach, emitting blissful breaths, with the residents showing no resistance. The fossil Pokémon took full advantage, seamlessly occupying the island without any losses, effectively executing a hostile takeover. Before long, the island was teeming with fossil Pokémon, who spontaneously lifted the Slowpoke and transported them to the shoreline, while they themselves settled into the resource-rich forest. Unbeknownst to the innocent Slowpoke, they continued their idle existence, until some audacious fossil Pokémon began to nip at their tails, prompting sluggish cries of protest. No, please stop. The black-haired Joy could not remain a passive observer. She was intimately familiar with the Pokémon on the island and would tend to any injured ones. Among the Slowpoke below, she recognized several familiar faces, and she could not bear to witness her friends endure such indignity. As she prepared to leap from the helicopter to provide aid, Investigator Joy swiftly intervened, instructing the pilot to descend steadily. "I can handle this myself. You all stay in the helicopter and keep safe." Ash seized both Joys, ushering them back to their seats, while urging Misty to dissuade them from any rash actions. Then, without hesitation, Ash flung open the helicopter door and plunged from a height of 100 meters. Upon splashing into the nearby waters, he was astonished to discover that the number of fossil Pokémon on the island was but a fraction of their true strength. They were now targeting the underwater realm. These fossil Pokémon marched resolutely through the water, excavating numerous small tunnels beneath the seabed, intent on infiltrating the island. They would not relent until the island was rendered utterly compromised. The seemingly endless line of fossil Pokémon caused Ash considerable concern. This island was no longer habitable. The Slowpoke had to be relocated. Even if they managed to drive all the fossil Pokémon away, the island remained at risk of sinking. These ancient creatures exhibited a far greater aggression than Ash had anticipated. Pikachu sensed the urgency, and not one to remain passive, promptly patted Ash's head, urging him to return to shore before he could no longer bear it. Chapter 121 comes to a close. Ash first instructed Lapras to take Pikachu to the surface for a breather, then positioned Dragonair and Blastoise at the island's edge to prevent further incursions by the fossil Pokémon. Finally, he swam back to shore and summoned Aerodactyl. "Aerodactyl, unleash your full might and demonstrate the majesty of the ancient sky's sovereign. Use Roar." In confronting the fossil Pokémon, Aerodactyl's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. It soared in circles above before diving down with folded wings, emitting a bone-chilling roar that could cause hearts to falter. Any ordinary creature would be rendered paralyzed with fear upon hearing it, and the fossil Pokémon, already subdued by Aerodactyl's lineage, were no exception. Those nibbling at the tails of Slowpoke immediately released their grip and fled in disarray beneath the waves, followed closely by the rest, quickly clearing a significant area on the beach. Aerodactyl continued to soar and scatter the fossil Pokémon, while Ash directed the helicopter to land on the newly cleared ground. As the hatch opened, the black-haired Joy hurriedly grabbed a medical kit and rushed to the aid of the assaulted Slowpoke. Fortunately, although their tails were bitten, they possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, requiring only minimal treatment. Ash relayed the underwater situation he had observed, warning that if the island was not swiftly repaired, it risked sinking. Clearly, the fossil Pokémon were unaware of modern developments and were simply applying their past experiences. "My Pokémon are currently guarding this area. They are likely to circumvent the island and continue their excavation. We must act promptly." Although Aerodactyl had effectively driven the fossil Pokémon off the island, it would eventually tire. And given the overwhelming numbers of the fossil Pokémon, they would surely seize the opportunity to return. "Can we entice them using other methods?" Joy questioned, puzzled by Ash's intent. "The sweet scent. We can use sweet aromas to guide the fossil Pokémon elsewhere, fulfilling their needs when necessary." Upon hearing this, Joy understood. "I will gather trainers with grass and psychic-type Pokémon from other islands to assist here." The black-haired Joy was well-connected. Her requests for help would likely yield swift results. "I will reach out to the construction teams to expedite the creation of a temporary habitat suitable for the fossil Pokémon." Investigator Joy possessed the authority to mobilize resources, and if none were available in the Orange Archipelago, she could always arrange assistance from the Kanto region. "Rest assured, you may go. I shall remain here with Misty to guard against the onslaught of the fossil Pokémon, ensuring that they do not wreak havoc upon this island." Ash also assured the two Joys, although Misty may lack physical strength, her kind heart compensates for it. Once Joy and the pilot departed, Misty swiftly concealed her smile, her expression turning somber. "How are we to defend this place? It feels overwhelmingly difficult." Ash, robust and capable, stood resolutely, yet Misty, being a mere girl, was not immune to the threats posed by the relentless fossil Pokémon. "Just stand by my side, as you did before," Ash reassured her. Before? Understanding dawned upon Misty, and any trace of fear dissipated. Thus, they stood vigilant on the island for 3 days. During this time, Black Joy made attempts to kayak over with provisions, retrieving supplies from the surface with the aid of the fossil pterosaurs. Occasionally, Black Joy faced attacks, but a massive Gyarados would invariably swoop in to safeguard her. It was not until a throng of trainers arrived by boat to relieve Ash of his duty that Misty was granted respite. Subsequently, the fossil Pokémon were relocated by Joy to the largest island in the Orange Archipelago, Little Orange Island. There, a tireless construction crew erected a temporary habitat to accommodate the hundreds of thousands of fossil Pokémon residing within. This news quickly stirred excitement throughout the region, drawing throngs eager to witness the rare sight of the fossil Pokémon. Due to the overwhelming demand for resources, the fossil Pokemon's insatiable appetite posed a significant challenge. Not only did they consume copiously, but they also reproduced. The staff discovered approximately 100 eggs daily, and the uncounted hidden ones rendered the total unfathomable. At this juncture, Ash and Misty found themselves on Little Orange Island, observing the ensuing commotion. Clad in garments emblazoned with the likeness of the fossil Pokemon and donning headscarves in solidarity, they brandished placards protesting the government's unlawful imprisonment of the fossil Pokemon, clamoring for their freedom. How peculiar. Why are they protesting? Are they unaware that the island for the fossil Pokemon is already under construction? Rather than contributing to the island's development, they are merely shouting and causing a nuisance. Misty, who had genuinely contributed, struggled to comprehend the motivations behind the protests. Yet Ash understood all too well. The freedom they clamored for referred to their ability to capture fossil Pokemon at will, not an actual liberation for the creatures themselves. Their protests aimed to persuade the government to ease restrictions so they could capture a rare fossil Pokemon. Although easing such constraints would undoubtedly render the Orange Archipelago the area with the highest concentration of fossil Pokemon, they could also venture farther afield to flaunt their acquisitions. Despite this, Misty remained perplexed. So, according to your reasoning, does that imply that those parading in the streets are all of ill intent? Yet, why are there individuals among them who are not trainers? Gazing through the glass at the Pokemon Center, she noted that alongside genuine trainers, several individuals were clad in work uniforms. If their intention was merely to show off, that seemed rather implausible. They are being deceived. The majority of the movement is orchestrated by a small faction, leading the ordinary citizens astray, who fail to discern the truth and unwittingly become pawns for those intellectuals. Utilizing the common populace as shields to compel the government to concede is a rather typical maneuver. Upon hearing Ash's meticulous explanation, Misty began to grasp the situation. Fueled by indignation, she rose abruptly, intent on rushing outside to halt the protesters' actions. However, Ash intercepted her, urging her to return to her seat. Confronted with her confusion, Ash refrained from providing further elaboration, simply instructing her to gather her essential items in preparation for their departure. These matters would be addressed by individuals of greater stature. As trainers, they ought to refrain from meddling. Ash had no desire to engage with the petty squabbles of humanity. The end result would likely see the fossil Pokemon tucked away in a more secure location, perhaps a secluded island or even within the confines of the city of Kanto. Public opinion would inevitably be subdued, and within a month, or perhaps even within a week, the commotion surrounding the fossil Pokemon would fade, returning everything to a state of calm. Prior to that, they would make a brief sojourn to the neighboring Yuzu Island to challenge the Yuzu Gym, after which they would return to Kinkin Island, reclaim their vessel, and embark on further adventures. Chapter 122. Yuzu Gym. My sincerest apologies. I have been preoccupied observing the ecosystem of the fossil Pokemon on Little Orange Island these past few days and have neglected to open the gym. Thank you for your patience. The rules here are quite simple. A 3v3 battle of the same type. If you choose Pikachu, I shall select a Pokemon of the electric type to combat against it, understood? The gym leader, a dashing young man named Ai, had recently taken his sister to the metropolis for a few days of leisure. Ash, upon arriving at Yuzu Island, had to wait several days before Ai finally returned. Very well, I am quite familiar with this setup. Ash was more than comfortable with the arrangement, finding it rather agreeable. He decided to engage in battles using ice, water, and electric types. The rationale behind selecting these three types was Ash's desire to train Lapras. If the ice type could navigate through unscathed, Lapras would be well prepared to take on water types as well. After inquiring about the dual-type battle specifics, Ash confirmed the feasibility of his strategy. If you win, I shall certainly award you the badge. However, should you lose, Ai leaned closer to Ash, whispering conspiratorially, if you lose, I would like to dance with this lovely lady by your side. Ash raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Ai's unexpected remark. He leaned in closer to Ai, replying, but she's only 11. I am aware, Ai responded earnestly, meeting Ash's gaze. Their hushed conversation left Misty bewildered, prompting her to interject. What on earth are you two discussing so mysteriously? I want to know. Ai stumbled over his words, hesitant to reveal his intentions directly. Ash, however, was forthright, clarifying. He said if he wins, he wants to dance with you. What? Misty exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson, her mind swirling with embarrassment to the point of near faintness. Ash's ambiguous phrasing led Misty to mistakenly believe that the two men were vying for the opportunity to dance with her. Is that true? But I don't know how to dance. Should I take lessons? Is it ballroom dancing or ballet? Oh, it's so hard to choose. Pikachu, too, misinterpreted Ash's words. assuming he was genuinely competing with IE for Misty's affections, igniting a sense of rivalry within him. After all, Misty was the first human female he acknowledged as a worthy competitor alongside Ash. He could not easily concede her to another. Resolute in his determination, Pikachu leaped onto Ash's waist, clutching his belt, rallying the Pokeballs at his side with unwavering resolve. He was determined. Ash must dance with Misty. Observing Misty lost in her daydreams, Ash could only shake his head, leading IE toward the battlefield. IE found himself unable to resist Ash's pull and reluctantly followed him. The battlefield was situated atop a colossal rock on Yuzu Island. After the colossal stone was smoothed down, chains were affixed around it, linking the towering coral formations into a cohesive arena. These structures served as the battlefield. As long as one did not fall into the water, they were not considered out of the match. Additionally, one could have their Pokémon leap from one chain to another coral formation. IE devoted considerable thought to the construction of this venue. Ash, after meticulous observation and swiftly devising numerous contingency plans based on the terrain, ascended to the field. So, who will be your first Pokémon? Pikachu, take the lead. Since IE allowed the challengers to make their selection, Ash seized the opportunity without hesitation. This choice delighted Pikachu, who faced its old rival, Electabuzz. Battling Electabuzz was like a walk in the park for Pikachu. With a command from Ash, Pikachu unleashed a dazzling quick attack at an astonishing speed. Across the expansive field, a small mouse darted around, leaving Electabuzz bewildered, unsure of where to focus its gaze. Pikachu flitted from left to right, leaping onto Electabuzz's head one moment, only to vanish the next. Wait, vanished? Behind you. Electabuzz, use Ice Punch. IE watched in astonishment as Pikachu dashed through Electabuzz's legs, leaping up behind it and swinging its gleaming tail down upon its head. Electabuzz's eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of collapse, while its right fist instinctively swung forward before it succumbed to unconsciousness. After executing Iron Tail, Pikachu swiftly kicked off Electabuzz's head, evading the Ice Punch and landing back in front of Ash. With a masterful display of agility, Pikachu emerged unscathed, invigorating IE with newfound energy. It appeared that Ash was indeed a formidable opponent. IE could no longer afford to divert his attention towards Misty. He took a deep breath and relinquished control of the match back to his main strategy. Now, I shall fight seriously. In that case, I will summon my Ice-type Lapras. Then I shall choose Lickilicky. It is settled. The moment Lickilicky entered the fray, its graceful movements captivated Ash. This was not due to infatuation, but rather the way it swayed its hips with a lightness reminiscent of dance. You see, I am an ardent lover of dance, and thus every one of my Pokémon dances. IE's remark was interrupted as Ash unexpectedly countered. Using dance to enhance a Pokémon's agility and flexibility is indeed a viable approach. It is not merely a frivolous endeavor. IE was momentarily taken aback by this affirmation of his philosophy. He had always considered himself an unconventional trainer for focusing on teaching his Pokémon to dance rather than solely honing their combat skills. Many regarded this as impractical, and despite achieving significant success, he remained underestimated, ultimately finding himself on the Orange Islands, embarking on this unconventional path. It turned out he was not alone in his understanding. IE suddenly felt a renewed interest in Ash. His gaze shifted from that of a rival to that of a kindred spirit. I teach Lickilicky Latin dance. Ash, are you familiar with Latin dance? Ash nodded. While he could not dance, he had some knowledge of it. This understanding brought IE joy, and he yearned to discuss the connection between dance and Pokémon with Ash. However, Ash firmly declined, stating that such discussions were to be reserved for after the battle. IE respected this and quickly transitioned back into combat mode. Lickilicky, use Psychic. Lapras, unleash the Song of Ruin. Chapter 123, Dreams Manifested in Reality. The Song of Ruin, also known as the Song of Oblivion, is a move that has given rise to an entire tactical framework. Its effect is that, after 3 turns, both Pokémon struck by this move will automatically fall, disregarding any protective abilities. The downside is evident. Simply switching out will negate its effects. This necessitates pairing it with the Shadow Tag ability for double battles. In a single battle, it can only be used in a one-on-one scenario. This particular situation was quite fitting. Either IE must conclude the battle within the time limit to claim victory, or they would both face defeat, rendering Ash the victor. With a best-of-3 format in play, IE had no choice but to engage earnestly. The cacophony of Lickiliky's psychic resonance reverberated around her, causing her to grimace in discomfort. Simultaneously, Psychic propelled Lapras backward. However, Lapras reacted swiftly, releasing a beam of icy energy to create a barrier behind it, successfully blocking the impact. Realizing his initial attack had failed to connect, He promptly issued another command. Lickilicky, use Sweet Kiss. Sweet Kiss is Lickiliky's signature move, literally embodying its name. It involves soaring towards the opponent, puckering its lips, and delivering a forceful kiss. This kiss could leave the opponent dazed, plunging them into a state of slumber. Since Lapras and Lickiliky were of the same gender and their egg groups differed, this kiss would haunt Lapras with nightmares. Lapras quickly used Aura Beam. Lapras, displaying an expression of disdain, turned its head away and emitted a peculiar wave of light. Lickiliky, unperturbed, deftly twisted its body to evade while inching closer to Lapras. As the two were about to collide, Lapras maximized its power, successfully landing a hit just before the impact. Amidst the chaos, Lickiliky, feeling the effects of confusion, leaped and pounced onto Lapras's face, planting a forceful kiss that nearly extracted Lapras's very soul. The spectacle was nothing short of explosive. Even Ash, typically composed, found himself bowing his head in silent prayer for Lapras's unfortunate fate. As Lickiliky clung desperately to the unconscious Lapras, both trainers began to anxiously call out to their Pokémon. Alas, time was of the essence. As the final second of the Song of Ruin elapsed, both Pokémon inevitably lost their fighting capabilities, though they had already been incapacitated from the onset. Watching from the sidelines, Misty leaped for joy upon the conclusion of the match, delighted by Ash's victory, and was eager to approach him to celebrate and discuss their plans for dancing later. However, Ash and IE hurriedly recalled their Pokémon and rushed off the field to the nearest Pokémon Center. IE's urgency stemmed from his uncertainty in facing defeat and his inability to fulfill his promise to dance with Misty. Ash's haste was purely to prevent Lapras from carrying the burden of a dark memory. He hoped to take her to the Pokémon Center to see if they could alleviate her psychological trauma. The Pokémon Center is just ahead. Follow me. IE led the way for Ash, and upon arriving and sending Lapras for psychological treatment, Ash finally exhaled in relief, sitting outside to chat with IE. Accepting the outcome gracefully, IE exhibited no signs of anger, instead engaging Ash in a friendly discussion about dance. As Xiaoxia has expressed her desire to dance with you, it is imperative that you acquire a foundational understanding of dance. Ash, do you know how to dance? Ash shook his head. This response was anticipated by IE, who took it upon himself to instruct Ash in the art of dance at the Pokémon Center. Ash demonstrated remarkable progress in this regard, comprehending IE's teachings and mimicking his movements with ease. IE, overjoyed by Ash's advancement, became increasingly enthusiastic in his instruction, ultimately taking Ash's hand to guide him through the nuances of social dancing. Ash found himself puzzled by IE's sudden fervor for his dancing lessons. IE, however, smiled and candidly expressed his intentions. He was teaching Ash to dance so that he could later dance with Xiaoxia. In essence, this brought Ash closer to the prospect of dancing with her, creating a sense of involvement. Wouldn't you agree? You have quite the imaginative mind, he chuckled. By the way, Ash, here is a bouquet for you. Don't forget to present it to Xiaoxia tonight. It's a matter of etiquette. Ash remained silent, accepting the bouquet with quietude. As night fell, the eagerly prepared Xiaoxia appeared before Ash as scheduled. Where shall we dance, Ash? She inquired. Perhaps you've misunderstood something. Ash attempted to clarify, but Xiaoxia gently placed her hand over his mouth. I just learned this dance, and besides, you had IE teach you, didn't you? You didn't refuse, did you? Xiaoxia was well aware that Ash would likely not mention any agreement to dance. Nevertheless, she wanted to see how it would unfold. After all, this was her first time actively inviting a boy to dance. Let us consider it a charming misunderstanding, shall we, Ash? With that, Xiaoxia affectionately placed her hand on Ash's shoulder, leaning her cheek closer to his while rising onto her toes. All right, I consent to dance, Ash finally relented, placing a hand against Xiaoxia's to accept her request. In critical moments, Ash often found himself compromising. If one suggested dancing, he would decline. Yet if one leaned in for a gentle kiss, he would acquiesce to the dance. Dancing beneath the moonlight was not an unpleasant endeavor, was it? Xiaoxia held Ash with one hand while the other rested on his waist, their feet moving in tandem with Ash's lead. Although music was absent, this exquisite moment was indelibly etched in Xiaoxia's heart. Perhaps, even if one day they no longer traveled together or beheld the beauty of the world side by side, she would forever remember this day when two youthful souls shared an enchanting, albeit slightly awkward, dance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. In contrast to Xiaoxia's dreamy reverie, Ash was consumed with counting the rhythm, unable to fully relax. He was preoccupied with ensuring he wouldn't step on Xiaoxia's toes while also maintaining the elegance of their movements. His pursuit of perfection extended even to his inaugural dance, laden with such apprehensions. As Ash paused, Xiaoxia remained blissfully unaware, still wrapped in her embrace, lost in her daydreams. Wake up, wake up. It's already 9 o'clock. It's time for bed. Ash's unfeeling words shattered this rare tranquility, prompting Xiaoxia to reluctantly release her hold. Next time then. We'll dance again when we have the chance. Next time? Who knows when that will be? Xiaoxia was skeptical of Ash's notion of a next time. He hadn't even attended the free water ballet show. Xiaoxia understood that Ash was not oblivious to emotions. He simply preferred not to squander time on such matters. Chapter 124, The Bold Heist. The Yuzu Gym lies to the south, while the Shagan Gym is situated to the west. Ash currently has 2 gyms left to conquer, one located in the eastern Nepr Gym, and the other in the northern Lychee Island's Lychee Gym. Given that Lychee Island is nearer to the location of the Victor S Cup competition at Citrus Island, Ash has designated it as his final destination. By traversing this archipelago, they would reach Nepru Island. Ash had thoroughly reviewed the contents of his journal regarding the islands and was well informed about their next destination, having meticulously planned their itinerary. What is the fruitful 7 Islands? What kind of fruits are abundant there? Xiaoxia inquired with curiosity. It's a collective of the residents, who have cultivated the island with pomelo trees, selling the produce to places like Kanto, Ash explained. His familiarity with this topic stemmed not only from the journal, but also from his childhood winters when his mother would buy him pomelos to enjoy. He relished white pomelos, red pomelos, and grapefruit. His fondness for them in the past made it impossible for him to miss out in this life. After briefly explaining to Xiaoxia, Ash prepared to navigate the boat through the waters. Are we not stopping for a moment? I wouldn't mind having some pomelo, Xiaoxia suggested. However, Ash shook his head, clarifying, this area is their private land. Generally, they do not welcome outsiders, especially since they labor tirelessly to cultivate the pomelos and are wary of strangers. Just as Ash maneuvered the boat past a small island, it glided slowly between the isles. Suddenly, a Snorlax emerged from a nearby island. Swimming with remarkable agility despite its massive size, employing an energy-consuming butterfly stroke, a rare sight indeed. Behind the Snorlax, several yachts pursued it swiftly, their occupants brandishing weapons, their expressions grim and desperate. Hey, you there. Move your boat aside. The Snorlax is about to crash into you. Although the islanders shouted threats at the Snorlax, they nonetheless offered a friendly warning to Ash. Look, Ash, that island ahead is completely bare, Xiaoxia exclaimed in alarm. Noticing that the island from which the Snorlax had come had been stripped of all vegetation, including pomelo trees, leaving it stark and exposed. Another glance at a neighboring island revealed a similarly horrifying sight. It was evident that the Snorlax was responsible for this devastation. Seeing that the Snorlax showed no intention of veering away from their boat and was heading straight for them, Xiaoxia panicked. The Snorlax has devoured all the pomelos from those islands, and now it's targeting the island behind us. We must leave this place immediately. If we linger, the Snorlax will surely destroy our boat. Let go of me. I'll handle this. Ash understood that the Snorlax had been overtaken by its voracious appetite, and if he didn't take action now, the entire fruitful 7 Islands could face ruin. Should that happen, the market price of pomelos would undoubtedly skyrocket, and he would miss out on the delicious pomelos during winter, a scenario he would not allow to unfold. Blastoise, use water gun. Blastoise plunged into the water, seizing 2 cannons, and unleashed a torrent of water with relentless force. The Snorlax, caught off guard by Blastoise's assault, was momentarily overturned. Yet, such an attack was insufficient to deter the Snorlax's advance. It took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface. Upon losing sight of its target, Blastoise quickly dove underwater, only to find a massive fist barreling towards it. With a resounding crash, the 90 kilograms Blastoise was sent tumbling back onto the boat, landing on its back. Pikachu looked incredulously at Blastoise, confusion evident in its eyes, while Blastoise's face flushed with embarrassment, retreating into its shell to avoid Pikachu's gaze. How utterly embarrassing. I sincerely hope that Pikachu will keep this incident to himself. Come back, Blastoise. Lapras, utilize Ice Beam to ensnare him. Lapras positioned itself at the bow of the ship, unleashing beams of icy light around Snorlax. However, with a mighty slap of its enormous paw, Snorlax shattered the thick layers of ice into fragments. In the end, Snorlax even took a moment to sample the ice, grimacing in distaste. Ugh, that was unpalatable. In the astonished gaze of Lapras, Snorlax expelled the ice chunks, hurling them toward Lapras. Fortunately, Lapras, quick on its fins, managed to evade the onslaught. If brute force was ineffective, then a softer approach was in order. Lapras, perform the Song of Ruin. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt, and Fossil Aerodactyl, execute Rock Slide. With Pikachu and Fossil Aerodactyl buying time, Lappers moved in for a decisive strike. In a 3-on-1 scenario, they swiftly subdued the rampaging Snorlax. As Snorlax floated on the water's surface, sound asleep, the individuals on the yacht quickly gathered, pointing and berating the slumbering giant. Ash gleaned from their words that this Snorlax had appeared from nowhere and had devoured all the yuzu fruit from a nearby island earlier that morning. Some attempted to intervene, but they were no match. Snorlax bulldozed through like a tank, rendering every effort futile. After feasting, it simply collapsed to nap, later awakening to continue its gluttony on another island. Attempts to capture it with pokeballs were equally futile, as the drowsy Snorlax would awaken and obliterate the balls, swallowing them whole. How terrifying! This creature is beyond comprehension. A typical Snorlax would hardly consume so much. We must devise a plan to remove it. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion on how to manage the Snorlax, ultimately turning their attention to Ash, the very one who had subdued it. A passing trainer inquired, "What is your name?" "Ash," he replied. "If you wish to express gratitude, some yuzu fruit will suffice. If you want me to handle the Snorlax, then I would require a bit more." Ash wasted no time and laid out his terms plainly. The prospect of negotiation was welcomed. After deliberation, the crowd gathered a substantial bounty of yuzu fruit from the island behind Ash to present to him. Ash then tossed a pokeball at Snorlax, successfully capturing it. As he already possessed 6 Pokémon, Snorlax was promptly transported back to Professor Oak's laboratory. "Is there a communicator on the island? I would like to make a call." "Indeed. We have one. Follow us." The islanders invited Ash to their yuzu fruit processing facility. Upon connecting, Professor Oak was quite distressed. Of all Pokémon, Ash had captured a Snorlax. It was one thing to capture a Snorlax, but this particular one was notorious for its extraordinary appetite. Upon emerging from the Pokeball, it immediately began attempting to swallow everything in the laboratory. Of all things, it chose to ingest chemical reagents. Those are hardly palatable and could lead to severe consequences, ranging from gastrointestinal distress to life-threatening conditions. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Snorlax on the screen displayed a constipated expression, its features contorted. Without regard for its surroundings, it promptly relieved itself beside Professor Oak, leaving him utterly dazed, the stench comparable to that of a mook assaulting his senses. Chapter 125, Napru Gym. Besides yuzu, the islanders also presented them with canned yuzu, yuzu juice, and yuzu candies. Without Ash's intervention, all of these would have gone to waste at the expense of Snorlax. Such a meager token of gratitude was hardly significant to them. Shortly after departing from Yuzu Island, they arrived at Napru Island. The name of this island stood in stark contrast to the Orange Archipelago, evoking a plethora of thoughts, though in truth, it was simply named after its discoverer, Napru. This island bore no distinctive features, save for the towering mountain that pierced the clouds at its center. Although the mountain itself was unremarkable, this was the assessment of Professor Oak. After a protracted search, the duo finally located the direction to the gym. A well-meaning local informed them that the gym leader, known as Dan, was a notorious jester. Every challenger who arrived must first undergo a series of rigorous tests. The first task was to climb from the mountain's base to its summit. An elderly acquaintance of Dan emerged from his abode, gesturing toward the most prominent mountain on the island. This mountain was not only steep but also perpetually snow-capped, with temperatures below zero even in summer. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to scale it unaided and then endure the elements at the peak for the subsequent round of competition. Therefore, if you are unprepared, do not attempt it. This was the old man's heartfelt advice, having witnessed countless overconfident challengers faltering halfway up. Such a daunting requirement. Is there no alternative? Perhaps climbing with the aid of Pokémon? The elderly man chuckled at this suggestion. Women need not climb. They may take the cable car up the mountain. But your companion there, the man, cannot do the same. This absurd notion caused Misty to frown, while Ash remained indifferent. Misty felt strongly against such an unfair practice. After their close encounter on Yuzu Island, she regarded Ash with great importance. She was particularly opposed to situations where Ash bore the burden while she reaped the benefits. Either they should both ascend via the cable car or climb together. After all, they were both challengers, and gender should not dictate the terms. Competitions among trainers were not separated by gender. They were all equally matched on the same stage. This was a common societal understanding. Ash, however, was not surprised. The instinct to protect women was ingrained in men, a part of their very nature. Yet, this inclination was generally reserved for women of childbearing age. For menopausal women, society often regarded them as akin to men lacking vitality. But that is far too dangerous. Where can I find a gym leader? I must speak with him. Misty was resolute in her quest to advocate for Ash's rights. Ash, not wishing to dissuade her, followed alongside as they walked with the elderly man toward the mountain's base. At the foot of the mountain stood a small wooden hut, a resting place for climbers, where Dan had taken refuge. Upon seeing his grandfather arrive with guests, Dan swiftly rose to greet them, only to be met by an irate young woman striding toward him. Before he could react, Misty pointed a finger at him, unleashing a tirade, chastising him for his ignorance of the rules and daring to subject trainers to such perilous endeavors. If you enjoy climbing, then do so alone. Why must other trainers accompany you in your folly? Should all trainers in the world be compelled to indulge your whims? Speak. Dan, caught off guard by Misty's fervent criticism, soon grasped the situation. So, they were a couple. That explained her fervor in defending her boyfriend. Realizing this, Dan turned his gaze toward Ash, only to find him attempting to scale the rugged rock face, hand over hand, inching upward, perhaps considering the convenience of future challengers. Ash decisively sliced a sizable section of rock away with his hand, creating footholds and handholds. Back and forth, Ash had effectively carved out a ladder. Observing Dan's astonished expression below, Ash waved and pointed at the makeshift ladder, asking, "This method isn't against the rules, is it? To speak of violations, one must possess the authority to enforce the law, wouldn't you agree? Given that it is feasible, the execution becomes straightforward." Ash directly binds Misty and himself together with a rope, instructing her to follow closely in his wake. Should fatigue strike, they would pause midair for a brief respite. If her hands grew weary, Ash would carry Misty upon his back to reach the summit. Even upon reaching the pinnacle, Ash continued to warm her hands, evoking a cascade of emotions from Misty. The competition was about to commence, adhering to the best-of-3 format. The first challenge involved a contest of freezing hot water. Ash and Misty, do you see those hot springs behind me? In proximity to Dawn stood a natural hot spring, which would intermittently erupt with scalding water from the mountainside. With a flick of her wrist, Dawn quickly summoned 3 jets of steaming water from the fissures. Utilizing Ice-type Pokémon or those capable of Ice-type moves, Misty remarked, "It seems you only brought Blastoise." She nodded, yet her demeanor remained unfazed. "Rest assured, I have already trained Blastoise to counter grass types, teaching it Ice Beam and Blizzard." Ash inquired, "So you're using Lapras then?" Misty's household was abundant in water and Ice-type Pokémon, and their internal training was efficient. "No, I will use Togepi," she replied. With that, Ash tossed a Pokeball into the air, summoning the lively Togepi. "Ah, can she manage this? Have faith in Togepi. She will always bring forth miracles." After a careful observation, Ash concluded that the hot water was beyond Lapras's capabilities, and thus, they had to rely on the miraculous Togepi. Dawn frequently glanced at Togepi, remaining non-committal regarding Ash's assertions. However, as the competition commenced, it took Dawn by surprise. Togepi's first flick of her fingers summoned hail to descend upon the arena. With another gesture, she unleashed Absolute Zero, swiftly freezing the hot water with overwhelming force. Following closely were Dawn's Nidorino and Misty's Pokémon, yet their focus remained on Togepi, their minds captivated by her miraculous technique. "I had thought this merely a legend. It turns out to be true," Dawn exclaimed, praising Togepi profusely. Henceforth, any challengers she encountered would recount this tale of how someone achieved the fastest freeze in history, accomplishing the feat in under 10 seconds. Next came the task of skillfully crafting an ice column into a boat, resembling the design she had sketched. After presenting her blueprint to the duo, she affixed it beside them. Challengers could summon 3 Pokémon to assist, but trainers were prohibited from participating. This was a stipulation Dawn had tailored specifically for Ash. Chapter 126, The Rampaging Snorlax. Following the construction, they would glide down the mountainside in their vessel until reaching the finish line. However, the ice column's size proved inadequate, necessitating smaller Pokémon for the journey. Thus, only Togepi, Pikachu, and Ash pondered for a while before realizing he was left with only larger Pokémon: Lapras, Blastoise, Aerodactyl, and Dragonair. The smallest among them was a lengthy 4-meter Dragonair. Gazing at the innocently perplexed Dragonair, Ash fell into contemplation. "Pikachu, when you use Iron Tail, carve out 2 grooves at the front and back of the boat." They would have to allow Dragonair to circle the boat before boarding. Meanwhile, both Dragonair and Aerodactyl were unable to approach too closely due to their ice weakness, and Lapras was of no help. But fortunately, Blastoise's claws proved somewhat useful for breaking the ice in tandem with Pikachu. Of course, it ultimately depended on Togepi. She had another burst of inspiration, employing magical flames to expedite the melting of the ice, and then using Pikachu's Iron Tail to create an entry point for Ash to board. At this juncture, Ash and Dawn's speeds were nearly equal, with only Misty encouraging her Blastoise, which was laboriously digging away. Psyduck was utterly inept in this endeavor. resulting in Misty claiming the last position. Misty, I'm truly sorry, but you've been eliminated. Please try again for this badge next time. Due to an extensive overrun of the time limit, Dawn no longer waited for Misty and decisively disqualified her. You can head to the finish line. I'll join you shortly. With that, Ash positioned the boat at the starting line, ensuring that the Pokémon were secured with Dragonair's safety harness. Upon his command, Dragonair swiftly whipped its tail against the ground, propelling the boat forward. Dawn's primary combatant was Scyther, utilizing its dual blades to navigate through the snow. Ash was left to rely on Pikachu and Dragonair's tails for steering, which proved quite arduous. Observing Dawn surpass him, with the gap widening, Ash lifted Togepi. Hoping for a stroke of luck, Togepi, use your finger flick. Togepi traced a circle before a gust of wind erupted from behind Ash. The gale propelled the ice boat with astonishing speed, while Dawn remained eerily still in her wake. This is a tailwind. Togepi had pointed out the favorable wind, elevating their speed to new heights. Dawn quickly sensed the shift but remained unfazed, commanding Scyther to summon a tailwind as well. The two competitors found their velocities once again neck and neck. With merely 200 meters to the finish line, Ash decisively commanded Dragonair to whip its tail. Conjuring a mini tornado, Dragonair's tail whirled like a propeller, generating a small whirlwind. This was not the end. Ash then instructed Pikachu to rise and use Iron Tail to damage the boat, rapidly lightening its load. Ultimately, Ash's ice vessel was reduced to just the block of ice beneath him, with Togepi at the front, Pikachu gripping his collar, and Dragonair coiling around him. All the weight resting squarely on Ash. He then used his hands to break apart the ice beneath him, positioning his feet sideways, utilizing the ice block as a makeshift snowboard. Having accomplished this, Ash successfully distanced himself from Dawn and surged into the sea, claiming his badge. Such a tenacious challenger left Dawn in admiration, and without hesitation, she presented the badge to him. Are you interested in participating in extreme challenges? To test human limits in perilous locations around the globe. I believe you possess remarkable talent in this regard. Not merely talent. Ash was the most formidable human Dawn had ever encountered, a paragon of perfection. Extreme challenges, perhaps another time. I must first fulfill my obligations as a Pokémon trainer. I must say, Ash, your Snorlax is exceptional when it comes to eating. I have encountered numerous Snorlax, but none can rival this one. Within the Pokémon Center on Gyarados Island, Professor Oak, for once, made an effort to connect with Ash through Nurse Joy. The purpose of this call was to discuss a particular matter with Ash. As per our usual routine, I have placed your Snorlax alongside your other Pokémon. However, it has proven to be more unruly than I anticipated, causing minor friction with your other Pokémon. Ash furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Professor Oak proceeded to elaborate on the details. On Mount Miachar, where your Pokémon reside, the food supply was ample, even orderly under the management of Venusaur. Since the arrival of Snorlax, the granaries on the mountain, including the unripe berries, have been completely devoured by this creature. Venusaur, with a belief in the idea that everyone is part of one family, attempted to dissuade Snorlax. However, to its dismay, Snorlax showed no appreciation, continuing to eat and drink at will, nearly siphoning nectar from the flower blooming on Venusaur's back. In pain, Venusaur called upon its companions to give Snorlax a good thrashing. Yet, Snorlax remained obstinate, persisting in its carefree ways. After finishing its meal at Miacha Mountain, it descended to seek out Professor Oak. Upon leaving Professor Oak's residence, it ventured to Viridian City, eating wherever it went, almost mistaking other Pokémon for food. I am currently in the process of developing compressed food to satiate Snorlax. Therefore, during this period, the responsibility of caring for Snorlax falls upon you. Ash, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly exchanged his Blastoise for Snorlax. Snorlax possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, easily detecting where food is being prepared. Thus, when Ash released Snorlax by the beach, it headed straight towards the residential area, completely indifferent to the astonished gazes of onlookers. Enough is enough. If you continue to lose control, I shall have to intervene decisively. Ash resolutely stepped in front of Snorlax, asserting that today it must regain its senses by the beach, or it would not be allowed to go anywhere. Snorlax, Snorlax. Snorlax frowned, reaching out to push Ash aside. To Snorlax's surprise, when it placed its hand upon Ash, Ash firmly held Snorlax's large hand with just his left. Snorlax stomped its feet and raised its hand to shake Ash off, but Ash showed no sign of budging, the surrounding sand only testifying to the commotion. In terms of strength, you are far from my match. With that, Ash wrapped his arms around Snorlax's massive arm, leaning back, and miraculously, the colossal Snorlax was uprooted from the sand, landing headfirst into it. Just as Snorlax attempted to rise, Ash executed another shoulder throw, sending it back into the sand. After several such tosses, Snorlax became dizzy, unable to stand upright, ultimately choosing to lie still on the ground. Feeling hungry, Snorlax seized a handful of sand along with a large crab that had just emerged from it. The crab, having only just begun to bask in the sun, was swiftly captured by Snorlax's large hand and shoved into its mouth. You cannot eat that. Ash leaped onto Snorlax's round belly, snatching the crab and tossing it back into the sand to set it free. Chapter 127, True Taming. Undeterred, Snorlax once again plunged its hand into the sand, pulling out a large Shellder. This shell-bearing Pokémon was no stranger to Snorlax. With both hands, it applied force to tear open the shell, revealing the shivering creature within. No, you cannot eat Shellder. As Snorlax extended its tongue to devour the Shellder, Misty could no longer remain passive. Immediately, she threw a Pokeball toward Shellder, rescuing it from Snorlax's grasp. Having been interrupted twice during its meal, Snorlax was infuriated. It could neither beg from humans nor feast on wild Pokémon by the beach. How could humans be so cruel? I do not care where you have been before, whether abandoned by humans or rejected by your kind. Do you not realize how detestable your behavior is? Snorlax remained unmoved by Ash's words. It had long been scorned by wild Pokémon, even if captured by humans. Abandonment was inevitable. I am a trainer, which means I train Pokémon. Now that you have fallen into my hands, I shall take responsibility for you. From now on, as long as I am by your side, you must obey my commands. You shall eat what I provide and do what I instruct. Ash was patient with good Pokémon, dedicating himself to their training. However, with a Pokémon like Snorlax, which had grown accustomed to a domineering existence in the wild, Ash adopted a firm paternal attitude. Otherwise, it would be akin to walking a dog without a leash, enabling it to make mistakes. There are many people here. I will take you to a less populated area for proper training. After recalling Snorlax, Ash led Misty to a nearby secluded forest. Here, various Pokémon flourished, along with an abundance of delectable wild berries. Upon emerging, Snorlax was greeted by a mound of berries. These were collected by Pikachu and the others while Snorlax slept in its Pokeball. No sooner had Snorlax reached out to grab them than Pikachu, not one to show leniency, swiftly struck with a powerful iron tail, delivering a sharp blow. You can eat what you have gathered. These berries are ours. Did I permit you to eat them? Withdraw your hand. Pikachu and Ash had long since agreed on this, and Pikachu endorsed Ash's sternness, even intensifying its fierce expression to intimidate Snorlax. However, Snorlax remained undeterred, insistent on reaching for the berries. Nearby, Lapras, transporting from another small island, could no longer stand idly by and immediately unleashed an ice beam, freezing Snorlax's hand. They had been diligently collecting berries from morning till night. There was no room for Snorlax's mischief. Exhausted from the repeated interventions, Snorlax, having not eaten properly since morning, lacked the strength to break free by evening. You want to eat, don't you? Now, upon hearing Ash's words, Snorlax could no longer ignore them and nodded eagerly. I can provide you with food, but you must accompany me to gather it. I do not allow you to reap the rewards without effort. After some contemplation, Snorlax reluctantly agreed to Ash's terms. With Pikachu leading the way, Snorlax trailed behind. However, its considerable size made navigating the narrow paths a challenge. It initially considered bulldozing through the trees in its path, but Ash would not permit such behavior. See that tree? The hollows at its base are homes for Pokémon, just the right size for Pikachu and others. And up top, those nests are the residences of bird Pokémon. If you carelessly push down the trees, their homes will be destroyed. I know you typically overlook such details, but as I said, you must comply with my commands. You are not to push over the trees. You may sidle past them, or even jump over, but you cannot uproot them. Pikachu nodded vigorously. Ash's words resonated deeply with him. Left with no other choice, Snorlax had to temper its usual temperament, cautiously weaving through the thicket. Not only was it forbidden to directly snatch Pokémon eggs from the trees, but it also had to lower its head to avoid obstacles. With Snorlax's efforts, Pikachu finally led it to the base where it could harvest berries. This was a gorge nestled between towering mountains, filled with various fruit-bearing trees. In the past, farmers on the island, unable to sell their berries, discarded the rotting fruits into this gorge. Over time, the gorge became overrun with fruit trees, cultivated through the tireless efforts of Pokémon. As far as the eye could see, fragrant fruits adorned the trees, and Snorlax's mouth watered profusely, droplets cascading down to its belly, ultimately dripping onto Pikachu's head. However, it dared not act on its own accord. Without a command from Ash, it was forbidden to venture anywhere. I know you are eager, but hold your horses. Look at that tree. Does it not seem to harbor Pokémon? Snorlax, with its keen eyesight, could easily spot food in the forest even from a kilometer away. Upon Ash's prompting, Snorlax indeed discerned numerous Pokémon hidden among the branches, many of which were notorious in human tales. There were the toxic Arbok, the aggressive swarm of Mankeys, a horde of Beedrills, a flock of Spearows, and the Nidoqueen family, who had young to care for, along with 2 of the 3 legendary bug-type Pokémon, Scyther and Pinsir. They were fiercely territorial and possessed formidable strength. This area was essentially under their dominion. Even Pikachu had to engage in a battle to claim the fruits from the trees. If one wished to feast on the fruits, one would first have to defeat the reigning champions of the territory. Thus, Snorlax, it is time for you to attack. Unable to contain its voracious appetite, Snorlax heedlessly charged towards the nearest Arbok as soon as Ash's command left his lips. The Arbok had merely poked its head from the tree when it lunged towards Snorlax with astonishing speed, and Snorlax, almost instinctively, opened its mouth to receive this buffet. With a crunch, it bit down on the toxic Arbok, nearly swallowing it whole. Spit it out. I only commanded you to battle, not to consume it. This creature is toxic. Your ability Thick Fat does not grant you immunity. You cannot withstand its venom. Certain lessons must be imparted, such as the prohibition against consuming Pokémon. Otherwise, Professor Oak's laboratory would descend into chaos. To foster harmony among Pokémon and prevent internal strife, this behavior must be corrected. While Ash could not control wild Pokémon, he had to rectify this in domesticated ones. Obediently, Snorlax released the Arbok from its mouth and discarded it aside, then, in a victor's stance, began to relish the remnants left behind, an entire mango tree. Yet Ash still instructed it to merely pick the fruits, forbidding it from uprooting the tree entirely. Overexploitation is unacceptable. These renewable resources must be utilized wisely. If you consume the entire tree, who will grow the fruits? One fruit is hardly sufficient for its appetite. But fortunately, there were numerous fruit trees in the vicinity. Snorlax proceeded to battle through dozens of trees, defeating all the Pokémon present, and devoured the fruits in one go before finally letting out a satisfied burp and dozing off. On the first day of training, Ash simply tasked Snorlax with filling its belly through the traditional means of competition among wild Pokémon. The next challenge would be more arduous, returning to Mekon Island to battle the island trainers. The stakes would be food rather than monetary gain. The primary objective was twofold: to acclimatize Snorlax to this process and to train it to obey without succumbing to uncontrollable urges to bite indiscriminately, even at humans. Ash was uncertain whether a starving Snorlax would lash out at people. He had no desire to conduct such an experiment. The results were immediate. By the end of the second day, Ash led Snorlax through the island, effortlessly defeating all the trainers and consuming all their food. How infuriating. If you have the guts, why not challenge the Mekon Gym? Is it even human to steal our food? Ultimately, the trainers collectively approached the Mekon Gym, hoping to enlist the gym leader to discipline this outsider. However, this serendipitously aligned with Ash's goal. If he performed well in this final battle, perhaps the fruits collected by Pikachu could be shared with Snorlax. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement, begrudgingly acknowledging Snorlax's recent performance. Sharing a portion was not out of the question. Chapter 128, Double Battle. Haha, many have spoken of you lately. The city has been abuzz with tales of a food thief. So this is how it is. The gym leader, Ruri, who bore the weight of the city trainer's expectations, greeted Ash not with anger, but with affection upon meeting the instigator. Ash bore a striking resemblance to her son, who had also ventured forth with a Pikachu as his partner. She patiently listened to Ash's account, and, upon learning that he sought to instill discipline in Snorlax, expressed her understanding. Pokémon can be quite troublesome when their strength leads them to disregard commands. Since you are intent on challenging the Orange League, follow me. You are just in time to acquire the last badge. Ruri led Ash and Misty into the Mekon Gym, an establishment that rivaled even the grandest venues in the Kanto region. The arena resembled a sports stadium, bustling with trainers nurturing their Pokémon, complete with fitness equipment, swimming pools, and sauna facilities. How impressive! In comparison, the Celadon Gym seems utterly overshadowed. Misty marveled as they walked, realizing that this place could accommodate nearly all trainers on Mekon Island at once. Upon spotting Ash alongside Ruri, the trainers in the glass chamber, training with their Pokémon, rose in outrage but were compelled to sit back down out of respect for Ruri. They were all trainers who had been drained of their resources by Ash's Snorlax and had to seek relief from Ruri. In an instant, nearly every trainer followed Ash, eager to witness how he would be defeated. Unlike other places, here we require trainers to use 2 Pokémon simultaneously. This is a double battle. The rules were simple. If all Pokémon on one side fell, that side was defeated. Upon hearing about the double battle, Ash's interest peaked. Most competitions emphasized singles, even the pinnacle confrontations among the Elite Four. Yet, for gamers, double battles were the essence of Pokémon combat. Ash had never experienced a genuine double battle. Now, an opportunity had arisen. So, Snorlax and Pikachu, you shall be my chosen contenders. Ash decisively selected Snorlax and Pikachu for this confrontation. He chose Snorlax primarily to cultivate its abilities, while Pikachu, as his most trusted partner, was the perfect choice for backup. This striking contrast between the large and small Pokémon captivated the audience. Despite always being accompanied by Pikachu, Ash had never before called upon it for battle. Now, they would witness its prowess. As for my side, I will deploy Galarian Farfetch'd and Alakazam. Upon seeing Ruri's chosen partners, Misty hurriedly consulted Ash's Pokédex for information. Alakazam possessed 3 abilities: Synchronize, Inner Focus, and Magic Guard, while Galarian Farfetch'd had Keen Eye, Lightning Rod, and Battle Armor. It was also crucial to note that, although nearly all official competitions did not permit Pokémon to carry items like berries into battle, Galarian Farfetch'd was an exception. Isn't this a disaster? If it were the Lightning Rod ability, then Hoodie would be completely immune to electric-type moves. If it were the Synchronize ability, then it could transmit paralysis to Snorlax. Ash, you must exercise caution. Outside the arena, Misty shouted fervently to inform Ash not to overlook the aspect of abilities. The young girl displayed considerable knowledge. Yet it was not the time to switch out, for the battle had commenced. Hoodie, use Reflect. Galar, defeat Pikachu with Bone Club. Liyili cast an approving glance at Misty, immediately issuing commands as the match began. She was well aware that Snorlax was exceptionally powerful, capable of overwhelming many trainers' Pokémon with a mere punch. The Reflect move would mitigate that blow, at least having its impact. Simultaneously, Ash called out, Pikachu, use Iron Tail on Hoodie. Snorlax, intercept Galar's Bone Club. Unfazed by the incoming bone projectile, Snorlax opened its cavernous mouth wide, swallowing it whole, accompanied by the sound of crunching. Meanwhile, Pikachu dashed valiantly towards Hoodie, zipping across the ground with electric swiftness. Retrieve that bone with Psychic. Galar, block the Iron Tail. Without its bone, Galar's combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished, and Liyili was determined to reclaim it. Hoodie's eyes gleamed with blue light, and an invisible force emanated from its gaze, locking onto the bone lodged in Snorlax's belly, yanking it upwards. Snorlax's stomach gurgled ominously, an uncomfortable sensation washing over it. Yet, Snorlax resolutely refused to regurgitate what it had consumed, standing firm in defiance of the psychic struggle. As Pikachu charged forward, Galar, undeterred by the loss of its weapon, positioned itself in front of Hoodie, arms crossed in readiness. Pikachu leapt, attempting to evade, but Galar followed suit, springing into the air. Do you wish to engage in close combat? Very well, I shall oblige. Seeing Galar's reckless determination, Pikachu wasted no time, spinning like a top before delivering a sudden downward strike. Galar lost its footing, plummeting downward. The tail struck Galar's skull with a resounding impact, akin to a hammer striking a nail, leaving Galar dazed and bewildered. But the Reflect should have mitigated the pain. Why does it still hurt so much? As Galar teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, its mind was clouded with confusion. This scenario was nothing like it had anticipated. Hoodie, catch it. Hoodie, ignoring Snorlax, released its psychic grip, catching the descending Galar in one hand while using the other to send Pikachu flying backward. Snorlax hastily raised its hand, its substantial palm cushioning Pikachu's fall. After the first round of exchanges, both Pikachu and Galar had taken hits, yet fortunately, neither had been eliminated. In contrast, Galar's loss of its weapon was far more critical. Liyili hurriedly inquired, and upon confirming Galar could still rise to fight, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was close to being eliminated. Ash, your Pikachu is truly remarkable. Without the bone and Reflect to back it up, that Iron Tail would have surely knocked Galar out. Now, I must change tactics. Hoodie, extract the bone with maximum psychic power. No sooner had she spoken than Hoodie's psychic force targeted Snorlax once more. Snorlax felt a tightness, and the half-digested bone emerged from the other end, still enveloped in a strong aroma, landing in Galar's hands. Although the weapon was reclaimed, Galar's face was a picture of distaste. This thing, it's like a mop covered in filth. If Lubu were here, that enchanted bone, with a mere flick, could splatter unsightly brown liquid everywhere. Pikachu would definitely not appreciate being struck by that. It's something that mustn't even be touched, lest the spirit be tainted. Chapter 129, The Victor's Cup, the final 6v6. The battle raged on, and with the enchanted bone in hand, Gaylor reluctantly wiped the dirt from the handle before swinging the stick at Pikachu. Pikachu dared not withstand the blow, opting instead to flee in a panic. Snorlax, use Ice Punch to intercept Gaylor. Pikachu dashed towards Hoodie with a flash of electricity. Snorlax turned its head, eyes scanning downward, but its massive belly obstructed its view, making it difficult to spot Gaylor. Ultimately, it resorted to swinging its arms wildly. Gaylor remained hidden in Snorlax's blind spot, witnessing Pikachu's rapid movement. It found itself lagging behind and resorted to striking Snorlax's feet with the bone. Unfortunately, Snorlax, clad in layers of thick fat, was unfazed, swiftly identifying Gaylor's location and delivering simultaneous downward punches, not forgetting to sit down heavily, trapping Gaylor beneath its bulk. With the combined weight of Snorlax and the ice punches crashing down, Gaylor had no chance of withstanding the onslaught and promptly lost consciousness. Hoodie's psychic force acted as a barrier, preventing Pikachu from advancing, yet this also meant it could not divert its energy to aid Gaylor. It could only watch helplessly as Gaylor was effectively crushed by Snorlax. The balance of the match shattered instantly, prompting gasps from the audience. However, those with discernment remained unperturbed. Let us not forget, Hoodie is Miss Lily's strongest ace Pokémon. As long as Hoodie stands, there is still hope. Indeed, that is correct. The surrounding spectators echoed, momentarily alleviating their inner turmoil. They held their breath, focusing intently on the arena. Unlike the optimism of other trainers, Lily candidly acknowledged the precariousness of the situation. This is troublesome, Ash. In such circumstances, I can only adopt a defensive stance. Ash displayed no signs of elation, maintaining an air of calm composure. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Snorlax, use Belly Drum. Hoodie, swiftly blocked the Thunderbolt with Psychic. As anticipated by Lily, Hoodie had to remain ever vigilant, blocking all of Pikachu's electric-type moves, while Snorlax seized the opportunity to enhance its own power. Under Pikachu's cover, Snorlax's belly swelled to nearly double its size, maintaining this state for nearly 10 seconds before rapidly reverting to its original dimensions. Though Snorlax appeared fatigued, none dared to underestimate it. The audience held their breath for Lily. Aware of the urgency, she realized that in the next moment, Hoodie could be struck down by a single punch from Snorlax. She had to act swiftly while Snorlax's belly drum effect lingered. Thus, Lily directed her focus towards Snorlax, disregarding Pikachu, and commanded loudly, Hoodie, unleash maximum psychic power against Snorlax. Hoodie recognized the gravity of the situation and vanished just before Pikachu could reach it. This was a clear indication. In the next moment, Hoodie would appear right before Snorlax, face to face, and shouted, Pikachu, unleash thunder. The decisiveness of this command astonished even Lily. Without a hint of hesitation, Pikachu summoned all its strength to release an overwhelming surge of electricity towards Snorlax. Simultaneously, Hoodie materialized behind Snorlax. Just as a bolt of lightning descended, Snorlax, accompanied by Alakazam, basked in the radiant glow. Once the light dissipated, both Snorlax and Alakazam collapsed to the ground, leaving only Pikachu, who, albeit panting, stood tall and resolute. Witnessing that Lily could no longer continue the battle, the crowd sighed in disappointment. However, Lily remained indifferent to the outcome, retrieving a badge from her pocket and handing it to Ash. I am acquainted with Yoji. He is quite a formidable trainer, particularly with his Dragonite. In fact, he dedicates all his energy to nurturing Dragonite, leaving his other Pokémon somewhat neglected. Ash, you must be wary of this. Expect any underhanded tactics, akin to Final Gambit or Last Resort, to be directed towards Dragonite. Lily's advice was notably pragmatic, a strategy effective against those who focus solely on a single Pokémon. Ash nodded in agreement. He had now collected all 4 badges and merely needed to register for the upcoming tournament on Orange Islands. Unlike the fixed schedule of the Indigo Conference, the Victor's Cup on Orange Islands merely required registration, with a week for preparation before battles commenced. Ash had long forgotten the specifics of Yoji's lineup from the anime, only recalling the presence of a Dragonite. Thus, he relied on his own experience for Pokémon selection. He decided on including Dragonair, as his intent to battle Yoji revolved around replicating and nurturing Dragonair. Pikachu was indispensable as well. Next, he opted for Lapras, the fossil Pokémon Aerodactyl, and Snorlax. For the final slot, he chose the unconventional choice of the abandoned monkey. After finalizing his lineup, Ash engaged in a trade with Professor Oak. When informed of Snorlax's remarkable obedience under Ash's guidance, Professor Oak was astounded. Indeed, I have imparted much knowledge to Snorlax, Professor. You need not worry excessively about him moving forward. To facilitate Snorlax's integration into the team at Professor Oak's lab, Ash had specifically taught him the value of earning rewards through effort. If Professor Oak required food supplies, he could have Snorlax assist first, and then reward him accordingly. It was crucial to ensure that Snorlax did not become complacent, lest he revert to his previous lazy self. Professor Oak understood and appreciated Ash's targeted training approach. After adjusting the lineup and spending several days in Synergy, the day of the opening ceremony finally arrived. Perhaps due to a dearth of worthy trainers challenging Yoji, word of Ash's intention to confront him drew numerous spectators from various islands. All were fervent fans of Yoji, their excitement palpable upon hearing the news of the match. Yoji, too, was particularly intrigued by Ash. Unlike a novice, he had watched the Indigo Conference and recognized Ash as the champion of this year's tournament. Whether the Indigo Conference could be considered a baby cup was debatable, but in Yoji's eyes, it held significant merit. Ash, I found myself quite interested in you while watching your matches. Since you've come to challenge me in the Orange League, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Ash was puzzled by Yoji's words. Seek me out. Come to Pallet Town for me. Yoji shook his head, offering no explanation. If you are a true trainer, you will understand in due time. He refrained from elaborating further, instead tossing a Pokeball forward. Go, Ditto. Chapter 130. 1 for 3. This is Pikachu. Pikachu, this battle rests upon your shoulders. Pikachu nodded, sprinting onto the battlefield, radiating an impressive fighting spirit in his eyes. As Ditto transformed into a Pikachu, it mirrored the same actions, as if gazing into a mirror. Pikachu was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered Ditto before. The sudden transformation left him bewildered. He hesitated, ultimately glancing at Ash, seeking guidance. Do not fear, just fight as you normally would, as you did against Electrode. Ash's words instilled immense courage in Pikachu, and as he gazed at his doppelganger, his trepidation dissipated. Imagine the opponent is Electrode. Imagine the opponent is Electrode. After a few self-affirming mantras, Pikachu's demeanor shifted to one of aggression as he faced Ditto. It seems you are ready for battle. Then let us commence. Ditto, use Quick Attack. Ash discerned Yoji's lack of familiarity with Pikachu, understanding that Ditto was a Pokémon that thrived against the strong but faltered against the weak. Its shortcomings were numerous, particularly if its trainer was unfamiliar with the Pokémon it had transformed into. Yoji's command for Ditto to utilize Quick Attack indicated his ignorance of Pikachu's abilities and the dynamics of the battle. Pikachu, give it your all, and use Volt Tackle. In close combat, Pikachu was never one to back down, and he dismissed the advancing Ditto with disdain. Electricity surged through Pikachu, arcs crackling around him. As Ditto charged forward, it was met with an electrifying barrier, causing it to be thrown back upon getting within 10 meters. Before anyone could comprehend the spectacle, Ditto was sent flying into the central pool of the arena, resurfacing as its original form. What just happened? Did you see that? I blinked. And suddenly, I don't know, that was too fast. Even Yoji, the combatant, was drenched in cold sweat. Had that attack connected with his Dragonite, the consequences would have been dire. Yoji hastily dismissed the dangerous thought from his mind, retracting Ditto and swiftly replacing it with Onix. Onix, my old rival. Pikachu gave Ash a thumbs up, confidence radiating from him. Ash recognized Pikachu's determination to continue battling, so he refrained from recalling him. Onix, use Earthquake. Since Ash's Pikachu excelled in speed, Yoji opted for this area-wide attack, anticipating that even Pikachu's prowess would falter against it. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Onix lifted its tail and slammed it onto the ground, causing the arena to tremble violently. The shockwaves prompted the audience to instinctively huddle together for support. Yet, Pikachu faced the earthquake with unwavering courage. Navigating between the rocks with agile leaps, Pikachu found a suitable position and launched himself forward, successfully latching onto Onix's tail. Realizing the precarious situation, Yoji commanded Onix to burrow underground. Unfortunately, the moment Pikachu seized Onix, it was too late. Pikachu struck at Onix's midsection with a fierce iron tail. The impact sending shockwaves of pain through Onix, causing it to momentarily recoil. However, this fleeting retreat allowed Pikachu to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes, each one targeting the vulnerable joints between Onix's rocky segments. To Pikachu, Onix's weaknesses were glaringly evident, a veritable target. The formidable Onix, enduring the throes of pain, burrowed into the ground, yet Pikachu relentlessly pursued. Even as it nipped at Onix's tail, the impact was considerable. It was not until the trembling earth fell silent, and Pikachu emerged from the muddy entrance, that the referee confirmed Onix was indeed rendered unable to continue the battle, having decisively taken down 2 Pokémon. Many of Yuji's fans struggled to comprehend the situation, while others began inquiring about this remarkable individual. Upon discovering he was the champion of the newly concluded Indigo Conference from the Kanto region, their expressions transformed into one of excitement. Indeed, it is you, Ash. Your Pikachu has achieved an unparalleled historic milestone. Never before has anyone trained a Pikachu to such heights, in terms of both mastery of techniques and precision. Yuji's assertion held truth. Throughout history, only Ash had managed to bring Pikachu to this level of combat prowess. Truly, Ash was the singular exception. However, no matter how adept Pikachu became, there were limits. Go Gengar. The round-headed, rotund Pokémon, perpetually adorned with its signature grin, was a troublesome opponent, as Ash evaluated. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Ash intended to gauge Gengar's vast array of skills. Yet Yuji had resolved to bring Pikachu's reign to a definitive end. Gengar executed Destiny Bond, choosing not to evade but to absorb the Thunderbolt head-on, a serene smile replacing any semblance of pain on its visage. Unbeknownst to Pikachu, the gravity of the situation eluded it, while Ash was acutely aware of the treachery of this move. By the time he raised his hand to recall Pikachu, it was already too late. At the moment Gengar fell, a dark beam erupted from its mouth, striking Pikachu directly. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Pikachu. Collapsing alongside Gengar, both rendered incapable of continuing the fight. After entrusting Pikachu to Misty for safekeeping, Ash returned to the arena. His gaze toward Yuji now tinged with an oddity. To go so far as to resolve the battle with Destiny Bond. Yuji's actions took Ash by surprise. He had anticipated a reciprocal exchange against Gengar, but never such an ending. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuji swiftly recalled Gengar and sent out Venusaur. After a moment's contemplation, Ash opted for Snorlax as his counter. While both Dragonite and Aerodactyl would have been more advantageous against Venusaur, Ash decided on Snorlax to safeguard against Yuji's ace, Dragonite. Chapter 131, The Hidden Ability General. Although it was barely past 9 in the morning, Snorlax, having just had breakfast, was already ravenous. The moment it emerged from its pokeball, it caught the sweet aroma wafting from Venusaur's back. Instantly, Snorlax displayed a gluttonous grin, and upon receiving Ash's approval, lunged towards Venusaur with astonishing speed. Venusaur, use Sleep Powder. Venusaur shook its ample body, releasing a cloud of yellow pollen that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The arena, both inside and out, became shrouded in a haze of yellow dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Snorlax, too, was not spared. After inhaling a few breaths of the powder, it collapsed into a deep slumber. Now's your chance. Venusaur, unleash Solar Beam. Snorlax, use Sleep Talk. Lying on the ground in slumber, Snorlax suddenly sprang up, raising its fist to feign a strike. This sight startled Yuji, but upon realizing Snorlax was merely swinging at the air, he sighed in relief. Though Sleep Talk allowed the user to execute moves while asleep, it bore a significant flaw. If the target was not within reach during a close-range attack, it would surely miss. Ash, your strategy seems to have faltered, Yuji observed, confident that Snorlax, being adept at close combat, was likely untrained in ranged attacks. Prepare to witness my counterattack. Now Venusaur use. Before Yuji could finish, he was taken aback by the scene before him. After swinging wildly, Snorlax not only failed to remain idle, but instead activated its acute sense of smell. It was as if a sleepy individual suddenly awakened by hunger, yearning for a meal. Snorlax, still in a daze, sprinted toward Venusaur. In a moment of panic on Venusaur's part, Snorlax chomped down on the flower on its back, devouring it voraciously. And upon finishing that, began to munch on Venusaur's petals. This unexpected behavior from such an abstract Pokémon left the audience in awe. Yuji had never witnessed a Pokémon consuming its opponent mid-battle. Venusaur, too, was taken aback, yet this did not impede the charging solar beam from being unleashed, engulfing Snorlax's large face entirely. However, as the solar beam subsided, Snorlax remained unfazed, continuing its feast with even greater fervor. When wounded, Snorlax would instinctively open its mouth to eat, consuming everything in sight and regurgitating anything it could not digest. This was its instinctive protective measure. Observing the audience and Yuji's bewildered innocence, Ash felt compelled to enlighten them about Snorlax. Like Pikachu, Snorlax was a relatively obscure Pokémon in trainers' arsenals. However, while Pikachu suffered from weakness, Snorlax was notoriously difficult to train. Its insatiable appetite was one factor, but its propensity to sleep most of the time made it poorly suited for training. Ash's Snorlax was particularly notorious. The difficulty of training, it was among the most challenging of all his Pokémon. Before long, Snorlax awakened, but upon regaining consciousness, it did not ponder how it had come to be before Venusaur. However, this did not deter it from tearing off leaves and stuffing them into its mouth. Enough. Stop eating. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to drive it away. In a fit of anger, Venusaur relentlessly struck Snorlax with its vines, yet Snorlax merely grasped the tendrils, shoving them into its mouth and devouring them in one gulp. To Snorlax, whether foul or fragrant, everything was merely food. That's enough. Use Ice Punch to conclude the battle. Stop eating. With Ash issuing commands, Snorlax, unable to continue its feast, raised its right fist high, emanating a chilling aura of menace. Quick, use Toxic. Poison it. Yuji, familiar with underhanded tactics, initiated the countdown to Snorlax's defeat with this final move. After shaking off the half-frozen Venusaur, Snorlax's visage was soon awash with a dangerous shade of purple. Come back and rest, Snorlax. Ash understood that Yuji would undoubtedly seek to prolong time, allowing Snorlax to succumb to its poisoning. Thus, Ash had no choice but to recall it. Electrode, it's your turn. Electrode reappeared. Yet this time Pikachu could not face its old rival. Without hesitation, Ash opted to deploy Dragonite as a countermeasure. Originally, he had intended to let Dragonite inquire about cultivation techniques from Yuji's Dragonite, but now he had no choice but to bring it out early. Upon hearing this, Yuji's interest was piqued. Inquiring about cultivation methods? You wish to learn how to evolve and train? Of course. However, let us first pass through my trial. Electrode. Deploy Light Screen. Dragonite. Execute Dragon Dance. Since Light Screen mitigates special attacks, we shall resort to physical offense, and fortuitously, Ash's Dragonite is progressing towards a dual knife approach. Once it evolves into Dragonite, its pool of skills becomes exceedingly vast, regardless of the lineup or circumstance. Inserting a Dragonite into the fray is invariably a sound strategy. Yoji also discerned this and immediately grew wary of the gracefully soaring Dragonite. Electrode, unleash Thunderwave. Dragonite, cast Mystical Shield. This move is rather obscure in its application, as it prevents the user from succumbing to any status ailments for 5 turns. A radiant glow erupted from within Dragonite, enveloping the Thunder Wave and rendering it unable to approach Dragonite even by a hair's breadth. Having accomplished this, Ash cried out, "Now, Dragonite, perform Dragon Dive." Dragonite became shrouded in draconic energy and, at the peak of its momentum, dove toward Electrode on the ground. Electrode, hold your ground. Use Protect. Facing the terrifying and formidable Dragonite, Electrode could only cross its arms to conjure a barrier of defense. Yet, barriers are bound to dissipate, and Dragonite was already within striking distance, merely a thin veil of protection separating them. In those final moments, with only 2 seconds remaining, Electrode watched as the barrier wavered, and Dragonite's assault showed no sign of abating, which gave rise to a feeling of retreat. The instant the barrier vanished, Electrode promptly withdrew, but Dragonite pursued relentlessly, sinking its teeth into Electrode's raised right arm. Electrode, unleash Thunder. In the next moment, Dragonite released all its power toward Electrode, who summoned its final reserves, channeling all its electricity into its left fist, clenching it tightly before delivering a devastating blow atop Dragonite's head. The two forces clashed, the energies of dragon and electric entwined, culminating in a spectacular explosion. As the dust settled, both Dragonite and Electrode lay prostrate on the ground. However, Dragonite remained atop Electrode, its trembling body striving to rise, casting a fierce glare toward the referee, defiantly asserting that it had not been vanquished by Electrode. The referee, witnessing this, had no choice but to retract the decision, acknowledging Dragonite as the true victor of this fierce contest of strength. Yoji extended his hand toward the pokeball around his neck, his final ace, Dragonite. Indeed, watching your match from the live stream could hardly reveal your true prowess. Only through direct confrontation can one truly experience the thrill of battling a formidable opponent. Now, I implore you to perform splendidly. Go forth, Dragonite. Chapter 132, The Fall. At this juncture, Yoji possessed only Dragonite, while Ash, aside from the forcibly withdrawn Pikachu, had a wounded Dragonite recuperating in its Pokeball and a Snorlax, still able to fight despite its poison, along with a fully revitalized Aerodactyl, a Sceptile, and a Lapras. Ash summoned Aerodactyl to face Dragonite. As a rock type, Aerodactyl aimed to neutralize Dragonite's aerial superiority. If it could incapacitate Dragonite's ability to fly, then Aerodactyl would have fulfilled its mission. The scales of victory appeared to tilt decidedly in Ash's favor. Yet, Yoji held a different sentiment. He was more confident in Dragonite than anyone else. Go forth, Dragonite, and show Ash the depth of our bond. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena, accompanied by a thunderous roar of Dragonite that reverberated throughout the venue. Every individual acquainted with Yoji found themselves rising to their feet, cheering and applauding for Dragonite. As Yoji's ace, a significant portion of his popularity was intertwined with Dragonite. Yoji, however, did not indulge in jest. Instead, he gestured for silence, his hands pressing downwards. Recognizing this cue, the audience obediently returned to their seats, and an instant hush fell over the arena. Rather than basking in the limelight as a star, Yoji yearned for a quality Pokémon battle with Ash, unperturbed by the distractions of adoring fans. I am positively exhilarated, Ash. Therefore, I implore you to summon your utmost strength for our contest. Dragonite, invoke Rain Dance. This was the most prudent strategy. Dragonite's extensive skill set encompassed both electric and water-type moves that countered Aerodactyl effectively. Moves like Hydro Pump and Thunder were second nature to Dragonite. Ash quickly grasped the implications and shouted, Aerodactyl, conjure Sandstorm. Aerodactyl spiraled thrice around the arena, and in an instant, a tempest of sand and debris erupted, accompanied by torrential rain. The sandstorm, laced with rain, engulfed everyone, including the audience. However, the seasoned spectators had come prepared, donning raincoats, goggles, umbrellas, and helmets, a common practice for those attending Pokémon battles. The rain persisted, and two weather phenomena coexisted. Ash, accustomed to such complexities, realized that reality often presented convoluted challenges. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the advantages conferred by the weather would still apply under these conditions. Dragonite, unleash Hydro Pump. Move swiftly to evade. Attempt to flee? Such a wish shall not come to fruition. Dragonite, pursue Aerodactyl. Dragonite summoned all its strength, soaring forth with astonishing speed, barreling into the obscured Aerodactyl amidst the sandstorm. Aerodactyl, cautious not to underestimate its opponent, recalled its earlier bout with Dragonite at Professor Oak's lab, a confrontation that nearly instilled a psychological scar. Consequently, it dared not exhibit any complacency against Yoji's Dragonite. As Dragonite gave chase, Aerodactyl resorted to evasion, darting into the heart of the sandstorm and then re-emerging. Dragonite attempted to time its Hydro Pump accurately, but Aerodactyl skillfully utilized the storm's cover to evade 3 of its shots. The sandstorm, though temporarily punctured, remained intact, resilient in its resurgence. Meanwhile, some grains of sand had lodged themselves within Dragonite's scales, incessantly irritating its skin. Though it was not painful, it was akin to walking in sandals and needing to remove them to shake out small stones, an uncomfortable nuisance. The tactic of delay was executed flawlessly by Aerodactyl. Oh, just a trivial trick. Dragonite, employ Ice Beam to freeze the sandstorm solid. Upon hearing this, Dragonite ceased its pursuit of Aerodactyl and, in a graceful descent, ascended to unleash Ice Beam from below. This technique proved remarkably effective, as the swirling sand was instantly encapsulated in ice, forming sculptures of frost. The icy blocks climbed upward, impervious to Aerodactyl's attempts at repair, ultimately freezing everything in place. Now, Dragonite, utilize Spike Cannon. Being immobilized was not an option. Ash promptly commanded Aerodactyl to distance itself from the sandstorm. Aerodactyl surged forth from the protective barrier of the storm, and the ground erupted with a plethora of sharp, rocky protrusions, all converging upon Dragonite. Dragonite, wary of a direct confrontation, flapped its wings while adjusting the angle of its ice beam. Yet, those formidable stones relentlessly pursued under Aerodactyl's guidance. Focus on multitasking. Aerodactyl, launch your ultimate strike. Dragonite, counter with Hydro Pump against Aerodactyl. The battle was fleeting, and Yuji had no time to discern the reason behind Ash's sudden command for Aerodactyl to confront Dragonite head-on. He had to react immediately. Just as now, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of water towards Aerodactyl, which, enduring the high damage of the water cannon, countered with its ultimate impact, slowly advancing towards Dragonite. In the next moment, spikes erupted from all directions, crashing down upon Dragonite, causing a brief pause in the water cannon's assault, though it quickly resumed full power. Both sides strained against each other, intensifying their attacks. Just as Aerodactyl was about to collide with Dragonite using its ultimate impact, Dragonite suddenly grasped Aerodactyl's upper and lower jaws, forcibly prying its mouth open and unleashing a water cannon directly into its maw. Meanwhile, Aerodactyl flailed its furious wings, striking Dragonite on the head. Ultimately, with a mournful cry, Aerodactyl plummeted helplessly to the ground, an unidentifiable liquid spilling from its mouth, its eyes rolling back in defeat. The spikes that had crushed Dragonite also fell away, scattered chaotically across the ground. You've done remarkably well. Come back and rest, Ash said after recalling Aerodactyl, observing Dragonite still airborne, yet clearly gasping for breath. He then released Lapras. This was an opportune moment. Although Lapras's level was not particularly high, Dragonite should now be unable to fly. Continuing to ascend would only deplete what little stamina remained. Lapras, use Song of Ruin. Dragonite's energy had been excessively spent during its battle with Aerodactyl, and now, having landed steadily, it could not escape the Song of Ruin by soaring into the skies. At this moment, Yuji realized that time was not on his side. Unless something unforeseen occurred, Dragonite had but a minute left. It was time for a final counterattack. Failure would be disastrous. Dragonite, unleash Thunderbolt. Chapter 133, Yuji's defeat. Lapras, block all of Thunderbolt and counter with Ice Beam. Both sides unleashed their maximum energy, the clash of thunder and ice culminating in a spectacular explosion. But it was not over yet. Dragonite, continue using Hyper Beam. Yuji attempted one last desperate struggle, but Ash, evidently running out of patience, decisively recalled Lapras. Awaiting Dragonite was Snorlax, resting inside its Pokeball, recharging its strength. Withstanding the Hyper Beam, Snorlax remained steadfast on the battlefield, barely shifting an inch. Faced with the seemingly unscathed Snorlax, Dragonite found itself ensnared by the side effects of Hyper Beam, helplessly watching as Snorlax closed its eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The battle concluded amid Snorlax's gentle snores. Clap, clap, clap. Yuji did not hang his head in despair. He was indifferent to the outcome of the battle, more concerned with the thrill of a robust contest. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such an exhilarating fight. Ash, you truly are a natural-born trainer, he exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Ash's hand and raise it high. Do you have any intentions of taking my position? Yuji whispered in a tone only they could hear. Don't you wish to become the champion of the Orange League? How many covet that honor? Yet Yuji speaks of relinquishing it. Being the champion here would only impede my progress. I dislike this place and revel in pure battles. Ash, don't you realize that these televised battles on stage are merely a form of performance? This is not just Yuji's perspective. It is shared by many seasoned trainers. As long as it is associated with official broadcasts, be it the Indigo Conference or the Orange League, it is merely a spectacle for the masses. A true trainer who loves the battle itself cannot abide by such constraints. Those Elite Four and champions, when battling on stage, prioritize entertaining the audience above all. They lower the difficulty of battles while showcasing dazzling moves to captivate viewers, thereby enticing many into the trainer profession. What you see is but a curated illusion. I do not wish to live like this. Performing for the cheers of the crowd is not the life I desire. Having transitioned from an ordinary trainer to this level, Yuji had already amassed sufficient wealth. He no longer wished to live for the audience but for himself, for the love of training and battling. However, I refuse to conform to your expectations. I perceive being a trainer merely as a career choice. I have numerous endeavors ahead: trainer, researcher, breeder. I shall not take over your duties, for I have my own aspirations. Upon hearing Ash's resolute reply, Yuji could only smile wryly, leading Ash to the victor's palace. The customary rituals ensued: handprints, photographs, trophy presentations, all completed in due order. As they exited the palace, Ash spotted Misty approaching, cradling Pikachu. Where to next? Back to Pallet Town? I'll make a quick call to see if Brock wants to return, Misty recalled, realizing that Brock had been left behind at Professor Oak's. The two had been so engrossed in each other that she nearly forgot the third party. After dialing and inquiring about the situation, Professor Oak brought the nearly exhausted Brock onto the screen. At that moment, Brock appeared gaunt, his spirit waning, wobbling as he walked while clutching his waist. Are you sure you're all right? Ash asked, noticing Brock's condition. Brock lunged at the screen, pleading for Ash to rescue him, yet he refrained from explaining what had transpired, insisting only that Ash come quickly to retrieve him. He likely needed to recuperate in Pewter City for a while. How tragic, Ash sighed, observing the depleted Brock. He had made the right choice. At this age, one should indeed steer clear of romantic entanglements, especially for someone like Brock, who had not yet turned 16 and had already drained his vitality. Wow, Brock, what happened to you? Have you been sleeping and eating well? Misty was equally taken aback by Brock's state, eager to uncover the details, yet Brock remained tight-lipped, ultimately shutting off the screen. Upon returning to Valencia Island, Brock had already packed his belongings. Seeing the familiar ship approach, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. I'm here. Ash. Brock waved frantically at the vessel, almost ready to leap into the water to board. Upon their long-awaited return to the Kanto mainland, the trio made their way back to Pallet Town. How was your time on the Orange Islands? Did you enjoy it? Hanako inquired as she served a meal for the three of them, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brock remained silent. Misty blushed deeply, while Ash remained composed. I'm great. Really happy. This time, I gathered quite a bit on the Orange Islands. Although Misty had not captured a single Pokémon and had only earned one badge, She felt it was a tremendous success. Mom, do you want to catch a Pokémon? Ash refrained from sharing his daily life on the Orange Islands, and instead posed a question to Hanako. Me? Oh, I think I'll pass. I'm quite content living with Eevee, and besides, what would I need so many Pokémon for? I'm just a housewife. When Ash was at home, he was usually accompanied by Pikachu, Eevee, and Togepi, the 3 smaller Pokémon. On this occasion, as Ash departed, he entrusted Eevee to Hanako's care. Hanako adored Eevee, treating it as if it were her own. Likewise, Eevee held a fondness for Hanako, feeling just as secure in her presence as it did in Ash's embrace. Do you really not need any help? I believe some Pokémon would suit Mom perfectly. They could assist with household chores, even tending to flowers and plants. Oh, no need for that. Anyway, I'm already taking care of every Pokémon you've caught, and I often venture to mount my asthma to bring them food. Ash ultimately fell silent, choosing not to argue further with his mother, yet the thought lingered in his mind. The house felt too empty without him, and he wished to find companionship for his mother. Ash, are you planning to travel again? After satisfying her hunger, Misty settled beside Ash, stealing a glance at Hanako and Brock, who were busy tidying up in the kitchen. Once she confirmed they weren't watching, she inquired. Yes, I am. I'm heading to Johto. Ash's immediate goal was to conquer the entire Pokémon League, and naturally, the Silver Conference in Johto was included in his plans. Chapter 134, Leaf Town. What do you intend to do on the Orange Islands? Never mind, I want to pry. Ash, are you planning to challenge the Silver Conference? There's only a month left until the registration deadline. At Professor Oak's lab, while Ash was on the Orange Islands, Gary had already secured all 8 badges from the Johto League. From this point forward, all he needed to do was train. However, if Ash had no intention of competing, then Gary's participation in the Silver Conference would hold no significance. Of course I'm going. Ash's response brought a sigh of relief from Gary. Do you know how quickly one can traverse the 8 gyms of the Johto League, starting from Pallet Town? I know you haven't been there. I visited as a child and have already challenged them, Gary replied. Here, take this. It's my route map for the fastest completion. Ash, you've wasted too much time on the Orange Islands. You must obtain your badges promptly. Although Gary did not mean to, his words conveyed a sense of disdain for the Orange League and the Johto gyms. Ash accepted the map and opened it, traveling west from Pallet Town. The first stop after crossing the Quartz Plateau would be Leaf Town. To the west of Leaf Town, the closest gym would be the Azalea Town Gym, while to the north lay the Violet City Gym. Each route had its advantages, primarily depending on whether the flying or dragon types were easier to handle. If you head to Azalea Town and secure the Azalea badge, there's an airport nearby. That's crucial. It will make traveling much more convenient. Ash nodded on the surface, but internally, he had no desire to fly. Ash, it seems like there are Pokémon marked on the map. Misty leaned in to take a look at the map. In addition to the route drawn by Gary, certain corners contained annotations of various Pokémon names. Noticing the hidden gems left for Ash, Gary waved dismissively. Those. I merely noted the habitats of some rare Pokémon and selected a few for capture. If you're interested, feel free to go capture them. Such notes from predecessors hold substantial reference value for those who come after. Since Gary had shared such private information, Ash retrieved his notes and map from the Orange Islands. If you're interested, you should visit the Orange Islands. It's quite fascinating there. Although Gary claimed that the rural areas were a waste of time, he still respectfully tucked away the notebook. By the way, your visit to my home isn't solely about these matters, is it? Not at all. I came to see Professor Oak and request an invitation. I plan to visit Professor Elm's lab. Since I'm headed to Johto, I must pay my respects to Professor Elm. Speaking of which, the Oak family has produced many talents. Professor Oak, Professor Birch, and Professor Elm. If another Professor Oak were to surface one day, Ash wouldn't be surprised. Gary's lips twitched as he casually pointed Ash toward Professor Oak's office. Professor Elm, you're going to challenge the Silver Conference in Johto, correct? I understand that if you set off from Pallet Town, you should reach Leaf Town in about 2 days. I can guarantee that Professor Elm will be at the lab that day. Since you're going, you might as well bring along the GS ball. I can't discern its significance. At that time, you should also stop by Cherry Grove City to find a man known as Mr. Steele. He is a cultural heritage inheritor when it comes to Pokeball crafting. His handcrafted creations are renowned, and when it comes to researching Pokeballs, I can't hold a candle to him. Professor Oak handed the GS ball to Ash, sharing some information about Professor Elm. Professor Elm was a junior to Professor Oak, focusing on Pokemon breeding and egg groups, as well as researching Pokemon traits and evolution, a truly versatile individual, and younger than Professor Oak. I also shared your paper on the crystallonics with Professor Elm. He is quite interested in you, so I'm sure you two will have a delightful conversation. As Professor Oak anticipated, after Ash and his companions departed from Pallet Town, They indeed took 2.5 days to arrive at Leaf Town. What a poetic introduction to a town where the winds of change have begun to blow. After traversing the forest, Brock caught sight of the sign for Leaf Town and the bustling scenery behind it, which stirred feelings of nostalgia within him. This sign stands facing Johto. It's clearly meant for the Johto folks. If it were the other side, the description would surely differ. Ash mercilessly shattered Brock's idealized view of the place, then descended from the left side of the mountain, making his way to Professor Elm's lab beside the sign. Ding dong. Hello, who is it? Came Professor Elm's voice from the intercom. It's Ash from Pallet Town. Pallet Town, Ash, the student of Professor Oak. I've read your paper. It hasn't been published yet, has it? Perfect timing, as I have a few points I'd like to discuss with you in person. Come in, come in. As he spoke, hurried footsteps echoed through the intercom, and the front door swung open as Professor Elm rushed to greet Ash. You're too kind. There's no need to rush over so eagerly. Ash was taken aback by Professor Elm's warm welcome. Haha, I apologize for my excitement. Please, come in. Professor Elm didn't even bother preparing refreshments for the trio, immediately leading Ash to his laboratory for a chat. Concerning academic matters, Ash struggled with some technical terminology. His writing was driven by emotion rather than skill. Professor Elm realized this during their conversation, yet he felt no disappointment. Instead, he admired Ash's honesty. This indicated that Ash's work was entirely his own creation, not an imitation of others. For someone Ash's age, this was a rare and commendable quality worthy of preservation. Are those two really all right? Ash seems to be struggling a bit. Seated in the living room, Xiaoxia poured herself a glass of water, her gaze penetrating through the narrow crevice of the door. She clearly saw the silhouette of Ash, yet she could discern the subtle shifts in his emotions. Learning, after all, is seldom a smooth journey. Moreover, Ash surely had his own schemes in mind. If the pressure became unbearable, he would undoubtedly craft an excuse to depart. Brock had long leaned in, eavesdropping on their conversation, nodding in tacit approval. He, too, harbored a fondness for learning, particularly in comparison to the realm of battles. Was it truly that captivating, one after another? Though Xiaoxia verbally complained, her body was quite honest, inching closer. Yet, it was akin to a diligent student who, despite fervently studying, could not grasp the material, ultimately succumbing under the weight of frustration. No matter how earnestly she tried to listen, she remained oblivious to the essence of their discourse. Had it been about battles, she would have absorbed it effortlessly. Xiaoxia's resentment towards this situation was unprecedentedly profound. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed once more. Chapter 135, The New Trainer Nana. I'll go answer it. Instantly revitalized, Xiaoxia perked up, her fatigue momentarily lifted. Through the peephole, she spied a young girl standing outside. With blue twin tails, a baseball cap perched atop her head, and dressed in yellow and black striped attire. Her expression was a blend of excitement and anticipation. Xiaoxia recognized immediately that this was a new trainer come to receive her Pokémon. That expression, she had once worn herself, though it felt like an eternity ago. May I inquire what brings you to Professor Oak? Although she was well aware, it was courteous to ask. I'm Nana. Today marks my first day as a trainer, so I've come to receive my Pokémon. Nana exclaimed, her voice tinged with a distinctive Johto accent. Just as I thought. Professor Oak, Ash, we have a new trainer here to claim her Pokémon. Let us pause the chatter. After calling out, Xiaoxia opened the door to welcome Nana inside. Professor Oak remained engrossed in the world of scholarly discussion. It was only when Ash prompted him that he reluctantly rose from his seat. Ah, Nana. I recall you reside in. Ahem. Well, since you're here, let us proceed with selecting your Pokémon. Oak retrieved 3 Pokeballs from the laboratory and tossed them forward, revealing Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile. Noticing Nana's indecision, Ash discreetly produced his Pokédex and turned the volume up to its maximum for her benefit. Initially perplexed, Nana quickly realized that this unfamiliar man was assisting her, and her gaze toward Ash softened with gratitude. I choose you, Chikorita. After listening to the Pokédex's introduction, Nana immediately gravitated towards Chikorita, who seemed equally enchanted by her. In that moment, the bond between Pokémon and trainer blossomed, culminating in a heartfelt embrace. Excellent choice, Nana. Here is your Pokédex, along with 5 additional Pokeballs. Remember to bid your family farewell before venturing out, be cautious, and make new friends. By the way, Ash, you are a trainer as well, aren't you? Perhaps you could offer Nana some advice and look after her. With that, Oak returned to his laboratory. Though Nana's arrival had interrupted his conversation with Ash, he had gleaned the information he desired and thus spared Ash further inquiry. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Nana turned her attention to Ash, who was busy organizing his belongings. Suddenly, she noticed the cheerful Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Her eyes lit up, and she scrambled over to him. Ash, right? May I take a look at your Pikachu? Ash, seeing how enamored Nana was with Pikachu, generously allowed her to pet him. As Nana hugged Pikachu and rubbed her face against its fur, sheer happiness radiated from her. Oh, is this what Pikachu feels like? Adorable, Kimoji. Pikachu, though uncomfortable with the attention, bore it silently under Ash's watchful gaze. That's enough, don't you think? It seems Chikorita is getting a bit overwhelmed. Despite just having acquired a Pokémon, Nana's affection for Ash's Pokémon was rather excessive. Ash immediately discerned the dilemma and reclaimed Pikachu from Nana's grasp. With Ash's reminder, Nana finally noticed Chikorita's discomfort and quickly offered her apologies and explanations. She was a fan of the Electabuzz team in the Professional Baseball League, and so was her entire family. Naturally, this translated into an unusual fondness for other yellow and black striped Pokémon, such as Beedrill, Pikachu, and Electabuzz. Listening to Nana's explanation, Ash felt relieved but remained reluctant to let Pikachu interact with her further. If you're interested, you can take a stroll in the tall grass to the left. Pikachu can often be found in the wild, especially in Kanto and Johto. Nana casually acknowledged this and then asked, Ash, how about a Pokémon battle? At her suggestion, both Xiaoxia and Brock exchanged bewildered glances. Before Ash could respond, Xiaoxia stepped forward, pointing at Ash. You really don't recognize Ash? Nana shook her head, then turned to study Ash's face intently. With his striking eyebrows, fierce eyes, and broad shoulders, he possessed a quintessential masculine visage, devoid of any need for angles or atmosphere. I can confirm that there's no one in the baseball realm like you. However, you certainly look like you'd excel at baseball. Would you consider joining the Electabuzz team? I see great potential in you. Xiaoxia was left speechless by the absurdity of her statement. No, he wouldn't participate in baseball matches. Besides, being a trainer is far more promising than being a professional baseball player. What I mean is, Ash is the champion of the Indigo Conference and the current holder of the Orange League Victory Cup. Haven't you heard? Nana continued to shake her head, revealing that her family only watched baseball and had no interest in Pokémon battles whatsoever. Receiving a Pokémon was merely a formality. What one did afterward, becoming a trainer or returning to school or work, was entirely up to them. There was never any government mandate requiring individuals to battle with their Pokémon. Nana aspired to be a cheerleader for the Electabuzz team instead. Isn't that perfect then? Let us treat it as a challenge. Come on, Ash. Seeing that Nana was dismissive of her words, Xiaoxia shrugged her shoulders, deciding against further persuasion. Perhaps a little shock from the champion would serve as a valuable lesson for the new trainer. Of course, I'm game. Pikachu, you'll take the lead in this battle. Although Pikachu was aware of Nana's fondness for him, he understood the importance of winning. In the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, with the intent of providing a lesson, Ash instructed Pikachu to hold back, hoping he would exhibit the same playful demeanor he had when they first met. Pikachu understood, turning to see Chikorita energetically waving its leaves, brimming with the spirit of competition. Determined to reclaim Nana's affections from Pikachu, Nana brandished a megaphone and began shouting a series of incomprehensible baseball terms at Chikorita. As Nana finally finished her lines and instructed Chikorita to execute a tackle, Ash reciprocated with a tackle of his own. The two Pokémon, firmly planted on all fours, concentrated their strength into a single point before lunging forward with fervor. However, in an instinctive maneuver, Pikachu suddenly dodged to the side at the moment of impending collision and grasped the leaf atop Chikorita's head. With a swift tug, Chikorita lost its balance and toppled to the ground. Thus, the battle concluded, devoid of suspense and lacking in spectacle. Chapter 136, The Essence of a Trainer. Despite her defeat, Nana bore no sense of frustration. She cheerfully lifted Chikorita, offering encouragement and comfort. Brock promptly produced some healing ointment, advising Nana on essential items to carry during their travels. Do you wish to become a trainer? Ash inquired. Nana hesitated, uncertain, and asked, I don't know. Does capturing Pokémon make one a trainer? Ash shook his head. Is being with your favorite Pokémon considered being a trainer? Again, Ash shook his head. Teaching Pokémon to play baseball, does that count as being a trainer? Ash continued to shake his head. Then I won't be a trainer, Nana concluded, her aspirations for Pokémon limited to this. Matters such as challenging gyms or participating in tournaments held no interest for her. She simply found herself confused. Then what, in your opinion, constitutes a trainer? A trainer should be about battling? Misty, too, was stumped by this question. Reflecting deeply, she recalled her own motivations for becoming a trainer. Influenced by her family's ownership of a gym and the disinterest of her three older sisters in taking on the role, feeling a surge of responsibility, she had taken it upon herself. Over time, as she traveled with Ash, she learned the intricacies of battling and nurturing Pokémon, her skills blossoming rapidly. Yet, when pressed to define the essence of a trainer, Misty could only arrive at the notion of battling. Was it merely to have Pokémon fight? Surely. That seemed rather dull, far less enjoyable than a game of baseball. Nana pouted, putting away Chikorita, and began her solitary journey home. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back to Ash. Ash, would you like to play baseball? I can teach you. I declined. Ash responded decisively, rejecting Nana's invitation. Nana, having anticipated this, left without a backward glance. Misty tugged at Ash's sleeve, echoing the question from earlier. Hey, Ash, what do you think a trainer really is? You're a trainer, and you don't know what a trainer is? Ash's gaze made Misty falter, prompting her to clarify that she was merely curious about his perspective. Though it may sound harsh, from my observations, many who become trainers do so due to unhappy family backgrounds, channeling their affections into Pokémon. Most trainers are influenced by their parents or driven by personal experiences stemming from an imperfect childhood. Ash's childhood was marked by the absence of his father. Gary's parents were also absent. Brock's family was in a state of semi-separation, with him taking on parental responsibilities for his siblings. Misty lacked parental presence, as did Dawn. Shinji was raised by his brother, and Alice had always been a wild child. Serena had never known her father, and Lily had experienced a broken home. While Mao's mother had passed away during her childhood, even Go was often left alone, having grown up as a stay-at-home child. Among all the protagonists, only Mei enjoyed a harmonious family life, untouched by the pain of losing loved ones. Ironically, Mei was not a trainer but a coordinator. Her interest sparked only after receiving her Pokémon, and it was uncertain whether her parents had ever suggested the path of training to her. It was the absence of love that led them to shower affection upon their Pokémon. Their deeper love for Pokémon made their roles as trainers more fulfilling. They might even develop peculiar attachments to anthropomorphized Pokémon like Gardevoir or Buniri, simply yearning for love. Thankfully, Pokémon filled the emotional void, creating a fantasy that the Pokémon world was a utopia. Misty contemplated this, feeling that Ash's words indeed held merit. While her sisters had the companionship of their parents during childhood, Misty was raised by her sisters, with their parents rarely present. Brock's lips twitched in reluctant agreement with Ash's perspective. As they journeyed towards Celadon City, both carried a weighty sentiment, taking some time to regain their composure. Holding the map Gary had provided, Ash confirmed with repeated checks that they had indeed arrived at the bug-type Pokémon Valley described by Gary. This locale was home to numerous bug-type Pokémon, including the relatively formidable Heracross and Pinsir, which thrived in groups here. Before Ash could finish reading Gary's note, Misty was already covered in goosebumps. Bug-type Pokémon. Ash, why don't I just take a detour? Despite having accompanied Ash for a year, Misty still struggled to overcome her fear of bug-type Pokémon. Ash had no effective remedy for this. He could only assure Misty to remain close and, if they encountered any bugs, to hide behind him and close her eyes. The abundance of bug-type Pokémon in this area was attributed to the presence of trees that produced sweet, syrupy sap, which was highly enticing to them and even palatable for humans. Along with this information, Gary had thoughtfully included a photograph. The image depicted a towering tree, its trunk adorned with various bug-type Pokémon. While the species varied, they coexisted harmoniously in this locale. Ash, may I take a look at the sap-producing tree? Brock, intrigued by Ash's assertion, took the map and scrutinized it further. Ash, do you think this tree could be transplanted? It seems like it would thrive in Vermilion City. While he claimed it was for urban beautification, it was evident to any discerning observer that Brock intended to bring it home. If Gary is correct, then this tree's sap ought to be similar to honey and could be used for desserts. The Miacha Mountains are rather barren. Perhaps we should consider incorporating this into our Pokémon's diet. The two exchanged glances, reaching a mutual consensus. Wait. You two aren't seriously considering bringing that tree back to Kanto, are you? That's quite the journey. Misty, however, was not particularly keen on the tree. The thought of inviting insects into her home horrified her. Imagine stepping outside every day to see a swarm of bug-type Pokémon on that tree. It would ruin my entire day. Let us not forget about the convenience of delivery services. If all else fails, we could always call upon Dragonite for assistance. Without further ado, the two men set their minds to the task and plunged into the jungle, with a somewhat reluctant but still following Misty in tow, until they finally reached the bug-type valley. According to Gary, to the left lay the territory of Pinsir, while to the right resided Heracross, with both sides boasting these trees. Ash, don't you want to capture a bug-type Pokémon? It was worth noting that Ash had yet to catch a single bug-type Pokémon, though he didn't appear to have any particular aversion to them, leading Brock to casually suggest, as for bug types, I'm indifferent, I'll go with the flow. Ash genuinely didn't mind, as he felt confident he could handle whatever came his way. Chapter 137. A familiar face appears again. It is widely acknowledged that the trio of bug-type Pokémon, known as the Bug Trio, comprises Scyther, Heracross, and Pinsir. Not only do these formidable creatures boast an impressive base stat total of 500, but they also possess the ability to Mega Evolve. While I shall refrain from elaborating on their prowess, should Ash be tasked with selecting one, his preference would undoubtedly lean towards Heracross. This inclination does not stem from any merits observed in the original narrative or in gameplay. Rather, it is due to Ash's initial fondness for the name itself. Derived from the hero Heracles of Greek mythology and bearing a striking resemblance to a stag beetle, it is difficult to find fault with such an endearing creature. Ash even took the liberty of showing Misty the Pokédex to compare the images of both Pokémon, leading her to conclude that Heracross was indeed the superior choice. Likely influenced by the rather abstract appearance of Pinsir's upright mandibles, which made Heracross appear much more agreeable. Once their decision was made, the trio hastily ventured into the territory of Heracross. However, instead of encountering the majestic creatures and towering trees, they were met with a series of protective barriers that isolated them, along with two familiar figures and a Meowth engaged in some activity atop a tree. Misty, still unsure, called out, "Who are you?" The moment the duo heard her voice, they shivered, finding themselves momentarily at a loss for the customary banter that had long eluded them. "Since you have so earnestly inquired, we shall graciously provide you with an answer." Indeed, it was them. Who would have thought they would reunite so soon? "You two, are you up to no good again?" Misty exclaimed, reaching for her Pokeball, ready to unleash a torrent of punishment upon them. However, Ash, having gleaned some insights into Team Rocket's affairs, intervened to stop her. "Did Mutwo send you here?" Upon hearing this, Jessie bristled with indignation. "How dare you refer to that esteemed individual so casually? Be more mindful next time." Just as Ash had anticipated, this was indeed the case. With this revelation, Ash felt a sense of relief and patiently awaited their explanation. As it turned out, their visit to Johto was not for nefarious purposes. Their mission was to reclaim territory lost in Johto following Giovanni's departure and Mutwo's ascension, which had sparked a reform that caused many disgruntled former members to resign and flee to Johto. In Johto, these former Team Rocket affiliates began to resuscitate their old tactics of deception and manipulation, while also seeking to recruit those with dubious intentions. They proclaimed that the current Team Rocket had lost its soul and vehemently opposed the organization under the guise of avenging Giovanni. Mutwo, however, was unconcerned and seized the opportunity to collaborate with the Pokémon League to dismantle this burgeoning faction. The duo, along with Meowth, had been dispatched to Johto as part of this initiative. Ash was uncertain why Mutwo would trust these two imbeciles with such a task. Yet Jessie and James firmly believed that this was a test from their esteemed leader. "The time has come for Team Rocket and that esteemed individual to evaluate us. We must bring these malevolent traitors who slander our leader to justice." They insisted that their adversaries were no longer mere rebels and that a decisive response was necessary. "So how does this relate to your collection of tree sap? Do you mean to suggest that the villains you speak of are hiding among these trees?" Despite the gravity of the conversation, Misty remained skeptical about their apparent reformation. Furthermore, they mentioned that their esteemed leader had additional tasks, one of which involved collecting rare items for research. The Team Rocket duo had also set their sights on the very tree in question, reasoning that a tree capable of producing sweet sap would surely pique their leader's interest. Ash shook his head in disbelief. These rascals claim to have turned over a new leaf, yet they still have a long way to go before they can be considered reformed. "I know the esteemed individual you refer to, and based on my understanding, they would not erect such barriers. They would likely only collect some branches and depart." Ash's words prompted a silent exchange of glances between Jessie and James, as their minds raced with the implications. James remarked, "He might have a point. What should we do now?" Jessie replied, "Oh no, what if he knows our esteemed leader personally? If he were to make a call and expose our plans, our dreams of promotion would be dashed." Meowth chimed in, "In any case, we should go apologize and admit our mistakes. I'm sure he won't hold it against us." Resolutely, the trio hastily dismantled the barriers and gathered their sap-collecting tools before approaching Ash, bowing deeply in a plea for forgiveness. "Please, do not inform that esteemed individual. We beg of you." This classic display left Ash momentarily speechless. "Please, get up. I will refrain from reporting you. But I implore you to use your intellect and emotional intelligence in future endeavors. Perhaps channel your fervor for work into your studies instead." Ash's sincerity was evident. While he held little interest in their antics, he believed that if they genuinely heeded Mutwo's guidance, there was a chance for their redemption. Hearing this, Jessie and James sighed in relief. As long as they were not reported, everything was manageable. "So, what do you intend to do?" "If it's capturing Pokémon, Heracross is over there. In reality, the trio was not engaged in any illicit activities. The barrier merely separated them from a single tree, while the other Pokémon nearby were leisurely feeding and resting. Seeing that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined, Ash decided to let them be, waving them off to leave. However, the duo and Meowth did not depart, but instead followed Ash, offering to guide him. They claimed familiarity with the area and were well aware of where the Pokémon could be found. I understand you may harbor reservations about us, but allow me to clarify. Previously, we captured Pokémon solely as a means of making a living. Now, Team Rocket's primary focus has shifted to manufacturing, and we have no interest in capturing Pokémon. It was only natural that Mewtwo would not be interested in capturing Pokémon, as no matter how many they caught, he would always surpass them in strength. Moreover, with just a male and female pair of Pokémon, it would be simple to establish a breeding facility that could provide the entire Team Rocket with an abundance of Pokémon. Coupled with Mewtwo's discerning eye, even a mere 6'4" Pokémon would not escape his notice. However, he typically refrained from unnecessary actions. Is that so? Absolutely true, Jesse and James asserted with unwavering sincerity. Very well, but you truly have no business here. Ash was reluctant to engage further with them, yet Jesse and James were insistent. I understand now. You wish to capture Heracross, don't you? Allow us to assist you. Chapter 138, Invitation. Trainers benefit immensely from embarking on their journeys at the age of 10. Yoji, one of which is the ability to freely capture Pokémon before their moral compass is fully developed, thus enabling them to capture Pokémon with a clear conscience. In contrast, an adult, having undergone foundational moral and legal education, would generally find it unacceptable to disrupt the lives of Pokémon, only to claim that their actions stemmed from love as they inflicted harm and took them away. Without overcoming this moral hurdle, a trainer would be unable to succeed. Perhaps only a child whose worldview has yet to be fully established would resort to such tactics. Musashi and Kojuro's scheme was designed to lend a semblance of legitimacy to Ash's endeavor to capture Pokémon. We will first take the initiative to battle those Heracross, and then you can swoop in to rescue them. This way, the Heracross will feel gratitude towards you and willingly follow. How splendidly seamless this plan seemed, indeed. Meowth's words elicited nods of approval from Musashi and Kojuro. Such a simple yet efficient strategy practically placed the Heracross into Ash's hands. However, Ash firmly rejected their approach, deeming it a deceitful manipulation of Pokémon. I cannot condone capturing Pokémon in such a manner, he declared resolutely, unable to accept their unethical conduct and determined to thwart their misguided intentions. As Ash surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the harmonious coexistence of the Heracross and the other Pokémon, reminiscent of a utopian paradise, prompting him to take Misty and Brock by the hand and forcibly drag Musashi, Kojuro, and Meowth away from the scene. Musashi protested, "Wait. If you're leaving, then leave. Why are you dragging us along? We're not challenging any gym." Kojuro added, "Exactly. This is quite painful. You're nearly pulling my arm off." Meowth chimed in, "Thank goodness I'm short, or I'd be in real trouble being yanked by Ash." After several awkward kilometers of being dragged, Ash finally released them. Still feeling uneasy, Ash was uncertain whether they had genuinely changed, thus resolved to keep a watchful eye on them. This doubt stung Kojuro deeply and infuriated Musashi to no end. Yet, Meowth perceived this as a golden opportunity. "Musashi, Kojuro, what do you think about recruiting Ash into Team Rocket?" "Huh, are you serious?" Musashi and Kojuro exchanged glances, intrigued. Imagine the potential. If we brought someone as formidable as him into our ranks, Team Rocket would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Regardless of how things turn out for Ash, we would surely benefit from his association. Meowth's enthusiasm was met with skepticism. "But what do we have to offer him to entice him to join us?" Kojuro retorted, his attitude decidedly pessimistic. Musashi appeared indifferent. "Such details are trivial. As long as it doesn't interfere with our operations, we might as well give it a try. Come on. At least muster some enthusiasm." "I'm serious. Think about it. Doesn't Ash possess a fierce sense of justice? Wouldn't it be advantageous to have him assist us in dealing with those traitors? It would save us time and effort." Their conspiring voices made Misty chuckle. "Do you even consider us present when you speak? Talk of joining Team Rocket and taking down traitors. Are you for real?" Misty found it hard to believe that such foolish individuals could hold any significant responsibility. "I won't join Team Rocket, but I can help you deal with the traitors you mentioned. Just let me know when you find them, and I'll take care of it," Ash said, his disdain for Team Rocket's remnants evident. However, Meowth was not dismayed. Instead, he was pleased by Ash's declaration. "With those words, even if you won't join Team Rocket, we can still consider you a friend." After securing Ash's promise, Meowth intended to whisk Musashi and Kojuro away in a hot air balloon, but Ash abruptly halted them. It's noon. Why not have a meal before departing? Upon hearing this, Musashi and Kojiro's stomachs grumbled in unison, leading them to gladly accept Ash's invitation. They generously shared a barrel of sap they had collected with Brock, who then prepared a sumptuous pot of noodle soup using the ingredients on hand. The aroma and flavor of the dish brought tears to Musashi's eyes as she savored it. How exquisite! Compared to this, what on earth have we been eating before? She lamented. Since leaving Team Rocket and arriving in Johto, we've subsisted on rations for so long. It's been ages since we had something this delightful. Meowth exclaimed. I knew I could trust you guys. Brock, another bowl, please. Once they had nearly finished, Ash revealed his true intention. He wished to glean information about the current state of Team Rocket from the duo and Meowth. Meowth readily shared non-confidential details. We've long since reformed. There's no need for secrecy anymore. You can look it up online, and you'll see that Team Rocket is now a legitimate, registered organization within the league, a fully fledged corporation. He continued, we no longer need to recruit in the shadows. We can openly post advertisements for new members. Moreover, we hold intellectuals in high regard. Our recruits must have at least 9 years of education, and a university degree is even better. If we lack Pokémon, we provide them. If funds are short, we offer internal loans. If housing is needed, we have large apartments to allocate. If companionship is sought, we can arrange blind dates. Want to study? We boast an extensive library. There's nothing we can't accommodate. It was hard to fathom how multifaceted Team Rocket had become under Mutwo's leadership. In the past, the notion of Team Rocket evolving beyond merely capturing Pokémon was unfathomable. Indeed, we've ascended from mere grunts to junior executives. The promotion path is clear, and supervisors will not stifle your ambitions. If we eliminate all remnants of Johto, we will be entitled to be the voice of Johto, effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of our careers. As they spoke, tears streamed down Musashi's face. They had long awaited this moment and were determined not to let this mission fail. So, Ash, hearing about the benefits of joining Team Rocket, are you tempted to reconsider? Meowth pressed on. But I refuse, Ash stated firmly. Hey, don't be so quick to dismiss. Just a nominal affiliation would suffice, perhaps as a consultant? In Chapter 139, Meowth explained that a consultant would offer guidance to new recruits in their capacity as a champion trainer and could even teach classes when time allowed. After Meowth's explanation, Ash found himself wavering. This hesitation sparked hope in Meowth, who then turned to Misty and Brock. I recall you two. You're trainers too, right? You're the gym leaders. Correct? Indeed. Our Evergreen Gym is part of the collective, along with the leaders of the Goldenrod Gym, the Akrutique Gym, the Signwood Gym, and the Azalea Gym, all of whom have joined this grand assembly. And the League is aware of this, so you needn't worry. Everyone is joining as individuals. Wait, did you just say that the Goldenrod Gym leader, Natsum, has also joined? Ash's interest peaked at the mention of her name. While he may have been indifferent to others, Natsum was a special case. As a unique psychic type, she was one of the most esteemed individuals among psychic trainers. Ash found it hard to believe that she would join without good reason. Indeed, Natsum is a psychic type, and that esteemed individual has shown great interest in her, even visiting the gym personally to seek her out. Meowth acknowledged, though he was unaware of the specifics of their conversation that day, only knowing that Natsum was the first gym leader to join their ranks. A few days later, the city of Golden established a branch of Team Rocket, dedicated to the study of the transformation between superpowered individuals and ordinary people. Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before voicing her concerns. Although she entrusted all her Pokémon to her sisters for safekeeping, allowing her to focus solely on letting her Pokémon handle battles, her sisters were reluctant to engage, citing their reasoning. Oh dear, they traveled all this way because they thought the Hualan Gym would be easy. If we suddenly increase the difficulty, wouldn't that be unfair? Besides, they pay for the tickets. They are our fans, and we cannot disappoint them. As for the Pokémon, they only need to handle a brief inspection by the judges. If any troublemakers show up, we will deal with them then. This was how Xiaoxia's sister explained it to her, prompting Xiaoxia to take matters into her own hands at home, defeating all the gym challengers herself to vent her frustration. Oh, it's a simple matter. We will promote you. Just erase the old labels of being weak and easily bullied. Meowth waved a hand and readily agreed. In my house, I have too many younger siblings, and my father only knows how to battle. He is not adept at managing the household. Brock's family faced significant issues as well since his departure. Aside from the gym running smoothly, the rest of the household was in disarray. No worries, we can hire some help at home. As long as you join us, we can find local apprentices from the Deep Gray City to assist in the gym and take care of the household. Meowth once again acquiesced to Brock's request. Ultimately, both Xiaoxia and Brock turned their gazes towards Ash. If you wish to join, I won't stop you. I suppose I shall join as well, but I have one condition. Upon hearing Ash's immediate agreement, Meowth was overjoyed and graciously encouraged him to speak his mind. I need freedom. I cannot be constrained by Team Rocket. I have my own aspirations, and if a task is one I do not wish to undertake, you cannot compel me to do so. Ash's declaration was met with Meowth's nonchalance. Such matters are a given. The reason we accepted this mission is that we dislike being cooped up in the laboratory. We prefer to be out here, undertaking tasks. That is why the higher-ups allowed us to come out. If it is a task that does not pique our interest, we will not be as committed to it. Thus, all of us can choose our own missions, Meow. This humane approach to work surprised Ash. He suddenly felt an urge to bring Mutwo over for a candid discussion regarding its views on communism. However, he ultimately suppressed that thought. After exchanging contact information, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the duo and the cat, continuing their journey towards the Orange City. Yet, despite their farewell, Meowth's hot air balloon never truly departed, floating above them the entire time. As night fell, it descended to shamelessly request dinner from Brock. This is practically freeloading. Clearly, Brock's food was prepared for the three of us, and now you're stealing it. What will we eat later? Xiaoxia complained. Yet she still served the curry Brock had made to Musashi and her companions. Oh, is this a big deal? If you're looking for food, this canyon is full of it. Just say what you want, and we will get it for you. Right, Kojiru? Yes, cough cough, indeed. Just say what you wish to eat, and we'll fetch it, as long as we can mooch off a meal. After struggling to swallow the curry, Kojiru concurred with Musashi's proposal. If we can have Brock's curry again for breakfast tomorrow, Brock, what ingredients do you need? We can go find them tonight and prepare breakfast in the morning, Meow? While the two indulged, Meowth was already contemplating breakfast for the following day. How about rice balls for breakfast? I can prepare more, so you don't have to search elsewhere. Rice balls were plentiful in Brock's possession, so sharing them was not an issue. Since you wish to accompany us, the path ahead leads to the Agate Valley, renowned for its abundance of agate. Please refrain from attempting to steal any agate as we pass through. Ash pulled out a map, pointing out what lay ahead and firmly instructing them not to misbehave. Agate is of no interest to us at all. It's not a rare item, and besides, the agate mine there requires a special permit. The market does not accept agate of unknown origin, whether stolen or otherwise. After satisfying their hunger, the duo and the cat ascended back into the hot air balloon to continue their journey. As promised to Ash, they did not halt again to engage in thievery, allowing Ash and his companions to swiftly traverse the canyon and jungle thanks to their aerial guide. However, as they progressed, their journey was met with challenges. A thick fog enveloped the entire Black Forest, rendering the sun invisible even at noon. After a prolonged period of wandering, the hot air balloon returned, disgruntled, to meet up with Ash and the others outside the forest. What is the deal with this forest? We cannot see the path ahead at all. We've been flying in circles for ages. This is utterly bizarre. Could there be ghosts in this forest? Is there even a way to go around it? I'm a bit worried. You fool, Kojiru. What are you afraid of? Isn't Ash here to help? Meowth admonished. Just wait for Ash and the others to pass. Then follow behind them, Meow. Upon returning to their starting point and seeing that the trio had not yet departed, they descended from the hot air balloon to investigate. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions stood before a sign, reading the words inscribed there, letter by letter. The writing was crooked and illegible, clearly not the work of a government agency. And as Ash had surmised, it was a personal warning to those attempting to traverse the forest. Chapter 140, The Bewildering Forest. With such thick fog ahead, we cannot possibly pass through. We have merely circled back to where we started. Musashi recounted what they had seen, while Ash relayed the sign's message to the duo and the cat. This place is called the Bewildering Forest because it is home to the Ghastly clan, who often ambush passersby, creating illusions that lead to confusion. The fog you see is their doing, not a natural phenomenon. That's terrible. We didn't bring any Pokémon that can counter Ghastly, Meow. Pokémon understand Pokémon best. Meowth was well aware of Ghastly's intentions. Despite being a normal type immune to ghost-type attacks, perhaps that very immunity was why he always seemed to attract their attention, much to his dismay. If you cannot withstand ghost-type moves, then you must experience the other unique aspects of them. What are we to do? Ash, please help us get through. This place is too strange. The timid Kojiru directly sought Ash's assistance, leaving Musashi at a loss. However, Musashi had no means to counter Ghastly either. Do not fret. There are alternative methods. The inhabitants here also utilize a move that counters Ghastly, Reveal. This move allows one to see the true form of Ghastly and dispel the illusions. Musashi and Kojiru exchanged glances, carefully recalling the moves their Pokémon could learn, ultimately turning their gaze to Meowth. What are you looking at me for, Meow? How could I possibly know that move? I don't even know how to use gather treasure. Meow Meow felt that these two individuals were completely unfamiliar with him. After living together for so long, could it be that they were unaware of his abilities? Observing the perplexed expressions of the trio, one cat and two humans, Xiaoxia felt a pang of sympathy and revealed a possible solution. There was indeed a way out. The advertisement stated that a rescue station established by nearby villagers could be rented for a Gugu to safely traverse the forest, and the fee was quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Musashi's spirits were instantly lifted. A Gugu, you say? Are there any wild ones nearby for a fee? Although he was no longer short on funds, Musashi retained the frugal habit of his impoverished past, where a penny was meticulously divided. Yes, there are some, but capturing them is a bit challenging. What difficulty could that possibly pose? Catching Pokémon is our forte, right, Kojiro? Meow Meow, Musashi declared with confidence, yet Kojiro harbored doubts about their potential success, given their numerous past failures. Indeed, it would be wiser to rent one. We cannot afford to waste more time here. After a brief dispute, Meow Meow confirmed the decision to rent, and thus they ceased their deliberation. Where shall we go to rent one? Xiaoxia was uncertain as the information lacked specificity, only indicating it was somewhere within this forest. Then let us set forth. Farewell. With that, the trio boarded a hot air balloon and ventured into the mist, quickly vanishing from sight. After their departure, Ash and his companions did not hastily enter the forest. Instead, they circled the periphery in search of a path forged by previous travelers. Upon discovering a narrow trail suitable for three, they proceeded inward. Come forth, Bokibi. As Bokibi eagerly sprang from its pokeball, it began to bounce with excitement, prompting Pikachu to leap down from Ash's shoulder and retrieve Bokibi. Bokibi, be obedient. This time, we shall rely on you to save the day. Bokibi, however, did not comprehend Ash's words and simply giggled joyfully. Why did you bring Bokibi out? She's far too small to handle all these gooeys. Xiaoxia questioned in confusion. Bokibi is a Pokémon capable of turning the tide. You simply need to have faith in her. Ash asserted, his trust in Bokibi surpassing even Xiaoxia's. Not long after they delved deeper, ghastly faces began to materialize upon the towering trees, the howling winds morphing into wails of the damned in their ears. Even though Xiaoxia was aware that this was merely a prank orchestrated by the gooeys, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Shouldn't we run? I feel an eerie chill. Is the gooeys' army about to descend upon us? Just as Xiaoxia voiced her concern, Brock, behind her, wore a lovesick grin and began to speak nonsensically, evidently affected by the gooey's influence, succumbing to hallucinations. Witnessing Brock's condition, Xiaoxia broke into a cold sweat, realizing she would undoubtedly be the next to be ensnared by illusions. Ash, the gooeys are behind us. Without needing to be reminded, Ash immediately shielded Xiaoxia, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps to Brock to rouse him. Bokibi, use your finger flick. With a deft motion of its fingers, a beam of red light shot forth from Bokibi, illuminating the surrounding fog. As the light dissipated, the trees no longer bore ghastly visages, but rather revealed gooeys and gooeys Tong with their tongues out and mischievous grins. A complete family presented before Ash. That beautiful villain. Why did she have to show up at such a crucial moment? Brock lamented, nearly in tears, as he had been on the verge of confessing his feelings. You fool. At a time like this, you're still thinking about women. It seems you haven't come to your senses at all. Xiaoxia felt the urge to slap Brock again. But before she could berate him further, countless gooeys and gooeys Tong emerged from the surrounding mist. They did not attack. Rather, they erupted into boisterous laughter at Ash and his companions. Xiaoxia felt a shiver run down her spine. If only Meow Meow were here, he could surely translate their intentions. Observing the scene, Ash discerned that the gooeys bore no ill will. They simply sought to play a prank and, upon being discovered, did not retaliate in anger. They seemed accustomed to being interrupted by Gugu's revelations. As Ash had anticipated, these gooeys had indeed interacted with numerous trainers. Most trainers, upon unveiling their true forms, would produce Pokeballs to demand a battle, and this occasion was no exception. From the throng of gooeys emerged a bald-headed gooeys, standing before Ash with an expression filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Was this a request for battle? Xiaoxia was uncertain but surmised that it was likely a remnant of past trainers' encounters. When the truth was revealed, a trainer would step forth to capture their kind. The gooeys perhaps mistakenly believed this to be a necessary formality, or perhaps a reward for the brave. With this understanding, Ash complied with their wishes, stepping forward and shouting, Ash from Pallet Town is here. Who dares to engage me in a battle of 300 rounds? He repeated this call 3 times, each louder than the last, leaving the gooeys utterly bewildered. The gooeys looked at Ash in astonishment, as if they had never encountered a figure quite like him. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no gooeys daring to approach him for a challenge, Ash scoffed and turned to leave. Once they exited the encirclement, Xiaoxia glanced back occasionally, feeling somewhat disappointed to see no gooeys pursuing them. Ash, aren't you going to capture one? I think they could be quite strong and might aid us in the Silver Conference. However, Ash resolutely shook his head in refusal. I already extended an invitation. Should anyone wish to battle me, regardless of their strength, I would capture them. Ash's unwavering conviction left Xiaoxia with no choice but to swallow her words. All right, I understand. If you don't wish to capture them, then so be it. Meanwhile, Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, was visibly anxious, frequently glancing back. With his keen instincts, he was convinced that a gooeys was tailing them. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu leaned closer to Ash's ear, speaking fervently in his dialect. Instantly understanding, Ash realized he did not even need to rely on psychic abilities for translation. Merely observing Pikachu's expressions conveyed the message. There's a gooeys following us, right there. Ash pointed behind him. Realizing its cover had been blown, the gooeys ceased its concealment and revealed itself. Gooeys, a gaseous Pokémon, seemed to manifest in abandoned houses. Its form indistinct, resembling vapor. Describing it as gas would be more precisely akin to toxic fumes, and its large eyes brimmed with curiosity directed at Ash. Having just made quite the impression in front of their kin, Ash had indeed captivated some gooeys who were intrigued by his demeanor. Among them were those who relished mischief, as well as others who genuinely enjoyed battle. This particular gooeys had pursued Ash after decisively eliminating a host of its peers. I wish to follow you. Pikachu was utterly astonished, having traveled far and wide alongside Ash. This was the first time he encountered a Pokémon that was captivated and subsequently captured due to Ash's bravado and clever banter. I understand now. Let us engage in battle. Just as Ash was about to unleash a Pokeball for the duel, the Ghastly smiled, its eyes darkening as it collapsed before Ash. It is one thing to stand out among peers by mere words, but quite another to act upon it, especially when one must then accompany Ash on his journey. When Ghastly awakened once more, it found itself still in the same spot, but now accompanied by Ash, who was tending to it, Brock, who was preparing dinner, and Misty, who was erecting a tent. Awake at last. You appear to be gravely injured, and there remains a considerable distance to the Pokémon Center. Hence, we shall remain here to assist in your recovery. When you feel ready, let us have another battle, Ash declared, truly demonstrating restraint by not seizing the opportunity to capture Ghastly while it lay unconscious, instead waiting for it to regain consciousness and fully experience the duel first. Ghastly could certainly sense Ash's sincere intent, leaving it profoundly moved. Among the many humans it had encountered, Ash was the first to exhibit such a sense of honor. Likely, he would remain the only one. You still have much to learn about the individual you are destined to follow. Allow me to enlighten you. Pikachu, observing Ghastly's shocked demeanor, found delight in the moment, laughing heartily as it narrated the extraordinary nature of Ash. Listening to Pikachu's account, Ghastly felt certain it had chosen the right companion. Truly, Ash was a gem among humans, a rarity indeed. Should Ash become aware of this sentiment, he would merely smile modestly, for in his eyes, there were many like him in the Republic. He was just an ordinary individual, educated and possessing a few inconspicuous bits of knowledge. That should suffice. You appear rejuvenated. Shall we commence our battle? Ghastly could hardly contain its eagerness to follow Ash. With a shared purpose, man and ghost initiated their duel in the clearing. Since you are Ghastly, then I entrust you with Togepi. Ash harbored great anticipation for Togepi's growth and would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Togepi, startled by Ash's call, hesitated, still indulging in the food prepared by Brock, dancing with joy. However, with Ash's summons, it reluctantly rose, munching as it walked, not forgetting to rub its hands on the eggshell remnants. Observing Togepi's lack of fighting spirit, Ghastly found Ash's intentions baffling. Pikachu then elucidated Togepi's remarkable attributes. Yet Ghastly remained skeptical. A favored Pokémon? Just her? This would indeed be amusing. It was time to test Togepi's mettle. Without a referee's whistle, Togepi and Ghastly locked eyes, but Togepi could not resist glancing back at the food Brock was preparing, swallowing hard. It longed to continue eating. An opportunity. Ghastly's eyes lit up, and it swiftly conjured a shadow ball with its mouth, launching it towards Togepi once it had formed. Togepi, focus. Use metronome. Togepi waved its finger nonchalantly at Ghastly, summoning a protective shield that deflected the shadow ball, sending it careening into a nearby thicket, causing a resounding explosion that startled the onlooking Ghastly, who instinctively recoiled to avoid the blast. Unperturbed by the miss, Ghastly's eyes emitted a hypnotic wave, aiming to lull Togepi into slumber. Yet, Togepi's finger movement continued unabated, unleashing an uncommon move, Psychic Transfer. This technique used psychic abilities to transfer any status effects it experienced onto its opponent. Caught off guard, Ghastly found itself ensnared by the reflected hypnotic wave, collapsing into a deep sleep, and Togepi followed suit. However, Togepi abruptly awoke, sleepwalking clumsily back to its original spot, devouring its food with zeal. It was hard to say whether it had learned this from Snorlax. Could it be that fortune had turned its back on Togepi? Misty, astonished that Togepi had not evaded the hypnosis, lost her sense of judgment regarding the battle's dynamics. On the contrary, luck still favored Togepi. But this fortune manifested according to Togepi's desires, seizing the opportunity to feast during its nap. How shall we resolve this battle? Pikachu interjected. Simple enough. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt on Ghastly. It was never stated that it had to be a one-on-one. It was only natural for a sleeping Pokémon to be swapped out. Pikachu, playfully, approached the snoozing Ghastly and gently poked it with a finger. With a crackling sound, Ghastly was truly down for the count. Following a successful capture, Ash patiently awaited Ghastly's revival, guided by the local Ghastly as they swiftly traversed the forest. As for the duo and the feline, Ash searched the woods thoroughly but regrettably found no trace of them. Chapter 142, The Dreamland. After departing the bewildering forest, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Celadon City. They traversed numerous villages and towns along the way but had yet to arrive at Celadon. Bored during the lengthy trek, Ash began training his Pokémon. The Pokémon he currently had were Pikachu, Togepi, and Ghastly. His other Pokémon were being tended to at home by Hanako, who had insisted on keeping EV from wandering off to MT Miacha. Meanwhile, the rest had settled in MT Miacha, establishing their own territory. According to the map, their next destination was Jihua City, yet Celadon City remained a 10-day journey ahead at their current pace. Brock, holding the map, explained the situation to the others. How can it be so far? Why doesn't Jihua City have a gym? If it did, we wouldn't need to rush so. Although Ash had trained her, Misty's stamina remained the weakest among the trio. After 3 consecutive days of walking, she could no longer endure the arduous journey and insisted on taking a break. Ash was unfazed and, seizing the moment, called out his Pokémon. It was Ghastly's first time out of the bewildering forest, exposed to the sunlight without cover. It felt timid and shrank away, ultimately seeking refuge in Ash's shadow. Do not hide. You must acclimate to the sun. Now is the perfect time to practice feeling its warmth. With half of its head peeking out, Ghastly, confronted with Ash's stern expression, begrudgingly emerged from the shadow, its face a portrait of displeasure. Everyone else can bask in the sun, why can't you? Come, let us attempt to play under the sun together. Encouraged by Ash's gentle persuasion, Ghastly chose to step out of its comfort zone and train alongside Ash. However, instead of honing skills or stamina, Ash instructed Ghastly to project illusionary waves towards him, Pikachu, and Togepi. You can create illusions in the forest. There is no reason you cannot do so outside. This is your innate talent. It must be utilized. Upon hearing this, Ghastly beamed with joy. Throughout its life, it had never encountered anyone who actively requested them to cast illusions upon themselves. Why? Why must you practice on yourself? Isn't that perilous? Misty expressed her bewilderment regarding Ash's actions, to which Ash articulated his perspective. If Brock could envision beautiful women within illusions, it demonstrated that Jengar could indeed evoke the desires nestled within one's heart. Thus, I yearn to ascertain whether I too can witness what I wish to see. Furthermore, Jengar, please conjure the illusions of Pikachu and Togepi alongside me, allowing us 3 to synchronize our entry into this dreamscape. Jengar readily acquiesced, not allowing Misty a moment to protest. Beams of light emanated from Jengar's eyes, enveloping Ash and his companions. Upon closing and then reopening his eyes, Ash discerned no alterations in his surroundings. The environment remained unchanged, with Pikachu and Togepi still at his feet. The absence of Misty and Brock, along with the silence where Pokémon cries had once echoed from the forest, marked this as a realm uniquely belonging to him and his Pokémon. To the outside observer, Ash appeared stationary, his eyes glazed over, devoid of luster. What on earth transpired? Jengar, what have you done to Ash? Misty struggled to comprehend Ash's current state, maintaining a skeptical demeanor. Frustrated by Misty's incessant inquiries, Jengar decided to pull her into the illusion as well, although Ash and Misty were not on the same wavelength. Her subtle expressions indicated that she too was likely experiencing happiness within the dreamscape. I wanted to. Let me have a go. Seeing Ash and Misty seemingly unharmed, Brock volunteered to experience it for himself. After drawing Ash, Misty, Pikachu, and Togepi into the tent, Brock reclined within, surrendering to Jengar's hypnosis and willingly drifting into slumber. This is the limit. The electric terrain combined with the thunderstorm and the threefold trickery, culminating in a charge. Your energy has reached unprecedented heights. Now, unleash your signature move. Thunder. Pikachu crouched, all fours on the ground, tail raised high. Torrential rain engulfed the entire city, and the town of Viridian was submerged in floodwaters. With the electrical systems completely drained, anyone who dared to touch the surface of the water would be instantly electrocuted. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Pikachu, who felt no pain, but rather was infused with explosive energy, gathering all the electricity within and from nature into its tail. Pikachu seized the opportune moment to release the entire charge. A cataclysmic thunderstorm erupted from Pikachu's tail, bombarding every inch of the land, fracturing the earth and sending waves crashing. Pikachu was exhilarated, caught in a rapture of power, eager to unleash its might. Were it not for the knowledge that this was merely an illusion, and that these conditions had been meticulously crafted by Ash within the dreamscape, Pikachu might have lost itself entirely in the ecstasy. The battle was thrilling. Observing Pikachu's uncontainable joy, Ash sat on the ground, silently appreciating Pikachu's performance. This was Ash's intent. As Pikachu's level increased, each training session resulted in uncontrollable environmental damage. Though unintentional, it caused concern. Ash thus found it necessary to train Pikachu outside of Pallet Town, seeking a nearly insulated space to practice. Within the dreamscape, however, such dilemmas were cast aside. With Jengar's hypnosis as a catalyst, Ash could supplement everything within, enhancing Pikachu's training and crafting an exquisite environment. With every advantage at hand, what feats could Pikachu achieve? Ash concluded his experiment with a resounding verdict: city-destroying potential. This required a thunderstorm, a flood to conduct electricity, and an intensified Pikachu to yield such results. As for Togepi, it merely wished to cheer for Pikachu, harboring no aspirations of its own. Why strive when one can simply relax? After several attempts, Ash ultimately abandoned the notion of having Togepi as the main contender. Since Togepi only desired to lounge about, Ash ceased to impose his will. Just as Ash was reveling in Pikachu's display of might, an inexplicable sound rustled near him. A shuffling, stealthy noise emerged from a nearby thicket. Upon investigating, a large leaf flailed chaotically into view. This must be a Chikorita's leaf. What could this mean? Chapter 143, Chikorita. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. This was undeniably the dreamscape conjured by Jengar, entirely under Ash's dominion. How could a Chikorita exist here? Jengar, have you inadvertently brought something peculiar into this realm? Ash bellowed skyward, promptly causing the floodwaters to vanish and the thunderstorm to dissipate, restoring tranquility. Jengar's helpless voice resonated in the air. He hadn't intended to bring Chikorita into the fold, but rather, it had wandered in on its own. In the real world, Jengar watched helplessly as Chikorita napped in the grass, having strayed too close, thus entering the illusion. He realized he couldn't expel it, as Ash had long since taken control of the dreamscape. Jengar explained this, leaving Ash with little recourse. He couldn't prematurely end the dream trial to return to reality just to remove Chikorita. Since you're here, my friend, let us see what you are all about. Ash stepped forward, parting the grass, but before he could even glance, Chikorita lunged at him, colliding headlong and sending Ash tumbling off the cliff and down the slope. Pikachu gasped in shock, disregarding Chikorita's circumstances, and dashed down to check on Ash. Togepi, too, anxiously rolled forward, using its telekinetic powers to lift Ash back up. Ash, how could you be knocked away like that? Where did Chikorita find such strength? Pikachu, concerned yet astonished, realized it could communicate with Ash without barriers. Because we are within the dreamscape, I have adjusted my overall stats to that of an ordinary person, allowing me to better experience the powers of Pokémon. Your ability to speak stems from my adjustments. Within the illusion, it matters not. Such a nonchalant explanation could only come from Ash. Moreover, here, Ash could seamlessly fluctuate between full health and severe injury, rendering such trivial matters inconsequential. After clarifying, Ash turned his attention to the eager Chikorita, perplexed. How intriguing. A grass type so tempestuous, eager to engage. Does it wish to challenge me? Or perhaps witnessing Pikachu's prowess incited a combative impulse rather than fear. If you seek a fight, then come forth, Ash declared, raising his hand dramatically. Pikachu immediately assumed a battle stance, glaring fiercely at Chikorita and emitting a low, growling sound. This was a tactic Ash had taught him, to display a menacing demeanor before a fight. If the opponent possessed a timid disposition, it would likely falter under the pressure, granting Ash the upper hand. The Chikorita exhibited no fear in the presence of Pikachu, With its legs firmly spread, it stood tall and proud. Its neck guiding the leaves atop its head, brimming with anticipation. It seemed filled with vigor, often engaging in battles with Pokémon in this vicinity, yet alas, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. With that command, Pikachu dashed forward, tail shimmering with a faint glow as it lunged at Chikorita. Although Chikorita had never encountered Pikachu's Iron Tail, an instinctual awareness told it to evade. Swiftly, Chikorita waved its leaves, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves. Not bothering to check for accuracy as it seized a nearby tree branch with its vines, retreating from Pikachu's onslaught. Pikachu sliced through the barrage of leaves, and upon looking up, saw Chikorita perched atop a tree, launching 2 vines toward it. Such combat experience. Pikachu thought, time to dodge with quick attack. It deftly evaded the vines, landing with a speed that left Chikorita unable to keep up. After several missed attempts, Chikorita reluctantly retracted its vines and, from its advantageous height, released a cloud of toxic powder, attempting to force Pikachu to retreat. However, Pikachu showed no intention of backing down. Within moments, it had scaled the tree and, finding the perfect angle, leaped at Chikorita, covering its ears, closing its eyes, and holding its breath to avoid inhaling the toxic powder. Chikorita was taken aback by Pikachu's audacity, caught off guard, and sent tumbling from the tree into the thicket below. Yet, Pikachu was relentless, pursuing and striking Chikorita, leaving it dazed and disoriented. In a moment of desperation, Chikorita lost control, colliding with Pikachu repeatedly, but its head was no match for Pikachu's sturdiness. After several exchanges, Chikorita quickly succumbed to defeat. Ash promptly commanded Pikachu to cease the attack and personally approached the thicket to assess the situation. Upon confirming that Chikorita had indeed lost its fighting spirit, he gently lifted it and began to heal its wounds. Perhaps it was due to being alone in the wild, compelled to adopt a fierce demeanor when confronted by unfamiliar humans and Pokémon. But there was no need for worry. This was the realm of illusions, a mere dream that need not induce anxiety. Ash surmised Chikorita's thoughts. Perhaps its naturally clingy disposition was simply a facade, a display of bravery born from years of survival in the wild, masking its true feelings. Although its injuries were swiftly mended by Ash, Chikorita lay weakly in his hands, devoid of vigor. The recent thrashing from Pikachu had shattered its pride, leaving a profound emotional scar that external wounds could heal, yet internal ones could not. "I see a connection between us," Ash remarked. "Allow me to teach you the art of battle. With my prowess, you could reign supreme in this realm. What are you saying?" Chikorita responded in human speech, utterly perplexed by Ash's words. Ash smiled gently, placing Chikorita before him, his hand resting upon its head. "Let me demonstrate the true essence of mystical arts." With that declaration, Chikorita radiated a dazzling light, its form expanding and transforming from Chikorita into Bayleaf, and continuing until it culminated in a majestic Meganium, the brilliance finally dissipating. Chikorita's eyes widened in astonishment. It had never anticipated such rapid evolution, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through its being. The power was so immense that when it unleashed its vines, the adjacent tree was uprooted and flung several meters away. After testing its newfound abilities, Chikorita was filled with exuberance, nearly shouting in triumph. This was Ash's true strength. Within this illusion, he maximized all parameters, allowing Pokémon to experience the transformation of their power firsthand, thereby guiding them in future training endeavors. After such an immersive experience, how could training be a struggle? How does it feel to savor this experience? Do you wish to grow even stronger? Ash's words were like a siren's call, igniting a spark of desire in Chikorita's eyes. "I want it. I want more." Chikorita was utterly entranced by this illusory power, easily swayed by Ash's persuasive words. In Chapter 144, Embracing the Team, with Ash's assistance, Chikorita thoroughly enjoyed the experience of its final evolution. Despite Meganium's seemingly obscure and underwhelming appearance, it was essential to recognize that not every Pokémon in the wild could achieve their final form within their lifetime. Although Ash was uncertain about how Chikorita had survived alone in this place, close observation led him to deduce that this Pokémon was an orphan, raised by nature itself. Such Pokémon were Ash's favorites. Noticing Chikorita joyfully frolicking on the grass, Ash extended an invitation to join his team. "Chikorita, yes you. I'm calling you. Chikorita? Would you like to accompany me and explore the vibrant world beyond? A vast expanse awaits you." Chikorita halted and turned to Ash, fully aware of his intentions. Familiar with the attempts of passers-by to capture her. "Defeat me in battle first," she challenged, straightforward and unabashed. Ash appreciated this directness. Without rescinding the Meganium experience, Ash understood this was not precisely fair, but that mattered little. In this realm of illusions, he felt as carefree as in his childhood, playfully sending Pikachu into battle. Pikachu, it's your turn. Use Thunderbolt. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered, a suffocating sensation rolling in from the distance. Meganium inhaled the humid, stifling air. A sense of unease settling within. I must defeat you here. Razorleaf. Although it presented as a final evolution, it had yet to learn any significant moves, relying solely on basic techniques. Nevertheless, its strength was formidable, capable of inflicting considerable damage. Even a mere graze was enough for Pikachu to sense the danger. No, Ash. Why did you adjust her power so high? It's even more damaging than a Venusaur. Despite being an illusion, it felt rather unreasonable. Ash feigned ignorance to Pikachu's pleading gaze, urging it to evade. Pikachu wished to dodge, but the leaves seemed laced with toxic powder, the wounds on its body beginning to show ominous purple hues. Meanwhile, Meganium, as if reveling in a new toy, displayed no restraint, unleashing attacks as if they required no energy. This was clearly not a battle strategy befitting a Pokémon of its experience. As time passed, Meganium realized it was being toyed with, Pikachu skillfully evading its every move, much like in a Soul game, dancing on the edge, poking from a distance. This is bad. If this continues, I shall be defeated. Meganium decisively turned and fled, abandoning the battle. This action left Pikachu momentarily stunned, watching Meganium retreat in bewilderment. Quick pursue. Now we engage in a chase. Use Quick Attack. As Pikachu regained its composure, it swiftly pursued the Victory Bell, with Ash closely following while cradling Togepi. Soon enough, Victory Bell came to a halt, not due to fatigue, but because it had collided with an invisible wall. In this confined space, Victory Bell found itself reluctantly turning back, attempting to lash out with its vine whip, only to be effortlessly evaded by Pikachu. By the time Ash arrived, Pikachu had already climbed onto Victory Bell's back, and no amount of twisting and writhing could dislodge the determined Pikachu, leaving Victory Bell with a helpless, childlike gaze directed at Ash, as if pleading, "Please, make her let me down. I concede, I concede." With a gentle smile, Ash allowed Pikachu to dismount, subsequently transforming Victory Bell back into a Budew. Do you comprehend where you faltered? Budew pondered, unable to fathom how it had felt so powerful moments ago, yet failed to deliver a decisive blow to Pikachu, instead finding itself thoroughly outmaneuvered. You lack a true understanding of your own capabilities. I wanted you to experience the power of your final evolution. What you felt was strength, but it was merely an illusion. You did not fully express the might you sensed. Beyond mere levels, you must also learn formidable moves. Only by combining the two can you unleash your full potential. When it comes to a Pokémon's strength, four aspects deserve attention: type, ability, move pool, and base stats. The type is self-evident. As a pure grass type, it hardly boasts any notable advantages apart from resisting dust. Its ability, Chlorophyll, is standard and can be easily countered. In both reality and games, it pales in comparison to other abilities. Regarding base stats, Ash could not recall much, as there were no resources available for reference. Generally, starter Pokémon have base stats ranging from 525 to 535. The precise figures are inconsequential. Come, Budew, let me assess your development. Ash crouched down, gesturing for Budew to approach. Budew hesitated briefly but did not refuse Ash, placing its hand on him. With a practiced touch, it glided its fingers from the leaf atop its head down to the ring of sharp buds around its neck, giving them a playful flick before concluding the examination at the tip of its emerging bud. The expertise displayed indicated a considerable experience with Pokémon. Very well. Based on your condition, you seem more suited for physical offense, though your defense leans towards special defense, leaving your physical defense lacking. Just look at your delicate appearance. So soft and gentle. I could not ascertain your special attack, but it appears you may have some weaknesses there that require further effort. Feeling somewhat chastised by Ash's observations, Budew huffed and turned its head, attempting to leap from Ash's grasp. However, Ash was resolute in keeping Budew close, gently reassuring it. Do not fret. I have not finished speaking. Your concerns are not insurmountable. I can help you grow stronger and achieve greatness once more. As long as you join forces with me, I can guarantee that within a year, your power will reach terrifying heights. Ash earnestly promised Budew. With the precedent of Venusaur, Ash considered himself no ordinary trainer when it came to grass types. A true trainer dares to confront weaker Pokémon and elevate them to unprecedented levels. You have already defeated me, haven't you? Indeed, but I must still seek your consent first. Ash's expression turned serious. This was a principle he adhered to with many of his Pokémon, barring a few unexpected exceptions. When Ash awoke again, he found the tent enveloped in darkness. Realizing that the three of them had unknowingly slept through the entire day. Carefully, Ash shifted Misty, who was resting against his thigh, and stealthily stepped over Brock, cradling the drowsy Togepi and Pikachu as he exited the tent. Meanwhile, Pikachu, now awake, stood outside the tent, gazing at Ash with eager anticipation. "Shoo, be quiet. Let's go over there. I will properly introduce you to how grass types flourish." In a manner reminiscent of a secret rendezvous, Ash lifted Pikachu into his arms. And beneath the moonlight, they sat together, engrossed in conversation. Though it was primarily Ash speaking, Pikachu listened intently. Chapter 145, A New Method of Capture. That said, Ash, your method of capturing Pokémon is rather peculiar, relying on dreams to encounter them. How fantastical. Misty pondered, unable to comprehend how such a whimsical approach could align with Ash's experiences. It was merely luck. After all, it was Jengar's doing. If it hadn't drawn Pikachu into the dream, we would never have met. Ash teased Pikachu as he walked, offering it some sweet tree sap. The syrupy nectar, adored by bug types, was equally cherished by Pikachu. After finishing, Pikachu extended its tongue to lick Ash's fingertips, insisting on savoring every last drop. Don't feed it too much. The tree sap that Team Rocket left behind is limited to just one jar. At this rate, we will exhaust it before reaching Goldenrod City, Brock noted, revealing that only half a jar remained in his backpack. If they desired more, they would need to procure some from the duo and their feline companion. However, it was likely that the sap was sent back to Celadon City for research, and acquiring it would depend on when Mutwo decided to produce more. Understood, I won't feed any more. Ash wiped the sticky residue from his hands, sealing the jar and placing it back in Brock's backpack. After satisfying its hunger, Pikachu remained outside its Pokeball, instead choosing to nestle on Ash's shoulder, wrapping its vine whip around his neck 2.5 times before dozing off. Like Pikachu, Pikachu was not averse to entering its Pokeball. It simply preferred to stay close to Ash. How delightful. I also wish to capture a new Pokemon for training. Raising a Psyduck has proven challenging, and if memory serves, there is a Swampert in Goldenrod City. Misty had conducted thorough research on the distribution of water types in the area before heading to Johto. Among Johto's water types, she particularly favored Milotic, whose grass and water typing provided excellent synergy in gym challenges. Moreover, there was the water ground type Swampert. Not to mention, its adorably soft call sent shivers of excitement through Misty. Let me play for you the call of Swampert that I recorded from the television. It's simply precious. As she spoke, Misty retrieved her portable player from her backpack, pressing play to unleash the soft, melodic Niania of Swampert's call. This sound, unique to Swampert, was the same regardless of gender. Isn't it adorable? I can already hear Swampert calling out to me through its voice. Misty proudly showcased her player, continuously replaying the sound for Ash and Brock. To human ears, the sound was undeniably charming. However, Pikachu and Pikachu discerned the underlying message in the call, a repetitive, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" Pikachu wore an awkward, strained smile, ultimately unable to endure the taunting call of Swampert. It leaped beside Misty and switched off the player. "Hey, what are you doing? Pikachu, don't be mischievous," Misty protested, reaching for the player, but Pikachu shook its finger in refusal, pointing behind Misty instead. Not only was Pikachu repulsed by the recorded cries, but the surrounding Pokémon were also drawn by the sound, eager to investigate. Following the direction indicated by Pikachu, Misty immediately spotted a small and unremarkable Pokémon among the crowd, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wooper! It's a Wooper!" Misty's exclamation startled the creature, causing it to dart away without a glance back. Unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip through her fingers, Misty hastily gave chase. "Pikachu, stop dawdling. Hurry up and follow." Tossing aside the portable device in his hands, Pikachu plunged into the underbrush in pursuit. However, after only a few steps, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Looking down, Pikachu discovered a tranquil stream concealed beneath the bushes. Wooper had submerged, and Misty swiftly followed suit, leaping into the water in pursuit. "Pika, Pika!" Pikachu called out loudly, summoning Ash, pointing downwards and then at himself, mimicking a diving motion. The implication was clear. Should they jump in? Ash, lacking a water-type Pokémon, possessed only basic swimming skills, but diving was beyond his capabilities. "Wait for me on the shore. I'll be back shortly." After stowing away his Chikorita, Ash parted the foliage and leapt into the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the underwater scene was far from simple, as Wooper and Swampert were abundant in the depths. The Wooper that had initially drawn Misty's attention had vanished without a trace. After noticing that Ash had followed her, Misty shook her head and led him back to shore. "What a disappointment. I didn't anticipate there would be so many Wooper here." They've all blended into their group. Ash, I'm a bit disheartened. It's not every day you get a chance to capture a Swampert. This must be the outskirts of Jihua City, the only place where such a large congregation of Swampert can be found. Misty had done her research. She was well aware that the Swampert within Jihua City were protected Pokémon, and harming or capturing them was strictly forbidden, with severe penalties for violations. How do you plan to capture them? Are you aiming for Wooper or Swampert? Wooper, of course. Starting from scratch would be far more interesting. That is simple. Just replicate what I did before. Upon hearing Ash's suggestion, Misty hesitated. Do I really have to shout like that? Misty from Hualan City, who will battle me? No. I absolutely can't do that. The thought of mimicking Ash was far too embarrassing for her. Not that. That was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Listen to me. Ash leaned in close to Misty, whispering an explanation. In essence, it's about performance. As a trainer, my forte lies in battles. Captivating Pokémon with my formidable strength and the joy of combat. Chikorita recognized my abilities through experience and agreed to accompany me. And you, Misty, are a gym leader with experience in synchronized swimming alongside your sisters. You can certainly leverage that talent to present a breathtaking performance before the Wooper. If any of them are intrigued by your display, you'll have the opportunity to capture them, creating a mutual bond. Understanding Ash's point, Misty nodded, and together they sought a suitable clearing. Ash began to call out, while Misty recalled the graceful movements of her sisters, mimicking a dance uniquely her own. Quack! Quack! Psyduck cheered from the sidelines, clapping its flippers. As expected, a group of Wooper emerged from beneath the water, peering at Misty as she danced. As time passed, more and more Wooper were drawn to the lively scene, with Swampert joining in as well. Soon, the area became crowded, with those in the front forced onto the shore while others continued to push forward, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Some Pokémon, after watching for a while, grew bored and left, while others remained, captivated by Misty's performance. Pikachu, seated on the shore, animatedly gestured, explaining the situation, leading some to depart. Ultimately, only a few Pokémon, genuinely enchanted by Misty herself, remained. These Wooper were the ones Misty could successfully capture. Now, it was a matter of choosing. Would she opt for battle or persuasion? Ash observed Misty dance gracefully, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself thinking that this 11-year-old girl was quite lovely. As the dance concluded, Psyduck applauded enthusiastically, while the Wooper, lacking hands, appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond, bouncing around in anxious anticipation. It's all right. No need for applause. I wonder, would any of you like to come with me? I have so much to teach you, and I can bring you along. Instead of resorting to forceful capture, Misty chose to heed Ash's advice and adopt a more inviting approach. Despite her nervousness, her words came out in a stammered fashion. To her surprise, her invitation garnered an overwhelmingly positive response. The Wooper remaining there hopped excitedly in front of her, each eager to be captured and follow Misty. This unexpectedly effective strategy left Misty astonished, and when she glanced up at Ash, he offered an encouraging smile and a nod in response. Chapter 146, Independence. Faced with such a multitude of Wooper to choose from, Misty found herself at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Ash, who was spectating. Let us battle, but no need to defeat them, just determine their suitability based on their combat talents. Speed, offense, or defense. From Misty's perspective, as a water and ground type, Wooper would serve as a counter to electric types in gym battles, with those proficient in defense being particularly suitable. After all, in terms of offense, Swampert didn't rank highly. I'm sorry, but I can only focus on nurturing one, so I may have to do something a bit harsh. I apologize. The Wooper nudged Misty, showing no signs of resentment. What good children you are. I can hardly bring myself to fight. Psyduck, you go? Huh, wait. You think I'm weak, so you want me to battle Wooper, knowing I want to harm them, right? Although Psyduck didn't mind. Being regarded this way by Misty was quite distressing. Thus, a single duck faced off against a group of eager amphibians. Ultimately, it was Pikachu who could no longer bear the farce, stepping forward to make a decision on Misty's behalf. Pika, this one seems clever and obedient. Pikachu's criteria differed. He engaged in conversation with the Wooper, assessing them through dialogue. Although Misty couldn't discern how Pikachu made his choice, in the end, they successfully captured a Wooper. As my first Pokemon captured in Johto, today's feast is on me. Elated, Misty invited Ash and Brock to a lavish buffet after arriving in Jihua City. At the dining table, she inquired Brock about his plans to capture a Pokemon. As for rock types, Johto isn't devoid of them. I can think of several, like Geodude, Sudowoodo, Magcargo, Tyranitar, and even the water and rock-type Corsola. Ash could recall them without needing to consult the Pokédex. Oh right, Corsola, the water, and rock-type Pokémon. Brock, are you not interested in capturing a new Pokémon? Xiao Gang rubbed his head awkwardly and remarked, as for capturing Pokémon, let fate decide. If the time comes, it won't be impossible to capture them. Upon hearing Xiao Gang's words, Xiaoji paused in his task of feeding the Chikorita and felt a pang of guilt. It's we who have burdened you. Our Pokémon's meals depend entirely on you, which has left you somewhat constrained in your attempts to capture new Pokémon. In truth, you needn't concern yourself with us at all. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiao Xia suddenly came to the same realization. Indeed, while she and Xiaoji were busy capturing Pokémon, it was ultimately Xiao Gang who prepared all their meals, which significantly diminished his desire to capture Pokémon. She felt quite embarrassed and wanted to apologize to Xiao Gang. Not at all. I can manage to care for my younger siblings, so this is merely a trifling matter. I assure you, I mean it. Yet, despite Xiao Gang's earnest explanations, neither Xiao Ji nor Xiao Xia was convinced. They merely nodded in agreement. After returning to the Pokémon Center's dormitory, Xiao Xia specifically knocked on Xiao Ji's door. Noticing that Xiao Ji was still awake, diligently taking notes at his desk, she took a seat beside him with his consent. Curiously, she picked up his notebook. Is this your diary? What do you write this for? Upon opening the first page, she saw the date and annotations. Before turning 10, Xiao Ji had made brief notes, but after starting his journey at 10, he detailed his experiences and thoughts in the first person. Interspersed within were profound reflections on Pokémon, culminating in insights about trainers at the end of the diary. Rather than a diary, it resembled a personal memoir. Xiaoji did not shy away from admitting his intent. After my battle with Yuji, he shared his perspective on trainers, and I found his insights quite compelling. Even if I were to retire in the future, I would not vanish from existence. Rather, I should proactively document my experiences, providing a means for others to understand me and facilitating my future endeavors. Xiaoji acknowledged Yuji's viewpoint that once trainers gain fame, battles lose their purity. However, he did not resist this notion. Instead, he accepted it with grace. Since I will eventually be on the world stage, I ought to prepare in advance. But what brings you to my room at this hour? Surely, you aren't here to pry into my private matters. Xiao Xia closed the notebook and articulated her thoughts. You also think Xiao Gang is overburdened, don't you? Tomorrow, we plan to go shopping for supplies together. Perhaps we should each prepare our own provisions from now on, so that Xiao Gang can lighten his load and focus on developing his breeding career, as well as capturing rock-type Pokémon. Xiao Xia approached Xiao Ji with this specific intention regarding Xiao Gang. Xiao Ji understood her meaning and nodded in agreement. Do you know what your water-type Pokémon eat? You needn't remind me. I'm well aware of that. The following day, to Xiao Gang's surprise, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia accompanied him to the market. Typically, they focused solely on Pokémon training, so their unusual behavior made Xiao Gang quite uneasy. What are you two doing following me? Xiao Xia touched her nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Xiao Ji stated plainly, Xiao Gang, we've come to seek your guidance. We are rather inexperienced in the dietary needs of Pokémon and wish to learn from you. Huh, you aren't still dwelling on last night's conversation, are you? I told you it's no big deal. It was merely a side matter. Besides, preparing meals for your Pokémon is, in itself, a form of training. Since Xiao Ji had been so forthright, Xiao Xia followed suit, confessing, this won't do. Xiao Ji and I have realized we cannot continuously rely on you. We must learn to be self-sufficient. So, you only need to provide me with the recipes for water-type Pokémon food, and I will handle the shopping and preparation myself. Given Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia's insistence, it would have been inappropriate for Xiao Gang to refuse. After some contemplation, he agreed to their request and led them to the market in Jihua City. Here is the list of food for water-type Pokémon. Everything from here to there is prepared for them. There are toys, snacks, training equipment, and even leisure facilities. Xiao Ji's situation was somewhat complicated. The attributes of his Pokémon varied widely. If you're looking for universal options, you can find those at the supermarket. However, as a breeder, I cannot accept such a casual approach. So, come with me, and I will help you select. Xiao Xia, you can take this list and remain here to shop. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the vendors. Chapter 147, The Passing of Knowledge. Xiao Ji had 4 Pokémon, each with distinct tastes. Ghastly preferred snacks made from mangoes, Durin berries, and babiri berries, while Chikorita had its own preferences. Should they evolve, their tastes might require slight adjustments. According to the data I found online, they tend to favor more savory flavors. Unlike humans, Pokémon do not have such diverse palates and cannot consume everything. Xiao Ji swiftly took notes, capturing every word spoken by Xiao Gang. Furthermore, certain foods can enhance a Pokémon's abilities. Some berries, when consumed, can lead to latent improvements in specific areas. I've observed your training, and I know where your focus lies, so I sometimes prepare snacks for your Pokémon to enjoy as afternoon treats. As he spoke, Xiao Gang paused to pick up a fruit from a nearby basket, showcasing it to Xiao Ji. This is a Durin berry. The juice, dried fruit, gummies, and seasonings made from it are all excellent for Pikachu. Here, Pikachu, give it a try. Pikachu took the Durin berry, took a small bite, and the tartness mingled with a hint of spiciness made him crave more. With sparkling eyes, Pikachu tugged at Xiao Ji's clothes, gesturing toward the basket of Durin berries, mirroring the expression of a child pleading with an adult for KFC. Xiao Ji, understanding Pikachu's desire, waved his hand to purchase a large bag, feeding Pikachu as they walked along, indulging himself as well. This merely scratched the surface of Xiao Ji's understanding of his Pokémon's culinary preferences. In no time, Xiao Ji found himself carrying several bags of berries, surrounded by Pokémon, and unable to keep up with feeding them all. He decided to let the Pokémon jump into the plastic bags to help themselves. These were just snacks for the Pokémon. There was still a substantial amount of main dishes to research. Xiao Ji, can you cook? I can manage a bit. I help with chopping vegetables, washing dishes, and stirring at home. I'm best at boiling noodles and using a rice cooker. Xiao Ji's foundational skills in food preparation satisfied Xiao Gang. Some people struggle even with chopping vegetables, leaving them in disarray, and have poor control over cooking times, resulting in charred dishes. That is quite good. After we leave Jihua City tomorrow, you can follow me for lunch and dinner, and I'll teach you how to cook. But first, let us purchase some essentials. When Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang returned after a long detour, they found Xiao Xia on the verge of a breakdown while selecting food. Upon their return, she vented her frustrations. She knew what to purchase, but was utterly confused about the quantities. She wanted this and that, yet her budget simply wasn't sufficient. In the end, nothing was purchased, and there they stood, exchanging awkward glances with the merchants, fidgeting in discomfort. Little Gang had anticipated this scenario, promptly setting down his bags to engage in haggling with the vendors. After a protracted negotiation akin to a drawn-out culinary duel, he successfully procured a series of essential ingredients for Little Xia. I have prepared 3 pots, 3 cutting boards, and 3 knives. You too can observe my technique as I guide you through the art of vegetable chopping, he declared. Little Gang secured a tomato with his knuckle and wielded a short knife, demonstrating the process frame by frame for Xiao Ji and Little Xia, with a particular focus on instructing Little Xia. This tomato, though reminiscent of a typical tomato in name, bore an unusual appearance, adorned with numerous protruding points. The fruit was substantial yet spicy, ideal for cutting into small pieces to enhance the flavor of dishes. Watch closely as I operate. You shall take turns as well. But be cautious not to slice your fingers, Little Gang advised, producing a pack of Band-Aids and casting a scrutinizing glance at Little Xia, who felt increasingly uneasy under his watchful gaze. What is with that look? It's as if you're convinced I will injure myself. Little Gang remained silent, knowing that novices often boast of their safety, dismissing their concerns, only to fall silent when reality strikes. Indeed, as Little Xia attempted to slice the fruit, her awkward posture led to a cacophony of clashing knife tips. Ultimately, after a mishap that left her with a cut, she raised the knife, splattering juice into her eyes, resulting in tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Ji, in a flurry, pulled out the napkins he had prepared to dab her eyes, all the while offering playful critiques. After enduring a lengthy trial, Little Xia finally managed to chop all the ingredients into uneven chunks, panting heavily as she put down her knife. Little Gang had prepared 2 dishes, one a fresh salad, and the other a stir-fry. The salad was simple, and Little Xia quickly assembled a large bowl. But when it came to stir-frying, she faltered. The sizzling oil splattered, causing her to hesitate, terrified to touch the spatula. In her struggle to determine if the dish was cooked or burnt, she presented a plate of half-raw food that even she could not bear to eat. Yubo tasted a bite and promptly spat it out, unable to stomach even a morsel. In contrast, the slow-witted Psyduck stuffed its beak, only realizing the dish was off after half had been consumed. By then, it was too late. Little Xia glared at it, denying any chance for it to expel the food. No, you've already swallowed it. You must finish it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji moved with grace, the knife in his hand gliding effortlessly as he chopped with precision, ensuring uniformity in size. The salad was effortless, and with a deft flick of his wrist and a few tosses, he encountered no obstacles in preparing the stir-fry. He even took the time to instruct Little Grassleaf on how to stir-fry with a vine whip, while urging Gaisai to add some gas and directing Pikachu to pour ingredients in sequentially. Behold, this dish is a feast for the senses. Xiao Ji served the 2 plates to Little Xia and Little Gang, reserving the remaining portions for the Pokémon. Little Gang leaned in, fanning the aroma with his hand, savoring the scent before nodding in approval. He then adjusted the presentation with chopsticks, rendering it visually appealing, making it hard to believe Xiaoji was merely a novice. After savoring each bite, he praised Xiaoji's culinary skills profusely, while the Pokémon relished the meal, both humans and Pokémon alike offering high praise for the dishes. You are ready to embark on your culinary journey. This dish, I believe, is worthy of a restaurant, declared Little Gang. Xiaoji, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. From now on, even in my absence, you shall be capable of caring for yourself and your Pokémon. Little Xia, succinct and clear, needed no words of praise. The emptied plate spoke volumes of her satisfaction. Chapter 148, Joyful Town Mom. I have arrived in Joyful Town and will soon reach Orange City. This is my recently caught little grass leaf. Isn't she adorable? Even when she evolves into her final form, a large tranquil, she won't take up much space, so we can comfortably have her in our backyard. Oh, by the way, the Pokédex mentions that she can revive wilting plants with her breath. Since we have so many flowers and plants at home, her abilities could help lighten the burden of daily care. As for her temperament, she's quite friendly. I assure you, my experience was. It may sound unbelievable, but it is indeed true. Mom, could we plant some fruit trees at home? Any would do. I suggest these varieties, which are delicious and suitable for both humans and Pokémon alike, serving as a hearty staple. No space. Can we expand the backyard or purchase more land? If funds are short, perhaps we could sell that champion trophy. It must be worth something. The belt and the winner's cup. Sell them for cash. I will find ways to earn more money. I've recently secured a part-time job that pays promptly. They won't default on payment. If they do, I understand. No issues will arise. I am a reasonable person, Mom. How could I possibly resort to such measures? I might only help them streamline their workplace using logical discussions. After hanging up, Xiaoji approached the front desk, gazing at Miss Joy with a puzzled expression. Is there no food prepared today? I already placed an order, and it's been quite a while since my call. Why is the service so sluggish? Miss Joy could only apologize. We are experiencing a food shortage. We have borrowed supplies from the Pokémon Center in Orange City, and they should arrive by tomorrow morning. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. A shortage at the Pokémon Center was an unusual occurrence. Xiaoji had only encountered this once before, instilling a sense of concern within him. What could have transpired? Perhaps I could offer assistance. Miss Joy leaned closer, whispering an explanation into Xiaoji's ear. The food shortage isn't due to the patrons having hearty appetites, but rather, all supplies in the back were emptied overnight. Surveillance footage revealed that the culprit was none other than the Chansey. Looking around, Xiaoji indeed noticed the absence of both the Chansey and Blissey. But where has the Blissey gone? Is she confined? Miss Joy shook her head. She was not confined. After a verbal reprimand, I inquired about her reasons for the disappearance of the food. Blissey is a kind-hearted Pokémon. Her actions must have been motivated by something. Perhaps someone or their Pokémon encountered trouble. Yet, Blissey offered no explanation and chose to isolate herself. I intended to assure her that all was well, but she is far too stubborn. Such a situation was unprecedented for Xiaoji. However, with the Pokémon Center lacking food, he had no choice but to knock on Little Gang's door, inviting him to join in purchasing supplies from the town. Upon hearing of Miss Joy's predicament, Little Gang rushed forward, concern etched on his face, while subtly attempting to charm her with a gentle touch. My name is Little Gang. I have heard from Xiaoji about the situation here. If you would permit me, I would be glad to assist. During my travels, I gathered quite a bit of food while passing through Jihua City. If any patrons wish to dine, I can certainly help. Really? That would be wonderful. I was at a loss for what to do. Thank you, Joy. Overjoyed, Joy led Xiaojiang into the kitchen, introducing him to the various utensils and cooking tools, along with their usage instructions. As Xiaojiang was taken away by Joy, only Ash remained to procure dinner. However, before departing, he was still somewhat perplexed. What secret was the Happiny concealing? Noticing that no one was around, Ash circled behind the Pokémon Center, peering through each window in search of the elusive Happiny. Yet, before he could find the Happiny, he stumbled upon Musashi, who was leaning against the wall in quiet despair, along with Meowth and Kojiro, who were brainstorming ideas for her. What are you all doing over there? Ash inquired. Musashi merely lifted her head to glance at Ash before returning to her thoughts, while Kojiro stepped forward to elucidate the situation. It was rather peculiar. Before Musashi had joined Team Rocket, she had dabbled in numerous professions. One of those was her attempt to enroll in medical school, which ultimately led her to seek an alternative path at the Chansey Nurse Academy, where she learned alongside Chansey how to become an assistant in a Pokémon Center. Naturally, it was impossible for a human to mimic Chansey perfectly, and Musashi consequently failed to graduate, thwarting her aspirations of becoming a nurse. Fortunately, during her studies, she befriended a Chansey, who later evolved into a Happiny in this joyous town. At that time, driven by hunger, they had decided to approach Joy for some food. Upon reuniting with Musashi, the Happiny, upon learning of her struggles, generously offered all her food to Musashi. Musashi, however, dared not eat any of it, and upon realizing the situation had come to light, she wished to return the favor, not wanting the Happiny to face repercussions because of her, which left her in distress. Meowth chimed in. So, we thought of playing the villain again, pretending that we coerced the Happiny. However, with Team Rocket's reputation finally on the mend, I cannot engage in wrongdoing under their banner. This truly is a dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. You all are rather unreliable. Such trivial matters could be resolved by simply confessing to Miss Joy, Ash retorted. Do you think Joy would become jealous? Feeling like a third wheel because of the bond between you, Musashi, and the Happiny? Joy would only sincerely wish you both well. And if the Happiny has feelings for you and wishes to be with you, Joy would simply facilitate her departure and welcome a new employee, be it a Chansey or another Happiny. I truly cannot fathom how you could be so constrained in your thinking. Has the past truly rendered your mind so inflexible? Realizing that mere words were futile, Ash grasped Musashi, who was sitting on the ground, and led her into the Pokémon Center to find Joy. Musashi felt both resistant and somewhat hopeful, ultimately surrendering after a token struggle. Miss Joy, I am aware of the entire situation. This individual is the one in question, and she shares a special bond with the Happiny. You may inquire directly with her, Joy. Ash's voice boomed, quickly drawing Joy, who was busy inside, to their presence. Musashi, akin to a child meeting a parent, felt bashful in front of Joy and recounted her experiences at the Chansey Nurse Academy. Her narrative punctuated with undeniable details that only someone who had lived them could share. Joy immediately believed Musashi's words and took her to find the Happiny. By the time they emerged, Musashi was hand in hand with the Happiny, laughing and chatting, while Joy nodded approvingly beside them. Had you truly graduated back then? Perhaps you and I would have been colleagues, Joy remarked. Haha. Actually, I aspired to be you, Joy, but alas, my grades were not sufficient to enter medical school. By the way, I am somewhat curious. Can only members of the Joy family become Joys? Joy quickly clarified to avoid any misunderstanding from Musashi. It is not as simple as that. To be precise, medical schools are quite varied. There are those that train to heal humans, those for Pokémon, public hospitals, and private ones. Just as Joy's role is not limited to healing, we also need to learn cooking and cultivate various scattered specialties. Some family members, wishing to avoid being confined to the Pokémon Center, opt for public service, become trainers, or marry and live anonymously. As she spoke, Joy began to remove her makeup, intentionally loosening her hairstyle. You see, each of us Joys is unique. It is only during work that we must adhere to a uniform appearance to present a consistent image. Some sisters are so distinct that they even require cosmetic surgery to qualify for the job. If you were to become a Joy, then your attire, hairstyle, makeup, and even your name would all need to undergo adjustments. Besides Joy, there are also male doctors on duty, but they predominantly work in private hospitals, differing from public institutions like Joy's. The same applies to Junsha. In the face of complex realities, relying solely on female officers is utterly insufficient. Cooperation with male officers is essential. Upon hearing my explanation, Musashi, do you still wish to become a Joy and change your surname? Musashi firmly rejected the notion, having found solace in Joy's words. Never mind, my current life is quite satisfactory. I have no desire to compromise for a job that would confine me to a fixed routine. I did not touch any of the food that the Happiny gave me. I will summon Kojiro and Meowth to return all of it. Meowth, Kojiro, come here, return all the food. Joy meticulously reapplied her makeup and sat across from Musashi, engaging in conversation. As they chatted, Musashi finally revealed her true feelings. About the Happiny, I haven't seen her in ages. She indeed holds a special place in my heart. Perhaps this is what first love feels like. Observing Musashi's transformation from her former bold demeanor to that of a bashful girl, Joy stifled a laugh behind her hand. You, in truth, wish to win over the Happiny, do you not? The Happiny is an employee of the Pokémon Center. I have never captured her. Should she wish to accompany you, I would merely process her resignation, citing personal reasons for leaving, and subsequently request a new Chansey from the Academy. Thus, you need only ask the Happiny whether she is willing. Do not entangle yourself in my concerns. After all, the Happiny emerged from an academy, not captured from the wild. And Joy consistently regarded the Happiny as an equal individual. Happiny, do you wish to come with me? Perhaps in the past, I lacked the means and status to provide you with a good life. However, I have since changed, if you merely follow me. before Musashi could finish. The Happiny embraced her, exuberantly expressing her feelings. She wished to accompany Musashi, a steadfast desire that had persisted since their separation at the academy. And now she was unwilling to part ways with her. Happiny, I understand. We shall be friends forever, and our friendship will endure. Musashi, overwhelmed with joy, wept as she embraced the Happiny, moving even Joy to tears. Hey, what have I missed? I just stepped out to find Musashi chatting with Joy, and there is a Happiny beside them. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Misty hurriedly checked into her room for a brief respite. As she emerged, she was taken aback by the scene before her. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Jessie had merely captured a Happiny, just in time for you to wake up. Come along and help me and James move the food. It seems we might indulge in a grand feast tonight. Spotting the hot air balloon approaching outside, Ash rose and beckoned Misty to join him. Chikorita, Pikachu, you both come help too. Pikachu, you handle the smaller items. Chikorita, try using your vine whip to transport these. Let us start with this lighter batch. It should suit you well. Ash always seized every opportunity for training, and today was no exception. That evening was filled with an exceptional sense of joy as everyone gathered to enjoy a sumptuous meal prepared by Brock and Ash. Several tables were pushed together in the hall, and dishes were promptly brought to the table by Chikorita. Once filled, they were swiftly cleared away by Chikorita, who took them back to the kitchen for cleaning. Such a happy ending was a rarity. Ash was often drawn to the raucous laughter emanating from nearby, which brought a smile to his face as he cooked. After everyone outside had feasted to their heart's content, Jessie was still toasting drinks with Nurse Joy, regaling her with amusing tales from her time at the academy and her experiences with Chansey. Misty listened with rapt attention, as it was a world she had never encountered, equally as fascinating as Pokemon battles. By the end of the meal, only Misty remained sober, sitting upright as she meticulously fed Wobbuffet. Joy, Jessie, and James were already inebriated, with Joy managing to rise gracefully and clear the table while the other two had collapsed across it, Meowth still clutching a bottle, letting out tipsy burps. Honestly, if you can't handle your liquor, then why indulge so much? It reeks. After assisting Joy to a nearby resting area, Misty, drenched in sweat, began to tidy up the dishes, remembering to ask the two in the kitchen if they had eaten. We already had our fill. Every dish we prepared. We set aside one for ourselves. You go rest now. Leave this to Brock and me. Kitchen duties were not meant for someone like Misty, who was a novice in such matters. Once she was sent away, Ash took his Pokemon to wash the dishes, with Pikachu even donning rubber gloves, laboriously scrubbing with a sponge, only to remove them to wipe his brow when tired. By the time they finished cleaning and restored the tables, it was already 1 in the morning. They had taken advantage of the quiet hours after closing, which occurred around 10. The following morning, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Joy and set off towards Violet City. In contrast, Jessie, James, and Meowth were incapacitated from their excess drinking, barely able to rise, reduced to lying in bed relying on Happiny-esque concoction for a hangover cure. Chapter 150, Violet Gym. Everyone, do not let your guard down. This is a critical moment. You must bring 120% of your energy to tackle the wind tunnel. I have set the wind speed to its maximum. We are on the 6th floor, and if you cannot withstand the wind, you will be blown away. On the rooftop of the Violet Gym, Asuka stood with arms akimbo, his expression serious as he instructed his apprentices. A row of trainees clad in dojo uniforms stood ready, their expressions betraying no hint of complacency as they braced for the wind tunnel. However, shortly after it was activated, the ferocious gale shattered their confidence entirely. Not a single trainee's Pokemon could withstand the tempest. The longest any could endure was merely 1 minute before succumbing. Asuka had anticipated such a scenario and was not surprised, instead urging them to persevere and remain diligent. There is a technique to this. Pokemon may struggle to grasp it, and that is where you come in. You must personally experience the wind's force to uncover its secrets and then impart that wisdom to your Pokemon. That is your duty as trainers. No tears. Since you enrolled in my class seeking to become proficient trainers, you must exert yourselves. Otherwise, how can you justify the money your parents invested? The apprentices ranged from as young as 10 to as old as 35. Some were students, while others were working professionals. Without exception, they had joined the Violet Gym out of a fascination with flying-type Pokemon, eager to be trained by the master, Asuka. As for why they chose flying types, it was undoubtedly the allure of experiencing the joy of flight. Now, in order of your student numbers, come forward to experience this. Number 1, step up. After a brief instruction, Asuka's pager buzzed with a message from the front desk announcing the arrival of new challengers. Rather than halting their training to accommodate the challengers, he waited for the elevator to open, revealing 2 men and a woman before stepping forward to explain, "Of course, we can wait until class is over." Ash tilted his head, his gaze drifting past Asuka to the intriguing machinery behind him. Such training methods were rarely seen in the wild or even at Professor Oak's laboratory. It was a rare opportunity to witness this, and Ash was keen to take advantage of it. Training against headwinds? That sounds quite intriguing. But does it impose limitations on the Pokémon? Misty, recognizing Ash's keen interest, inquired on his behalf. Well, we do not impose restrictions. But those who register are typically trainers of flying-type Pokémon, which is why you see so many Pidgey and Spearow around. What is the maximum power of this wind tunnel? And what level are they currently experiencing? Ash posed a critical question to Asuka. The maximum is 1 Mach, varying from 0.5 to 1. Currently, it's set at 0.8 Mach. However, this machine is rather old, and recklessly increasing the power may shorten its lifespan. Who among you is the challenger? Ash raised his hand. Then would you like to experience the wind force? I can offer you a complimentary trial. With Asuka's invitation, Ash had no reason to decline. After changing into a dojo uniform, he stepped forward and released his Pokémon. Here we go. Starting with 0.1 Mach. Asuka began Ash's experience at a low intensity. To put it simply, 0.1 Mach was akin to a leisurely ride on a shared bicycle with a wind speed of 12 km/h. Such a gentle breeze could not even disperse a Ghastly, which was composed of toxic gases. Asuka had no intention of making it that easy for Ash. The wind speed was soon adjusted to 0.5 Mach, equivalent to 62 km/h. At this velocity, Ghastly was the first to be blown away, while Chikorita remained obediently in Ash's arms. Pikachu crouched low, pressing its body against the ground, relying on friction to avoid being blown back. Ghastly and Togepi were recalled into their Pokeballs, leaving only Chikorita and Pikachu still trying to withstand the force of the wind. Ultimately, Pikachu, like Chikorita, was also swept into Ash's embrace, resulting in another failed challenge for the Pokémon. But that is to be expected. Let me demonstrate the correct way to fly against the wind. With that, Asuka tossed out a Pokeball, summoning a massive Pidgeot before the onlookers. Typically, a standard Pidgeot measures around 15 meters in length, yet Asuka's Pidgeot stood an impressive 2 meters tall, effortlessly accommodating an adult on its back for flight. Upon sensing the activation of the wind tunnel, Pidgeot immediately understood Asuka's intent, and a silent understanding passed between the two, requiring no words. The majestic big bird soared over the crowd like a magnificent rock, arriving at the wind tunnel, while ASU subtly increased the wind speed to 0.3 Mach. At this level, the speed reached an impressive 370 km/h, akin to that of a high-speed train. In the face of such formidable winds, ASU's big bird remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable agility as it flew against the wind towards the tunnel, gently pecking at it with its beak. This was far from its limits. But I shall not reveal more at this moment. It is crucial to remember today's training, and I expect each of you to write a heartfelt reflection afterward. It must be genuine, not hastily composed or plagiarized from others. I will collect them for review tomorrow, and any instances of dishonesty will be reported to your guardians. Class dismissed. The crowd bowed respectfully to ASU before departing in an orderly fashion. At this moment, only Xiaoji, his companions, and ASU remained on the platform. Now, it's time for your gym challenge. Xiaoji, how do you propose we engage in battle? The champion of the Quartz Conference. Initially, ASU had a vague recollection of Xiaoji's appearance, but upon focusing on Pikachu, he immediately recognized him. Xiaoji, you wish to challenge the Silver Conference, correct? Should I deploy a team fit for a champion to face you in a 6v6 match? Xiaoji shook his head, explaining, this time, I intend to use the Pokemon I captured in Johto. I plan to refine my skills through gym challenges, so consider me as an experienced novice trainer. Xiaoji's intent was clear. He would not casually rely on veterans, including Pikachu, whom he regarded as a backup. This indeed piqued ASU's interest, as not every trainer dares to innovate and nurture new Pokemon as you do. Were it not for necessity, I too would refrain from capturing an excess of Pokemon. In that case, how many Pokemon have you captured in Johto? 2. Including the Pikachu on your person, let us engage in a 3v3 battle, Xiaoji. Chapter 151, to strike first. My first Pokemon shall be. It is decided, you shall be Hoot Hoot. ASU's first choice was the local Johto bird, Hoot Hoot. Chikorita, it is your turn to enter the fray. It is said that selecting grass-type Pokemon in the Gold and Silver Leagues is quite the challenge. Among the 8 gyms, Flying, Bug, Steel, and Dragon types resist grass, while Ice types counter it as well. The remaining 3 types, Normal, Ghost, and Fighting, pose their own challenges, especially with a Ghost type like Ghastly. Nevertheless, since Xiaoji agreed to let Chikorita participate, I must pave a smooth path for her, starting with a counter against Flying types. You seem quite confident in your abilities. Let me witness how a champion-level trainer compensates for the disparity in type advantage through strategy. Hoot Hoot, use air cutter. Hoot Hoot spread its wings, unleashing two translucent blades of air, creating a gust that lifted it into the sky. This maneuver served a dual purpose, executing an attack while also creating distance from Chikorita. No matter how Chikorita attempted to strike, the aerial advantage was firmly in Hoot Hoot's favor. Chikorita, ensnare it with Vine Whip. ASU's intent was clear to Xiaoji, prompting him to direct Chikorita to immobilize Hoot Hoot, even at the cost of taking damage. No way. Hoot Hoot, evade by predicting the trajectory of the Vine Whip. Hoot Hoot's eyes glowed white as it perceived the incoming tendrils aimed at its feet. In an instant, it retracted its legs into its feathers and maneuvered forward, evading the initial attempt to capture it. Immediately, it made a sharp turn to the right. Such impressive control, seemingly defying inertia, left Chikorita struggling against the relentless pursuit. Each time Chikorita nearly closed the gap, Hoot Hoot would deftly change direction, leaving Chikorita bewildered and empty-handed. This was Chikorita's first encounter with a flying-type Pokémon, and Xiaoji bore no grudge for her failure to land a hit. Instead, he seized the opportunity to observe Hoot Hoot's movements and predict its flight path. Xiaoji firmly believed that every action is preceded by subtle cues, the bulging of arm muscles, a slight twist of the wrist, a shift in gaze, and the alignment of legs towards the intended direction. All of these hinted at the subsequent action. Xiaoji meticulously analyzed Hoot Hoot's every movement, replaying them in his mind in slow motion, gradually uncovering a pattern. Let's give it a try. Chikorita, strike downward. Just as Chikorita was about to seize Hoot Hoot, Xiaoji suddenly instructed her to change direction. Chikorita hesitated for a moment, but trusting Xiaoji, she swiftly turned before Hoot Hoot could react. Meanwhile, Hoot Hoot attempted to evade downwards, only to find the trailing Vine Whip poised at its abdomen. Upon contact, Chikorita tightened her grip, ensnaring Hoot Hoot in a knot of vines and slamming it to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left ASU astounded, but he had no time to inquire how Xiaoji had achieved this. He had to issue a new command. Hoot Hoot, use Peck to break free from the Vine Whip. Now is the time. Follow the Vine Whip and unleash Poison Powder. Despite Hoot Hoot's desperate attempts to wield its sharp beak against the constraining vines, Chikorita refused to relent, even as pain racked her body, prompting cries of distress. Soon, the poison powder seeped along the Vine Whip, infecting Hoot Hoot, whose visage turned a ghastly shade of purple, racked with agony. ASU realized that defeat was merely a matter of time. Being bested by a type disadvantage is a rarity in gym battles, and I shall not concede so easily. Hoot Hoot, use Confusion. Hoot Hoot's eyes glowed pink, emanating a wave of psychic energy that clashed fiercely with the tightly bound vines. In its cleverness, Hoot Hoot quickly identified the knot constraining it from behind, unseen to the eye. Unable to use psychic force to break free, Hoot Hoot concentrated its strength on the knot, striving with all its might to unravel it before launching itself skyward. Don't let it escape. Chikorita, use Leaf Blade. Weakened by poison, Hoot Hoot lacked the strength to flee, and even the doubled resistance of Leaf Blade proved sufficient to bring it crashing down. Hoot Hoot, muster your final strength and deploy Reflect. ASU recognized that Hoot Hoot was on the brink of exhaustion, with little energy left to contend against Chikorita, and thus planted the seeds for the next battle. With the last remnants of poison consuming it, Hoot Hoot fell. Yet, before it succumbed, it successfully erected a Reflect barrier, which would mitigate physical damage from opponents for the next 5 turns. Xiaoji wasted no time, promptly recalling Chikorita and sending forth Ghastly. With Chikorita's moves being Vine Whip and Leaf Blade, both already at a disadvantage, and now augmented by Reflect, continuing the battle would lead to certain defeat. Ghastly, level 16. Floating. Ghost Poison type. Moves: Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Curse, Revenge, Shadow Ball, and Hex. Ghastly, facing a ghost type is no easy feat for my Pokémon. Go forth. Ollie. In the context of a typical aerial battle, where Doodoree and Ghost are mutually immune to each other's attacks, it is indeed, as ASU stated. The combat has become quite intricate. Analyzing the techniques possessed by Gaisai, it is evident that only the Dark-type move Revenge and the debuff from a curse can inflict damage upon Doodoree. The move Revenge is outright dismissed by Ash, leaving him to devise strategies solely around the curse. It is imperative not to reveal intentions prematurely. Patience is crucial, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Since you refrain from attacking, I shall take the initiative. Doodoree, unleash Peck Drill. As a variant of the 3-headed dragon of the flying type, Doodoree is inherently endowed with 3 heads, each possessing sharp beaks that sway dangerously with its elongated neck. A small whirlwind manifested upon its beak, easily mistaken for a power drill if one were not observant. Facing the formidable advance of Doodoree, Ash exhibited no semblance of panic. Instead, he meticulously recalled Doodoree's traits for analysis. The traits of escape, early bird, and staggering came to mind. The escape trait could be disregarded. While early bird could partially counter sleep powder, and staggering could also mitigate the effects of Confuse Ray. However, since each Pokémon can possess only one ability, Ash found himself in a predicament, forced to gamble on whether Doodoree had early bird or staggering, whether it would employ Confuse Ray or sleep powder. As Doodoree closed in relentlessly, Ash had no choice but to make a reactive judgment. Gaisai, use Confuse Ray. The central head of Doodoree swiftly shut its eyes, while the two side heads, caught off guard, succumbed to confusion. Observing the ensuing chaos among the three heads, Ash was convinced that it was certainly not staggering. Thus, the time had come to launch a decisive attack. Gaisai, cast Black Aura on Doodoree. Chapter 152, Great Bird vs. Pikachu. Black Aura? Could it be? Doodoree, strike the ground. ASU, having faced off against ghost-type trainers before, was well aware of certain combinations. For instance, the synergetic effect of Black Aura, akin to Shadow Sneak, combined with the Song of Ruin to achieve a lethal outcome. Doodoree's heads collided violently with the ground, leaving them dazed and disoriented, yet fortunately, they managed to rapidly recover from the confusion through self-infliction. Seizing the moment, Gaisai emitted a beam of black light, ensnaring Doodoree and firmly immobilizing it in the arena. Good job, Doodoree. Use quick attack against Gaisai. Now was the moment to utilize the curse. A peculiar black mist erupted from Gaisai's mouth, not dispersing in the air but directly attacking Doodoree. As the mist enveloped Doodoree, it inexplicably penetrated through its facial features. Doodoree found itself unable to resist, wanting to scream in terror, yet it felt no immediate pain, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Do not cease. Continue with Peck Drill against Gaisai. This attack was destined to land. The moment Gaisai laid eyes on Doodoree, the curse had already been activated. ASU understood well the implications of this move. The curse, when cast by a ghost type, it consumes half of the user's health to execute, causing the afflicted to lose 1/4 health at the end of each turn. The solution was straightforward. Returning to the Pokeball would automatically nullify it. However, at this moment, due to the effects of Black Aura, ASU was utterly unable to recall Doodoree. Doodoree unleashed 3 consecutive Peck Drills from various angles. Gaisai, unwilling to take a direct hit, plummeted swiftly to evade the central head's attack, only to be struck fiercely by the left head from below. The impact nearly scattered Gaisai, yet it did not end there. Simultaneously, the right head swooped down from above. Gaisai, enduring the pain, attempted to retreat, but the central head, having missed its strike, retracted its neck and exploited the opportunity to launch itself forward. The Peck Drill enveloped in a miniature whirlwind, crashing through Gaisai head-on. The blow left Gaisai feeling utterly chilled, nearly disassembling it entirely. The Peck Drill, having penetrated Gaisai, continued to stir within, striving to dismantle its gaseous form. Judging by Gaisai's expression, it was not only unable to unleash a counterattack, but even struggled to flee, resembling a person grievously wounded, left with no means of resistance. Seizing the moment to pursue the retreating foe, Doodoree attempted to unleash another barrage with its 3 heads. But Ash denied the opportunity, promptly recalling Gaisai. Were it not for Gaisai's unique gaseous composition, any other Pokémon would have succumbed to such relentless pecking long ago. As Doodoree reveled in its opponent's retreat into the Pokeball, proudly lifting its heads in triumph, ASU furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. 3, 2, 1. Ash counted down slowly, and as he uttered 1, Doodoree's expression froze, followed by beads of sweat forming on its forehead, with its 3 heads frantically vocalizing their distress. After 15 seconds, the curse's effects would manifest. This was not a physical pain, but a direct assault on the psyche. For the next 15 seconds, this torment would incessantly afflict Doodoree, culminating in a doubling of the anguish thereafter. Within a minute, Doodoree would succumb entirely to a mental breakdown, yet even now, it was already rolling on the ground, unable to bear the splitting headache, desperately attempting to distract itself by slamming into the ground. In a sense, Doodoree had already lost its fighting spirit. ASU had never trained Doodoree to withstand mental assaults, and he could only watch in anguish as Doodoree struggled to execute even a single move. Ultimately, he raised his hand to signal the referee, conceding defeat for Doodoree to alleviate the ongoing torment. Indeed, I loathe battles between ghost and psychic types. Such incomprehensible moves are the most vexing. Great Bird, you shall be the final contender in this match. ASU understood that this last battle would undoubtedly involve Pikachu, who had previously graced the arena. As he anticipated, Pikachu leapt down from Ash's shoulder, standing resolutely on the battlefield with fierce determination, locking eyes with Great Bird in a fierce gaze. This battle would conclude swiftly. Of that he was certain. Pikachu, use Quick Attack against Great Bird. Not so fast. Great Bird, employ Feather Dance. Great Bird ascended rapidly, widening the gap between itself and Pikachu while unleashing a flurry of white and yellow feathers. The feathers floated through the air like dust, and at first, Pikachu paid them little mind. However, as it approached Great Bird and leaped at an opportune distance, those scattered feathers converged at that moment, adhering to Pikachu's body. Pikachu felt an increasing heaviness, ultimately leaping only half the height it usually achieved in training before plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, the feathers rapidly closed in, continuously sticking to Pikachu until it was soon engulfed, left bewildered. Static electricity, Pikachu's ability, had drawn all the feathers to itself. Perhaps that was the reason. ASU nodded, satisfied with Ash's quick realization of what transpired. This was indeed a strategy to counter electric-type Pokémon, utilizing Feather Dance to create confusion. If one were to encounter this tactic for the first time, they would undoubtedly be at a loss. At this moment, Pikachu contemplated employing Thunderbolt as a counterattack, yet it proved to be utterly inconsequential against the feathers, which were mere inanimate objects. Instead, the feathers pressed down ever more tightly, their weight bearing down on Pikachu, not only restricting its ability to execute moves, but also diminishing its running speed. Ash, do you still possess such confidence now? For the first time, Ash witnessed the remarkable utility of Feather Dance, which garnered him newfound respect for ASU, the avian Pokémon master. Naturally, these feathers were conductive, preventing electricity from striking the airborne Pidgeot. However, Pikachu was not solely reliant on electric-type attacks. Allow me to demonstrate a technique I have specially taught Pikachu. Pikachu, use Rain Dance. Pikachu raised its diminutive arms, one pointing skyward and the other towards the earth, its expression serious as it generated a faint electric current at its fingertips, resonating with the cosmos. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, dark clouds swiftly gathered above the Celadon gym, and delicate raindrops began to fall, causing the feathers on Pikachu to shed as they became damp. This technique had been meticulously practiced at home with the help of Haxorus, Blastoise, and Lapras, who collaborated with Ash in training Pikachu. Ultimately, it was Haxorus who had a stroke of genius, guiding Pikachu to summon rain through electricity. In his dreams, Ash had also specifically trained Pikachu repeatedly until it successfully mastered this move. Chapter 153, Charizard Valley, Part 1. The summoning of rain was not merely to escape the clutches of Feather Dance, but also served as a precaution in case Pikachu could not get close enough to Pidgeot to unleash another electric attack. By harnessing the thunder, Pikachu aimed to connect with the dark clouds and deliver a decisive blow to Pidgeot from above. Hearing the roars emanating from the clouds, ASU understood Ash's strategy, but Pidgeot could exploit this as well. Those capable of manipulating the rain were not limited to thunder alone. Pidgeot, unleash your final hurricane upon Pikachu. I shall see who falls first. Pikachu, use thunder. The torrential rain swept across Pikachu's face, driven by Pidgeot's movements. The relentless downpour, utilized by Pidgeot, rendered Pikachu unable to open its eyes, forcing it to squint through a narrow slit. The howling wind stirred up a multitude of brown feathers, laden with mud and dirt, which clung to Pikachu. Simultaneously, Pikachu was swept into the air by the storm, feeling a disconcerting sense of weightlessness. The thunderstorm overhead unfurled, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning converging into one. Pidgeot, who was desperately manipulating the tempest, realized it could not evade the impending electrical discharge and resolutely remained in place. Embracing its fate, the clash between the two combatants reached a breathtaking crescendo, and as the lightning dissipated into the atmosphere, Pidgeot plummeted to the ground, charred and defeated. However, while Pidgeot managed to land safely, Pikachu remained suspended in midair. As the storm abated, Pikachu began to plummet freely from the high platform. The startled cries of a girl and the leap of a boy jolted ASU back to reality. Don't jump down. Quick on his feet, ASU dashed toward the platform's edge, pulling out a Pokeball, with a Natural Bird closely trailing behind. Natural Bird used telekinesis to catch them. Before he could finish speaking, ASU had already reached the edge, peering down with a sigh of relief. Below, Ash had grasped Pikachu with one hand while the other clutched the windowsill of the third floor, swaying in the wind. At that moment, Natural Bird gently descended beside Ash using telekinesis and opened the window, allowing Ash and Pikachu to enter the building. Upon seeing Ash unharmed, The three rushed to the elevator to ascend to the third floor. As soon as they encountered Ash, ASU hurried forward to assess any injuries. Anticipating that such a high fall would surely result in a broken hand, he was astonished to find that Ash's grip was surprisingly strong, showing no signs of injury. Is your hand made of steel? How can you be fine after such a fall? ASU, incredulous, examined it repeatedly, failing to find anything amiss. Of course, I'm fine. Even if Nurse Joy were to check, nothing would be wrong. With that, ASU's anxieties finally settled. If something had happened to him at the gym, it would have been truly catastrophic. While our gym specializes in flying types, we do not condone aerial acrobatics. Ash, please refrain from frightening us like that. In truth, ASU was fully capable of catching a Pokémon falling from a great height, not to mention natural bird's psychic advantages. There were other flying type moves that could have safely caught Pikachu. However, witnessing a person leap from a height to save a Pokémon was a first for ASU. He did not approve of Ash's actions, yet he could not deny Ash's profound commitment to his Pokémon. Here is your well-deserved wing badge. And I see you lack a badge case, so I shall gift you an extra one. Do not concern yourself with that. A Johto case for Johto badges is the authentic way to go. After receiving his first badge, Ash did not linger in Celadon City. After treating his Pokémon, he swiftly set off on a new journey. Ash did not heed Shigeru's advice to take a plane from the airport, but instead continued towards Pallet Town. Between Pallet Town and Celadon City lay a place that piqued Ash's curiosity. The Natural Park Charizard Valley. You are headed there, Ash. Brock compared Shigeru's map with the one he had purchased. Shigeru had not ventured to Charizard Valley. It was not that he did not wish to, but trainers without Charizards were prohibited from entering. Thus, Shigeru had been turned away. Consequently, he had emphatically annotated on his map about the administrator's poor attitude and the area's treacherous conditions, filling it with a litany of complaints. It's all right. While ordinary people cannot enter, I possess a Charizard. I had already exchanged for one from Professor Oak while in Celadon City. With that, Ash summoned Charizard. As Charizard emerged from the Pokeball, it yawned and stretched, lazily preparing for some warm-up exercises in front of Ash, living a life of leisure. Enjoying delicious food and drink without the burden of training or Ash's urging, Charizard reveled in intimidating passing trainers and weaker Pokémon, living quite the luxurious life, akin to a local tyrant. Of course, this applied only to Charizard, Aerodactyl, Abandoned Monkey, and the leading Blastoise. Had Eevee not been at Hanako's house, it might have joined them too. Getting a bit rounder, are we? Have you been practicing belly drum with Snorlax lately? Ash patted Charizard's plump belly, which was almost as soft as Snorlax's. Charizard also rubbed its belly, feeling rather bashful as it stuck out its tongue. Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder, inquiring about any recent happenings at home and how everyone was faring. However, Charizard merely brushed it off with a laugh. Difficult to broach, after all. What they had been up to had drawn complaints from Haxorus and Lapras, who had refused to cooperate. They would rather stay at Hanako's and enjoy a tranquil life than associate with this ruffian. Hearing this, Pikachu realized that the leader would surely come looking for him one day. Enough of that. We can discuss it another time. Charizard, do you know why I summoned you? Charizard shook its head, seemingly unaware of the situation. I brought you here for training. Those leisurely days at home have nearly caused your muscles to rust. Just look at your belly. How far can you run now? Can you still manage to fly? Charizard dared not argue with Ash, nodding obediently in agreement. Let us see if you can still soar. Ash climbed onto Charizard's back, and Charizard, not daring to be too boastful, circled the skies for 3 or 4 laps, allowing Ash a good view. Charizard was far from old and still quite capable. Ash's grand display naturally caught the attention of the valley's overseer. Hey, trainer over there. This is not a place for reckless flying. At the very least, you need my permission. Jiku, riding her Charizard Lisa, rushed over and immediately cautioned Ash upon spotting him. Chapter 154, Charizard Valley, Part 2. Upon noticing the local overseer Jiku's arrival, Ash instructed Charizard to descend. I apologize. I've just brought him out for a spin to see if he has grown. Jiku stepped closer, scrutinizing Charizard, while Charizard's gaze drifted past Jiku, fixating on Lisa, its eyes sparkling like the sun. Having encountered many Charizards, Jiku had her own unique insights into their qualities, and she deemed Ash's Charizard quite commendable. Is this your starter Pokémon? No, he was an unwanted child that I took in and raised. Jiku understood immediately, inspecting Charizard's back and expressing a hint of regret. He didn't come from Charizard Valley, did he? You're from Kanto, right? The League imports many Charmanders from here. So Jiku could tell that Charizard wasn't originally from Charizard Valley. Ash from Pallet Town, Professor Oak's lab is right there. Oh, I know Professor Oak. Wait, I think I remember you. You must have appeared on television. Jiku stroked her chin, glancing between Ash, Pikachu, and Charizard, finally focusing on Pikachu. You are the one who won the championship with Pikachu at the Indigo League. Yes, that's me. Ash looked at Pikachu, filled with nostalgia. In this era, winning a championship is no longer a cause for envy. Rather, achieving success with an unconventional Pokémon is what truly draws the attention of other trainers. They remember Ash not for himself, but for being that trainer who prominently featured Pikachu. So, that's the Charizard from the finals. I underestimated you. Since you're the champion Charizard, why not take a tour of Charizard Valley? That sounds perfect. Although Jiku invited Ash and his companions, she did not provide Ash with any means of transportation, only bringing a hot air balloon for Misty and Brock. The implication was clear: let us fly, Charizard. Accelerate and catch up with the hot air balloon. Charizard, noticing Lisa's interest, eagerly complied, soaring towards her with Ash on its back. Jiku, aware of Charizard's intentions, paid it no mind. Many in Charizard Valley admired Lisa. Did she need to accept them all? As the two Charizards flew side by side, Ash's Charizard seemed to flaunt its prowess, performing various aerial displays. Even Misty on the hot air balloon noticed Charizard's intentions, yet Lisa remained indifferent, flying at her own pace. Clearly, Lisa was well-versed and unimpressed by Charizard's attempts to impress her. Feeling disheartened, Charizard's spirits visibly waned, and even after landing, it struggled to lift its head. Welcome to Charizard Valley, where the Charizards are exceptionally powerful. Here, you will find Charizards entrusted to trainers, wild Charizards that have settled here, and those not selected by the league to be given to novice trainers. The reasoning behind those not selected for novice trainers is simple. They all possess the hidden ability Solar Power. To ensure fairness, they are given the Blaze ability instead. As the gate slowly opened, the trio beheld a gathering of numerous Charizards for the first time. What about the Charmanders and Charmeleons? Aren't they here? Oh, they're deep within the valley, cared for by the female Charizards. You won't find them here. The outer areas were filled with male Charizards, all tall, robust, and powerful. Just from a glance, Ash could spot no fewer than 10 that towered over his Charizard. They were all competitors, none willing to back down. Jiku primarily aimed to introduce Ash and his Charizard to this place, while Misty and Brock were naturally not allowed to enter. Ash followed Jiku deeper into the valley, where the Charizards paid little mind to the presence of strangers, not even glancing their way. This place has a rich history. I can see traces of ancient murals here. Ash gently traced his fingers along the rock wall, unexpectedly feeling a series of regular protrusions. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed they had been carved by human hands. The exact details of the carvings were lost to time, but Ash speculated they must relate to Charizards. You're correct. Long before the league was established, my ancestors settled here, living alongside Charizards. If I may say, we could be considered a Charizard tribe. A tribe? It dates back so far. Ash raised an eyebrow, surprised. Upon reflection, however, it seemed quite reasonable. As the tour continued, Jiku also retrieved some ancient tools designed to be affixed to Charizards, aiding in riding them like saddles. Additionally, she showcased some rather cruel implements used to tame Charizards, illustrating the entire spectrum of human Charizard interaction throughout history, from tribal to feudal, from modern to contemporary. Jiku provided Ash with a comprehensive overview of how the Charizard lineage became a preferred choice for novice trainers after being incorporated into the league. Being selected is no small feat. As you travel with your Charizard, don't forget the footsteps of those who came before you and how they reached this point. Jiku frequently shares these insights with Charizard trainers, and Ash would be no exception. You've seen and touched everything. Do you have any questions, Ash? Jiku asked, leaning against the wall to rest. Can my Charizard challenge other Charizards here? Ash stated his objective clearly. Roar. As expected, every Charizard trainer who comes here asks that question. My answer is yes, but it must be under my supervision. No reckless behavior. Jiku emphasized this because, should either party sustain injuries, as the overseer, she would need to step in for treatment. If things were serious, she would have to take them to the nearby Pokémon Center, so she always kept a watchful eye. After receiving permission, Ash leaned close to Charizard's ear and whispered softly, I know you're fond of Lisa. Why not showcase your strength in front of her? Show her the might of a champion. Charizard nodded, and his gaze towards Lilith brimmed with hope. Subsequently, he beckoned to a nearby Charizard, which was a head taller and notably more robust, employing a provocative gesture. Chapter 155, Charizard Valley, Part 3. It was unclear where he had acquired such a sharp tongue, but Charizard's taunt proved remarkably effective. The Charizard, who had been idly leaning against the wall, sprang to attention, and the other Charizards turned their attention, casting unfriendly glances in their direction. A few impatient ones stepped forward, encircling Ash's Charizard. The specifics of the taunt, Pikachu refrained from translating, as it was somewhat unseemly. This particular Charizard was rather laid-back and conflict-averse, yet he was still a formidable opponent. However, do not underestimate the Charizards here. Each one possesses strength that rivals your own. So, are all of them champions? Jika shook her head. I did not imply that. Your Charizard has indeed faced a variety of Pokémon outside, showcasing impressive prowess. But the Charizards here have been engaged in battles exclusively against their kind. They may exhibit some disadvantages against other Pokémon, but in a contest among peers, that is far from certain. These two combat styles differ. Battles among equals often yield closely matched outcomes. Today, you may defeat me, but tomorrow I shall learn your techniques to best you. Mutual competition and learning are entirely natural, provided one is not foolish. Upon hearing Jiku's words, Ash's interest in battles among Charizards intensified, filled with anticipation. Charizard, this time I shall not give you commands. This battle will be solely yours to navigate. Is that agreeable? Charizard did not turn back, yet his posture conveyed his answer. The two Charizards stood merely 10 centimeters apart, close enough for a mere gesture to bridge the gap. Such proximity left Ash's Charizard feeling anxious. Previously, he had relied on aerial advantages to gain a strategic edge, faced with a counterpart of the same kind. He initially felt uncertain about how to proceed. Since Ash would not direct him, he resolved to employ his most proficient technique. After making up his mind, he retreated a step from the wild Charizard, simultaneously unleashing a swirling flame as he withdrew. Once the vortex formed, Charizard swiftly flapped his wings, allowing the wind to amplify the fire's intensity and range. Unexpectedly, the wild Charizard disregarded the vortex entirely, charging through it and dispersing the flames with a single punch. He then seized Ash's Charizard's trailing tail, using his strength to halt his retreat. Ash's Charizard was taken aback by the opponent's unconventional tactics, as those relatively slender arms unleashed an unexpectedly formidable force. Before he could muster the strength to break free, the wild Charizard clamped his jaws around the thick tail, prompting Ash's Charizard to retaliate with a torrent of flames. Yet, the wild Charizard remained unfazed, his right fist enveloped in a layer of verdant draconic energy, delivering a powerful uppercut to Ash's Charizard's chin. Ash's Charizard nearly bit his tongue from the force of the blow, but the wild Charizard showed no signs of stopping, raining down punches and claws upon his abdomen with reckless abandon. In an instant, Ash's Charizard's belly bore wounds, blood flowing freely. Enraged, Ash's Charizard abandoned all rationality, discarding his previous orderly tactics and instead resorted to wild, flailing punches akin to a brawler. A tumultuous clash of brutality and strength unfolded before Ash's eyes. He squinted, gently wiping the crimson liquid splattered on his face, casting a glance at Jiku beside him. Jiku, however, appeared thoroughly engrossed, and even Lilith remained unfazed. Perceiving no issue, noticing Ash's gaze, Jiku explained, "Do you find it gruesome?" "I do not. This is precisely the primordial nature of Pokémon battles. Having lived here with my father since childhood, I witnessed such events almost daily, often far more brutal than this. As I have previously mentioned, the Charizard in a trainer's possession differs significantly from those here." Ash remained silent, continuing to observe the battle. He pondered whether it was worthwhile to allow Charizard to train here. Would the lessons learned from these Charizards truly translate to the grand stage for children his age, or even younger? Might it be too grim? Initially, Ash's Charizard struggled, feeling restrained. However, as time passed, his mind began to fade, and his scales radiated a peculiar energy, culminating in an explosive surge of power. His consciousness grew hazy, yet his strength soared, ultimately consuming his thoughts entirely. In a fit of rage, Ash's Charizard lunged at the wild Charizard with a roar. "This is Dragon Rage." Your Charizard has momentarily grasped Dragon Rage for the first time. How fascinating, perhaps spurred by his fury. Jiku showed no inclination to halt the battle, aware that even the most ferocious and ruthless Charizards here would not permit an outsider to vanquish a local. Indeed, as the wild Charizard began to falter, even invoking Dragon Rage to hold its ground, it was still beaten to the ground, battered and bloodied. The other Charizards could no longer remain passive. A massive foot struck Ash's Charizard, sending him crashing against the wall, followed by another Charizard delivering a kick from behind. Ash's Charizard shook his head, eyes reddened, and in a frenzy, he disregarded which Charizard had struck him, retaliating against all in sight, unleashing slashes of air with his wings and spewing flames. The other Charizards remained unhurried, watching as Ash's Charizard vented his fury in a wild display. Enough. The battle has concluded. Ash's tone suddenly turned cold, and Jiku too retracted her enthusiasm, startled by the intensity radiating from Ash. Lilith quickly pulled Jiku aside, regarding Ash with trepidation. Observing that Charizard no longer heeded his words, Ash showed no leniency. With a speed that left the other Charizards unresponsive, he delivered a flying knee strike to Charizard's head, knocking the frenzied Ash's Charizard unconscious. When Ash's Charizard regained consciousness, darkness enveloped the world. He found himself lying on the ground outside Charizard Valley's entrance, gazing at Ash, who was tending to a fire, lost in thought. He felt as though he had slipped into amnesia, recalling only that he had fought with a Charizard in the morning. And now, he had awakened? Ouch, my head aches. Charizard touched his head, discovering it wrapped in bandages, then lowered his gaze to his abdomen, realizing he was entirely bound in bandages, looking quite battered. Yet, for Charizard, the most pronounced pain resided in his head, akin to a concussion. What transpired? How did I end up like this? Did I win or lose? Charizard hesitated to approach Ash, instead querying Pikachu, who was nearby roasting berries. You well? I suppose you won. This statement greatly satisfied Charizard, and he chose not to force himself to rise, instead lying down quietly to rest. Charizard, what do you think of the strength of the Charizards here? Upon noticing that Charizard had awakened, Ash raised the freshly roasted berry to Charizard's mouth. Charizard bit down eagerly, chewing and swallowing. Lilith is quite lovely. Ash raised his eyebrows. Why does this dragon choose to learn only the malevolent skills? Or perhaps, is it that the mating season has arrived? Chapter 156, The Valley of Charizard, Part 4. He ought to inquire with Jike about the typical mating period for Charizards throughout the year. It is certainly not springtime. Autumn is fast approaching. Well, Charizard, I feel as though I have hit a plateau. At this juncture, merely relying on my training has become insufficient for enhancing strength. My commands must invariably align with the Pokémon's capabilities. It seems that merely leading you into battles has yielded limited results. Do you grasp my meaning, Charizard? While Ash roasted a corn-shaped fruit, he spoke softly. This is akin to human musculature. Initial growth may be quite effective, yet as time progresses, over the course of 1, 2, or even 3 years, one might discover little to no significant change in physique. Moreover, if one becomes complacent, regression is all but inevitable. However, the advantage Pokémon possess over humans lies in their capacity for gradual improvement, albeit slow. As for how long this advancement will persist, Ash was still uncertain. After all, the anime has not elucidated this, nor have the games or comics, and there exists no system to accelerate the process. Those items, such as rare candies, merely serve to promote hasty growth. However, observing Charizard's clear-eyed gaze, he understood that this creature was wholly oblivious to his musings. Perhaps the notion of Pokémon gathering from all corners to engage in battles at the Indigo Plateau is indeed a splendid idea. Yet I believe training within the Valley of Charizard is also a commendable choice. What say you? At this point, Charizard comprehended. Had he known this sooner, he could have saved himself the convoluted journey of thought. The effort of using one's brain was taxing. Charizard faintly recalled the earlier morning's scuffle with wild Charizards, and honestly, reflecting upon it was rather exhilarating. Compared to the previous calm and orderly battles, this life-and-death struggle held a distinct allure. Judging by your expression, it seems you yearn to continue battling them. I perceive what you are contemplating. Is it once again concerning Lisa? Charizard unabashedly acknowledged his attraction to her. Let me tell you, pursuing a girl through petty pranks and childish antics to capture her attention is utterly futile. I assure you, women are drawn to men who can genuinely captivate them. The rest is mere pretense, hollow gestures that do not signify true affection. To win over someone who does not love you is to court disaster, as they can easily be swayed by another. Rather than groveling and adopting the demeanor of a sycophant, devote your energies to self-improvement. Invest the money you would spend on flowers and gifts into enhancing your own appearance. Dedicate your time to honing your skills. Transforming yourself into a more appealing and formidable individual is the true shortcut to winning a woman's heart. Charizard, you may find my words challenging to comprehend due to your limited intellect. Nevertheless, heed my advice. Within the Valley of Charizard, never forget to showcase your strength and charm in front of Lisa. Make frequent appearances before her, but avoid being overly clingy. That behavior is beneath you. Ash imparted his understanding of love to Charizard, exemplifying his points in a manner the creature could grasp. For instance, he suggested how to exhibit a sense of flair while utilizing flamethrower, transforming the descent from the sky into a heroic entrance. He concluded by sharing his insights on charisma. A dragon must embody the grandeur of a dragon. Although you are not a dragon, I declare you to be one. Remember, do not bring shame upon me. Should you fail in this endeavor, I shall undoubtedly regale our friends with the story upon our return. This statement struck a chord with Charizard. As he dreaded the thought of being ridiculed by his peers, The prospect of past failures being paraded before others, and the possibility of being mocked for eternity if he did not succeed, filled him with trepidation. Observing Charizard's rekindled fervor, Ash nodded in satisfaction. Is it truly permissible to voice such matters in my presence? Misty, standing nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Brock experienced Ash's other side for the first time. Ash, you should have mentioned your wealth of experience earlier. What do you think of me? Do I stand a chance in pursuing women? Brock pulled out a notebook, eager to discuss with Ash, but Misty yanked him away with force. Such matters should not be discussed in my presence. At the very least, dim the lights first. After distancing Brock, Misty fixed a sharp gaze on Ash. You don't truly share what Brock suggested, do you? That you are well-versed in matters of romance. Huh, what kind of talk is this? I am still a minor. My body has yet to fully develop. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? Is that so? I recall that Gary had quite a few girlfriends in the past. As friends, you must have some insights into this. Misty was unconvinced. How could someone as handsome, charismatic, strong, and reliable as Ash have never experienced romance? Ash wished to avoid entanglement in such discussions. No matter how much he explained, disbelief remained inevitable. Early the next morning, Ash returned with Charizard for another visit. Upon hearing that Ash intended to leave Charizard there for training, Jike exhibited no surprise. While enjoying breakfast prepared by Brock, she nonchalantly replied, "Leaving him here is perfectly fine. Many trainers passing through deposit their Charizards with me." She gestured towards the racks behind her, which were filled with Pokeballs belonging to trainers. Jike pulled back the curtain behind her to reveal 3 rows of shelves, densely packed with Charizard Pokeballs. Each ball bore a name, accompanied by photographs of the trainers alongside their Charizards. To Ash's astonishment, in a conspicuous spot among them were photos of Adu and the distant champion Diantha from Galar. Did Adu and Diantha's Charizard stay here as well? What? You mean they have been here? Jike turned back, retrieving a photo to show Ash. In the picture, a youthful Adu sported an innocent smile, his expression markedly different from the calm demeanor he possessed now. The picture was coated in dust, clearly taken long ago. The other photo depicted Diantha, who appeared slightly more composed but bore a striking resemblance to her current self. Adu had visited during his early teenage years, subsequently taking his Charizard home. As for Diantha, this was from a few years ago, when she covertly visited while participating in an event in Johto, insisting that Ash not disclose her secret escape to a certain individual named Losai. Who? Losai? Are you referring to Chairman Rose? Jike blinked, finally realizing she had misremembered the name. Ah, yes, that must be it. In any case, both had challenged with their Charizards and subsequently departed. If pressed to ascertain Jike's opinion on these 2 trainers, she would undoubtedly rank Diantha at the top, given Charizard's immense popularity across the regions, from Kanto to Galar. Diantha's promotion has substantially contributed to this fame. As for Adu, his signature Pokémon was Dragonite. After capturing the photographs and storing the Pokeballs, Ash bid his final farewell to Charizard. Live well here, and remember to lay plenty of eggs, eating and drinking as you please. Once the Silver Conference arrives, I shall bring you back, and that will be your final examination. Do not let me down. Ash patted Charizard on the shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement before departing with Misty and Brock. Ash did not shed tears, for he understood that this parting was but temporary. Instead, it was the weight of the farewell that left Charizard feeling rather overwhelmed. What if he faltered during that time? Would he still be able to escape back to Charizard Valley to evade the consequences? Chapter 157, Muramace's Dojo. Passing through Sunshine Town, where the Sunflora event was held, crossing the vast cotton grass prairie, and spanning the merino sheep pasture, one might wonder why the distance between cities in Johto is so vast. Unlike the compactness of Kanto, the journey from Deep Gray City to Hualan City does not take nearly as long, and we are merely heading to Hoki Town, a town. With no sign of Hoki Town in sight, Misty was growing more anxious than Ash. Why are you so impatient? Is it because the scenery along the way is uninspiring? Not at all. It's already autumn. The Silver Conference will commence next spring. Don't you feel even a hint of urgency, Ash? We've wasted too much time in the Orange Archipelago. If we miss it, we'll have to wait until next year. Then let us speak of next year. I'm not anxious, so you needn't be either. Exactly, Ash, what is the rush? Isn't it delightful to see more beautiful faces along the way? Yesterday, I struck up a conversation with a lovely lady and managed to maintain a record-breaking minute before being turned down. Isn't that a sign of progress? After Ash intervened to prevent Misty from pulling Brock's ear and witnessing his underwhelming abilities firsthand, she ceased to pay him any mind. Success was a stroke of luck, while failure was merely expected. What is with you two? You're acting in such a way that I feel utterly out of place. Misty wanted Brock to pull out a map to confirm their direction when a flash of red light caught her peripheral vision, startling her into exclaiming, "Ash." Ash too had noticed the sudden flash of red light, appearing ahead and to the left of them. He discerned it more clearly than Misty. It was a Scyther, and Pikachu was preparing to unleash Thunderbolt behind that tree. Just as Pikachu was gathering energy to strike at Ash's indication, the Scyther had already dashed forth from behind the tree, knees slightly bent, its left claw poised towards Pikachu while its right fist drew back, ready to unleash its power. "Enough, Scyther, return." A calm, mature voice resounded from behind them. At this moment, the Scyther ceased its combative stance, leaping over Ash's head to kneel before the middle-aged man, bowing in respect. "Hey, who are you? You instructed Scyther to block our path, didn't you? Are you looking for a fight?" Before Ash could speak, Misty, unable to contain her frustration, unleashed her ire upon the man, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. No, you misunderstand. I am not a villain. This is my dojo ahead. I am Muramasa, and this Scyther is my partner. I merely wished to see the strength of passing trainers, so I had Scyther guard the dojo." Misty, still perplexed, was left in the dark while Ash quickly grasped the situation. Establishing a dojo in such a remote area had a clear objective: to attract trainers like Ash, who ventured out at a young age. Winning or losing was not the priority. As long as they could entice trainers to join and pay tuition, Muramasa could sustain the dojo, realizing that the man was merely fulfilling his duty as a guardian. Misty felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to apologize for her previous attitude when Ash leaned closer to whisper Muramasa's intent in her ear. Suddenly, her complexion changed, and the words she intended to speak caught in her throat. Muramasa, unaffected by her transformation, feigned ignorance and spoke with a furrowed brow. "In truth, I have encountered a bit of trouble lately." Muramasa had a son named Shingo, who, as the son of the dojo's master, naturally inherited knowledge of battling. However, the dojo's remote location meant that Shingo had only faced familiar trainers throughout his upbringing. After he obtained Pokémon and defeated all those familiar faces, he became overly proud of his prowess. A frog in a well, indeed. Ash immediately discerned the type of person Shingo was. Sigh. This child spends his days glued to a computer, assessing strength through data and proclaiming guaranteed victories based on meticulous calculations. He is undefeated within the dojo, but what will he do outside? Now unable to contain his desire to travel, Muramasa fretted that his son would face a crushing defeat. "If you possess formidable strength, could you help me humble my son's confidence? I wish to swiftly curtail his childish attitude within the dojo. And what about you? As his father, why don't you take action to discipline him?" Muramasa spread his hands, exuding a sense of helplessness. "My Scyther and his Scyther were trained in the same manner. They can only reach a stalemate, yet cannot fully conquer one another. Trained by the same master, they cannot break the stalemate. Rest assured, once the task is accomplished, I will compensate you. If we cannot win, I shall not blame you, and I will offer half the reward." Muramasa understood well what traveling trainers often lacked. With the mention of payment, there was little left to discuss. "I shall assist you in waking your son." Ash agreed to Muramasa's request and revealed his identity. However, this revelation only heightened Muramasa's concern. "Ash, you are a champion. Should we not worry?" Muramasa sighed. "It is precisely for this reason that we should be concerned. Every trainer who has graced the television screen is subjected to scrutiny by those with ulterior motives, including their Pokémon, family background, and even personal privacy and whereabouts." This was a source of anxiety for those Elite Four and champions alike. If it were merely enthusiasts conducting inquiries, there would be little cause for worry. Yet, if it were malevolent forces, underhanded foes opposed to the League gathering information, it would be catastrophic, especially for someone like Ado, a League investigator with countless enemies. To dare reveal true strength on the big screen invites targeted retaliation in the shadows. Ado is in dire need of someone to take his place, to stand guard while he conceals himself from the limelight. "I understand the reasoning. Your son is also adept in data analysis, I presume?" Muramasa nodded in agreement, leading the trio toward his dojo. "I shan't say more. You may see for yourselves." Muramasa's Pokémon dojo was substantial, with architecture steeped in traditional Japanese style, nestled by the mountains and water, providing an environment more suited for wild Pokémon training than the concrete jungles of the city. The only unfortunate aspect was Ash's inability to sit comfortably on his knees, with no chairs available, forcing him to remain standing. "Where is your son? I wish to meet him." Ash stretched his limbs, producing a series of creaks and cracks, much to Muramasa's dismay. "When you say meet, you mean in terms of Pokémon battles, correct?" "Indeed." Muramasa, somewhat skeptical, decided to personally escort Ash to Shingo's room to find the young man himself. Chapter 158, Tradition versus innovation. Shinwoo, come out and greet our guests. The sound of footsteps echoed sparsely within the room, and soon after, a boy with violet hair emerged. As Shinwoo opened the door, he was immediately captivated by Ash, staring intently for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he hurried back to his desk, quickly opening his computer to scour for information. Is your child always this self-absorbed? Muramasa could only chuckle in response. When they approached Shinwoo's desk, they found that he had meticulously compiled all of Ash's data on his computer. From the Indigo Plateau to the Pokémon League and the Orange League Victory Cup, every official battle record concerning Ash was displayed here, along with detailed notes on all the Pokémon Ash had used. Impressive. Did you compile all of this yourself? Ash remarked, genuinely impressed by Shinwoo's aptitude for video editing and presentation creation. I have long since documented your information, and through my analysis, I conclude that your strength is on par with mine. Shinwoo even turned his laptop towards Ash for him to review, and Ash found nothing amiss. Unable to pinpoint any faults. Ahem, that's rather impolite of you, Shinwoo. How can you speak so to a guest? Muramasa interjected. Humph, you just want me to be defeated, hoping to undermine my confidence. I know exactly what you're thinking. After battling so many trainers, I have even packed my suitcase. Even if you try to stop me, I shall proclaim that my strength is sufficient to dominate all challengers. Shinwoo closed his laptop, his tone brusque and somewhat confrontational. Do you not realize that out there, in the wilderness, there is no signal? You rely on your computer for judgments and analyses. Without it, can you battle independently? Moreover, it's dangerous outside. Should anything happen to you? Muramasa's words were not without merit. He had once been a trainer in his youth, advising from the perspective of experience. Yet Shinwoo remained dismissive, deeming Muramasa's caution mere exaggeration. I have memorized all that information. Without a computer, I am still a formidable trainer. You merely wish to see Ash defeat me to force me into submission. I assure you, I have accepted this battle to gain your agreement. I need not even open my computer to analyze. I shall demonstrate how correct my path is. You are but a relic of the past. With that, Shinwoo turned to leave for the battle arena in the backyard. However, Ash swiftly grasped the collar of Shinwoo's shirt, lifting him off the ground. Friend, you forgot your computer. The collar tightened around Shinwoo's neck, nearly taking his breath away. Cough. I just said I no longer need the computer to deal with you. I have already analyzed your Pokémon and am well acquainted with your favored battle strategies, he continued. Yet, no matter how Shinwoo explained, Ash insisted that he should bring the computer as an essential tool for their battle. This is a clash of tradition and innovation. The computer cannot be left behind. It was the first time Shinwoo had encountered someone more self-assured than himself. Well, since you insist. He returned to his desk, closed the laptop, and exited once more, only to be halted by Ash again. Don't forget your charger. Losing power mid-battle would be disastrous. It won't take that long. 10 minutes will suffice. This time, Ash did not stop him and followed Shinwoo and Muramasa downstairs. Muramasa had intentionally summoned the other trainees in the dojo to the backyard to witness the event. Upon hearing that Shinwoo was to battle the newly crowned champion Ash, excitement erupted among the trainees. Isn't that Ash, the champion of the latest Indigo League? Don't you recognize him? Misty exclaimed incredulously. However, the trainees nodded, confirming their knowledge. Of course we know, the Indigo League is the competition held by the Kanto region. The prestige of the Indigo League pales in comparison to the Silver Conference hosted by Johto. Young Master Shinwoo is bound to win. Hey, we certainly know Ash. But what of it? Young Master Shinwoo was watching the live broadcast, analyzing it for us, pointing out the mistakes made by both Gary and Ash during their battle. Some trainees even pulled out Shinwoo's analysis from that day, leaving Misty and Brock momentarily speechless. One might mistakenly think Shinwoo was a member of the Elite Four, imparting his wisdom. However, after listening for a while, Misty sensed something amiss. What are your thoughts on the battle between the finalists, Misty and Ash? Finalists? We only watched the championship battle. What are the semifinals to us? This remark infuriated Misty, her nose crinkling in indignation. Enough. Quiet down. No whispering in the back. This is a time for learning, not for entertainment. The moment Muramasa spoke, the trainees fell silent, their expressions serious and solemn, walking with a sense of purpose. This is what I mean. Shinwoo's behavior not only affects himself, but also influences the other trainees. If left unchecked, it could lead to disaster. Relying solely on theoretical knowledge can indeed induce a sense of superiority, allowing one to feel victorious by belittling others seen online, even if they lose. As long as the leader Shinwoo remains undefeated, it is perceived as a win. But how long can that sense of triumph endure when faced with a real opponent? The backyard of Muramasa was far more spacious than Ash had anticipated, designed in a traditional Japanese style. The battlefield was not entirely even. Ash crouched down to touch the ground, discovering it to be uneven and rocky, with debris swirling in the wind and trees lining the edges. Shinwu was already accustomed to these conditions. After taking his place in the arena, he sat cross-legged, opened his laptop, and activated the real-time recording mode. This mode could analyze the speed variations of Pokémon, their internal energy levels, and calculate how much health they would lose after receiving attacks. Anything currently within the realm of scientific recording was achievable with this advanced laptop. Since you are so eager to experience the power of technology, I shall oblige. Scyther, prepare for battle. Shinwu withdrew a Pokeball from his pocket, summoning Scyther forth. Scyther, the mantis Pokemon, brandished its pincers adorned with eye-like patterns to intimidate its opponents, giving the impression of possessing 3 heads. This was Ash's entry from his Pokédex, straightforward and unembellished. Shinwu, not particularly fond of Ash's Pokédex entry, proceeded to share his own collected data with Ash. Scyther possesses a body as hard as steel, with muscles composed of metal. Its strength surpasses that of tempered steel. Ordinary attacks cannot inflict the slightest damage. To prevent overheating during battles, which could cause its metallic body to melt, it regulates its temperature by flapping its wings at high speed. Despite its slender physique, it boasts astonishing offensive power, regardless of how tough its target may be. Its steel pincers can crush anything. Its massive pincers account for 1/3 of its body weight, capable of obliterating even rocks with a single blow, making any casual swing of its pincers perilous. It will relentlessly assault its opponent with its steel-hard pincers until it is utterly pulverized. Compared to ensnaring enemies, its cumbersome pincers are far more suited for pulverizing foes. Ultimately, the Pokédex in Ash's hands is merely a gift from the professor to novice trainers, and its details can only extend so far. In contrast, Shinwu's collection is amassed from various platforms, including insights from the contemporary Steel-type champion, Daigo, and the Bug-type master, Ian. This exemplifies the allure of data. Do you see it, Ash? Shinwu's show of strength greatly displeased Misty, yet Ash remained unfazed. He felt no sting of mockery. Rather, he found the prospect of learning diverse styles from multiple perspectives to be quite fascinating. Pikachu, I entrust this battle to you. Chapter 159, The Unity of Knowledge and Action. Pikachu, I knew it would be him. However, I have already completed my observations of Pikachu. This dates back to your time at the Quartz Conference. Scyther, use Swords Dance. Scyther did not advance toward Pikachu, but instead raised its pincers in place, gliding on its right foot while pivoting around its left. Ignore him and unleash Thunderbolt. Lightning is not a solid entity. No matter how many circles Scyther spins, it cannot block it. Metal is an excellent conductor, and soon Scyther displayed a grimace of pain, merely enduring to complete the Swords Dance. Witnessing the damage Ash's Pikachu inflicted, even Shinwu had to concede that he had underestimated it. This Pikachu was indeed unlike any other, compelling me to update my data. As Shinwu suddenly struck the keyboard, producing a cacophony of sounds, Ash began to grasp the concept of data flow. I see now. The Pokémon information you've gathered from the television exists only as an average. Whenever information deviates from this average, it necessitates timely updating. Very well. I will await your update before we continue. This remark immediately drew Shinwu's ire, his expression freezing, and the clatter of his keystrokes ceased. Are you looking down on me? I do not require such condescending gestures. Scyther, utilize Bullet Punch. The combination of Swords Dance and Bullet Punch is a classic moveset for Scyther. While the combination is tried and true, Ash had anticipated it. Pikachu, dodge with Quick Attack. Pikachu crouched low, its limbs moving swiftly, transforming into a streak of yellow light darting across the field. Scyther also became a red blur as it pursued Pikachu, their movements too swift for onlookers to perceive. Only Ash's keen eyes and Shinwu's camera could capture the spectacle. Shinwu's data updated in real time as Pikachu vanished, yet the more he scrutinized the screen, the more bewildered he became. What is happening? Is the computer malfunctioning? It shouldn't be. Both Quick Attack and Bullet Punch are priority moves, but according to the display, Pikachu is consistently increasing the distance from Scyther, and its speed is climbing steadily. Conversely, Scyther's speed was gradually diminishing over time, creating an ever-widening gap that Shinwu could not accept. Pikachu's data. There's something wrong with your Pikachu. This is absolutely not normal data. Shinwu's data was based on information published across the entire league, representing authoritative data. Yet Ash's Pikachu exhibited anomalous speed and power that did not align with its actual species. Even after updating the data, Shinwu found himself at a loss. Should he trust the data or the reality before him? Climb that tree and jump on a Scyther's back to use Iron Tail. Ash paid no mind to Shinwu's astonishment. He had already envisioned this crucial moment. At the instant Scyther revealed its fatigue and vulnerability, Ash promptly instructed Pikachu to change its trajectory. Scyther, propelled by inertia, charged forward. And when it spotted Pikachu suddenly leaping onto the trunk and then vaulting onto its back, it was too late to halt its advance. Before it could even turn around, Scyther's slender waist was struck by Pikachu's sharp iron tail, sending it crashing backwards, nearly unable to regain its footing. Scyther, Shinwu gasped and sprang to his feet, relieved to see Scyther propping itself against a tree to rise. Reflecting on the recent turn of events, Shinwu realized Ash's earlier observations were not merely born of curiosity, but rather aimed at assessing potential utility. This included the recent quick attack, which had leveraged the trunk to ambush Scyther. But could Shinwu truly blame his father for planting trees in the arena? Certainly not, as he was a frequent visitor here. Swallowing hard, Shinwu settled back to the ground. The sequence of moves had been clearly captured by the camera, documenting Pikachu's prowess, detailing the execution of Iron Tail and the nuances of quick attack. The effects of Sword's dance still lingered. I still have a chance. Scyther, engage in close combat. Scyther slightly opened its pincers, fixing its sharp gaze on Pikachu before charging forward. When Scyther was but an arm's length from Pikachu, it suddenly bent low and lashed out with its right pincer. Pikachu swept with Iron Tail to block it, followed swiftly by the left pincer descending with tremendous force towards Pikachu. Pikachu swiftly rolled to the right, evading the strike and quickly darting back towards Ash. I can see the true extent of your Scyther's power with my own eyes. Pikachu, unleash Volt Tackle. It's time to end this. Pikachu understood. This move was typically reserved for critical moments, given its recoil effects and immense power. Just as anticipated. Unless its quick attack, Scyther finished this battle with Bullet Punch. Yet Shinwu was overly confident, placing too much faith in the official priority descriptions. Pikachu, enveloped in dangerous currents of electricity, surged forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, faster than before, leaping onto Scyther's pincers, executing a double jump off its arm, and colliding headfirst into Scyther's face. Impossible. This was never documented. Shinwu's voice grew weaker, dwindling to a whisper that only he could hear. Regardless of your acknowledgement, this is the truth. Your data is fundamentally based on the legacies left by predecessors, augmented with your own interpretations. Yet at its core, you are merely replicating the data of others. If you persist in this manner without cultivating your originality, you shall forever remain stagnant, forever trailing behind others. My Pikachu, does it not appear distinct from your data? This is undoubtedly the case. The disparities among Pokémon of the same type are far greater than you realize. Ash merely elucidated, refraining from advising Shinwu on what actions to take. Noticing Shinwu's despondency, he also observed that Scyther, now recovering, had managed to rise from the ground without Shinwu even noticing. Ash promptly hoisted Shinwu from the ground and placed him before Scyther. Your Pokémon is injured. This is not the time for despair. You must redirect your energy towards caring for your Pokémon. Upon hearing these words, Shinwu regained his composure, gazing at the injured yet resilient Scyther, struggling to maintain its stance, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After recalling Scyther and entrusting it to Muramasa for treatment, Shinwu turned back to Ash. Can I really not become a champion like this, Ash? Nuwu inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. No, the data stream certainly possesses the qualifications to become a champion. And the probability is far from negligible, Ash replied, his words igniting a spark in Nuwu's eyes, dispelling the shadows of doubt that had clouded his mind. His despondency stemmed not from personal failure, but from the fear of whether he could continue on this path. Now that Ash, who had previously bested him, had affirmed its feasibility, joy illuminated his expression. However, he mused that the data stream should not merely be confined to official channels. It ought to be explored personally. I do not agree with your father confining you here and forcing you to amend your ways. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly support you taking your computer and venturing out into the world. Utilize your own eyes alongside your device to document the most authentic data of this world. That is the most correct approach to this journey. Chapter 160, Cyndaquil. Then why did I lose to you? What could be the reason? Nuwu was not without his own answers. He merely wished to hear Ash's explanation. Knowledge stems from books, while wisdom arises from life experiences. This response satisfied Nuwu immensely, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. I thought you might express gratitude, he remarked. Ash waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. Those who comprehend require no explanation. Those who do not would find a multitude of words futile. Perhaps my perspective is too antiquated. Nuwu, if you wish to carve your own path, then by all means, pursue it. I shall not impede you. With Ash's endorsement, and out of respect for the champion, Sun Jung assented to Nuwu's desires, permitting him to venture forth. Wait, Ash. Just moments after departing the dojo, Nu, having recently received his father's permission, hastily left home. Upon hearing the call from behind, Ash and his companions halted their steps and turned to see Nu, breathless and dragging a suitcase, rushing towards them. What's the matter? Did we forget something? Ash inquired. Nothing forgotten. Your destination is Gipyajun, isn't it? Coincidentally, it's along my route as well. Shall we go together? Nu's gaze was fixed on Ash, rendering the opinions of the other two seemingly inconsequential. Ah, whatever, if you wish to join, then by all means, Ash acquiesced. Nu felt a surge of delight, greeting Xiaoshab and Xiaogong before eagerly engaging Ash in conversation. What he most wished to inquire about were matters concerning Pokémon, trusting Ash so much that he retrieved his computer and meticulously transcribed Ash's words. What are you doing? I was merely engaging in casual conversation, and you're recording it. Ash remarked. To become a wise individual, one must learn from those who possess wisdom, Nu countered, his reasoning impeccable. Although Ash found this rather exasperating, he held no objections, only requesting that Nu refrain from disseminating the information indiscriminately. As a local, Nu was exceedingly familiar with the surrounding environment, effortlessly leading the trio out of the forest from memory, without the need for Xiaogong to consult a map. If we continue west along this path, we should reach Gipyajun in approximately 3 days. 3 days? Had I known, I would have rested longer at the dojo. Xiaoshia grimaced, her expression reflecting her discontent. It's nothing. Gipyajun is merely a town, not much different from my home, Nu assured them. He had visited Gipyajun numerous times, and even knew its gym leader, having discussed matters regarding Duchen Tonglong and Fei Tian Tonglong. And then what? What did you two discuss? Xiaoxia, who held a mild disdain for bugs, questioned, though she acknowledged the distinctions among them. Duchen Tonglong, rather than being a mere bug, resembles a small Gundam. I couldn't see any resemblance to a bug in it, so I was frightened. Parting on bad terms, he preferred Fei Tian Tonglong, which I cannot endorse, Nu scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain for the gym leader. Whatever personal preferences one may have, steel and bug types are unequivocally superior to flying types, regardless of statistical discrepancies. The type advantages are irrefutable. After stating this, Nu turned to Ash, seeking affirmation. Let us leave that for another time. One should not hastily judge matters that have not been witnessed firsthand, Ash suggested, unwilling to get bogged down in minutiae or divulge his own preferences regarding Pokémon types. Nu, uninterested in furthering the debate about opened his computer to discuss his Pokémon with Ash. May I observe closely? I am genuinely curious to understand the disparities among Pokémon. Nu was eager to examine Ash's Pokémon data, and Ash was equally inclined to utilize the remarkable capabilities of technology for analysis. They promptly sat down to conduct their examination. Yet, just as they began inspecting Bookerbeat, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a boy, his body charred and disheveled, bursting out from the underbrush. He ran while glancing back, as if fleeing from something. Upon spotting Ash and his companions, he feigned composure, shielding his modesty with his hands. However, upon seeing Nu, the boy appeared as though he had found a savior, rushing toward him and clutching his hand tightly. Young master, have you come to save me? Nu's disdain was palpable, and he nearly kicked the boy away, but restrained himself in front of Ash. Halar, let go? You need to release me. After pushing the shirtless Kawar away, Nu straightened his attire and admonished, Didn't you leave the dojo long ago? What are you doing here looking like that? Hurry and put on some clothes. Upon hearing Nu's inquiry, Howard dropped the pretense. I heard there were Cyndaquil nearby, so I came to catch one, but when I managed to capture it, I realized there was something wrong with this Cyndaquil. It's problematic. Howire expressed his distress, detailing the events that led to his current state. This Cyndaquil, when I train, it just lies there sleeping. When I tried to whip it, it retaliated and set me ablaze. It burned me. How dare it? Upon hearing Hawar's lament, Nu felt a chill run down his spine, as the boy trembled and hid behind him, pointing at the fiery Cyndaquil that was pursuing him through the grass. That's the one. Young Master Nu, this Cyndaquil is now your responsibility. I can't handle it any longer. With that, Hawar tossed the Cyndaquil's pokeball from his tattered pants pocket towards Nu and fled in haste. Dino, observing the former trainer abandon the pokeball, Cyndaquil seemed to comprehend the situation but showed no distress. Instead, it simply lay on the ground, resting and ignoring Nu, the new recipient of its pokeball. How adorable. This Cyndaquil appears so cute, it hardly resembles a Pokémon that would burn anyone. Clearly, Hawar must be the one with issues. Xiaoshav immediately shifted the blame onto the fleeing Hawar, adhering to her belief that cuteness equates to justice. Ash, what do you think the likelihood is that this Cyndaquil is wild? Nu glanced at the Pokeball in his hand, opting not to capture the Cyndaquil just yet. Instead, directing his question at Ash. It doesn't seem wild. If what that person said is accurate, then this Cyndaquil is likely abandoned by a trainer. Nu concurred with Ash's assessment, recognizing the high probability of its truth. He opened his computer and swiftly began searching for information on Cyndaquil. If Koji's assertions hold true, then it is highly likely that the Cyndaquil has been abandoned by a novice trainer due to its temperament issues. Observing the Cyndaquil's lack of fear towards humans suggests that it has encountered numerous humans in the past. Shinwu directed the camera towards the Cyndaquil, swiftly documenting its information. Chapter 161, A Second Handover. Hey Ash, could you lend me a hand? Sure. Ash stepped forward, turning the Cyndaquil, which lay on the ground, onto its back and gently stroked its back. The Cyndaquil exhibited no apparent injuries, indicating it had not engaged in any significant conflicts with other Pokémon. There were also no signs of having been struck by Koji. As it waved its small hands, the Cyndaquil displayed no aggressive behavior and allowed Ash to handle it. It weighed approximately 8 kilograms and measured 0.6 m in length, with a total length of 0.8 m from tail to snout. Its back bore 4 small openings, presumably the source of its fire-spitting abilities. Ash, I wish to ascertain the extent of this Cyndaquil's fire-breathing capabilities and the maximum temperature it can reach. Please stand back to avoid any accidents. Ash carefully placed the Cyndaquil down, which remained unresponsive and made no attempt to resist. Since the Pokeball was in my possession, the Cyndaquil was obliged to heed my commands. Cyndaquil, use Ember, Shinwu exclaimed, waving the Pokeball before the Cyndaquil. 3 seconds elapsed, yet the Cyndaquil remained motionless. Its back flames unignited and its mouth closed, not releasing a single ember. Shinwu furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. This must be due to it being underfed. It lacks energy. Ash, do you have any food? I have some rice balls, Brock interjected, producing a rice ball and offering it. Shinwu took it, cautiously approaching the Cyndaquil and presenting the rice ball before it. The Cyndaquil lay on the ground, its nose twitching as it caught the aroma of rice. Its mouth slightly opened before quickly closing again, displaying a hint of discontent. Why won't it eat? Is it not hungry? Shinwu pondered, bewildered, while Ash squatted down and crumbled the rice ball into smaller pieces, just the right size to fit into the Cyndaquil's mouth. Only then did the Cyndaquil willingly consume the morsels, swiftly devouring the entire rice ball. Excellent, this should resolve the issue. Cyndaquil, use Ember, Shinwu shouted once more. Yet the Cyndaquil still refrained from emitting any flames, simply rolling over and patting its now full belly, letting out a satisfied burp. This left Shinwu utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated that a mere Cyndaquil would prove so challenging. This definitely must have been abandoned. I have never encountered such a lazy Cyndaquil before. It's infuriating, Shinwu exclaimed, pointing at the Cyndaquil in exasperation. At that moment, the Cyndaquil, no longer lying flat, ignited a fierce blaze on its back, unleashing a torrent of flames that threatened to engulf Shinwu. Quick as a flash, Ash pressed down on Shinwu's head, helping him evade the inferno. Shinwu, shaken, touched the singed tuft of hair on his scalp and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ash. I've been saved. This Cyndaquil seems to understand what I'm saying. It's intelligent, yet I have little fondness for Pokémon that resort to aggression. Shinwu dared not speak ill of the Cyndaquil in its presence and passed the Pokeball back to Ash. I cannot manage this creature, Ash. It is now in your hands. Whether to release it or keep it is entirely up to your discretion. Most individuals would find it hard to accept a Pokémon capable of inflicting harm, and Shinwu was no exception. Ash did not refuse, as such Pokémon were plentiful in his possession. Cyndaquil, use Ember, Ash attempted to command, but the result mirrored Shinwu's, no effect. However, the Cyndaquil did not resist being captured in the Pokeball. During meal and rest times, the Cyndaquil showed no signs of defiance, but it was limited to that. Ash, what do you think of this Cyndaquil? During their post-meal rest, Shinwu inquired as he sat on the ground. I don't think much of it. Pokémon should possess their own personalities, and this is quite common. However, my Scyther does not exhibit such issues. It follows my commands without question once it is in my possession. There are simply no unexpected behaviors. But that is the nature of Pokémon. We must respect the objective reality, Shinwu. With that, Shinwu ceased to dwell on the matter and pulled out his laptop to strategize for the future. The specifics of his plans went unasked by Ash, who retrieved all his Pokeballs from his pocket and released them. Chikorita immediately leaped into Ash's embrace. Finding a cozy spot, Togepi, ever the mischievous one, approached the new companion, eager to befriend the Cyndaquil. Yet the Cyndaquil remained silent, keeping its head down, its squinted eyes revealing no discernible information, leaving one to wonder if it was asleep or merely alert. Rebuffed, Togepi had no choice but to clamber up Ash's clothing, eventually perching on his shoulder. Ghastly, curious about the Cyndaquil's origins, attempted to engage it with hypnosis, but the Cyndaquil seemed to sense something amiss and retaliated with an ember. Aware of its misstep, Ghastly hastily vanished into a wisp of black mist, evading the Cyndaquil. 1 or 2, still relying on me to unite them. Pikachu recognized the unreliability of these novice companions and understood that it would fall upon him to foster unity. He hopped down from Ash's shoulder, tiptoeing to the Cyndaquil's side, attempting to emulate its sleeping position. The Cyndaquil tilted its head, clearly perplexed by Pikachu's antics. It did not comprehend Pikachu's intentions. If you're looking for a fight, count me out. I have no interest. The Cyndaquil bluntly expressed its feelings, yet Pikachu clearly had no intention of challenging it. A fight? How could you think that? I merely wish to have a conversation. The Cyndaquil displayed little enthusiasm, dismissing the notion of chatting. It curled up in a ball, exposing its back to Pikachu. This is not working. This creature has quite the unpleasant temperament. Ghastly reappeared, snickering beside Pikachu. Ignoring Ghastly, Pikachu attempted to mimic the Cyndaquil's posture, curling up on its side. However, due to anatomical differences, Pikachu could not replicate the sleeping position accurately, ultimately tiring itself out and giving up. Though the plan had faltered, Pikachu remained undeterred, jumping in front of the Cyndaquil and giving it a gentle push. Come play. How about a game of hide-and-seek? Or perhaps some card games? You've definitely never tried those. The card game was something Pikachu had learned from Ash. The term learned might be misleading, as it was more like Ash, Misty, and Brock passing the time playing Dodiju, a game that was easy to grasp and endlessly entertaining. Pikachu had absorbed some knowledge from their games and later found opportunities to play with Eevee and others at home. They even kept a deck hidden in the backyard after Ash left, playing occasionally when idle. Ash remained unaware of this little secret. What is a card game? The Cyndaquil finally ceased its pretense of slumber, lifting its head to regard Pikachu. As the Fireball Mouse finally took the bait, Pikachu beamed with delight. However, the group was still awake, and it would be prudent to wait until the witching hour to stealthily extract the cards from Ash's backpack. Ash, silently listening to Pikachu, remained reticent. Perhaps it would be wise to cooperate with them and retire early tonight? Chapter 162, The Legend of the Slowpoke. What a peculiar phenomenon. The heat was simply unbearable. I can even see the air shimmering. How much longer until we reach Hinoki Town, Shinwu? Speak up, Shinwu. Beneath the clear blue sky and blazing sun, the four emerged from the forest to confront a vast expanse of barren, yellow earth. In truth, not a blade of grass was in sight, nor a single Pokémon to be found. Only their four silhouettes traversed the desolate landscape. Instead of wasting breath, it would be more prudent to conserve energy. This was the site of the Slowpoke Well, and crossing this arid expanse would lead them to Hinoki Town. What is the Slowpoke Well, you ask? It signifies that the Slowpokes here are not to be captured. They are the town's treasured guardians. Shinwu, wishing to avoid an extended conversation with Misty, offered a few dismissive remarks before lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, Ash, walking behind, shielded Pikachu from the sun with his hands, while Fireball Mouse and Chikorita basked in the sunlight atop his head. Indeed, such a sunny day was perfect for grass and fire-type Pokémon. They were impervious to the sweltering heat. Isn't this sun delightful? Chikorita exclaimed. Chikuyi, Fireball Mouse chimed in, albeit with less vigor, appearing rather lethargic after a night of exuberant play with Pikachu. Pikachu, delving into Ash's pocket, retrieved a plastic bag he had stashed away earlier, promptly nestled within, yawned, and succumbed to slumber. Observing Pikachu reclining peacefully, Fireball Mouse relinquished any pretense of alertness and joined him on Ash's shoulder for a nap. Ash, do you have any water? I've drained my supply and my throat is parched, Misty whispered, her own throat feeling dry and sore. She turned to Ash, who was coaxing Chikorita to sleep, lowering her voice. There's not much left, just half a bottle, Ash said, retrieving the water bottle and handing it to Misty before gently placing the slumbering Chikorita on his left shoulder, continuing to stride forward with his trio of Pokémon in tow. Upon reaching Shinwu's side, he inquired, is there a water source nearby? Shinwu pondered for a moment, not in haste to respond. He climbed to a small rise to survey the surroundings and then stated, yes, I've found one. Follow me. Guided by the local, Ash promptly recalled Fireball Mouse and Chikorita into their Pokeballs for a peaceful slumber, then carried Pikachu as they followed Shinwu along the winding path until they arrived at a cave. Entering the cave, a refreshing breeze, imbued with moisture, invigorated Misty. The Slowpokes inhabiting this region would burrow into underground caverns to escape the drought. Below lay an underground river, suitable for drinking or washing. But one must remember not to harm the Slowpokes residing here. After several warnings, Shinwu led the trio inside. Despite the darkness, Pikachu's luminescence was not to be underestimated, illuminating the cavern and revealing numerous slowpokes within. Ash's eyes widened as he counted. There were easily over 100 visible to the naked eye. So many. How adorable, Misty exclaimed, her heart swelling with delight at the sight of so many slowpoke. Just as she prepared to crouch down to touch one, Shinwu swiftly interjected, "No, you cannot approach them. It is too dangerous." Dangerous? What harm could a slowpoke pose? She retorted, "I'm not speaking of the slowpokes. I'm referring to the townsfolk of Hinoki. Those extreme preservationists will retaliate against anyone who disrespects the slowpokes. If you intend to visit Hinoki Town, avoid attracting their attention, or they will accuse you of sacrilege." Shinwu, well aware of the peculiarities of the townspeople, understood their obsession with slowpokes surpassed that of their fellow humans. Even trainers who ventured here would be intimidated by the locals' fervent devotion. The townsfolk would indeed accuse one of infringing upon the freedom of the slowpokes, deeming it oppressive to force them into battles and similar accusations. After guiding the trio down the cave, Shinwu led them to the river's edge to collect water. Once he had regained his composure, he began to recount the local legend. In summary, during a past drought, a slowpoke prayed for rain, alleviating the town's plight, and thus was revered as a deity by the locals. It's no wonder there are so many well-fed slowpokes living here, while countless other Pokémon are nowhere to be found. They must have been driven away to protect the slowpokes. This revelation startled Misty, who dared not mention capturing Pokémon again. Conversely, if they could foster a good relationship with the local slowpokes, perhaps they could serve as protective talismans, allowing them to move freely within the town. As Brock spoke, he retrieved some edible provisions from his backpack, ever ready to offer a snack. Shinwu frowned, unsure how to respond, ultimately glancing at Ash. "What are you looking at? Once you're hydrated, we should leave promptly." Shinwu sighed with relief. As long as Ash didn't cause any trouble, everything would be fine. After ensuring they were well prepared, Ash and his companions swiftly exited the cave from the other side, emerging at a well that connected to Hinoki Town. Climbing up the well's opening, they found themselves within the town. "You managed to discover this route. You must have done a fair bit of climbing in the past." Shinwu refrained from responding, as traversing in this manner was akin to disturbing the slowpokes. "Don't let this get out." Misty understood immediately, signaling an okay gesture and keeping the secret close to her heart. Upon emerging from the well, exhausted, Misty and Brock decided to report to the Pokémon Center for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Ash, under Shinwa's guidance, sought out the gym's location. The Hinoki gym's leader, known as Abiko, appeared to be a boy with a feminine demeanor, yet he was decidedly a genuine man. The gym was uniquely arranged. Unlike the traditional structure of the judo gym, it resembled a botanical garden, with a vast semicircular glass window overlooking a jungle. Taking a deep breath, Shinwu called out, "Abiko." Startled by the voice, Abiko, who was observing the lives of caterpies from a tree and documenting his findings, recognized the familiar tone. Initially thrilled to see Shinwu, his expression quickly shifted to one of annoyance as he descended the tree via a ladder and confronted Shinwu outside the garden. "Why are you shouting? This is my home. Don't you know that bug-type Pokémon require a tranquil environment to thrive? What brings you here, Shinwu? Shouldn't you be tinkering away at the dojo?" "A little warning would have sufficed," Abiko scolded, his green student uniform and purple bobbed hairstyle mirroring Shinwu's, making it difficult to discern his gender. "Enough with the chit-chat. I can't stand your incessant ramblings. My friend Ash is here to challenge the gym, so prepare yourself swiftly." Chapter 163, Hinoki Gym, Part 1. As Abai turned to arrange the venue, Shinwu followed closely behind with Xiaoji, introducing him to the surroundings. This botanical garden was prepared by their family as a habitat for Pokémon. Strictly speaking, it was not initially intended as a battleground. It was only later that it was merged together, much like how battles are conducted in my home, with trees and bushes surrounding the area. Shinwu seemed to be quite nostalgic about their previous battle. "I see you have a good relationship with him. Are you friends?" "Not at all. I am certainly not his friend." The more Shinwu denied it, the more certain Xiaoji became. Eventually, Shinwu grew weary of the conversation, allowing Xiaoji to speculate freely. Once Abai cleared a space and isolated the Pokémon residing there, Shinwu swiftly retrieved his computer, opening the camera to document this extraordinary duel. The battle would be a 2v2, concluding only when one side was completely defeated. "Is there any objection?" "None." "Very well, Shinwu. Watch closely and see how much I have improved." "Go, Scyther." Abai provocatively glanced at Shinwu before tossing out his Pokeball. With just a glance, Shinwu discerned that this was Abai's trump card, nurtured from childhood. Does this guy intend to flaunt this in front of me? He has chosen the wrong opponent. Xiaoji is not a trainer to be trifled with. Come on, release your Pokémon. Abai's confidence was so palpable that it almost made Shinwu chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoji decided to send out Cyndaquil as his first Pokémon. Don't be too nervous, just perform as you normally would. If it really doesn't work out, I still have Pikachu to back you up. Cyndaquil looked up at Pikachu perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, and Pikachu responded with a thumbs up. If you win, I'll let you rest. This time, I won't be the landlord but the farmer. Upon hearing this, Cyndaquil was instantly ignited with determination. Flames erupting from its back. Xiaoji glanced at Pikachu, secretly relieved that his decision to sleep early last night was indeed wise. Even a simple game could motivate Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil seems to be a novice trainer. You should be cautious, for my Scyther cannot be easily defeated just by type advantage. Scyther, use Swords Dance. Unlike the Swords Dance of a Kabutops, Scyther wielded scythes as it raised its arms in a spin, conjuring a whirlwind that drew Cyndaquil closer against its will. Use Smokescreen to obscure its vision. Cyndaquil, startled by the whirlwind, immediately expelled a thick cloud of smoke. The acrid mist was soon swept away by the whirlwind, and Scyther inadvertently inhaled some, coughing repeatedly. By the time the whirlwind ceased, Scyther was cloaked in soot, coughing out dark smoke. However, the Swords Dance was completed with stability. This tactic is indeed effective, but how will you counter it now? Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Continue with Smokescreen. Due to Cyndaquil's lower level, it could only utilize Tackle, Leer, Smokescreen, and Ember. Nevertheless, its Ember had shown initial signs of evolving, nearing the threshold of Flamethrower. Mastering these few moves would be crucial. A large volume of smoke once again enveloped Scyther's face, causing some inconvenience, but Scyther quickly dispersed the haze with a slash. Clearing the black mist, Scyther, seething with anger, raised its scythes and slashed at Cyndaquil. Keep using Smokescreen. As Cyndaquil retreated, it continued to spew out smoke. After 3 consecutive disruptive moves, Shinwu found himself perplexed. Scyther had already learned to clear smoke with its slashes. Did Xiaoji not realize this? No, this was not characteristic of Xiaoji at all. Both Shinwu and Abai were puzzled by Xiaoji's approach. Using Smokescreen repeatedly? Cyndaquil, can't you utilize the basic move Ember? If that were truly the case, Abai would have to reconsider his battle strategy to avoid overwhelming this novice trainer. Xiaoji offered no response, having Cyndaquil unleash yet another Smokescreen once it regained its composure. For Smokescreens now, Abai furrowed his brow, completely convinced that Xiaoji was indeed a novice trainer. If you still fail to grasp the reality, I shall inform you, there are myriad ways to counter. Scyther, use Air Slash. Scyther swiftly flapped its wings and wielded its scythes, unleashing a flurry of transparent wind blades. The wind blades swept the dispersed black mist toward Xiaoji, engulfing Cyndaquil's face in the process, turning it into a charred figure. Yet, Xiaoji remained unfazed, instructing Cyndaquil to continue spouting smoke until it could no longer do so. The thick cloud did not dissipate. Instead, much of it clung to the trees, the ground, and even the air, filling it with black particles. The black mist caused Abai to rub his reddened eyes in frustration, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't rid himself of it. Squinting, he noticed that the dirt had even infected his clothing, the warm soot causing an itch. I need a tissue. Abai instinctively reached for his pocket, but in that moment, his hand froze as he realized. Xiaoji was not aiming to disturb Scyther, but rather the connection between him and Scyther. Once he could no longer see the situation clearly, it would be akin to Scyther losing its sight. However, Xiaoji should also be experiencing the same interference from the black mist, right? Was Xiaoji unscathed? Of course. Xiaoji was indeed unharmed. He had a clearer view of the battlefield than Abai. Amidst the persistent black mist, 2 Pokémon, one large and one small, faced off against each other. Neither Scyther nor Cyndaquil could discern the other's position, relying solely on sound to guide them. Particularly for Scyther, whose eyes were not perpetually squinted like Cyndaquil's, leaving its vision severely compromised and its eyes red with agitation. Realizing that no amount of dispersing would clear the black mist within this enclosed botanical garden, Abai swiftly shifted tactics. Scyther, use Double Team. It was already too late. Cyndaquil, use Ember. Unable to contain its urge to attack any longer, Cyndaquil immediately unleashed a barrage of Ember, igniting the black mist in an instant. The fierce flames exploded, obliterating all the duplicates and launching both Scyther and Cyndaquil out of the haze. Cyndaquil fared well. Xiaoji was quick to catch him, preventing further injury. However, Scyther was not so fortunate, being propelled into the thicket, its body charred and indistinguishable from being burnt or smoked. Such a concentrated explosion had undoubtedly knocked Scyther to the ground, prompting Abai to realize that this battle was far from the simplicity he had anticipated. Chapter 164, The Cypress Skin Gym, Part 2. Ugh, Wait, I need to wash my face first. Abai was feeling utterly miserable, without waiting for Xiaoji to speak. He voluntarily called off the battle. Upon returning, not only was he clean, but he had also changed into a protective suit that resembled armor against wasps. With only a small gap left for his face, Ash gently wiped the charred dust from his face, tending to both the scorched Cyndaquil and the beleaguered Pikachu. Once more. It's you, Ariados. Ariados, a bug poison type akin to the Beedrill of Kanto, unfortunately remained overlooked, while Beedrill had been granted a mega evolution, leaving Ariados in the shadows of neglect. Both Pokémon were undeniably striking representatives of the bug type. Ariados, use Shadow Sneak. The shadow beneath Ariados suddenly surged forth, gliding along the ground towards Cyndaquil with unimpeded swiftness. Cyndaquil, having never encountered such a shadowy attack, was taken aback and retreated hastily. Yet, that shadow seemed fixated on Cyndaquil, relentlessly pursuing it regardless of its attempts to escape. Ignore it. Use Ember on Ariados. Ash understood that this ghostly move was particularly insidious, rendering typical evasions futile. It was wiser to trade injury for injury. Cyndaquil halted its retreat, firmly planted its feet, and unleashed a torrent of sparks. Countless miniature fireballs ignited the grass that Ariados had vacated, quickly engulfing the surroundings in flames, leaving Ariados with diminishing escape routes. The escalating heat made Ariados increasingly anxious. Yet simultaneously, the shadow ensnared Cyndaquil's feet. With another surge, the shadow slithered up Cyndaquil's legs, akin to venomous fangs sinking into its neck. In agony, Cyndaquil rolled about, desperate to break free, prompting Ash to withdraw it to avoid the relentless onslaught of the shadow. Unperturbed by Cyndaquil's retreat, Ariados' trainer immediately commanded it to utilize String Shot for an escape. Ariados shot forth a white thread, which adhered to a nearby tree trunk, swiftly retracting to liberate itself from the inferno. However, while Ariados had fled, the grass remained ablaze, the fire spreading rapidly, causing Ash's trainer to feel a deep sense of urgency. Pikachu, use Rain Dance. Ash did not intend to exploit the situation. At his command, clouds materialized above the botanical garden, swiftly dousing the flames. Thank you for your assistance just now. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss, the trainer remarked. Still conflicted over whether to halt the battle to fetch water or activate the fire alarm, as the flames were indeed part of the conflict. As long as everything is fine, let the battle continue, Ash waved dismissively, unconcerned with such trivial matters. Recognizing the clouds above were unlikely to disperse soon, the trainer quickly instructed Ariados to unleash a torrent of string shots upon the ground. Threads entwined, forming a thick web across the arena. As Ariados expertly set the stage, Ash remained vigilant. He realized that Ariados intended to harness the web to conduct electricity and mitigate thunder damage. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. The audacity of Pikachu leaping into close combat with Ariados caught the trainer off guard. Was this not a leap into the jaws of danger? Ariados, use Poison Sting. Ariados raised its arms, a steady stream of venom seeping from its body. Viscous purple liquid dripped, each droplet releasing unpleasant bubbles and wisps of smoke. Pikachu, wary of the impending danger, maintained keen vigilance on Ariados. As Ariados swung its arm, releasing a spray of venom, Pikachu swiftly dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Ariados expelled white threads, tightening its approach, crossing its limbs for a swift strike. Pikachu leapt to evade once more, and as it descended, it struck the ground with its tail, propelling itself onto Ariados' back, its face pressed against Ariados as it unleashed a surge of electricity. Ariados felt a tingle across its back, swiftly flipping to dislodge Pikachu, then retaliating with another spray of venom as a feigned attack, launching itself towards Pikachu. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to block. Upon seeing Ariados land a hit, Ash promptly commanded Pikachu to employ its Steel-type move to counter the venom. Pikachu's tail gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen, repelling the splatter of venom, yet the subsequent poison sting was no mere after-effect. With a sharp crack, Pikachu's tail met Ariados' arms, but Ariados, being a spider, had more than 2 limbs at its disposal, while Pikachu had but 1 tail. Ariados swiftly coated its remaining legs in venom. With 4 legs below and 2 on its back, it launched an unrelenting assault on Pikachu from every angle. Realizing it was outmatched, Pikachu fought back while retreating, soon cornered. Yet, the paralysis effect activated at this critical moment, causing Ariados to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu swiftly distanced itself from Ariados, retreating to the safety of Ash's side. As anticipated, Ariados' paralysis lasted merely 2 seconds before it regained its composure. Regrettably for Ariados, Pikachu had already escaped. Pikachu, take a moment to rest. Cyndaquil, use Ember to incinerate that web. Ash understood that these webs were a significant nuisance, complicating the electric attacks. Thus, he called upon Cyndaquil to clear the aftermath once the rain dance concluded. Ariados, evade and swing above Cyndaquil. Witnessing the arena engulfed in flames once more, the trainer commanded Ariados to ascend, intent on ending Cyndaquil as it descended. There would be no second chances. It was a matter of survival. Either Ariados or the fire type must prevail. Neither string shot nor venom could permit Cyndaquil to continue its unbridled combustion. Ariados, unleash a relentless poison sting to take down Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, do as I say and roll into those burning threads. Cyndaquil hesitated at the sight of the blazing strands, but upon noticing Ariados charging with dangerous intent, it placed its trust in Ash for the moment. Curling into a ball, it launched itself towards the threads. The ignited strands quickly ensnared Cyndaquil, and as it rolled faster, the threads wound tighter, ultimately encasing it in a fiery sphere. The trainer felt a surge of dread but could only grimly instruct Ariados to continue its assault. Now is the time, unleash Ember. Cyndaquil, ensnared by the threads, felt disheartened. In this predicament, its Ember would surely only ignite itself. Yet, with no other choice, it followed Ash's command, igniting the threads that bound it. The flames did not extinguish but instead surged higher. No, it's a flame wheel. Fueled by the threads, it's a flame wheel. Ariados, get away. The trainer was correct. Ash had just realized that the threads could simulate a new move, the flame wheel, while simultaneously acting as a shield against the poison sting's toxic mechanism. Ariados, taken aback, ceased its poison sting and hastily retreated, skillfully navigating between the trees with its white threads, evading the fiery chase. Though the fireball mouse struggled to see its path, with Ash's guidance, it swiftly discerned its direction. With a burst of energy, it executed a powerful attack on the suspended Ariados, delivering a decisive blow that sent the creature crashing to the ground, where it was relentlessly ground down. Even as Ariados attempted to retaliate with a poison jab, piercing through the burning webbing to strike the fireball mouse proved exceedingly challenging. Soon, Ariados was bereft of strength, collapsing in defeat. Yet, the fire wheel continued to blaze, showing no signs of abating. This was an unexpected move, one that the fireball mouse could hardly control. Stay calm, don't panic, I'm here, Ash exclaimed, dashing into the fray and tearing apart the undamaged webbing that had shielded the fireball mouse, liberating it from its perilous entanglement. Panting heavily, the fireball mouse rested in Ash's embrace. Although it was resistant to fire, being scorched was far from comfortable. It was not endowed with the ability to attract flames. Pikachu, Pikachu cheered, giving a thumbs up to the fireball mouse for its impressive performance. Acknowledged by Pikachu, the fireball mouse timidly extended a paw in return. Truly remarkable. I have never witnessed such a fighting style before. Ash, you can't be a novice trainer, Aben remarked as he recalled Ariados and handed Ash a badge, patting him appreciatively on the shoulder. Well, I suppose I'm no longer a novice trainer. I've been in the field for a year now, Ash replied. A year? Yet still quite formidable. Shinwu, have you begun your journey? Do you wish to earn a badge? Aben turned to Shinwu, who was stifling laughter, puzzled by his demeanor. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. I don't need a badge. I can easily obtain a competition permit with a mere exam. Meanwhile, you, after all these years, still haven't evolved your Scyther. I can't fathom what you're thinking. Scyther doesn't need to evolve to surpass a Pinsir. If you don't believe me, wait until Scyther heals, and we can battle. The two engaged in a playful exchange, neither willing to yield. After exchanging pleasantries, Ash slipped away. However, upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he found the entrance swarmed with people, buzzing with hushed conversations. Grasping the wall for support, Ash peered inside, only to find two familiar figures sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Misty and Brock were administering first aid alongside Nurse Joy and Chansey. Ash's heart raced as he forced his way through the crowd to their side. Upon noticing Ash's return, Misty hurriedly recounted the recent events. I had barely arrived at the Pokémon Center when I saw those two and Meowth limping towards us, only to collapse at the entrance. Musashi and Kojiro were gravely injured. But fortunately, Meowth managed to say they were attacked. Right in Hapizen. Ash quickly grasped the situation, raising his hand to signal Misty to stop. Miss Joy, what is their condition? Who are you to them? Thankfully, they mostly have external injuries. They'll be fine after some rest. It's puzzling who could be so cruel. I thought Hapizen was free of any gangs. Nurse Joy expressed her confusion but proceeded to alert the authorities, summoning Officer Jenny. Once Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were placed on hospital beds, Meowth was the first to awaken, his eyes darting to Officer Jenny and her assistant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't come any closer. Seeing Meowth's anxious attempt to leap from the bed, Ash quickly restrained him. You're a reformed citizen now. Why fear Officer Jenny? Meowth finally calmed, lying back and exhaling deeply. Right, I'm a good citizen. But Ash, those traitors, they're in Hapizen. We saw them with our own eyes. Officer Jenny, noticing Meowth had regained consciousness, began conversing with him, unfazed by the fact that he could speak, as extraordinary occurrences were not uncommon in this world. Though nervous, Meowth felt reassured by Ash's presence and gradually divulged the details. Those scoundrels, they were poaching the Slowpoke here, cutting off their tails. They even used our Team Rocket's name to tarnish our reputation. Unforgivable. We must strike back hard. Meowth expressed unwavering loyalty to Team Rocket, refusing to allow such disgraceful actions to tarnish their name. Upon hearing about the Slowpoke tales, the officers perked up. This escalation had transcended mere brawling to breach the regulations of Hapizen. Where did this happen? Tell us everything. Meowth, unfamiliar with the local geography, could only gesture to guide them. Officer Jenny immediately grabbed her radio, calling in not just the local officers, but those from neighboring towns as well. Gather everyone available right now. But that wasn't all. Officer Jenny also stepped outside the Pokémon Center to rally the townsfolk. Upon hearing about the attack on the Slowpoke tails, the residents rallied enthusiastically. Those with Pokémon brought them along, students abandoned their studies, workers ceased their tasks, and armed themselves with makeshift gear. Even elderly women were calling out for visiting trainers to join the cause. The entire town came alive, disregarding the sweltering heat. Converging to witness Meowth, cradled in Officer Jenny's arms. She turned to the wide-eyed Meowth. You lead the way. Tell us exactly where it happened. Meowth swallowed hard, relieved that Team Rocket had reformed and had not provoked these gang members. Over there. Right over there. Chapter 166, Heavy Losses. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Those traitorous scum. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Lance seethed, his mind racing. Those wretched creatures, mere pawns of Mutwo, disgraceful. Hearing commotion nearby, his feline companion had seen something. He was certain it had fled in that direction. Quick, pursue it. We can't let it escape. We must capture it. Lance, consumed by fear, crouched down, clutching his head, too terrified to lift it. If it weren't for these fools, I, a dignified officer, wouldn't he have to stoop to such dirty work? But no matter how he cursed, he had exhausted all his options. His comrades had been apprehended, and his Pokémon lay defeated. Unfortunately, he could not simply black out and lose half his fortune, only to be sent to the Pokémon Center. As the villagers closed in, they ultimately discovered Lance, who had succumbed to fear and fainted beneath a tree. In the flickering light of the torch, Lance appeared utterly disheveled. His clothing hung loosely. A chunk of hair was pulled out, leaving a bloodied bald patch, and his face bore the bite marks of a Mytena. A piece of flesh had been torn from his neck, and his left ear was cut and left unbandaged. His abdomen and thighs were marked with angry red welts from vine whips, and his feet were battered and blistered. For someone to survive the relentless pursuit of the townsfolk and still be alive was a testament to his resilience. Meowth, is this person the last of the group? As Meow Meow squeezed through the throng, a fleeting glance was cast at Lance before producing a self-crafted list, marking it with a decisive stroke. Indeed, all the traitors dispatched here to execute their nefarious tasks had been apprehended. These remnants of a bygone era, clad in their outdated uniforms, incited such ire in Meow Meow that thoughts of demanding royalties danced in her mind. The sight of this considerable assembly of traitors, now captured, filled her with unparalleled satisfaction. Alas, had they not fled, they might have avoided such grievous injuries. What folly! Joy stepped forward, retrieving a medical kit to staunch Lance's bleeding, preventing him from succumbing at that moment. Such scoundrels who dared to attack a Slowpoke deserved death. Indeed, all of them ought to be sent to their maker. To spare them would only serve to stoke the flames of her fury. Joy remained silent, wary of further inciting the residents' wrath. Once all members of Team Rocket were securely bound and placed in the town square, a multitude of torches ignited, illuminating the scene. A few audacious individuals, seizing the opportunity while Junsha attended to her reporting duties, approached and landed a kick to the groin of the incapacitated traitors, rousing these famished remnants from their stupor. Lance, gasping for breath, glared at Musashi, Kojiro, and the diminutive Meow Meow amidst the crowd. Particularly, the sight of them clad in their new Team Rocket uniforms sent a jolt through his mind, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. I recognize you too. Mere foot soldiers who should remain at the very bottom. If it weren't for that wretched Mutwo, how dare you speak to me? Musashi's veins bulged as she clenched her fists, delivering a blow to Lance's nose, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain, splattering the ground. Who permitted you to address us by our names? You ought to refer to us as that esteemed individual. Furthermore, we are no longer mere subordinates. We have ascended to the ranks of leadership. What right do you traitors have to dictate terms to us, the new Team Rocket? Lance regarded the duo with derision, seemingly resigned to his fate, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I am the traitor? You are the real traitors. What esteemed individual. Let me tell you, that is merely a Pokémon, a fabricated abomination. How dare you consider it worthy of such a title? You must have lost your wits after spending too much time with that creature, allowing a Pokémon to stride over you as if it were your master. Truly pathetic. You and this meow meow are laughably absurd. To let a mere cat stand above you, you've lost all semblance of dignity. Following his mockery of Mutuo, Lance did not hesitate to ridicule the peculiar trio of Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meow Meow lunged at Lance's face, clawing at his wounds with renewed ferocity. What of Pokémon? I, along with Musashi and Kojiro, have sworn an oath to share in both poverty and prosperity. This is far superior to your plight. Meow Meow, ever believing herself to be human, was regarded as such by Musashi and Kojiro. However, Lance's outrageous remarks became intolerable, prompting Meow Meow to retaliate against his absurdity. Kojiro and Musashi could not abide such disdain for Meow Meow, and together with her, they advanced to deliver a sound thrashing to Lance. The chaos drew the attention of other residents. Several stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Team Rocket, joining in the fray. As the tumult escalated, by the time Junsha returned, fewer than 10 members of Team Rocket remained standing. Lance, in particular, was left in a deplorable state, hardly recognizable. Musashi, leading the charge, felt a twinge of apprehension upon spotting Junsha. She cast a glance back at Ash, who shielded Pikachu from the violent spectacle and discreetly sidled up to him, whispering, "What should we do, Ash? Are we going to end up in jail again?" Kojiro swallowed hard, cradling Meow Meow as he leaned close to Ash. "Perhaps we should flee in a hot air balloon, Musashi. We cannot allow Team Rocket to be shamed. This situation, it's all right. This is the law of Heipizan. Any resident is entitled to defend themselves against those who dare to assault a slowpoke, even to the extent of unintentional homicide. This world is not governed by a central authority. Numerous private organizations exist, and local municipal entities possess their own autonomy. The excessive protection of slowpoke is exclusive to Heipizan, while the safeguarding of Swampert belongs solely to Jihua City. There are many such examples," Ash explained, omitting further details. Upon hearing Ash's assurances, the trio, 2 humans and a cat, exhaled in relief. Although they had grown accustomed to incarceration, it was preferable to avoid it altogether. "What are you doing? We still need to interrogate and investigate the accomplices. How can we proceed in this manner?" Junsha did not immediately criticize their extrajudicial actions. Instead, she lamented her inability to work effectively. "It's fine, there are still living witnesses here. Oh, I was provoked by them earlier, which led me to use only offensive techniques. You cannot blame me for that. Yes, they tricked me and I fell into a state of confusion, unable to distinguish friend from foe. It is only now that I have regained my senses. I never imagined they would resort to hypnosis. I was indeed put under their spell. They are truly despicable, forcing me to retaliate." The residents concocted excuses, hastily attributing blame to the nearly lifeless individuals. Junsha had little to say after a round of admonishments. She symbolically led the surviving individuals away for treatment and interrogation, while others were identified based on their facial features. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. This was a band of outlaws who had long since torn up their IDs, no longer recognized by the League. Some were recorded as deceased, others as missing, or as death row inmates who had somehow escaped execution. With each identity uncovered, Junsha was left astounded. Goodness, not a single one of them is innocent. Early the next morning, Ash set out to visit Mr. Steele, having been informed in advance by Professor Oak. Presenting his identification, Ash was welcomed into Mr. Steele's abode. "Is this the GS ball?" "Indeed, just as Professor Oak described. A ball unlike any I have ever encountered. Be it mass-produced or handcrafted, I have never seen anything like it. Is that gold on top and silver on the bottom? The weight seems to suggest otherwise. Ash, may I keep this ball for research purposes?" Mr. Steele, unable to discern the GS ball through mere sight and touch alone, felt a competitive spirit ignited within him. "Of course, this is precisely what Professor Oak requested of me. Feel free to take it." After handing over the GS ball to Mr. Steele and notifying Professor Oak, Ash departed Heipizan alongside Misty and Brock. However, the duo and the cat were forcibly retained by Junsha for further investigation. Their first collaboration with the police left them feeling somewhat anxious. Yet Junsha did not discriminate against them due to their previous incarceration. Chapter 167. An Encounter with a Crocodile. Cyndaquil, 3 Ks with a 3. Chikorita, 3 As with a 7. Pikachu, 4 5s. Psyduck waddled over to Cyndaquil, peering closely before scuttling to Pikachu for another look, feeling a headache beginning to throb again. Your cards are incorrect. You should play 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like this. Otherwise, you can't play 3 and 4. Psyduck genuinely wished to give the foolish duck a few slaps. In this moment, there is no place for him to report his cards. He was on the verge of winning with his Chikorita, and now everything is lost. This is none of your concern, so refrain from peering at my hand. Pikachu covered its cards, picked up Psyduck, and forcefully placed it beside Misty, insisting she place her hand on Psyduck's head. What are you doing, Pikachu? I'm quite busy right now. Misty was fishing by the stream, an endeavor of great importance that required her full attention. She pushed Psyduck aside once more. Be a good boy and play over there. Your sister is occupied. Despite being dismissed from both sides, Psyduck remained undeterred. It raised a twig and mimicked Misty's posture, attempting to fish without bait at the stream's edge. There's no way you'll catch anything like that. Here, let me tie a line for you. You can go play over there. Finding a way to keep Psyduck entertained, Misty quickly retrieved some fishing line and a hook, crafting a makeshift fishing rod for Psyduck. As it embarked on its inaugural fishing adventure, Psyduck found it quite intriguing, swinging its little feet contentedly. It was uncertain when a fish might bite, but that was of little consequence. Psyduck merely sought an activity to alleviate its boredom. Suddenly, with a loud splash, Psyduck's fishing rod was yanked beneath the water's surface. Gah! Psyduck froze for a moment before leaping into the water to grasp the rod Misty had fashioned. This rod, crafted by Misty herself, could not be so easily relinquished. However, in that instant, Psyduck seemed to forget it was a water-dwelling creature and incapable of swimming. Soon, Psyduck's desperate cries drew the attention of Misty, who was fishing, as well as Ash and Brock, who were preparing lunch. Upon seeing Psyduck struggling in the water once more, Misty panicked and quickly reached for a pokeball to recall it. Ash, however, reacted faster, leaping into the water to rescue Psyduck and tossing it back onto the bank. Though saved, Psyduck could not muster any joy. Its fishing rod remained submerged, being tugged away by an unknown Pokémon, causing it to point at the water and squawk incessantly. Honestly, if you lose the fishing rod, so be it. Why jump into the water for it? Are you foolish? Misty felt compelled to scold Psyduck to prevent such recklessness in the future. Yet, despite its foolishness, Psyduck gazed at the rod being swept away by the current with a forlorn expression, softening Misty's heart and rendering her unable to continue her reprimand. Seeing this, Ash wasted no time, diving beneath the surface with remarkable speed toward the fishing rod. He was determined to retrieve it for Psyduck. Ash, come back, Misty cried out, noticing Ash's persistence in swimming after the rod instead of surfacing, prompting her to sprint along the bank. The fishing rod appeared almost alive, aware of its pursuer, and began to evade Ash, engaging in a playful game of chase, refusing to be caught. Wait, there's something off about this rod. Ash, there's a Pokémon biting the hook beneath the water, Misty shouted, realizing the situation. Ash immediately dove deeper, focusing intently to discover a little Totodile swimming ahead. Its mouth clamped around the hook. Not panicking upon being discovered, the Totodile continued to swim forward, even glancing back to wave at Ash. Surprised by the audacity of a wild Totodile, Ash thought to himself, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. He grasped the drifting stick behind him, wrapping it around the Totodile several times before pulling forcefully, nearly dislodging its teeth. The Totodile released the hook, swiftly swimming to the bank, pacing back and forth as if performing a tap dance. Totodile, I haven't captured a water-type Pokémon yet. Upon recognizing the source of her troubles, Misty eagerly reached for her pocket, only to realize she had left all her belongings at the campsite. She was utterly unprepared. Naturally, Ash was also without his gear. Seemingly aware of their predicament, the Totodile leaped joyfully, a grin plastered across its face. Misty, do you really want to catch me? Just as the Totodile was reveling in its antics, Ash swiftly captured it from behind, lifting it into the air. Startled, the Totodile attempted to unleash a water gun at Ash's face, but Ash secured its snout, preventing it from opening its mouth, narrowly averting internal injury. Witnessing Ash effortlessly subdue the Totodile, Misty hesitated to speak. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should see what the Totodile thinks? When asked, the Totodile's response was to spray both Ash and Misty with water guns. Pwah! Cough, cough. What is this water? It smells foul. Ash reached out for the Totodile again, but it retaliated, biting down on Ash's hand, effectively trapping it within its mouth. This sudden turn of events left Misty startled, but her scream was quickly silenced by the Totodile's frantic cries, feeling as though it had bitten down on a stone with the hardness of Ash's hand. The Totodile released its grip, clutching its mouth and rolling about in distress. Upon inspecting its mouth, it found 2 or 3 teeth had fallen out, leaving the Totodile in tears, feeling quite unfortunate. It had intended to amuse the passing duo, but instead encountered a formidable opponent. You really don't learn, do you? Didn't you realize you were outmatched when you tugged on the fishing hook? The Totodile shook its head, covering its mouth. What a joke. Who would dare speak of such things? The Totodile, known as the Big Jaw Pokémon, possesses powerful jaws capable of crushing anything, so even its trainer must exercise caution. As Misty listened to Ash's Pokédex description, she felt a mix of amusement and restraint. All right, be more careful next time. Ash patted the Totodile on the head, picking up its fallen teeth before leading Misty away. He had intended to release the Totodile, allowing it to depart freely, but to his surprise, the Totodile refused to leave, following Ash closely toward their campsite. It seems the Totodile has taken quite a liking to you. Are you planning to capture it? Misty teased, nudging Ash playfully. This isn't about it following me. It's likely in pain from its broken tooth, seeking help, Ash replied. Wild Pokémon, when injured, typically seek assistance from humans, as Nurse Joy often aids nearby Pokémon. The Totodile's willingness to accompany Ash indicated it had encountered humans before and received kindness from them. With this thought in mind, Ash paused, crouching down to inquire, "That must hurt. Come, I'll take you for treatment and help fix your tooth." Hearing this, the Totodile's painful expression softened considerably, confirming it was indeed familiar with humans. Chapter 168, A Dance Proposal. Fixing a Totodile's tooth is a first for me. How did it lose its teeth? When Ash brought the Totodile to Nurse Joy, she was taken aback, momentarily speechless. I'm not sure. Perhaps it indulged in too many sweets and developed cavities. Ash couldn't explain further. It could either be a case of loose baby teeth or cavities. Surely, he couldn't be blamed for being too rough. All right, please hand me its Pokeball. I'll take it for an examination. When Nurse Joy reached out for the Pokeball, Ash realized he had none to offer. The wild creature, untamed by my hand, was merely brought to me in tears for treatment. Wild. Quite a rarity indeed. It remains unclear whether Joy's reference to rarity pertains to Ash's behavior or the little Croconaw. By the time Croconaw was discharged, he had been fitted with several false teeth, and Joy had specifically cautioned against engaging in any peculiar activities until his new teeth had fully developed. Particularly, he was prohibited from using any biting moves that might shatter his new dental fixtures. Croconaw's condition had evidently improved significantly. No more tears fell, and he frolicked with an exuberance that was utterly delightful. Ash, what do you intend to do with this Croconaw? Will you return him or attempt to capture him? I sense a possibility for capture. This opportunity is practically a gift. Misty retrieved the berry soup from Brock, the surface still adorned with bits of fruit, exuding a fragrant aroma. As she extended her hand to feed it, Croconaw showed little resistance, eagerly swallowing the offering and even returning the bowl, signaling for a second helping. His diet now consisted solely of such soft fare. While it could indeed be arranged, Misty felt Ash was excessively lenient with his Pokémon. It was no wonder that Pikachu always had to step in to assist Ash. No ifs and buts. If you wish to capture him, then do it, Misty declared, directly reaching for a Pokeball from Ash's bag and tossing it toward Croconaw. It wobbled 3 times before confirming the capture. See, why fret so much? Are you afraid the Pokémon might dislike you for being assertive? When the moment calls for action, one must take it. Being overly affectionate towards Pokémon can hinder the capture process. Ash, you truly ought to amend this habit, Misty advised as she handed Croconaw's Pokeball to him. Pikachu, do you share this sentiment? Ash did not respond to Misty, but turned his attention to Pikachu perched on his shoulder. This question had certainly piqued Pikachu's interest. Observing Pikachu's silence, Ash then inquired of his other Pokémon. Chikorita, it's better to be a bit more assertive, especially with these creatures. If you treat them too gently, they'll perceive you as easy prey. Chikorita had previously been quite temperamental, a temperament that was molded by circumstance. Ash's strength allowed him to maintain a good temper, but his Pokémon were acutely aware of the harsh realities of the wild and how wild Pokémon often prey on the weak. Cyndaquil, that is not entirely fair. I believe showing respect to Pokémon is commendable. If Ash had initially treated me with disdain, flaunting human arrogance, I would have left long ago, incinerating the Pokeball in the process. No matter how impressive the card, it wouldn't have kept me. Come on, hearing that makes me furious. Chikorita snapped, unleashing a pair of vine whips aimed directly at Cyndaquil. Want me to be gentle? How ridiculous. Cyndaquil, unwilling to engage with Chikorita, expressed his views and retreated into his pokeball to evade the vine whips. Ghastly. Heh. I admire Ash's strength and charisma. They revere the strong. Togepi, I don't understand. What are you all babbling about? The four Pokemon expressed their opinions, and at that moment, Pikachu nodded in agreement. Merging the past with the present and contemplating the future, Pikachu articulated his thoughts. Before capture, I'll take a stand for you. After capture, I'll nurture the bond. That suffices. This exemplified a parental approach. Ash need not change, as Pikachu would fulfill the duties Ash could not. This was the responsibility of Pikachu, who had accompanied Ash throughout his journey. Croconaw. Guys, could you refrain from discussing me while I'm here? I can hear everything. Croconaw emerged from the Pokeball. No longer dancing, merely standing still, glaring at Pikachu, then at Chikorita. They had just been deliberating on giving him a beating. Cyndaquil, however, had not suggested any violence against him. Well, that's a good buddy. I could consider him a brother. In truth, Cyndaquil was simply too lazy to engage in such antics. Having food to eat, a place to sleep, and not being overworked was more than enough. With the main subject now present, Ash turned to Croconaw. Croconaw, how do you believe I should go about capturing you? Should I pamper you with delicacies? Or would you prefer a duel to prove my strength? This directness had always been Ash's style. In truth, he wished to avoid both options. The thought of fighting sent alarms ringing in his mind, urging him to refrain, and besides, he was no Snorlax. Could food truly persuade him? Absolutely not. After a moment of contemplation, Croconaw looked up at Ash, as if having made a resolution. Let us have a dance-off. Such an unusual request had never crossed Ash's path before. When Ash solemnly conveyed Croconaw's condition to Misty and Brock, both were left in stunned silence. A dance-off? Shouldn't it be a battle? Misty was bewildered, struggling to comprehend what a dance-off truly entailed. I suppose it's because Croconaw enjoys dancing. Just look at him. Always bouncing around, Brock observed, pointing to a group of Pokemon curiously gathered around Croconaw. Croconaw stood at the center, thick-skinned, spinning and leaping with his eyes closed. While the movements were abstract, one could still perceive a primal beauty in them. After all, dance was merely a means for ancient peoples to express artistic beauty, often utilized in rituals and courtship. I believe Croconaw has an affinity for this aspect. Brock's analysis held merit, as Ash began to clap in rhythm for Croconaw. In response, Croconaw matched the tempo, every step in sync, and all these movements were self-discovered, devoid of any human instruction. Isn't it perfectly natural for Pokemon to have their own preferences? This was hardly a problem. It demanded respect rather than criticism for Croconaw's apparent lack of focus. Pokemon are not innate warriors and should not be wholly devoted to combat. Your request for a dance-off is granted. Ash remained steadfast in his respect for Pokemon, a habit he had no desire to alter, and Misty understood. After Ash led his Pokemon to the Pokemon Center's backyard, Misty retrieved her portable music player and borrowed a speaker from Nurse Joy. With everything in place, Misty eagerly settled in a corner to watch Ash dance. Chapter 169, The Brazilian Dance Remix. Whether amidst fire, water, grass, or within the forest, in the earth, among clouds, or perhaps beneath a girl's skirt, the familiar melodies resonated from the speaker, a song well known in the Kanto region's kindergartens, which, in a sense, served as a formative anthem for both Ash and Misty. Upon hearing it for the first time, although the lyrics were incomprehensible, Croconaw was nonetheless captivated by the accompaniment, bouncing back and forth, expressing emotions through his self-invented dance. Go on, everyone dance. It's perfectly fine. Ash, noticing that his Pokemon were drawn to Croconaw's charm, eager yet hesitant to join in front of him, understood their subtle desires. He clapped, encouraging them like a child. With Ash's permission, Togepi was the first to join in, taking Croconaw's hand and dancing together. Pikachu was acutely aware that Croconaw would be a future companion, regardless of whether he wished to flee or not. Once Pikachu had set his sights on him, escape was an impossibility, compelling Croconaw to join the fray. Ghastly, lacking limbs, still managed to weave through the three Pokemon, laughing heartily. Only Chikorita and Cyndaquil remained reluctant to participate in the festivities. Cyndaquil appeared listless, exuding an air of lethargy, while Chikorita seized the opportunity to burrow into Ash's embrace, savoring their rare moment of intimacy. What was dancing to her? It mattered not. As the music drew to a close, Croconaw showed no signs of halting, only ceasing when Pikachu forcibly tugged him away from the scene. Hey, Ash, shall we dance once more? I've prepared the music. Misty gazed at Ash with eager anticipation, having longed for this closeness. No, the upcoming dance is somewhat perilous. You are not suited for this yet, Ash replied, ever mindful of training. He sought to utilize this occasion to impart Croconaw's profound techniques through the medium of dance. Crocodile, pay close attention. This is your first lesson from me. Since you have an affinity for dancing, I shall teach you a combat dance, capoeira. Capoeira, also known as the Brazilian fighting dance, is an art form that harmoniously blends dance with martial prowess. Although Ash had never formally studied it, he had gleaned some insights from short videos. Misty, observing Ash's movements, couldn't help but recall a particular Pokémon, though its name and appearance eluded her. It's the Battle Dancer. Look at Ash's initial stance, his arms swinging back and forth, his feet darting side to side. Brock, having caught on before Misty, prompted her realization. I concede that the Battle Dancer does resemble a dancer in combat. But what relevance does that hold for Crocodile? He lacks the same conditions as the Battle Dancer. Misty hit the nail on the head, and Ash understood her implication, though he remained unfazed. Indeed, the Battle Dancer and Crocodile were not the same, even if both excelled in close combat. Thus, I have infused my own understanding into this. Crocodile, observe closely how a humanoid crocodile should engage in battle. While reviewing Crocodile's data, Ash did not overlook the details regarding Feraligatr and Gyarados, particularly Feraligatr, whose size averages an impressive 2.3 meters in height, complemented by a powerful tail and serrated red bony plates running from head to tail. Although the Pokédex frequently boasted of Feraligatr's biting power, one must not underestimate its other formidable attributes. With a swift motion, Ash's left leg lashed out like a whip, slicing through the air in a sharp crescent arc from the lower right to the upper left. The sudden tension in his foot sent a gust of wind that rustled the nearby trees as his toes grazed the trunk. None present could doubt that a direct hit would cleave the tree in twain. But that was only the beginning. After the initial strike missed, Ash seamlessly lowered his left leg and followed up with a lightning-fast right leg spin kick, executing successive spinning kicks that brushed past the tree. He then showcased a series of airborne spinning kicks, high downward strikes, side kicks, and flying knee strikes. The powerful yet graceful combat dance left Crocodile utterly mesmerized, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Ash's every movement was etched into Crocodile's memory, causing his legs to mimic Ash's actions, albeit clumsily and with great effort. Realizing Crocodile's burgeoning interest in his performance, Ash recognized his objective had been achieved. No. I am not teaching you to dance with your legs. Do not confine yourself to that. Your hands, your tail, your elongated snout. These can all substitute for your legs. Ash lifted Crocodile, guiding him step by step through the dissection of the earlier moves. The entire afternoon was spent in the company of Ash and Crocodile engaging in the Brazilian martial dance. Yet, Ash felt it was insufficient to merely practice alone. He enlisted Pikachu for additional support. Ash had complete confidence in Pikachu's abilities, knowing that his tail could also learn these techniques, though Pikachu had little need for them. It wasn't until dusk that Misty arrived to summon them for dinner. At the table, Crocodile continued to eat, while simultaneously performing the Brazilian martial dance, his interest completely consuming his thoughts, rendering the delicious food before him inconsequential. Ultimately, it was Pikachu's electric shock that brought Crocodile back to reality, prompting him to focus on his meal. Thus, you have outperformed me in this dance. Even Crocodile is eager to learn from you, Misty remarked, teasing Ash about his hidden depths. How much more do you conceal from us? Each day, you unveil something novel. Those with abilities should work harder, ensuring that their talents do not languish, Ash replied, embodying his characteristic humility. Oh, truly, you are insufferable, Misty retorted. Just then, Ash's communicator buzzed from his pocket, a device entrusted to him by Meowth for remote communication. However, Meowth had indicated that unless there was a mission, he would not contact Ash, suggesting something urgent had transpired. Hello, what's going on? Ash inquired as he activated the communicator, only to be met with the hurried voice of Team Rocket's James. Those ruffians are using the pretense of gathering to cut off Drowsy's tail for profit. Their true intention is to capture Shalebi and exploit its time-traveling abilities to alter the past. This is dire, Ash. The revelation from Jesse's interrogation made Ash's blood boil. Alter the past? Is the current state of the world unsatisfactory? These fiends seem intent on courting disaster. The world Ash had painstakingly reshaped was flourishing, nearing perfection. And yet these individuals desired to revert to an era of tyranny, undoing all he had achieved. Calm down. Don't let your anger consume you. They are currently also searching for Shalebi, scouring from the vicinity of Hibby Town to Silver Mountain, working separately. As of now, there are no leads. But if they find anything, I'll inform you. Stay in touch, Ash. We must not allow them to succeed. James, having reconciled with his family under the protection of Team Rocket, found the notion of altering the past intolerable, more so than even Meowth and Jesse. Chapter 170, The Shimmering Noctowl. The antics of the remaining Team Rocket members had successfully provoked Ash, yet it was still unclear where they were located. However, since their goal was to capture Shalebi, they were likely to be found in the forest where Shalebi might exist. Yet, Ash was uncertain of the exact location, resigned to take each step as it came. With so many forests, if Shalebi were indeed present, it could emerge anywhere. If Shalebi possessed the ability to traverse time, it could easily escape through such means. After all information regarding Shalebi had been passed down through word of mouth, and no one had had the opportunity to capture a photograph. Misty had heard tales of Shalebi but knew little about the specifics, as official sources had not released much information likely to deter people from chasing after and capturing Shalebi. Xiaoxia's comforting words alleviated Xiaoji's anger, prompting him to embark on his journey towards Manjin City early the following morning. However, en route to Manjin City, Xiaoji remained vigilant, casting his gaze around the forest. Instead of encountering the elusive Jirachi, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar ninja, camouflaged beneath a bark-like wallpaper, clinging to a tree. Uncertain whether this individual was a remnant of Team Rocket, Xiaoji decided to take action and confront him. After all, who would hide in such a forest if they were not up to no good? Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt, he commanded, and without a moment's hesitation, Pikachu struck true, sending forth a piercing scream as the bark was scorched and the concealed figure tumbled to the ground before Xiaoji. Upon closer inspection, the figure revealed a lanky frame, disheveled hair reminiscent of Shiro, and a white lab coat, devoid of any insignia. "What are you doing lurking here all by yourself? Are you up to something nefarious?" Xiaoxia inquired, helping the stranger to his feet, though her tone was anything but polite. As the man regained his composure and prepared to retort, he caught sight of the imposing Xiaoji beside her and stifled his anger, opting instead to explain himself. "Of course not. How could I be a villain? There's a reason for my actions." He introduced himself as Au, an avid trainer fascinated by bird-type Pokémon, particularly fond of species like the Pidgey. "You have no idea. In this very forest resides a rare color variant of the Noctowl, a truly extraordinary creature. It's incredibly intelligent, and despite my numerous attempts, I've failed to capture it. That's why I'm here, setting traps. Look." Au gestured towards the tree from which he had recently evaded, where a meticulously crafted nest lay perched among the branches. Once it curiously investigates, the mechanism will ensnare it. "Isn't this trap ingenious?" Xiaoxia glanced up, but found little merit in his design. "Honestly, it's evident that this is a human-made nest. Wild bird Pokémon would never construct such a perfectly square abode." Au, stung by her mockery, felt his pride wounded yet restrained his indignation, urging the trio to conceal themselves quickly. Sure enough, after they nestled into the underbrush, the rare Noctowl appeared, distinct from its counterparts. This particular Noctowl was considerably smaller, its plumage a stunning golden hue, captivating in its beauty. "Just gazing at it is enchanting, wouldn't you agree?" Au mused, utterly mesmerized by the creature. Even Xiaoxia, usually critical of other Pokémon types, found herself spellbound by the Noctowl's allure. The Noctowl tilted its head inquisitively towards the nest, extending its neck to sniff the air, drawn by a delightful aroma. "That's food I specially prepared for the Noctowl. Once it is lured inside, it will be caught." Before Au could finish his explanation, the Noctowl landed on the makeshift nest, causing it to crumble with ease. Subsequently, it utilized its psychic powers to hurl the trap back at Au, snatching the food and soaring away, leaving Au in stunned admiration of the Noctowl's cleverness and a deep sense of frustration at his failed trap. "Remarkably intelligent. I thought it would sense the trap and flee, but it destroyed it instead." Xiaoxia nudged Xiaoji, leaning in to whisper, "What do you think? Should we try to capture it? That Noctowl seems perfect for you." Not only was Pikachu eager to assist Xiaoji, but Xiaoxia was equally supportive. Since Au had failed, perhaps it was best to leave the task to Xiaoji. Pikachu pondered, gazing at the departing Noctowl, curiosity glimmering in its eyes, tugging at Xiaoji's sleeve, encouraging him to seize the opportunity. A clever Pokémon like that could alleviate Pikachu's constant worries if it were part of their team. With factions divided at home, two groups at odds with one another, only the neutral Bulbasaur and the laid-back Snorlax remained uninvolved in the disputes. Introducing a Noctowl into the mix could serve as a mediator, sparing Pikachu from the ensuing headaches. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity that must be seized. With both Xiaoxia and Pikachu advocating for it, what could Xiaoji possibly say? "Au, how about a challenge? Since we are both trainers, let us see who can capture the Noctowl first," Xiaoji declared to Au. In truth, Au believed that even if Xiaoji were to wrestle him for the Pokémon, he would not prevail. Thus, the prospect of a fair competition was a welcome one. "It's a deal, but I won't concede easily," Au replied, returning to his makeshift dwelling to construct a new trap. Meanwhile, Xiaoji contemplated his strategy for capturing the Noctowl. What if we set our own traps? This forest is vast. Since Au is here laying traps instead of searching for the Noctowl's nest, it suggests that the Noctowl is likely nomadic. If that's the case, we need not waste time searching for it. Instead, we shall wait for it to come to us. As newcomers to this area, Xiaoji and his companions were undoubtedly less familiar with it than Au, making it wise to adopt a strategy of patience. As for the Noctowl's preferred food, let me see if I can recreate something similar to what I've seen for Pidgey or Chattit, Brock chimed in, laying out cooking utensils to prepare a meal. I believe this Noctowl is a Pokémon that relishes challenges. Since Au has resided here for quite some time, they must have had multiple encounters, each one more challenging than the last. The Noctowl has no fixed dwelling and does not flee the forest despite the constant threat of capture. It is driven by its competitive spirit. Xiaoji's analysis resonated with Xiaoxia, and their next course of action was to prepare their surroundings and await the Noctowl's arrival. Chapter 171, Capturing the Noctowl. Just as Xiaoji anticipated, the departed Noctowl soon returned to the scene of the incident, but this time it was met not by Au, but by three unfamiliar figures. The Noctowl perched curiously on a tree, head cocked to one side, observing the trio as they busied themselves with their intriguing contraptions, remaining unperturbed. Pikachu, with its keen senses, quickly detected that they were being watched. After surveying the surroundings, it spotted the concealed Noctowl. Realizing it had been discovered, the Noctowl boldly hopped down to face them, inspecting the group at close range. Xiaoji, look, it's the Noctowl. It has really come back, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tugging Xiaoji towards the Noctowl. However, Xiaoji resisted. Remember, only those who earn a Pokémon's approval can become its trainer. Let it observe us from here. I will engage it on my terms, employing its strengths against it to see who is truly the cleverer of us. Xiaoji's words were not solely directed at Xiaoxia, but also intended for the Noctowl itself. The creature regarded him with intrigue, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. From Xiaoji's words alone, the Noctowl could discern that this human was no ordinary contender. This was a human worthy of its respect. With Xiaoji openly presenting himself to the Noctowl, Xiaoxia felt there was no reason to intervene and joined him in setting the stage. All the Pokémon summoned by Ash were called upon not to attack the Noctowl just yet. Once everything was set, Ash approached the Noctowl. I know you enjoy teasing that fool. He wishes to capture you, and you delight in playing with him, don't you? The Noctowl nodded, appreciating that this human understood him well. Perhaps you are simply bored to resort to such antics. However, would you be interested in a contest with me? I also harbor the intention of capturing you. The Noctowl glanced at the 6 Pokémon by Ash's side. Although they were merely baby Pokémon, the Noctowl dared not underestimate them. A 1v6 battle would be somewhat strenuous, after all. I had previously outlined a space suitable for combat. It was too cramped, only allowing for a narrow corridor. As a trainer focused on battles, would you be willing to engage in a 1v1 match with me? Given your prowess, I trust you wouldn't shy away from the challenge. Ash turned to showcase the surrounding environment to the Noctowl. The battle arena measured 20 meters in length and merely 5 meters in width, with wooden planks nailed down to form the boundaries. Had the Noctowl not arrived early, Ash might have crafted a larger space. Unlike his companion, Ayu, who sought to collect for the sake of aesthetics, Ash valued the Noctowl's intelligence. To that end, he had even brought a platter of delicacies prepared by Brock for the Noctowl to savor. If you lose, you shall become my Pokémon. Of course, if I lose, I will also offer you a pot full of culinary delights. Just one battle, winner takes all. The Noctowl weighed the options between battling and abstaining. Ash left a positive first impression, and as a clever avian, he recognized the respect Ash showed him, which greatly pleased the Noctowl. Winning would be a small gain, and losing would not be a loss. Thus, the Noctowl acquiesced to Ash's proposition. With this first step successfully taken, subsequent events unfolded naturally. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate strategy. Ash managed to maintain his composure in the presence of such a rare shiny Pokémon, a feat in itself that signified his victory. Misty, filled with emotion, pulled Brock back to the sidelines, awaiting what was destined to be a victorious confrontation. When Ayu arrived, clutching a secret device, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The mouse and the eagle darted swiftly across the arena, with the Noctowl repeatedly using the trees to evade Pikachu's thunderbolt. By harnessing the power of the wind to rustle the leaves, he adeptly utilized psychic moves for precise targeting, further frustrating Pikachu, who already struggled to hit his mark. This is bad, Ayu exclaimed in dismay, wishing to intervene but uncertain how, pacing anxiously in place. Go for it, Noctowl. Don't let him defeat you. The sudden shout drew the attention of both Misty and Brock, who turned to see Ayu cheering for the Noctowl from the sidelines. instructing it on how to execute its moves. Noctowl, unleash your ultimate technique. Use hypnosis. The Noctowl hesitated momentarily, but ultimately turned to cast hypnosis at Pikachu. His eyes emitted red waves that expanded outward, startling Pikachu, who quickly sought refuge behind a tree. Witnessing the Noctowl heed his command, Ayu was overjoyed, believing he and the Noctowl shared a kinship, eager to add more encouragement. But the Noctowl proceeded to use confusion, sending a flurry of leaves hurtling toward Pikachu's hiding spot behind the tree. However, the leaves found no target. Pikachu was unharmed. It must be an illusion. Noctowl, use air cutter to sever those leaves. Pikachu must be hiding there. Yet, the Noctowl disregarded the command, instead flapping his wings to ascend rapidly. Indeed, Pikachu had climbed the tree, poised to strike from above with a quick attack. You're just making things worse. The battle isn't suited for you. It's better to let the Noctowl act on its own, Misty quipped. Ayu's face flushed with embarrassment, but he refused to acknowledge his misguided orders, believing it to be a mere accident. Noctowl, do not be afraid. Use reflect. The Noctowl, however, ignored Ayu's instructions, soaring straight up the tree, and in an instant, he used aerial ace, waiting for the right moment. Ash immediately recognized the Noctowl's move and instructed Pikachu to halt the pursuit and remain in place. In the dimly lit woods, even daylight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage. In such an environment, Pikachu could only hold his breath and listen intently to the sounds of the wind. As if preordained, a sudden loud noise echoed from above, disrupting Pikachu's concentration, forcing him to cover his ears against the din. It's a ruckus. It must be a disturbance. Misty, watching from the sidelines, had to shield her ears as the sound reverberated through the jungle, proving more powerful than in open spaces. The echoing noise not only pushed the three spectators back, but also severed the connection between Pikachu and Ash's commands. Ash, however, did not cover his ears. Despite the cacophony unsettling his heart, he focused intently, using sound to discern the Noctowl's precise location. Closer, it's getting closer. The Noctowl is about to pounce. Now, Pikachu. Ash stomped his foot, conveying the message to Pikachu. With the vibrations signaling the moment had arrived, Pikachu understood instantly. Clenching his eyes tight and covering his ears, he nonetheless released a powerful thunderbolt upward. At that very moment, the Noctowl executed Brave Bird, his wings tightening, diving toward Pikachu like a projectile. It was a direct collision. Pikachu's thunderbolt engulfed the Noctowl in an instant, even in the fleeting second before being rendered unconscious. The Noctowl could not comprehend how Pikachu managed to discern his attack intent amidst the dual distractions of sound and sight. Chapter 172, The Broadcasting Tower. Please, let me try again. I beg you, don't abandon me like this. Ayu was nearly on his knees, having resided here for so long in hopes of capturing the shiny Noctowl, only to witness an outsider snatch it away. This was a defeat he could not accept. I just want one more chance. Let me come to terms with the fact that I am simply not worthy to match the Noctowl. Ayu bowed deeply before Ash. Very well, for the sake of fairness, you may first prepare the arena, Ash replied. Ayu, elated, swiftly understood and began setting up the equipment. Soon, a domino-like contraption appeared. Seizing the opportunity, Ash utilized Ayu's apparatus to teleport the Noctowl back. After a brief explanation, the Noctowl comprehended and willingly hopped onto the activation spot, patiently awaiting Ayu's next move. Now, Ayu no longer concealed his intentions, boldly standing before the Noctowl as he pulled the rope. In an instant, the foliage beside the Noctowl parted to reveal a mirror hidden within. Is this it? Xiaoxia found it difficult to believe that after such intricate mechanical operations, the final artifact that emerged was merely a mirror. This is precisely what I prepared based on the principles of the hypnotic techniques of the night owl. As long as the night owl gazes into that mirror, it will be bewildered by the appearance of another self and panic, thus activating its hypnosis. The waves of hypnosis will reflect through the mirror, inadvertently hypnotizing itself in reverse, defeating oneself. This is the most effective and straightforward method. The howling winds surged as the night owl stirred up a tempest, clearing the thickets flanking the mirror and revealing the contraption behind it. Without displaying any signs of hypnosis, it instead sweated profusely while casting a glance at the ground where Ayu lay. Is it possible that the water's surface could also reflect one's visage? Even if it has never seen a mirror, the night owl must surely drink water at some point. Xiaoxia, much like the night owl, was at a loss for words. She would have accepted it if a lethal weapon had been produced, but this was merely a jest at her expense. She was aware of the night owl's intelligence, yet struggled to accept that it surpassed her own. How infuriating. Why hadn't I thought of that? The plan has utterly failed. Ayu slammed the ground in frustration, filled with regret. The The night owl was high in level and clever, theoretically. Xiaoji need not keep it by his side year-round. After exchanging a few words with Professor Okido, he promptly sent it back. To be honest, within the confines of the research institute, the night owl genuinely appreciated Professor Okido. Upon learning of the night owl's intelligence from Xiaoji, Professor Okido took special note. Merely being a shiny Pokémon was insufficient to pique his interest. He had encountered countless shiny Pokémon, and such a trait was hardly commendable, much like a congenital physiological condition. As long as it did not hinder normal living, it was not worthy of concern. Rather, it was the night owl's intellect that captivated Professor Okido. Not only did Professor Okido teach the night owl mathematics, but he also imparted knowledge of physics and chemistry, and the night owl's capacity for learning exceeded Professor Okido's expectations. Did he enjoy it? Undoubtedly, Professor Okido relished it. Unfortunately, the night owl's intelligence was such that it could not form special emotional connections with anyone. To say it was indecisive was inaccurate. More precisely, its exceptional intelligence rendered it incapable of resonating emotionally with others. Following Xiaoji to learn combat, and accompanying Okido to acquire theoretical knowledge, that was precisely what the night owl desired. Each party benefited from the other. This was not a negative arrangement, and Xiaoji never minded this aspect. He had anticipated that the days ahead would proceed in this orderly fashion, yet unexpectedly, one day, Xiaoji urgently called for the night owl to assist him. What's the matter? Why the sudden urgency? This was the first time Professor Okido witnessed Xiaoji's face contorted with a blend of anger and anxiety, prompting him to inquire. There's trouble in Macon City. Professor Okido, quickly turn on the news. They should be broadcasting live. Professor Okido switched the television from his usual science channels to the Macon City broadcast. At that moment, the television was airing an unprecedented live coverage of a kidnapping case. The broadcasting tower of Macon City had been seized, with radio host Hu Tao, editor along, the station manager, and everyone on duty at that time all taken hostage. The identity of the kidnappers was unmistakably clear, as evident by the black are emblazoned on the clothing of those blocking the first floor. Professor Okido immediately rose, slamming his hand on the table and cursing at the television. These ruffians are utterly lawless. They could have remained hidden in the shadows. But now they brazenly stand before the law, showing complete disregard for the alliance. I'm not entirely sure. I just arrived in Macon City and saw the military and police in an uproar. I heard it has been ongoing since last night. They have taken over the broadcasting station and are proclaiming the re-establishment of Team Rocket, demanding their leader Sakaki return to reassemble the organization. Xiaoji had just arrived in Macon City that morning, having rushed to the Pokémon Center without even visiting the gym. Professor Okido furiously called back the night owl, sending it to Xiaoji. Upon receiving the exchanged Piku, Professor Okido's demeanor shifted from anger to a warm smile as he cradled the Piku. Is it just the night owl you require? Your old companions are currently quite idle. They can all come. Xiaoji waved his hand in refusal. This predicament is neither simple nor complex. The crux lies in the sheer number of kidnappers and their hostile attitude towards external communication, creating a sense of mutual destruction. Xiaoji was determined to rescue the hostages rather than destroy the broadcasting tower. Therefore, he merely needed to summon a moderately sized flying unit. We'll discuss it later. I must go save them first, Xiaoji declared, hanging up the call and turning to Brock. What's the situation outside? Brock, holding binoculars, peered towards the broadcasting tower from the Pokémon Center. Upon hearing Xiaoji's question, Brock exclaimed indignantly, they are actually embracing Miss Hu Tao, two bodies pressed together. They are flaunting it for the police to see from the fourth-floor window. Absolutely intolerable. How could they dare to embrace Miss Hu Tao? Note, as a renowned radio host, Miss Hu Tao is indeed a beauty. What a peculiar focal point. Your priorities seem quite misplaced. Xiaoji, they are already negotiating with the police, demanding 100 million for the release of a single person. With over 40 hostages taken, that amounts to over 4 billion in ransom. Have they lost their minds? Are Hulan Jim isn't even worth that much? They even claim that the broadcasting tower houses a significant collection of historical recordings. They want to ransom those as well, along with the Rainbow Wing and Silver Wing? What on earth are those? Xiaoxia was somewhat perplexed about the last two items the kidnappers demanded, but given their mention alongside the others, they must surely be valuable. Regardless of what they were, one thing was certain, they must not succeed. Xiaoji pushed open the door, circumventing the throng of onlookers at the main entrance, opting instead for a rooftop not far from the broadcasting tower. From a distance of over 500 meters, he was perfectly positioned to gaze levelly at the fourth floor of the tower.